Chapter 1 starts with 10 consecutive draws, and you will be rewarded with a 5-star magic car. Jiang Chen, you failed the probation period, pack up and leave. Zhou Tao, the sales manager of Orange Technology, said calmly. Failed? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. I performed quite well, why did I fail? That's just your opinion. Based on our observation of you over the past month, we believe that you are not suitable for our position, so we don't want you anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's head buzzed. Looking back on the 1 month of internship at Orange Light Group, he was so enthusiastic about his work that he never took a single day off. Because he learns quickly, he is united and friendly with his colleagues and helps each other. I thought I could join the company smoothly, but in the end I was told I am not suitable for the position in the company? Damn, the manager must be jealous of my handsomeness. Manager Zhou, is it because I didn't give you a gift when you moved to a new house last time? This is really a misunderstanding. I didn't have a penny at the time and couldn't even pay the rent. Jiang Chen looked anxious and was still thinking about explaining something. It's no use saying anything. Go to the finance department tomorrow to collect your salary. I have something else to do. Don't bother me. Zhou Tao spoke in a cold tone, turned around and left mercilessly. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the huge office. Jiang Chen slumped in his office chair, feeling cold, lonely, and desperate. He felt completely unwell. If you want to gain a foothold in this prosperous Tianhai city, a good job is extremely important. But now, I have become an unemployed vagrant? Jiang Chen walked out of the office with a dejected look on his face and looked around. Those colleagues who usually got along well with him were as dead at this moment, burying their heads in work and not daring to say a word. Is this the reality? Jiang Chen left the company alone and silently, looking at the busy streets with people coming and going. He seemed extremely small in this bustling city. There's no place for me in this huge city? After Jiang Chen finished speaking, a mechanical female voice sounded in his head. Ding! The super rich life system has been bound. Starting the game, you will be rewarded with 10 consecutive draws. Do you want to draw now? Jiang Chen blinked, a little confused. System? Is this the system mentioned in the rumored novel? I didn't expect to encounter it myself. Draw now. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. The pointer on the lottery wheel immediately began to spin rapidly. Ding! Reward, a 5-star car, a Pagani Huayra. On the screen, a blue and black carbon fiber supercar is opening its gull wing doors. Handsome. Cool. Fuck. This is a $90 million supercar. It was actually awarded directly. Awesome. Jiang Chen was excited and chose to receive it immediately. Next second, he felt as if there was suddenly a hard object in his trouser pocket. Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed it. It turned out to be a scaled-down version of a Pagani supercar, a Pagani car key. It is indeed a top sports car. Even the car keys are different. Jiang Chen was delighted and immediately started drawing the lottery. As the wheel spins, rewards appear one by one. Ding! Reward cash of 100 million. Keep up the good work, continue to work hard. Keep going, keep working hard. Ding! A box of 30-year-old Lai Mao as a reward. Ding! The reward is worth a set of Dongjiao Huazhou Junting villas. The property certificate has been stored in the system space. The lucky draw is over. The godly life system is here to protect you. Warm tips: in the process of experiencing life, the host has a small chance of activating hidden events and can also obtain some small rewards. Hiss. Isn't this too fierce? Jiang Chen was excited. At this time, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was a bank text message. Your savings card account with the last number 8566 has an income of 100 million yuan and a current balance of 10,000,1862.16 yuan, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Jiang Chen was stunned. Giving 100 million right away, isn't that too exaggerated? I could never earn so much money in my entire lifetime. What's the point of him doing this crappy job? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. He took out his cell phone and found the Chengwan Company chat group. A message just popped up in the chat group. Zhou Tao, at Jiang Chen, just leave the group. I'm too lazy to do anything. Oh. Jiang Chen smiled gently, tapped his fingers quickly, and sent a message. It's a rubbish company, I don't want to stay here anymore. You are such an idiot, are you qualified to be a manager? K2E. Middlefinger.jpg. After these words were spoken, the chat group fell silent. Then the scene exploded. Fuck. Jiang Chen, are you crazy? There's no need to be so impulsive even if you're fired, right? And you insulted your boss in public? Jiang Chen, please apologize to the manager and don't implicate us. Jiang Chen, calm down. At this time, Zhou Tao in the office also saw the message, and his face instantly turned as gloomy as ink. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who was always amiable, would be so arrogant today. Where does this put his authority as a manager? I can't tolerate this. Zhou Tao picked up his phone, edited a message and sent it out. Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, don't come to the company tomorrow to get back the 3,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, there was silence in the group for a moment, and then an employee reminded weakly. Manager, Jiang Chen has left the group. Asshole. Zhou Tao's face turned red instantly and he slapped the table hard. Boom. Jiang Chen, I'll settle this account with you tomorrow. Master, go to the ring square. Jiang Chen got into a taxi and sat in the back seat. Turn on the system. 5-star car Pagani Wind God. Pickup address, parking space in Zone E of Global Plaza. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, having already made up his mind. After receiving the car, I will go to see my mansion. This life is so wonderful. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. It was his girlfriend Lin Weiwei calling. Hey, Weiwei, I was just looking for you. Want to have dinner together tonight? Eat? No need. Jiang Chen, let's break up. Lin Weiwei's cold voice surprised Jiang Chen. Why? I've been with you for so many years, and what have you ever bought me? You can't even afford an LV bag. I don't want to waste my youth on you anymore. Is it just because of the money? I can earn it. Earn? How do you earn? You are only making 3,000 to 4,000 a month during your internship? How do you support me? Are you serious? Of course. Jiang Chen, I'm telling you the truth. I just coveted your body during college. Now that I've entered society, I feel that you're useless except for your handsomeness. Okay, from now on, we won't contact each other. Well, I hope you don't regret it. Jiang Chen didn't say much and hung up the phone. Even when hanging up the phone, I could still hear Lin Weiwei accusing me of something. But none of this matters anymore. It's not worth it for a woman who doesn't love you. Now my own supercar is more important. Now that you have money, are you still afraid of not having women? Master, drive faster. Jiang Chen urged, he couldn't wait to see his supercar. The driver looked back, looking like an experienced person, and spoke calmly. Young man, are you unhappy with your girlfriend? Do you want to go over and apologize to her? Brother, let me tell you, this can't be rushed. The driver held a cigarette in his mouth, smiled and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, that's not the case. I'm just afraid that my new girlfriend can't wait any longer. Oh shit. The driver staggered and the car almost skidded. So, you are the master? Chapter 2 Jiang Chen is actually a big shot? I regret it so much. At this time, in the parking space in zone east of the ring square, a cool Pagani Huayra attracted a crowd of onlookers and took photos. This car is so cool, what kind of car is it? This is a Pagani Huayra, which costs 90 million. Fuck. It's so expensive. Doesn't it cost hundreds of thousands for just a wheel? This is not a question of money. The key is this Pagani Huayra. There are only 3 of them in the world, and this is the only one in China. This is a symbol of identity and status. Hiss. The crowd immediately gasped and unconsciously took a few steps away from the car. If you scratch your car even if you're not paying attention, you won't be able to afford the compensation. Next to him, a young man suddenly stopped and said to the pretty woman next to him, Weiwei, what do you think of me? I like you so much, will you be my girlfriend? As he spoke, he winked at the girl next to Lin Weiwei. Lu Yan smiled and immediately agreed. Weiwei, I think Louis is great. He's nice to you and considerate. Last time he bought you Dior perfume, and today he bought you a 50,000 yuan Gucci bag. You and Jiang Chen have broken up now, so why don't you just agree to it? Besides, Louis has 2 houses in Tianhai, and he drives a Mercedes-Benz or Porsche. After you get married, I promise you'll enjoy a happy life. But, Lin Weiwei bit her lips lightly, pretending to be reserved. As a gold digger who has mastered the green tea skills, she is very good at controlling the scale. Sure enough, after this hesitation, Louis's nervousness was written all over his face. Lin Weiwei smiled faintly and nodded reluctantly. Well, okay. I promise you. But I'm not a casual girl. When Louis saw this, he was so excited that he flew away. That's great, Weiwei. I will definitely treat you well. Let's go. Let's send Lu Yen home first. I'll book a French restaurant for you later. I want to give you a romantic candlelight dinner. At this moment, a taxi stopped in front of them. A man got out of the car, a man Lin Weiwei was very familiar with. Jiang Chen. Suddenly, their eyes met. The ex-girlfriend Lin Weiwei was holding the young man's arm with a sweet look on her face. Jiang Chen shook his head secretly. I didn't expect that my ex-girlfriend got together with another man right after breaking up with me. What is even more disgusting is that I encountered it myself. What bad luck. Jiang Chen? Didn't I tell you that it's impossible for us to be together? Why are you still pestering me? Lin Weiwei walked over in high heels, pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted. Suddenly, many people looked over here curiously. Jiang Chen chuckled. What a trick of calling a horse a deer. Ha, Lin Weiwei, do you really think you are the earth? Do you think everyone is revolving around you? Ring City Plaza isn't owned by your family, so why can't I come? Who knows you're fooling around with other men here? That's right. A few days ago you were calling me daddy in my bed, but today, you ran off with another man just for a bag. Jiang Chen picked up the brand name bag on Lin Weiwei's shoulder and sneered. I didn't expect you to be so materialistic, Lin Weiwei. After this verbal attack, Lin Weiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over and spoke hysterically. You. Shut up. Why do you say I'm materialistic? You don't have the ability to support me, and you say I'm materialistic. Okay. You said you didn't follow me. Tianhai is so big, how did you know I was here by chance? And you parked your car in front of us. Tell me, you didn't do this on purpose. The onlookers watched with great interest and gradually fell into deep thought. This scene is so fucking exciting. Until the end, you have no idea how things will develop. Okay, let's part ways in peace. Jiang Chen calmed down and said calmly. I came here today just to pick up a car. To be honest, I have no interest in you anymore. I will never get back what I throw away. You're on your own. After saying that, Jiang Chen planned to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Louis suddenly stopped him. Stop right there. Louis was so angry. I know Jiang Chen is Lin Weiwei's ex-boyfriend, but what Jiang Chen just said. He still feels like he's been cuckolded. And Lin Weiwei calls him dad? What did he lose? Could it be that I am the one who takes over? I finally understand. You can't afford to support Weiwei, but you say Weiwei is materialistic? Weiwei told me that her ex-boyfriend was a poor boy with no future. I didn't believe it at first, but now after seeing you, I finally believe it. As he spoke, Louis crossed his arms and spoke proudly. Humph, what's wrong with me buying a bag for Weiwei? 50,000 each. Can you afford it? Weiwei likes bags and brand name clothes. Is there anything wrong with that? You can't afford it, so you say others are materialistic? Are you still a man? After venting his grievances, Louis felt much better and asked in a nonchalant manner. By the way, you just said you were here to pick up a car. What car? Hearing this, before Jiang Chen could even open his mouth, Lin Weiwei sneered. Just him? And he wants to pick up the car? I guess he saved up some money and bought an electric car? A poor boy is always a poor boy. Although he is her ex-boyfriend, Lin Weiwei still doesn't give him any face at all. Jiang Chen saw through everything. This Lin Weiwei was a complete gold digger. A dog will always eat shit. A car is just a means of transportation. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. If this woman can follow you for a bag today, she can also climb into someone else's bed for a car tomorrow. Brother, you better wake up. Jiang Chen sneered, mainly wanting to disgust them. Louis was so angry. Damn it. Not only do you have no money, but you can only talk big. Returning the car is just a means of transportation? You are quite good at pretending. As he said that, Louis pressed the car key. Suddenly, the lights of a black Porsche flashed not far away, which was very eye-catching. How handsome, honey, is this your car? Lin Weiwei made a coquettish sound and couldn't help but hug Louis's arm. After being squeezed, Louis felt like he was floating in the air. Zhang Chen smiled but said nothing. What's wrong? You don't want to talk anymore? Louis smiled proudly and said with his chin raised. My car is a Porsche Cayenne, it costs 2 million. Have you seen it? I don't think you'll ever be able to drive such a nice car in your lifetime. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he smiled. I'm sorry, but I really don't like the 2 million yuan car. As he said that, Zhang Chen took out the car key of Pagani Wind God and pressed it. Beep. The headlights of Pagani Wind God suddenly flashed, shining like a diamond in the dark night. Then, the gull-wing doors slowly opened, like an extremely beautiful butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and spreading its wings. Hiss hiss hiss. The entire audience gasped. They all looked at Zhang Chen in shock, and then at the luxury sports car worth more than 90 million. What the hell? What's up, fatty? His clothes only cost a few $100s. But he drives a luxury car worth 90 million? Are all the super rich people nowadays so low-key? Louis was stunned. He was so scared that he was trembling all over and his face was pale. Just now, he actually challenged a super rich man who drove a luxury car worth 90 million. He also mocked the other party for not being able to drive his $1 million Porsche. This Nima. If you offend a big shot of this level, you won't be assassinated, right? Zhang Chen, is this car yours? Lin Weiwei was completely stunned and asked in disbelief. If it's not mine, then it's yours? Zhang Chen smiled faintly and walked straight towards his Pagani Wind God. The crowd immediately made way for Zhang Chen to pass. At this moment, Lin Weiwei suddenly realized. Could it be? Zhang Chen is actually very rich. He was testing me before to see if I could stand the hard times with him. I didn't expect that I would break up with him. In other words, I lost an opportunity to become a wealthy wife? Lin Weiwei went crazy, regretting deeply, and ran after him crying. Whoa, Zhang Chen. I was wrong. I won't break up with you anymore, Zhang Chen, come back. However, Zhang Chen drove his Pagani Wind God bird without paying any attention to her and sped away. The onlookers immediately started discussing it heatedly. Brothers, what's going on? Can anyone explain it in detail? I was just there. This woman broke up with Boss Jiang and hooked up with a guy who drives a Porsche. It turns out that Boss Jiang is actually a hidden super rich man who drives a luxury car worth 90 million. So dramatic? I'm dying of laughter. How dare someone like this break up with someone who drives a 90 million luxury car? Poochie, I laughed, who gave her the courage? She must be regretting it so much right now, right? Indeed, Lin Weiwei is regretting her decision now. She collapsed on the ground in despair, looking at the back of the Pagani Huayra driving away gracefully, tears streaming down her face. Oh. Lin Weiwei, my heart is so tired. Chapter 3. Are you the owner of this place? Zhang Chen drove to Huazhou Junting in the eastern suburbs. He just pushed Lin Weiwei away without any regard for their past friendship. After all, a green tea gold digger girl is not worthy of Zhang Chen's attention at all. He focused on the car. This car is so cool. The gull-wing door design, wedge-shaped face with glass cabin and streamlined body make it look cool and handsome. The interior space is also very spacious and luxurious. The yacht has wooden floors, an entertainment audio-visual system, an onboard refrigerator, and 2 alpaca leather seats. Luxury is full of technology. In addition, this car uses a large amount of carbon fiber material, the weight of the whole car is controlled at 3,000 pounds, and the streamlined body greatly reduces the air resistance coefficient. Finally, it is equipped with a 6.0L twin-turbocharged engine, making it the undisputed king on the track. The selling price is even more exaggerated. The current domestic landing price is 90 million. More expensive than a Bugatti Veyron. It's worthy of being a 5-star car. I got it with 10 consecutive draws. Zhang Chen thought with a smile. The vehicles on the road gave way and kept a proper distance from him. If you accidentally have close contact with me, you won't be able to afford the compensation, my friend. Soon, Jiang Chen drove to the Huazhou Junting Villa area. At the entrance of the community, in the security room. When security guard Shaoli saw the Pagani Huayra coming towards him, his eyes widened. "Captain, there's a supercar coming. Should we stop it?" "Supercar? Let me see." The security captain immediately stood up from his seat and looked outside. "It's actually Pagani Wind God? Quick! Don't worry about whether he has a pass or not, just start arguing." "Well." Security guard Shaoli immediately pressed the switch to let the car pass. The gate at the door immediately rose slowly. Jiang Chen drove directly into the community and parked the car on the side of the road. Seeing this scene, security guard Shaoli and the captain looked at each other. Although they wanted to ask something, they were too embarrassed to speak. At this time, Jiang Chen walked over here and asked politely, "Excuse me, where is the property here?" "Property? Are you the owner of this place?" The security captain was somewhat unfamiliar with Jiang Chen's face. "Yes, I just bought a house and I'm not familiar with this place." Jiang Chen took out the property certificate in his hand. "Can I see your property deed?" "Can." After getting Jiang Chen's permission, the security captain took the property certificate and looked at it carefully. Gradually, his eyes became horrified. Sigma A. This ordinary-looking young man in front of him not only drives a supercar, but also bought the lakeside villa of Huazhou Junting? What kind of family is this? "Welcome, Mr. Jiang." The security captain was in awe and took it more seriously. "Mr. Jiang, we will call the property management for you immediately. If you need any service in the future, you can always ask for it. Huazhou Junting Security is dedicated to serving you." Jiang Chen nodded, and was quite satisfied with the security service. Even if they are wearing cheap clothes, they will not look down on others. Soon, a beautiful girl came trotting over with a rosy face. Lin Wanqing, property owner of Huazhou Junting. She had just received a call from the security captain, saying that the owner of the lakeside villa had arrived, so she hurried over. When Lin Wanqing saw Jiang Chen, she was stunned for a moment. "Ha? There's a handsome guy here?" A simple white t-shirt and a handsome face give people a sunny and handsome feeling. "Is he the new security guard?" Lin Wanqing blushed, then looked around and asked, "Captain Zhou, where is the owner you mentioned?" "This is the owner of our lakeside villa." The security captain gestured to Jiang Chen, and Lin Wanqing finally reacted. "Ah. So you are the owner of the lakeside villa. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome." Lin Wanqing tilted her head shyly. She just thought Jiang Chen was the new security guard. After all, anyone who can afford a lakeside villa is worth at least tens of billions. The owner she imagined should be an old man with a big belly. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen is so young, so handsome, and so rich. This was really beyond her expectations. "Thank you for the compliment. Now take me to the villa." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Okay, this way, sir." Soon, Lin Wanqing took Jiang Chen to tour the Huazhou Junting community. Huazhou Junting is a high-end residential area in Tianhai City, with a beautiful environment, greenery and vegetation everywhere, and fresh air. In front is a high-rise area with dozens of buildings. Going deeper inside is the villa area. What comes into view are exquisite villas of various styles, scattered among the lush trees. Being in it, it feels like being away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Quiet and remote. Here, a commercial house in a high-rise area costs 20 to 30 million. The price of a villa can even be hundreds of millions. Among them, the most luxurious is the lakeside villa in the center. The top floor of the villa is an open-air balcony, from which you can enjoy a panoramic view of the lake in the distance. There is a huge lawn in front, a swimming pool in the back, and a parking lot on the right side of the villa. It is surrounded by flowers and plants, full of vitality. Looking around, there are many girls in bikinis by the lake, which looks like a landscape painting under the setting sun. Arrived at the entrance of the lakeside villa. Lin Wanqing stopped and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, this is your lakeside villa. I will be responsible for your property from now on." "Okay, thanks." Jiang Chen glanced at the villa and nodded. Lin Wanqing looked at the handsome Jiang Chen and said, "Then, let's add each other on WeChat so that we can contact each other in the future?" After adding WeChat, Lin Wanqing held the phone, her heart pounding. So handsome and so rich, but looking at the profile picture he is still single. Really good. But she is a reserved girl and won't do anything rash. After all, love is a matter of fate. Afterwards, Jiang Chen asked the security captain to drive the car to him and park it in the parking lot of the villa. Jiang Chen also officially walked into the villa. Jiang Chen's arrival also attracted the attention of another family. In the study room opposite the lakeside villa, a girl with a gentle and quiet temperament stood in front of the French window. Watching this scene, her watery eyes flickered slightly, as if thinking about something. Chapter 4. It's different when you have money. In the study room opposite the lakeside villa, Tang Luohuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding a cup of coffee, her brows slightly furrowed. Auntie Lan, the lakeside villa has been sold? Hearing this, the noble and beautiful young woman Auntie Lan behind him nodded and said, "The lakeside villa is in the best location. We talked to them and they refused to sell it. We had to settle for the third villa. I didn't expect that someone would move in today. Is it reserved for this person? It is very likely." Tang Luohuan said, "If this is the case, then it shows that his family background is extraordinary. If not, then anyone who can spend hundreds of millions to buy a villa is not an ordinary person." Aunt Lan nodded slightly. Indeed, to be able to move in so low-key and without making a fuss, this person must be no ordinary person. Tang Luohuan's eyes flickered. The more low-key one is, the more extraordinary his identity is. If a housewarming celebration is celebrated with drums, gongs and firecrackers, causing a sensation in the whole city, this behavior would make one seem like a nouveau riche. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Auntie Lan, you can go over and visit him with gifts to congratulate him on his new home. We will be neighbors in the future, so it is inevitable that we will have dealings with each other." Okay. Aunt Lan bowed slightly and stepped out. At this time, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the villa. The lakeside villa covers a total area of nearly 2,000 square meters, with waterfront embankments, private swimming pools, courtyards, parking lots, etc. The main house has 3 floors, each floor is more than 600 square meters, with spacious space, exquisite decoration, and excellent layout. Every detail is the work of a master architect, full of Chinese charm and showing low-key luxury. The living room on the first floor has a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which allows you to take in the magnificent blue lake view, making you feel open-minded. The beige stone, warm walnut, and black paint used in the decoration give people a warm and comfortable feeling. It is luxurious and gives people full enjoyment. After walking around the villa, Jiang Chen lay on the soft sofa and sighed comfortably. Wow, so cool. Compared to the previous rental house, which was cramped and damp and never saw the sun all year round, this place is simply a paradise in paradise. Sports cars, luxury houses, and 100 million in the bank. This is going to take off. Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. But this is too much money, I don't know how to spend it. The troubles of having money. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Jiang Chen pulled himself back from his thoughts. Who's here? Is it the property management again? He walked out curiously and opened the door. At the door, a woman with excellent temperament stood straight with a smile on her face. The hip skirt outlines her graceful figure, matched with a simple white uniform. She exudes the charm of a mature woman, and she is holding a gift box in her hand. Jiang Chen looked her up and down and asked in confusion. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I'm Xin Shoulan, the housekeeper of Building 3. Xin Shoulan smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, "I heard from the property management today that there is a new owner of the lakeside villa, so I came here specially to visit you." "You're welcome. My name is Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen shook hands with her gently and felt that the sister in front of him seemed a little familiar. Hearing Jiang Chen's name, Xin Shoulan hesitated for a moment and handed over the gift box with both hands. "Mr. Jiang, I was in a hurry and didn't prepare well. This is just a small gift. It's not a respectful gift." "Well, you're very kind." Jiang Chen couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it reluctantly. Xin Shoulan didn't ask any further questions. She and Jiang Chen exchanged contact information and left without even entering the door. Jiang Chen smiled and took the gift box back to the living room. As for where he had seen this elegant sister, Jiang Chen couldn't remember for a moment and stopped thinking about it. Back in the living room, driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen opened the gift box. The outer box is made of exquisite sandalwood, and inside is a small iron box with silk as a backdrop. The iron box actually contained tea leaves. The color is bright reddish-brown, and there is a faint orchid scent. But the quantity is probably less than 2 taels. Very few indeed. But no matter how much it is still a token of their kindness, so we should still return the gift when we have the chance. Jiang Chen was about to put down the tea leaves when he saw a line of small words on the iron box. Huaishan second generation Dahongpo, 60 grams. Wait a minute. The second generation of Huaishan Dahongpo? Jiang Chen knows a little about tea. Dahongpo is a special famous tea with excellent quality. Especially the Dahongpo from Wui Mountain, which is even called the Imperial Red Robe. The special red robe picked from the mother tree is of state banquet grade, and only some official personnel are qualified to taste it. The box he has is the second generation Dahongpo, which is second only to the special supply one in the market. It is the finest product among Dahongpo, and its price per kilogram is close to 1 million. So, this little box will. Hundreds of thousands? Wow, is this rich man's gift so generous? Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it were the old him, he would never have dared to imagine that others would give him a gift of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now, everything has changed. When you have money, others will treat you differently. Then what should I give in return? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought about how he had drawn a box of Lai Mao from the 1930s when he had drawn 10 times in a row today. Although I don't know the exact price, but just based on these few words 1930s, it must be worth a lot. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly extracted the box of Lai Mao from the 1930s from the system space. Soon, a wooden box appeared in front of him. It looked tattered and old. When they opened it, they saw 12 Celadon wine bottles inside. Jiang Chen searched online but didn't find any information. But it looks like it should be worth some money. Okay, it's decided to be you. Jiang Chen stretched, settled the matter first, and decided to visit again in the evening. Then he strolled around the villa at will. The property management regularly sends people to clean this villa, so it is spotless everywhere and has all the necessary daily necessities. You can move in right away. Jiang Chen doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Soon, night fell. After dinner, Jiang Chen came to the door of the 3 villas with a bottle of wine and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door of the villa was pushed open. Xin Xiulan smiled and said softly, "Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Please come in." Then he kindly pulled Jiang Chen in. Sitting in the luxuriously decorated reception room, Jiang Chen casually placed the wine on the table. "Miss Shen's tea is very good. I happen to have a few bottles of wine, so I brought one over. I wonder if you would like to drink it." Xin Xiulan smiled sweetly, "Don't look down on me just because I'm a woman. My alcohol tolerance is no worse than you men." She usually has social engagements, so naturally she drinks. And she was drinking high-end wine. At her level, in addition to drinking, she also needs to be able to appreciate and taste wine. She looked at the wine bottle on the table and her eyes paused. "Ha!" Xin Xiulan picked it up and looked at it carefully. This Celadon bottle is simple and weathered. The sticker on it has turned yellow, but the words Lai Mao can still be vaguely recognized. The mouth of the bottle is sealed tightly with rice paper and wax, and the color is as clear as amber. This is? Xin Xiulan frowned slightly. She had some guesses but was not sure. Jiang Chen casually said, "Lai Mao liquor, from the 1930s. The 30s? Xin Xiulan couldn't help but let out a cry. She looked carefully and it was true. She knows a lot about wine, and her tasting skills are better than her drinking skills. Whenever she talks about this kind of topic with clients, she always gets them to applaud. This is Lai Mao liquor, the predecessor of the national liquor Mao Tai. A bottle of Lai Mao from the 1930s costs at least 2 million. The key is that even if you have money you may not be able to buy it, it is hard to get. Mr. Jiang's spending is really huge." Xin Xiulan moved her fragrant throat and solemnly pushed the wine back to Jiang Chen. "This wine is too expensive. I can't accept it." But his eyes never left the bottle. For her, this wine is extremely valuable and has reached collection level. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "I don't drink, it would be a waste to leave it at my place. Since we are all neighbors, you don't have to refuse." "Well, how can this be possible?" Xin Xiulan hummed unconsciously like a spoiled child and said with a smile, "After all, this is a collection worth 2 or 3 million. I can't accept it without merit. But if Mr. Jiang is willing to part with it, we can discuss the specific price." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. 2 or 3 million? Is this thing so expensive? He has another box at home. But it won't be of much use if left alone, and Jiang Chen doesn't like to drink it. So, just treat it as a return gift, and it can also be a favor to you. Jiang Chen said generously, "Oh, Sister Shen, please don't be polite to me. I still have several bottles of this wine. Please help me finish one bottle." "What? There are still several bottles?" Shin Xiulan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Chapter 5: What is it like to be a billionaire? "Mr. Jiang, you just said you have several bottles of this wine?" Shin Xiu asked in shock. For those who know wine, this wine is a treasure. Jiang Chen actually has several bottles? This is too exaggerated. Jiang Chen deliberately said that there were a few bottles missing. Yeah, only about 5 or 6 bottles. Are they all from this era? Shin Xiulan asked. Yes, they are all Lai Mao from the 1930s. Hearing this, Shin Xiulan's throat rolled and her eyes flickered. This is Lai Mao liquor from the 1930s, it's in short supply. It's perfect as a topic of conversation at the dinner table. But Jiang Chen said it so nonchalantly, not taking it to heart at all. What kind of family is he from? But then again, their group is growing and they really need these. Shin Xiulan's mind started to move, and she asked, "Mr. Jiang, can you sell these wines?" "Hey, I already said it's just a few bottles of wine, why do you have to bring up money?" Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Shin Xiulan couldn't help but smile. "Seriously, Mr. Jiang, can you sell all these wines to me? Let's talk?" Although Jiang Chen said he would give it to her, she knew it very well. This is something worth millions, and once you accept it, it means you are doing a favor. The weight of favors can sometimes be more valuable than money. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. "Well, since you said so, let's talk." Soon, the matter was finalized. Shin Xiulan went out for a while and seemed to report something to others. Jiang Chen went back to get the wine, while Shin Xiulan called over the most professional wine connoisseur in Tianhai City. The wine taster is relatively old, with gray hair on his temples, but he has a lot of experience. After his appraisal, these Lai Mao liquors were confirmed to be genuine and all of them were from the 1930s. At first he thought he had made a mistake in his identification. After all, these 6 bottles of Lai Mao were really horrible, and there were many fakes on the market. But after repeated verification, he finally confirmed it. The wines are now valued at around 2.6 million yuan. After a brief discussion between the two, the price was set at 2.58 million yuan per bottle. Shin Xiulan smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, if there is no problem, let's sign the contract, shall we? Etc." "What's the matter?" Shin Xiulan's pretty face was stunned for a moment, and she looked a little nervous, afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his word. Jiang Chen frowned. "There is indeed a problem. There is a problem with the amount of the contract." Shin Xiulan picked up the contract and looked at it carefully. "No problem, 6 bottles of wine, a total of 15.48 million. As Shin Xiulan spoke, she counted with her fingers. "Logically speaking, my math shouldn't have been taught by my physical education teacher, right? It should be 12.9 million. Jiang Chen said seriously, "I said I would give Miss Shen a bottle. Although there are 6 bottles here, the actual price should be calculated based on 5 bottles, so this price is too high." Shin Xiulan was really stunned this time. Send a bottle? She was used to the intrigues and deceit in the business world, but this was the first time she had seen such a free and easy man. The purchase had already been agreed upon, but the other party still wanted to give me a bottle as a gift. Although Jiang Chen is young, he has a great vision. Shin Xiulan had a high opinion of Jiang Chen, her pretty face relaxed, and she smiled. "Mr. Jiang has a great vision. I am taking advantage of you in this matter. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." She no longer beats around the bush. It's so comfortable to get along with someone as free and easy as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. You also gave me tea, so it's a courtesy. Besides, we are neighbors." Shin Xiulan smiled and nodded, "Yes, we are neighbors." Having said that, Jiang Chen still finished reading the contract. It is a very normal sales contract, and its content is concise and clear. After confirming that there was no problem, Jiang Chen signed his name. Shin Xiulan didn't say anything more and arranged the transfer directly. After receiving the transfer, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. He shook hands with Shin Xiulan, chatted for a few words, then got up and left. Shin Xiulan stood by the window, looking at Jiang Chen's tall figure with a smile on her lips. At this time, the sound of brisk footsteps was heard. Tang Luohuan walked up to her and also looked at Jiang Chen outside the window. Miss. Shin Xiulan looked respectful. Tang Luohuan nodded slightly, his voice clear and pleasant. Is the transaction going smoothly? Well, it went very smoothly. The quality of the wine is excellent, which is hard to come by. Shin Xiulan said. This kind of top quality wine is in short supply. If you operate it properly, it will be no problem to sell a bottle for 3 to 5 million. Moreover, the older the Lai Mao is, the more valuable it is. In other words, the value of this wine will continue to rise just by keeping it there. Guaranteed profit. We took advantage. Tang Luohuan nodded and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you know his identity? Shin Xiulan shook her head. It's not clear yet. He might be from a reclusive family and is relatively low-key. But this Mr. Jiang is quite interesting. I said I was just a housekeeper, but he didn't look down on me at all. Instead, he put me on the same level. I received over 100,000 yuan worth of tea and received over 2 million yuan worth of wine. He is very frank, a little different from the average person. Shin Xiulan was full of praise for Jiang Chen. Accustomed to the intrigues in the business world, Shin Xiulan has a liking for simple people like this. It seems that our neighbor is quite interesting. Tang Luohuan's lips curled up into a smile, bright and dazzling. I've recently been discussing equipment supply with Zhao Minghong of the Zhao Group. With this information, let's see if we can lower the price. Okay. Shin Xiulan nodded and prepared to leave the room. Oh, Aunt Lan. Since one of the bottles is given to you by someone, you can take it. Shin Xiulan's eyes lit up, really? Real. Tang Luohuan smiled faintly. Thank you, miss. Shin Xiulan was as happy as a little kid. To her, this is a priceless treasure. So, she decided to treasure the bottle of wine Jiang Chen gave her. When I got home, it was already very late. Jiang Chen stretched, took off his clothes, and lay happily in the bathtub. Enjoying the gentle flow of water slowly caressing the whole body and mind are extremely relaxed. Comfortable. Jiang Chen suddenly wanted to open Bihu and answer netizens' questions seriously. What is it like to be a billionaire? Chapter 6, Jiang Chen, will take this salary. The next day. The first thing Jiang Chen did when he woke up was to turn on the system. Great, the system is still there. After washing up, Jiang Chen started today's lottery. The host currently has 1 remaining draws. Do you want to draw now? Smoke. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and the rich man's roulette wheel immediately began to spin rapidly. Ding. Reward, a Patek Philippe 5002p Platinum watch. Oh my god. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately searched the internet. Patek Philippe, a world-renowned watch brand. The Patek Philippe 5002p is Patek Philippe's best work, no doubt about it. The official price is 17.6 million yuan. It is no exaggeration to say that a small platinum screw is equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary person. Moreover, due to its extremely technical complexity and ingenious design, only 2 of the 180 Patek Philippe master watchmakers can make this model. Only 2 are produced each year. This is the ultimate watch that the rich dream of. The king of watches. Jiang Chen took out the watch and opened the golden brown watch box. A watch lies quietly in it. Made of 950 platinum and paired with an alligator leather strap, it exudes elegance and luxury. This is a double-faced watch. The front side displays hours, minutes, calendar, moon phases, power reserve. The reverse side shows the second local time, the 4-digit year, and the perpetual calendar. There are more than 20 functions. The case, which is less than 50 mm in size, contains 214 independent parts, and there are hand-engraved laurel wreath reliefs on the bezel and lugs. Luxurious yet not revealing. If I have to describe it in 2 words, it would be so cool. Jiang Chen is not planning to sell it. After all, he is not short of money now. What man doesn't want a dream watch? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen put on the watch, and his temperament instantly improved. Temperament +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. At this time, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang and someone sent him a WeChat message. When I opened it, it was my colleague Chen Yu. Chen Yu, Jiang Chen, why don't you not come today? Zhou Tao has been sitting in your seat since early morning. I don't think you will get your salary back. Chen Yu, unless you admit your mistake to Zhou Tao today, I will also plead for you, maybe things can turn around. Seeing this, Jiang Chen closed WeChat directly. This Chen Yu is not a good guy either. He usually treats Jiang Chen as a brother, but he didn't say a word when he was fired yesterday. But today he is acting like a big shot and asking me not to go to the company? If you want your salary, you have to admit your mistake to your manager? Why? Jiang Chen must take back what belongs to him no matter what. Even if it's only $3,000, so what? That's your own money too. I, Jiang Chen, will take this salary. Jiang Chen sneered, picked up the car keys, turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Go to the company. Orange Technology. It is actually a branch of Orange Light Group, with its headquarters located in the Financial Street building. At this time, in the office of Orange Technology, Chen Yu put away his phone and reported to Zhou Tao with a smile. Manager, I've already told Jiang Chen. I think he will come today. I'll try to persuade him to admit his mistake to you. Yeah, well done. Zhou Tao sat at Jiang Chen's workstation, typing away on his laptop with a calm expression. As we all know, this is the calm before the storm. Jiang Chen scolded him in the group yesterday. Today he decided to discuss Jiang Chen and get his place back. Even if Jiang Chen admitted his mistake to him, he couldn't get the 3,000 yuan back. Colleagues around were whispering. Hey, this Chen Yu is such a jerk. He has such a good relationship with Jiang Chen, but now he betrays him? Ah, that's right. I saw him being taken care of by Jiang Chen a lot before. If it were me, I wouldn't come here. Why would I come here and suffer for $3,000? Hey, Jiang Chen is really good, he works hard and is handsome, why did the manager fire him? A girl shook her head inside, her face full of regret. Jiang Chen is so handsome. It would be pleasing to the eye to work with him in the future, right? Wu Qian on the side said disdainfully, what's the use of looks? Last time the manager moved, everyone gave red envelopes except him. If we don't fire him, who should we fire? She has a seductive look, fiery red lips, and exquisite makeup, which would give her a score of around 80. She is also a beauty. She said to herself, in today's society, if you have no money, no power, and don't know the current situation, you will be eliminated by society. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you think you are so proud when you are poor? Why don't you just take the 3,000 and leave? Why do you have to argue in the group? Well, now I don't have a penny. The girl didn't respond. What Wu Qian said may make some sense, but she does not completely agree with it. At least she thought Jiang Chen was sunny, friendly, and manly. Putting aside the financial aspect, at least he is a good partner for dating. The gossiping female colleague came over. Wu Qian, how are you and Manager Zhou doing? That's right, is Manager Zhou planning to propose to you by buying this house? Zhou Tao has been eyeing Wu Qian for a long time. Everyone in the office knows it. Wu Qian twisted her hair with her fingers, don't talk nonsense. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He looked at Zhou Tao, only to see that he was also secretly looking at him. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Have a car and a house. Not bad. However, the house was bought with a loan, and I wonder if it will bring me pressure after getting married. She's willing to live in a big house, but she doesn't want to take out a mortgage. Well, I need to think about it carefully. Bang! The glass door of the office was pushed open and the talking stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen walked in slowly with his hands in his belt. Oh my god, it really came. Why do I have a feeling that a storm is coming? I hope Zhou Tao will give me some face. Oh, I didn't expect you to come? Zhou Tao said in a sinister voice. Jiang Chen said coldly, stop talking nonsense and give me my salary. You bastard, you want your salary and you dare to talk to me like this? Zhou Tao slammed the table hard and stood up. What's wrong? The salary is what I deserve. Is there any problem if I take it back? Jiang Chen sneered, showing no fear at all. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Chen Yu immediately stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't be like this. Let's talk it out. I don't think the manager will deliberately embarrass you. Get out of my way. Jiang Chen pushed him away with one hand. Jiang Chen had already seen through this guy's little trick. Chen Yu was pushed back several steps, looking dazed. He couldn't figure it out. What made Jiang Chen so tough? At this time, Zhou Tao smiled mysteriously. Okay, Jiang Chen, if you want salary, then let's talk about it. Chapter 7 Bite Back. Okay, Jiang Chen, since you want salary, let's talk about it. Zhou Tao sneered, clicked on a file on the computer, and spoke slowly. Remember, you met with a client last week, but because of your serious mistake, the deal was not concluded, causing huge losses to our company. The company will now deduct 3,000 yuan from your salary at its discretion. Not too much, is it? That's not even counting the charge of you openly contradicting your superior. Jiang Chen, what else do you have to say now? Hearing these words, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. What bullshit! That customer last week was a familiar face. He always came to ask about the price. No one was too lazy to go, so you let me deal with it. Now I am the one who caused huge losses to the company? Oh, I see. Are you trying to trick me by accusing me of something I didn't even know about? Jiang Chen questioned. Trick you? So what if I trick you? You're just a lousy worker, what can you do to fight me? Zhou Tao said condescendingly, aren't you very arrogant? You openly contradicted me in the group yesterday, and now you don't admit your mistake to me, and you still want to get the 3,000 yuan back? So what you're saying is that causing serious losses to the company is all bullshit, and as long as I apologize to you, you'll pay me back, right? Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone, with a serious expression on his face. The colleagues who were watching were gloating when they saw that Jiang Chen was about to give in. But for some people, the mood becomes complicated. They used to think that Jiang Chen was ignorant of the times and did not understand the ways of the world. But now, if we put ourselves in his shoes, we can see that Zhou Tao fired Jiang Chen because of personal feelings, and even put obstacles in Jiang Chen's way, deducting his salary for a month's hard work. Doesn't your conscience hurt? We all come out to work, is it easy? If they were in Jiang Chen's situation in the future, would they still be able to laugh? At this moment, these colleagues actually hoped that Jiang Chen could be tenacious to the end, and resist even if it was like an egg hitting a rock. To a greater or lesser extent, they all found their own shadows in Jiang Chen. This is not just Jiang Chen's struggle. Hearing Jiang Chen finally give in, Zhou Tao showed a smug look on his face. Yes, Jiang Chen, as long as you apologize to me, I will consider returning the 3,000 to you. Of course, what he said was bullshit. Even if Jiang Chen apologized, he would not return the 3,000 yuan to Jiang Chen. He is a manager. Isn't it easy for him to play with a small employee like Jiang Chen? He felt that he had Jiang Chen in his grasp. But who would have thought that the scene he imagined, Jiang Chen apologizing to him, did not appear? Zhou Tao, are you dreaming about apologizing to you? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and said with a cold look. I have just recorded the entire conversation between us. You are withholding my salary out of personal hatred. You are such a bastard manager, just wait for your disgrace. By then, the Orange Light Group will sue you to protect its reputation. Do you think you can still survive in this industry? Jiang Chen's two short sentences were powerful and impactful. The whole place was instantly silent. They never expected that things had taken a big turn. Jiang Chen did not give in, but chose to fight to the end. At this time, Zhou Tao's arrogant words were still heard on the phone. Cheat you? So what? You're just a lousy worker, what can you do to fight me? These words seemed particularly ironic and harsh in this silent office. Zhou Tao's eyes turned red instantly and he said through gritted teeth. You idiot, you really don't know what's good for you. You're even recording me. Hurry and give me your phone. He became angry and rushed towards Jiang Chen. But he often sang and drank too much, and his physical strength was already exhausted. How could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen simply raised his foot and kicked towards his beer belly. Bang! Zhou Tao was kicked back a few steps, and his back hit the desk hard. It just looked painful. But Zhou Tao no longer cared about the pain and shouted in panic, Chen Yu, stop Jiang Chen. Don't let him walk out of here with his phone, call security. Chen Yu glanced at Zhou Tao, who was in a state of disgrace, and then at Jiang Chen, who looked calm and composed. His mind was racing. He was faced with a dilemma. Should he help Zhou Tao? In the future, I have to become a marketing team leader, right? But if I help Jiang Chen, will I get any benefit? Before he could say anything, Jiang Chen said with a joking smile, Chen Yu, you want to help him and betray me? Chen Yu's eyes flickered a little, and he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, you'd better delete the video in your phone. Otherwise, when the security guards come later, you may be in trouble. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed loudly and instantly regained his composure, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. The former friendship with Chun Yu was completely shattered at this moment. I'm leaving now, I don't know who can stop me. Jiang Chen waved his sleeves and strode out the door. Jiang Chen, then don't blame me. Chen Yu made a prompt decision and immediately ran in front of Jiang Chen, shouting. Security! Security, come quickly and stop Jiang Chen. He's going to take our company's secrets. We can't let him leave here. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the office, and voices of greetings were heard. Boss Shen. Welcome, Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen? Zhou Tao's eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. Isn't this the chance to bite back? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and stopped. Zhou Tao immediately got up from the ground, ran to the office door, and pushed the glass door open. Boss Shen, you have to make the decision for me. The miserable sound echoed in the corridor. Looking at his shameless behavior, his colleagues lowered their heads and dared not speak. Mr. Shen frowned and looked at him, saying unhappily, as a manager, do you still need me to make decisions for you? What happened? Zhou Tao said with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen. It's my fault for not managing my employees well enough, which led to this kind of outrageous thing happening. Mr. Shen frowned even deeper. What's going on? Don't beat around the bush. Zhou Tao wiped away the non-existent tears and said, our employees have done something wrong, causing the company to suffer huge losses. I fired him, but I didn't expect him to call me a shitty manager. I was merciless this time and deducted 3,000 yuan from him according to the regulations. But I didn't expect him to bite back and now report our company, damaging our company's reputation. I stepped forward to stop him, but to my surprise, he actually hit me. I suspect this kind of person is a spy sent by the enemy company. I really have no other choice. Please, Mr. Shen, investigate this thoroughly. Zhou Tao is indeed a bad manager. His remarks distorted the facts, but they are still valid. Even if Jiang Chen's recording was released, he could explain that he was testing whether the other party was a company spy. When he finished crying, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. President Shen's face was sullen and her deep voice was filled with extreme anger. Are you saying that there are spies in our company? Yes, I suspect this is very likely. Zhou Tao nodded and said that he didn't care how serious the crime was. Anyway, it's good enough that I can cover up my own affairs. It's too serious. Mr. Shen's face darkened. As the general manager of Orange Light Group, this is a branch and she seldom comes here. She came for an inspection today, but she didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Is there commercial espionage? This is simply challenging her bottom line. Take me over there. I want to see which company sent this commercial spy. Mr. Shen said in a deep voice. Zhou Tao deliberately said, Boss Shen, you have to be careful, he is very skilled, I am afraid he will hurt you. Mr. Shen's face looked extremely ugly. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Zhou Tao looked delighted. The time is right, and I am a senior executive of the Orange Light Group. Moreover, he had the upper hand. There was no reason for Mr. Shen to believe the nonsense of a suspected spy. He just wanted to suppress Jiang Chen and vent his anger. But I didn't expect this series of events to happen. Now it seems that Mr. Shen has really been pissed off. Maybe Jiang Chen could be sent directly to the Public Security Bureau for a thorough investigation. This would not be a bad result. Zhou Tao smiled secretly, his plan had succeeded. Boss Shen. Boss Shen. When the employees in the office saw the visitor, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Chen with pity. I didn't expect that the cold and beautiful killer Shen was just there. Jiang Chen is in trouble. When Chen Yu saw Mr. Shen, he was delighted. He hurriedly approached Jiang Chen and whispered with a sneer. Jiang Chen, you're done. I just advised you, but you didn't listen. Now Manager Zhou has accused you of being a corporate spy. I wonder how you can still be so arrogant. No matter how right Jiang Chen is, this is how society and the workplace are, with layers of protection. It is impossible for the top management to fire their own backbone personnel just for a small employee like you. Zhou Tao naturally noticed this scene and pointed at Jiang Chen and said loudly. It's him. He was the one who insulted and beat up his boss, and even recorded a video threatening him, trying to destroy our company's reputation. He must be a corporate spy. As he said that, Zhou Tao asked Chen Yu to help him and even exposed his back. Look. If I wasn't in good health, this kick from him would have broken my bones. Boss Shin, we shouldn't believe a word a black sheep like him says. Mr. Shun? Zhou Tao looked at Ms. Shin strangely. Why didn't she speak? Too angry to speak? Mr. Shin's eyes were wide open, his breathing was rapid, and he seemed to be very shocked. Then she stepped on her high heels and walked quickly towards Jiang Chen. Zhou Tao smiled sinisterly and looked at Jiang Chen triumphantly. You're doomed, kid. You are too young to fight with me. The looks from my colleagues ranged from teasing to sympathy. But the idea is very unified. Sure enough, Jiang Chen is done. He can't beat the opponent, and he can say that what is wrong is right. What can you do? But the next scene shocked everyone's eyes. Zhou Tao's smile froze on his face instantly. Mission walked quickly to Jiang Chen, held his hand, and smiled very kindly. Mr. Jiang, how come you have time to come here without informing me in advance so that I can prepare? Jiang Chen looked strange. No wonder I felt Shin Xiulan looked familiar the first time I saw her. Now that I think about it, there was her photo on the company poster. She is actually the general manager of Orange Light Group. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a smile. Miss Shun, what a coincidence. Chapter 8, I give you 3 minutes, disappear immediately. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face and shook hands gently with Shin Xiulan. Shin Xiulan couldn't help but feel a little confused. How did this mysterious Mr. Jiang appear in the company? Could it be that he has something to ask me? The quality of yesterday's Lai Mao liquor was beyond expectations, it can be said to be the best of the best. The other party even gave me a bottle, which I now keep in the wine cellar. This also made her feel good about Jiang Chen. But I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. At this moment, Shin Xiulan noticed the watch on Jiang Chen's hand, and her heart skipped a beat. This watch. Mr. Jiang is indeed not a simple person. Zhou Tao's throat was dry and he looked at the scene in disbelief. Mr. Shin, who always appears cool and elegant, actually took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Chen? Looking at his expression, there seems to be a hint of ambiguous? Mr. Shin, did you recognize the wrong person? His name is Jiang Chen, the commercial spy I told you about. I think you are a corporate spy. Shin Xiulan's eyes were fixed on waiting for him. This is my neighbor, Mr. Jiang. He has a very distinguished status. Not only that, but he also has tens of millions of dollars in business dealings with our company. Be careful what you say. What? There was a loud boom in the office. Oh my god. Neighbor? I remember Mr. Shen lives in the Huazhou Junting Villa district, right? Fuck, Jiang Chen has a villa in Tianhai? That SA mansion worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god. Business dealings worth tens of millions? Is Jiang Chen so generous? Did I hear it wrongly? Wu Qian looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling. My heart is pounding. At first I thought Jiang Chen was a loser, but I didn't expect him to be a rich man who likes to experience life. Mr. Shin called him of noble status. Live in a Lakeview villa worth hundreds of millions. We also have business cooperation with the company worth tens of millions. What is this? A perfect rich son-in-law. In contrast, Zhou Tao, as a department manager, has a house of less than 100 square meters and a mortgage of 1 million. What a world of difference. He was killed instantly by Jiang Chen. Get out of my way. Wu Qian took out a makeup mirror and started to put on her makeup. Marry into a wealthy family, and the chance for a chick to turn into a phoenix has come. After more than 20 years, my face finally has a place to be put to use. Hee hee, watch me show you my 36 strategies to seduce a man. Wu Qian is very confident in her green tea skills, so it is no problem for her to win over Jiang Chen. I have even begun to fantasize about a wealthy life in the future. But Zhou Tao still didn't give up. He was clearly just a small-time scoundrel wearing cheap clothes. How did he suddenly transform into the distinguished Mr. Jiang? Mr. Shin must have made a mistake. Yes, that must be it. Boss Shin, take a good look at him. His name is Jiang Chen. He is an intern in our department for a month. He is not some rich young man. Don't be fooled by him. Zhou Tao said anxiously. Shin Xiulan's eyes became increasingly cold. Why is this idiot not done yet? Must he anger Mr. Jiang? Of course I know Mr. Jiang's name. He was a guest at my house yesterday. We negotiated a deal worth over 10 million. How could I have made a mistake? It's you. Why are you messing around here instead of working properly during working hours? Shin Xiulan scolded coldly. Zhou Tao was dumbfounded. Even if he was slow to react, he should have understood it by now. Jiang Chen's identity is really extraordinary. But why would such a rich man come to work as an employee in a company? Experience life? Mr. Jiang, I mismanaged it. Please don't take it personally. I hope this won't affect our relationship. Shin Xiulan apologized in public. Certainly. Jiang Chen said, we are partners and friends. This little thing is nothing. Shin Xiulan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang is so generous. She values their relationship so much that it's not just about a few bottles of wine. But it's the energy behind Jiang Chen. Besides, their relationship had just been established. If it broke up because of such a small matter, she would not only be unwilling in her heart, but the lady would not let her go either. Shin Xiulan's attitude made everyone gasp. Zhou Tao has hit a wall. This is a kick on Captain America's shield. But Jiang Chen smiled and said, Manager Zhou is right. I did intern here for a month. What on earth is going on? Shin Xiulan was really stunned. Then Jiang Chen recounted the whole story to him. The tone was very calm, without revealing any emotion and without deliberately exaggerating anything. But the more this happened, the more I could feel his dissatisfaction. The more Shin Xiulan listened, the angrier she became. After hearing the last part, he slapped the table. She turned around, staring at Zhou Tao with her dead eyes, cold and chilly. A mere department manager actually wants Jiang Chen to give him a gift? Not only did you fail to accept the gift, you also persuaded people to leave? As a result, he was threatened in a video and slandered as a corporate spy? It's so embarrassing. Shin Xiulan was so angry that she even wanted to kill someone. Zhou Tao lowered his head, not daring to look Shin Xiulan in the eye. I feel so bitter. Shin Xiulan pointed at him and Shinyu, frowning deeply, and said angrily, you two, get out of here right now. The company can't tolerate black sheep like you. She was so angry that she swore. Zhou Tao's face turned red, knowing that he could no longer stay in this company. Just throw away the jar. He stiffened his neck and said, I can fire you. But you have to compensate me according to the legal standards. Otherwise, I will apply for labor arbitration. Anyway, it has come to this, so whatever you can gain is better. Shin Xiulan was panting heavily. You almost caused her to suffer huge losses, and you still want compensation? Good, very good. Shin Xiulan laughed in anger. Don't worry, I won't give you a penny less. But I will investigate everything you have done in the company and reserve the right to sue you. Besides, I, Shin Xiulan, guarantee that in Tianhai, in this industry, there is absolutely no place for you, Zhou Tao. The sound is deafening. Shin Xiulan is considered a top star in the Tianhai industry. If you want to get a Zhou Tao, it's just a matter of words. Even if Zhou Tao has clean hands, he will not be able to survive in Tianhai in the future. Zhou Tao finally responded and hurriedly pleaded, I was wrong just now, Mr. Shin, please give me another chance. I'll give you 3 minutes. Get out of here right now. Don't force me to call security. Shin Xiulan turned to Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, are you injured anywhere? Let me take a look for you. Jiang Chen paused and said, I just kicked Zhou Tao and my waist is a little twisted. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the empty office. When passing by Zhou Tao, he didn't even look at him. The office door slammed shut. Zhou Tao shuddered and sat on the ground, lifeless. It's over, it's all over. Chapter 9, Jiang Chen is the family heir? Zhou Tao shuddered and sat on the ground, lifeless. It's over, it's all over. Chenghuan Group is a leading high-tech enterprise in Tianhai. Being able to become a department manager in this branch, the salary is naturally high. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pay the down payment and buy a house in Tianhai. But now it's all over. With just one word from Shin Xiulan, Zhou Tao would no longer have a place to stand in Tianhai. This was all because of his one thought. Zhou Tao's heart was filled with regret. Chen Yu was squatting on the side, looking miserable. Why should I help Zhou Tao? The result was that he was fired. I used to be on good terms with Jiang Chen, but I didn't expect that Jiang Chen was actually a hidden rich man. If I choose to help Jiang Chen, I will be very successful in the future. He also felt regretful in his heart. Unfortunately, now it's too late. He didn't have the face to face Jiang Chen again. The office was silent. The employees who used to fawn on him now stay away from them, fearing to have anything to do with him. It's as if Zhou Tao is a virus. This is the workplace, this is reality. Think about how Jiang Chen was fired before, wasn't he the same? At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Zhou Tao looked up and couldn't help but feel refreshed. It's Wu Qian. He stood up hurriedly and said excitedly. Shanqian, I didn't expect you. I didn't expect that Wu Qian would come and comfort me at this time. Failure in the workplace but success in love, think about it, it's not unacceptable. But soon, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Wu Qian just walked past him without noticing him, like a noble swan. She walked to the workstation of a female colleague and said delicately, "See you, send me Jiang Chen's WeChat. I have something to talk to him about." The female colleague forced a smile and said, "I don't have his WeChat." She does. But she didn't want to give it to him. She remembered clearly how Wu Qian had belittled Jiang Chen. How is that possible? You said Jiang Chen was pretty nice before, so you should have his WeChat ID, right? Wu Qian said unwillingly. The female colleague shrugged, "I really don't have it, I deleted it before." Go ask the manager, he must have Jiang Chen's contact information. The people around her looked at her strangely. I didn't notice it before and thought she was an honest girl. I didn't expect it to be Yan Hui. Isn't this like pouring lava on Zhou Tao's wound? Wu Qian hesitated for a moment, and actually walked to Zhou Tao. Manager Zhou, could you please give me Jiang Chen's number? Puff. Zhou Tao was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sandman is so heartbreaking. At this time, in the general manager's office, the air was filled with the smell of balm. This kind of thing is generally used to apply on bruises and injuries. Jiang Chen leaned back in the chair and pulled up his t-shirt, revealing his muscular waist. His waist was actually fine, but since the other party was so enthusiastic, it's not easy for him to refuse. Xin Xiulan leaned forward slightly and gently massaged Jiang Chen's waist with her delicate hand smeared with elixir. The masculine aura from Jiang Chen made her heart tremble a little, and her pretty face gradually turned red. Mr. Jiang, will this be better? Xin Xiulan's soft and gentle voice showed her womanly tenderness. This was the first time in her life that she had such intimate physical contact with a boy, so her technique was naturally a little unfamiliar. Yeah, much better. Jiang Chen looked closely at the woman in front of him. Her skin was tender and fair with a rosy glow. Her figure is perfect, she is definitely a stunner. If this was his woman, Jiang Chen would definitely hold her in his arms and kiss her. Mission, okay, let's leave it at that for now. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xin Xiulan's cheeks felt slightly hot, and she stopped what she was doing. Afterwards, the two of them changed offices and sat down together to drink tea and chat. They were in tacit agreement and neither of them mentioned what happened today. This matter was actually insignificant. In contrast, Xin Xiulan seemed quite curious about why Jiang Chen came here for an internship for a month. Jiang Chen also spoke the truth. Make money and make a living. Xin Xiulan smiled and nodded, but she didn't believe it at all. He lives in a luxurious villa, drives a supercar, and the watch he wears alone is worth at least 20 million. Then come to the company as an intern and make a living? You're kidding. I'm afraid the salary offered is not enough to even pay the property management fees. According to Xin Xiulan's intuition, Jiang Chen should be undergoing a family trial. The purpose of the family trial is to allow the heir to experience life and conduct field research. And examine the content. Maybe he is looking for a business project or a partner. Even if it is a secluded family, it still has to invest in business abroad to have prospects. Orange Light is an emerging enterprise with great potential. However, this inspection was obviously a failure. Thinking of what Zhou Tao had done, Xin Xiulan felt so angry that her teeth were itching. The impact on cooperation is one thing, but the key is that it is extremely embarrassing. But Jiang Chen did not show any displeasure, as if the matter was really over. Xin Xiulan has seen countless people, but Jiang Chen gives her a very strange feeling. It is casual and free, yet has an indescribable mystery that makes it hard to fathom. Compared to the young masters of noble families she had met, he was less pompous and more wild and unrestrained. Instead, it makes people feel friendly. The two felt like they had met too late and chatted until noon. Xin Xiulan invited enthusiastically, "Mr. Jiang, please stay for lunch so that I can play the role of a good host. Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and said, Ms. Shen, I have something else to do today. Let's meet next time. After all, we are neighbors and we have a long way to go. He has to go back to his old rental house today, and he also has to wash off the smell of bomb on his body. Well, there's a long way to go. I'll take you there. Shin Xiulan showed a hint of regret in her eyes. She stood up, shook hands with Jiang Chen, and sent Jiang Chen away. Chapter 10, So Domineering, I Like It So Much. Shin Xiulan sent Jiang Chen to the elevator and watched him leave before returning to the office. Bite. The elevator arrived and Jiang Chen walked in. The elevator came down from the top floor, and a woman was standing inside. To be precise, she is a beauty. The black miniskirt and shirt outline her figure perfectly, and a few teardrop moles on her cold face add a touch of charm. She is wearing a black coat, which makes her skin look even whiter. Looking at the entire Tianhai city, this is definitely a top beauty. Goddess level, 99 points plus. Jiang Chen spoke highly of her, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Unexpectedly, this beauty stared at Jiang Chen without blinking, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity and exploration. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He is a bit handsome, but not that eye-catching, right? Could it be? Are you disgusted by the smell of bomb on your body? Jiang Chen sniffed her body and the beautiful woman seemed to find it very interesting. I couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Chen heard the chuckle coming from behind him. He was puzzled and depressed at the same time, so he simply turned around and asked, Hello, do we know each other? The beautiful woman tilted her head and said with a smile, Isn't your way of chatting up people too old-fashioned? Chatting? Jiang Chen said helplessly, Forget it, if you want to flirt, then just flirt. In other words, we don't know each other, right? The beauty thought about it and nodded, to be precise, we don't really know each other. Jiang Chen continued to ask, Is it because the smell of the elixir on my body is too pungent? The beautiful lady sniffed and said, Yes, a little, but not enough to choke you. Jiang Chen glared at her unhappily. Then why are you laughing? Jiang Chen looked at her as if she was a psychopath and turned around and stopped talking to her. The beauty was stunned for a while, then her fair face flushed. This is not shy. I was angry. She looked at Jiang Chen with resentment. How come this guy has no gentlemanly manners at all? Does he have to be so rude when talking to girls? Big straight man. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 26th floor and several girls came in chattering. I think Zhou Tao is really unlucky. You asked for it, don't blame others. Jiang Chen is handsome and rich, a perfect son-in-law. It's a pity that I didn't get his contact information. Ahem. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but cough. Wu Qian looked back and her eyes lit up instantly. It was Jiang Chen. God will not let down those who work hard, and those who are destined to meet will meet no matter how far apart they are. My chance has come. She pushed aside a few of her sisters, squeezed next to Jiang Chen, and said delicately, Brother, I didn't expect to meet in the elevator. We are so destined. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Who are you? He remembered that the woman was in finance, but he had rarely dealt with her, so he had forgotten her name. Wu Qian snorted secretly. Pack. Pretend for me again. I'm a great lady in finance, how could you not remember me? She lifted her hair and moved closer to Jiang Chen. You're so annoying. You're pretending to be unfamiliar with me. I'm Wu Qian. Oh. Jiang Chen imitated her in drawing out the sound. You remember? Wu Qian was all smiles, he really remembered her. A beauty is a beauty. Jiang Chen pinched his chin and asked uncertainly, You are? Wu Qian. A few suppressed laughs were heard in the elevator. I'm Wu, your sister Qian. Forget it, I'll forgive you for the money. Wu Qian suppressed her anger and said with a sweet smile, My name is Wu Qian, and it is pronounced with the fourth tone, Qian. Don't make a mistake next time. Jiang Chen nodded seriously, Okay, Wu signed. I can bear it. Wu Qian tugged at her clothes, revealing her rather spectacular figure. Little brother, is there anything I can do later? I know a Japanese restaurant that is very authentic. She bit her lips, her eyes seductive. It was obviously hinting to Jiang Chen that he could do without the food after eating the Japanese food. Jiang Chen is not a newbie who has never been in love, you can't tell from this. That's all nonsense. He looked Wu Qian up and down. She was wearing a tight white t-shirt and hot pants, revealing her belly button and two slender legs. It outlines a graceful figure while also exuding a youthful vibe. It is indeed very beautiful. But to be honest, dressing like this to work is definitely a violation of company discipline. However, because this is a branch, the management and control are not strict, and Zhou Tao was trying to please her before, so why would she care about such a small matter? Jiang Chen frowned and said, "Don't wear belly-revealing clothes in the future." Wu Qian's face lit up with joy. "We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet, but you've already started caring about me. This is because I don't want other men to look at me. So domineering, so strong. I like it so much." She said shyly, "Well, I'll listen to you and won't wear it anymore." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "That's good. Wearing belly-revealing clothes will cause diarrhea." Ah? Diarrhea? Before Wu Qian could react, the elevator had already reached the first floor. Jiang Chen walked out without looking back. Ha 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 ha. At the beginning, the beauty in the elevator held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out. Wu Qian also reacted. Jiang Chen is making fun of her. The laughter at this moment seemed particularly harsh, and Wu Qian turned around angrily. "You are so funny." The voice stopped abruptly. After seeing the beauty's appearance clearly, Wu Qian was completely petrified. "Mr. Tang? Hello, Mr. Tang? Mr. Tang." No one dared to leave the elevator and greeted each other respectfully. Tang Luohuan stood up straight, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and waved casually. "Let's all go. By the way, Wu Qian, please stay for a moment." When people were leaving, Tang Luohuan called Wu Qian. "My name is Wu Qian." She roared in her heart, but she didn't even dare to correct it on the surface, and lowered her head. "Mr. Tang." Tang Luohuan walked up to her and completely blew her away in terms of aura and appearance. How can a small clerk compare to the temperament that is cultivated through the ups and downs of the business world? Even if it's just looks, Wu Qian pales in comparison to Tang Luohuan. One is considered a beauty, while the other is stunning. There is no comparison. Tang Luohuan said, "You should pay attention to your dress in the company in the future. You can't wear this kind of clothes anymore." "Okay." Wu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she wasn't held accountable for swearing. This Mr. Tang is countless times more terrifying than Mr. Shen. Tang Luohuan said with a strange look, "I'm doing this for your own good. It's really easy to pull when you wear it like this." Wu Qian. She had a hunch. I'm afraid she will never be able to get rid of the two words Wu Qian and diarrhea. Tang Luohuan arrived at the company gate and just saw Jiang Chen driving away in a cool Pagani. Recalling his attitude towards herself and Wu Qian, a smile slowly appeared on her lips. Interesting. What a textbook straight man. Chapter 11. I heard you shouting for help? Here, Jiang Chen was driving a supercar on the streets of Tianhai. Wherever he went, he attracted everyone's attention, and many people took photos enthusiastically. Enjoying such a burning gaze, Jiang Chen in the car silently put on a mask. He doesn't want to be so high profile now. He drove his car and prepared to return to his previous rental house. It belongs to the LC area, which is relatively remote and not very convenient for vehicles to enter. So he parked his car in an open-air parking lot near the community. Get off. Jiang Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked away quickly. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard in front. A passing BMW M1N1 suddenly braked. Jiang Chen took a closer look. The BMW was driving normally when a Range Rover was reversing outwards in a parking space. It did not notice the oncoming car and was so busy reversing that it directly hit the BMW. It's clear that Range Rover is fully responsible. At this time, a fat, big-eared man wearing a big gold chain and full of social air got out of the Land Rover Range Rover and started cursing. Get out of the car. How the hell do you drive? Can't you see I'm sending a car out here? Are you blind? My new Land Rover, which cost more than 2 million yuan, was hit by your little broken car and left a big dent. What do you think I should do? Pay me compensation. As he spoke, the driver got out of the BMW. When Jiang Chen saw the driver clearly, his eyes lit up. She turned out to be a cute girl. She was wearing flat shoes and a pair of white and slender long legs under her denim shorts, full of youthful vitality. Her figure under the teddy bear t-shirt was very sizable and exuded temptation. She has a sweet and cute appearance. Jiang Chen roughly estimates that she has a score of at least 95. The girl was yelled at by the burly man and her face became very nervous and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, and I didn't see you were reversing. What should I do? This seemed to be the first time the girl had encountered this situation. In addition, the burly man had a face full of flesh and came at her with a fierce momentum, so the girl was almost scared to tears. The big man looked at the beautiful woman with a smile, then glanced at the little BMW. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart, and then he smiled slyly. What to do? Hey, since you hit my car, you have to compensate me. To tell you the truth, the damage you sustained will cost at least 200,000 to repair. All the parts are imported. They must be imported. Jiang Chen laughed. Is he trying to blackmail someone? The girl was shocked when she heard it. 200,000? Oh my god. I don't have that much money to compensate you. How about you wait for me to call and I'll help you out? Hearing this, the big man raised the corner of his mouth and grinned evilly. Girl, you're driving this kind of car at such a young age. You must have made so much money by shooting a lot of videos online, right? I know your industry very well. In this case, 200,000 is indeed not a small amount. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Just accompany your brother and we can settle this matter privately. How about that? The girl was confused for a moment. What did this mean? Seeing the big man with greedy eyes, he walked slowly towards him as if he was staring at a prey. The girl stepped back in fear. No, don't mess around, I will definitely compensate you. Hey, can you afford to pay for it? The sturdy man still refused to give in, and said with a sinister smile, I said, as long as you accompany me for 2 days, this matter will be over, isn't it good? 200,000 for 2 days, where can you get such a job? And you don't have to pay anything. As long as you agree, you don't have to pay back the money. How about that? No. Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call for help. With a bang, the girl was forced back and crashed into her own BMW, with no way to retreat. Help! The girl let out a shrill cry for help. Jiang Chen saw the whole story. If the girl agreed, he would not bother to care about it anymore, which proved that she was not a good person either. But now, the situation is obviously different. The girl only felt that her eyes went dark, and a handsome figure blocked her way. Hello, beautiful lady, I heard you yelling for help? Following Jiang Chen's light-hearted and humorous words, the girl realized that she seemed to be saved, and then she opened her tearful eyes. Although she couldn't see the face at this moment, she felt that the figure in front of her. So handsome. Feels so safe. This commotion attracted the attention of the people around, and they all came forward to eat the melon. After all, our nation values liveliness. In the crowd, there was a girl broadcasting live on her mobile phone. Her name is Meng Na, she is 24 years old and is an outdoor automotive anchor. She is so excited now. Babies! Guess who I saw? This is the little brother who drove the Pagani Huayra in the ring square yesterday. Today, he actually saved the beauty like a hero. So handsome. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly flew up. Anchor, he's wearing a mask, how can you tell he's handsome? The guy above, what do you know? Do you know anything about a hero saving a beautiful girl? I can tell at first glance that you are a single person. He has both a sense of justice and money, I love him. Anchor. I'm 172 centimeters 50 kilograms, a model. Please ask for the guy's WeChat and I'll send you rockets. In an instant, rockets flew across her live broadcast room. The little gifts keep coming. Meng Na was excited, her eyes sparkling. Seeing the girl's body data, she looked down with disdain on her face. TSK, if you want WeChat, just use WeChat. Why are you showing off your height and weight? Who doesn't have WeChat? But she didn't say anything out loud, she just puffed out her chest proudly and smiled. Hey babies, my brother is dealing with something right now. I'll get it for you later. Suddenly, her expression changed and she shouted anxiously. Oh no, there's going to be a quarrel. This really brought the mood in the live broadcast room to a boil. Anchor, please come closer, let us hear what they are saying. The scene turns to Jiang Chen. The sturdy man was very angry. He thought he could get a top-notch girl. But I didn't expect that the other party would actually shout for help. It's okay to just shout for help, someone actually came. What a bummer. After all, he looks so fierce and drives a luxury car, who would dare to meddle in his affairs? The girl hid behind Jiang Chen, pulled his sleeve, looked at him with tearful eyes, and her tone was full of gratitude. Thank you for helping me, little brother. After saying that, the girl plucked up her courage and looked at the sturdy man. Don't you want compensation? I'll call and borrow money right now. Having said that, the girl was obviously still in shock. Jiang Chen could feel her body trembling slightly from her hands. However, the faint fragrance on the girl is just charming. The girl picked up the phone and was about to make a call, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Wait. Chapter 12. Come and smash it, and I'll let you smash it. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him. He looked at the burly man with a faint smile. Haha, the responsibility for this accident is obviously yours. You were backing out and hit the girl's car. You should have been fully responsible for compensating her for her losses, but you turned around and took the blame. Let them compensate you? What the hell are you daydreaming about? Do you think girls are easy to bully? Just because you have a little money, you can do whatever you want? Pay me the money and get out. Money is a man's courage. Jiang Chen now has hundreds of millions in cash, so it's natural for him to speak so confidently. When the sturdy man heard this, his face instantly turned ugly. Boy, does it matter whose responsibility it is? I advise you to mind your own business. You want me to pay you money? You may not know who I am. If you mess with me, you may end up spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. The girl trembled with fear and pulled Jiang Chen's sleeve. Little brother, why don't we just forget it? Let's just call the police and stop arguing with him. Seeing the girl giving in, the sturdy man chuckled. Call the police? If you dare to call the police, I will smash your little BMW to pieces. Boy, did you drive here too? You look so cowardly, you don't look like you can drive a good car, right? If I smashed your car as well, you would probably burst into tears, right? To tell you the truth, if I smash up a junky car like yours, I can afford to pay for it. If you want to be a hero with me, you should think about it carefully. I forgot to remind you that when I smash the car, I'm bound to accidentally hit someone. Are you mentally prepared? Are you sure? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? As he said that, the sturdy man took out a baseball bat from the back seat and gestured to Jiang Chen with a grim smile on his face. The girl was so scared that she almost cried and her body was shaking violently. Although the sturdy guy said he was showing off by smashing the car, it was really intimidating and most young people would be scared. Many of the onlookers were startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Jiang Chen was not panicked at all. When car anchor Meng Na saw the scene, she couldn't help but become a little nervous. She whispered, "Kids, what should we do? That strong man took out a baseball bat. Is he really going to bully me? Do you think I should secretly call the police?" This one sentence immediately caused tension in the live broadcast room. Nana, go help. This kind of person is really lawless. The little brother is doing a brave job and cannot let him get hurt. Ah. Asshole, come at me with the baseball bat, don't hurt my little brother. Quick, call the police. Meng Na looked conflicted, but when she saw Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, she chuckled. Don't worry, I think the little brother is confident and should be able to solve it. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Chen has seen many such social people. Taking advantage of his wealth and power, he bullies people everywhere. The more scared you are, the more he will become. If you are more awesome than him, he will instantly become as timid as a dog. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. Heh, stop yelling in front of me. Do you really think you're the Jade Emperor? You want to smash my car? Do you dare? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the sturdy man instantly became angry and said angrily, Do you still dare me? I don't dare. I'm your son. When I was in the underworld, your hair hadn't even grown out yet. Hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled, You are just a useless person who can only babble, how dare you? Hearing this, the strong man was completely furious. Damn it. Boy, you've completely pissed me off. Today I will smash your car even if I have to pay you money. Tell me, where is your car? The sturdy man roared, veins bulging on his hand holding the baseball bat, and he was furious. This momentum really seems to be the case. The girl was so frightened that she trembled continuously, and she even hugged Jiang Chen's arm and spoke with a trembling voice. "Little brother, I think he really is." Jiang Chen curled his lips helplessly and said, "Just hug me." "You keep rubbing, what's the meaning?" Patting the girl's hand gently, Jiang Chen smiled. "Don't worry, I know my limits." At this moment, Jiang Chen's smile seemed to have magical power. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she felt at ease inexplicably. "Stop being a hero, kid. Where's your car?" I asked. "Are you scared?" The strong man becomes more and more arrogant. He has already decided that he must smash Jiang Chen's car to pieces today. Jiang Chen was helpless and said calmly, "You are from Dunhuang, right? There are so many murals." Puff. The girl was amused by Jiang Chen and was not as nervous as before. She secretly looked at Jiang Chen. Although only a pair of deep eyes were revealed, he was still very handsome. Her face turned red and her heart began to beat fast. I feel so safe around him. Can't wait to smash the car, right? Okay, I'll give you this chance. Jiang Chen slowly took out the Pagani car key and pressed it. Beep beep. A dozen meters away, the Pagani wind god flashed its dazzling headlights, and the gull wing doors slowly opened, like a blood-soaked phoenix, spreading its wings. So cool and awesome. The crowd watching exclaimed in shock, their eyes widened like bells. Oh my god. It's that car. I just looked at this Pagani wind god for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be this handsome guy's car. This car costs 90 million in China. Can this guy driving a Land Rover afford to smash it? Jiang Chen held up the key and smiled faintly. Who can drive a supercar? Help me drive the car over here and smash it for this big brother. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. No one answered. The strong man cleared his throat guiltily and sweated profusely. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's car was actually the legendary Pagani wind god. 90 million for one car. Since no one knows how to open it, go and smash it yourself. Jiang Chen said calmly, I'll record a video for you, and then we'll find someone to calculate how much compensation you need. If you can't afford it, go to jail. Jiang Chen's words were spoken lightly, but every word was full of intimidation. It's so chilling. He has money, but you will go to jail if you can't afford it. How terrifying is the power behind this person who can afford a luxury car worth 90 million? The strong man naturally knew the pros and cons of this. His forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. Bang! The stick in his hand fell to the ground. The strong man couldn't pretend any longer. He looked at Jiang Chen with despair and said with a sad face, I was wrong, brother. I'm fully responsible. I'll pay for it. Can I take back what I just said? Hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered. Wrong? Take it back? Do you think I was joking with you? Didn't you say that if you don't dare to smash it, you will be my son? The sturdy man trembled and wanted to shake his head. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. While I'm still in a good mood, I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. As soon as the words fell, an invisible aura spread instantly. The sturdy man was startled and trembled with fear. I can't hold it anymore. Plop. The sturdy man knelt down and looked at Jiang Chen with despair. Dad, I was wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. So this is the power of money? Very cool. Chapter 13. From now on I will call you Brother Chen. Seeing the sturdy man kneeling down, the onlookers all covered their mouths and laughed. This is so fucking funny. I was shouting before, I will smash any car you drive. Result? The other party drove a Pagani Fengshen worth 90 million yuan directly. This is just a bunch of crap. I can't even afford to pay for a broken headlight. The live broadcast room of car anchor Meng Na has also been buzzing with excitement. Wow! Isn't this too cool? I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Are you a failure in learning? Nana, please help me get his WeChat ID. I want to have an in-depth conversation with this little brother. Nana, please ask if the little brother still needs a good daughter. I can. Meng Na looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. He curled his lips secretly. A bunch of little sluts. Humph, I 1T ask for it for you. Thinking in her heart, Meng Na suddenly had an idea. Oh. Babies, eh? Babies? Why is the network stuck, eh? Having said that, Meng Na turned off the live broadcast and pretended to be offline. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. What the hell? I got disconnected at this critical moment? Nana, are you back? I gave you a rocket, and you said you would help me get WeChat, right? The anchor ran away? No way? Is he going to eat alone? Damn! Nana is such a bitch. Seeing these comments, Meng Na grinned. Hee hee, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. I can ask for WeChat myself, isn't that better? After saying that, Meng Na showed off her proud capital and prepared to ask for WeChat after the matter was done. This way. The sturdy man was still kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, not daring to raise his head, and begging for mercy with his back hunched. Brother! I was wrong. Please let me go. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Let you go? You just left like that after you crashed the girl's car? The strong man immediately understood. He quickly ran to his Range Rover, took out a briefcase from the car, hesitated for a moment, then took out 3 stacks of bills and handed them to the girl. Beauty, here is 30,000 yuan, take it. It's all my fault today, it's all mine. The girl was a little panicked when she saw the banknotes handed over to her, and looked at Jiang Chen, somewhat undecided. 30,000. Isn't this a bit too much? The girl actually wanted to say too much. After all, her car was only slightly damaged, and it would only cost a few $1,000s to repair it with some sheet metal work. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen interrupted him and looked at the burly man. Did you hear that? $30,000? Who are you and? Do you know how much time I've wasted arguing with you? A huge business worth tens of millions of dollars was delayed by you. A big business worth tens of millions? Oh my God. When the strong man heard this, he felt like crying but had no tears. He quickly searched in his purse and emptied it. Brother! Beauty! This is all I have here. A total of 100,000 yuan. If it's not enough, I can only go and get some money, brother, you see. The sturdy man held 10 thick stacks of banknotes and looked at Jiang Chen, feeling uneasy. You have to know that the other party is driving a Pagani Huayra. Would he be short of your $100,000? Your 100,000 isn't even enough to buy someone a car wheel. Sure enough, Jiang Chen took it with a look of disdain and said in a disdainful tone. You're driving a car worth over 2 million yuan, but you only have 100,000 yuan on you. How can you go out like that? Okay, get in your car and get out of here. Jiang Chen waved his hand and dismissed him. He didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. After all, dogs will bite people if they are pushed into a corner. If this strong man is pushed into a corner, he might fight me to the death. Hearing this, the strong man felt relieved and nodded repeatedly. Okay, big brother, I'll leave now. He was really unlucky today because he didn't check the almanac before going out. I wanted to take this opportunity to pick up a hot girl, but not only did I fail, I even had to pay her 100,000 yuan. In the end, Jiang Chen was the hero who saved the beauty. There is nothing I can do, it's because he is so awesome. He drives a Pagani Huayra and his family has at least tens of billions of assets. He can't afford to offend such a person. Tianhai is a big city after all, full of hidden talents. He usually just bullies young people who have just entered society. The sturdy man drove away covered in dust and didn't want to stay here for a moment. Unlucky. Little brother, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do. There was a gleam in the girl's eyes, and her face was full of gratitude and admiration. Looking at Jiang Chen infatuatedly. Okay, don't be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled calmly and said, your car should cost several $1,000s to repair. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Use it to repair your car. After saying that, he took out 10,000 yuan and stuffed it into the girl's hand. The girl was flattered and hesitated. This money is earned by your own ability, so it should all be yours. I have the money to repair the car myself. You take it if I tell you to. Do you think I look like someone who is short of money? Jiang Chen smiled heartily. Besides, I also earn 90,000 yuan in hard work fees. Hearing this, the girl glanced at the cool and stunning Pagani Wind God parked nearby. Suddenly I felt. It seems that they really don't lack money. Well, okay. Thank you, little brother. The girl took the money with a blush, then stretched out her hand. My name is Chao Shi, and I'm a sophomore at Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. What's yours? Jiang Chen. Okay, from now on I will call you Brother Chen. Okay, Xiaoxi. The two chatted and got to know each other. Jiang Chen then realized that Xiaoxi was actually a rich and beautiful lady. Her family does business in Hangzhou, and the BMW is her means of transportation to go to school in Tianhai. Afterwards, the two exchanged contact information. Xiaoxi got in the car and said with a red face, Brother Chen, can I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Okay, but don't drive tomorrow. I'll pick you up. Okay, let's chat on WeChat tonight. I'll be leaving first. Xiaoxi smiled as she waved her phone and said goodbye to Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen nodding with a smile, Xiaoxi drove away carefully. After Xiaoxi left, Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked towards his Pagani wind god. I can't help but feel full of expectations for my new life. He just opened the car door. Suddenly, a girl appeared from the side. Meng Na. Hey, little brother, I'm a car anchor. I've been following you for a long time. Looking at Meng Na who suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen was a little confused. This Meng Na, her appearance and figure were pretty good, but she was far behind the goddess with the best temperament that Jiang Chen met in the elevator today, and Xiaoxi just now. At most. It's probably around the 80-point level like Wu Qian. What's wrong? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Meng Na blinked and took out a business card with a blushing face. Can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Chen took the business card, took a look at it, and then looked Meng Na up and down. Forget it, you're too ugly. Jiang Chen said this, got into the car, and sped away. Meng Na was alone, disheveled in the wind. It was a long time before she turned on the beauty camera, and she was devastated. Wow, am I ugly? Chapter 14. Are you kidding me? In the evening, Jiang Chen returned to the rental house. The room was as damp and cramped as ever, and could not be compared at all with the lakeside villa of Huazhou Junting. Moreover, the landlord here is not helpful and keeps asking for money a week in advance. That is fine, but one time the front door lock broke and they didn't come to repair it for half a month. The water and electricity bills are twice as expensive as others. If Jiang Chen hadn't been short of money and couldn't afford to rent a good house before, he would have stopped living here a long time ago. The next day, morning. Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep and went to the bathroom to wash up in a daze. Open the system and start today's lottery. Ding. Today's free lottery draw number is 3, do you want to draw now? What the hell? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he instantly became alert. Yesterday, the system gave him a lottery draw, and he thought it would only be given once a day after that. But I didn't expect that it was given away 3 times today? The system is quite impressive. Jiang Chen was a little excited and couldn't help but click on a single draw. Immediately afterwards, the rich man's turntable started spinning rapidly, and a purple light flashed out. Flip. Ding. Reward, a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. In the picture, a domineering, luxurious, and steady dark black SUV shows itself in all aspects, as dark as the abyss, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The 10 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It is a Rolls-Royce model that uses a new aluminum luxury architecture. It is the world's most technologically advanced and the only custom-made super luxury SUV. Currently, the low-end version in China starts at least 7 million, and the one Jiang Chen got is undoubtedly the top-end version, worth more than 10 million. The annual production is only 400 vehicles. In terms of power, Cullinan's V12 twin-turbocharged engine with a speed of 1,600 rpm can output 570 horsepower and 900 Nm of peak torque, matched with a ZF 8-speed automatic transmission and full-time 4-wheel drive system. At the same time, with multiple off-road modes such as desert, mud, ice and snow and a steep slope relief system, Cullinan has extremely powerful off-road power. Jiang Chen immediately fell in love with this domineering car. If you are a man, you should drive this kind of muscle car. Moreover, its trunk space is huge. A romantic feature is also designed. That is the retractable panoramic seat. Just one button to open it, and the 2 leather seats and cocktail table hidden in the trunk will slowly unfold, so that you can have a luxurious party in the wild. It's like inviting a girl to go outdoors, and the 2 of you drink a little wine and get a little tipsy. Then you can indulge in your wildness in the spacious car. Oh my goodness. As Jiang Chen imagined this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Okay, Rolls-Royce, give it to me. Jiang Chen extracted the car keys from the system and hung them on the keychain. There are 2 draws left, and he plans to wait until he returns to the villa to draw. After packing up his things, Jiang Chen picked up his suitcase and pushed the door open. He plans to ask the landlord to refund the rent. Just walked out of the unit door. He saw a woman in her 40s, thin and with a mean look. Her character is just like her appearance. She is thin-speaking and has a sharp tongue, and she likes to gossip behind people's backs. "Xiao Jiang, where are you going?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "I want to check out." "Check out? Why do you want to check out suddenly when you were staying here so well?" The landlord frowned. If Jiang Chen didn't live there anymore, it would definitely be a loss for her. Jiang Chen felt like laughing after hearing this. "Why do you want to check out? Don't you have any idea of the cost? Is that shabby house suitable for human habitation? If I wasn't in good health, I would have suffered from rheumatism long ago. I found a new place to live, so I won't live here anymore." Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking to her. At this time, a sturdy fat guy ran over, panting. "Mom, the new furniture we ordered has arrived, and the craftsman said it will cost an extra 300 to move it upstairs. Should we move it ourselves or ask the craftsman to do it?" The landlord frowned when he heard this. "What? 300? Just let them leave it there and we'll move it ourselves." After she finished speaking, she turned her head and stared at Jiang Chen, smiling. "Xiao Jiang, how about this? You help us move some things first, and we can talk about the rent later." "Sorry, I'm busy right now." Jiang Chen decisively refused. It's not that he is stingy, but this landlord is really not that good. I am usually very stingy with myself, trying to squeeze myself dry. Do you still want to be a free laborer now? Dream on. The landlord was stunned for a moment and sneered. "Ha, I heard that you were fired by the company. What could you be busy with? Who are you trying to show off to? Besides, you have nothing to do anyway, so why not help us move our things? Maybe if I'm happy, I can give you an extra 100 or 200 yuan in rent?" There was a sense of arrogance in his words. Jiang Chen glanced at her and said, "The money in your bank card is just sitting there, why don't you spend it on me?" "You. If you want me to help you, just say it in a nice voice. Who will help you if you are so aggressive?" The landlord was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. Nice voice? Thinking that there were still a lot of things that had not been moved, the landlord decided to hold his anger for the time being. If Jiang Chen could help, it would save a lot of effort. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, I was wrong in my words just now. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Jiang. Just think of it as helping me." "No help." Jiang Chen did not hesitate. The landlord's smile froze instantly. "MMP, are you playing a trick on me?" "Humph. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Don't forget, I still have your 1,500 deposit." The landlord narrowed his eyes and said, "The housing prices in Tianhai have been rising rapidly recently. You must need money now. And it takes time for me to inspect the room. Believe it or not, I will hold you back for 1.5 months for the 15,000 yuan. See if you feel uncomfortable." "Threaten me?" Jiang Chen sneered, "It's up to you. But I remind you that I only rented it for 14 days this month, and I still have the right to rent it for the remaining 16 days. If you don't refund my rent now, I will continue to live here until the time limit. If you don't return the rent to me, I will sue you in court, and you will have to pay me liquidated damages." When the landlord heard this, he was completely stunned. She looked at her son like an idiot. After all, I am ignorant of the law, that's what it is. However, his son is a sensible man. Knowing that Jiang Chen was leaving more than 10 days in advance, they could also rent out the house earlier. If Jiang Chen's deposit is withheld maliciously, it will not benefit anyone. The son pulled the landlord's sleeve, signaling her not to continue arguing with Jiang Chen. The landlord received the signal and gave a dry laugh. "Ha, Xiao Jiang, there's no need to be like this. We've known each other for almost half a year. Okay, I'll transfer the rent to you via WeChat. Take a look at it, is it correct?" The landlord transferred the money quickly, the amount was 1,500. Not a penny less. Jiang Chen glanced at WeChat and confirmed the payment. In the end, he didn't even bother to look at her and turned away. Snort! The landlord was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. "Mom, there's really no need to worry about it. Brother Jiang Chen has had a hard time too. The son shook his head and sighed helplessly. He also sought his mother's sarcasm. Sometimes even he couldn't stand it. At this moment, his attention was suddenly attracted by the scene in front of him. "Mom, look, there's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan over there. Wow, it's so cool." The young man pointed at the SUV not far away, his face full of envy and excitement. There were also quite a few people watching around. This neighborhood is quite remote, and it's a blessing to see a small BMW on a normal day. A Rolls-Royce actually came today, which everyone found very rare. The landlord, who knew nothing about cars, patted his son's head lovingly. "Be good, study hard when you go to college. If you can join the student union, Mom will buy you one too." The fat boy curled his lips and said, "Mom, do you know how expensive this car is? How expensive can it be? 4 or 500,000 at most, right? 4 or 500,000? This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. At least 6 million. And this is a high-end bulletproof version. It is estimated to be worth tens of millions." Tens of millions? The landlord almost bit his tongue. She is just a local nouveau riche who got a few houses through demolition and cannot be considered a real rich person. A car worth tens of millions was completely beyond her understanding. At this time, the landlord saw Jiang Chen walking towards the car and couldn't help but sneer. "Humph. You just said he had a hard time? Don't you think he's just as vain? He's going to take pictures to post on WeChat moments. Humph, I guess he'll never get the chance to drive a four-wheeler in his life. Hey, you dare to touch it, even if I sell it, I can't make up for it." The voice stopped here. Jiang Chen took out the car keys, opened the door and got in the car in one go. Above the slender Parthenon grille, the exquisite Spirit of Ecstasy logo emerges. Amid the admiration of the crowd, the car slowly drove out of the community. The landlord swallowed, unable to believe his eyes. Jiang Chen? Rolls-Royce? 10 million? Chapter 15 Perfect Physique. Huazhou Royal Court. Jiang Chen was working out in the gym, enjoying the pleasure of sweating profusely. It is worth mentioning that there is an independent gym on the first floor of his villa. It is not large, only about 50 square meters, but it has all the necessary equipment, even more complete than some professional gyms. Before that, he was in college and working part-time, so naturally he had less time. There are basically no opportunities to exercise like we have today. Now I have money and plenty of time. Jiang Chen was thinking about improving himself. After all, as a wealthy man, one naturally needs to cultivate one's character, and having a good physique is also extremely important. After finishing his workout, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, drank some water, and wiped his sweat with a white towel. "By the way, there are 2 more draws today, let's draw now." Jiang Chen thought to himself and directly opened the system to start the lottery. Ding! The lucky draw is successful. Reward, Perfect Constitution Potion. As the system's voice sounded, a bottle of green, crystal clear medicine appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Perfect Physique Potion? This will work? Jiang Chen was a little stunned. I just finished working out and the system rewarded me with a perfect physique potion? Perfect physical potion. After taking it, the host will have a physique beyond that of an ordinary person. Your strength, speed, reaction, endurance, and other abilities will be increased to 3 times the level of a human. Your appearance and body shape will also change slightly. Wow, the prizes for today's lottery are pretty good. These are good things that money can't buy. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and gently clenched it, and a bottle of crystal medicine appeared in his hand. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen drank the bottle of perfect physique potion in one gulp. Gurgle gurgle. Jiang Chen looked at the empty bottle in his hand, but he didn't feel anything strange in his body at first. But the next moment, he felt a fire burning in his heart, and in an instant, a burning sensation swept through his whole body. Ah! Jiang Chen covered his heart and struggled, but the next moment his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. In less than half a minute, Jiang Chen lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Time flies. Jiang Chen on the sofa gradually moved and slowly opened his eyes. The haziness dissipated and his vision gradually became clear. Jiang Chen stood up and looked around. He felt that his eyesight had also improved. And the fatigue in his body had long been swept away. Feeling refreshed, he looked at the watch in his hand. 11:18? I actually slept for 2 hours? Etc. I seem to have drunk that bottle of perfect physique potion, which is said to improve my physique and slightly change my appearance and body shape. He quickly touched his abdomen and found that his originally round belly had been replaced by three-dimensional muscles, which were quite strong. Hiss. It's so fucking amazing. He quickly ran to the full-length mirror, took off his shirt, and looked at himself in the mirror. There is not much difference in appearance compared to before, except that his facial features have become more angular, his eyes are more resolute, and he looks more handsome. The biggest change brought to Jiang Chen was his body. Now his body has muscles that are neither too big nor too small, and his muscle lines are obvious. Mermaid line, 8-pack abs, inverted deltoids, it's got it all. And it doesn't look exaggerated, as if it is natural and just right. I have to say, this figure is really perfect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This is so love. Then he went to the gym and started to experience and test many aspects of the perfect physique. The data are simply explosive. As long as he wanted, he could break all the relevant records in the world without any effort. After all, triple physical strength is no joke. After the experience, Jiang Chen went into the bathroom to take a shower, and his body gradually relaxed. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen changed his clothes, picked up his phone, and prepared to go out for dinner. But at this moment, his phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was my beautiful neighbor Shin Xiulan. When the call was connected, a pleasant voice came from the other end. Mr. Jiang, I'm Shin Xiulan, are you home? Here I am. That's great. If you don't have any plans for lunch, come to my house and have a meal together. I've already prepared everything. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and said, really, there's no need to bother. Shin Xiulan said, don't refuse, otherwise it will be too awkward. See you in half an hour, you must come. After saying that, Shin Xiulan hung up the phone. Jiang Chen put down the busy phone, feeling a little confused. This beautiful neighbor is so enthusiastic. Well, will he come? In the study room of Building 3, Tang Luohuan asked. Shin Xiulan nodded, he should come, otherwise he will definitely call me back. That's good. Shin Xiulan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Miss, why do you suddenly want to see him? What's the matter? Is there any problem? Tang Luohuan asked back. There is a problem, a big problem. For people at their level, what is the highest level of hospitality? It's not a so-called star hotel or Michelin restaurant. It's a family dinner. Tang Luohuan has been in Tianhai for so many years and has never invited anyone to his home for dinner. Jiang Chen is the first one since the creation of the world. The key is still working hours. This is a very exaggerated thing for the workaholic Tang Luohuan. Although Shin Xiulan didn't say anything, Tang Luohuan saw through her thoughts and glared at her with his black and white eyes. Are you having wild thoughts again? I just thought this person was interesting and wanted to meet him, that's all. Certainly. There was another reason she didn't mention. Tang Luohuan really wanted to see Jiang Chen's expression when he saw her. You should be surprised, right? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Shin Xiulan saw this and sighed slightly. Interesting? Okay, I believe it. Half an hour later, Shin Xiulan came in with Jiang Chen. Tang Luohuan stood on the second floor, took a look from a distance, and was stunned for a moment. Today, Jiang Chen had an imposing demeanor, his face was as perfect as a sculpture, his eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were as vast as the stars. His figure was also exceptionally healthy, and he exuded a resolute and masculine aura, which was somewhat different from the last time she saw him in the elevator. So handsome. Tang Luohuan also saw the god for a moment. Chapter 16 What secrets does Jiang Chen have? The decoration in the villa's restaurant is luxurious yet restrained. After Jiang Chen sat down, the servants began to serve the dishes one after another. The dishes are mainly French, including Marseille fish soup, foie gras steak, red wine pheasant, baked snails. All the dishes are exquisitely presented and look great. But Jiang Chen's attention was not on the food at all. He looked at Tang Luohuan, who was sitting opposite him, and was indeed a little surprised. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him was the owner of the three villas, the person behind Shin Xiulan, and the helmsman of the Orange Light Group. She is also an idol of independent women in Tianhai. Tang Luohuan. Mr. Jiang seems surprised to see me? Tang Luohuan curled the corners of his mouth, as if he felt that his conspiracy had succeeded. Jiang Chen nodded and said, yes, it was a bit unexpected. Didn't you say you didn't recognize me in the elevator yesterday? I said we don't know each other, but I didn't say I don't know you, right? Tang Luo laughed like a little fox. Jiang Chen looked helpless. Good man, are you playing word games with me? Miss, so you have met before? Xin Xiulan asked puzzledly. Why do I feel like there is some story between the two of them? Tang Luowan recalled yesterday's scene and couldn't help but smile. Yes, we met once, but Mr. Jiang didn't seem to be a gentleman at all. Gentlemanly? Jiang Chen smiled and said, come on, that's just pretending for others to see. If you have to be polite to everyone, wouldn't life be tiring? Tang Luowan was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. Jiang Chen spoke very frankly. She originally thought that after hearing what she said, the other party would explain what happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen directly said, what is gentlemanly manners? He doesn't even bother to pretend. That's interesting. Putting aside her distracting thoughts, she stretched out her slender hands and spoke gracefully. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Tang Luohuan. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, clenched it briefly, and then let go. Jiang Chen. Beyond the vast expanse of Jiangma River, the earth and the star are there. What a good name. Tang Luohuan narrowed his eyes, as if he heard the name for the first time. Jiang Chen. I don't know where this ancient poem was copied from, but it's quite far-fetched. However, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The beauty of Luo Shui, with her sweet smile and charming manner. Miss Tang is just as her name suggests. Jiang Chen said calmly. Tang Luowan was stunned when he heard this, then he tasted it carefully and a smile slowly appeared on his face. This is the first time I've heard this kind of explanation. It's really special. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. Jiang Chen said seriously, because I was just kidding. Puff. Xin Xiulan couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, the business compliments end here. Jiang Chen said. Tang Luohuan looked at him with both anger and amusement. What an interesting person. People who had come into contact with her in the past all had more or less ulterior motives, and most of their words were flattering. But this Jiang Chen is completely different. He seemed very frank and didn't seem to have many concerns. But it is full of mystery and unpredictable. When he found out that he was Tang Luowan, he was indeed undisguisedly surprised. But it was just surprise. There is no change in style. It is rare to be open and frank, neither humble nor arrogant, and speak directly without being annoying. But what surprised her even more was, when I took a closer look at Jiang Chen today, I thought he was so handsome. A pair of dark eyes are as deep as a whirlpool, making people want to sink into them. The temperament is profound and mysterious, as if shrouded in a layer of light mist. The less clear it is, the more I want to find out. Tang Luohuan has seen too many good-looking people. But this was the first time she had met a man as elegant as Jiang Chen. Strange, why do I care so much about him? Tang Luohuan suppressed his inner feelings, quickly looked away, and ate to divert his attention. Xin Xiulan also noticed this. Mr. Jiang, I feel like you are different today. Ah? Jiang Chen was stunned. I quickly realized that it was my perfect physique that brought about the transformation of my temperament. Is it because of what you are wearing today? Xin Xiulan was still mumbling to herself. She thought that the change in temperament was caused by the change in clothing. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I worked out today, so I'm naturally in better spirits. I'm usually too busy, so it's inevitable that I feel a little dull. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Tang Luowan and the others agreed. Indeed, the biggest difference between Jiang Chen today and usual times is his temperament. And fitness can indeed have a certain impact on mental outlook. Deep down, he also admired Jiang Chen even more. It turns out that Mr. Jiang is such a self-disciplined person. After working hard, he still wants to cultivate his character. Soon, the meal was delicious. The chef who cooked the meal is a Michelin 3-star chef. The wine we drank was 1993 Latour. Jiang Chen and Xin Xiulan clinked glasses and drank happily. Tang Luohuan drank orange juice with a straw and looked at the two of them with a smile. Jiang Chen, the first time I saw you, 2 words popped up in my mind. Do you know what they are? Xin Xiulan was holding a wine glass, slightly tipsy, with a flushed face. What is it? Old friend. Xin Xiulan drank another half glass of red wine and burped softly. From the first moment I saw you, I felt that you had a lot of the same aura as me. I grew up in an orphanage when I was young, and then was adopted by the head of the Tang family. Hiccups, I seem to have said something I shouldn't have said. You are from a hidden family, how could you have had a similar experience to me? Shin Xiulan had a self-deprecating smile on her face. Jiang Chen's expression paused slightly. In fact, he had similar thoughts in his heart at the beginning. After all, they are children who grew up in the same orphanage, and they do have similarities deep in their souls. Ha, Sister Shin, no matter what, our acquaintance is fate. Come on, let's do it. Jiang Chen clinked glasses with her again and drank a glass of red wine heartily. He was not drunk, but he pretended to be drunk at this moment. Some words are harder to say when you are sober. The two of them talked happily, like old friends reuniting after a long separation. In the end, they were so close that they were arm in arm and called each other brother and sister. Even Tang Luohuan was left aside. 3 rounds of drinking. Jiang Chen did not stay long. He said he would come back next time and then stood up and said goodbye. Shin Xiulan enthusiastically saw him out the door. When she came back, she stumbled and stroked her temple, her head feeling dizzy. This time, I really drank too much. Jiang Chen is such a wonderful person. As soon as she finished speaking, she woke up instantly when she saw Tang Luohuan, who had an expressionless face in front of her. Miss. A trace of cold sweat immediately ran down Shin Xiulan's forehead. It's over, it seems that my actions have crossed the line. Did you enjoy your drink? Tang Luohuan asked calmly. Miss. Shin Xiulan looked terrified and did not dare to answer. Tang Luohuan said, Aunt Lan, I want to ask you a question. You say. I call you Aunt Lan. Now you and Jiang Chen are brother and sister. Should I call Jiang Chen uncle? Facing Tang Luohuan's sharp eyes like a knife, Shin Xiulan's heart tightened. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Miss. I was wrong. Tang Luohuan turned his head away and said calmly, Auntie Lan, you've drunk too much. Take a rest today and don't go to the company. Okay, I understand. Thank you, miss. Shin Xiulan stood up and left quickly as if she had been pardoned. Just as I reached the stairs, a cold voice sounded behind me. This is your last day off this year, enjoy it. Shin Xiulan staggered and almost fell down the stairs. Tang Luohuan rubbed his eyebrows and sighed silently. I originally wanted to use this meal to find out more about Jiang Chen's background, but Shin Xiulan disrupted everything. Logically speaking, Aunt Lan has never been in a relationship in these years, so it doesn't make sense that she would be attracted to Jiang Chen, who is nearly 10 years younger than her. No. What on earth was I thinking? Tang Luohuan frowned deeply, she felt very confused. The source of her confusion was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. She felt that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding many secrets. And these secrets made her even more curious about Jiang Chen. Chapter 17. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Jiang Chen returned home and made himself a cup of sobering tea. Then I lay on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV and enjoyed the afternoon. It was around 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Chen received a call, and Xiaoxi's soft voice came from the other end. Brother Chen, can you come to the school to pick me up? My car has been sent for repair and has not been returned yet. Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally remembered. I made an appointment with her to have dinner yesterday and promised to pick her up from school. At noon, I was so drunk at Shin Xiulan's place that I actually forgot about this matter. Okay, where are you? I'll come over now. The two parties agreed to meet at the gate of the University of Finance and Economics, and she also said that someone had been harassing her recently. Jiang Chen didn't care too much. After chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. This place is famous for its many beautiful women of high quality. Jiang Chen often passed by here when he was in college. Every summer, the door is filled with long white legs. In winter, they wear all kinds of stockings, high heels, and hip skirts. With their figures and faces, they are all beauties with a score of more than 75 points. Moreover, beautiful women with great wealth not only have good looks, but also generally come from good family backgrounds. So the unspoken rules like driving a luxury car with a bottle of Red Bull on the roof, the girls in this school generally don't even look at it. After all, girls who study finance are all a bit arrogant. In addition, some people may have misunderstandings about this school, thinking that it is easier to find a girlfriend because there are many girls. Yes, it is true that there are more girls in this school, but it is impossible to find a girlfriend unless you are very rich or handsome. For ordinary looking poor boys like you, coming here to attend college, it's hard to find a girlfriend, or even a good job. After graduation, most of them go into selling insurance. On the way, a dark and domineering Rolls-Royce Cullinan was driving smoothly. Jiang Chen started the last lottery of the day. System, draw a lottery. Ding. Reward, 76% equity of Purple Mountain Hotel. Congratulations to the host for becoming the largest shareholder of Purple Mountain Hotel. The equity certificate has been stored in the system space, and the host can claim it at any time. I'll go. Jiang Chen was stunned. He originally thought that according to the nature of the system, today's last lottery would most likely be a draw. As a result, there is such an exciting reward. Purple Mountain Hotel is one of the top 10 5-star hotels in Tianhai. Located in the core area of Lujiazui Financial and Trade Zone in Pudong New District, adjacent to the famous Oriental Pearl Tower and International Conference Center, the hotel has convenient transportation and an elegant environment. The hotel is 148 meters high and has 46 floors. Climb up the tower and take in the view of the century-old Bund and both sides of Pudong. The current market value of this 5-star hotel is 3.2 billion. And 76% of the shares, how much is that worth? 2.4 billion. Jiang Chen was also a little excited for a moment. Although he had obtained supercars, luxury houses, 100 million in cash from the system before, and could even be said to have become rich overnight, he was still shocked by this astonishing figure. Hold on. Jiang Chen, you are going to become a top rich man. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Hey, Xiao, who were you calling just now? Why were you grinning like an idiot? Tell me, sisters, is our school beauty in love? No way, no way. Xiaoxi's vision is very high, is it possible that she has it so soon? At this time, Xiaoxi was wearing white silk pajamas. The loose pajamas just covered her hips, revealing a graceful figure and skin as white as snow. She has her own house outside and a dormitory at school. After all, girls from wealthy families are so arrogant. Listening to my roommates teasing, Xiaoxi, who was putting on makeup, looked shy. Hate it, you just know how to tease me. Don't you know that Zhao Nan harasses me every day? I don't like him, but he never stops. So I found a good friend to help me block him. Stop guessing, I'm going to put on makeup. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. The thought of meeting Jiang Chen later. Xiaoxi took her makeup more seriously. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves, and this is absolutely true. If they don't want to pay attention to you, they won't even bother to put on makeup. But Lu Sisi, Xiaoxi's best friend, didn't believe what she said at all. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands hugged Xiaoxi from behind. Xiaoxi was in a trance, and was suddenly hugged. A panic. With a red face, he turned around and glared angrily. Sisi, stop making trouble. People will be here soon. I'm going to be late. Lu Sisi giggled. Xiaoxi, have you been secretly drinking papaya milk recently? How come, you have developed so well? Fuck you, who told you that drinking papaya milk can promote growth? Those are just folk remedies. I didn't need anything. Hearing this, Lu Sisi was puzzled. That's not right, then why have you changed so much? She muttered to herself as she turned to look in the mirror, pouting her lips and humming softly. Xiaoxi. Are you nourished by love? No. You have to take me out to meet this handsome guy later. Otherwise I'm going to expose your little secret. When Xiaoxi heard this, her face turned even redder. He looked at Lu Sisi's cute little face angrily and helplessly. You naughty boy, humph. Okay. I'll take you there. There's nothing innocent between me and her. Don't gossip about me behind my back. Be careful or I'll beat you to death. Xiaoxi waved her pink fist in protest. Don't worry, I still have principles. Lu Sisi chuckled and patted her chest to make the promise. At this time, there are countless luxury cars gathered in front of Tianhai University of Finance and Economics. Many rich young men dressed in sexy outfits are waiting to pick up girls. Hey, brother, your car is nice, a BMW 7 Series? But yours is a 2019 model, it's only a few $100,000. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to pick up a girl to spend the night with at the University of Finance and Economics. Come on, brother. Oh my. Isn't this the new Porsche Panamera? It's better than his 7 Series. I think you can do it. Brother, work harder. What the hell? Kojima's car? GTR? Your car is awesome enough, even more awesome than his Panamera. But you don't know, GTR is not recognizable enough in the eyes of the girls from the University of Finance and Economics. Come, look at my Ferrari 488. I can pick up girls with it, and I have to drive a Ferrari with one hand. A second-generation rich man with average looks and gorgeous clothes is taking pictures of his fiery red Ferrari 488 and showing off everywhere. He is exactly the Zhao Nan that Xiaoxi mentioned. The Zhao group in his family has a market value of tens of billions, and he is definitely a rich second generation. Brother Nan is so awesome. Brother Nan, have you found your target today? Don't compete with us little guys. I would like to ask Master Nan if there are any high-quality ones. If there are, please recommend some to me. I would like to try them. Fuck. Now that you mention it, I'm also interested. Young Master Nan has a lot of experience, can you introduce him to us? Yes. Master Nan is obviously a seasoned man. Can you introduce two better ones to me? Zhao Nan was very satisfied with these people's flattery and snorted with a proud look on his face. Don't talk nonsense, I'm serious this time. I'm here to chase my future girlfriend. Remember, her name is Xiaoxi. Zhang Chen, who just arrived nearby, joined in the fun here. But when I heard these words, I was instantly confused. Xiaoxi? Could it be that this young Master Nan was the person who harassed Xiaoxi? Zhang Chen looked at Zhao Nan with a strange expression. The rich second generations around him all started praising Zhao Nan again. Chapter 18. The standards for picking up girls are getting higher and higher. This Zhao Nan is a playboy who flirts with every girl he meets. And thanks to his family background, he is basically successful in flirting with the girls he flirts with. He met Xiaoxi by chance in a coffee shop last week, and he thought she was stunningly beautiful at that time. But this time, he failed and the other party ignored him. This also aroused in him an infinite desire to conquer. Afterwards, he found out Xiaoxi's information. After knowing that she was the beauty in Tianhai Finance and Economics Department, he started to pester her. And today, he made a public declaration at the door to prove his determination. Create a character that is a prodigal and loyal son. The second-generation people around him all knew what kind of person Zhao Nan was. But he still praised Zhao Nan crazily. Young Master Nan is awesome, I will definitely win this time. Yes, it's Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is the beauty of the Department of Financial Management. However, it is said that Xiaoxi is off limits to strangers. It is very difficult to enter. Nan Xiao, you have to work hard. So what if there's no stranger allowed? It's because you haven't met the right person. I think Nan Xiao and Xiaoxi are a perfect match. Yeah, this Ferrari 488 is so cool, I guess no girl can resist it, right? These flatteries slapped Zhao Nan on the face, making him feel very happy. Zhao Nan couldn't help but smile crookedly. No, the Ferrari 488 is just so-so. My brother said he was going to buy a McLaren P1. When the time comes, I think the effect will be better when I drive the P1. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this a complete king of force? Still want to harass Xiaoxi? How to cure him? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly moved and a sly smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Then he pretended to be surprised. Shoo! McLaren P1? The one that costs over 10 million? Isn't that too awesome? Having a Ferrari 488 is too much. If they really drive a McLaren P1, what are we poor guys going to do? After Zhang Chen finished speaking, many people echoed him. Yes, young Master Nan won't give us a chance to live. It's too difficult. The standards for picking up girls are getting higher and higher. Oh, it's all because young Master Nan was too ruthless. It's a Ferrari 488 worth nearly 5 million. Zhao Nan felt like he was floating when he heard these words. He glanced at Zhang Chen in the crowd and felt that he looked unfamiliar. But Zhang Chen's words just now were quite useful to him. Zhao Nan looked Zhang Chen up and down and shook his head helplessly. Brother, you are so humble. Although I haven't seen your car, with your figure and looks, even though you're not as popular as me, it's still easy to pick up a girl. It's just the way you're dressed, TSK. I'm not saying anything bad about you. How can you come to Keita to pick up girls without buying a set of custom-made clothes? Look at me. I have this LV shirt, Hermes belt, and Armani pants. Each set costs hundreds of thousands. This is where the jade tree stands in the wind. It's twice as easy to flirt with girls. I'm not saying anything bad, but you're really a little shabby. Jianan shook his head, looking calm and composed, as if he was imparting his experience to his younger brother. Jiang Chen nodded, and said with great satisfaction, yes, what Nan Xiao said is right. I will definitely dress myself up when I go back today. It seems that I will be disliked today. Seeing Jiang Chen's dejected face, Zhao Nan's sense of superiority grew again. He waved his hand and said generously, "Oh, it's okay. When I succeed, I'll introduce you to some external resources. They're definitely new teas, and they definitely taste great." When the people around heard this, their eyes lit up instantly and they exclaimed, "Young Master Nan is awesome. Young Master Nan will definitely win. It will definitely be successful this time. We are just waiting for Master Nan to introduce us to some resources. If I can't get a girl from a wealthy family, it's not bad to have some new tea." Before Zhao Nan came, he also felt that the success rate was low. But after being praised by this group of people, Zhao Nan became more confident. The corners of his mouth curled up noticeably, and he adjusted his sunglasses in a pretentious manner. "Xiao Shi. No matter how noble you are, you still have to bow down to my Ferrari. I have been planning and inquiring for a week just to catch you today." As he was feeling inflated, Zhao Nan had already started thinking about how to best show off. Just at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Hiss! Look! Is that Xiao Shi? Oh my god! It's really Xiao Shi. So beautiful. She is worthy of being the beauty of the finance department. Her long legs and figure are so hot. I really want to bury my head in her arms." When Zhao Nan heard this, he immediately looked closely. Xiao Shi was wearing ribbon high heels and walking with her 106 centimeters long legs. She looked like an out-of-this-world fairy. She was holding Lu Cici's arm and walking towards the side with a smile. A sweet smile, and flowers bloom. Everyone around was stunned and their mouths were watering. Zhao Nan was excited and quickly tightened his tie, then bumped Jiang Chen with his shoulder and whispered a reminder. "Brother, stand aside, my future girlfriend Xiao Shi is coming over." "Oh." Jiang Chen suppressed his laughter and moved a few steps to the side. "Xiao Shi is indeed coming, but what does it have to do with you?" Seeing this scene, Xiao Shi was also wondering, why were Jiang Chen and Zhao Nan standing together? "It seems like you know each other?" With doubts in her heart, Lu Cici beside her held Xiao Shi's arm affectionately. Compared with Xiao Shi, who was as tall as a model, Lu Cici looked a little petite. The two of them standing together looked like a pair of sisters. A tall goddess and a petite lowly. There are many luxury cars around, but Lu Cici's attention is not on the luxury cars at this time. Instead, he was looking around, as if looking for someone. "Xiao Shi, your little lover?" Lu Cici looked around and then realized that Xiao Shi had already looked in one direction. Lu Cici quickly locked her eyes. Although she didn't know Jiang Chen, she knew Zhao Nan. Seeing Xiao Shi holding her arm and walking towards Zhao Nan, Lu Cici suddenly panicked and whispered quickly, "Hey, Xiao Shi, what are you doing? Didn't you ask your good friends for help? That person is Zhao Nan, you are not going to do anything stupid, are you?" "Xiao Shi." Lu Cici almost screamed out loud. Xiao Shi immediately rolled her eyes at her. "Don't talk nonsense. I know that's Zhao Nan, but I'm not looking for him." "Ah? You're not going to find Zhao Nan, then what?" Lu Cici muttered to herself, her big eyes darting around, searching around Zhao Nan. There were several young men with different looks and fancy clothes around Zhao Nan, looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Lu Cici simply filtered out these gazes. Then he fixed his eyes on the man next to Zhao Nan, a handsome young man dressed neatly and neatly. Jiang Chen. Standing next to Zhao Nan, Jiang Chen stood out from the crowd. In one word, handsome. Jiang Chen's temperament and appearance really made Lu Cici's eyes light up. "Xiao Shi, you're not talking about that handsome guy, are you?" Xiao Shi didn't even look back, just smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's him." She didn't think Lu Cici would make a mistake, because Jiang Chen was so dazzling in the crowd. Xiao Shi didn't think too much and waved at Jiang Chen. This wave of hand is incredible. The group of people in front of Zhao Nan all misunderstood. The atmosphere suddenly exploded and people went crazy. Chapter 19. Damn it, I became a background board. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The beauty of the school, Xiao Shi, is smiling at me. Wei is dead. Fuck you. Xiao Shi was obviously smiling at me. Get out of here. Xiao Shi, I love you. I'm crazy. A group of young men, like star-chasing girls, go crazy in an instant. They all raised their hands and waved at Xiao Shi. Zhao Nan was even more excited than them. His eyes fixed and he immediately scolded. You all shut up. Xiao Shi is waving at me. You poor bastards, do you still want to compete with me? Can you drive a Ferrari with one hand? After saying that, Zhao Nan glanced at the calm Jiang Chen. He looked at those people with contempt and taught them a lesson. See, this brother is really self-aware. Even though he knew I wasn't looking for him, he didn't react at all. Unlike you, a bunch of idiots. I declare once again that Xiao Shi is my Zhao Nan's goddess. As he spoke, Zhao Nan waved at Xiao Shi excitedly. Xiao Shi. I'm here. After hearing what Zhao Nan said, those people were angry but dared not say anything. Who said my family background is not as good as Zhao Nan's? I had to lower my head in frustration. Seeing Zhao Nan so excited, Xiao Shi frowned and instinctively felt some resistance and disgust. If Jiang Chen hadn't been there, she would have wanted to stay away from Zhao Nan. She set her eyes on Jiang Chen, only to see Jiang Chen with his hands in his pockets, also looking at her with a faint smile on his face. Xiao Shi knew that Jiang Chen was waiting for her, so she quickened her pace a little, wanting to get to Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Seeing that Xiao Shi was getting closer and closer to them, Zhao Nan saw that the time had come and immediately pressed the key. Beep. The rear seat box of the Ferrari 488 behind him slowly opened. What catches the eye is a sea of roses filling the entire back seat, instantly igniting the romantic atmosphere. The crowd was boiling. Those second generations were impressed by Zhao Nan's methods. When many girls in the college saw this scene, their eyes were filled with envy. Oh my god. Super sports car. Sea of roses. Young Master Nan is well prepared. Oh my god. This is so romantic. There's actually someone who can flirt with girls like this. If someone proposed to me like this, I would agree without hesitation. I suddenly think Zhao Nan is so handsome. Why isn't I the one being courted? In the crowd, many girls screamed and the boys started to make a noise. At this time, Xiao Shi and Lu Sisi had already walked over. When they were about 5 or 6 steps away, Zhao Nan immediately picked up a bouquet of roses and walked over. Xiao Shi, you are here. This is the blue demon I prepared for you. Zhao Nan is ready, as long as Xiao Shi takes the rose. He immediately took advantage of the heat and gave her a forceful kiss. It's love at first kiss. Completely ignite the romantic atmosphere. However, the flame of this idea had just ignited in his mind, but it was completely extinguished the next moment. Xiao Shi simply ignored him and walked past him. Passing by. Pass. Please move aside, thank you. You are blocking my way. What? I'm in the way? At this moment, Zhao Nan was stunned and his head was buzzing. His eyes followed Xiao Shi as she passed by him. Zhao Nan was petrified on the spot. Everyone was confused. Xiao Shi walked up to Jiang Chen in an elegant and graceful manner. Brother Chen, you are here. By the way, I brought you a gift. She then pulled out a gift box from her backpack. With a red face, she held both hands in front of Jiang Chen and said softly. I saw your phone was a bit old, so I bought you a new one. Huawei made 50 Pro Porsche version, I don't know if you like it. At this moment, the onlookers were instantly shocked. The goddess took the initiative to give the boy a gift. It's Huawei's latest model, costing more than 10,000 yuan. Everyone's 3 views are completely destroyed. Xiao Shi lowered her head shyly at this moment. It completely petrified everyone present. Looking at Zhao Nan again, he was already cracked. How so? This kid has been talking to me for a long time, but it turns out that Xiao Shi came to see him? How am I inferior to that boy? Zhao Nan began to doubt his life, his eyes were bloodshot from anger. He even wanted to kill someone. I have been preparing for so long, but in the end I became a background board. Who the hell can accept this? More and more people gathered around, and the focus was naturally on the high-class beauty Xiao Shi giving a gift to Jiang Chen. This scene is like a confession. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, gladly accepting the gift from Xiaoxi. I like it very much, thank you, Xiaoxi. After saying that, Jiang Chen just patted him on the head to kill him. Xiaoxi's face turned even redder and she lowered her head shyly. Jiang Chen held the gift and waved to Zhao Nan with a smile. Thank you, Nan Xiao. You set the mood very well today. I also received a gift, which made me happy. Zhao Nan went crazy, gritting his teeth and glaring. Ah! He threw the rose hard to the ground. It turns out that not only did I fail in my love proposal, I also became Jiang Chen's atmosphere group. I can't accept it. There was a heated discussion among the crowd, with all kinds of voices. It's so infuriating. Can you please beat him to death? There's actually a school beauty giving him a gift. Damn it! Don't be so hateful. Zhao Nan is so miserable. He prepared so many roses, but he still can't beat the other person who came with nothing. That's right, is there any justice in this world? Didn't you notice that the little brother Xiaoxi confessed to was very handsome? Woo, does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? I'm crying. What's the use of this Portia? I'm jealous. Under the gaze of everyone. Jiang Chen took Xiaoxi's tender hand in a domineering manner and looked at Lu Sisi at the same time. Come on, let's go eat. The two girls nodded and left the bustling crowd with Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Zhao Nan was so angry that he was shaking all over. Damn it! Just wait for me. Chapter 20, Lu Sisi is a naive person? Jiang Chen held Xiaoxi's hand, and Lu Sisi walked on the other side. Two extremely beautiful women walked side by side with Jiang Chen, making others envious. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm and secure palm, Xiaoxi's face flushed and her heart was beating fast. This was the first time she held a boy's hand. She was a little shy and nervous. Lu Sisi was quite lively and active. She stared at Jiang Chen with curious eyes and asked with her head tilted. Hi, handsome. My name is Lu Sisi, you can just call me Sisi. What is your name? After hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Lu Sisi. She has a petite figure and when she smiles she has a pair of shallow dimples, which is just charming. The ribbon high heels paired with a miniskirt exude the aura of a youthful girl, and she looks like a cute and lovely loli. If Xiaoxi, the most beautiful girl in the school, scored 95 points, then Lu Sisi would have at least 90 points. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me whatever you want. Lu Sisi blinked and nodded. Jiang Chen, I heard Xiaoxi call you Brother Chen. How about I call you Brother Chen too? As she spoke, Lu Sisi looked at Xiaoxi and deliberately used a tone that sounded a bit like green tea. Alas, I'm afraid Xiaoxi will be jealous. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiaoxi glared angrily. What nonsense are you talking about, you silly girl? Why should I be jealous? If you want to call me, you can call me Brother Chen. Xiaoxi agreed verbally, but her cheeks were already puffed up, making her look very cute. Hey, I won't. Lu Sisi smiled cunningly, with a hint of a little conspiracy having succeeded. I'll just call you Brother Chen. That's right, Brother Chen. Tell me, how did you and our Xiaoxi know each other? Lu Sisi looked at Jiang Chen with a pair of harmless eyes. Jiang Chen smiled, didn't Xiaoxi tell you? No, Xiaoxi refused to say anything and kept it secret very well. Lu Sisi spread her hands, looking helpless. Okay, let's talk about it on the way. Get in the car first. Jiang Chen took out the key and pressed it. A dark and domineering Rolls-Royce flashes dazzling lights in the night. On the front of the car, the Goddess of Celebration logo slowly rises. The style is fully displayed. This is Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Brother Chen, you actually have a car too? Lu Sisi thought Jiang Chen came by taxi. After all, the rich young men who came by car all drove their cars to the front to show off. Or, Jiang Chen's car is just ordinary? As a result, it turned out to be a Rolls-Royce worth nearly 10 million? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen is so low-key. Xiaoxi was also a little surprised. She was just worried in her heart. If Jiang Chen drove the Pagani supercar from last time, it would be a bit difficult after all, as the car only had 2 seats, but there were 3 of them. As a result, a Rolls-Royce directly solved this problem. Jiang Chen gentlemanly opened the back door for the 2 women. You guys should sit in the back, it's more comfortable. Lu Sisi's eyes sparkled, and she climbed onto the back seat like a little rabbit, then patted the sofa with a look of enjoyment, looking very happy. Xiaoxi, come up quickly? Lu Sisi waved to Xiaoxi excitedly. Xiaoxi. I always feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong with me? She looked up at Jiang Chen somewhat embarrassedly. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at her. She then got into the car like a lady and Jiang Chen closed the door for her. While Jiang Chen was still in the car, Xiaoxi pinched Lu Sisi's thigh hard and scolded her in a low voice. Sisi, can you be a little more reserved in front of Brother Chen? You have completely embarrassed me. Ouch, it hurts so much, Xiaoxi. I'm helping you, don't you understand? I know you big head ghost. As soon as Jiang Chen got in the car, the conversation between the two women came to an abrupt end, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce let out a low roar like a wild beast, and sped away amid a crowd of people watching. The onlookers immediately burst into discussion. Hiss. No wonder he's so crazy. He drives a Rolls-Royce. You really can't judge a person by appearance. He is actually a hidden boss. The Rolls-Royce is so cool. Suddenly I don't feel so jealous anymore. I just envy his car. Alas. It's more than just a car. Not only does he drive a Rolls-Royce, he might even be driving two cars together tonight. Hearing everyone's conversation, Zhao Nan, who had chased after them, gnashed his teeth. This good opportunity should have been his. As a result, Jiang Chen got there first? Isn't it just a broken Rolls-Royce? If you dare to steal my Zhao Nan's woman, I'll make you pay. Zhao Nan's face darkened and he took out his cell phone to make a call. The call is connected. Zhao Nan immediately made a sad face and complained. Brother! Please help me. I, your younger brother, have been bullied. That's right. That bastard stole my woman. Yes, he just drove a Rolls-Royce, and we don't even know if it's his. What? Bro, you promised to help me? Okay, I'll follow them now and see where they are eating. After saying that, Zhao Nan got in the car and immediately chased in the direction of Jiang Chen. In a Rolls-Royce. Xiaoxi told Lu Sisi what happened that day. Wow. So the way you met was so romantic. The princess is threatened by a beast, and the prince appears and saves her. How romantic. Xiaoxi, I'm suddenly so envious of you. Lu Sisi excitedly pulled Xiaoxi's arm and shook it, almost making him faint. Jiang Chen chuckled and said nothing. Through the rearview mirror, Xiaoxi glanced at Jiang Chen cautiously. Seeing that he didn't seem to care much, she breathed a sigh of relief and snorted coquettishly. You little bitch, you just can't keep quiet, can you? How are you going to find a boyfriend in the future if you're so jumpy? Lu Sisi sat back in her seat and curled her lips. Humph, it's good that I can't find a boyfriend. I'll ask my brother Chen to support me. Brother Chen, can you support me? I can cook and wash clothes. Having said that, Lu Sisi reached out her hand from the back seat and tried to touch Jiang Chen's face. Xiaoxi was startled, and immediately pulled her back, saying angrily. Sisi. Xiaoxi's face turned red with anger. Okay, it's just a joke. Look how anxious you are. Isn't it okay for me not to snatch Brother Chen from you? By the way, where are we going to eat? Lu Sisi quickly changed the subject. Speaking of food, Xiaoxi finally responded, Brother Chen, you've helped me so much, I'll treat you. Jiang Chen chuckled and said calmly. I made an extra 90,000 yuan last time, so I'll treat you all today. Let's go to the Purple Mountain Hotel. It should be pretty good there. Upon hearing this, Lu Sisi's eyes immediately became starry. Wow! It's Purple Mountain Hotel. A 5-star hotel. Are there any Michelin chefs there? I'm going. Xiaoxi looked helpless and complained, alas, when will you change your naive personality? I give up on you. Jiang Chen, who was driving, smiled when he heard these words. He looked at the two women behind him through the rearview mirror. Naive? Are you sure Lu Sisi is a naive person? Why do I think she is more dangerous? Chapter 21. Nothing will happen, right? Outside Purple Mountain Hotel. From a distance, Zhao Nan watched Jiang Chen and the two girls get out of the car and enter the hotel. He quickly called his brother Zhao Doni. Speaking of Zhao Nan's name, there is a story. When his father registered Zhao Nan's household registration, he actually filled in Zhao Nanbo, but due to a mistake made by the staff, the character Bo was omitted. Later he became Zhao Nan. Brother, guess what? They came to the Purple Mountain Hotel. Come here quickly, now we can stop him. Unlike Zhao Nan, his brother Zhao Dongyi is very shrewd. Currently he is the second in command of the Zhao Group and has begun to manage the family business. He has achieved excellent results and is the quasi-heir to the Zhao family. He also saw that Zhao Nan was not doing his job all day. He doesn't care. On the contrary, Zhao Nan would be happier if he didn't get involved in the company's affairs. That is why, if Zhao Nan gets into trouble or has trouble outside, he will help him out. After all, it feels really good to suppress others. Even if something goes wrong, he can always put the blame on his younger brother. Just after getting off work, Zhao Dongyi received a call from Zhao Nan. What? Purple Mountain Hotel? Very good, as long as he is there, I can find him. Wait, I'll be there soon. When he heard that they were going to Purple Mountain Hotel, a sneer flashed across Zhao Dongyi's lips. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come by yourself. The electronic equipment supply business run by Zhao Group has established a long-term cooperative relationship with Purple Mountain Hotel. And every year, the Zhao Group also contracts a number of businesses such as equipment updates and maintenance. It can be said that Zaijinshan Hotel is the financial sponsor of the Zhao Group. He can make a lot of profit from Purple Mountain Hotel every year. As long as I say a word and find someone, I think Purple Mountain Hotel will give me some face, right? Thinking in his heart, Zhao Dongyi drove his own Porsche. Bullying my brother? Steal my brother's girlfriend? Don't even ask me, Zhao Dongyi, whether I agree or not. After thinking about it, he made a phone call while driving. Soon, Zhao Dongyi and his younger brother Zhao Nan met in front of Purple Mountain Hotel. There are many cars parked in the parking space. There is a row of Rolls-Royces that are particularly eye-catching. They are the special cars used by Purple Mountain Hotel to receive distinguished guests. Zhao Nan, are you sure it's this car? Zhao Dongyi pointed at one of the cars and confirmed again and again. Zhao Nan nodded repeatedly. There was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, but he still said with certainty, yes, it's this one. It was a little dark at the time. I remember he turned in here. It should be this one. But isn't this a Rolls-Royce Ghost? It's the hotel's reception car, is this it? That's right, what he was pointing out now was a car in the fleet of Rolls-Royce Ghosts used by the hotel to entertain VIP guests. I didn't even notice that Zhang Chen's car was parked on the other side. Because it was already late at night and Zhao Nan was following him from a distance, and there was a large fountain and flowers in the center, he couldn't see clearly which parking space Zhang Chen parked. In addition, Cullinan, Ghost and Phantom, these three cars, look almost the same from a distance, so it is even more difficult to identify them. Seeing my brother so determined, Zhao Dongyi sneered and looked at a man next to him. Captain Liu, this is correct. I originally thought he was a rich kid driving a Rolls-Royce. If that's the case, it might take some tricks. Now it seems that he is just a VIP staying in the hotel, most likely from out of town. As he spoke, Zhao Dongyi sneered. Ha, a powerful dragon can hardly suppress a local snake. He is an outsider who came to Tianhai. Isn't he going to be suppressed by me, Zhao Dongyi? Lu Yaowu was silent for a moment. Seeing that Zhao Dongyi was so confident, she wanted to refuse but didn't know how to say it. So he looked at Zhao Nan again. Mr. Nan, are you sure this is correct? I have to tell you, I'm taking on a big responsibility by helping you find someone this time. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll be finished. Hearing this, Zhao Nan nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Dongyi directly handed over a card. Captain Liu. There's 20,000 in the card, and the password is 6 sixes. Captain Liu, take this and have some tea. After getting the card, Lu Yaowu's eyes lit up. This is 20,000 yuan, 1 month's salary. It's worth it for him to take the risk. Moreover, Zhao Dongyi is also one of the hotel's partners, so there will surely be no problems. Lu Yaowu took the card and nodded. Come on, follow me in. Keep a low profile. I'll withdraw after I find you. You guys can handle it on your own. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhao Dongyi has a proud confidence. Soon, several people entered the hotel. First, I entered the monitoring room and started looking for surveillance videos according to the time period given by Zhao Nan. Found it. It's them. Zhao Nan pointed. Lu Yaowu nodded and took a look. The box they went to seemed to be the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion on the 6th floor. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion? You think you're really good at playing? Let's go up now. Zhao Nan can't wait. Zhao Dongyi nodded and then thanked Lu Yaowu. Thank you, Captain Lu, for your trouble. We are going now. Lu Yaowu finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the Zhao brothers leave. He looked at the card in his hand and started muttering to himself. It shouldn't be any problem, right? Chapter 22. We meet again. Purple Mountain Hotel, 6th floor. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. I'm so full, thank you, Brother Chen. Lu Sisi lay leisurely in the recliner, stroking her round belly. After the meal, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Lu Sisi had a petite figure, but he didn't expect that she could eat so much. She was definitely a foodie. Looking at Xiaoxi again, she had a satisfied look on her face. She was a little reserved at first, but when the delicious dishes came one after another, she couldn't resist the temptation and ate without hesitation. Yeah, I ate so much today. Looks like I need to start losing weight when I get home. Hearing Xiaoxi mutter something, Jiang Chen smiled. Lose weight? Why lose weight? Your body is perfect. I like girls with voluptuous figure. Of course, what men mean by voluptuous is definitely not being fat, but looking thin when dressed and having flesh when undressed, with big places being big and small places being small. Lu Sisi looked like she was watching the fun and teased Xiaoxi with a smile. Yo, did you hear that? Brother Chen likes fleshy, soft things to the touch. Don't lose weight, okay? Otherwise, if you lose the soft parts, Brother Chen won't like you anymore. When Xiaoxi heard this, she almost crawled under the table out of shame. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said coquettishly, Humph, what does it have to do with me whether you like it or not? After saying that, she cautiously glanced at Jiang Chen. Noticing Jiang Chen's calm expression, he quickly added another sentence. I just said that. I just want to keep myself in shape. This way you can eat more delicious food. Puff. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Student Xiaoxi, I find you to be quite cute. Being praised suddenly, Xiaoxi blushed and lowered her head. Lu Sisi blinked her big eyes and asked. What about me? Am I not cute? Ha! Jiang Chen smiled and said, You are cute too. You can't gain weight by eating too much, right? Lu Sisi covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, Xiaoxi, did you see that? Brother Chen flirted with me in front of you. He actually said that I can't gain weight. He must have some improper thoughts about me. No, I have to carry pepper spray with me tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My classmate, you are so cute. Are you going to force me to take you to visit my presidential suite? And then let her feel the waterbed? Everyone was joking and chatting happily. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open. Uninvited guests are coming. Zhao Dongyi and Zhao Nan rushed in a hurry. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Isn't this the guy who just stole the goddess from me at the school gate? Zhao Nan put his hands on his hips, looking like he was really awesome. After all, he now has his brother to support him. In Tianhai, there are few people he is afraid of. Jiang Chen was not in a good mood when he saw the person coming. I was discussing life with two girls, and you came in at this time? However, Jiang Chen was amused. He didn't expect this guy to be so persistent. And you even chased us to the hotel? Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Master Nan at the school gate? What's your name? Nav? Oh, by the way, I also want to thank Master Nan for teaching me how to pick up girls. It's a pity that I got the girl without using any of them. What a pity. Zhao Nan just boasted a few words as soon as he entered the room, and hadn't yet said anything harsh. Jiang Chen directly counterattacked and ridiculed him. He was so angry that his face turned red and he couldn't even get a word in. Jiang Chen continued. But why are you here, Master Nan? Are you here to eat? Sorry, I've finished eating, but there are some leftovers. If you don't mind, Nan-sama. Package to take away? The moment Xiaoxi and Lu Sisi saw Zhao Nan, their faces turned unhappy. They knew that Zhao Nan must have come for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Chen apologetically. I didn't expect Zhao Nan to be so persistent. When the two girls were about to step forward to help Jiang Chen, they were amused by what Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen's words were so harsh, every word hurts the heart. I must have fought against them and Zon a lot. Pfft, Brother Chen, you were so mean, asking people to pack up the leftovers. But these leftovers are also expensive. Lu Sisi immediately made the final move. She had no good feelings towards Zhao Nan at all. Xiaoxi frowned slightly, her eyes showing disgust, and asked, Zhao Nan, I have clearly rejected you, why do you still come to disturb us? Seeing the two girls helping Jiang Chen speak up, Zhao Nan got furious again. But he now has the handle on Jiang Chen. So he is not square at all. Zhao Nan calmed down, stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of hawk-like eyes, and sneered. Boy, what are you trying to be mysterious about? Do you really think you are a big shot? I've seen through your little tricks a long time ago. You used the Rolls-Royce of the Purple Mountain Hotel as your own luxury car to pick up girls? Can you kid? Zhao Nan's words made Jiang Chen look confused. My car is not mine? How did this guy come to this conclusion? The little shark has stopped thinking. JPG. The two girls also looked strange. Zhao Nan thought the girls had an epiphany and turned his gaze to his brother. After receiving the signal, Zhao Dongyi quickly echoed. That's right. This kid's Rolls-Royce is the car that Purple Mountain Hotel uses to entertain VIPs. Not only him, but anyone staying at the hotel can enjoy the Rolls-Royce's pick-up and drop-off service as long as they apply for a card and deposit 100,000 yuan. This guy used the hotel money and drove the hotel car to cheat you. You should now understand that you have been fooled, right? This is what Zhao Nan called the handle. Although he couldn't cause trouble in the Purple Mountain Hotel, he could expose Jiang Chen's conspiracy. Plus the cooperative relationship between my company and this place. At that time, just call the security team leader Lu Yaowu and throw Jiang Chen out directly. They brothers are trying to find a way to give Jiang Chen a beating. By then, the two girls will fall in love with him because of his actions. This wave is perfect. Perfect. I'm telling you the truth. I'm the general manager of the Zhao Group, Zhao Dongyi. I won't lie to you. Zhao Dongyi also introduced himself at this time and showed off in front of the two women. Originally he thought there was only one girl, but now there are two, so naturally he wants to get a piece of the pie. Yes, my brother is right. Xiaoxi, Sisi, you have all been deceived. This guy is not a rich man at all. Our Zhao family is worth billions. If you want any luxury car, it's just a matter of a word from my brother. Well, come with me, I'll take you for a ride. As for this guy, he actually used the hotel's Rolls-Royce to cheat on a girl. I'll tell the security to kick them out right now. Zhao Nan said this and signaled to Zhao Dongyi with his eyes. Let him call Lu Yaowu. The two girls couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect Zhao Nan to be so mentally retarded. Even if Jiang Chen is penniless, Xiaoxi is not after Jiang Chen's money. Her family is rich too. It is an established fact that she doesn't like Zhao Nan, and this kind of thing will not change it. In other words, even without Jiang Chen, there is no way Xiaoxi could get into Zhao Nan's car. What's more, Jiang Chen's Pagani Huayra is the only one in the whole country. Do you think this is also the hotel's reception car? So funny. Seeing Zhao Nan was about to call security, Jiang Chen remained calm. He was just curious about why Zhao Nan could find him so accurately. Now it seems that they are in collusion with the people in the hotel. This is interesting. Jiang Chen raised his lips and said, okay, if you want to call security, go ahead. Hearing this, Zhao Dongyi sneered and said viciously. Boy, you have guts. I'll call the security guards up right now, just wait. Chapter 23, the trap is waiting for you to fall into. At the same time, in a high-end private room at the Purple Mountain Hotel. Everyone, you are here on my turf today. I, Zhang Jialiang, will bring you a glass of wine. I wish you all a prosperous business. Zhang Jialiang raised his glass and toasted the dozen or so bigwigs from various parties present. Among these people, each one's identity should not be underestimated. Among them, the one with the highest status was sitting in the main seat. The middle-aged man, who was intimidating without even getting angry, stood naturally straight, emitting majesty and coldness. Even if Zhang Jialiang is the general manager of Zijin Hotel, you must be respectful in front of him. This person's name is Mu Zhengxiong. He is the chief executive officer of Golden Shield Security. Golden Shield Security, the top security group in China, enjoys a transcendent status. The security personnel under its command are all first-class elites, equipped with armed forces, and each member is at the level of a special forces soldier. The business is spread all over the world. Anyone who is rich can hope to be protected by Golden Shield Security. But the difficulty is, Golden Shield Security has an official background and the requirements are extremely strict. Ordinary wealthy people are not qualified to hire this person. It has to go through layers of screening and assessment. The injection of security forces was approved only after official approval. That's right, you are a customer and you also need to be evaluated. Golden Shield Security is so awesome. Although Mu Jingxiang is not the boss, as the president and chief instructor, he is a person who is above everyone else and below 10,000 people in Golden Shield Security. At this moment, Mu Jingxiang looked at Zhang Jialiang with a smile. Xiao Zhang, you're welcome. Let's sit down and have a drink together. We are all friends. Zhang Jialiang wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. I dare not act rashly in front of Brother Mu. Zhang Jialiang seemed a little odd. Mu Jingxiang shook his head helplessly. At this time, a female secretary dressed as an office lady came to Zhang Jialiang's ear. Mr. Zhang, it seems that Mr. Zhang, the major shareholder, has visited our hotel. Would you like to go and confirm it? What? Zhang Jialiang woke up instantly. This matter is more important than anything else at the moment. Everyone, I have something to do and I have to leave for a while. He looked around, finally looked at Mu Zhengxiong, nodded at him, and left immediately. Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. Zhao Dongyi had finished the call and looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Boy, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Well, I'll give you a chance. Admit your mistake to my brother right now, apologize, and promise to stay away from these two girls, and I'll forgive you for what happened. How about it? If you wait for my people to arrive, you will be in big trouble. Having said that, Zhao Dongyi looked at Jiang Chen, waiting for a reply. Who knows? Jiang Chen smiled, took a chair and sat down, raised his head and said lightly. Let me admit my mistake? Are you worthy of it? His voice was understated, but loud enough for everyone in the box to hear clearly. Extremely insulting. Zhao Dongyi was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Okay. I guess you won't cry until you see the coffin. I'm going to have the security guard throw you out of here later. As he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Zhang Jialiang was seen walking in hurriedly with a secretary beside him. When he saw Zhang Jialiang, Zhao Dongyi's eyes lit up even more. He often dealt with Zhang Jialiang, so naturally he recognized Zhang Jialiang. This time Zhang Jialiang came here in person, he must have known that I was here, so he came to visit. Zhao Dongyi was delighted and immediately stretched out his hand to greet him. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to come to greet me in person. You are so polite. But the next moment, his movements froze in place. Zhang Jialiang passed by him as if he didn't see him. Walked towards the other person in the box. Jiang Chen. Zhang Jialiang bowed slightly, shook Jiang Chen's hand enthusiastically, and looked respectful. Boss Jiang. Why didn't you say hello to your subordinates when you came? I could have someone greet you at the door. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Zhao Dongyi turned around as if a machine was stuck, his face full of disbelief. What did he just hear? Zhang Jialiang of Zijin Hotel actually called Jiang Chen Mr. Jiang? Do I have to greet him at the door? What is the identity of this Jiang Chen? Zhao Nan was also stunned and didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Chen and Zhang Jialiang shook hands casually and said with a smile, well, we are just coming over for a meal, there is no need to mobilize a large number of people. Ha, Mr. Jiang is indeed a man of refined taste. Zhang Jialiang laughed heartily, then he realized what was happening in the box. Mr. Zhao? Why are you here too? Zhang Jialiang's expression suddenly became strange. Zhao Dongyi came back to his senses. No, Mr. Zhang, why are you calling this liar Mr. Jiang? Isn't he just an outsider who drives your hotel's reception car and flirts with girls everywhere to cheat them of money and sex? Cheating for money and sex? Zhang Jialiang was stunned when he heard this and looked at Jiang Chen again. He was quite familiar with this face, he had seen the information of the new shareholder Jiang Chen. The photo inside is exactly this face. He remembers it clearly and will never admit his mistake. So, it must be this Xiao Dongyi who is slandering Mr. Jiang. Thinking of this, Zhang Jialiang's face instantly turned gloomy. Zhao Dongyi. I advise you to be careful with your words. Mr. Jiang is the boss of our hotel, how could he cheat you for money or sex? Hearing this, Zhao Dongyi's head exploded. The whole person stood there in a daze. Jiang Chen. He is actually the owner of Purple Mountain Hotel? How so? Purple Mountain Hotel is the financial sponsor of the Zhao family. If they offended Jiang Chen, the Zhao family would suffer terrible losses. Zhao Nan, what's going on? Zhao Dani questioned Zhao Nan as if he had lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits. I don't know. Zhao Nan's lips turned pale and his voice trembled. He felt like he was in big trouble. At this time, Jiang Chen walked over slowly and sneered. Didn't you just say you were going to ask the security to kick me out of here? Why, you're not talking anymore. Zhao Dani and Zhao Nan were silent, their faces flushed, and they dared not say a word. Zhang Jialian was so angry that he laughed. You come to someone else's hotel and end up kicking the boss out? This is something only an idiot can do. Mr. Zhang, what do you think we should do now? Should we ask someone to kick them out? Zhang Jialiang asked cautiously. No hurry, don't alert the enemy yet. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. I suspect that our security here has leaked the customer's privacy. If you call for help now, all our efforts will be wasted. Zhang Jialian looked shocked. The current problems in their hotel were actually pointed out by Jiang Chen in one sentence. The hotel did have a customer privacy leak, so he started to contact Golden Shield Security. But I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would discover this problem on the first day he arrived. This Mr. Jiang is definitely not simple. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Yaowu is here, the show begins. He pushed the door open with a bang, with great momentum, and then roared. How dare you act like a hooligan here? Brothers! Arrest him! Catch him, beat him, what the hell? With a wave of his hand, 2 men were about to go in. As a result, Lu Yaowu saw a strange scene. Zhao Dani and Zhao Nan stood aside in silence like children who had made mistakes. But Jiang Chen and Zhang Jialian looked at him like ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lu Yaowu felt like there was something stuck in his throat. I was totally dumbfounded. What is going on here? Chapter 24. Do you overestimate yourself? Seeing this scene, Lu Yaowu was dumbfounded. He didn't know Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that General Manager Zhang Jialian was also here. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Mr. Zhang. Lu Yaowu looked panicked and looked at Zhang Jialian anxiously. Before he could finish the rest of the sentence, Zhang Jialian walked over and slapped him hard in the face. Bang! Captain Lu. You are so bold. Zhang Jialiang stared at Lu Yaowu fiercely. Lu Yaowu covered his burning face and said with a look of injustice, Boss Zhang, I was wronged, I know nothing. Unfair? If you hadn't leaked Mr. Zhang's information, how would Zhao Dani and the others have found this place? Zhang Jialian questioned. Yes. Zhao Dani forced me to do this. Yes, he forced me to do this. In a panic, Lu Yaowu immediately blamed Zhao Dani. Zhao Dani was not happy with this and immediately retorted. Captain Lu. Don't spit blood on me. You don't even know the owner of your own hotel, and yet you say I forced you to do that. You watched the surveillance video with me, and you even accepted a 20,000 yuan red envelope from me. Captain Lu, you are so disloyal. Hearing this, Lu Yaowu's heart sank suddenly. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was actually the new owner of the hotel. And myself. He actually leaked the boss's information. I'm afraid my future career is over. And all this is Zhao Dani's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been exposed. Thinking of this, Lu Yaowu went crazy instantly and rushed towards Zhao Dani. Damn it! I'm going to fight you. The situation developed so quickly that no one was prepared. Lu Yaowu and Zhao Dani started fighting instantly. The two sides were unwilling to give in, the scene was chaotic and quite intense. But the fight didn't last long and the two were pulled apart. Lu Yaowu had several bruises on his face and looked at Jiang Chen and Zhang Jialian with a sad face. Boss Zhang, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Hearing this, Zhang Jialiang sneered, this shouldn't be the first time. I have received several reports from customers saying that someone leaked user information. I have been looking for the insider for a few days, and I didn't expect it to be you. Lu Yaowu. You are fired. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with Zhang Jialiang's handling of the matter, and said calmly, well, Xiao Zhang, by the way, we will also terminate the cooperation with the Zhao Group. Our hotel does not need such a rubbish supplier. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Jialiang nodded. Regarding the cooperation with Zhao Group, their hotel has the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Zhao Dongyi had expected this result, but he knew that going up to him now would only add fuel to the fire and would not help. A better way would be to wait until things calmed down before admitting his mistakes. Maybe there would still be a glimmer of hope. But Lu Yaowu was unwilling to be fired like this. He looked at Zhang Jialiang and Jiang Chen in panic. Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang. Please give me another chance. If I leave, there will be no one in charge of the hotel security. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. You won't be able to find someone more suitable than me in a short period of time. I know that we haven't reached an agreement with Golden Shield Security yet. The hotel needs me at this time. Please give me another chance. Threaten? Jiang Chen hates threats the most. Considering the overall situation, Zhang Jialiang was a little hesitant. At this moment, a prompt sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host helped his hotel to eliminate a major cancer, activated the hidden event. Rewarded with 62% of the shares of Golden Shield Security Company. The formalities have been completed and the handover can be carried out at any time. Seeing this hidden reward, Jiang Chen smiled. Sorry, I've already found the right person. So, you can go now. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so tough. Especially Zhang Jialiang. The reason why Zhang Jialiang hesitated was not because of his deep relationship with Lu Yaowu, but mainly because Lu Yaowu said that the hotel's security had not found a suitable professional team. It will take at least a few days to find a security company temporarily. Of course, if Lu Yaowu leaves now, the entire team will have to be replaced. Then, the hotel will be in a semi-paralyzed state. Although it will not cause fatal impact to the hotel. But such a big hotel will also have problems. Zhang Jialiang leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered. Boss Jiang, although Lu Yaowu meant to be threatening, this is indeed the current situation. In fact, I have been negotiating with Golden Shield Security these days, but so far, the response given by Golden Shield Security is that there is no suitable team assigned to our Purple Mountain Hotel. If Lu Yaowu left. Lu Yaowu also heard what Zhang Jialiang said. I felt a little proud in my heart, but I didn't act too arrogant. He did have a hint of threat in his words just now, but now he knows he should quit while he is ahead. Boss Jiang is right, the hotel really needs me now. Well, you can watch me make amends for my crime, and if it doesn't work out, you can replace me, how about that? I will definitely clean up the team and will never let something like what happened today happen. But if I leave, the hotel's security will be paralyzed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered and interrupted directly. Oh, paralysis? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Lu Yaowu, to be honest, if I hadn't seen some of these little actions, I wouldn't have investigated them too deeply. Even in today's incident, if you were sincere in admitting your mistakes, I might have given you a chance. But you made a fatal mistake. Do you know what it is? Jiang Chen exuded a powerful aura. Even Zhang Jialiang, who had always been worldly wise, felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yaowu even felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Mr. Jiang, I. Seeing him hesitating, Jiang Chen said coldly, I, Jiang Chen, hate threats the most. So, you can go away. Boom. Another bolt from the blue hit Lu Yaowu's head, and he felt as desperate as if he had been sentenced to death. I didn't expect that I was fired because of my own cleverness. But he was unwilling. Boss Jiang. What will happen to the hotel security if I leave? Would you consider your hotel and let me stay for a few more days? Jiang Chen shook his head and sneered. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Chen answered the phone, his eyes lit up, he said something briefly and then hung up. Then he looked at Lu Yaowu with a smile. Hotel? In that case, I'll let you go knowingly. You said Golden Shield Security is great? Okay, since you all admire this security company so much, I'll just let the people from Golden Shield Security take over the security of the hotel. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Yaowu was dumbfounded. That is a security force that needs an official background to be used. How can the Purple Mountain Hotel hire the Golden Shield security team? Boss Jiang, you must be kidding. Zhang Jialiang's mouth twitched. You may not know that the audit of Golden Shield security is very strict. Our hotel is not up to that standard yet. I also talked to the president of Golden Shield Security before. He was interrupted halfway through his sentence. Brother Zhang, I was just joking with you. Now I'm officially telling you that our Purple Mountain Hotel will be handed over to our Golden Shield security to take over starting tomorrow. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. Outside the door, an old man with a majestic look without even getting angry walked towards them with the gait of a dragon or a tiger and a silly smile. The person who came was the chief instructor of Golden Shield security, Mu Jingxiong. The whole audience was dumbfounded again. Chapter 25. What is Mr. Jiang's background? Brother Mu, you agree? Zhang Jialiang's eyes widened with disbelief. Mu Jingxiong walked straight to Jiang Chen, bowed slightly, and spoke respectfully. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm late. Zhang Jialiang was shocked and confused. Mu Jingxiong smiled and explained, I just received the news as well. From now on, the two of us are colleagues. We should help each other in the future. As he spoke, he put his arm around Zhang Jialiang's shoulders, and his attitude was extremely cordial. Zhang Jialiang was flattered and was a little overwhelmed. Mu Jingxiong is a big shot with an official background, yet he is so close to him and calls him brother. What on earth is going on? Boss Jiang, did you buy Golden Shield security again? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded, agreeing. Zhang Jialiang almost fell to his knees. What kind of horrible monster is my boss? Gulp. The whole audience was so quiet that you could hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva. The Zhao brothers, who were already in despair, were struck by lightning when they heard the news. Double the despair. If Purple Mountain represents wealth, then Golden Shield security represents the highest network of connections. The force behind Jiang Chen is definitely one they cannot afford to offend. Zhao Dani was scared and trembling with anger. He glared at Zhao Nan beside him and started to attack him with his fist. You're such a fucking asshole. How dare you mess with such a big shot? I'll beat you to death. Zhao Dani immediately started punching and kicking Zhao Nan. No regard for brotherhood at all. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Clear the place, noisy. Zhang Jialiang and Mu Jingxiong looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Waved directly to the two security guards. Just like that, the Zhao brothers and Lu Yaowu were dragged out with despair on their faces but without any resistance. Mr. Jiang. Mu Jingxiong looked at Jiang Chen. You guys should leave as well. We can talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Chen simply sent them all away. After a while, the box returned to calm, with only Jiang Chen and the two girls left. Xiaoxi and Lu Sisi were already stunned, blinking their eyes at Jiang Chen. Hey! Wake up, what are you looking at? The two girls came back to their senses and looked at Jiang Chen with awe and curiosity. Just now they were so nervous that they dared not speak, not even to breathe. Brother Chen, who are you? You're so awesome. Lu Sisi's eyes were full of little stars and admiration. Xiaoxi also looked at Jiang Chen infatuatedly, with even more affection in her eyes. Because Jiang Chen is so handsome tonight. Top floor of the hotel. General Manager's office. At this moment, Mu Jingxiong had no intention of going back to drink, so he simply went upstairs with Zhang Jialiang, and they sat on the sofa facing each other. Zhang Jialiang also became less reserved, while Mu Jingxiong became more serious. Hesitantly, Mu Jingxiong looked at Zhang Jialiang and said, I say, Brother Zhang, do you know anything about Mr. Jiang? To be honest, I never thought that Golden Shield Security would change its major shareholder before this, and the situation is so urgent, and Mr. Jiang is still so young. You know, the previous major shareholder was a person with an official background. From what you said, your Zijin Hotel was also recently acquired by Mr. Jiang? Mu Jingxiong couldn't suppress his inner doubts. After the meal, he asked a lot of questions. He is so curious. Zhang Jialiang also gave a bitter smile. Brother Mu, I am almost the same as you. I don't know what Mr. Jiang's background is. I just knew Mr. Jiang earlier than you. Besides, Mr. Jiang bought the hotel today, not in the past few days. After Zhang Jialiang finished speaking, Mu Jingxiong could no longer remain calm. Successfully acquired two behemoths in one day. He is most likely playing a big game. Mr. Jiang is definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Mu Jingxiong stood up suddenly. No, I need to go back to the company. Zhang Jialiang was puzzled. It's so late, why are you still going back to the company? Mu Jingxiong took a deep breath. I have to send a notice to the company's executives overnight to tell them about this. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Jialian looked confused, then hurried to catch up. The other side. After Jiang Chen sent the two girls back, he returned to his villa. After taking a shower, he lay comfortably on the bed and played with his mobile phone. At this time, he received a message on his mobile phone. Xiaoxi, Brother Chen, we had a lot of fun tonight. It's just that Cici was a little too noisy, sorry. Naughty. Xiaoxi, let's not bring Cici with us next time, okay? Jiang Chen thought about it and felt that Lu Cici was indeed a bit of a hindrance. Otherwise, if they were alone after watching the movie tonight, maybe they could improve their relationship with each other. Jiang Chen also wanted to feel the softness that Xiaoxi's hand couldn't hold. Jiang Chen, okay, next time it'll just be the two of us. Xiaoxi immediately replied, well, then it's an appointment blushing. As soon as the chat was finished, Jiang Chen closed the chat window. But I didn't expect Lu Cici to send me another message. Lu Cici, Brother Chen, thank you for your hospitality tonight. Can I treat you to a meal next time? Seeing this message, Jiang Chen smiled. Alas. Really? I once whipped a famous horse because I was drunk. How afraid I was of how much love would tire the beauty. These sisters, TSK. Fortunately, I have a perfect physique now, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to handle it. However, Jiang Chen is not that stupid. He was still a little wary of Lu Cici. After all, this girl was very clever and Jiang Chen couldn't figure her out. Maybe he is trying to trick himself. Jiang Chen decided to just brush it off for now and talk to Xiaoxi about it later. The next day. Jiang Chen got up, brushed his teeth and washed up. Get ready to start today's lucky draw. After all, the lottery I won yesterday was so good. I wonder what good things I'll win in today's lottery. Jiang Chen murmured in his heart, feeling a little excited. Turn on the system. Ding. Today's lottery draw number is 1. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Ha? Only once? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but when it comes to lottery, it's not about the number of times you do it. It's about quality. Maybe the reward you draw today is better than before? System, draw a lottery. The lucky draw will start spinning rapidly. The next moment, a golden light flashed. Ding. Reward. Chapter 26. Are you the legendary Mr. Jian? Ding. Reward, 300 units in Jinqiu Huacheng community. The property certificate has been stored in the system space, the host can collect it at any time. Receive. 2 cardboard boxes fell in front of him with a bang. Jiang Chen was almost scared. Then he used his key to cut open the carton and opened it. It's filled with red property certificates. Although Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the 2 boxes of property certificates. He flipped through the property certificates one by one, and the names on them were all the same. Jiang Chen. And the address is exactly Splendid Flower City. A total of 300 books. Jinqiu Huacheng? 300 units? This is almost a residential district. Jiang Chen has been in Tianhai for so long, of course he knows Jinqiu Flower City. This Jinqiu Huacheng is a newly built community located in Pudong District. It has convenient transportation, a good school district, and mature surrounding supporting facilities. So the housing price is naturally not low, about 60,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. So, that means. How many billions have you earned? Jiang Chen was a little excited. How far is the distance from an ordinary person to a billionaire? Answer, a lucky draw. Now that he has so many houses, Jiang Chen has to consider what to do with them. Selling it is obviously the stupidest thing to do. Tianhai's housing prices are skyrocketing now, and selling it directly would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, Jiang Chen is not short of money. The best way to deal with it is to rent it out temporarily. Looks like I have to go over there. I have nothing to do today anyway. Jiang Chen carried the 2 cardboard boxes into the car and drove to Jinqiu Flower City. Half an hour later. The Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the property gate of the residential community. It was dark and domineering, and as eye-catching as a thug in a suit. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and a good-looking property staff member came up to him quickly. Hello sir, how can I help you? The attitude was extremely polite. Please, where is the parking space for a luxury car that big outside the gate? A typical rich second generation. Maybe he's here to buy a house. Bang! Jiang Chen held the box in his hand and placed it on the table. Hello, I want to rent a room. It turns out to be a rental house. The property manager looked a little lost. The commission for renting a house is much lower than that for buying a house. But her basic professionalism still keeps her smiling. No problem. May I ask what specific requirements you have for the house? Jiang Chen sat on the chair and shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I'm not a tenant. So you are. The property staff was a little confused. Jiang Chen pushed the box in front of her. I'm the landlord. The property staff was stunned and reached out to open the box. A box of red books. She took out a book and opened it with some trembling. 703, Building D, Jinqiu Huacheng, owner, Jiang Chen. Then he took out a book, Building D, Room 602, Jiang Chen. The third one is still Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly, this is Building D. I have another box in my car. There's another box. The property girl looked up at Jiang Chen, her throat a little dry. Could it be that Mr. Jiang owns two buildings? This building has more than 100 units, and the two buildings are 300 sets. Oh, so embarrassing. Do you understand what I mean now? I want to rent it out, not rent a house. Understood. The little girl's legs and feet felt weak and her head felt dizzy. Are you the legendary Mr. Jiang who bought two buildings? Legend has it that it's okay. That should be the case. How long will this take? Jiang Chen said with a smile. The little girl came to her senses and her screams rang out in the property lobby. Manager. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is here. The property girl's shouting attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. 3 seconds later, a figure rushed out from the office inside. He was dressed in a suit and tie, his eyes scanning the hall. Mr. Jiang is here? Where is he? Then he saw Jiang Chen and the property manager, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Mr. Jiang. Hello. Jiang Chen stood up and wanted to shake hands with him, but the other party bowed 90 degrees. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the property manager of Jinqiu Huacheng. My name is Wu Pei. You can just call me Xiao Wu. At this moment, Wu Pei's eyes fell on the property certificate on the table, and his gaze became even more intense. Big customer. This is the biggest client he has ever met in all his long years of working in real estate. This residential complex was built not long ago and two buildings were bought right away. What a big deal this is. It was completely beyond the imagination of him as a property manager. Mr. Jiang, please come this way, let's talk in the office. As he spoke, Wu Pei took the initiative to pick up the box, which was still a bit heavy. He led Jiang Chen into the office and sat him down, and personally poured him a glass of water. It's not that he's a dog licker. You know, Jiang Chen is the largest owner in this community. The property fees for the two buildings are paid by the young man in front of me. If the other party is not satisfied, we are fully capable of replacing the current property. Mr. Jiang, you are here this time. Jiang Chen got straight to the point and said, I plan to rent out all the houses I own. Rent them all? Yes, all of them. Wu Pei nodded and said, in fact, I have wanted to contact you for a long time. There are many office buildings near our community, so houses are particularly easy to rent. Except for your buildings D and E, most of our community has been rented out. Both of your buildings are fully furnished and you can basically move in with just your luggage. Building E basically has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room or 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. At the current market price, a fully furnished single room costs around 4,500 per month. If you rent the entire building, the price will be lower, but it will be less troublesome. Building E is larger than Building D. Wu Pei can be said to have told us everything he knew. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, a single room or the entire room is fine, as long as the price is reasonable. You can pay for water and electricity yourself. He just did a rough calculation. The average rent for each apartment in Building D is about 8,500. Building E is a bit more expensive, about 10,000 yuan per unit, and all the houses are in the mode of 1 deposit and 3 payments. If all are rented out, that's about 6 million in revenue a month. This is just the income from rental, if calculated as assets. Jiang Chen is now worth nearly 10 billion. Manager Wu, I'm sorry to bother you with this. I'll give you 5 points on the rent. Please pay more attention to it. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. He definitely needs someone to help take care of it, and Wu Pei is a good choice. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Wu Pei smiled happily and nodded repeatedly. Of course. No problem. If I become an agent, I can make a lot of money in a month. Although there are more things to do, don't we still have employees? Jiang Chen then paid the property management fee and signed the agency contract, and the matter was settled. Don't worry about anything. Just wait for the property to transfer money to Jiang Chen's bank card every month. Wu Pei helped Jiang Chen deliver the property certificate to the car. Looking at the dark and domineering Rolls-Royce, his eyes were full of envy. What a rich man! He asked, Mr. Jiang, do you need me to take you to see the house? Take a look? That's fine. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Wu Pei was very enthusiastic and went to Unit 1 of Building D with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just took out the key and found that the glass door of the unit was already open. What's going on? Did someone come here before? Impossible. Wu Pei's face was filled with surprise and doubt. He obviously knew nothing about this matter, but cold sweat still flowed down his forehead instantly. Mr. Jiang, shall we go up and take a look? Wu Pei immediately suggested it. Jiang Chen looked at him carefully, but he didn't doubt him. If there really was something fishy about this house, there was no reason for Wu Pei to offer to bring me here to see the house. Isn't this a suicide truck? Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Wu Pei immediately took the elevator to the top floor of the 16th floor, and then checked one by one from top to bottom. No one's here, no problem. No problem here either. When we reached the 7th floor, we suddenly heard a noise in the corridor. Surprisingly, someone is having a conversation. Chapter 27. This is a ruthless killing. Jiang Chen and Wu Pei checked one by one from the top floor of Unit 1, Building D. Finally, I heard some movement on the 7th floor. There were bursts of voices coming from the corridor. The window of this room faces south, so there is plenty of sunlight. There is also a small balcony and a retractable clothes drying rack, which is very convenient. The furniture is all new and brand new. You can move in right away. Such a nice room for only 3,500 a month, you won't find a better deal in this neighborhood. This is the voice of a middle-aged man, who seems to be introducing a house for rent. Then a girl's voice sounded. What about water, electricity, and property management? Do I have to pay for all of them myself? The middle-aged man said, well, you young people are busy with work, so I will pay for you. Don't worry, I won't charge you more. But the girl is still a little hesitant. Bang! Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the door open. The two people in the room were startled. Who are you? The middle-aged man's heartbeat suddenly dropped and he looked a little confused. Who am I? You come to my house and ask me who I am? Jiang Chen sneered. The girl next to her was wearing a white short skirt, full of youthful vigor. When he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up. So handsome. Your house? I just bought it. What makes you say it's yours? The middle-aged man said confidently. He had planned this for a long time. In fact, he is also an owner of this community, but his business failed recently and he is at a loss. He suddenly remembered that buildings D and E here had been empty for several years and must be ownerless. Driven by greed, he began to have evil intentions. He immediately forged a property certificate, preparing to secretly rent out the house to others and earn the rent for himself. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it seems that you are ignorant of the law. Do you know that your behavior has constituted a crime? Don't talk nonsense to me. Do you think you can manage my house? Get out of here. The middle-aged man waved his hand, somewhat angry and embarrassed. At this time, Wu Pei recognized the middle-aged man and asked suspiciously, Mr. Wang? What's going on? The man then noticed Wu Pei and hurried over. Manager Wu? You're here just in time. Help me get this guy out. Kick Mr. Jiang out? Wu Pei was confused. He had just verified all of Jiang Chen's property certificates and knew that Jiang Chen was indeed the owner of the two houses. Driving the owner out, isn't this a sign of a serious illness? Yes, I recently bought this house. You are trespassing and disturbing my rental. Do you understand? The man put his hands on his hips and roared angrily. Wu Pei understood and immediately frowned and asked, "You said you bought this house, where is your property certificate?" Hearing this, the man's eyelids twitched instantly. "Manager Wu, of course I have the property certificate, but I am not obligated to show it to you, right? Could it be that the guy next to you also has a property certificate?" He actually had the forged property certificate with him, but he didn't dare to show it at the moment. But he bet that Jiang Chen was definitely not the owner of this place. After all, the houses here have been empty for several years. How could it be such a coincidence? Hearing the man's words, Wu Pei sneered. "Mr. Wang, I'm afraid this matter is going to get out of hand." Wu Pei extended his hand and introduced, "The Mr. Jiang in front of you is the owner of buildings DE and DE in our community. To be precise, it's 300 owners. All the houses in buildings ED and ED belong to Mr. Jiang Chen." "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned as if struck by lightning. Bang! The girl next to her dropped her cell phone. But she didn't notice anything, her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock. The young and handsome man in front of me. There are 2 buildings? The man's throat tightened a little. "Manager Wu, are you sure? These 2 buildings have been empty for so long, and you told me he is from here." Wu Pei interrupted directly, "No mistake. We just checked the property information and signed the agency agreement." The man's legs suddenly felt weak. Manager Wu would not lie. Now that he has said this, it must be true. This owner actually came? Did he just ask people to get out? This is a billionaire. Shouldn't I be the one to get out? The man's forehead was covered with sweat. This may be a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and said, "I recorded all the videos of you breaking into my house just now. You want to take my house for yourself." The man got anxious and immediately reached out to snatch the phone from Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, stepped back slightly, put his phone behind him, and smiled playfully. "Hey, you still want to take action?" Seeing that the snatch was fruitless, the man immediately began to give in. Misunderstanding. These are really misunderstandings. I am also a victim. How about we just let this matter go? It's no use telling me, just wait until the police arrive. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I have just reminded you that your behavior has violated the law." "What exactly, Xiao Wu, you tell him." He gave Wu Pei a look. Wu Pei understood immediately and said righteously, "You pretended to be a landlord to collect rent, which constitutes the crime of housing occupation and fraud. In addition, if you forged the property certificate, it is a forgery, alteration, and official document. If the above circumstances are true, the multiple crimes must be punished together, and the minimum sentence should be more than 3 years but less than 10 years in prison. Wait for the court summons." The man's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. He didn't expect that this matter would be exposed before it even started. He doesn't want to go to jail. The man staggered in front of Jiang Chen and hugged his thighs. "Mr. Jiang, I was blinded by greed for the moment. Please let me go. I will compensate you double, no, I will compensate you 5 times. Jiang Chen moved his legs inside. "You still don't understand, do you think I'm short of money?" "Yes. Jiang Chen owns 2 buildings and 300 units. Even if I lost all my property, I still wouldn't be in his eyes." Wu Pei on the side had already made the call. "Hello, is this 110? This is Jinxiu Huacheng, someone broke into a private residence and occupied the house." The man lay on the ground helplessly, his eyes dim. Finished. Suddenly, he realized that he still had the forged real estate certificate with him. So, he wanted to sneak out and erase the property certificate. However, Jiang Chen cast a sharp look at him. "Where are you going?" The man cried. "This is a ruthless annihilation." Chapter 28, she said no, but her body was quite honest. Tianhai Public Security Bureau. Jiang Chen provided the video to the police and narrated the incident in full. There is no exaggeration or malicious slander, just telling the truth. What happens is what happens. After police investigation, the man was found guilty of house occupation and attempted fraud. A forged real estate certificate was also found on him. As for the source of the forgery, further investigation is needed. The man has been detained and the specific arrangements will have to wait for the results of the police investigation to come out. But 3 years in prison is probably inevitable. Wu Pei volunteered to take on this matter and will follow up on it. He will inform Jiang Chen in time when there is a result. The man's family also came, bringing with them a few fierce-looking brothers. They surrounded Jiang Chen and demanded a private settlement. Jiang Chen replied with 2 words: "Get out." He made it clear on the spot, he would not accept any mediation, and no one should approach him to discuss a private settlement. Everything is done according to the rules. When the man's family saw that intimidation failed, they tried to bribe him, but they became discouraged after knowing Jiang Chen's identity. This young man is actually a billionaire. Even a single leg hair is thicker than your own, so why bother with it? Just stay in jail. By the time Jiang Chen came out of the police station, it was already past 1 o'clock. He was about to drive away when he saw a familiar figure waiting for the bus at the bus stop not far away. She was wearing a white t-shirt and a ponytail. She had a pretty face and long, straight legs. It was the girl who was looking at the house today, the silly girl who almost got cheated. As a witness, she was also brought to the police station to take a statement. Jiang Chen shook his head. This girl is so unlucky today. Ning Shernan sat on a stool on the platform, swinging her long legs out of boredom. Her beautiful figure attracted the attention of the men around her. Alas, I ruined a good job. I just wanted to rent a house, but I ended up being taken to the police station. My dear God, why do you do this to me? She looked up to the sky and sighed, tears welling up in her eyes. At this time, a boy came over. Little sister, can you add your prestige? He held the phone in his hand, looking a little embarrassed and shy. Ning Shernan sighed and said, I've been experiencing Mercury retrograde lately, so I advise you to keep your distance from me, otherwise you'll be as unlucky as me. Oh. The boy felt a little lost. No matter how dumb he was, he could tell that this was a tactful rejection. Beep. A horn sounded, and a black SUV stopped in front of Ning Shernan. The car window rolled down and a male voice was heard. Hey, girl, get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Ning Shernan rolled her eyes and remained unmoved. I cursed in my heart, why are you pretending? Is it so great to drive a luxury car? The boy next to him nodded secretly. She is worthy of being the girl I like, she is not moved by money. Give you a thumbs up. Jiang Chen said helplessly in the car, are you sure you don't want to go? The bus here will arrive in at least 10 minutes. If you don't leave, I won't care about you. Ning Shernan felt the voice was familiar and looked up carefully. I couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the handsome guy I met when I was looking at a house? I was sent to the police station because of him. Seeing that Ning Shernan did not agree directly, Jiang Chen no longer insisted, closed the car window and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the passenger door was suddenly opened and Ning Shernan jumped up nimbly. Jiang Chen shook his head, smiled, and drove away. The boy's heart broke when he saw the taillights of the car going away. Ha ha. All women are the same. It's just a luxury car. As long as I work hard, I will have one day. He clenched his fists, his chest filled with ambition. Suddenly I heard whispers on the platform. Oh my gosh. Rolls-Royce. What kind of car is this? It's quite domineering. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, starting at 6 million. And this one seems to be the top model, it's almost worth tens of millions. Tens of millions? Forget it, let's go home and take a shower and go to bed. The boy's fighting spirit was extinguished in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to have grown up. In the car. Jiang Chen asked, which direction are you going? I'll take you there. Ning Shernan asked cautiously, why did you send me? You wouldn't. As he spoke, he tightened his collar. A black line appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. This girl's brain circuit seems to be abnormal, didn't you get on the car by yourself? Jiang Chen said, you are also a victim today, and I got you into trouble and put you in jail, so I should send you off. Ning Shernan nodded, thank you. She took out her phone and turned on the location. Please just take me here. Okay. Jiang Chen looked at her phone screen covered with spider webs and suddenly thought of something. Your phone was broken in the rental house? He remembered that when Wu Pei said he had 2 buildings, the girl was so scared that she dropped her phone. Wasn't it broken at that time? Yeah, what's wrong? Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Ning Shernan said directly, you don't want to compensate me, do you? No, this matter has nothing to do with you, I didn't catch it myself. You have done your best by giving me a ride. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. This girl is quite interesting. He said casually, you think too much, I didn't say I would compensate you for your phone. But it's time for dinner, so I can treat you to a meal. Ning Shinan shook her head and said, no need. Goo. My stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. She hadn't eaten a whole day from the time she looked at the house to the time she went to the police station. Jiang Chen smiled and said, you say no, but your body is quite honest. Don't worry, you decide where to eat. Ning Shinan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Son of a bitch. I'll make you poor. Then, she chose a familiar barbecue restaurant. Chapter 29, You Eat So Much, Are You a Pig? Ning Shinan chose a familiar barbecue restaurant. While waiting for the food, the two sat aside and chatted. After all the dishes were served, Ning Shinan started to wolf them down without caring about her image. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, you are really rude. Ning Shinan's mouth was full of food, and she said happily, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time, I almost forgot what meat tastes like. So good. Looking at her silly smile, Jiang Chen silently pushed his roasted kidney in front of her. Through the conversation just now, he also had a basic understanding of Ning Shinan. Ning Shinan, a top student who graduated with an MBA from MIT, he previously worked as an assistant director in a listed company, responsible for the company's business expansion and channel development. It can be said that there is a bright future ahead. It was not until 2 months ago that she discovered that the financial director had been embezzling public funds for a long time and the amount was huge, so she went to report it to the chairman. As a result, he accidentally discovered the affair between the chairman and the financial director. He was fired the next day. Not only has the compensation that should have been paid been in arrears to this day, but the chairman of the industry giant has also mobilized his power, and no one in the industry dares to hire her again. So, you haven't worked for 2 months? Jiang Chen asked. Ning Shinan said vaguely, yes, the lease of the apartment I rented before was about to expire, so I had to go out and look for a house. Who knew that I would end up in jail? Jiang Chen covered his forehead. I'm so unlucky that even drinking cold water can cause my teeth to get stuck. But even though she is in such a bad situation, she still has such a good appetite. She is really an amazing woman. Mr. Jiang, why don't you eat? Her cheeks were puffy like a hamster's. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, I'm full. I am full just looking at you. After a quick sweep, all the meat on the table was cleared away by Ning Shinan. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Ning Shinan raised her hand and said naively, Boss, give me 10 more skewers of beef, 10 more skewers of mutton, and 5 more skewers of garlic short ribs. Okay. Jiang Chen's brows twitched wildly. You eat so much, are you a pig? Ning Shinan, who had finished another round, leaned back in his chair and sighed with satisfaction. No, I really can't eat anymore. It's okay, you're already great. Only then did she notice Jiang Chen's strange expression, and she quickly sat up and wiped her mouth with a piece of paper like a lady. Jiang Chen joked, you only remembered that you are a woman after you finished eating? Ning Shinan was a little shy, her face flushed as she said, this is the happiest day of my life in the past 2 months. My goodness, you're already in jail, and you're still happy? What a big heart. Well, just be happy. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, since you haven't found a house yet, why don't you just stay at my place? Ning Shinan was stunned, and his eyes gradually turned cold. She said coldly, I am in a bit of trouble now, but this is temporary. And I can't sell my body. Stop. Stop it. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I mean, you can rent my house, what are you thinking about? Ning Shinan then remembered that the man in front of him had 2 buildings in Jinqiu Flower City. Her snowy cheeks flushed red, and she muttered, realizing that she had misunderstood. Who told you not to explain clearly? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her, took out Wu Pei's business card and handed it to Ning Shinan. Just go find him when the time comes. I'll say hello. Ning Shinan was speechless for a moment. Looking at the handsome man in front of me, my heart felt warm. Thank you. Pretentious. Jiang Chen waved his hand, okay, go wait for me outside, I'll take you back later. Ning Shinan looked at Jiang Chen's back, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. After Jiang Chen paid the bill, he pushed the door open and went out, but he didn't see Ning Shinan. After looking around, he found that Ning Shinan was surrounded by several women. A heavily made-up woman said in a sarcastic tone. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this the majestic assistant director Ning? Why is he eating in a small restaurant like this? Oh, sorry, look at my memory. I almost forgot that you have been fired by the company. Is it hard to find a job now? If you have any difficulties, just tell me. We are colleagues after all, and I can't just watch you starve to death, don't you think? The words were full of sarcasm. Her companions laughed at her unabashedly. Ning Shernan glanced at her indifferently, her eyes full of contempt. Tang Lu. How dare you? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Even if I, Ning Shernan, starve to death, I will never be as filthy as you. Tang Lu felt like her tail was stepped on and she shrieked, "Watch your words or I'll sue you for defamation." Ning Shernan snorted coldly, "Go ahead and sue. You know what you did. It's disgusting just thinking about it." Tang Lu is the financial director. Not only did he embezzle public funds, he also had an affair with the chairman. Ning Shernan didn't want to pay attention to her at first. Everyone has their own way of living, and she just needs to live her own life well. But Tang Lu still wanted to show off in front of her, which was a bit unbearable. Bitch! Tang Lu was so angry that she slapped him. Ning Shernan's pupil shrank and she only had time to close her eyes. Bang! The pain did not come. Ning Shernan opened her eyes carefully, only to see a big hand grabbing Tang Lu's wrist. Jiang Chen's voice rang out, "That's fine, but it's not appropriate to take action, right? Who the hell are you?" Tang Lu pulled her hand back and looked up in dissatisfaction. Seeing Jiang Chen's half smile, he was stunned for a moment. So handsome. And when he saw the watch on Jiang Chen's wrist, his heart skipped a beat. Patek Philippe 5002P, Star Moon Tourbillon. She had seen this watch at an auction, and the price was nearly 20 million. Oh my god, tall, rich and handsome. Tang Lu lifted her hair and said in a tender voice. Little brother, you misunderstood. I can't even curse, so how could I possibly hit someone? As she said this, she put on what she thought was a charming expression. As a professional mistress, Tang Lu would not miss any opportunity to climb up the social ladder. Although the current company boss is very rich and dotes on her. But it's too old. Every time she had to suppress her nausea and maintain a satisfied smile. What's more, there's a tigress in the other part.If family, so he will never have the chance to get promoted in his life. But this little brother is different. He is more handsome than all the popular stars, young and rich, he is perfect. Brother, add my WeChat, we can have coffee together when there's a chance. Tang Lu said with a blink of her eyes. Her eyes were blurry and she seemed to be still flirting. Apparently, it's not as simple as just having a cup of coffee. Tang Lu herself knew that this tall, rich and handsome man had seen many women, so there was no chance for her to win over a woman by just approaching her. You have to build up your prestige first and then slowly build up your plans. This is professionalism. Ning Shernan knew what Tang Lu was thinking. She felt disgusted but also a little worried. What if Jiang Chen really increased her prestige? For some reason, she suddenly felt nervous. Jiang Chen looked at the heavily made-up face and got goosebumps. Is this the financial director you were talking about? He turned and asked Ning Shernan. Tang Lu was stunned. They actually knew each other? No way. Although Ning Shernan is good-looking, she doesn't even have a friend of the opposite sex, let alone a boyfriend. The company has been rumored that she is a lesbian. How could she be related to this tall, rich and handsome guy? Ning Shernan sneered and said, "Yes, this is Tang Lu from the Zhao Group, President Tang." Zhao Group? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Could this be the Zhao Group that Zhao Dani belongs to? Why are they arguing with the Zhao family again? Seeing this, Tang Lu straightened her back and wanted to shake hands with Jiang Chen. As a result, the other party turned a blind eye, and her hand hung awkwardly in the air, and she could only retract it in embarrassment. Jiang Chen looked Tang Lu up and down. Zhao Group, is this all? Ah. Your chairman is really not picky about food. His appetite is so good. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, he looks like this, but he still eats it. Isn't he afraid of getting something stuck in his teeth? I'm afraid even his son wouldn't like this kind of stuff, right? After saying that, he looked at Tang Lu with disdain and pulled Ning Shernan away. Picky eater? Stuck in teeth? Even their son is not worthy of your respect? Tang Lu was stunned for a long time before she responded. This is really an insult to me. She looked back angrily, only to see Jiang Chen taking Ning Shernan into a Rolls Royce. Roaring away. The anger in my heart suddenly turned into jealousy. He is indeed a rich second generation. But why should that little devil Ning Shernan get such a good deal? Tang Lu stomped her feet hard, and the heel of her high heels got stuck in the gap of the drain. He fell to the ground with a cry of ouch, grimacing in pain. The other female companions rushed over to help, but accidentally broke the heel of their high heels. My Gucci! Tang Lu wanted to cry but had no tears, her newly bought high heels. Tens of thousands. Chapter 30. I always feel like something is missing? Rolls Royce, in the car. Ning Shernan held her stomach and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Did you see Tang Lu's expression? I should have taken a picture of it, it was so funny. Ha ha ha. Ning Shernan was in a good mood, and all the depression that had accumulated over the past 2 months was swept away. She wiped her tears, turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen, with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. This man is special. Ning Shernan knows that she is good looking and many people pursue her, including many CEOs, rich second generations, etc. But they are talking about high-end dance parties and star-rated hotels. They are all showing off their power and capital. No one is as casual as Jiang Chen. He has billions of assets, but he eats at roadside stalls as if it were natural. The most important thing is that Ning Shernan saw purity in his eyes, without a trace of greed. Jiang Chen has no other purpose. It was just a simple gift to myself, and it was just a simple meal together. Ning Shernan said, "Thank you so much for helping me vent my anger just now." Okay. Jiang Chen said casually, "Don't bother with these nonsense. I'm telling you, you can't pay a penny less in rent." I know. Jiang Ba Pai. She leaned against the car window angrily, muttering straight man under her breath. There was a charming smile on the corner of her mouth. After seeing Ning Shernan off, Jiang Chen did not go home, but drove to the nearby business district. The clothes he is wearing now were bought a long time ago and should have been changed long ago. But Jiang Chen was too lazy to go shopping, so he had put it off until now. In the Louis Vuitton store, Jiang Chen stood in front of the floor-length mirror and looked at himself. He was wearing a black casual suit, calm and reserved, outlining his tall and straight figure. She was wearing black handmade leather shoes and a platinum watch on her wrist, which was shining brightly. With his handsome face, he is so handsome. The female shopping guides behind him were all staring with amazement. They have seen countless people, and many big-name stars have come to the store, but in terms of appearance and charm, there is really no one who can surpass Jiang Chen. So cool. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Jiang Chen looks even more handsome in this outfit. However, this kind of luxury product has a disadvantage, which is that it is too expensive. This set of LV clothes cost me over 200,000 yuan, and after buying several sets, the total cost was nearly 1 million. With this money, you can buy a house in a small city. But for Jiang Chen now, this money is worth it. After all, he is a wealthy man, so it is only right for him to improve himself. Just think about it, with hundreds of millions in his bank account and nearly 10 billion in assets, if he still wears pink 60 products with the idea of playing the pig and eating the tiger, then it is not low-key. It's called low-level. Yes. If you have money but it doesn't improve your quality of life, then what is the point of making money? You can't take money into the grave. However, when Jiang Chen buys luxury goods, he doesn't pay attention to the price. He just believes in 4 words: as long as you like it. It feels so good to be able to buy whatever you want and achieve financial freedom. Return to the villa. Jiang Chen packed his clothes and it took him about 10 minutes. No, why do I need to do these things? I always feel like something is wrong. Jiang Chen looked around his huge villa, which had 3 floors, each of which was over 600 square meters. Normally when he speaks to himself, there is an echo. This is outrageous. And he suddenly realized that his biggest problem now was cleaning. The water in the swimming pool hasn't been changed for several days, the garden hasn't been mowed, and no one's taking out the trash, cooking. Serious shortage of people. It looks like we need to hire a group of servants, but we need to hire a butler first. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters, so it would be best if someone could help him manage them. This way he only needs to connect with one person. Just do it. Jiang Chen turned on his computer, posted a message on the recruitment website, and then spent money to have the information pinned to the top of the website's homepage. Hey, it's done. Night in an apartment. Shernan, why do you have to meddle in other people's business? That's the Zhao Group. What a good job. Lu Lan said with a look of disappointment. Big sister, do I want to be in charge? As the assistant director, I have to report to the chairman if I find any embezzlement of public funds. Isn't that my duty? Who knows that the two of them would do such a dirty thing? Ning Shernan lay on the bed, her legs long and white under her nightgown. Oh, you are so unlucky, aren't you? You haven't found a job for 2 months. Why don't you go to Zhao Minghong to discuss it? You are so capable, maybe he will give you a chance. Lu Lan persuaded. Don't want. Ning Shernan flatly refused. Now that I know such a big secret, they will definitely not tolerate me, and Zhao Minghong has already said that I will be banned in the industry. I can't find a job at all now. It's obviously not me who made the mistake. Why do I have to bear the consequences? I feel sick just thinking about those two people now. Do you still want me to beg him? Forget it. Ning Shernan was indignant. Lu Lan sighed helplessly. As Ning Shernan's best friend, she knows her temper very well. Although she looks quiet and weak, she is actually more stubborn than anyone else. It is impossible to ask her to bow her head and return to the Zhao Group. But we still have to make money to eat, right? I know you have saved some money, but most of it was sent home. I'm afraid you don't have much money left, right? Lu Lan asked. Ning Shernan said nothing and covered her head with the quilt. Lu Lan was right, she was really short of money now, short of money. Okay, stop being so desperate. I can support you even if I don't have money. Lu Lan said, patting her chest. I know you treat me the best. Ning Shernan sat up and said with a smile. Dead look. Lu Lan rolled her eyes at her and said, I'd better help you find a job and learn about the market for you. As she spoke, she took Ning Shernan's notebook and opened the recruitment website. A wide variety of work suddenly appeared before my eyes, making me dizzy. At this time, a pinned recruitment information caught her attention. Huazhou Junting is recruiting housekeepers? Those with high education and management experience are preferred? Lu Lan curled her lips. Now housekeepers are required to have high education? Rich people are always busy. Let me see the salary, 1, 10, 100, 100,000? And it's a monthly salary. Lu Lan was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt how plain and simple the academic qualification requirement was. 100,000 a month. That is 1.2 million a year. This is already higher than the income of many company executives. With such a high salary, could it be that he is a pervert with some special demands? Lu Lan took a closer look and found that there were no requirements for age, appearance, or even gender. It seems like they are really hiring. The salary is really tempting. Ning Shernan's account was still logged in on the website. Lu Lan's eyes rolled and she quietly clicked a button to submit her resume. Shernan is short of money right now. What if this is a good opportunity? Looking at Ning Shernan, who was rolling around on the bed out of boredom, a black line appeared on her forehead. If this continues, Shernan will probably get moldy. She felt more and more that her decision. Very right. Chapter 31 Reward, Financial Street Center Building. A night passed. Zhang Chen stretched and woke up. After washing up, today's lucky draw begins. Ding. Today's lottery draw number is 4. Do you want to draw now? What the hell? There are 4 of them? Hurry up and draw one first. As usual, the rich man's roulette will begin to spin rapidly. Then, the pointer fell. A very dazzling golden light flashed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Reward, 100% ownership of England Building in the center of Tianhai Financial Street. Financial Street. England Building? 100% ownership? Hiss. Zhang Chen was so excited at that time. Oh shit. Awesome. Of course he knew about Tianhai City South Financial Street. How awesome is Financial Street? Let us just say that. If something happened in the financial street, such as the whole street catching fire, the entire Chinese financial market would be paralyzed in an instant. There are many bank headquarters here. Each building is the headquarters of a large group. Among the Fortune 500 companies alone, there are more than a dozen with their headquarters located in Financial Street. There are more than 100 of the top 500 domestic companies. Just ask you if you are awesome or not. In this financial street, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The average floor price has already exceeded 200,000 renminbi per square meter. How big is a building? It must be at least tens of thousands of square meters, right? How much is the rental income of this building in a year? What is the astronomical figure of its total value? Basically, the total value of a standalone building in the financial street must be at least over 2 billion, and the largest one cannot exceed 10 billion. To put it bluntly, the total assets of most listed companies do not reach this figure. Even a wealthy man like Jiang Chen could not have imagined that the system's reward today would be so awesome. Directly to the financial street, a building. It's so cool. Don't worry, there are still 3 draws to go. Jiang Chen was excited, and he decided to reward himself with a triple draw. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen. Damn, are you kidding? I was given 2 empty prizes? Before he could react, the third reward had already appeared. Reward, Rejuvenation Pills X10, let you linger every night, take 1 pill, everything will be rejuvenated. Are you still troubled by insufficient energy? Hurry up and take 1. What the hell is this? Jiang Chen was confused. Listening to this introduction, it doesn't seem very serious. However, Jiang Chen didn't think much about it and just threw it into the system space. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. After the connection. Jiang Chen, hello. The tone on the other end was quite respectful. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Chen Jiang? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Chen Wu, the general manager of the Yinglan building. I need you to sign for this quarter's rent. When are you free? Oh, I'll come over today if I'm free, and I'll call you when I get there. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He was not in a hurry and waited to have breakfast and do some exercise. It was not until after 10 o'clock that Jiang Chen slowly drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan to the Yinglan building. Financial Street, in front of Yinglan building. A familiar figure got down from a new Audi A6. She turned out to be an employee of Orange Light Group, Wu Qian. Brother, just send it here. She was wearing a black OL outfit, which was much more conservative than before. She came to the headquarters today to do some business. Wu Pei got out of the car and said to Wu Qian, by the way, didn't you say before that a manager in the company was pursuing you? How are you two doing now? What a coincidence. Wu Qian is actually Wu Pei's biological sister. He is still very concerned about his sister's lifelong affairs. Wu Qian rolled her eyes and said, don't mention it. He was fired from the company and can't even find a job. He seems to be delivering food now. She felt upset when she thought about it. When Zhou Tao was still a manager, Wu Qian looked down on him. Now that I have lost my job, how can I be worthy of her attention? But Zhou Tao has no self-awareness and keeps pestering her, even coming to the company to bring her meals when he has nothing to do. What a pipe dream. How can a delivery man be worthy of me? At least he has to be a rich second generation like Jiang Chen. However, Wu Qian knew that she had no chances for Jiang Chen, but she didn't believe that she couldn't find someone better. Jiang Chen, I will make you regret it. Wu Qian gritted her teeth when she thought of the insult she suffered in the elevator. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just keep it in mind. Wu Pei shook his head. He knew his sister's character and it was useless to persuade her. Then Wu Pei took out his mobile phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to her. I know your salary is not high, so just buy whatever you want. Don't do anything you will regret for the sake of money. I know, brother. Wu Qian picked up the phone and took a look, a little surprised. Hey, brother, are you rich? Wu Pei smiled and said, a super rich man came to the neighborhood and bought 2 buildings. He entrusted me to rent them out, and the commission is over 100,000 yuan a month. 2 buildings. Wu Qian couldn't help but smack her lips. With the housing prices in Tianhai, one can afford 2 buildings. How much money does that cost? Really? There are so many rich people in Tianhai. Break. At this moment, a brake sound was heard and people around whispered. The two looked back and saw a domineering Rolls-Royce parked behind them, and Jiang Chen was pushing the door and getting out. Wu Pei was stunned. It's him. Wu Qian's face changed. Then she saw Wu Pei walking towards her quickly. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wu Pei greeted with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and said, it's quite a coincidence, Manager Wu. Your house has been rented out to dozens of people. I believe it will be done soon. Wu Pei reported the situation. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I have other things to do. I'll leave now." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, take care." Wu Pei nodded and bowed. Wu Qian was stunned. Her brother actually knew Jiang Chen? Judging from the appearance, it seems like a superior-subordinate relationship? Wu Pei watched Jiang Chen enter the building, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, do you know him?" Wu Pei nodded and said, "Yes, he is the rich man who bought 2 buildings that I told you about. My goodness, he collects millions of dollars in rent every month. Whoever becomes his girlfriend will never have to worry about anything in their life." After talking for a long time, there was no response from my sister. Turning around, I saw Wu Qian's face flushed, her whole body trembling, and her eyes full of regret and annoyance. I was wrong. Hundreds of billions were lost. Yinglan Building. Jiang Chen looked up. Yes, you do need to look up. The Yinglan Building is located in the core area of Tianhai Financial Street. It has 24 floors and a total construction area of 138,000 square meters. It is a real 5A-level office building. This brand new batch of buildings, which were just completed last year, sparkles brightly in the sun and has the skyscraper-like texture of a 5A-grade office building. The rent here is as high as 618 yuan per square meter per month. Most small companies simply can't afford to rent it. The companies that can work here are all top-tier financial companies. The kind that make a fortune every day. They need the superior office environment and facade of this top-tier office building, which also shows the company's image and strength to the outside world. As long as the business card is printed with XX floor, Yinglan Building, Financial Center, it is a display of external strength. As the saying goes, people need clothes, Buddhas need golden ornaments, and companies also need an image. Jiang Chen was not envious at all. Not for any other reason, because this Yinglan Building is his. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and made a call. Chapter 32. She is actually Chen Wu's daughter. After finishing the call, Jiang Chen entered the Yinglan Building. I was instantly shocked by the luxury of the lobby. What the hell? The lobby is decorated in the French Riviera style, with shiny marble imported from France everywhere. The 3-story ultra-luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows allow sunlight to fill the entire lobby. Warmth and sunshine. The office ladies who came in to work were all young beauties with above-average looks. They were fashionably dressed, fashionable, and flashy, and they all carried brand-name bags. Even the security guards at the door were all dressed in suits, shiny leather shoes, with their backs straight and looking very dignified. Grade. What does low-key luxury mean? Here it is. The more Jiang Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. Is this my own building? My own building? Hey, that's great. At this time, 2 security guards walked towards Jiang Chen and said respectfully, "Hello, sir, how can I help you? I made an appointment with the property manager, Chen Wu." "Are you Mr. Jiang?" The security guard's eyes lit up and his expression became more respectful. It was obvious that Chen Wu had already greeted them. "Yes." "Okay, Mr. Jiang. Please come this way. The property management is on the 17th floor." The security guard made a pleased gesture. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked towards the elevator. Normally, you need an employee card to enter and exit this kind of business building, or you need to register at the front desk after making an appointment before the security guard will let you in. And Jiang Chen's situation today obviously shows that his identity is somewhat special. There were waves of people in the elevator. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry either. He just wanted to feel the working atmosphere of this building. I waited for a while until there were fewer people. Jiang Chen entered the elevator and was about to close the door when a girl hurriedly got on the elevator holding a box. Hey, wait a minute. Hovu finally made it on this trip. Thanks." The girl smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen, revealing a cute little canine tooth. She wore a pair of pigtails and light makeup, but she gave people a pure and lovely, girl-next-door feeling. "You're welcome. Which floor are you going to?" Seeing that she couldn't free her hands, Jiang Chen asked casually. "I'll go to the 17th floor, please." 17th floor? That's not a problem, it's on the way. Jiang Chen pressed the button and the elevator quickly began to rise. The girl couldn't help but secretly glance at Jiang Chen, then blushed and said, "Are you going to the 17th floor too?" "What a coincidence, what are you doing there?" Jiang Chen said in boredom, go to work. As a boss, it's not too much to go to work in your own company, right? Go to work? Then we'll be colleagues from now on. The girl's eyes lit up, she stretched out her hand and said enthusiastically, hello, my name is Yenke, please take care of me in the future. My name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Nice to meet you. Let me tell you, when you work in our company, you must not mess with the old man. Old man? Who is that? Hey, you don't know, right? The old man is the general manager Chen Wu, my dad. What do you think? Are you surprised? No. Jiang Chen was a little confused. This Yen Ku was actually Chen Wu's daughter? Okay, then tell me about Chen Wu. Ugh, what is your dad like in the company? I need to pay more attention. Good. Then, Yen Ku told Jiang Chen a lot of things about Chen Wu's deeds in the company in the elevator. Fortunately, Chen Wu's methods were just a bit harsh, nothing special. If it was because of her words that Jiang Chen fired Chen Wu, then her father will definitely say, Yen Ke, you were such a good daughter to your father, you were so filial to me. Jiang Chen had gotten to know Yen Ke well enough, she was a very outgoing person. It's quite easy to get along with. Yinglan Building, 17th floor. Inside the property office. Chen Wu commanded many employees with great power and authority. Secretary Lu. Mr. Jiang will be here soon, go get ready. Also, all employees should be fully alert and prepared to welcome the new boss of the building, Mr. Jiang. Receive. Chen Wu's call received a huge response, and all employees spoke in unison. After doing all this, Chen Wu looked at his watch and walked out the door. At this time, a middle-aged man who was sitting on the sofa waiting came over quickly. Mr. Chen. Can I join you in welcoming him? I also want to meet the owner of this new building. The middle-aged man who was speaking was Gu Jingming, the CEO of the listed company Wanzi Cosmetics. Today I came to discuss the lease contract with Chen Wu, but unexpectedly, halfway through the discussion, Chen Wu suddenly received a call from Jiang Chen, so he interrupted the conversation and asked him to wait on the side. Chen Wu glanced at him, thought for a moment and said, okay, but you have to be careful with your words. The other party is the new boss of our building. Yes, I understand all of this. Gu Jingming nodded quickly. As a big shot in the business circle, how could he not understand the ways of the world among the wealthy? Speak less and don't say anything that you shouldn't say. Okay, then come with me. Chen Wu waved his hand and walked out the door with Gu Jingming. Elevator entrance. Property General Manager Chen Wu and Gu Jingming stood straight. The elevator opens. Jiang Chen and Yen Ke came out of the elevator and saw the scene. Yen Ke was stunned. Dad? Why are you standing here? Are you welcoming your baby girl? Hearing this, Chen Wu's face darkened instantly and he simply ignored her. He immediately went to greet Jiang Chen, bowed slightly, stretched out his right hand, and said respectfully, welcome Mr. Jiang. Hello. Jiang Chen smiled and shook hands with him gently. Yen Ke looked at Jiang Chen with a silly and cute expression. Stunned. He is actually Mr. Jiang? Boss Jiang, I am sorry to have embarrassed you because I am ignorant. Chen Wu smiled apologetically, then glared at his daughter. Girl, you have no respect for your parents. I've told you several times to call me Mr. Chen in the company. This is the new owner of the building. Why don't you say hello to Mr. Jiang? Well. Yen Ke was stunned for a moment, then immediately put down the box in her hand and bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Chen. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded. Mr. Jiang, let's go to the office to talk. This way, please. Then several people went to the general manager's office. Yen Ke stood there and blinked in an adorable way. Dad, is he okay? In the office. Boss Jiang, this is Boss Gu Jingming. He is here today to rent our building. Chen Wu introduced. Jiang Chen nodded. It seemed that his arrival had delayed the matter. Gu Jingming smiled and quickly greeted Jiang Chen. Hello, Mr. Jiang, please take care of me. Hello, thank you for choosing Yinglan Building. Jiang Chen had a calm and composed expression. This kind of courage is indeed the result of a person who is used to big scenes. Gu Jingming was suddenly flattered. That's not right, Mr. Jiang. We are marrying above our station. It is an honor for our company to be able to work in Yinglan Building. Fortunately, I made an appointment long in advance, otherwise the vacant office would have been taken by other companies long ago. Having said that, Gu Jingming went straight to the point. By the way, Mr. Jiang, since you are here, shall we discuss the lease contract? He paused for a moment and looked at Zhang Chen's expressionless face. Chen Wu quickly took out a document and handed it over. Mr. Jiang, here are some of our qualifications for Mr. Ji's company, Wanzi Cosmetics. The company has met the leasing standards of our building. That's right, high-end buildings like this have extremely strict requirements for tenants. It's not just about having money now, they also consider your overall financial resources and the economic outlook of the tenants. Only those who meet the qualifications are entitled to rent Inglan building. Zhang Chen took a sip of coffee and casually flipped through the documents in front of him. After looking at them for a few times, he closed them and said calmly, "Since you have already done your homework, Mr. Chen, I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he pushed the file back. Chen Wu nodded. He knew very well that big shots like Zhang Chen's level would usually only look at the key points and would not even look at the rest. If there really is a mistake, people will be able to see it at a glance. Chapter 33, The Rejuvenation Pill Has Magical Effects. Afterwards, he signed a lease contract with Gu Jingming. After signing, Gu Jingming was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Zhang Chen. So the three of them drank tea and chatted happily. Soon, they started chatting about family matters. By the way, Mr. Chen, is Yanke really your daughter? Zhang Chen was a little bit unconvinced. How could you, with your looks and rough appearance, have a daughter who is so cute? Moreover, one's surname is Yan and the other's surname is Chen. It doesn't feel like they are your biological child? Seeing Zhang Chen's face full of doubt, Chen Wu's mouth twitched. She is indeed my daughter, but she takes after her mother more, alas. Zhang Chen was a little surprised. What's wrong? What's there to sigh about? Mr. Jiang, you don't know. My wife died early, so in order to let her miss her mother, I let her take her mother's last name. Later, the child lived with her aunt, and as a result, her aunt has never had a boyfriend. I was busy before and had little time to accompany them. Now I think about it, I feel that I have treated them unfairly. Chen Wu said as he drank his tea, feeling bitterness in his mouth and guilt in his heart. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling that there were many stories about his aunt in this. He asked casually, the aunt spent her youth raising your daughter, but you didn't think twice about her and give her a name? Hearing this, Chen Wu shook his head bitterly. I want to, too, but... The voice stopped abruptly here. Gu Jingming, who was standing by, suddenly said with a strange smile, could it be that Brother Chen is not good at that? Chen Wu. No way? Brother Chen, are you really? Gu Jingming thought it was just a joke, but unexpectedly, it hit the mark. Brother Chen, you are sick and need treatment. It may be psychological or something else. You are so old, why are you still embarrassed? Gu Jingming said immediately. Oh, it's useless. I don't know how many doctors I've seen, but nothing works. Forget it, let's talk about something else. Chen Wu waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to continue this topic. Because it's so heartbreaking. Zhang Chen was a little confused. I didn't expect this to be the reason. Wait. That aspect, no? Zhang Chen suddenly had an idea. In that case, you may need my exclusive secret recipe to help you. As he spoke, Zhang Chen took out a square box from his pocket. There are some big words on it. Golden Spear Rejuvenating Pill. Golden Spear Rejuvenating Pill? What kind of treasure is this? When they saw Zhang Chen take out this small square box from his pocket, the two old men's eyes lit up subconsciously and they treated it as a great treasure. After all, Zhang Chen is worth hundreds of billions. How can the attack be ordinary? However, Zhang Chen felt a little embarrassed. What good baby? To be honest, I don't know if this is useful. Awkward. However, Zhang Chen believed in one sentence. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Zhang Chen has a perfect physique now, so this is not necessary. But he can use this to win people's hearts. We can still try out the effects now, just consider it as a benefit for Chen Wu, right? Ahem, tell the truth. You should be able to get a rough idea of this thing. This unique packaging, this special name, and this simple layout design make it a top-notch product. Zhang Chen immediately started to act like a big liar. What if Chen Wu's little brother could come back to life? Doesn't that mean he should be grateful to me? You have to work hard for yourself. After all, this kind of good thing is like a rebirth. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only Chen Wu, but also Gu Jingming seemed to be expectant. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It turns out that guy is not good at that either. Chen Wu took the box tremblingly, turned it over and over, and looked at it again and again, with a look of doubt and uncertainty in his eyes. Boss Jiang, this doesn't have a manufacturer or anything? Jiang Chen said slowly and calmly. I've already told you this is my exclusive secret recipe. How can there be a manufacturer? Let me tell you, our Jiang family used to make a fortune from this. Later, when our business became successful, this thing became exclusive to our family and is no longer for sale. Now, if you eat this thing, you'll have one less. The effect is amazing. I usually don't use it on outsiders. Today, I think you are destined to be together. Hearing this, Chen Wu felt a little apologetic. At the same time, high expectations arise. Mr. Jiang, such a valuable thing, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, I'll give you one. I won't say much about the effect. You can experience it yourself. Having said that, Jiang Chen turned around, sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Emma. I have done a great thing, and I am happy. Gu Jingming, with a cunning look on his face, approached Chen Wu, stared at the thumb-sized pill in Chen Wu's hand, and rubbed his hands. Mr. Chen, yours is so big, can you give me half? Roll. Gu Jingming. He had already made up his mind that if Chen Wu found the medicine effective, he would definitely buy one from Jiang Chen no matter what the cost. After Gu Jingming left, Chen Wu took the pill and planned to take it in the evening. He brought up another document. Boss Jiang, this is the rent collected by the building this quarter. All of it has been paid. Jiang Chen said, put it there, what's the total amount? Chen Wu reported, the total rental area is currently 132,000 square meters, and the accumulated rent for this quarter is 257.4 million yuan. I'll ask the finance department to transfer it to your account. Switch to this card. Jiang Chen handed over a bank card. Chen Wu accepted it and immediately rushed to the finance department to transfer the money for Jiang Chen. After seeing Chen Wu leave, Jiang Chen picked up the document on the desk and started to read it casually. It clearly states which company each tenant is, how many floors they have rented, and how much area they have. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes fixed. He actually saw Orange Light Group on the list of tenants. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. The headquarters of Chengguan Group is actually in Yinglan Building? Chapter 34 Visiting the Set. Orange Light Group is actually a tenant of Yinglan Building? Doesn't that mean that Tang Luohuan and the others are working downstairs right now? Interesting. Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he decided to visit him at work later. Yinglan Building, 9th floor. Orange Light Group. Tang Luohuan drank the tea slowly. Sitting opposite was Zhao Dani, the general manager of Zhao Group. At this moment, he was smiling and looked very friendly. But this smile made Tang Luohuan unhappy. The conversation has lasted for 3 hours, from 9 in the morning until now. Zhao Dani has become leisurely, as if he just came here to drink tea and chat. This bastard. Tang Luohuan was a little annoyed by his stubborn attitude. But this is not actually Zhao Dani's fault. Last time he offended Jiang Chen, which led to the cancellation of the contract with Zijin Hotel, causing heavy losses to the Zhao Group. After Zhao Dani returned, he was scolded by his father and was even given a death order. So this time, Zhao Dani is determined to burn his boats. He wants to make up for the mistakes and losses he made before by getting them back from the Orange Light Group. Xin Xiaolan, who was standing behind him, saw this and said, Boss Zhao, you have seen our sincerity. What do you think now? Zhao Dani played with the teacup and did not return to Xin Xiaolan, but looked at Tang Luohuan. Boss Tang, it's almost 12 o'clock. Have you guys not eaten yet? How about I treat you to lunch and we can chat while we eat? Eat. Eat your uncle. Zhao Dani knew that he was in a hurry and was just delaying things on purpose until she had no way out. Bang! Tang Luohuan put down the teacup, stared at Zhao Dani with his bright eyes, and his eyes gradually became cold. Boss Zhao, Xingguang is sincere in cooperating with Zhao's company, but so far, I haven't seen the slightest sincerity from Zhao's company. Her patience has almost reached its limit. Zhao Dani smiled silently. Although Tang Luohuan is Tianhai's leading entrepreneur, he is still young and not calm enough. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. We are upstream and downstream of Chengguang, and reaching cooperation has always been my hope. Come, give me the contract. He took the contract handed to him by the secretary and placed it in front of Tang Luowan. Look, we've brought the contract with us. How can you say we're not sincere enough? Tang Luowan picked up the contract and looked at it, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The cost has increased by 30%, and the equipment is supplied in 3 batches, but they want me to pay the full amount directly? Tang Luowan put down the contract and sneered, Zhao Dongyi, are you kidding me? When Zhao Dongyi met her cold eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He had heard a little about Tang Luowan's identity, and the family behind him was very powerful. However, no one has given her any help over the years, and she has been on her own to get to where she is today. But when doing business, background is only one aspect. The situation comes first. Zhao Dongyi said calmly, Boss Tang, you are joking. Business is always negotiated. Tang Luowan's expression eased a little, the conditions you offer are too outrageous. This is not your first day in business, you should know this clearly. Xin Xiulan held up a contract at the right time, and Tang Luowan said, this is the sample contract we prepared. Mr. Zhao, please take a look. Zhao Dongyi didn't answer. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. How about this, Mr. Tang is considering it. There is no need to be so anxious. I will visit you another day. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Tang Luowan gritted his teeth, and even Xin Xiulan's expression changed. Zhao Dongyi talked about cooperation, but in fact he had no intention of negotiating at all. He didn't say a word to force the deal, but in fact every step was forcing Tang Luowan to compromise. But he refused to give in. Just as Zhao Dongyi was about to open the door and leave, Tang Luowan's voice rang out. Mr. Zhao, please stay. Zhao Dongyi, with his back to her, finally showed a triumphant smile. In fact, he was also sweating coldly. If the negotiation failed this time, it would be difficult for him to be valued by his father after he returned. He might even lose the prestige he had built up in the Zhao group. But now, we have finally made up for our loss and made amends. 15 minutes later. The office door opened and Zhao Dongyi and his group walked out. Mr. Tang, please stay. You don't have to see me off. Zhao Dongyi was all smiles, looking very proud. On the other hand, Tang Luowan and Xin Xiulan had sullen faces and not a trace of smile on their faces. Tang Luowan said calmly, it's okay, I'll see Mr. Zhao off. I look forward to working with you sincerely. The word cooperation is emphasized heavily. Zhao Dongyi smiled and said, if we join forces, who in Tianhai can stop us? It's been a pleasure working with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Having said that, Tang Luowan was obviously very unhappy. The profit margin has been compressed by Zhao Dongyi, and the cash flow is also at risk. The loss will be at least several hundred million. Not only that, having set this precedent, subsequent cooperation with the Zhao family will be difficult. If the news gets out, it may even affect negotiations with other companies. But Tang Luowan is not a fool, she will not do business that will lose money. After receiving this batch of equipment, it will be of great help to the long-term development of the company. It can be said that it is imperative. But she was still very unhappy. From the time I came to Tianhai until now, I have never felt so aggrieved. Zhao Dongyi, you bastard, don't let me catch you. Tang Luowan gritted his teeth in his heart. At this moment, a small commotion caught Tang Luowan's attention. Hello, who are you looking for? Asked the female assistant at the front desk. I'm looking for Tang Luowan. After Jiang Chen finished the things at hand, he thought about stopping by to visit the set. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang is meeting with a guest, so it's not convenient right now. If you have something important to say, I can help you pass it on. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's nothing serious. If she's busy, forget it. Having said that, he turned and left. Tang Luowan saw this and his face lit up. Just as he was about to call him, he found that Zhao Dongyi was walking quickly towards Jiang Chen. Walking quickly. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Dongyi came in front of Jiang Chen with an apologetic smile. Zhao Dongyi? Why is it you? Jiang Chen was stunned. I came here to discuss business, but I didn't expect to meet you. Zhao Dongyi bent his back with a smirk on his face. He was completely different from the calm man just now. Now he seemed like a younger brother. The reason is simple. Zhao Dongyi knows clearly that Jiang Chen is the boss of Golden Shield Security and Zijin Hotel. With these two identities, he would never dare to act rashly in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, Tang Luowan and Xin Xiulan looked at each other, and their throats tightened a little. This bastard actually knows Jiang Chen? How could this respectful look be like Fei Si? Chapter 35. In front of Jiang Chen, he is just a younger brother. At this time, Tang Luowan and Xin Xiulan also came over. Tang Luowan asked, "Boss Zhao, Jiang Chen, do you know each other?" Hearing this, Zhao Doni looked at Jiang Chen guiltily, as if asking what he thought. This scene made Tang Luowan's heart tremble. Who exactly is Jiang Chen? How could it make Zhao Doni so scared? Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It can be said that we have become acquainted with Mr. Zhao after fighting each other, don't you think?" He looked at Zhao Doni with interest. Yes. No fight, no friendship. Zhao Doni couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Tang Luowan frowned. No fighting, no acquaintance? Looking at Zhao Doni, he is like a mouse meeting a cat. How can it be like they don't know each other without fighting? Are you afraid of being beaten unilaterally? Wait, Mr. Tang, you also know Mr. Jiang? Zhao Doni suddenly responded. What is Jiang Chen's purpose in coming here? It can't be that it's just to see me, right? The only possibility is that he is here to look for Tang Luowan. Tang Luowan's peerless beauty is known to everyone in the Tianhai business circle. No one dared to covet her, and more often regarded her as a business partner or rival. Xin Xiulan smiled and said, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Tang are neighbors and have a good relationship. He even came to our house for dinner a few days ago. After being warned by Tang Luowan, she no longer dared to call Jiang Chen a brother. Neighbor. Very good relationship. Still coming to my house for dinner? Zhao Doni was sweating profusely. Just now in the office, he was acting so arrogant and pretentious, but he didn't expect that Tang Luowan and Jiang Chen had such a good relationship. Maybe, Tang Luowan is Jiang Chen's woman. This time he came to speak for Tang Luowan. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen in the world? Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Xin Xiulan noticed that the other person's face turned pale. The next scene left her dumbfounded. Zhao Doni was panting heavily, his lips were pale, and he immediately turned to Tang Luowan, smiling flatteringly, Boss Tang, I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Mr. Jiang. I apologize for offending you during our chat just now. Please don't take it to heart. Ah. Tang Luowan was a little slow to react. Zhao Doni snatched the assistant's briefcase, took out the contract he had just signed, and tore it up. Tear it up. This shitty contract is not reasonable at all. Unreasonable? Tang Luowan was confused and asked doubtfully, so what you mean is? Re-sign it, using your contract. Zhao Doni made a prompt decision and said, I've thought about it and I think your terms are reasonable. In business, of course, it has to be a win-win situation. Tang Luowan? That's not what you said just now? What is going on? Tang Luowan looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, mysterious and full of magic. Who is this man? Mr. Zhao. The assistant said anxiously. I finally saw the contract Zhao Doni negotiated. Is he crazy? Shut up. Zhao Doni wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You know nothing. If they offend Jiang Chen because of this contract, their Zhao family might be destroyed. He can't bear this responsibility. He believed that his decision was clear. Even if his father were present, he would definitely make the same choice. Mr. Tang, please take out the contract and let's sign it again, Zhao Doni urged. Now he is getting anxious. Get the contract. Tang Luowan said decisively, with a slight smile on his lips. She also realized that Zhao Doni was afraid of Jiang Chen. And there seems to be some misunderstanding about the relationship between her and Jiang Chen. But she would not explain to Zhao Doni. She would take the opportunity to change this unfair contract first. Xin Xiulan took out the contract and handed it to Zhao Doni. Zhao Doni didn't even look at it, but turned around and took it in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, do you think this contract is okay? If not, we can revise it. Hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Even the content of the contract has to be decided by Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen wasn't so young, they would have thought that Jiang Chen was Zhao Doni's father. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Luowan and a smile appeared on his lips. He had already understood it. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. How can I interfere in your company's affairs? As for the contract, I think it's okay as long as both of you feel it's reasonable. He gave the other party enough face and had no intention of coercing the other party. It makes sense. It must be very reasonable. Zhao Dongyi took out a pen and quickly signed his name on the desk at the front desk. Then he took the contract stamp from the confused assistant's bag. Bang! Red stamp on it. Mr. Zhao. The assistant was completely confused. This construction will cost hundreds of millions. Zhao Dongyi handed the contract to Tang Luowan and urged, Boss Tang, take a look. If there is no problem, you should hurry up too, right? Tang Luowan looked at the bright red seal on the contract and still felt a sense of unreality. Less than 10 minutes, 2 attitudes, 2 contracts, a difference of several hundred million. Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. And all this is because Jiang Chen. Tang Luowan didn't have time to think too much. She signed a new contract with Zhao Dongyi and put her copy of the contract into the shredder. See, everything is settled. Zhao Dongyi breathed a sigh of relief instead. Mr. Jiang, the matter here has been resolved. Do you think you can have a meal with me and my father some other day? Although he was flustered, he was not stupid at all. In the face of such a major event, we must know clearly what is important and what is not. This contract will result in a loss of hundreds of millions, but if the Zhao Group can get close to Jiang Chen, everything will be smooth sailing in the future. Jiang Chen took the initiative to shake his hand and said, okay, let's get together if there's a chance. Zhao Dongyi was flattered, okay. Afterwards, Zhao Dongyi added Jiang Chen on WeChat, feeling relieved. For him, as long as he could resolve the previous conflict with Jiang Chen and ensure that Jiang Chen would not take action against the Zhao Group, he would be able to rest assured and give an explanation to his father. Then Mr. Jiang, if everything is fine, I will leave first? Zhao Dongyi asked weakly. Okay, then I won't send you off. After getting Jiang Chen's permission, Zhao Dongyi nodded respectfully and left the Chengguan Group. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiulan and Tang Luowan looked at each other. How could this be the majestic Zhao Dongyi from before? Is this the humble Xiao Zhao? Do I need to ask for permission even before leaving? At the same time, they are also curious about Jiang Chen's identity. What is the identity of this Jiang Chen that they don't know? Chapter 36. Oh my god, you tell me this is luck? Orange Light Group, in the chairman's office. After making tea, Xin Xiulan left and closed the office door gently. Jiang Chen savored the Da Hong Pao carefully, and the orchid-like fragrance filled his lips and teeth. Tang Luowan didn't say anything, but rested his chin on his hand and looked at him with interest. Jiang Chen just stood there and said a few casual words, which frightened Zhao Dongyi so much that he directly changed the contract and gave up a piece of fat meat that was about to come to his mouth. Who is he? Jiang Chen, do you know how much you have helped me? Tang Luowan broke the silence. Jiang Chen put down his teacup and said with interest, tell me about it. In terms of long-term benefits, you have saved me at least 1 billion. The benefits in other areas are even more difficult to measure in terms of money. Tang Luowan said frankly. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect that today's transaction would be so crucial to the Orange Light Group and actually save Tang Luowan 1 billion yuan. This is not a small number. But his face remained calm and he said nothing. So? Tang Luowan moved closer to him and said seriously, how should I thank you? Jiang Chen looked at her fair and pretty face, waved his hand and said, it's just a piece of cake. Tang Luowan shook his head, how can that be possible? Then pay it back with your body. Jiang Chen added the second half of the sentence slowly. Tang Luowan's face flushed red and her eyes were full of anger. Why does this person talk like that? Speak without restraint and without restraint. Do you want to pay with your own body? Does he like himself? Tang Luowan calmed down and said, seriously, you helped me so much. Then how do you want to thank me? Jiang Chen smiled and said, give me all the remaining money? You must feel bad. If you give me too little, I won't appreciate it. So just owe me this favor for now. I'll make you pay it back when I have the chance. Jiang Chen's current net worth is close to 10 billion, making him richer than Tang Luowan. When people have money, the things they pursue are naturally different. A smile slowly appeared on Tang Luowan's face. She had never met such an interesting person. He is free and easy with a bit of ruffian quality, but he is not annoying at all. Instead, it seems that he lives a transparent life. Okay, then I'll owe you that first. Don't hesitate to ask for my help when you need it, said Tang Luowan. Don't worry, do you think I'm a polite person? It certainly doesn't look like it. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched his arms. Let's go. Having said that, he prepared to leave. Jiang Chen. Tang Luohuan suddenly called him. What's wrong? Jiang Chen turned around confused. Tang Luohuan blushed and said, last time you came to my house for dinner, you said you would treat me back. Good guy, I helped her, but I still have to treat her to a meal. Then let's do it tomorrow. I'll find a restaurant. Jiang Chen said calmly. Ahem. Tang Luohuan reminded, I invited you to my house for dinner last time. I understand. You just want to come to my house for dinner, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Okay, then let's do it tomorrow at noon. You guys can come directly. Maybe I can recruit my butler. Okay, tomorrow at noon, it's settled. Tang Luo was jumping for joy like a little girl. Are you so happy just to have a free meal? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, put his belt in his hands and left the office. Tang Luo looked at him with a smile, his face inexplicably turning red. After leaving Yinglan building, Jiang Chen received a call from Wu Pei. It's about the fake landlord in Jinqiu Huacheng, which was investigated and verified by the police. The man has committed crimes such as house occupation and forgery, and a lot of his dirty laundry has been exposed, with irrefutable evidence. He was eventually sentenced to 3 years in prison, which was a result of his own actions. Jiang Chen just laughed it off. This incident was just a small episode for him. But for that man, it may be a lifelong stain. But what does this have to do with Jiang Chen? He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. Jiang Chen is not a saint, so he doesn't bother to care about these things. After finishing the call, Jiang Chen returned to the car. Open the recruitment website on your mobile phone and the number of new messages shows 99 plus. Luckily I didn't leave my phone number, otherwise I would have been bombarded with calls. He opened his mailbox and looked through the messages one by one. There were quite a lot of resumes submitted, from both men and women. Many people come here for the salary, but there are also many professionals, such as the girls who graduated from Ingwa Butler College. Jiang Chen flipped through it and a resume caught his eye. Huacheng University of Economics and Management, MIT MBA? You want to be a housekeeper with such a high degree? Are you mentally ill? Hey, this photo looks familiar. The name is Ning Shernan? Jiang Chen was stunned. He looked at the photo carefully. Although Ning Shernan in the photo looked very young, it was indeed the little girl Ning Shernan. An MBA from Massachusetts came to work as a housekeeper. It seems that she really has nowhere else to go. Since Jiang Chen chose one-way contact, the other party knew nothing except the 3 words Mr. Jiang. Ning Shernan definitely doesn't know it's him. I wonder what expression this silly girl will have when she sees it's me. Jiang Chen smiled wickedly and sent the interview information through the website. Dear Ms. Ning, your resume has been approved. Please come to the Huazhou Junting First Lakeside Villa for an interview at 4 p.m. today. Interview? Ning Shernan saw the text message, what's up, Feisy? I haven't submitted a resume recently? Is this fake? Lu Lan was stunned, and her eyes suddenly lit up, oh wow. You actually passed the interview, so lucky? What? Ning Shernan was confused. Lu Lan smiled awkwardly and said, it seems that there is always a way out. Your luck has come. What the hell? What job did you apply for me? Ning Shernan was confused. Housekeeper. Housekeeper? Oh my god. You gave me a job as a housekeeper, and you asked me to serve tea and water to people, and you still say that I am lucky? Ning Shernan covered her face helplessly, wanting to cry. Lu Lan snorted and said unconvincedly, what's wrong with the butler? There are many people who signed up for this butler position. You are really lucky to be selected. Isn't this salary higher than what you get at the Zhao Group? As she spoke, she handed over her cell phone, pulled up the recruitment section, and showed it to Ning Nansher. Monthly salary. 100,000? It's actually 100,000. However, Ning Nansher still couldn't accept the fact. After all, she graduated from the Department of Economics and Management of Huacheng University and received an MBA from MIT. Let her be a housekeeper? I, Ning Shernan, have no respect for myself? After all, as such a talented and smart girl, she has her own pride. If you don't like it, then don't go. It's your decision anyway. Seeing Ning Nansher's expression, Lu Lan's tone suddenly softened. Ning Shernan bit her lip and hesitated. With her education and qualifications, being a housekeeper is really a waste of her talent, and she feels a little unwilling about it. But the reality is before us. She was targeted by the Zhao group and was rejected every time she looked for a job after 2 months. Under Zhao Minghong's operation, Tianhai's peers basically did not dare to hire her. And now there is no money in her little wallet. I was too embarrassed to tell my parents. Besides, although this job is a housekeeper, the salary is very high. Still somewhat tempting. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Lan advised, Shernan, you can go for an interview first. If you don't think it's a good job, then don't do it. Besides, a housekeeper is not a servant. The recruitment information says management, which means management level. I guess you won't be needed to serve tea or water. Ning Shernan. Okay, I believe it. Then, let's go take a look first. Ning Shernan compromised helplessly. Chapter 37, Living Together with Jiang Chen? 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huazhou Junting. Ning Shernan arrived here on time. As soon as I reached the door, I was stopped by the security guard. Hello, what can I do for you? Ning Shernan said, my name is Ning Shernan, I came to a lakeside villa and met with Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? Please wait a moment. The security guard looked through the records and found that Jiang Chen had indeed greeted them, so he nodded and opened the automatic door. Ms. Ning, please come in. Ning Shernan just walked in, but after a few steps he paused, as if he suddenly remembered something, then turned around and whispered to the security guard, brother, I want to ask you something, how old is the owner of the lakeside villa? The security guard shook his head and said, sorry, I can't disclose the owner's privacy. Okay, let me change the question. How many people are there in one house? The security guard hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang is the only one here at the moment. I'm alone. Ning Shernan was a little hesitant. It would be fine if we were a family, at least there would be security guarantees. This is a person. What if he is a pervert? After all, she is so beautiful, with fair skin, good looks, and long legs, and you never know what bad thoughts others might have about her. Forget it, since we are here, let's take a look first, and retreat if it doesn't work. After all, she was carrying pepper spray. Soon. Ning Shernan arrived at the door of the lakeside villa, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. Click. The door opened slightly, but no one was inside. Ning Shernan walked in and asked softly, excuse me, is Mr. Jiang here? Just come in, no need to change your shoes. A male voice came from the room, and for some reason it sounded familiar. Ning Shernan walked through the entrance hall and came to the living room. I saw a man making tea, with steam rising and the fragrance of tea filling the air. Sit anywhere you like. Bang! Ning Shernan's poor cell phone fell to the ground again and broke into pieces. But she didn't notice anything, her beautiful eyes were wide open and her face was full of shock. Jiang Chen? Ning Shernan never dreamed that Mr. Jiang was Jiang Chen. She couldn't help blushing. When the two of them were having dinner, he said that the difficulties were only temporary, and then he came to apply for the position of his housekeeper. So embarrassing. Jiang Chen looked at Ning Shernan, who was dressed in an OL outfit and looked a little shy, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat as if he didn't know her. Ning Shernan, Miss Ning, right? Please sit down. Bad guy. Ning Shernan's cheeks were puffed up with anger. This bad guy must have done it on purpose. But this made her relax. He walked to the sofa in front of Jiang Chen and sat down, looking much more relaxed. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen lazily leaned on the sofa, looking at the resume in his hand. His tight black shirt outlined his strong figure. Ning Shernan looked away shyly. I hadn't realized before that Jiang Chen had such a great figure. Graduated from Huaqing University, MBA from MIT, 6 months of work experience at Zhao Group. Miss Ning's resume is very impressive. Thanks. Ning Shernan nodded calmly. With such an impressive resume like yours, it shouldn't be difficult to find a suitable job. Don't you think being a housekeeper is a waste of your talent? Jiang Chen asked. Nonsense. If I could find a job, would I be a housekeeper? But it seems like it would be quite fun to be with this guy. I like being a housekeeper. Ning Shernan said inexplicably. Real? Jiang Chen was stunned. Is there anyone who likes to be a housekeeper? Being a housekeeper also requires management skills, and my major is just right for it. Ning Nanshur said calmly. If her teacher heard this, he would probably want to beat her to death. I am looking for a job seriously. I hope you won't be prejudiced against me just because we know each other. Unconsciously, Ning Shernan had already treated this as an interview. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry about that. I will not be polite when I order you around." Hearing this, Ning Shernan felt relieved and inexplicably happy. It seems that I have been hired? Jiang Chen said, "My request is also very simple. The house must be kept clean, the garden and swimming pool must be cleaned regularly, and the 3 meals a day should not be repeated. In short, it is to clean and take care of my food, clothing, and sleeping quarters. Of course, you can hire part-time workers to take care of some of the chores. I will give you a bank card later, and you can use the funds in it as needed. Also, since you've been a secretary before, I might let you handle some of the company's affairs. Is that okay?" After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Ning Shernan paused and asked, "Is it that simple? This doesn't sound difficult, just deploy some personnel. Do some secretary work at the same time. Mr. Jiang, isn't the salary you offer too high? It seems to be completely inconsistent with the intensity of my work." She shook her head. Jiang Chen looked at her strangely. "Is there anyone who thinks money is too much? You may have some misunderstandings. What I need is for you to be on call 24 hours a day. Even if I need you in the middle of the night, you have to show up for me. Besides, my company doesn't have just 1 or 2. If you really want to be busy, you may not be able to finish it in a day. So, this salary may be too low. If the workload increases in the future and you perform well, I will raise it." He was serious about this matter. Hire a butler as the person in charge so that he only needs to communicate with one person and does not need to manage everyone. Moreover, she is skilled in economic management. It is possible that when I have more businesses under my name, I can ask her to serve as my personal secretary, which can be considered a true professional match. This is equivalent to spending the money to find someone to do 2 jobs. So now, do you still think 100,000 yuan is a lot? Besides, Jiang Chen also said that this salary might be too low and will be raised. Ning Shernan suddenly felt that this job had great potential. She thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Jiang, do you want to hire servants or part-time workers to clean the villa and maintain the environment of the manor? You can handle these, but I like quietness." Jiang Chen said lightly. "Okay, then we'll hire hourly workers regularly so that servants don't come in and out of the villa and affect your life." Ning Shernan immediately planned, "As for cooking and washing clothes, if you don't mind, I can do it." "Can you cook?" Jiang Chen nodded, a little surprised. Ning Shernan nodded, I learned some before, it should taste good." "Can." Jiang Chen glanced at his watch. "It's getting late. Let's sign a contract. You go back and pack your things and move in. I'll leave dinner to you. It's a good opportunity to try your cooking skills." "Ah." Ning Shernan blushed and whispered, I still want to live here?" "Nonsense. How can you provide 24-hour service if you don't live here? Have you ever seen a housekeeper who doesn't live at home?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Ah, that's right." Ning Shernan blushed and nodded, "Okay, let's sign the contract first." Soon, the two signed the contract. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched, revealing his well-developed abdominal muscles. Ning Shernan's heartbeat quickened and she looked away in panic. Jiang Chen took out a set of car keys and said, "You can drive, right? Drive this car back, come back as soon as possible, and choose a room. I'm still waiting for your meal, Butler Ning." After saying that, he patted Ning Shernan on the shoulder and walked towards the gym. Ning Shernan covered her slightly hot cheek. "I'm Jiang Chen's housekeeper now? And I have to live with him? It feels like a dream." She looked at the Rolls-Royce car keys in her hand, feeling a little dazed. But the contract has been signed. It's a 3-year term, it's too late for her to regret now. Even if I sell her, I still can't pay back the penalty. No. Now that I have a new job, I have to work hard. Brave Shernan, don't be afraid of difficulties. Come on. Ning Shernan clenched her fists and cheered herself up. Then he took the Rolls-Royce keys and walked towards the gate. After walking a few steps, I found that I stepped on something. Ow! My phone? Chapter 38, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Ning Shernan went back to pack up and quickly returned to the villa. When she came back, she found Jiang Chen still working out in the gym, so she prepared some water for Jiang Chen and waited at the door with a towel. Jiang Chenjing walked out with his upper body naked, his muscles bulging after exercise, giving people a shocking visual impact. Ning Shernan's face turned red, she turned her head away shyly and handed the towel over. "Mr. Jiang, the water has been prepared for you." "Okay." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Ning Shernan quickly took on the role of housekeeper and did not do anything inappropriate. He also addressed Jiang Chen as Sir. Ning Shernan knew very well that although the two of them were friends, their relationship was essentially an employment one. It is important to know your position clearly. This also made Jiang Chen very satisfied. "Sir, what would you like for dinner?" "I'll make it for you." "No need to cook. Let's go out for dinner tonight." Jiang Chen changed his mind temporarily. "How many people are there in total? Do you need me to prepare anything?" Ning Shernan was surprised, because Jiang Chen had just said that he wanted to test her cooking skills. "Why do we have to go out to eat now?" "No, just the two of us." "The two of us?" Ning Shernan was a little confused. Jiang Chen said helplessly, "Isn't today your birthday? You didn't forget it yourself, did you?" Ning Shernan was stunned. Of course she remembered. "I also received phone calls from my parents and friends this morning to wish them a happy future." She just didn't understand how Jiang Chen knew. "It's on your resume." "Idiot." After saying that, he covered Ning Shernan's head with a towel and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Ning Shernan stood there, her eyes smiling into crescent shapes under the towel. Jiang Chen was soaking in the bathtub. When he was rereading Ning Shernan's resume, he found out that today was her birthday, so he simply gave up the idea of asking her to cook. "Now that I am Ning Shernan's master, it is not too much to invite her out for a meal on her birthday, right? Fassiman Restaurant." The decoration is full of modern sophistication and luxury. Outside the integrated floor-to-ceiling windows is a vast night view of the sky and sea, and bursts of fragrant aroma waft from the open kitchen. Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan sat in the hall, but the tables were far apart, so it was quite quiet. Grilled squid, crispy suckling pig with corn, premium wagyu beef with black sesame sauce. Under the receptionist's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen ordered half of the menu. Ning Shernan asked in a low voice, "Mr. Jiang, you ordered so much, can you finish it?" Jiang Chen glanced at her and said, "How much can you eat? Don't you know?" Ning Shernan felt a little embarrassed when she recalled the scene of the two of them eating barbecue. "That's barbecue, this is French food, how can they be the same?" "But you can eat so much, why don't you gain weight?" Jiang Chen asked puzzledly. Ning Shernan has a really good figure. She has a slender waist, long legs, and looks fairy-like in a white dress. "Hee, I am gifted, you must be envious." Ning Shernan stood up and posed, showing off her perfect figure to the fullest, with a protruding front and a curved back. "How is it?" she asked proudly. Jiang Chen's eyes explored without hesitation. "It's beautiful and well-proportioned, and the style is also very good." Not bad, not bad." Ning Shernan's face flushed instantly, and she sat down hurriedly, looking a little flustered. Seeing his smirk, I spat. "Bad guy." Seeing Jiang Chen's speechless look, she couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Shernan is in a particularly good mood today. But the good mood was soon broken. A sharp female voice sounded behind him, "Hey, isn't this Assistant Director Ning? It seems that Tianhai is really small." Jiang Chen frowned and looked over. Tang Lu was seen standing behind them, arm in arm with a man in his 50s. She was wearing a custom gown, carrying an Hermes bag, and had heavy makeup on her face. At this time, Tang Lu's eyes were full of resentment. The last time Jiang Chen ridiculed her was still vivid in her mind. "Dare you say I have something stuck in my teeth?" Obviously the charm is still there. The man she was holding was the boss of Zhao Group, Zhao Minghong. When Zhao Minghong saw Ning Shernan, his face changed and he pulled his arm back. It's not that he cares about Ning Shernan's opinion. After all, he and Tang Lu have an improper relationship, so he has to be more cautious when meeting acquaintances. Tang Lu became even more furious when she saw Zhao Minghong's cowardly look. Miss Ning is indeed on the list of rich second generations. She has upgraded her dining place from a roadside stall to a French restaurant, she said sarcastically. Jiang Chen is so rich, he must have a lot of power. Normally, Tang Lu would definitely not dare to offend, but now with Zhao Minghong by her side, she feels much more confident. When it comes to the word, I'm afraid no one is better than you, right? Ning Shernan said with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. Tang Lu's face flushed as she was poked in the sore spot. Forget how you were kicked out of the company? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll put you in jail. Zhao Minghong's face also darkened and his eyes turned cold. Ning Shernan said, You know what you did. You still have the nerve to shout here, don't you have any sense of shame? She really couldn't understand. It was Tang Lu who clearly did something wrong, so why can she still be so self-righteous? Ning Shernan did not expose them and has already left the company, but the other party still seems to be unwilling to give in. What hatred, what grudge? In fact, it was because Ning Shernan was too good, beautiful, and capable. Before, in the company, Ning Shernan was the object of secret love for many people. And she, Tang Lu, can only rely on her own body to climb up step by step? Don't you think this would make people jealous? We are all human, why are you so outstanding? Ning Shernan also exposed her relationship with Zhao Minghong, which made her even more angry and ashamed. Although she drove Ning Shernan away, she still held a grudge in her heart. The worse Ning Shernan's life was, the happier she was. On the contrary, if Ning Shernan lives a happy and fulfilling life, she will be extremely jealous. This is a woman. Zhao Minghong on the side raised his eyebrows. He was already in a bad mood today, and now Ning Shernan was mocking him. This made him look extremely ugly. Ms. Ning, I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. You must be responsible for what you say. As long as we have evidence, our Zhao group will not allow anyone to slander us. Evidence? If I had evidence, would you still dare to be so arrogant? Ning Shernan shook his head and stopped talking. Given how shameless these two are, there's no point in talking any further. Zhao Minghong sneered, I wonder where Miss Ning got a job after leaving Zhao's? It's hard to find a job in Tianhai now, why not try another city? He was trying to criticize Ning Shernan. To put it bluntly, it's impossible for you to survive in Tianhai, so just go to another city. Ning Shernan is a girl after all, and tears of grievance instantly welled up in her eyes. At this time, Jiang Chen, who had been silent, stood up, smiled and stretched out his hand. Boss Zhao, I've heard of your name for a long time. Zhao Minghong didn't know Jiang Chen, but seeing that he looked extraordinary and unlike an ordinary person, he still held his hand. Who are you? Before he could finish his words, a huge force came and he was pulled over. Jiang Chen hugged his neck and pinched Zhao Minghong's chin with one hand. The terrifying force almost crushed his jaw. Boss Zhao is really a forgetful person. Let's go over there and talk. Jiang Chen hugged him affectionately and walked towards the bathroom. Zhao Minghong is less than 1.7 meters tall and is as weak as a child in front of Jiang Chen, who has a perfect physique. He was almost dragged away without touching the ground. Tang Lu didn't notice this and thought Jiang Chen really knew Zhao Minghong. She couldn't help but said smugly, It seems like your boyfriend isn't that great. Don't you have to behave yourself when you see Mr. Zhao? Ning Shernan bit her lips and trembled with anger. Chapter 39 This is a tough character. Jiang Chen took Zhao Minghong into the bathroom and threw him directly in. Even though Zhao Minghong had seen a lot of things in the world, he was still a little panicked at this moment. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this restaurant is full of surveillance cameras. If something happens, you will definitely not be able to escape. Do you know who I am? I'm Zhao Minghong from the Zhao Group. How dare you mess with me? One phone call from me will make it difficult for you to survive in Tianhai. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, It seems that the blow your Zhao Group has suffered recently is not severe enough. The scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten. Hearing this, Zhao Minghong's eyebrows jumped. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ha ha. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, Since you forgot something, Boss Zhao, I will remind you a little. Your contract with Zijin Hotel was cancelled recently, right? The price of cooperation with Chengguan Group was also suppressed. Am I right? When Zhao Minghong heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He had already blocked the news of the Zijin Hotel's contract being withdrawn, and no one else knew about it. Otherwise, the loss of their Zhao Group would be more than just a contract. He was also aware of the cooperation with Orange Group. His son Zhao Dani reported to him that this time he had offended the same person again. The other party is the owner of Zijin Hotel and Golden Shield Security, and the identity behind him is even more unfathomable. A clear name gradually emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang. This is the person he can't afford to offend. Who are you to Mr. Jiang? Zhao Minghong asked puzzledly. This was all he could think of. I am him, Jiang Chen. Such a casual remark made Zhao Minghong feel like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. Leaning against the wall dejectedly. Jiang Chen. Age, appearance, completely in line with. It must be the man in front of me. He was also thinking that he would have a chance to meet up with this legendary Mr. Jiang to curry his favor with him, but today he almost offended him. As he thought about it, cold sweat instantly flowed down his back. I feel a little scared. Do you know what to do now? Jiang Chen sneered with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I know. Zhao Minghong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He couldn't afford to offend this man. In the restaurant. Tang Lu sat in the chair, sneering at Ning Shernan with a smug look on her face. Ning Shernan clenched her fists and trembled with anger. But she remained silent and restrained herself. She didn't know the relationship between Jiang Chen and Zhao Minghong, and didn't want to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. At this time, Tang Lu's eyes lit up, and she stood up and said in a soft voice, Boss Zhao, why did you come back just now? Ning Shernan turned around and saw Jiang Chen and Zhao Minghong walking towards them. Zhao Minghong's face turned pale and he lowered his head, seeming to be worried about something. Jiang Chen smiled at Ning Shernan. Ning Shernan raised the corners of her mouth, but the smile was very forced. Mr. Zhao, this little bitch has been scared by me. She will definitely not expose our affairs, so you can rest assured. Tang Lu came to Zhao Minghong and whispered as if asking for credit. But he didn't notice that Zhao Minghong's breathing was getting heavier. Tang Lu looked at Ning Shernan proudly. Ms. Ning, remember to stay away from me in the future. And your pretty boy. Bang! A resounding slap was heard, and even everyone in the restaurant felt a numbness on their faces. Tang Lu fell sideways and hit her head on the corner of the dining table. Blood is flowing from the forehead and corners of the mouth. The slap marks on his face became red and swollen, and his complexion was very bright. Tang Lu was stunned. Zhao Minghong was breathing heavily and his eyes were red. It was this bitch who was showing off everywhere and almost ruined herself. If Jiang Chen gets angry, their Zhao group will most likely be destroyed. Ning Shernan was startled. Turning his head to look at Jiang Chen, he saw him sitting on a chair, cutting steak calmly. What did this man say to Zhao Minghong? At this time, the restaurant manager walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Boss Zhao, this is. He knew that Zhao Minghong was a man of great influence and he could not afford to offend him. Zhao Minghong pushed him aside, walked quickly to Ning Shernan, and said with a wry smile. Ms. Ning, I was wrong about what happened before. I hope you can forgive me. I will also issue a statement to apologize to you publicly in the industry. I will arrange for someone to transfer the compensation to your account immediately, as long as you are willing to forgive me. Ning Shernan's throat moved, feeling a little at a loss. She had been with the Zhao family for 8 months. How could she have ever seen the arrogant Zhao Minghong be so humble? It's incredible. Zhao Minghong became uneasy when he saw Ning Shernan didn't say anything. He rubbed his hands anxiously, noticed Tang Lu who was stunned by the slap, and walked over quickly. I don't know what he said to Tang Lu, but I saw her face becoming paler and paler, and finally she hung her head weakly. Tang Lu walked up to Ning Shernan and whispered, Miss Ning, I'm sorry. Speak louder. Haven't you eaten yet? Zhao Minghong scolded. Tang Lu looked aggrieved. I really didn't eat. I'm sorry, Miss Ning, please forgive me, she said in a raised voice. He lowered his head weakly, too embarrassed to look at Ning Shernan. Ning Shernan shook her head and said, I will never forgive you. Zhao Minghong shuddered and said with a smile, Miss Ning. I just hope you can stay away from me, okay? Ning Shernan said seriously. The soup stew was like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off, which really annoyed her. Zhao Minghong vowed, Don't worry, Miss Ning, I will send her abroad immediately. I promise that she will never appear in your sight. Upon hearing this, Tang Lu's face turned pale, as if she had lost all her energy. Ning Shernan nodded and said nothing more. Zhao Minghong looked at Jiang Chen and asked nervously, Mr. Jiang, do you think this is okay? Jiang Chen nodded and said, Boss Zhao is a great man. Mr. Jiang, we must sit down and have a good meal if we have the chance. Zhao Minghong took the initiative to extend his hand with a respectful look on his face. He didn't say what the meal was, but it was definitely an apology meal. Of course, he saved some face for himself. Jiang Chen smiled, shook hands with him, and said politely, "There will be a chance." After Jiang Chen gave in, his attitude seemed to soften a lot. Zhao Minghong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I won't disturb you two from having a meal. If you have anything to say, just let me know." After saying that, he whispered a few words to the restaurant manager and left quickly with Tang Lu. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Minghong's back with a deep gaze. This guy is a ruthless character, but he knows how to handle current events. Zhao Minghong was afraid of his current power and the connections behind him. Society is like this: the strong will never compromise with the weak, they are only afraid of people who are stronger than themselves. This is the so-called survival of the fittest. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He was very pleased that he had obtained the system. Otherwise, you will have to live a miserable life. On the side, Ning Shernan blinked her big eyes and looked at him. "Sir, who are you?" she murmured. This power is truly terrifying as it can make Zhao Minghong bow down to him. Jiang Chen said casually, "Your master." Hateful. Ning Shernan reached out and gently hit Jiang Chen, with a hint of flirting. At this time, a ding sound was heard. Her cell phone beeped, she picked it up and was stunned. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked puzzledly. Ning Shernan swallowed and said, "Yes, someone transferred 5 million to me." "Oh, it seems that Zhao Minghong is quite quick." Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. "But this is too much. Being fired from the company, compensation of 5 million? She felt her hands were burning. "Why? Do you think the money is too much?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, it's indeed a lot." Ning Shernan bit her lip, thought for a moment and said, "I'd better transfer the money to you. It's really too much. I'm a little panicked." Jiang Chen covered his forehead helplessly. "How about this? 2 million is yours, and the other 3 million is your working fund, okay?" Ning Shernan nodded somewhat confusedly. "Would it be a bit too much to keep 2 million for myself?" Logically speaking, the compensation is at most 2 months' salary, a few tens of thousands of yuan. "Oh, by the way," Jiang Chen said, "now that you have 2 million, you can actually find a new job and live on your own. Do you still want to be my housekeeper?" Hearing this, Ning Shernan felt a sudden panic in her heart. He immediately shook his head like a rattle and said anxiously, "I don't want the money." "But you said you wanted me to be your housekeeper, you can't go back on your word." When she saw Jiang Chen's half smile, her face instantly turned red. This bad guy is playing a joke on me again. At this time, the restaurant manager came over, followed by a waiter holding a plate covered with a white cloth. "Mr. Jiang, excuse me, welcome to our restaurant for dinner." After saying that, he uncovered the white cloth, revealing a bottle of wine and a black card. He handed the card to Jiang Chen with both hands and said, "This is our store's supreme black card. You can get free bills in our store forever and enjoy the highest level of service." Then he took the wine and said, "This is Mehdi's coconut brandy. It has the signature of the founder W.M. Mendes. I hope you like it." Mehdi's coconut brandy. Jiang Chen knew that this wine was the world's first brandy made from coconut. It is also one of the most expensive wines in the world. The price is as high as 7 million. This must be Boss Zhao's treasure, right? Jiang Chen asked with interest. No need to ask, it must have been arranged by Boss Zhao. The so-called black card should have been tailor-made for him by Zhao Minghong. The manager smiled and nodded, "Then I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy your meal." Jiang Chen smiled silently. This Zhao Minghong is much more experienced than his sons, he is really a veteran. Chapter 40. Jiang Chen can actually cook? The next day. After Jiang Chen finished his breakfast, he started today's lottery in his room. Today's lottery draw number is 1. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Smoke. Congratulations to the host, the lucky draw was successful. Reward, God-level cooking skills. You will have cooking skills twice as good as the best chefs in the world. You can effortlessly make exquisite dishes of state banquet standard. You will automatically master the 8 major cuisines, Italian, Korean chicken and other world-class precious cuisines. Any ingredient in your hands will become a delicacy. Do you want to activate immediately? Jiang Chen was confused. Cooking skills twice as good as the top chefs? Jiang Chen never thought that he could become the best cook in the world. This doesn't quite match my elegant and graceful temperament, does it? But I think you made an appointment with Tang Luohuan to come to your house for dinner today? What a coincidence. A moment later, Jiang Chen activated his god-level cooking skills, wrote a list of ingredients, and brought it to Ning Shernan. Shernan, please buy one according to the ingredients listed here. But, sir, I don't know how to cook some of the dishes above. Ning Shernan saw the ingredients on it and suddenly became a little worried. Oh, you don't have to do it, I'll do it. Jiang Chen said cheerfully. Ah. Ning Shernan was surprised. Sir, can you cook? She had a preconceived notion that Jiang Chen couldn't cook. I guess I know a little bit. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. With his god-level cooking skills activated, his enthusiasm for cooking naturally increased a lot. Now he can't wait to show his skills. At this time, there are 3 villas. Miss, you are. Xin Xiulan and the servants were stunned in the kitchen that looked like a car accident scene. There were several black marks on Tang Luohuan's fair face. He looked at the black liquid in the pot with a very serious expression. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Do you need a doctor for you? Xin Xiulan asked worriedly. Tang Luohuan glanced at her and said, I'm fine. Xin Xiulan looked puzzled and pointed at the pungent black liquid. Then why are you boiling Chinese medicine? What are you looking at? This is chicken soup. Chicken soup? Shen Xiulan shuddered. Chicken soup? I'd believe it if you said it was cement. This is a giant moorhen airlifted from New Zealand. It can be called the Lamborghini among chickens. I also added dendrobium, wild ginseng, ambergris and snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains. One sip of it can probably make you 10 years younger. Tang Luohuan introduced proudly. I think I can rest in peace after drinking it. Xin Xiulan muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to show any expression. Auntie Lan. What happened? Xin Xiulan had a bad feeling. Tang Luohuan patted her shoulder and said, since you have worked hard, you will be the first to taste it. Everyone has to die, some die in a lighter way than a feather, while others die in chicken soup. Xin Xiulan looked at the bowl of black poisonous chicken soup in front of her with a serious expression as if she was going to the execution ground. Come on, do it, brothers. She didn't even dare to taste it and poured it directly into her stomach. How is it? Tang Luohuan asked expectantly. It tastes good. Xin Xiulan covered her mouth, afraid of vomiting. I knew I was a little genius. Tang Luohuan said happily, then let's go to Jiang Chen's house now and bring him some chicken soup. Miss, please go ahead. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. Xin Xiulan felt her stomach churning and her face turned purple. She was about to die. Okay, then you can do whatever you want. Soon, Tang Luohuan poured the chicken soup into the thermos and left with brisk steps. Arrived at Jiang Chen's door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ning Shernan quickly walked to the door and saw Tang Luohuan outside the door through the monitor. Is he your friend? He looks familiar. Although he was doubtful, he still opened the door. River. When he saw Ning Shernan, Tang Luohuan's smile froze instantly and he returned to his cold attitude. Who are you? Mr. Tang? Ning Shernan asked tentatively. Tang Luohuan was stunned and looked carefully. Assistant Director Ning? Why are you here? In the living room. Tang Luohuan looked at Ning Shernan, who was sitting opposite him, with a strange look in his eyes. She had dealt with the Zhao Group several times and was deeply impressed by Assistant Director Ning. In one sentence, very capable. Although she is the chairman's assistant, she is involved in most of the group's channel expansion. In many cases, even the executive president has to look at her face. It is no exaggeration to say that he is Zhao Minghong's right-hand man. But such a talented person was suddenly fired by Zhao Minghong. And she also spread the word that no one in the same industry, including upstream and downstream companies, could hire her. But this couldn't scare Tang Luohuan. She also planned to recruit Ning Shernan to the company after discussing cooperation with Zhou. However, Zhao Minghong issued a statement yesterday, publicly apologizing to Ning Shernan, saying that she was a high-end talent and the last incident was a major mistake made by the Zhao family. What twists and turns are involved is not something that outsiders can know. But why did Ning Shernan appear in Jiang Chen's house? Tang Luohuan seemed to be thinking about something. Ms. Ning, I didn't expect we would meet here. Tang Luohuan said with a smile. Ning Shernan nodded. Yes, I didn't expect that Mr. Tang is the friend you mentioned. She had a very good impression of Tang Luohuan. This woman is delicate but not fragile, and her decisiveness and toughness are no less than that of a man. Gentlemen? Tang Luohuan keenly caught the name. Excuse me, you and Jiang Chen are. I'm Mr. Zhang's housekeeper. Ning Shernan said without any hesitation. Housekeeper? Tang Luohuan was a little stunned. This answer was indeed beyond her expectations. With Ning Shernan's impressive resume, she should be qualified to be a vice president in a medium-sized enterprise, but she is only a housekeeper in Jiang Chen's house? And looking at her calm and composed expression, she seems quite proud? But Tang Luohuan was relieved. It turned out to be the housekeeper. I thought it was Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Wait, is there any relationship between his girlfriend and me? Tang Luohuan's mind was a little confused. Boss Tang, you're here. Jiang Chen's voice rang out. The two girls looked back and saw that he was wearing a bare apron and holding a spatula in his hand. In stark contrast to his previous overbearing and ruffian appearance, he actually looked a bit like a gentle house father. Tang Luohuan smiled and said, Mr. Jiang cooks for us personally? Such a generous hospitality is really. Stop being so pretentious, come on, let's eat. Good. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, they smelled a strong aroma of food. There is a table full of delicious food on the table. Kung Pao chicken, squirrel fish, stir-fried beef with scallions. All 8 major cuisines are included, and each dish is delicious and mouth-watering. Ning Shernan's eyes lit up and her saliva almost flowed out. Tang Luohuan said in disbelief, Mr. Jiang, you didn't make all these dishes, did you? She had eaten countless delicious dishes from China and the West, but none of them were as stunning as this one, just in terms of appearance and aroma. What else? Jiang Chen looked around. Where's Sister Shen? Why didn't she come over? Tang Luohuan shook his head and said in surprise, I don't know either. Everything was fine before, but she suddenly said she had something to deal with. Don't worry about her, let's eat first. She had already begun to swallow secretly. Half an hour later. Tang Luohuan lay on the chair like a salted fish, rubbing his stomach and said, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of fullness. How is it? It tastes good, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's not just good, it's the best Chinese food I've ever had, bar none. Tang Luohuan praised generously. Today's meal completely overturned her cognition. It turned out that these ingredients could produce such wonderful flavors. Especially after eating it, the warm feeling of satisfaction in your heart makes you feel that life is worth it. Chapter 41 Shura Field, a bit scary. Tea and food are enough. But Ning Shernan's mood suddenly became a little low. Because compared to Jiang Chen, her cooking skills are really just average. Sir, let's hire a chef. My cooking skills may be a little poor, she said dejectedly. My goodness, she has lost her confidence. Jiang Chen slapped her in anger. Don't even think about being lazy. From now on, I'll take care of your 3 meals a day. If you dare to be lazy, I'll deduct your salary. In fact, Ning Shernan's cooking skills are pretty good, but they are still a little bit lacking compared to the god-level cooking skills. Although Jiang Chen can cook, he doesn't want to stay in the kitchen every day. If I'm interested, I could cook a few dishes. Ning Shernan rubbed his head and said with a smile, I know. Tang Luohuan saw this and felt inexplicably sad. Jiang Chen, you are really capable to have someone like Miss Ning as your housekeeper. Jiang Chen lifted the hair beside his ear and said, maybe this is the charm of personality. The king of arrogance. Tang Luohuan rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Jiang Chen noticed the thermos bucket next to her. What is this? Look at my brain. I almost forgot that I spent the whole morning making this chicken soup. Tang Luohuan opened the lid of the thermos, and a strong and pungent smell of medicine wafted out. Are you sure this is chicken soup and not Chinese medicine? Jiang Chen asked, pinching his nose. Of course I am sure. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it has high nutritional value. Tang Luohuan recommended it enthusiastically. Jiang Chen took a look at the muddy color and said solemnly, have you tasted this soup? Tang Luohuan shook his head, no, but Adlan has tried it and said it's delicious. Jiang Chen observed a minute of silence for Xin Sholan. I think so. Jiang Chen tried hard to organize his words. Everyone has their own expertise, and one person can't be good at everything. You may be a genius in managing a company, but you don't have to make things difficult for yourself when it comes to cooking. Tang Luohuan understood and said angrily, "You don't believe me?" Jiang Chen said seriously, "I believe you. I believe you really can't cook." You. Tang Luohuan's face flushed and she picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful. "Don't rush to drink later. Don't worry, no one will compete with you for it." Snort. Tang Luohuan took a big sip and his expression changed instantly. His whole body was shaking, as if he was trying hard to endure something. Jiang Chen said helplessly, "If you really can't help it, just vomit." Wow. Tang Luohuan spit directly into the bowl. "This is not chicken soup at all, it is countless times more unpalatable than Chinese medicine." She sat on the chair, feeling depressed. "It seems that you are right. Maybe I am really not suitable for cooking." Jiang Chen comforted her, "It's okay, if you want to learn how to cook, you can come to my house." Real? Tang Luohuan's eyes lit up. Is Jiang Chen going to teach me how to cook? Is this true? Our housekeeper Ning is an expert at making soup. I will definitely ask her to teach me everything she knows. Oh. Tang Luohuan's mood fell again. Looking at Ning Shernan's obedient and cute appearance, she felt more and more bitter in her heart. "Ms. Ning, I have a question that I'm not sure if I should ask or not." Ning Shernan nodded. "President Tang, please feel free to speak." Tang Luohuan asked casually, "Miss Ning, is this just a temporary job as a housekeeper? Or do you plan to do it for a long time?" Ning Shernan asked doubtfully, "You mean? Many people can be a housekeeper. As a top management talent, don't you feel that you are wasting your talent, Miss Ning?" Tang Luohuan said bluntly, "Miss Ning, are you interested in coming to me to show your skills? Whether it's salary or resources, I guarantee that it will be much better than Zhao's." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He felt that something was wrong with Tang Luohuan. She has always been like a shrewd person, always speaking and doing things flawlessly, but now she is saying such things in front of him. This is not like Tang Luohuan's style. Is she jealous? Jiang Chen, don't mind it. I just love talents. Tang Luohuan explained to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled, "It's okay, it depends on Ning Shernan's opinion. If Ning Shernan wanted to leave, he would not force her to stay. After all, I can't stifle others' right to pursue their dreams." Seeing that Jiang Chen was not angry, Tang Luohuan relaxed. "Ms. Ning, you don't have to rush to give me an answer. You can think about it carefully. The door of orange light is always open to you." Ning Shernan was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Tang Luohuan. His eyes were clear and penetrating, as if he could see through people's hearts. Tang Luohuan's pretty face flushed, and she turned away, not daring to look at her. Ning Shernan shook her head and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your kindness. Although anyone can be a housekeeper, I believe no one is more suitable than me to be Mr. Zheng's housekeeper. And I also enjoy this job, so I can only live up to Mr. Tang's expectations." But Director Tang seems to be worried about something? Ning Shernan smiled playfully. Tang Luohuan's eyes were in a panic. I have nothing to worry about." As he stood up, he accidentally bumped into a chair. "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late, so I'll go back first." Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, he picked up the thermos and left. "I'll deliver. No need to see me off," she said without even turning her head. Looking at Tang Luohuan's departing back, Jiang Chen recalled the scene of the confrontation between the two women just now. "I couldn't help but shudder. This war between women without the smoke of gunpowder is too terrifying." Tang Luohuan returned home. She closed the door, covered her red cheeks, and her heart was pounding like a deer. "Tang Luohuan, what's wrong with you?" She rarely showed a trace of confusion. Ning Shernan's bitterness and jealousy shocked herself. It was a feeling she had never experienced in her 20-plus years of life. To the point of saying something inappropriate. "Have I fallen in love with Jiang Chen? No way. We have only known each other for a few days, it's impossible." She shook her head like a rattle. "Who is she, Tang Luohuan?" "The eldest daughter of the famous Tang family, whose family is the most powerful one south of Fengjiang. But she gave up her family's support and came to Tianhai to start a new life. In just 3 years, he became Tianhai's top entrepreneur and an idol for countless independent women. She thought her heart was as solid as ice and rock, so how could it be shaken so easily?" "Miss, you are back." Tang Luohuan looked up and saw Shin Xiulan staggering, holding her stomach with a pale face. Auntie Lan, what's wrong with you? She asked with concern. Shin Xiulan waved her hands and said weakly, It's okay, I almost had a stomach perforation, I'll be fine after taking some stomach medicine. Tang Luohuan, who had tasted chicken soup, of course knew what was going on and his expression was a little awkward. By the way, miss, I just received news that Qian Tianyi has come to Tianhai. Qian Tianyi? Tang Luohuan frowned, why is he here? I'm not sure, but I guess he's coming for you. Shin Xiulan said cautiously. She knew how much the name disgusted her. Tang Luohuan's face was gloomy. Send Qian Tianyi's photo to the security guards at the company and home. Don't let him appear in my sight. Okay. Shin Xiulan looked a little uncomfortable. Tang Luohuan frowned, what's wrong? Shin Xiulan covered her stomach and said in a trembling voice, Miss, I can't hold it anymore, I want to go to the toilet. Tang Luohuan, go quickly. Chapter 42 Encounter. At night, in the Chanel flagship store. Originally Jiang Chen didn't want to go out shopping, but Ning Shinan begged him for a long time and insisted on dragging him out with her. First, he bought Ning Shinan a new mobile phone, and then Jiang Chen customized several sets of clothes from other brands. Really rich people don't care about having many clothes. Generally, clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars will only be worn a few times. Then, seeing how hard Ning Shinan was running, I decided to buy her some clothes to wear to work. After all, as his own butler, he couldn't dress shabbily. At first, Ning Shinan was extremely reluctant, saying that she had clothes to wear. Later, Jiang Chen said that he would reimburse the expenses, and Ning Shinan's attitude changed 180 degrees. Oh, what a little money grubber. At this time, Jiang Chen was sitting on a chair playing with his mobile phone, and the shopping guide even offered him some juice. Soon, Ning Shinan changed into a Chanel dress and walked out of the fitting room. She posed in front of the full-length mirror. She was beautiful and fashionable, a true urban beauty. Then he put his hands on his hips and showed it to Jiang Chen. Sir, what do you think of this one? Ning Shinan smiled sweetly and asked. Jiang Chen took a closer look and found that this girl had a great figure. She has a thin waist, long legs, a curvy figure, and no extra fat on her body. She is simply a natural clothes hanger. Not bad, they suit you very well, I'll take all of them. Jiang Chen waved to the shopping guide beside him. Yes, sir. The shopping guide's eyes lit up, this guy is definitely tall, rich, and handsome. After paying, the two walked out of the store carrying large and small bags. Some custom-made clothes cannot be picked up yet and have to be delivered to your home after they are made, which is quite convenient. Where are we going now, sir? Home? Ning Shinan asked curiously while carrying a bunch of things. I drank several glasses of juice while waiting for you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain, and said calmly, I'm going to the bathroom, you wait for me here. Good. Ning Shinan waited obediently there, watching Jiang Chen leave. Jiang Chen went to the restroom in the mall, turned on the drain, and then washed his hands in the public sink. Suddenly, a man who was washing his hands nearby saw him and his eyes immediately became surprised. Chen, brother Chen? Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked to the side and was a little surprised. Can you meet acquaintances in the toilet? Fengzi, it's you. Jiang Chen said in surprise. Yang Feng was also a little surprised, it's really you. How come you've become so handsome and stronger? Did you eat a lot of protein powder? Fuck you. Jiang Chen laughed and scolded, can't it just grow naturally? TSK, his shamelessness really hasn't changed. Yang Feng said with a smile. The two looked at each other, laughed out loud at the same time, and hugged each other tightly. Then the two walked out of the bathroom, talking as they walked. He is Jiang Chen's classmate in high school, his name is Yang Feng. At that time, Jiang Chen and I were at the same table, and we had a pretty good time. Later, after graduating from high school, we went our separate ways, and since technology was not as advanced as it is now, we lost contact. Come to think of it, the two haven't seen each other for more than 4 years. Yang Feng looked Jiang Chen up and down, and was quite surprised to see that he had a tall and straight figure and was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Brother Chen, are you rich now? I guess so. It's a windfall. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say much. Yang Feng gave him a thumbs up sincerely, windfall is also wealth, I know you will have a bright future. Jiang Chen was a well-known figure and a top student in high school, and the dream lover of many girls. But on the day of the college entrance examination, Jiang Chen had a severe fever, which led to his poor performance on the test. In the end, he only got into Tianhai University of Science and Technology, an ordinary first-class university. Although he was an undergraduate, what happened to Jiang Chen, who was highly expected, was like an original sin. This incident also caused a lot of chain reactions. This was a huge blow to Jiang Chen, who was only a teenager at the time, and he never recovered. Many people gloated and mocked him, thinking that Jiang Chen might be ruined. But when Yang Feng saw Jiang Chen like this today, he was really happy for him. Jiang Chen smiled and asked casually, "How about you? How are you doing now?" "As for me, I'm working in a gaming company right now, so it's okay." When Yang Feng said this, his eyes flickered a little, as if he was hiding something, and then he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Brother Chen, our old classmates are organizing a party tomorrow in Tianhai, can you come too?" "Class reunion? What is supposed to come will eventually come." Jiang Chen said cheerfully, "Okay, send me the address and I'll come over tomorrow when I have time." Yang Feng was stunned for a moment. He realized that Jiang Chen might really be different. Become very confident. "Okay, Brother Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the time and address via WeChat later." As they were talking, the two added each other on WeChat. At this moment, a panting voice sounded. "Gentlemen." Ning Shinan ran over from a distance. She had just waited for a long time and found that Jiang Chen had not come back yet. She was afraid that something had happened to Jiang Chen. "Who is this?" Yang Feng looked at the bright and pretty girl and asked doubtfully. "Ning Shinan." Jiang Chen introduced them to each other. "This is my friend Yang Feng." Ning Shinan smiled. "Hello." "Hello, just call me Yang Feng." Yang Feng smiled knowingly. "Sister-in-law, right?" "Ah." Ning Shinan was stunned, then her face quickly turned red, and she said helplessly, I'm not." "Sure, Brother Chen." Yang Feng hit Jiang Chen and praised, "You have achieved success in both career and love. Your sister-in-law is so pretty, much better than Su Shan." He paused before he finished speaking and looked at Jiang Chen cautiously. "I accidentally said the wrong thing." In his heart, this name is a taboo for Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. "Don't talk nonsense, she is not my girlfriend." Jiang Chen didn't say Ning Shinan was his housekeeper. Firstly, there is no need to show off in front of good friends, and secondly, to save some face for Ning Shinan. Seeing that he didn't get angry, Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a wicked smile, "Do you think I believe it?" He turned around and asked Ning Shinan, "Sister-in-law, do you believe it?" Ning Shinan didn't react, and said ignorantly, "I believe it. No, I don't believe it, that's not right, I'm not your sister-in-law." She lowered her head, her face flushed. Yang Feng saw it all. How could he not understand what was going on? He glanced at Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, shook his head and sighed, "You are still so straight. How did someone like you find a girlfriend?" Jiang Chen. This is speechless. They chatted for a while and then Yang Feng left first. Yang Feng just speaks without restraint, don't take it to heart. Jiang Chen explained to Ning Shinan. "Oh." Ning Shinan pouted, feeling a little disappointed. She would rather Jiang Chen didn't explain. "However, when I thought of Yang Feng calling me sister-in-law, my heart beat a little faster." "What are you daydreaming about? Let's go." Jiang Chen flicked her head. "I know." Ning Shinan rubbed her head, her little face flushed. "Big pig's trotter." "By the way, sir, who is Su Shan?" Ning Shinan asked curiously. "My ex-girlfriend." Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. He had actually let the matter go long ago. "Ah." Ning Shinan opened her mouth slightly, not daring to ask any more questions. Ex-girlfriend? Mr. Jiang has such a rich love experience? However, after thinking it through, a silly smile appeared on Ning Shinan's face. "No matter what, I am better looking than Mr. Jiang's ex-girlfriend? Come to think of it, I feel a little proud." Chapter 43 Reward, Lavender Resort. Jiang Chen was really tired after walking around the streets all night. I don't know why these women like shopping so much. Especially Ning Shinan today, she was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and could not be stopped. Back home. Jiang Chen took a shower, walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, and prepared to go to the kitchen to get some fruit. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw Ning Shinan lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly. Good job. This girl still feels tired. She even fell asleep? Jiang Chen found it a little funny as he looked at her sleeping soundly. He walked up to her and pinched her delicate nose. As a result, she opened her mouth and breathed. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, but she did not wake up. Pretty cool. But sleeping in the living room is not a solution after all. Jiang Chen picked her up and walked towards Ning Shernan's bedroom. Ning Shernan leaned on his neck, and the warm breath behind him felt a little itchy. Jiang Chen tilted his head and looked at her delicate face, his heart skipping a beat for no reason. This girl. She looks pretty good. In terms of appearance alone, she should be on par with Tang Luowan, but they just have different temperaments. And she has a good figure, a thin waist, long legs, a plump butt, and a high level of education. Just a little silly. Jiang Chen sighed. If anyone has a child with her, and the child is with her in the future, then everything will be ruined. Jiang Chen first sent Ning Shernan to the bedroom, and fortunately she did not wake up in the middle. Otherwise, he would probably be called a hooligan. After all, he was still wearing a bath towel. Jiang Chen returned to his room, leaned on the bed and played with his phone. Play games and watch videos. Before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. Jiang Chen's mind moved. He had never drawn a prize at this time. Click on System. Today's lottery draw number is 2. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Smoke. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a Mercedes-Benz Maybach S. That's it? Jiang Chen was a little disappointed because this Maybach S is a product of Mercedes-Benz. The price seems to be around 2 million. Compared with his own Rolls-Royce and Pagani Huayra, it is a bit inferior. However, it is not bad to be used as a grocery shopping cart for Ning Shernan. Jiang Chen smiled. After all, there was still one chance to draw a lottery. Continue to start the lottery. Ding. Reward, 100% ownership of Lavender Island Resort. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Lavender Island Resort is a very famous resort around Tianhai. It is hidden on a small island surrounded by water in Shangri-La Farm. The environment is quiet and private. Various kinds of lavender and other flowers and plants will bloom on the island, competing with each other for beauty and fragrance. Many celebrities have had the experience of shooting song MVs on the island. Moreover, this place is also very suitable for leisure, vacation, gatherings, etc., especially the cabin villas inside, which are a major feature. Wait, Lavender Resort? It seems that the venue for tomorrow's party is also here. That's interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and the night gradually darkened. The next day. The bright sunshine is a little dazzling. Ning Shernan woke up from her sleep, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked around clearly. Found her lying in her bed. After I finished packing yesterday, I seemed to fall asleep on the sofa. She muttered. Suddenly I thought of something, and quickly lifted the quilt. I found that my clothes were all intact, and I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then a blush appeared on Xuanyi's cheeks. Ning Shernan, what are you thinking about? She knocked her head, probably because of her own stupidity. Then I looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. I was shocked. Oh my god, it's so late and I haven't cooked for my husband yet. She got up hurriedly, washed up in a hurry, and left the bedroom. As soon as I arrived at the restaurant, I saw a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Jiang Chen sat beside her, holding a glass of hot milk, looking at her with a half smile. Gentlemen. Ning Shernan stood with his head down, like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. Hey, President Ning is up? Jiang Chen said sarcastically, the meal is ready. When do you think I can get paid? Ning Shernan blushed and blinked her big eyes innocently. I slept too deeply last night, my phone wasn't charged, and my alarm didn't go off. How about you deduct it from my salary? Okay, I'm just kidding. Sit down and eat. Jiang Chen smiled and said, you have to go out with me later. Okay. Ning Shernan's expression quickly brightened up, and she sat at the dining table and began to eat heartily. Jiang Chen picked up the milk and took a sip, then said calmly, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Am chewing, I know. Jiang Chen shook his head and laughed. Although he called Ning Shernan every day, he didn't really treat her as a housekeeper. In comparison, we are more like friends. Moreover, after spending these few days together, Jiang Chen discovered that although Ning Shernan was a careless girl, she was very well behaved and obedient, which was what Jiang Chen liked most. After breakfast, Jiang Chen handed the car keys of the Maybach S to Ning Shernan and let her use the car. She was so happy that she danced with joy like a child. This also made Jiang Chen in a very good mood today. It was almost 11 o'clock when Ning Shernan drove Cullinan and took Jiang Chen to the Lavender Island Resort. The Shuani Island Resort is a mini island on the bank of Qiantang River. It is primitive and delicate, exuding a unique tranquil beauty. From a distance, it is a sea of lavender flowers, which makes people feel fascinating. Since Lavender Island is surrounded by water, the only way to get to the island is a simple and elegant wooden pier, and vehicles are absolutely not allowed to pass. There are no parking spaces around the island in order to protect the island's environment. So, Jiang Chen parked his car in a nearby parking lot. After getting off the car, Jiang Chen took Ning Shernan to the island. Before reaching the wooden pier to the island, a whistle sounded behind us. A Maybach S stopped beside him, and the window rolled down, revealing a face wearing sunglasses. Jiang Chen? It's really you. I didn't expect you to really come. Jiang Jiqian? It's you. Jiang Chen's tone was neither salty nor bland. Jiang Jiqian lowered his sunglasses with his fingers and looked at Jiang Chen. I heard from Yang Feng that you seem to be doing well. Why didn't you drive here? Oh, get off and take a walk. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and he didn't say anything else. Walk? Jiang Jiqian noticed Ning Shernan beside Jiang Chen and smiled playfully. Are you kidding me? Taking a walk? Did you come here by bus? Okay, then you can go slowly, I'll go first. As he said this, Jiang Jiqian closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Sir, who is this? Ning Shernan asked. Unlike Yang Feng, Jiang Chen had no intention of introducing Jiang Jiqian to her. Jiang Chen looked at the back of the Maybach S and said calmly, a fool. Chapter 44. Jiang Chen is still taking the bus? Lavender Resort, in a wooden villa, has a warm and elegant environment. Groups of men and women sat around the table, talking in a buzzing voice. Boss Wang, have you been busy making money recently? You're so low-key. Yes, Boss Wang, if you have a good project recently, please bring it with you, brothers. Don't hide it. When I was in high school, I thought Brother Wang had a bright future. Now I see that he is indeed a rare talent. Hey, the environment is not good recently. It's hard to make money and hard to eat shit. Only Brother Wang is doing well. Listening to these flattering words, Wang Wendong, who was sitting in the first seat, was very happy and said with a smile. Don't make fun of me, it's just a small business. I've been busy preparing for the wedding recently. A woman only gets one wedding once in her life, and I can't let Shan Shan have any regrets. As he said this, he took the hand of the girl next to him. Su Shan leaned on his shoulder with a happy smile on her face. That's too much. You're showing off your affection before you even have your meal. Boss Wang is truly a role model for our generation. Su Shan is so lucky to have found a good man like Wang Wendong. Yeah, rich and thoughtful. Most people were flattering. It's not that they have a lot of power, this is the law of survival in a society based on human relationships. Saying a few nice polite words won't help you, but if something really happens in the future, the other person might help you. Besides, didn't T. Wang Wendong organize this event today just to show off his face? If someone wants to show off, he needs someone to support him, otherwise it would be too boring. We have all graduated from college and are no longer at the age of having high aspirations. Only two people present were indifferent. One is Yang Feng and the other is Su Jingyi. Yang Feng looked at them with disdain and muttered in a low voice, bastards. Su Jingyi, who was standing next to her, heard this and couldn't help but smile. Yang Feng, will Jiang Chen come over today? She asked softly. Yang Feng looked bitter. Brother Chen said he would come, but he didn't reply to my WeChat, so I'm not sure if he will come. Su Jingyi nodded somewhat disappointedly. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful girl with a rosy face and couldn't help but sigh silently. Isn't this a complete bummer of Su Shan? I don't know what Chen Ge was thinking at the time, he actually chose Su Shan. Since Jiang Chen won't come, I'll leave. Su Jingyi thought about it. Today's party was organized by Wang Wendong, so Jiang Chen would most likely not come. Why are you leaving? Yang Feng was stunned. Su Jingyi said calmly, I came here to see Jiang Chen. If he doesn't come, there's no need for me to stay here. Yang Feng looked at Wang Wendong, who was the center of attention, and lost interest for a moment. No problem, I'll go with you. Just as the two were about to stand up, Jiang Jiqian pushed the door open. Sorry, everyone, we're late. Wang Wendong joked, "You'll have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment later." Zhang Jiqiang patted his chest and said, "Boss Wang has spoken. I have to drink 30 cups, not to mention 3. Okay, come sit down." As soon as Zhang Jiqiang sat down, he asked mysteriously, "Guess who I met outside the island?" "Who is it? So mysterious? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now." Zhang Jiqiang cleared his throat. "Jiang Chen." "Ah." Wang Wendong and Su Shan's faces changed at the same time. Su Jingyi's eyes lit up and she slowly sat back down. Yang Feng couldn't help but laugh. The fact that Jiang Chen came here showed that he had really let it go. As a brother, he would naturally be happy for Jiang Chen. The atmosphere in the venue was somewhat quiet, and everyone's eyes were on Wang Wendong and Su Shan. They all knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Shan. At that time, Jiang Chen was a celebrity in high school, a top student and the school hunk. Su Shan had always been pursuing him, but the two did not get together until the second semester of their senior year. Jiang Chen also often helped Su Shan with her lessons. But after Jiang Chen got into trouble in the college entrance examination, Su Shan decisively chose to leave him, and later she went to the same university as Wang Wendong. What happens next is self-evident. Wang Wendong smiled slowly. "Are you sure?" Zhang Jiqiang nodded and said, "Of course I am sure. I saw him on the way to the island. It must be Jiang Chen. I even said hello to him. Ha, I thought he wasn't coming. It just so happens that we haven't seen each other for many years." Wang Wendong said. "Well." Zhang Jiqiang sighed deliberately. "Jiang Chen is still as bad-tempered as before. I guess he just got off the bus, and seeing that he was hot and tired from walking, I thought about taking him for a walk, but I didn't expect him to come and ask me to take a walk." "Walk?" Wang Wendong smiled even more. Su Shan also breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. It seems that Jiang Chen couldn't make any waves in that fake university, and now he has probably become an ordinary person. It seems that my original choice was indeed correct. Everyone was whispering. Jiang Chen was so handsome when he was in school. It's a pity that it's hard to have a future in that kind of university. Those who said this were all girls, as they were still very impressed by Jiang Chen's handsome looks. But it's just an emotion. Who would always miss a high school classmate? In today's society, which girl still only looks at the face? Just look at the handsome guy, it's useless without money. I didn't expect that our idol is still riding the bus. I said at the time that Jiang Chen has no background and can't go to a good university, so he won't be able to make waves in the future. Nowadays, many students who graduate from ordinary universities cannot find jobs after graduation and are idle at home. Haha, you can go work in an electronics factory. They don't require academic qualifications. Hearing these words, Zhang Jiqiang deliberately raised his hand. "Hey, you can't say that. Although I may be down and out now, my skills in picking up girls are still top-notch. There's a girl next to me, that look, that figure, it's simply amazing." Wang Wendong's eyes widened. Jiang Chen can still get a girlfriend now, does he have money to date? Zhang Jiqiang echoed the conversation and said, "He may be poor, but he is handsome. There are plenty of girls who spend money on him." This is a bit too explicit. Oh. Everyone smiled knowingly, with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Wang Wendong glanced at Su Jingyi obliquely, picked up the teacup and stopped talking. Everything should be done in excess. You guys are fucking. Yang Feng roared in a deep voice, clenched his fists and was about to explode, but was held back by Su Jingyi. "Don't be impulsive, wait for Jiang Chen to come," she said with cold eyes. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Zhang Jiqiang changed the subject and said, "Boss Wang, I saw a Porsche parked outside the island. Is the license plate yours?" Everyone immediately became excited and started to pick it up enthusiastically. Damn it! When did Mr. Wang change his car? Porsche? Awesome class. It seems like his career has really taken off, otherwise he wouldn't have booked this lavender resort for a day and treated us to a meal. Chapter 45. Everyone, long time no see. Lavender Island Resort, Conference Room. This resort has a complete system, but there are not many employees, except for the kitchen department. Just counting the person in charge and employees from other departments, there are only about 20 people in total. At this moment, they all gathered here. They received a notice early this morning that someone had acquired the resort. To put it simply, the boss has changed. Upon hearing the news, they were uneasy. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and this one might start on the first day. It is not uncommon for all employees to be replaced when the boss changes. Besides, they only have so many employees here, and if they start fighting, it will only take a few minutes. But they don't want to give up such an easy, high-paying job. Therefore, every one of them is in danger at this moment. At this moment, the door was pushed open. General Manager Joe De immediately came forward and bowed. "Mr. Jiang, please come in." Everyone looked up and saw a tall man walking in. He was wearing a simple white shirt with his collar unbuttoned, and there was a hint of unruliness on his handsome face. Is this the new boss? So young. So handsome. They didn't have time to think about anything else, they all bowed 90 degrees in unison. "Hello, boss." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and nodded to everyone. Joe De introduced, "These are the senior executives and employees of all departments of our hotel. Please give us your instructions, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Let's go." Ah. Everyone was stunned. Is that the end? Shouldn't they make a speech, kick out a few executives, and then parachute in a few more leaders? I'm flattered. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Why? You don't have to go to work today, so you want to stay here and chat with me?" Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing and felt relieved. This new boss is really approachable. Everyone go out. Joe De, you stay for a while. The meeting room was cleared quickly. After Jiang Chen arranged Ning Shernan's work, he sat in a comfortable chair and listened to Zhou Da's report on the situation of the resort. Jiang Chen already had some understanding of the basic information about the resort. What he is most concerned about is naturally the revenue situation. According to Zhou Da's financial statements, the resort's revenue last year was 56 million, which is already very outstanding for such a small resort. Excluding operating costs, etc., the profit is approximately 32%. That means an annual income of about 18 million. Imagine that you can lie at home and deposit more than 1 million yuan into your card every month without doing anything. If you want to go out for fun someday, bring your girlfriend to this resort and enjoy some time together as a couple. This is so cool. To be honest, Jiang Chen really likes his own island resort. Soon, Ning Shernan came in with a financial statement. She glanced at Zhou De but did not report the situation directly. Jiang Chen understood and said calmly, "Speak, we are not outsiders." Ning Shernan nodded and began to formally report. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the results of the report. The finances of the Lavender Island Resort are very healthy, and the flow of every sum of money has a history and can be traced. This shows that the resort's top management has a pretty good control over this aspect. Jiang Chen didn't check the details, those who understand will understand. As long as it doesn't come to light, Jiang Chen won't delve into it. However, because the operating model of this resort is relatively simple, there are not many opportunities for manipulation. If one wants to make money here, it will be easily exposed, and then the loss will outweigh the gain. Overall, Jiang Chen is quite satisfied with the situation here. Zhou De saw Ning Shernan reporting the financial situation to Jiang Chen. He immediately understood that the new boss came prepared. They have professional financial secretaries with them, so as long as you have something fishy going on, they can find out everything clearly. Fortunately, he has been strict with himself over the years and will not be caught by his superiors. But if the new boss insisted on firing him, he would have nothing to say. After all, you are an employee. Whether you stay or leave depends entirely on your boss's words. But in the end, when he saw that Jiang Chen had no intention of expelling him, Zhou De felt relieved and felt more respect and gratitude towards Jiang Chen. "Mr. Zhou, you've done a good job. I hope you can keep it up." Jiang Chen smiled and patted Zhou Da's shoulder. "Okay, boss." Zhou De nodded sincerely, he was very clear about his position. After a pause, Zhou De suggested, "Boss, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you go sit in the villa restaurant and try the cuisine of our resort?" Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and said calmly, "Okay, then you guys get ready. I'm going to meet a friend at the resort first." Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan left the meeting room and walked towards one direction of the resort. At this time, in an exquisite wooden villa. The atmosphere was lively and the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. The dishes are so exquisitely presented that one can't help but want to pick up their chopsticks quickly. Wang Wendong smiled and said, "Today we are serving authentic Lu cuisine, which is a Tianhai specialty. It has a home-cooked flavor and should suit your taste. This dish looks so delicious, it's so rich." Zhang Jichang said flatteringly, Boss Wang, this table must cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? Everyone nodded. This small island, this sea of flowers, this cuisine, this wooden villa. It's a paradise on earth, so enjoyable. The price will certainly not be low. Wang Wendong waved his hand and said generously, don't worry about the price, as long as everyone enjoys the meal. I'll treat you to dinner today. Mr. Wang is so generous. Then we won't be polite today. It's obvious that Mr. Wang is a regular customer. He really knows how to enjoy life. I'm so envious. Wang Wendong smiled modestly, well, I can't be considered a frequent visitor, I just have a good relationship with Mr. Zhou of this resort, and I come here to look at the flowers and bask in the sun when I have nothing to do. That's it, let's not talk about it. This was actually his first time here. He saw the environment here online a week ago and fell in love with it instantly. Then he added Zhou Da's WeChat through the channel, waited for his appointment, and then booked the resort for today. But his ambiguous answer really made many classmates feel his extraordinariness. His attitude couldn't help but become a little warmer. Su Shan standing aside had a proud expression, as if she was proud of it. Zhang Jiqiang seemed to remember something and said, strange, why hasn't Jiang Chen come yet? Even if he walks, he shouldn't be so slow, right? Wang Wendong shook his head and said, everyone has self-esteem. Don't say anything if you see through it. Let's get started. I guess we can't wait any longer. While speaking, he kept glancing at Su Jingyi. At this time, the waiter opened the door and served the dishes. Zhang Jiqiang turned his head and saw another familiar figure. Jiang Chen. Zhang Jiqiang's eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed up enthusiastically and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen. You're finally here. Everyone is waiting for you. He pulled Jiang Chen into the villa, shouting, here he comes, our school hunk is here. Wow. It's really Jiang Chen. He's so handsome. Even more handsome than when he was in high school. Oh no. I've fallen in love again. What should I do? Wake me up. How come Jiang Chen has such a good figure? No wonder he can find a rich woman. Oh my goodness, this figure makes me envious. Wang Wendong's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that Jiang Chen was also a little absent-minded, Su Shan quickly shook her head and sneered. Su Jingyi's eyes trembled, her cherry lips slightly parted, but she was a little hesitant. Only Yang Feng stood up, Brother Chen, you are finally here. Good brother. He hugged Jiang Chen's shoulders warmly, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Chen looked at the faces in front of him with different expressions, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. These people are also the youth of my 3 years of high school. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, as if bathed in a spring breeze. He pulled a chair and sat down, and his aura of a returning king instantly emanated, making him the most handsome guy in the audience. Many female classmates were obsessed with it. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone and slowly said, everyone, long time no see. Chapter 46. Is this intelligence wrong? Jiang Chen's words fell. The whole audience was silent for a moment. Wang Wendong immediately came to his senses and forced a smile. Yeah, I thought you disappeared. Jiang Chen glanced at him, then glanced coldly at Su Shan, ignoring him. Wang Wendong was a little embarrassed, and pointed at Ning Shinan, who was standing behind Jiang Chen, and said, Jiang Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you just sat down by yourself, why didn't you let your girlfriend sit down? Everyone also noticed this exquisite beauty. I guess this is the rich woman that Zhang Jiqiang mentioned. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Ning Shinan said calmly, you misunderstood. I am Mr. Zhang's housekeeper. Housekeeper? This sentence shocked everyone present again. After all, most of them are working class and are unfamiliar with the word butler, so they didn't react for a while. Moreover, a goddess like Ning Shinan, who can attract a large number of men to spend money on her just by waving her hand, actually becomes Jiang Chen's housekeeper? They began to examine Jiang Chen, and found that he was elegant and outstanding in both his attire and temperament. Could it be that Jiang Chen has become famous now? At this time, Zhang Jiqiang said, isn't this your girlfriend? Besides, do you need a housekeeper to help you clean your rental house? There was a burst of laughter in the private room. Wang Wendong said with a veiled meaning, don't say that. Jiang Chen has found a good girlfriend, and you guys can't wait to envy him. Everyone understood immediately. It seems that his girlfriend is trying to save face for him by deliberately saying that she is the housekeeper. So this outfit was also paid for by your girlfriend? The women looked at them with disdain, but the men were mostly envious and jealous. Who doesn't want to find a beautiful and rich woman like this? It's a pity that I don't have Jiang Chen's face. Ning Shernan's face turned red with anger, and she wanted to speak, but Jiang Chen raised his hand to block her. Su Shan, who had been silent, said, Jiang Chen, you don't have to pretend anymore. In fact, we know a college classmate of yours and asked him about your situation. He said that you have been renting a house since graduation. Jiang Chen glanced at him and said nothing. Su Shan didn't take it seriously and continued, a rental house like yours has no sunlight all year round, is cramped and damp, and it's difficult to get a breath of fresh air. Have you moved out of there now? Is the environment so bad? If people live in this kind of humid environment for a long time, they will definitely get sick. Ha, you still need a housekeeper in this environment? I thought you lived in a big villa. Everyone was discussing in low voices. Jiang Chen was not surprised and looked at her calmly. What if you move out? What if you don't move out? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, many people became more restrained. Su Shan looked innocent. After all, we are classmates. I am just concerned about you. You'd better not live in that kind of rental house. Why don't I let Wendong find you a house in Tianhai? Don't worry about the rent. I will definitely give you the lowest price. Everyone looked very amused. Let your current boyfriend find a house for your ex-boyfriend? Killing people and destroying their hearts. Bang! Su Jingyi threw her wine glass, pointed at her and said, Su Shan, I'm giving you face, right? Who are you mocking here? Don't you know how Jiang Chen treated you in high school? She, who was always as cold as ice, suddenly cursed. Yang Feng stood up directly, looking ready to fight. Wang Wendong's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He has always been interested in Su Jingyi, but she only had eyes for Jiang Chen, so he had to settle for Su Shan. Just to take revenge on Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, the purpose of this class reunion was to show up in front of Su Jingyi. If he were to fall in love with her, it would just make up for his regrets in high school. But who would have thought that Su Jingyi not only didn't even look at him, but also spoke up for Jiang Chen, which made Wang Wendong extremely unhappy. Su Shan got angry when she heard this and sneered, watch your mouth. When we were in high school, I knew you had a crush on Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen never even looked at you. Jiang Chen already has a girlfriend, and you still want to be a third party? Su Jingyi said coldly, try to say it again? What can I say? Su Shan refused to give in. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Wang Wendong hurried out to mediate. All right, that's it. We all mean well, Jiang Chen, why don't you say something? At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A man in a suit walked in and said, excuse me for disturbing you all. Wang Wendong was surprised when he saw the person coming. Boss Zhou, why did you come in person? He looked at everyone proudly while speaking. This is the general manager of the resort, Mr. Zhou. He had chatted with Zhou De on WeChat, but he didn't expect the other party to come in person. This was really a great honor. Wang Wendong was secretly delighted. Zhou De frowned and asked, do we know each other? Wang Wendong was stunned. Wasn't he coming for him? He forced a smile and said, you are such a forgetful person. I am Wang Wendong. We have chatted before. Zhou De thought about it and thought, could this be the Xiao Wang who made an appointment with him on WeChat? Wang Wendong was embarrassed again and asked, why are you here today? Zhou De ignored him and walked straight to Jiang Chen. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he bowed and said, boss, the food is ready. We can eat any time. Boss? Everyone's breathing almost stopped. The general manager of Lavender Island Resort is actually called Boss Jiang Chen? What on earth is going on? Mr. Zhou, are you mistaken? He is my classmate Jiang Chen, not the boss. Wang Wendong struggled. Zhou De's heart moved slightly. It turned out that he was the boss's classmate. But they don't even know the boss's identity, it seems their relationship is just ordinary. Zhou De's thoughts turned, and he smiled and said, last night, Mr. Jiang acquired our Lavender Island Resort in full. He is now the sole owner of this resort. Sir, I think you are mistaken, right? Wang Wendong swallowed his saliva, feeling a little dizzy. Tianhai, this famous resort, is actually owned by Jiang Chen. Oh my god. There was total silence in the private room. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What is the concept of this resort? Just consider the land on the island, it is worth hundreds of millions. And they were just laughing at a billionaire. Su Shan's face was pale, and she slumped weakly on the chair. Rental house? Looking for a house? Is this fucking information wrong? At the same time, he felt extremely regretful that he had missed out on such a rich man. Wang Wendong smiled awkwardly and said, Jiang Chen, you are the best among our old classmates. I felt that you were extraordinary when we were in high school, and now I see that you are indeed the best. The speed at which his face changes is outrageous. But no one was in the mood to laugh at him. Instead, they were all thinking collectively about whether they had left a bad impression on Jiang Chen just now and how to redeem themselves. This is a society where profit comes first. A poor person in a busy city has no one to care about him. A rich person in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. If they can get in touch with Jiang Chen's connections, it will definitely be of great use in the future. For a moment, Jiang Chen became the focus of the room. Jiang Chen said to Zhou De, you go first, I will be there later. Okay, boss. Zhou De agreed respectfully and left the room. Seeing this, everyone's eyes became even more eager. Wang Wendong was a little embarrassed. Su Shan was just being kind. Jiang Chen, please don't take it to heart. Well, these things have long passed, and I don't like to hold grudges. Jiang Chen had a calm expression, as if the past was just a passing cloud, and said leisurely, but I still have something I want to ask you, let's go out and talk about it. Wang Wendong understood that this place was crowded with people and noisy, and it was indeed not a place to talk. What grudge does he have against Jiang Chen now? In the face of interests, all ties can be put aside. Okay, let's talk outside. Wang Wendong agreed. Outside the log cabin. Wang Wendong looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he asked with confidence, Jiang Chen, what do you want to know? Jiang Chen said calmly, actually, I want to know how you got together with Su Shan. Do you like her? Hearing this, Wang Wendong looked a little complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he said, like her? How could I possibly like Su Shan? I've always liked Su Jingyi. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. You like Su Jingyi, then why are you with Su Shan? Isn't it to avenge you? Wang Wendong's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, I have liked Su Jingyi for so long, but she only has eyes for you. I am jealous. When I saw that you failed the college entrance examination, I found Su Shan and persuaded her to break up with you. Later, I went to the same university as her. Seeing how glamorous and brilliant Jiang Chen was now, he must have let go of what happened in the past, so he said out loud what he had been holding in his heart for many years. But what he didn't know was that his words had been transmitted through the loudspeaker from Ning Shernan's mobile phone to the ears of all the classmates who were still in the villa. Chapter 47, It's South Dark and the road is slippery, society is complicated. Everyone in the villa heard it clearly. Oh shit. There is so much information in these words. It turns out that Wang Wendong has always liked Su Jingyi. And Su Shan turned out to be a substitute. Su Shan fell into the chair, completely dazed. Outside, the conversation continued. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, if that's the case, then why do you want to marry Su Shan? Marriage? Do you think I really want to marry Su Shan? Wang Wendong couldn't help but sneer. This woman was flirting with other men during college, and I turned a blind eye to it. If she hadn't been pregnant with my child and my parents hadn't said I had to give birth to the child or they wouldn't give me money to start a company, I wouldn't have married her. Jiang Chen, I have actually cleared the minefield for you. We did have some conflicts in the past, but now, I hope we can still be friends. As he said that, he shamelessly stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Jiang Chen. I want to forget all grudges with a smile. But the facts are often contrary to fantasy. Everyone in the villa was already furious after hearing his outrageous remarks. With a loud bang, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open and Su Shan rushed out with red eyes. Wang Wendong, you bastard. I'm going to abort the baby today. Bang! Su Shan slapped him in the face, wiped her tears and ran out of the island. This slap stunned Wang Wendong. What is going on? He looked at the classmates who came out, all of them had strange looks on their faces, and Wang Wendong's mind was completely blank. Jiang Chen's voice sounded slowly in my ears. This is my repayment to you. We are even now. He smiled faintly and patted Wang Wendong on the shoulder. Thank you for your honesty today. If you go after her now, maybe you can get her back. Wang Wendong suddenly realized that he had been set up by Jiang Chen. But is it too late to remedy the situation now? With a thud, Wang Wendong fell to the ground, his eyes dull and his soul lost. All the classmates looked at him like this and shook their heads and laughed. This is really the law of karma, no one can escape it. However, after not seeing each other for many years, Jiang Chen's methods are indeed a bit shady. Afterwards, Jiang Chen brought Yang Feng, Su Jingyi, and Ning Shernan to another villa restaurant in the resort. At this time, the table was filled with delicious food and expensive top-quality red wine. But no one picked up their chopsticks. Yang Feng and Su Jingyi looked at Jiang Chen. 3 minutes later. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, I surrender. You can ask whatever you want." "Brother Chen, is this resort really yours?" Yang Feng asked first. "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. "Fuck." Yang Feng originally suspected that Jiang Chen had hired someone with money to slap those snobs in the face at the party. It turns out that this resort is really his. "This is a small island, what does that mean?" Yang Feng said excitedly, "Brother Chen is awesome. This is a small island near Tianhai, every inch of land is worth a lot of money, how much will it cost to buy it?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's only a few $100 million. Hiss. Yang Feng took a breath of cold air. "How many hundreds of millions? That's all? Brother Chen, where do you live now?" Yang Feng asked. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Huazhou Junting." Yang Feng smacked his lips again. "Huazhou Royal Court. Any villa starts at 80 million. But considering that this island resort belongs to Jiang Chen, it is not that hard to accept." At this time, Su Jingyi, who had been silent, asked, "So, this Miss Ning is really your housekeeper?" "Yes." Su Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jiang Chen's reply. "It's okay if she's not my girlfriend." Ning Shernan saw this and felt a little jealous. "Another beautiful lady, Jiang Chen, are you a wholesaler?" She pouted angrily, but couldn't say anything, so she had to attack the food on the table. "Ha, look at how distraught Wang Wendong was just now, as if something had happened to his family. It's really gratifying." Yang Feng was very happy inside, "But Brother Chen, your method is really amazing. You even thought of using tricks to deceive people. That idiot was so scared by you that he was stunned." Hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled, "It's dark and the roads are slippery, society is complicated, how can you survive in society without some tricks? Okay, let's eat. After dinner, come to my house and sit down." "Of course. I've never been into a villa in my life." Yang Feng cheered. Su Jingyi looked at Jiang Chen, and the corners of her pretty mouth couldn't help but curl up. Sure enough, Jiang Chen is still the same Jiang Chen. Outside Lavender Island Resort. After what just happened, Wang Wendong almost collapsed mentally. However, after Zhang Jiqiang's persuasion, he is now ready to go back to find Su Shan. Zhang Jiqiang is loyal to Wang Wendong, because from his point of view, he has already offended Jiang Chen. If he ignores Wang Wendong, wouldn't it be a waste of time? With Zhang Jiqiang's guidance, Wang Wendong quickly recovered from the blow. At this time, there were still some classmates standing behind them, who came to see them off. After all, Wang Wendong had reserved the entire theater today, and these classmates were waiting to see Wang Wendong off and then stay to have fun in the evening. To put it bluntly, it is still profitable. Soon, Zhang Jiqiang called 2 designated drivers to drive their cars over. Zhang Jiqiang's car is a Maybach S-Series, which costs more than 2 million. Wang Wendong's car is a Porsche, which also costs around 3 million. When 2 luxury cars drove over, everyone couldn't help but marvel. "Oh shit. That's cool. Of course, both cars cost 2 or 3 million. Porsche. Mr. Wang is still awesome." Wang Wendong's depressed mood felt much better, and a smile finally appeared on his stiff face. Money makes you the boss. Although he couldn't compare to Jiang Chen, he was still more than capable than most people. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the island entrance, and a group of men and women in suits and leather shoes filed out and stood on both sides of the pier. Be prepared to welcome. Afterwards, Jiang Chen and others came out accompanied by Joda. Joda said, "Boss, I have had your Cullinan driven to you, and I have also equipped you with a phantom to lead the way. Do you need someone to take you back?" "No need, let's drive back by ourselves," Jiang Chen said calmly. Naturally, their resorts are also equipped with luxury cars to serve VIPs. Of course, these cars also belong to Jiang Chen. 2 black Rolls-Royces were parked at the entrance of the island, steady and domineering. Porsche and Maybach pale in comparison. Joda stepped forward quickly and personally helped Jiang Chen open the car door. The executives behind him all bowed in unison, "Goodbye, boss." Wang Wendong and others saw this and their jaws almost dropped. What is pomp and circumstance? This is it. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Needless to say, this scene must have been caused by Joda. What are you still trying to clear the way for? This guy is really. Ning Shernan saw Zhang Jicheng's Maybach S when she passed by and said cutely, "Sir, this is exactly the same as the grocery shopping car you gave me." Jiang Chen took a look and it was true. If you don't like it, you can drive this Phantom to buy groceries in the future. Oh well. Several people got in the car and drove away. The corners of Zhang Jicheng's mouth twitched, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. When he came, he showed off his Maybach to Jiang Chen, mocking him for not having a car. But it turned out that he was not only worth hundreds of millions, but even his Maybach was only used to buy groceries. His mentality was a little broken and he felt like a clown. Chapter 48 High School Memories. Huazhou Junting, a villa in the center of the lake. Damn, Brother Chen, your villa is too luxurious, isn't it? As he walked into the villa, Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth in surprise, as if he had never seen the world before. Su Jingyi was very quiet, but was also looking around the villa. What would you like to drink? Jiang Chen asked. Su Jingyi said, I can do anything. Brother Chen, get me a bottle of 21-year-old Coke. Yang Feng was halfway up the stairs when he turned back and said to Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator, gave one to Su Jingyi, and shouted to Yang Feng upstairs. I've put it on the table for you. Come down and get it when you're done shopping. Okay. At this time, Yang Feng was like a husky, running around in the villa. Oh my god, your living room is bigger than my house. There's an outdoor swimming pool and garden outside. There's also a parking lot. That car just now was a Pagani, right? Unlike the excited young Feng, Su Jingyi sat quietly on the sofa, looking at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. There was a gleam in her eyes. She was happier than anything else that Jiang Chen was doing well. How have you been these past few years? Jiang Chen took a sip of soda and asked casually. However, the other party fell into silence. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Su Jingyi looking at him resentfully. What's wrong? It's been 4 years, and you haven't taken the initiative to come to me. Do you know how worried I have been about you in these 4 years? I was afraid that you would be hit hard and unable to recover. Later, I learned from your schoolmates that you had a new girlfriend, and I kept wondering why the person who accompanied you was not me. Her voice was tearful and her eyes were sparkling and moist. Jiang Chen was suddenly in a panic. Don't cry. I just don't want to make you worry. As for my girlfriend, can I hurt you in that state? Su Jingyi wiped her eyes. So where are you and her now? We've already separated. Snort. Su Jingyi complained, I don't care if you want to hurt me or not, I just feel like you're avoiding me. Ahem, drink something first to replenish your water. Jiang Chen smiled and tried to change the subject. I don't buy that. Su Jingyi looked at him with an unavoidable gaze and asked, Tell me the truth, do you still have a girlfriend now? Not really. Jiang Chen answered truthfully. Then At this moment, Yang Feng, who had walked around for a whole circle, sat down on the sofa panting, opened the Coke and drank it in a big gulp. Hiss. Brother Chen, your house is amazing. It has everything you need. Su Jingyi, why are you staring at me? Jiang Chen smiled and said, You can come and stay when you have time. There are plenty of rooms. Hee, I will definitely not be polite to you, Brother Chen. Yang Feng smiled and took out his phone and said, I want to post a picture to show those snobby idiots what it means to be rich. As he said this, he posted the photos he had just taken to the class group and showed them off. The group immediately exploded. What the hell? Is this Jiang Chen's villa? So big? It's probably several thousand square meters, right? Wait a minute, this seems to be the Huazhou Royal Court? Damn, the housing prices in Huazhou Junting are even more expensive. How much does this villa cost? What's the use of a villa? You know the Lavender Island Resort, right? It all belongs to Jiang Chen. I can testify that we are still on vacation in Lavender Island. Wang Wendong treated us for a whole day, and we can stay for a night for free. It's so cool. And the manager here knows that we are Brother Chen's classmates, and he sent us a lot of food. It's great. Damn, I'm so envious. If I had known about the party today, I would have come too. It's a pity that I'm in Pengcheng. Is Jiangchen so rich now? I want to be a thigh pendant, is that okay with you? Suddenly, many classmates who had not been in touch for 800 years chatted with Jiang Chen privately, with a polite tone. He just joined this group yesterday. Jiang Chen muted his phone, looking speechless. Why did you send it to the group? Yang Feng chuckled. Who made them so sarcastic? I finally got a chance, I must give them a good slap in the face. Boring. Su Jingyi's expression was similar to Jiang Chen's, and she obviously agreed more with Jiang Chen's point of view. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and said to her, "Oh, come up with me. I'll show you something." After saying that, he pulled Su Jingyi and walked upstairs. Su Jingyi seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. She, who usually keeps her expression secret, was unusually shy and was pulled upstairs by Jiang Chen. Yang Feng looked at the backs of the two people and smiled with satisfaction. Hey, are these two going to go upstairs and get the job done right away? Study on the second floor. Jiang Chen took Su Jingyi to visit the study. Then he picked up a book from the bookshelf and flipped through it casually. His voice gently touched Su Jingyi's heartstrings, and he said with a smile, "Do you remember this book, Remembrance of Things Past?" There was only one copy in the school library at that time, and we spent the whole afternoon reading it. Hearing this, Su Jingyi's eyes became distracted for a moment, and her thoughts were brought back to that afternoon 6 years ago. The two of them were in the library, enveloped in the warmth of the sun, silently reading the same book. The distance between them was silently shortened. The scene looked quiet and warm. This became an unforgettable moment in her high school years. The seeds of first love also quietly took root and sprouted at this moment. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen also remembered this incident. Su Jingyi's eyes were full of charm as she quietly approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finished speaking to himself and turned to look at Su Jingyi, only to find that her pretty face was only an inch away from him. She stared at him without blinking, her gentle breath as fragrant as an orchid. "Why are you so close to me?" Jiang Chen felt a little nervous for no reason. Su Jingyi looked resentful. "Jiang Chen, how long do you want me to wait for you? Is 6 years enough? If not, then another 6 years." After she said this, it seemed as if all her strength had been drained away, but her eyes remained firm. Jiang Chen looked into her bright and clear eyes and his heart beat faster. He is not a piece of wood, of course he can feel Su Jingyi's feelings. When she was in high school, she was the prettiest girl in the school, and the love letters she received could fill up an entire bookcase. But although Su Jingyi is pretty, her personality is too cold. Apart from Jiang Chen, he is almost rude to everyone and doesn't even have a single female friend. Rumors that the two were together were also flying around. However, Jiang Chen is a poor boy and an orphan. He has an inferiority complex and feels that he is not worthy of Su Jingyi. In order to make Su Jingyi give up on him, Jiang Chen got together with Su Shan, who was pursuing him at the time, in the second semester of senior year. In other words, he was indeed avoiding Su Jingyi. After Su Jingyi found out, she didn't say anything but just laughed and scolded him for leaving the organization. But that night, she curled up in bed and cried until her eyes were red, and she took a sick leave the next day. Jiang Chen was not aware of this. Then, it was time for the college entrance examination. Jiang Chen had a severe high fever, which led to his failure in the exam. His scores in 2 subjects dropped, and he missed out on his ideal college. Su Shan also left him because of this. With the graduation from high school, everyone went their separate ways. Jiang Chen also thought that this relationship would end here. After all, who would wait from high school until graduation from college, waiting for themselves for 6 years? It's just this silly girl Su Jingyi, right? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Jingyi looked disappointed. "Jiang Chen, am I not good looking?" "It looks good." Jiang Chen answered honestly. If Tang Luowan's beauty is graceful and cold, Ning Shernan's beauty is cute and naive. And Su Jingyi is just as beautiful as ice and jade. This kind of iceberg beauty is willing to open her heart to you, and to be honest, no one can refuse her. Is it because I have a bad personality? Su Jingyi continued to ask. Jiang Chen thought about it and said, "It's good." Su Jingyi blushed slightly and glared at him. "Then what are you still hesitating about?" Yes, Jiang Chen used to think that he was poor and not worthy of Su Jingyi. But now I have money. What are you still hesitating about? Come on. Jiang Chen moved closer to her in vain, and the strong smell of hormones hit her face. Su Jingyi's eyes were in a panic, and her slender hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes. What are you doing? Jiang Chen jokingly said, didn't you tell me not to hesitate? Who told you to? Su Jingyi's heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. She looked at Jiang Chen's handsome face getting closer and closer and gently closed her eyes. No, why should I close my eyes? Isn't this the default? Is it too fast? Su Jingyi's little heart was beating wildly. The beauty's budding appearance makes people want to get close to her, and it makes Jiang Chen's blood boil. Just as I was about to put my arm around her waist, the door to the study was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 49, Pass through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you? Jiang Chen was just about to put his arm around the other person's waist. Unexpectedly, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. Sir, Miss Tang is here. Ning Shernan looked at the two people in the room, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she turned away hurriedly. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Jiang Chen reluctantly withdrew his hand. Alright, you are just being too shabby. Ning Shernan whispered, Miss Tang is waiting for you downstairs. She said she has something to talk to you about. Okay, I'll be right down. Jiang Chen rubbed Su Jingyi's hair, turned around and walked out of the room. Su Jingyi lowered her head, her face was red as if smoking, but her lips were full of smiles. Come to the living room. Tang Luowan was wearing a white suit and sitting on the sofa drinking tea. After seeing Jiang Chen, he stood up and said with a smile, You are here. Just come. Why are you dressed so formally? It's like you're on a blind date. Jiang Chen joked. Tang Luowan spat lightly, You are talking nonsense again, I just got off work. Seeing Jiang Chen's teasing eyes, her pretty face flushed. However, I came to see you today because I do have something serious to tell you. What's the matter? Jiang Chen's smile faded. Our cooperation with the Zhao Group has officially begun. Zhao Minghong is organizing a dinner party the day after tomorrow and would like to invite you to join us. Tang Luowan took out an invitation from his bag and said, Here, this is for you. Jiang Chen picked up the invitation and took a look at it. I won't get involved in the affairs of your two companies, right? Tang Luo said with a smile, You are the biggest contributor to this cooperation. Zhao Minghong also specifically told me that he must invite you over. Then he added, But if you don't want to go, I will talk to him for you. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He actually knew about this. Zhao Dongyi mentioned it to him on WeChat today. Later, Zhao Minghong called him directly, but Jiang Chen was at Shuani Island at the time, so he didn't answer. However, Zhao Minghong still sent a text message to invite him warmly. After all, there is some conflict between him and the Zhao family. It is reasonable for the Zhao father and son to invite me to dinner. Maybe he just wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to me and make friends with me. Jiang Chen could actually feel the other party's sincerity. If you think about it carefully, there is no need to push the other party to the opposite side. Maybe they will be useful in the future. After some careful consideration, Jiang Chen said, Okay, let's go. Okay, let's make an appointment the night after tomorrow and go there together. Tang Luowan stood up and prepared to leave, just in time to see Su Jingyi coming down from upstairs. Her eyes flickered slightly and she sat back on the sofa. Then, in the living room, Tang Luowan, Su Jingyi and Ning Shernan sat together, and the atmosphere was frighteningly low. Jiang Chen and Yang Feng sat opposite them, weak and helpless. Tang Luowan broke the silence. Miss Su and Jiang Chen were high school classmates? Su Jingyi nodded, and were best friends. One of them. Yang Feng added weakly. Then her cold gaze pierced his heart. Tang Luowan suddenly realized and smiled, So we are just friends. Su Jingyi snorted in her heart. If you hadn't come, we might be boyfriend and girlfriend now. But she didn't expect that Tang Luowan and Jiang Chen seemed to have such a good relationship. No wonder, even after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, he didn't come to see me. It turns out there is a little fox around. I've always heard of Miss Tang's name, but I didn't expect to meet her here today. Su Jingyi said lightly. Tang Luo laughed and said, Miss Su knows me? Of course. There are heroes among the rouge and powder. If you have a daughter, she should be like Tang Luowan. Who doesn't know the name of Boss Tang? What a pity. What a pity. Tang Luowan asked curiously. Su Jingyi said calmly, It's a pity that meeting is not as good as hearing about it. Tang Luowan's expression turned cold instantly. Jiang Chen looked at the two women competing against each other, and suddenly he felt like a Shura field had descended. It's so chilling. Originally, Ning Shernan was well-behaved, Tang Luowan was noble, and Su Jingyi was cold. The spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each have their own beauty, creating a pleasing picture. But now he seems a little overwhelmed. They are all beauties picked from thousands. How should Brother Chun choose? Yang Feng felt conflicted for Jiang Chen. When Tang Luowan heard Su Jingyi say, "It's better to hear about her than to meet her in person," he was not angry. He just smiled and said, "It's just other people's nonsense. It's just an empty name. But since Miss Su knows this, I guess she is not from an unknown background, right? My family can't be compared with the Tang family. We just do some import and export business in Hangzhou," Su Jingyi said casually. Hangzhou? Tang Luowan thought about it and asked in surprise, "Shunchang trade? Hangzhou Su family? Miss Tang is really well informed. Our small business is worthy of your attention." Hearing this, Tang Luowan frowned slightly. The Su family is not the small family in business that the other party claims. Shunchang is one of the largest trading companies in Hangzhou, Jiangnan. The Su family behind it is a behemoth that is on par with the Tang family. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the local emperor of Hangzhou. Although the Su family and the Tang family are both from Jiangnan, their areas of influence are completely different, and they have always kept to themselves. Su Jingyi's words were so full of hostility now, obviously not because she had a grudge against him, but because Jiang Chen. Tang Luowan glanced at Jiang Chen with resentful eyes. How many female confidants does this guy have? Scumbag. Little did they know that Su Jingyi had similar thoughts. Where do I rank in Jiang Chen's heart? Jiang Chen felt a slight chill on his back, as if someone was scolding him. Ms. Su is being modest. Tang Luowan smiled politely, glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, stood up and said, "Then I won't bother you today. Jiang Chen, I'll come to see you the day after tomorrow." Okay. Looking at Tang Luowan's departing back, Jiang Chen began to ponder. This girl, is she angry? Everyone has left, why are you still watching? Su Jingyi's faint voice sounded. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "I just watched you go." What, are you jealous? Who would be jealous of you? Su Jingyi snorted coldly. Not jealous? Then why are you targeting Tang Luowan? Is it okay for me to hate her? Why? Su Jingyi looked at him with cold eyes. Are you heartbroken? Jiang Chen didn't know whether Tang Luo was angry or not. But it seems that this little girl Su Jingyi is really angry. Jiang Chen sat directly next to Su Jingyi and whispered in her ear, "We were interrupted just now. Shall we continue now?" Su Jing was instantly defeated, her earlobes reddened. "Continue, don't bother with that. I have something else to do, I'm leaving first." After saying that, she picked up her bag and ran away. Don't leave in such a hurry. My bed is big and soft, why don't you stay for a night? Jiang Chen joked. Su Jingyi almost stumbled and said shameless. And ran out covering her face. Jiang Chen smiled very happily. Su Jingyi always looked like she didn't want anyone to come near her, which made Jiang Chen always want to tease her. Looking at her shy face like a rosy blossom, you will feel a special sense of accomplishment. Yang Feng gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Chen is really good. You can let thousands of flowers pass by without getting a single leaf on you. You have these two women under your control. Get lost." Jiang Chen cursed with a smile and waved at Yang Feng, "Let's go upstairs to my game room, let's play a big game." Good. Yang Feng stood up, picked up his clothes, and suddenly noticed Ning Shernan, who had been silent at the side, pouting with a resentful look. Yang Feng's brows suddenly frowned. Wow, it looks like they are not two women. But three? Chapter 50 Yang Feng's difficulties. In the game room on the second floor of the Lakeside Villa, Jiang Chen and Yang Feng played arcade games for an hour or two, satisfying their childhood gaming addiction, and then sat down to chat. Yang Feng, which game company do you work for now? Jiang Chen asked casually. Yu Guan Game Company. It makes me angry when I talk about this. Our department manager is a bastard. Yang Feng looked angry. What do you mean? Jiang Chen was a little curious. Yang Feng said, I didn't give him a gift last time during the festival, and this bastard has been making things difficult for me every day. I have had a huge workload every day in the past 6 months, but this guy gave me the lowest KPI and insisted that the quality of my work was not up to standard. Damn it, my KPI was always in the top 3 before, and now you're saying I'm not qualified? I lost 30% of my salary. What a piece of shit. Jiang Chen was quite inspired after hearing these words. Is your manager also of this character? Yeah, what's even worse is that our production team has developed a new game with great potential, but this manager refuses to approve funding for us. We all want to change jobs together. Brother Chen, are you interested in starting a gaming company? I'll recruit all the people for you. Judging from Yang Feng's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Opening a gaming company? Jiang Chen became interested. What kind of game is this? Tell us about it. Brother Chen, I don't treat you as an outsider. Let me tell you, our game is called The Disaster. Yang Feng explained the general content of the game. Jiang Chen also roughly understood it. The new game developed by Yang Feng and his production team is called Blank Run, a Chinese-style martial arts chicken-eating online game. It is worth mentioning that their production team was the one that produced the popular online game Butterfly Mandarin Duck Sword more than a decade ago. This time, they wanted to develop a Chinese-style martial arts chicken-eating online game based on the previous one, but they were suppressed by the company's upper management, causing the progress of this game to be delayed again and again. Okay, Fengzi, I'll think about this. Jiang Chen stood up and consoled her, don't worry too much. Maybe there will be a change in the top management of your company, and things will suddenly turn around. Yang Feng smiled, okay, Brother Chen, I hope you can give me some good wishes. At this time, the door was knocked open, and Ning Shernan said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang, you can eat now. Let's go and have dinner. Jiang Chen patted Yang Feng on the shoulder. Afterwards, the two went downstairs to eat together. In the evening, night falls. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen leaned on the bed and thought about life. To be honest, he was a little moved by what Yang Feng said today about starting a game company. His assets now amount to nearly 10 billion, and he has so much money that he has no idea where to spend it. Starting a gaming company has always been his dream. After all, which man doesn't have a gaming dream? Although he had not read the project book of that game, he believed in Yang Feng and also believed in the production team that had previously produced the game Double-Headed Sword. This game would definitely not be bad after it came out. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's blood suddenly burned. He directly told Ning Shernan on WeChat and asked her to help him register a game company the next day. The next day, morning. Jiang Chen was eating fruit in the living room, preparing to start today's lottery. Ding! Today's lottery draw number is 3, do you want to draw now? Smoke. A flash of golden light. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 billion in cash. Phew. Jiang Chen almost spit out the fruit residue in his mouth. 2 billion in cash. This wave of cash flow came a bit unexpectedly. Yesterday he was still thinking about the insufficient cash flow and wanted to make more money to start a gaming company. Now I have money. Very good. Jiang Chen took a look at his bank card and found that 2 billion in cash had been transferred to his card. I'm lucky today, keep drawing. Thank you for your patronage, keep up the good work. Ding. Reward, 70% of Yuguan Games shares. When the two cards were turned over, Jiang Chen was stunned. Yuguan Games, isn't this the game company that Yang Feng owns? This is so. What a coincidence. Then why register a company? Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa excitedly. At this time, Ning Shernan changed into an OL outfit, looking absolutely beautiful and pretty, and walked down from upstairs with her long legs. Sir, what's wrong with you? She asked with curiosity. You don't need to register the company. Please accompany me to the science park. Jiang Chen said calmly. Ning Shernan was a little confused. She had prepared everything last night, so how could she register a gaming company, but now she doesn't have to register today? Mr. Jiang, are you not confident in your own abilities? Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed her head, don't think too much, there is just another solution. Yes, sir. Ning Shernan nodded without asking any more questions. Soon, driven by Ning Shernan, the two arrived at the Tianhepu New District Science and Technology Park. Standing under the Yuguan Games building. Looking at this huge office building, Jiang Chen's face was calm. Yuguan Games is currently the top game company in China. More than 10 years ago, he became popular all over the country with the game Butterfly and Mandarin Duck Sword. Now, it is also ranked among the top 10 in the country. Ning Shernan, who was standing next to him, looked at the Yuguan Games building and asked curiously, Sir, do you have an appointment with anyone here? That's not the case. I just want you to check the current financial situation of this company and report to me. For a moment, Ning Shernan was even more confused and hesitated, but, sir, why does this Yuguan game allow me to access these core information? Why? Because I'm the boss of this company. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently and walked into the building. Ning Shernan was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Mr. Jiang didn't need to register the company himself. It turned out that he had already acquired the company. But the market value of Yuguan Games is at least 20 billion. How much financial resources are needed to become the boss of this company? How terrifying is the background of Mr. Jiang from our own family? This is so horrible. Ning Shernan took a deep breath, then followed Jiang Chen and walked inside. After arriving at the front desk, Jiang Chen spoke a few words to the receptionist and then waited in the lounge. The front desk also called the office of Sun Shang, the president of Yuguan Games. Secretary Liu, who was working, suddenly changed his expression after answering the call. President Sun Shang was on a business trip. Before returning on his early flight, he specifically reminded him that there had been changes in the top management of Yuguan Games. The mysterious boss appeared, a young man named Jiang Chen. Once he sees it, don't neglect it. Secretary Liu originally thought that the mysterious boss would not come so soon, but unexpectedly, in less than 2 hours, the mysterious boss arrived. She told the front desk not to neglect the other party. Secretary Liu hurried downstairs and sent a message to Sun Shang on the plane. Soon, Secretary Liu came in front of Jiang Chen and bowed and nodded. Director Jiang, you are here. I am Liu Li, the secretary of Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun has a meeting out of town and took an early flight. He should be on his way and will be back soon. Please come upstairs with me. I apologize for any inconvenience. No problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand and introduced Ning Shernan. This is my assistant Ning Shernan. I have assigned her some tasks today. Please cooperate with her and you can complete them together. Remember, Ning Shernan is a top student in economics and management, so Jiang Chen would not just treat her as an ordinary housekeeper. That would be such a waste of talent. Secretary Liu nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will complete the task. Chapter 51 Inspection. Enter the Yuguan Game Building. Jiang Chen asked for an employee card and inquired about the location of the game development department. He also told Secretary Liu not to tell anyone as he wanted to inspect the company. Only by traveling in a low-key manner like this can you get a more comprehensive view of the current situation in the company. If the other party is on guard, the effectiveness of the inspection will be greatly reduced. Jiang Chen also wanted to know what kind of person the manager Yang Feng mentioned was. Come to the development department. Jiang Chen wandered around randomly. There were nearly 300 or 400 people in this department, and they were all concentrating on their work. There was no other unusual movement. Jiang Chen continued to go deeper, but did not find Yang Feng. But outside an office, a quarrel was heard coming from inside. Thank you, manager. Our new game project has great potential. It may not be a nationwide hit, but it will definitely occupy a certain market share in the country. Fang Qiwen, you've been a game planner for so many years, don't you have any idea of the game? Your butterfly and Mandarin duck swords were pretty good before, but people don't buy into that anymore. Now you want to make a weird martial arts style chicken eating online game? Do you think this game can take off? You should continue to follow up on your meteor. You are old, leave some opportunities for young people, and as for the development of new games, hand it over to another mobile game team. After hearing these words, Fang Qiwen became completely furious. Xia Hua. That's enough. The higher-ups allocated funds to our project team twice, and you embezzled a lot of it. Do you really think we don't know? Oh, hand it over to the mobile game team. Isn't it because the employees there are younger, easier for you to control, and more convenient for you to make money? Who in the company doesn't know about your evil ambitions? Fang Qiwen has already spoken openly. Although he is nearly 40 years old now, he also has his own gaming dream in his heart. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Yang Feng on the side hurriedly advised, Team Leader Feng, forget it, let's think about it in the long run and don't hurt the relationship. Fang Qiwen is the leader of their project team and also the chief planner of Yang Feng's team. Having worked in the company for more than 10 years, if Xiahua hadn't been too much, how could Fang Qiwen have gone to the point of taking his team to change jobs? Hearing this, General Manager Xiahua sneered, Go out if you have nothing to do, don't disturb my rest. He was very arrogant and didn't take Fang Chuan and the others seriously at all. Outside the office, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. It seems that there are indeed many problems within this Yuguan game. But I was also curious, why did this general manager dare to be so arrogant? Is there someone up there? Jiang Chen sneered and pushed open the office door. Hey, isn't he just a manager? Why is he so arrogant? He spoke slowly. Who are you? The smile on Xiaohua's face disappeared instantly and he shouted angrily. When he saw Jiang Chen, Yang Feng was stunned. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you, as a manager, abuse your power for personal gain and commit corruption and abuse the law. I would like to have a good talk about these two matters. Jiang Chen casually picked up the project plan on the table. After a quick glance, his eyes gradually narrowed. Sure enough, this new game is awesome. From his perspective as a veteran game player for many years, this game has great potential. There are very few games of this kind in China at present. Once they are launched and the quality is up to standard, it will be easy for them to become a hit. However, Xiaohua, out of his own selfish desires, killed the project and swallowed up a lot of their research and development funds. Bang! Suppressing his anger, Jiang Chen slammed the project plan on the table and shouted angrily. Thank you, manager. As a manager, do you care about the company? Do you know that a decision you make could cause the company to lose the chance to have a hit game? The company puts you in this position not to make money, but to create value for the company. Do you think you deserve the position of manager? Ugh! Asshole! Xiaohua shouted angrily. Then he saw the employee card on Jiang Chen's chest, and the three big words self-student on it. He immediately sneered. Ha, who did I think he was? How dare an intern give me orders? Do you think the young man who accused the president in person and caused a stir on the internet was brave? Do you want to follow suit? I'm telling you, our company won't tolerate it. Get out of here. Fang Chuan was deeply touched when he heard Jiang Chen's words. The anger in his heart was completely ignited by Xiaohua. He slammed the table and roared. Xiaohua! How could there be a parasite like you in the company? You are just relying on your brother-in-law, who is the vice president of operations. The game development department is simply blind to let you be a manager. What did this little brother say wrong? He is right. Today, I, Fang Chuan, will quit the Yuguan game. I quit. Fang Chuan also gave it his all. If he can't make the game he wants to make, he's no different from being dead. Jiang Chen looked at Fang Chuan, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I have some admiration for this person. Fang Chuan is almost 40 years old, but he is still so full of vigor and vitality. Jiang Chen admires such people. Xiaohua sneered and said fearlessly, Fang Chuan, you can go away. But I tell you, you can't take that game with you. Otherwise, I will sue you for leaking company secrets, and you will be in big trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Chen laughed angrily. Really? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand and that you are the only one who has the final say in this company? Isn't it? Xiaohua immediately sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Can't I cover the sky with one hand? You are all fired. He pointed at Jiang Chen and Fang Chuan and said, Get out of here, or I'll get the security guards to throw you out. Let me go? Ha ha. Jiang Chen smiled immediately, then looked at his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar call. Hello. After answering the phone, Jiang Chen spoke coldly. On the other end of the phone came the respectful voice of President Sun Shang. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. I'm Sun Shang. I just got off the plane and am on my way back now. I'm so sorry. Mr. Jiang, where are you now? As for me, I'm in the manager's office of the game development department right now. Your manager is really awesome. He actually wants to fire me? Jiang Chen glanced at Xiaohua with a playful smile on his face. However, as soon as these words came out, Sun Sheng on the other end of the phone, his heartbeat suddenly stopped for half a beat. The manager of the game development department actually wants to fire the chairman? This is simply horrifying. He originally wanted to get back in time to leave a good impression on his new boss. But I didn't expect this to happen. Sun Shang was instantly anxious. Boss Jiang, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Having said that, Sun Sheng immediately got into a car and asked the driver to come back as quickly as possible. Chapter 52 Rectification. The atmosphere in the office was tense. Seeing Jiang Chen finish the call, Xiahua was stunned, then sneered. "Oh, why are you pretending? Do you really think you are someone important? Since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, Xiahua pressed a button on the desktop. "Call 2 people to my office, someone is causing trouble here." Seeing this, Feng Qiwen looked grim and said to Jiang Chen with a wry smile, "Brother, let's go, this is a shabby place, it's not worth staying here." Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. "It's okay, I want to see what this guy can do to me." Feng Qiwen sighed. If that is the case, then he will stick with her till the end. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident expression, Yang Feng cleared his throat. He didn't dare to go up and recognize Jiang Chen now. Isn't that a slap in your brother's face? He decided to wait and see what happened, as he felt Jiang Chen had another trick up his sleeve. Soon, the security arrived. Sun Shang also rushed back and ran over here. He met the security guard and roared immediately. "Stop it right there." The 2 security guards stopped immediately. Xiahua in the office was suddenly confused. "Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, why are you back?" At this moment, Xiahua was a little panicked. Could it be that this new intern is really a person with connections? Feng Qiwen, who was standing next to him, showed some surprise in his eyes. Could it be that things really were turning around? "Xiahua, what are you doing?" Sun Shang asked in a deep voice. Xiahua smiled awkwardly and explained, "Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding." Misunderstand? Sun Shang's mentality is about to explode. You offended the new boss of our company, and you tell me it was a misunderstanding? He now wished he could cut Xiahua into pieces. But after all, he has been in the workplace for many years and is naturally calm. He suppressed his inner anger and spoke in a deep voice. "Xiahua, pack up your things and get out. You are no longer an employee of Yuguan Games." After hearing these words, Xiahua was stunned and looked at a loss. "No, Sun Shang. Don't forget, my uncle is the vice president of the company. Aren't you afraid of offending my uncle by doing this now?" Before Sun Shang could say anything, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. "In that case, get out of here along with your uncle." This casual remark instantly broke Xiahua's defense. He pointed at Jiang Chen and cursed loudly. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can give orders to our company?" The next moment, a gleam of light flashed in Sun Shang's eyes, and he took a step forward. Suddenly, he slapped her hard. Bang! This slap was so powerful that Xiahua was stunned. You dared to hit me? You actually dared to hit me? Xiahua, do you really think that just because your uncle is the vice president, you can do whatever you want? Do you know who this person is in front of you? He is the boss of our company." After Sun Shang said this, Xiahua felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Standing there in a daze, he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, his face full of disbelief. This man is actually the boss of the company? How could such a young man be the big boss behind Yuguan Games? How is this possible? Feng Qiwen was confused. Even Yang Feng was completely confused. Yesterday he asked Jiang Chen to start a new company, but the next day, Jiang Chen became the boss of their company? This kind of thing is too fantastic. Sun Shang, is this the company you manage? Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and asked with a sneer. Sun Xinghan's hair stood on end, and he was terrified. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, it's my fault for mismanaging. I am willing to be punished. There are some guys in this company who are just sitting there doing nothing. It's time to clear them out. How do you think we should deal with Xiahua and his uncle? Jiang Chen asked Sun Shang. Fire him, and the record will be kept. Put him on the industry blacklist and never hire him again. Sun Shang said immediately. That's it? Jiang Chen sneered, glanced at Xiahua, and said calmly, during his tenure, Xiahua was corrupt, abused his power, and embezzled public funds. It almost forced out the backbone of the company, causing a game that had the potential to be a big hit to be buried and resulting in significant losses to the company. If you sue me for just these few points, I will make him spend the rest of his life in jail. As for that uncle who is the vice president, suspend him and conduct a thorough investigation. If there are any mistakes, you'll be held accountable. Jiang Chen's voice was very calm, but within this calmness, there was a chill that made people feel bone-chilling. Xiahua suddenly fell to the ground weakly. It's over. It's completely over now. Not only did he get himself into trouble, but his uncle was also implicated. Moreover, the bad things he did will definitely lead to the liquidation of his assets by the court. Not only will he go bankrupt, but he will also face a prison sentence of more than 10 years. Fang Qiwen next to him was completely shocked. He never expected that the young man in front of him was actually the chairman of the company. At this moment, Fang Qiwen's eyes were filled with endless complexity when he looked at Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I was rude earlier. No problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said calmly, Sun Shang, tell all employees to stop what they are doing. I have something to announce. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Sun Shang nodded repeatedly and then left. Soon, Xiahua was thrown out by the security guards. As for his uncle, he was also suspended for investigation. It was impossible for him to continue staying in this company. As for Sun Shang, Jiang Chen decided to keep him on probation. Yuguan Games, in the office. All employees were highly focused and stood straight. I was also a little panicked inside. Because, the chairman of Yuguan Games, who has never appeared before, is here today. No one knows what the temper and personality of this mysterious chairman is like. It is precisely because of this that these people are extremely alert and dare not be careless in the slightest. Moreover, I heard that as soon as the chairman arrived, he directly fired the manager of the game development department and the president of operations. This also made those who had given gifts to Xiahua feel anxious. I'm afraid that the new chairman will investigate this matter now. Yang Feng was very excited. His good brother Jiang Chen actually became the boss of their company. Doesn't that mean that there is hope for their new game to go ahead? At the same time, he was also very grateful in his heart. Jiang Chen might have acquired Yuguan Games because of what he said yesterday. He is indeed my good brother. But he would not go up to Jiang Chen and try to get close to him. After all, he knew that he had to avoid suspicion in the company. Yang Feng had no choice but to cheer for Jiang Chen silently in his heart. Soon, everyone returned to their workstations and stood still. Okay, stop standing and sit down first. Jiang Chen looked at everyone with disdain and said calmly. After Jiang Chen gave the order, the employees below dared to sit down one by one. We have gathered here today to announce several things. First, I don't like people doing tricks in the company. I didn't care before, but now the company has strictly prohibited it. In a gaming company, everything is determined by strength. Those who are capable will stay, and those who are not will leave. With just a few simple words, the cold and murderous atmosphere instantly dissipated. Secondly, the company is currently preparing to focus on the development of this traditional Chinese martial arts survival game. I hope that all teams can actively cooperate with each other. Fang Qiwen, Yang Feng. When they heard Jiang Chen read out their names, they were startled and stood up quickly. Director Jiang. Arrive. Yang Feng and Fang Qiwen both stood up and straightened their backs. From today on, Fang Qiwen will concurrently serve as the manager of the game development department, and Yang Feng will serve as the deputy team leader, fully committed to developing this new game. I hope you two can cooperate well. Fang Qiwen and Yang Feng were excited and nodded suddenly. Yes. The other employees looked at the two of them, their eyes full of envy. Chapter 53 Yida Group, take it. The meeting is over. Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan meet up. Sir, I have sorted out the information you asked me to sort out. Jiang Chen was a little surprised by this. Ning Shernan's working ability is really strong. Oh? Then give me a brief description. Okay. Ning Shernan began to narrate immediately. Soon, Jiang Chen understood everything after listening to it. There are huge financial loopholes here, which are the evidence of Xiahua and his uncle's corruption. Just based on these, they are enough to get into trouble. The follow-up investigation will be left to Sun Shang. If Sun Shang fails to handle the situation well, Jiang Chen will kick him out without hesitation. By noon, many employees had left work. There aren't many people left in the company. Yang Feng then went to the chairman's office to find Jiang Chen. He was very excited to see Jiang Chen. Brother Chen. You are so awesome. You are actually the boss of our company. When did this happen? In response, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Don't ask any more questions about this. How about you? Are you qualified for the position of team leader? Jiang Chen cleverly changed the subject. Yes. I will do my job well and not let Brother Chen, no, Director Jiang, down. Yang Feng patted his chest and assured that in the company, he felt it would be more appropriate to call him Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, well, keep going, and report to me if anything happens. Then the two chatted for a while. Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan left the company. Early in the morning, just after 12 o'clock. Jiang Chen hadn't slept yet, so he opened the system and started today's lottery. Today's lottery draw number is 1, do you want to draw immediately? Smoke. Reward, 56% of Yida Group's shares. Become the largest shareholder. Fuck. Jiang Chen jumped up from the bed excitedly. This time, the lottery actually gave rise to the Yida Group. What the hell? It's really a huge profit. Yida Group is a Fortune 500 company, covering 4 major areas: business, culture, network, and finance. The best in the country. It is also the world's largest real estate company, with more than 300 Yida plazas and more than 100 star-rated hotels around the world, holding properties covering an area of more than 30 million square meters. With annual net profit exceeding 60 billion yuan, it is a world-class multinational company. With this 56% stake, can you calculate how much money you can get every year? Damn, this money is like falling from the sky. It can kill people by smashing them. So cool. Jiang Chen directly extracted the share certificate from the system space. Yida Group, take it. During the day, Jiang Chen went to Yuguan Games and saw that the employees were working very hard. Sun Shang also handled Xiahua's matter, and Xiahua and his uncle both received the punishment they deserved. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the result. This matter has come to an end for the time being, and we will just have to wait for the new game to be successfully developed. Soon, it was night. Tang Luowan arrived as promised and attended the banquet hosted by Zhao Minghong with Jiang Chen. The banquet was held at Tianhai Platinum Hotel. At this time, at the hotel entrance, a group of people stood at the main entrance, led by Zhao Minghong, and beside him was Zhao Dongyi. Zhao Minghong glanced at his watch and looked towards the end of the street from time to time. Mr. Zhao, why don't you go in first? Everything is basically ready. The female assistant said beside him. There is no way. If Mr. Zhao doesn't go in, no one dares to go in. Now the hotel is ready, but all the company executives are standing at the door. How ridiculous. No rush, wait a little longer. Zhao Minghong said. Okay. The female assistant didn't dare to say anything more. The executives behind him were talking about it. Who is Mr. Zhao waiting for? Are you stupid? It must be Tang Luohuan. She is the protagonist of this dinner. But our Zhao family is not worse than Shengguang. As for waiting at the door? You don't know this. The power behind Tang Luohuan is huge. Haven't you heard of the Jiangnan Tang family? Oh my god. Is this rumor true? What do you think? Otherwise, why would Mr. Zhao give up such a huge profit? That makes sense. A few minutes later, a blue Bentley Mulsanne slowly stopped in front of the door. Xin Xiulan got out of the driver's seat, walked around and opened the back door. 2 slender legs took the first step and Tang Luohuan got out of the car gracefully. Like a bright moon, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. Tang Luohuan. The legendary most beautiful woman in Tianhai. Because she seldom attends events, most people have only seen her in newspapers and magazines. This is the first time they have seen her so close. Zhao Minghong walked over quickly and nodded respectfully. Director Tang, you're here. Tang Luohuan smiled and said, sorry for the wait, Mr. Zhao. No problem. Zhao Minghong waved his hands, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He walked past Tang Luohuan and came to the young man who got out of the Rolls-Royce behind him. Mr. Jiang. Thank you very much for your visit. Many executives were stunned for a moment. It turns out that the young man Mr. Zhao has been waiting for is this? He looks to be in his early 20s. Who is he? Mr. Jiang, it's my honor that you can come here this time. Zhao Minghong's cautious appearance surprised everyone. Zhao Dongyi next to him had no right to speak at all. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Boss Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. As for the past, let it go. We are all friends now. Others may not understand what I am saying. But Zhao Minghong and his son must understand. Zhao Minghong breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and nodded, that's right. We are all friends. Jiang Chen's words showed that he would not go against him, which undoubtedly gave him a reassurance. It also shows that there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Zhao Minghong immediately relaxed, feeling happy inside, and stretched out his hand. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Tang, please come in. At this time, on a certain floor of Platinum Hyatt Hotel, a man sat by the window, looking downstairs. His eyes were sinister, with a sneer on his lips, and his eyes seemed to be out of focus. Wang Ximing, who was sitting opposite, said, "What are you looking at, Tianyi?" "Drink." Xian Tianyi looked away and said with a smile, "Nothing, just saw an acquaintance." "Come, Brother Ming, I toast you." The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Wang Ximing blushed and asked, "I didn't expect that we would meet in Tianhai. What are you doing here?" Xian Tianyi said ambiguously, "I came to see someone." Wang Ximing smiled, "What a coincidence, I'm here to meet someone too." Xian Tianyi was stunned for a moment. "Brother Ming, who is worthy of your personal trip?" Who doesn't know Wang Ximing's identity? The Prince of Yida Group. Strong financial resources and superior status. He is also a popular figure on the internet, and his first words are, "Baby, I am on 4 drip." Compared to Wang Ximing, Chen Tianyi's background is far worse. Fortunately, Wang Ximing never cares whether others have money or not when making friends. Otherwise, the two of them are not at the same level at all, and Xian Tianyi would not have been able to get to know Wang Ximing. To put it bluntly, Xian Tianyi is marrying above his station. Has there been any changes in Tianhai recently? Brother Ming, who is the other party? Xian Tianyi asked curiously. Wang Ximing smiled mysteriously, "Secret. This is a big shot. If my dad wasn't busy, it wouldn't even be my turn." What? Xian Tianyi was really shocked this time. They actually managed to get Mr. Wang to come here in person. This is probably a big shot in the true sense. He suddenly wanted to make some acquaintance, so he quickly poured wine for Wang Ximing and said with a shameless face, "Brother Ming, who is he? Tell me about him." Wang Ximing shook his head, still mysterious. "No, I still can't tell you this." Chapter 54: Uninvited Guests at the Banquet. Platinum Hyatt Hotel, Banquet Hall. The dinner arranged by Zhao Minghong was originally for celebration, so it was very grand and down to earth. From delicious food to fine wine, to various entertainment activities, we also invited top idol beauty groups to sing and dance, and the atmosphere was very lively. It's a bit like a company's annual meeting. Tang Luowan sat next to Jiang Chen, holding a wineglass in his hand, looking slightly tipsy. She seemed to still be sulking about what happened the night before, drinking one glass of wine after another without stopping. She raised her snow-white neck and wanted to drink more, but Jiang Chen snatched it away directly. "That's enough. Why are you drinking so much? What do you care about me? I have Auntie Lan to drive me anyway, so what if I drink a little?" Tang Luowan reached out to grab the wineglass, but lost his balance and fell directly on Jiang Chen. Xin Xiulan, who was standing next to her, immediately avoided his gaze. "Is it a scam?" Jiang Chen turned his head to look and was stunned. Tang Luowan's face was slightly red, she looked shy and angry, and there seemed to be ripples in her eyes. The rich aroma, mixed with the mellow scent of red wine, fills your nostrils. Under the soft light, the wine overflowed at that charming moment. Jiang Chen's throat felt a little dry. "This woman. How come you look so beautiful?" "Jiang Chen." Tang Luowan's breath was as sweet as orchid in his ear, making him feel a little itchy. "You." "Me what?" "You big bad guy." Her speech was a little unclear, which was a little cute. "What's wrong with me?" Jiang Chen felt very aggrieved. "Forget it, don't bother with her. It's stupid to reason with a woman." Tang Luowan took advantage of the situation and grabbed his wrist, and asked dazedly, "Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with Miss Su?" Jiang Chen shrugged, "Friends, what else could it be?" Tang Luowan was stunned, and he was a little sober. "Real? Real? We agreed that you can't lie to me." Tang Luowan looked at Jiang Chen with drunken eyes and said in a coquettish voice. After saying that, she fell completely into Jiang Chen's arms and fell asleep. Looking at her appearance at this moment, quiet and well-behaved, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch her delicate face. This little girl is really cute when she doesn't talk. As the night grew darker, the party drew to a close. Zhao Minghong walked onto the stage to deliver his speech, and warm applause broke out from the audience. After a speech, he solemnly announced, "Now, let us invite Zhao's partner, Tianhai's youngest outstanding female entrepreneur, Miss Tang Luowan." At this time, Chen Tianyi, who was passing by the door, heard the name and stopped. Brother Ming, wait for me, I'm going to take care of something. Is this the acquaintance you mentioned? That's right. Chen Tianyi's eyes were cold. Everyone looked at Tang Luohuan. At this moment, she was still leaning on Jiang Chen's shoulder in a daze. Listening to the discussions around him, Jiang Chen looked helpless and poked her waist. Wake up, everyone is looking at you. Ah. Tang Luohuan opened his eyes blankly, and when he saw the shocked looks of the people around him, his drunkenness immediately dissipated. She sat up straight, her face flushed, and whispered, "Why didn't you call me earlier? This time it's so embarrassing. Why didn't you feel embarrassed when you threw yourself into my arms?" Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Go quickly, it's your turn to speak on the stage." Tang Luohuan cleared his throat, straightened his clothes, and just stood up when a cold male voice sounded behind him. "Luohuan, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence." Hearing the voice, Tang Luohuan turned his head to look. Chen Tianyi was standing behind her, with a cold smile on his Sima face. Chen Tianyi. Tang Luohuan's eyes turned cold and full of disgust. No wonder she has been hiding from me, it turns out she has a lover. I didn't expect Tang Luohuan, who is so cold to men, to be able to act like this. Chen Tianyi glanced at Jiang Chen, jealousy burning in his eyes. He saw everything that happened just now. I've known Tang Luohuan for so many years, but have I ever seen her act like a little woman? Leaning on another man's shoulder, her pretty face blushing, smiling shyly. It was driving him crazy. What does it have to do with you? Tang Luohuan said coldly. It has nothing to do with me? Don't forget, I am your fiancé. Chen Tianyi said word by word. There was an uproar all around. Tang Luohuan has a fiancé? No wonder there hasn't been any scandal in all these years. But what happened to Mr. Jiang just now? Tang Luohuan was so close to that man, could it be? Ahem, that's hard to say. Tang Luohuan sneered, I never agreed to this marriage from the beginning to the end. That was just your wishful thinking. Besides, the 5-year agreement is about to end. I wonder what you will have to say then. Chen Tianyi's eyebrows jumped. He knew that what Tang Luohuan said was true. The Qin family and the Tang family are old friends, and this marriage was actually the result of drunken talk among the elders of the two families at a banquet many years ago. It was just a joke. But as Tang Luohuan grew more and more charming and beautiful, becoming the brightest star in Jiaqing, Chen Tianyi's mind became active. He brought the joke from that year to the table and asked the Tang family to fulfill it. Old Master Tang valued the word promise the most in his life. Although he was reluctant, he still agreed to the Qin family's request. But Tang Luohuan firmly disagreed. No one can arrange her marriage, let alone who is Chen Tianyi. For this, she even fell out with her family. Old Master Tang had no choice but to make a 5-year agreement with her. Within 5 years, Tang Luohuan will start his own business and cannot rely on the power of his family. If the assets reach the requirements in the end, the marriage will be invalidated. The Chen family knew that this was a delaying tactic, but they couldn't push it too hard, so they had to agree. This year is already the 3rd year, and Tang Luohuan's career is booming. At this rate, it won't take 5 years to meet the requirements. There is not much time left for Chen Tianyi. This is why he was in a hurry to come to Tianhai. Chen Tianyi said in a fierce voice, but it's not time yet. If you openly hugged and kissed another man, and this matter was reported back to Jiaqing. Humph, even if your Tang family is shameless, my Qian family still has it. Chen Tianyi, can you please say what you just said again? Tang Luohuan's voice was calm, but those who knew her knew that she was on the verge of exploding. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhao Minghong came over at this time. Sir, this is an internal banquet of the Zhao group, please leave. As the host, Tang Luohuan is his guest, and he must stand up and express his position. Chen Tianyi glanced at him and said disdainfully, Zhao group? Zhao Minghong? Even if your father-in-law is here, you have to give me some face. Who do you think you are? Zhao Minghong's face turned cold instantly. No matter where you come from, keep your mouth shut. Chen Tianyi blew on his nails and said, I advise you to call your father-in-law before you meddle in other people's business. See if you can afford to take care of the affairs of the Jiang Nanshen family. Jiang Nanshen family? Zhao Minghong's face changed and he looked at him coldly. His father-in-law was a major force that helped him build his fortune, and the other party was not even afraid of his father-in-law? What kind of terrifying existence is the Jiang Nanshen family? Chapter 55 You brought this trouble upon yourself, don't blame me. Zhao Minghong walked to the corner and made a phone call. After a moment, he came back with an extremely ugly look on his face. Miss Tang, Tang Luohuan knew what was going on and said, Boss Zhao, this is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you. Zhao Minghong said nothing and lowered his head in shame. Private matter? Xian Tianyi smiled playfully, yes, since it's a private matter, why don't we find a private place to talk about it? After saying that, he reached out to grab Tang Luohuan. Xin Xiulan quickly stood up and stood in front of her. Master Chen, do you know what you are doing? Bang! Xian Tianyi raised his hand and slapped her, and a bright red palm print quickly appeared. You're just a dog, and you dare to stop me? After the slap, everyone in the audience was shocked. You know, Xin Xiulan is the general manager of Orange Light Group. Who is this person? How dare he attack Xin Xiulan? The Jiangnan Qian family is a behemoth. Didn't you see that Director Zhao didn't say anything? It seems that Tang Luo was happy to go with him. Everyone was discussing quietly. Xin Xiulan's expression remained unchanged, with a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, but she was not afraid at all and still stood in front of Qian Tianyi. Master Qian, I advise you to think twice. Fuck old dog. Qian Tianyi raised his arm and wanted to slap him again. Shen. Tian. You are looking for death. Tang Luohuan gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. His eyes are as sharp as knives. Xin Xiulan has seen her grow up and she is not just a housekeeper, but also a family member. This slap completely enraged her. Qian Tianyi's eyelids twitched. He knew how terrifying Tang Luohuan could be when he got angry. If you look down on her just because she is a woman, the consequences will be disastrous. But things are different now. Haha, how do you plan to deal with me? Use the power of the Tang family? Or rely on your small company? Qian Tianyi said. Tang Luohuan immediately understood. So this was his idea. If Tang Luohuan used the power of the Tang family, even if the 5-year agreement was broken, old Master Tang, who was so concerned about his reputation, would never reject the Qian family again. But without using the family's power, the Orange Light Group, which has been established for only 3 years, is not enough to compete with the Qian family with deep roots. Qian Tianyi came to Tianhai this time just to push himself. This is an open conspiracy. Qian Tianyi waved his hand, and several black-clad bodyguards behind him rushed up and pulled Xin Xiulan aside. He walked up to Tang Luohuan and said with a smile, I have been waiting for you for 3 years. Don't struggle. Tang Luohuan, you can only be mine. We are a perfect match. The union of the Tang and Qian families will surely achieve great things. Besides, you know that I have always liked you for so many years? Tang Luohuan said disdainfully, don't dream, I feel sick just by looking at you. Qian Tianyi's eyebrows twitched and his breathing became heavy. So you found some garbage to stimulate me? He pointed at Jiang Chen, the stinking loser? Is he worthy of being with you? At this time, Jiang Chen, who had been silent, stood up and said coldly, you brought this trouble upon yourself, don't blame me. Qian Tianyi paused and grinned, trouble? Would I be afraid of causing trouble for you? Why don't you just take a piss and look in the mirror? You think you can help others? Thinking of how Tang Luohuan looked like a little bird in Jiang Chen's arms just now, his raging jealousy almost burned him dry. As for the other party's identity, he doesn't care at all. There is no one in Tianhai who can make him afraid. Jiang Chen said calmly, kneel down on the ground now, kowtow and apologize to me, maybe I can let this matter go. Ha ha ha. Qian Tianyi seemed to have heard a joke, and said with a fierce smile, you don't want to bother with me? Fine, I'll make you kowtow and apologize to me after I've crippled you. Kill him for me. The burly black-clad bodyguard responded and punched Jiang Chen hard. Tang Luohuan said anxiously, stop, this has nothing to do with him. The little mouth opened slightly and the voice stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen grabbed the bodyguard's fist, twisted his wrist, and twisted his arm into a knot. There was a series of crisp crackling sounds, and I don't know how many bones were broken. Ah! The bodyguard wailed miserably. The remaining 2 bodyguards looked at each other, shouted angrily, and rushed forward. 10 seconds later. The 2 men knelt in front of Jiang Chen, their bodies bloodied, with their heads lowered, and fell to the ground helplessly. Completely lost consciousness. When Qian Tianyi saw this scene, his scalp felt tingling. The bodyguards he brought with him were all elites who had been screened through layers of screening. A dozen ordinary people couldn't even get close to him. Can't even hold on for a few seconds? Jiang Chen sat on the chair calmly, his clothes not even wrinkled. Is it so difficult to ask you to kowtow and apologize? Really, you have to be so rude. The people around were speechless and smacked their lips. Who is rude to beat someone up like this? Xian Tianyi came back to his senses and sneered, do you really think you can scare me with a little brute force? Do you believe that I can make you bankrupt and beg on the street in a minute? In today's society, fighting is useless. He is a member of the Qian family. Does the other party dare to touch him? Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed, what a pity, you still had a chance. After saying that, he stood up, walked to Qian Tianyi, grabbed his neck with his big hands, and slammed him hard onto the marble dining table. You like to have a foul mouth, don't you? I'll wash it for you for free today. Qian Tianyi felt dizzy after being hit on the head. What do you want to do? Ugh. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen picked up a bottle of red wine and suddenly put it into his mouth. Bang! His teeth were knocked out, and blood mixed with red wine kept gushing out of his mouth like a fountain. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. After he drank 3 bottles of red wine, Jiang Chen finally let go and slapped him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Bang! Qian Tianyi's mouth was full of blood and there was a huge slap mark on his face. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, retching continuously. His whole body was soaked with red wine, and he looked horrible. He is completely different from the arrogant person at the beginning. Jiang Chen took the handkerchief and wiped his hands. What a waste. Even if I give you a chance, it's useless. Originally, he hadn't found a legitimate reason to take action. After all, this was the other party's family's business. And he was just a friend of Tang Luowan, but this idiot insisted on naming him. It's not Jiang Chen's fault. Xian Tianyi raised his head, veins popping out on his forehead. Do you know who you have offended? Jiang Chen raised his leg and stepped on his hand. Amid his wailing, he sneered and said, in my eyes, your life is not even as good as a dog's. Xian Tianyi looked at the cold and ruthless eyes, felt a chill down his spine, and cold sweat flowed down his spine. I suddenly felt a little regretful. Maybe I shouldn't mess with him. This is a madman. Stop. At this moment, a cold and stern voice suddenly sounded, and Xian Tianyi's eyes lit up when he heard it. His reinforcements are here. Chapter 56. Jiang Chen is actually the major shareholder of Yida Group? Hearing this voice, everyone immediately turned around to look. A young man in casual clothes walked in, followed by several bodyguards. The hall exploded instantly. Fuck, it's Wang Ximing. Damn, it's really him. The son of Wang Jiansen, chairman of Yida Group. A super rich second generation. Oh my god, why is he here? Could he be Qian Tianyi's backer? This is going to be interesting. If we talk about the Tang family and the Qian family, I'm afraid only people in the circle know them. But when it comes to Wang Ximing, basically everyone knows him. Yida Group started out as a real estate company, and has built various large-scale commercial districts that are almost spread across the country. At the same time, he has also been involved in many industries and has a place in every field. A real chaebol. As the Prince of Yida, Wang Ximing has always acted very high profile and often appears on the internet. The national recognition is extremely high, almost as high as that of first-tier stars, and he is quite famous. Zhao Minghong's heart trembled. Why is Wang Ximing here too? Tang Luohuan frowned, having a bad feeling. Xian Tianyi got up from the ground, staggered to Wang Ximing's side, and said miserably, Brother Ming, you have to help me make the decision. His front teeth were smashed by a wine bottle, his speech was lisped, his white suit was stained red, and the wine dripped down the corners of his clothes. He looks extremely embarrassed. Tang Luohuan's eyes were solemn. You really came here for Qian Tianyi, this is trouble. Originally, the Qian family was nothing, and this matter was easy to settle, but if Wang Ximing was added, Jiang Chen is in big trouble. What's going on? Who attacked you? Wang Ximing frowned. It's him. Xian Tianyi pointed in the direction of Jiang Chen and gritted his teeth and said, I just had a few words with him, and he started beating me up. First he crippled 3 of my bodyguards, and then he beat me up like this. He argued confidently, as if he had done nothing wrong and Jiang Chen was an unforgivable criminal. Wang Ximing's face darkened. In fact, his relationship with Qian Tianyi was not very good. After all, they were not on the same level. But Qian Tianyi was beaten when he was with him. If he didn't give an explanation for this matter, he would lose face. Such violence in broad daylight is really lawless. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice in this matter, Wang Ximing said coldly. Thank you, Brother Ming. Qian Tianyi smiled and looked at Jiang Chen fiercely. Boy, you're done. Just when Wang Ximing asked the bodyguards behind him to go and arrest the man, Tang Luohuan blocked them. Mr. Wang, this is a matter between our Tang and Qian families, so please don't worry about it. She had a pretty face, neither humble nor arrogant. Wang Ximing raised his eyelids. Tang family? Are you the Tang Luohuan? It's me. Wang Ximing looked at her and Qian Tianyi and understood what was going on. He said, of course I have no right to interfere with what's going on between you two, but my brother is getting beaten up now, so I have to take care of this. Tang Luohuan shook his head. Qian Tianyi was the first to attack, he deserves to be beaten. Wang Ximing looked at her, his smile gradually fading, and he said expressionlessly, while I still have patience, you'd better get out of the way. Tang Luohuan bit her lip and refused to give in. Wang Ximing's eyes became colder and colder. Tang Luohuan, are you crazy? Do you want the entire family to offend the Wang family for this kid? Qian Tianyi frowned and shouted. But I felt even more jealous and resentful in my heart. This man is so important to her. Shut up. Qian Tianyi. I will settle my accounts with you bit by bit. Tang Luohuan said with a firm look in his eyes, but today, I am here, no one can take Jiang Chen away. This matter was caused by her, so naturally she should be responsible for it. Even if the opponent is the terrifying Wang family. Qian Tianyi was so angry that he laughed. Okay, I will tell the old man the truth about your attitude today. Then the Tang family will not tolerate you. Brother Ming, let's do it. After that, the surroundings were quiet. Brother Ming? Qian Tianyi turned around and saw Wang Ximing with a strange expression. Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Wang Ximing ignored him and asked Tang Luohuan, who were you talking about just now? Jiang Chen? The voice sounded strangely nervous. Yes. Jiang Chen came over at this time. When Wang Ximing saw him, his pupils shrank. He quickly took out his mobile phone to open the photos, compared them carefully, and froze. Brother Ming, it was him. He was the one who beat me. Qian Tianyi shouted, you bastard, you dare to hit me, this time you are finished. Bang! Wang Ximing slapped Qian Tianyi to the ground with his backhand. You're the fucking bastard. Tang Luohuan was stunned. Oh shit, what is going on? Aren't these two people in the same group? Qian Tianyi was also confused, covering his face and said aggrievedly, Brother Ming, you hit the wrong person. I'm going to hit you. Wang Ximing was so angry that he kicked him to the ground and then kicked him hard in the stomach several times. Qian Tianyi covered his stomach and howled, hunched over like a shrimp. Wang Ximing didn't even look at him, he walked quickly to Jiang Chen and grabbed his hand. Mr. Jiang. I've heard of you for a long time. At this moment, everyone gasped. Holy crap! Qian Tianyi's mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs. Originally he thought he had a sure win and could control Tang Luohuan, but he was beaten up by Jiang Chen and his front teeth were broken. After finally waiting for Wang Ximing to come, I thought I could make a complete comeback this time. When I was being extremely arrogant, I was slapped in the face again. And kicked a few times. This guy's mentality has collapsed. Qian Tianyi held his stomach, feeling a sharp pain. Tang Luohuan looked at the two of them and asked in confusion, Mr. Wang, do you know each other? Wang Ximing smiled and said, I have long heard of Mr. Zhang's name. This time I have the chance to meet him. He is indeed a dragon among men. Tang Luohuan was confused. Are you licking it now? It's too sudden. Who on earth is Jiang Chen that could make Wang Ximing behave like this? Jiang Chen himself certainly knew the reason. It's because he holds 56% of Yida Group S shares. But he didn't expect that Wang Ximing could recognize him. Brother Wang, how did you recognize me? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Wang Ximing opened the photo album on his phone and pulled out a photo ID. The person in it was Jiang Chen. I came to Tianhai this time just to see you. After all, we have never met before, and I was worried that I wouldn't recognize you, so I took a photo of you from the equity change document. Wang Ximing explained. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Presumably this file was also handled by the system. Awesome. Tang Luohuan asked in confusion, change in equity? What on earth is this? Wang Ximing explained gently, Mr. Jiang acquired the shares of Yida Group and is now the major shareholder of Yida Group. Without Jiang Chen's order, he didn't dare to announce the specific shares. But from his respectful attitude, everyone could guess it. Jiang Chen is at least one of the top 3 shareholders, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. What? Not only Tang Luohuan, everyone present was shocked. Acquisition, Yida? Jiang Chen is now a major shareholder of Yida? Oh my god. Qian Tianyi was completely petrified. It turns out that the big shot Wang Ximing wanted to meet was this Jiang Chen. And this person is also a major shareholder of Yida. Thinking of what he had just done, he broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. Zhao Minghong also felt dizzy. What kind of people have you been dealing with? Wang Ximing looked at Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, my father wanted to come and see you in person, but he was too busy with company affairs, so he sent me here. Please don't mind. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, it's okay. He already knew the purpose of Wang Ximing's visit this time. Wang Ximing looked around and whispered, Mr. Jiang, why don't we go somewhere else to talk? Jiang Chen nodded, he had the same idea. After informing Tang Luohuan, the two went to the private room next door, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Shen Tianyi's eyes rolled, and he turned around and tried to run away, but ended up bumping into a hard chest. Wang Ximing's bodyguard stood in front of him like a solid wall. The master said you can't leave until he comes back. Several other people also came over and surrounded him with their sturdy figures. Qian Tianyi looked ashen, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Xin Xiulan walked up to Tang Luohuan and exclaimed, Mr. Jiang is actually the boss of Yida. Tang Luohuan smiled bitterly and said, I always thought he was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Chapter 57, Just Give Me a Kiss? In the private room next door, Wang Ximing and Jiang Chen chatted for a long time. Same as Jiang Chen thought. Wang Ximing's purpose of coming to Tianhai to see him this time was to win him over and test him. Over the years since its establishment, Yida Group has introduced a large amount of investment, so its equity is seriously dispersed. However, Wang Jiansen has always held the highest 30% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder and having decision-making power. Yida Group has also always been the Wang family's business empire. Until Jiang Chen appeared out of nowhere. Overnight, he acquired 56% of Yida Group's shares and became the largest shareholder. Have a relative controlling stake. Theoretically speaking, Jiang Chen is already the boss of Yida Group and possesses the greatest power. Of course, the Wang family couldn't sit still. Given Yida's size, 56% is definitely an astronomical figure. The other party has such a huge cash flow, and it took away everything in a flash during the acquisition. It is obvious that they have bad intentions. Therefore, Wang Ximing's test this time is particularly important. It even determines the future direction of the family. Jiang Chen also took this opportunity to express his attitude. He is not interested in participating in decision-making for the time being and only wants to enjoy the dividend rights. In other words, as long as you pay, nothing else matters. Although Wang Ximing couldn't quite understand it, this was undoubtedly good news for him and the entire Wang family. Although Jiang Chen emphasized that it was temporary. Of course, Jiang Chen also has his own ideas. The Wang family has controlled Yida for so many years and has infiltrated every corner. It is not something that can be easily shaken by outsiders. However, Jiang Chen's shares do not reach absolute control, so it must be no easy task for him to fully control the entire Yida Group. Of course, the most important point is, Jiang Chen doesn't take Yida that seriously at all. He just randomly drew a prize and won it. There are several draws every day. Brother Chen, you and I really hit it off the first time we met. We really get along so well. I dare to call you Brother Chen, please don't mind. Wang Ximing said with a smile. Jiang Chen said slowly, you are older than me, so I should be the one to call you brother. No. Don't do that. Wang Ximing waved his hands hastily and said, if this gets to my father's ears, he will definitely break my legs. Brother Chen, please let me take advantage of you. I want to be your younger brother. This is the first time I've heard of such a request. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, okay then. Afterwards, the two chatted for a long time and became closer. Return to the banquet hall. Everyone in the audience was looking forward to it, waiting for them. Seeing them come in, Zhao Minghong and others hurried to greet them. Mr. Jiang, I handled this matter today inappropriately. I cannot shirk my responsibility. Zhao Minghong lowered his head and his voice became smaller and smaller. When Qian Tianyi used his background to pressure him, he chose to retreat, which resulted in a disaster. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen's background to be so powerful that he directly suppressed Qian Tianyi. This made Zhao Minghong feel uneasy about the choice he made at that time. "Boss Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to overthink it," Jiang Chen said calmly. Zhao Minghong breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the other party's obviously cold expression, he sighed slightly in his heart. "I made the wrong choice after all." Wang Ximing's bodyguard dragged Qian Tianyi over and threw him in front of the two of them. Qian Tianyi stood up, nodded and bowed, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I am blind and have offended you, so just treat me like a fart." This time I really hit a wall. If his family knew that he had offended the boss of Yida, they would probably skin him alive. In the face of family interests, he means nothing. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Wang Ximing winked and said, "You've offended Mr. Jiang, and you're done with just apologizing? Why don't you show your sincerity?" Qian Tianyi knew that he was giving himself a way out, so he said, "Of course. I have prepared an apology gift and will personally deliver it to Mr. Zhang's house tomorrow as a token of my apology." "That's more like it." Wang Ximing nodded and said, "But don't show up. I guess Brother Chen doesn't want to see you either." "Yes." Qian Tianyi feels so miserable. Instead of pretending to be cool, he had 4 front teeth knocked out, and now he is asked to apologize. However, after knowing Jiang Chen's identity, he did not dare to complain. After all, the other party is a major shareholder of Yida, so I can only say that I am just unlucky. Wang Ximing looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, do you think this arrangement will work?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "No need for an apology, the account between us has been settled." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Qian Tianyi felt as if he had been pardoned. "But," Jiang Chen continued, "Tang Luowan and Xin Xiulan are both my friends." Qian Tianyi had a bad feeling. "You mean?" Jiang Chen waved to Tang Luowan. The sound of high heels was heard, and a graceful figure appeared before him. Qian Tianyi forced a smile. "Luo Huan." Bang bang bang. Tang Luowan said nothing, and just slapped left and right, each slap harder than the last. Blood flowed from the corner of Qian Tianyi's mouth, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. But he didn't even dare to fall down, so he could only grit his teeth and endure the beating. Wang Ximing swallowed and covered his cheek unconsciously. These two people are more ruthless than each other. He looked at Jiang Chen with even more admiration. "I'm afraid he is the only one who can handle this kind of strong woman who combines both strength and gentleness." This noisy dinner finally came to an end. The Qin Tang marriage came to an end, and Qian Tianyi promised not to mention it again. Behind Tang Luowan is Jiang Chen, the major shareholder of Yida Group. Even if he had 3 guts, he would not dare to make any more plans. It's not that he is too weak, but that his opponent is too strong and too terrifying. This time when Wang Ximing met Jiang Chen, he got the answer he wanted. The mission was successfully completed. After saying hello to Jiang Chen, he left. It's late at night. Xin Xiulan drove the Bentley towards home, with Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan sitting in the back seat. For some reason, Tang Luowan, who had been sober, seemed to be drunk again and leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder with a slightly red face. "Jiang Chen, thank you," she said softly. Jiang Chen shook his head. "No, I didn't do anything." "No, you don't know how much this matter means to me." Tang Luowan said quietly, "In the past 3 years, I can count the number of rest days I've had on one hand. The 5-year agreement was like a mountain, weighing me down and making me breathless. I haven't even returned home in the past 3 years because I'm afraid that after seeing my family, I will become vulnerable and choose to give up. But I'm glad I persisted. From now on, I can truly live for myself." Tang Luowan's body trembled slightly when he spoke, and Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Who would have thought that this strong and decisive woman would be so vulnerable at times? Tang Luowan sat up straight and looked at Jiang Chen with sparkling eyes. "So, thank you." "You're welcome." Suddenly she came closer and the two of them separated immediately. Jiang Chen was stunned, looking at the shy but determined Tang Luowan. The sweet scent at the tip of his nose had not yet dissipated. His eyes were filled with shock. "Was I kissed forcibly?" Jiang Chen came back to his senses, frowned and asked, "What do you mean by kissing me?" Tang Luowan looked disappointed, lowered his head and said, "Just think of me as drunk." Before she finished her words, a pair of big hands held up her fair and pretty face. "You." "Ugh." Xin Xiulan, who was driving, secretly glanced at the rearview mirror. It took a full 3 minutes before the two people in the back seat separated, panting. Tang Luowan's cheeks flushed, her eyes turned gentle, and she said coquettishly, "Bad guy, do you want to suffocate me to death?" There was unconcealable joy in his voice. Jiang Chen smiled and joked, "I will never let go of any grudges. If you dare to sneak attack me again, be careful of my family's punishment." Family discipline? Tang Luowan was confused. The car that was driving smoothly suddenly trembled. Xin Xiulan adjusted her posture and said, "Sorry, my hands are shaking." Jiang Chen reminded, "Be careful, Sister Xin, you are also an experienced driver." Old driver? Xin Xiulan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes, he is indeed an experienced driver." I sighed silently in my heart. The young lady is really being taken advantage of by Mr. Jiang. But why do I envy them when I see them being so intimate? Chapter 58. Only children answer multiple choice questions. The Bentley sedan slowly drove into Huazhou Royal Court. Xin Xiulan drove back first, and Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan walked home slowly from the main gate. What happened tonight was of vital importance to Tang Luowan. This made the burden on her shoulders much lighter, and she no longer had to live such a tiring life as before. Jiang Chen looked calm and walked slowly. Tang Luowan looked at him quietly. The man in front of her was becoming more and more important in her heart. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly said, "By the way, the Chen family should not have any bad intentions. If they dare to cause trouble again, tell me." Hearing this, Tang Luowan's heart seemed to be filled with warm water, and his expression became even softer. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Her pretty face was flushed and her eyes were shining. When Jiang Chen saw her stunning beauty, his heart skipped a beat for no reason. His Adam's apple moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Kiss me again." Tang Luowan spat lightly and said with a red face, "No." "Okay, then I'm leaving." Jiang Chen curled his lips, his smile was quite awkward. He was just about to turn around and leave, but unexpectedly, Tang Luowan had already stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips. Jiang Chen also took the opportunity to hug her waist. After a long time, their lips parted. Tang Luowan looked at Jiang Chen with tender eyes and said with a smile, "Are you satisfied, you bad guy?" Jiang Chen chuckled, "It's okay, but my kissing skills need to be improved." "You." Tang Luowan's face became even hotter with embarrassment. "Okay, go to bed early. Good night." Jiang Chen turned around, waved his hand, and walked leisurely towards his home. "Good night." Tang Luowan stared at his back, her face shy and her eyes shining. What a bad guy. He's so ungrateful after getting the advantage. Return home. Jiang Chen took a shower, lay on the sofa, and checked WeChat. At this time, a message popped up. Is Brother Chen asleep? Are you free tomorrow at noon? I promise to treat you to a meal. Cute. Xiaoxi was wearing cute pink pajamas, lying on the bed holding her phone, quietly waiting for Jiang Chen's reply. Not long after, she received a message from Jiang Chen. Okay, then I'll pick you up tomorrow, and you'll just be responsible for choosing a place to eat. Xiaoxi was overjoyed and immediately replied, okay. I'll wait for you downstairs tomorrow, hee. I'll call you then. The address is. Xiaoxi sent the location of her current residence. Jiang Chen smiled. This girl really didn't consider herself an outsider. It would be bad if you randomly send your location and encounter someone with bad intentions. After chatting with Xiaoxi again, Jiang Chen put down his phone. The faces of several girls gradually began to circle in his mind. The cold and noble Tang Luowan, the cold and dignified Su Jingyi, the beauty Xiaoxi from the University of Finance, and the lovely and innocent housekeeper at home. Each of them is a beauty with an amazing figure. How should I choose? It's too difficult. Forget it, don't think about it, just let it go. Jiang Chen pulled up the quilt and went to sleep. Children make choices, adults take them all. The next day, Xiaoxi called and made an appointment to meet Jiang Chen. Before going out, Jiang Chen started today's lottery. Today's lottery draw number is 3, do you want to draw now? Smoke. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate any longer and made 3 consecutive attacks. Reward, God-level piano skills. Your piano skills will reach twice the ultimate human level. What the hell? Jiang Chen was a little surprised that the system actually gave him a talent. God-level piano skills? Twice the ultimate human level, that's awesome. Doesn't this mean that he can easily beat any level 10 pianist in the world? Awesome. Jiang Chen directly chose to activate. A stream of information instantly entered his mind. In less than 30 seconds, he had mastered all the knowledge and skills about the piano, and also received many music scores in music libraries. Now, his piano skills have reached the pinnacle and he can easily master any piano piece in the world. Jiang Chen digested it in his heart and continued to look at the rewards. Keep up the good work, continue to work hard. Jiang Chen said, I'm used to having some free time every day. But the next moment, his eyes lit up. Ding! Reward, 5x consumption rebate card. Your consumption will be transferred to your bank card with 5x rebate. The rebate limit is 5 billion. Validity period, 72 hours. Jiang Chen blinked in confusion. Oh my god. Just spend 1 billion and you can make 5 billion. There is such a good thing? Jiang Chen is very glad that he still has more than 2 billion in his card. Otherwise, the card cannot be used to its full potential. However, this consumption rebate card only has 3 days left to use, so there is no rush to use it. Soon, Jiang Chen put on a custom-made Armani suit and a Patek Philippe Platinum watch, looked at himself in the full-length mirror, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he took the Pagani Wind God key on the table and went out. Xingyuan Community. Xiaoxi dressed up nicely before going out. Her cherry red lip makeup was not ostentatious, but instead made her delicate face look extremely attractive. The milky white, knee-length gauze skirt swayed in the midsummer breeze. Her back view alone is so beautiful that it is like the most beautiful woman in the world. Pedestrians' eyes widened in order to see Xiaoxi, and one even crashed his electric bike into a telephone pole. So beautiful. I feel like all the stars on TV are just like this. Could it be that some artist is filming a variety show? Alas, I don't know whether she is an artist or not. But it is obvious that this beautiful flower has an owner, and she is waiting for someone. I don't know which thief plucked this fairy flower. Anyway, it's not you, the thief. Ha ha. Xiaoxi was accustomed to these discussions. She usually dressed up carefully and was bound to be the focus of everyone's attention. However, at this moment, she had no intention of paying attention to the discussions around her. Instead, she looked at the toes of her brown leather high heels nervously and looked around from time to time. Until a dark blue shadow came into her sight. The tension and anxiety slowly dissipated from her. Click, the car door opens automatically. Sorry for the wait. Inside the car, Jiang Chen smiled and waved, come on up. Aha! Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly and got on the Pagani Wind God. Have you decided where to eat? Jiang Chen asked. I checked for a long time last night, and the most expensive restaurant in Tianhai is Zixing Pavilion. It is a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and a meal costs tens of thousands. But I promised you, Brother Chen, that I would treat you to a meal. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue and said playfully. She couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. After looking around for one night, this one is the most suitable. Purple Star Pavilion? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. To dine in a high-end restaurant like this, you have to make reservations in advance. Why don't you call and ask first? Soon, Xiaoxi dialed the official website number. Chapter 59. I wish I was that rich. Hello, this is the Tianhai Zixing Pavilion consultation office. A sweet female voice came from the other side. Xiaoxi said politely, hello, I want to have lunch at Zixing Pavilion at noon. Please call to reserve a seat. I'm sorry, Purple Star Pavilion only accepts 10 guests a day. Today's number of guests is full. Now everyone who has made a reservation is scheduled for 10 days later. No matter who you are, you can only dine in 10 days later. Jiang Chen frowned. With his current hearing, he could hear everything clearly. Although the waiter seemed polite, there was a sense of superiority in his tone. A small restaurant, do you think you can put on airs? Seeing Xiaoxi in a bit of an embarrassment, Jiang Chen took the phone. Tell your boss to answer the phone, otherwise, he will miss the opportunity to make $1 million feast. Jiang Chen frowned and went straight to the point. 100 million? The receptionist stuttered a little, obviously frightened. The so-called rules of Zixing Pavilion are nothing more than hunger marketing. A meal costs tens of thousands of yuan. Even if there is no limit of 10 people a day, there will not be too many people coming to eat, and the net profit per month will only be a few million. Moreover, from the sound of this man's voice, spending $1 million on a sumptuous meal is as easy as breathing air. She knew that this was a real big shot, so she didn't dare to delay and directly put the call to Dean Bogus, who was cooking in the kitchen. Dean is of French nationality and is one of the world's top 7-star chefs. Lai Tianhai founded Ultraviolet for his ideas and ideals. He only entertains 10 people a day and prepares every dish for each person himself. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during the sacred moment of cooking unless it is necessary? Dean frowned, not happy to be interrupted. Although he was unhappy, he still picked up the phone after listening to the receptionist's statement. Sir, if you want to humiliate my dream with money, you have found the wrong person. Dean said righteously, even if I'm not open today, I will never break the rules of the store. I have professional ethics and bottom line. Rules are rules. Oh? Really? Jiang Chen raised a smile. So, from now on, I am the boss of Zixing Pavilion. The rules of the store are changed to 20 people per day. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it so great to be rich? Does being rich mean you can trample on my principles? Dean frowned and wanted to continue stating his ideals, but Jiang Chen's next words instantly shut him up. I'll tell you a number. 500 million. Sir, what did you say? Dean was confused. I said 500 million to buy your Purple Star Pavilion, isn't that enough? Then 1 billion. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He now has a rebate card. If he spends 1 billion, he can get a rebate of 5 billion. He wanted to see who was tougher, Dean or 1 billion. This, sir, are you serious? Dean was totally confused now. His Zixing real estate is worth 100 million yuan, and now with the renovation and brand value, it is at most 300 million yuan. And the other party asked for 500 million right away? The price has almost doubled. Even before I raised the price, the other party raised it to 1 billion? It's totally off the mark. He scratched his head, completely confused. You think I'm kidding you? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was silence for a long time. The 10 billion was like a huge hammer that kept hitting Dean, shattering his principles and moral integrity to the ground. Forget it. If you don't want to sell it, I won't force you. Jiang Chen didn't care and prepared to hang up the phone. No, I was just shocked. Sell it, of course I will sell it. Dean was shocked and agreed immediately. The pride and arrogance that he showed just now had long been thrown into the sky. I originally refused, but he offered too much. Boss. Dean changed his tone immediately. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It seems that all living things in the world cannot escape the law of true fragrance. After some conversation, Jiang Chen paid a deposit of 100 million. The remaining contract transfer procedures will be signed after they are completed. After receiving the cash transfer of 100 million, Dean's proud tone just now disappeared, and he called him boss happily. Boss Jiang, you order, you come to your own restaurant to eat, I will do my best to prepare the best for you. Boss, do you want this foie gras to be airshipped from France, or sealed in the Ain region of Hong Kong? Boss. Okay, you decide. When I get there, you just watch as the food is served and that's it. Jiang Chen waved his hands impatiently, annoyed by Dean's enthusiasm. Just 1 billion yuan turned the proud chef into a bootlicker. The charm of money is truly magical. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. You think you made money, but actually I didn't lose money. After signing this wave of contracts, he can actually make a profit of 4 billion. Xiaoxi, who was standing aside, was very touched. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen spent 1 billion to buy a restaurant just to have a meal with her. Brother Chen, it's all my fault. I treated Brother Chen to a meal without knowing the situation clearly, and ended up making Brother Chen spend such a large sum of money. Xiaoxi lowered her head with some guilt. These are just small amounts of money. Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, besides, I bought this restaurant because I saw some investment potential. Don't think too much. In fact, what Jiang Chen said was not wrong. What Zixing lacks now is operation. As long as it spends some money to build its fame and marketing on the internet, and then starts the hunger marketing model, it will be easy to achieve a valuation of 1 billion within a year. Dean is a foreigner after all and doesn't understand the current domestic market at all. The offline-only approach is already outdated. Let's go. Remember to pay me back next time for the meal you owe me. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, as if a spring breeze rushed into Xiaoxi's heart. Xiaoxi instantly felt warm in her heart, nodded vigorously, and smiled like a flower. Well, I'll remember that. The charm of this moment also made Jiang Chen's heart move. By the way, why didn't Cece come today? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Didn't we agree last time that this is our alone time? I don't want anything else to disturb us. Xiaoxi said shyly with a slightly blushing face. Silly girl. Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed Xiaoxi's forehead. You are stupid. Xiaoxi did not dodge such an intimate gesture at all. Instead, she took the initiative to move closer to Jiang Chen with a happy smile on her face. Pagani Wind God stepped on the accelerator and turned into a black shadow and shot out. Only a group of passers-by were left, still lingering on Xiaoxi's back, shaking their heads and sighing. Sure enough, top beauties are all guests of honor for the rich. Pagani Wind God. The king of super sports cars worth 90 million. Oh, I'm jealous. I wish I were that rich. Chapter 60. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Tianhai City, number 18 The Bund. After parking the car in the exclusive parking lot of Zixing Restaurant, Jiang Chen took Xiaoxi and walked towards the entrance of Zixing Pavilion. Hey, you're late. At the door, a fat man in a suit with gold teeth and holding the arm of a voluptuous beauty in black stockings spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. The fat man in a suit and gold teeth looked at Xiaoxi intently and said with a grin, Purple Star Pavilion only receives 10 groups of guests a day. We are the 10th group. You can't get in. But if this beautiful girl wants to go in and have a look, I can take you in to have a look. As for this gentleman, you'd better go back to where you came from as soon as possible. The fat man in the suit obviously had a crush on Xiaoxi and wanted to invite her to dinner and kick Jiang Chen out at the same time. This is blatant poaching. This was the first time Jiang Chen saw him. No need. Xiaoxi had no good feelings towards the fat man in the suit. She frowned and spoke in a cold voice. Humph, you are so ungrateful. The fat man in the suit snorted coldly, and then he saw the classical door of Zixing Pavilion slowly open. A dozen waiters lined up respectfully and walked out. Wow, this is a feast that costs tens of thousands of dollars. It's such a grand ceremony. Ha ha ha. I told you guys that you don't have to welcome me so grandly. Hey, what are you doing? The fat man originally thought that such a big event was prepared for him. Unexpectedly, when he was about to accept the service of more than a dozen people, he was pushed aside by these people. Becoming an outsider. Hanny, what's going on? Didn't we agree to come here and enjoy the treatment of nobility? The seductive woman couldn't stand it anymore and shook the arm of the fat man in the suit in a coquettish manner. Fatty Kai Shaoquan was also about to vent his dissatisfaction. But among the dozen or so waiters lined up, Dean walked out with a blonde beauty, Elise. Hiss. It's Mr. Chef. Kai Shaoquan certainly knew Dean. In order to show off with his girlfriend, he secretly learned a lot about Zixing Pavilion. This chef from the French country is very proud. For him to come out to greet us personally, it must be an important person who is coming. The fat man in the suit restrained his urge to curse. He looked well dressed, but actually he didn't have much money. His girlfriend had been nagging him for half a month to come to Zixing Pavilion for dinner, so he finally made up his mind to spend 20,000 yuan to pretend to be a gentleman, and after dinner he took this slutty bitch away. Just as he was guessing who the big shot was, his eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Chen and Xiaoxi walked up. Fuck. Who does he think he is? I'm dying of laughter. He's just trying to save face and act cool. He'll be so embarrassed if he's dragged out. He sneered coldly. But the next scene made him completely confused. Dean and Iris stood respectfully in front of Jiang Chen and Xiaoxi, and bowed together with a dozen attendants. The sound is deafening. Welcome, Boss Jian. At this moment, the fat man was in a mess. Are you full of question marks in your mind? A high-cost place like Zixing Pavilion is simply out of reach for someone like him who just wants to show off. And the owner of Purple Star Pavilion calls him Boss Jiang? Then how high is Jiang Chen's status? Before, he actually wanted to steal the girl from such a big shot? Isn't this seeking death? The fat man was horrified and couldn't help but clear his throat. If it weren't for the alluring goddess who had been licking him for several months before she reluctantly agreed to go out with him, he would have wanted to kneel down and apologize to Jiang Chen. After all, in Tianhai, if you offend a big boss, just one word can ruin your future. Well, go in. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He was used to big scenes now, so he handled things naturally with ease. As for the fat man, he didn't take him seriously at all. If such a small person required him to get angry, it would simply be degrading his own status. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiaoxi took Jiang Chen's arm and walked into the Zixing Pavilion restaurant. Call. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, the fat man in a suit, Kai Shaokuan, finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave with the goddess. You dare to go in and eat after offending the boss? What are you going to do? The seductive girl just refused to do it. She was jealous to begin with, and now seeing Kai Shaokuan as cowardly as a dog, she was even more furious. Are you still a man? Whether you come in or not, I'm definitely going in today. The seductive girl rolled her eyes and started to have some thoughts in her mind. The other party is the boss of Zixing Pavilion. Big shot. And he is so young, sunny, and handsome, I must find a way to get close to him no matter what. As for the guy next to me, he's just a bootlicker. I licked myself so well in the past 2 months that I finally did him the honor of accompanying him for a meal. That's okay. Kai Shaokuan gave a bitter smile and had to avoid Jiang Chen and walked carefully into the Purple Star Pavilion with the woman. The decoration in the hall of Zixing Pavilion is extremely luxurious. The whole design is of French classical aristocratic style. The most eye-catching thing is the old but stylish piano. The sunlight beams shining on it seem to be the focus of the whole venue. Behind the piano is a shipwreck salvaged from the Renaissance period, which is worth a lot of money. The surrounding walls are made of photon screens. The environment imitates nature, with colorful lights, which makes people feel comfortable and enjoyable. This environment is so luxurious. Although Xiaoxi was also from a wealthy family, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the luxurious restaurant in front of her. After signing the contract in the office, Jiang Chen transferred the balance to Dean and officially bought the Purple Star restaurant. And there was an extra 5 billion in his bank card. The transaction is completed. Dean and Iris were very enthusiastic and invited Jiang Chen to the table of the restaurant. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. Sit down. Jiang Chen and Xiaoxi sat down. When dining at Zixing Pavilion, each table has its own dedicated waiter. Jiang Chen's group has deputy store manager Iris as their exclusive assistant. Iris is a typical French woman, tall and proud, with sparkling blue eyes and golden curly hair flowing down like a waterfall, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Hiss. Deputy store manager Iris actually served us personally. Who on earth is this young man? Gulu, deputy manager Iris is so pretty, I can even dream of having her serve me a meal. I'm so envious. Guests at nearby tables were filled with envy as they watched Iris busying around Jiang Chen, teasing him with her impressive figure from time to time. Oof. Xiaoxi looked at the attentive Iris with a hint of jealousy in her eyes, but now on such a high-end occasion, she was too embarrassed to point it out. Jiang Chen doesn't need to order. Each meal is prepared by Dean and made with great care. This appetizer is the best Campari bite that Dean has collected for several years. Even he is reluctant to take it out to drink. Iris personally prepared the bitters for Jiang Chen and Xiaoxi, poured it into the glasses, and then added ice cubes. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. As a high-end appetizer, Campari Premium is very expensive. It is also a collection of Dean. The value of this bottle should be no less than 30,000. He took a sip, but felt nothing. But Xiaoxi frowned, this wine seems a bit bitter. Iris explained with a smile, this is Kongbali bitter, also known as bitter essence, made from natural medicinal materials such as bitter orange, fennel, and gentian root. It can develop taste buds and let you better feel the delicate taste of the dishes. Of course, you can also add some soda water, brandy, etc., mix it and drink it to combine its taste. After listening to Iris's explanation, Jiang Chen gained a certain understanding of this wine. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. This is an appetizer. Iris introduced, this is a golden phoenix cupcake. It is decorated with gold foil and gold powder and uses the world's finest chocolate. Damn, even the golden phoenix has come out. This guy is really rich. Such a small piece, eaten in 2 bites, costs hundreds of thousands. It's better to eat a smaller appetizer. This is so fucking inhumane. The customers around were talking about it. The average per capita consumption at Zixing Pavilion is more than 10,000 yuan. But with more than 10,000 yuan, you can only order the most ordinary dishes in the restaurant. The world's finest cake, the golden phoenix cake, is naturally not among them. It tastes good. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and his appetite increased. The taste of this cake was indeed very good. Although it is slightly inferior to his current cooking skills. But it is also world-class level. Then, fresh French foie gras, white truffle bread, lobster omelette, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle sauce, crystal king crab. There are more than a dozen top-notch dishes. The price of each dish is tens of thousands of yuan. The customers standing by were stunned. I thought having a meal at Zixing Pavilion was high-end enough. But when they looked at the other party's super lavish dinner and then at the dishes on their own table, they could only curse in their hearts. What the hell is this? This meal, including the bottles of red wine, must have cost nearly $1 million. Damn! $1 million meals. I've seen a lot today. Oh. I thought I had entered the mainstream society by eating here. But I didn't expect that comparing myself with others would make me so angry. I'd better find another life to be reborn in. The guests at the nearby tables were all amazed. Most of the people who came here wanted to show off by bringing their girlfriends, but tonight, under the glory of Jiang Chen's $1 million feast, their plans were obviously completely shattered. Their girlfriends all looked at the handsome Jiang Chen standing by the candlelight with endless envy and admiration. They had imagined the love-making with this handsome man countless times in their minds and even imagined the specific details and postures. When these men looked at their girlfriends, they suddenly felt green on their heads. This is fucking. They were restless and ready to take their girlfriends and leave. Leaving now would only mean losing tens of thousands of dollars in food money. But if it's a little later, I might even lose my girlfriend. Chapter 61. Jiang Chen takes action, shocking everyone. The portions of French dishes were pitifully small. Although there were more than a dozen dishes, Jiang Chen and his friends had almost finished eating. But it would be a bit boring if we just eat. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen stood up and looked at the classical piano beside him. It would be a shame if there was no music at such a leisurely and elegant moment. Brother Chen can also play the piano? Xiao Shi's eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. A little bit. Jiang Chen waved his hand and sat down in front of the piano. This classical piano is said to be an old item owned by aristocrats decades ago. It is well preserved and has high historical value. It must have cost at least several million to buy it. Jiang Chen just activated the god-level piano today, and it is twice the ultimate level of human beings. What a horrible concept. His current piano skills have surpassed all the masters and grandmasters from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, and even the celebrities who founded their own schools. Hands just on the piano. Countless knowledge and wonderful feelings surged in his heart. Could this handsome guy also play the piano? No way. That's too cool. It's just a rich guy playing around. Do you really think he can play well? I'm a professional music theory teacher. I'm ready to see him make a fool of himself. A music theory teacher present had long been fed up with his girlfriend's worshipful look at Jiang Chen, and he directly mocked her. Yeah, that's it. The customers all chimed in, looking at the music theory teacher as if he were a savior. Jiang Chen is too dazzling tonight. If his image is not damaged, I'm afraid none of the girlfriends here will be able to escape and they will have to kick them out when they get back. After all, some women never look at their own value. Once they have come into contact with better men, they feel that their partners are not worthy of them. Jiang Chen moved as he pleased, his fingers like nimble birds, gently playing the classical piano. This is impossible. The music theory teacher had only listened for a dozen seconds when he was so scared that he stood up from his chair. What's wrong? It sounds pretty good. The girlfriend asked in confusion. It's more than just nice to hear. The music theory teacher closed his eyes and felt it carefully, this extremely accurate scale, the subtle control of emotions, the technique of turning hands and snapping fingers. It's simply superb and the pinnacle. This is a master. No. This is a master-level super music theory expert. He was totally unable to describe his shock in words. The melodious piano music spread throughout the restaurant and everyone was intoxicated by it. This is so cool. Many women were obsessed and intoxicated, looking at Jiang Chen with their eyes, and they didn't even hide their inner thoughts at all. Compared to this young man, my boyfriend is just trash. Wow. Love it. The halo fell, and Jiang Chen sat in the sun, moving his fingers together to play perfect melodies. Those beautiful melodies seem to have a special magic. The listeners can instantly immerse themselves in the emotional atmosphere of this song. Even as Jiang Chen plays, you can feel the intention of the song in an immersive way. The tenderness is like the breeze blowing on your face. Passion is like a storm. Everyone, including the jealous male customers, were unconsciously intoxicated by the wonderful piano sound. This is a piano piece of level 10 difficulty, Croatian Rhapsody. Jiang Chen once heard this song by chance when he was playing a game, and he hoped that he would be able to play this song one day. Unexpectedly, it came true today. What hand speed! Such precise control. Perfect performance. Simply perfect. Calling him a master is too frivolous. He is the grand master of the ages. The music theory teacher, who just wanted to find fault with Jiang Chen and embarrass him, slumped down in his chair helplessly. He couldn't fault anything at all. In front of Jiang Chen, his piano playing skills were completely crushed into pieces. It sounds so good. The beauties present were completely captivated. He is handsome, rich, and also a great piano player. This is simply Prince Charming. Look at this guy next to me. He took a long time to ask me to take him to a meal worth 8,000 new Taiwan dollars. He is such a rubbish. The seductive woman became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She stepped on Kai Xiaokuan's foot with her high heels under the table, causing him to scream in pain. What's wrong? Kai Xiaokuan pulled his foot back and asked in confusion. He was already frightened when he came in and saw Jiang Chen, and the goddess kept looking at him, which made him feel speechless and unable to express his pain. Look at him. Look at you. Don't ask me out for dinner anymore. I want to find a boyfriend like Mr. Jiang. A fat pig like you is not worthy of going out for dinner with me. After saying that, she continued to look at Jiang Chen infatuatedly. You. Fatty Kai Xiaokuan was so angry that he hated Jiang Chen in his heart. How could the goddess be wrong? Jiang Chen was clearly wrong. If Jiang Chen wasn't so perfect, how could his goddess fall in love with someone else? A bootlicker is still a dog after all, and his thinking is not from a human perspective. Files. With the last heavy ending, the hearty performance came to an abrupt end, but the lingering sound left one with endless aftertaste and a feeling of wanting more. Pa 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 pa. The music theory teacher who was mocking him just now has now become a fanatical fan of Jiang Chen, even more so than those gold-digging girls, clapping the loudest and most actively. Jiang Chen also stood up with a faint smile and walked back to his seat. Wow! Brother Chen, you don't just know a little bit. I still know this piece of music. To be able to play it like this, you must be at least a master. Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Chen, the admiration in her eyes was beyond words. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's okay, I've practiced it occasionally. Iris on the side didn't know what to say. As a French girl, she was most attracted by romance. Jiang Chen's superb piano skills just now almost won her over. It's almost time, let's stop here for today. Jiang Chen stood up and said. Iris nodded, okay Mr. Jiang, I'll take you there. Jiang Chen took Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi was already drunk at this time. Her face was flushed and she looked like a ripe peach, very tempting. Iris sent Jiang Chen and Xiaoxi to the car, feeling extremely envious. The boss should be coming back soon, right? I will always have a chance. Iris bit her lip and made up her mind secretly. The male customers present all breathed a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen had stayed a little longer, they were really afraid that their girlfriends would have run away with someone else on the spot. I'll take you back to Galaxy Bay. Jiang Chen smiled. Well, I'm alone at home, I'm scared. At this time, the alcohol had completely taken effect, and Xiaoxi's red and tender face rubbed against his chest. Today, I want Brother Chen to stay with me all the time. Chapter 62 The Long-Awaited Call. Xingyuan Community. Jiang Chen helped the dizzy Xiaoxi back to her home. Her house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. The house is full of girlish style and the decoration is very exquisite. Am I very heavy? Xiaoxi put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, fell on the sofa, and asked with a blushing face. Not at all. Jiang Chen now has a perfect physique and 3 times the physical strength. Xiaoxi only weighs about 100 pounds, so how could she feel heavy? Xiaoxi, you are drunk. Can I help you to your room to sleep? Brother Chen, I want a hug. Xiaoxi exerted force with her arms and pressed Jiang Chen in front of her, and the 2 of them were pressed tightly together. There was only 3 centimeters between their eyes, and the girl's orchid scent, mixed with the aroma of wine, filled his nose. If you continue like this, I can't guarantee your safety. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful and enchanting face in front of him. With such a great beauty and almost zero distance contact, he could even feel her body temperature and softness. As a normal man, he naturally had the necessary reactions. Even with a perfect physique, his reactions would only be stronger. Brother Chen, Xiaoxi has been thinking about you these days. This time, you stay, okay? She stared at Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes. Brother Chen, I like you. Knowing the girl's intention, Jiang Chen no longer had any concerns and began to move his hands. A moment later, a beautiful voice came from the living room. It was not until 2 hours later that Xiaoxi lay on Jiang Chen's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen leaned against the bed, looking energetic. Although he knew that he would be very strong after upgrading to perfect physique, he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. After fighting for 2 hours, I still didn't feel weak. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when Xiaoxi woke up. He had difficulty moving and walked with a limp. She also changed from a young girl to Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chen took care of her and cooked for her personally, and Xiaoxi praised his cooking skills. Afterwards, the two of them snuggled up at home and watched a movie, deepening their relationship and getting to know each other better. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up, washed up, and made a simple breakfast. Start today's draw. Today's lottery draw number is 1. Do you want to draw the lottery immediately? Go ahead. Ding. Reward: 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Ghosts 9 cars. The vehicle has been stored in Tianhai Taijun Luxury Car City. You can contact us at any time. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Why do I need so many consecutive numbered Rolls-Royce Ghosts? Are you complaining about it? Although a Rolls-Royce Ghost costs around 7 million, a car with 9 consecutive numbers costs about 8 million. But as far as he is concerned, he has more than 5 billion in his bank card and he won't need any of this. Can you give me another supercar? It's bad luck. Jiang Chen complained silently and asked Xiaoxi to come out for dinner. After washing up, Xiaoxi sat at the dining table. She was half revealed through her gauze pajamas, and it was obvious that she didn't consider Jiang Chen a stranger. Brother Chen, the breakfast you made is so delicious. She chewed the bread, and the fresh milk filled her mouth. Jiang Chen handed her a tissue and smiled. Look, you're still like a child. By the way, do you have classes at the university today? Yes, but you can also ask for leave. Xiaoxi wiped her mouth with a piece of paper. What she meant was that she could take a leave to accompany Jiang Chen. You still have to focus on your studies. Jiang Chen smiled, not wanting her to neglect her studies for him. Xiaoxi nodded, without further ado, and smiled. Okay, then Brother Chen, can you take me to school later? Well, you eat first, and I'll take you there after you finish. Jiang Chen rubbed her head lovingly. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was a strange call from Tianhai. Could it be that the call was from Cheng? Jiang Chen was a little curious and picked up the phone. Hello. A long-lost yet familiar voice came from the other end. Is that Xiaochen? I'm Meng Bin. Meng Bin? This name awakened Jiang Chen's memories. He and Meng Bin grew up in the same orphanage. Meng Bin is 3 years older than him. They don't look like real brothers, but they are better than real brothers. At that time, there were 2 other people who played well with me in the orphanage, the fat boy Wang Tao, and sister Ring, Luing. When Jiang Chen was in school as a child, although he was a good student, he was a very honest person. Every time he was bullied, Meng Bin and sister Ring were the first to rush forward. Meng Bin protects Jiang Chen like an older brother. This made Jiang Chen feel the warmth of his family at that time. But because of the age difference, after Jiang Chen entered high school, these friends gradually left the orphanage, and their life trajectories also diverged. But unexpectedly, I received a call from Meng Bin today. Brother Bin, how did you get my phone number? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I'm in our former orphanage now. I got your phone number from the director. What are you doing now? In an orphanage 100 kilometers away, Meng Bin held his cell phone and said excitedly, your brother and I are getting married tomorrow. Can you come back to the orphanage for a gathering today? Don't worry, you don't need to give a red envelope, just come and be happy. He was afraid that Jiang Chen didn't have money and wouldn't dare to come, so he added the last sentence on purpose. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. In today's materialistic and human-flowing society, people change very quickly. He was also afraid that these childhood playmates would change into different people after entering society. But fortunately, the feeling Meng Bin gave him remained the same as before and has never changed. He is still the same young boy as before, the Mengbin who will always stand up for him. When Jiang Chen learned that he was going to get married, he was naturally happy for him. Brother Bin, are you getting married? Congratulations. Fatty and Sister Ing, will you both come back? I've called them, and they're all on their way back. You're the only one missing. Tell me if you can come back. I will come back. I will definitely come back. Brother Bin, you are getting married, how can I not come back? Okay, then we'll meet at the orphanage. I'll wait for you. Good. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Xiaoxi said, Brother Chen, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll drive to school by myself later. Seeing the sensible Xiaoxi, Jiang Chen could not favor one over the other and said with a smile, It's okay, I'll take you there, it won't take much time. Well, thank you Brother Chen. Muah. Xiaoxi took the initiative to kiss Jiang Chen. Afterwards, Jiang Chen drove the Pagani wind god to take Xiaoxi to Tianhai University of Finance and Economics first. After everything was ready, Jiang Chen opened the evil map navigation and the destination was Angel Orphanage. Chapter 63 Reunion. Angel Orphanage is located in Suzhou, a city near Tianhai. Although Jiang Chen knew the address of the orphanage, this was the first time he drove back. On the highway, there was a large truck following Jiang Chen's Pagani wind god. This is what he spent an hour buying for the orphanage. It contains various daily necessities, school supplies, various toys, etc. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in total. Jiang Chen used to live in poverty and never brought any gifts, so he made some special preparations this time. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen arrived outside the orphanage and stopped the car. The truck also stopped on the side. The orphanage doesn't seem to have changed much, it's just a little older, but it still makes people feel nostalgic and intimate. Brother Bin. We want red envelopes. We want wedding candy. Brother Bin, congratulations on your new love. Red envelopes, red envelopes. Ha ha ha. Okay. Got it. I'm going to give out red envelopes and wedding candies. Ah. Hurry up and grab them. There are so many over there. Wow. I have $10. As soon as Jiang Chen reached the door, he heard the noisy sounds inside. He walked in and saw Mang Bin distributing red envelopes and wedding candies. The children in the yard are happily picking up red envelopes and candies everywhere. The deans and other aunts were also standing next to Mang Bin and talking to him. Seeing these scenes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Seeing someone coming in, Mang Bin shouted in surprise, Ha ha! Xiao Chen! You're back! He strode over excitedly and gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Men don't need too many words, a hug is enough to express their friendship. Brother Bin, happy wedding! Meng Bin smiled happily, thank you, let's go and say hello to the dean. He has been talking to me about you just now. The two walked forward, and the director and several nurses looked at them with smiles on their faces. The dean's voice was a little choked with sobs. He hugged Jiang Chen with both hands and said with relief, It's Xiao Chen. I haven't seen him for so many years. Look, how handsome he is. Jiang Chen felt his nose sour as he looked at the people who had raised him. He greeted them with a trembling voice, Dean, ladies, I'm back. By the way, I have some gifts for you outside. This kid, it's good that he's back. Why did he bring a gift? It's not easy for you to go to college alone, just save the money to buy some food and clothes. The dean spoke to Jiang Chen with a reproachful look on his face, but he was still very happy in his heart. Among the children who walked out of the orphanage, Meng Bin, Jiang Chen and others were the ones she was closest to and cared about the most. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Dean. I can't starve myself no matter what. I only bought a little. Okay, Xiao Chen, let's go out and take a look. The dean smiled kindly, but also with a hint of curiosity in his heart. When everyone walked to the door, they saw a large truck parked there. I was suddenly a little surprised. Jiang Chen waved his hand, Master, unload the goods. Okay. The driver responded, then skillfully opened the iron door of the truck. The place is filled with supplies, which catches the eye. Everyone was stunned and confused. Xiao Chen. Is this the little gift you mentioned? The dean opened his mouth in surprise. This is a full car. How much does this cost? It's really just a little bit. I'm going to go help unload the goods first. Jiang Chen smiled and then began to help move the supplies. Meng Bin didn't ask any more questions and joined the ranks of moving supplies. As he watched the supplies being moved from the truck to the orphanage, the director showed a pleased smile on his face. It seems that Xiao Chen has really become Jackie Chan. It took more than 10 minutes before all the supplies on the car were completely cleared and moved into the orphanage, and the atmosphere in the orphanage became more lively. The children were full of curiosity about the materials, touching them here and there, with innocence and desire on their faces. Xiao Chen, thank you. Look how happy the children are. The dean excitedly held Jiang Chen's hand. Dean, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Okay, then you two can chat first. It's almost noon, let's go prepare lunch. It's a rare occasion for you to come, so I'll make you a good meal today. The dean couldn't hide the joy on his face. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, I haven't eaten the dishes cooked by you, the dean, for a long time. After the dean and the others left, Jiang Chen and Meng Bin were the only ones left in the yard. Meng Bin was already extremely curious, and asked quickly, Xiao Chen, have you made a fortune? This truckload of supplies must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? How did you get them? I started a business in college and made some money. Jiang Chen smiled and immediately changed the subject. By the way, where are Sister Ying and Fatty? Why haven't they arrived yet? Meng Bin said, they will be late, but they will be here soon. You have a bright future. You started a business in college, and now you are doing very well. How is college? Is it fun? Are there many beautiful girls chasing after you? Do you have a girlfriend now? University is so boring. I have a girlfriend, but we broke up. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Break up? You are so successful, is she blind? Meng Bin clicked his tongue. Who knows? Jiang Chen also found it funny. If Lin Weiwei hadn't broken up with me, maybe she would have become a wealthy wife? After all, she wasn't destined to do that. Meng Bin did not continue on this topic and said, by the way, Xiao Chen, I called you back this time for an important matter. I have bought you the best man's suit. It is in my car. You can try it on later to see if it fits you. You can't refuse. With a handsome guy like you as my best man, I will be much more confident as the groom tomorrow. Of course. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture. The light of dawn will overcome the darkness. Suddenly, Meng Bin's cell phone rang and he picked it up. Hello? Is this Mr. Meng? Hello, we are a wedding rental company. I am sorry to tell you that all the BMW 6 Series in our store have been rented out. I am afraid we cannot rent it to you tomorrow. Hearing what the other party said, Meng Bin's anger instantly rose, and he frowned and said, what's going on? Didn't I negotiate with your company? Tomorrow, 9 BMWs, the deposit has been paid, how can you do this? What will I get married with tomorrow? How come you have no credibility at all? I'm sorry, Mr. Meng. I understand how you feel. But there's nothing we can do about the current situation. We will return your deposit to you, and you can look elsewhere. I only heard a burst of noise on the other end, and then someone else answered the call. Meng Bin. I'm telling you. You're such a poor bastard and you want to marry Xu Min. You're dreaming. I'm telling you, you can't rent this car. No matter where you go in Tianhai to rent it, I'll rent it for twice as much as you. If you can't even afford a BMW, what qualifications do you have to marry Xu Min? Hearing this voice, Meng Bin immediately got angry and yelled into the phone, fuck you. Good Jingliang. What's so great about having a few stinky money? Just wait there, I'm coming over to settle the score with you now. After saying that, Meng Bin hung up the phone angrily. Jiang Chen frowned, Brother Bin, what's wrong? Meng Bin suppressed his anger and said, I rented 9 BMWs as wedding cars for tomorrow's wedding, but Good Jingliang messed it up. Now the wedding rental company won't rent a car to me. Who is this Good Jingliang? Meng Bin said, he is the vice president of your sister-in-law's company and the brother of their boss. He saw that your sister-in-law was pretty, so he kept pursuing her. But your sister-in-law never paid any attention to him. Later, your sister-in-law and I got together, and we planned to get married. Your sister-in-law was afraid that Good Jingliang would make trouble, so she quit her job. I didn't expect that Good Jingliang would dare to do this. Today I must beat this idiot up. Brother Bin, don't be in a hurry. Jiang Chen's eyes moved and he asked, what was the name of my sister-in-law's previous company? Wanzi Cosmetics. Their boss is a serious man, but his brother is really disgusting. Meng Bin gritted his teeth. Wanzi Makeup? Jiang Chen frowned, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Etc. Wanzi Makeup? His brother, is his name Gu Jingming? Really? How did you know? But even if you knew who his brother was, it would be useless. He would definitely help his own brother. Why would he care about our business? No, I'm going back to Tianhai now to settle accounts with him. The more Meng Bin thought about it, the angrier he got. He just stood up and left. His violent temper hasn't changed at all. Jiang Chen reached out and stopped Meng Bin. Wait a minute, Brother Bin. Don't be impulsive. You are getting married tomorrow. If something goes wrong now, how will you explain to your sister-in-law? Isn't it just 9 BMWs? We won't rent them. How about a Rolls-Royce? When Meng Bin heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Rolls-Royce? Xiaochen, can you get it? This is easy. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Then what about Gu Jingliang? Meng Bin asked worriedly again. Gu Jingliang? Ha, he's just a younger brother. Jiang Chen smiled jokingly. He was right. Even Gu Jingming had to be respectful in front of Jiang Chen, let alone Gu Jingming's younger brother? Jiang Chen naturally didn't take it seriously. Meng Bin was a little confused, and there was still some concern on his face. Don't worry, Brother Bin, leave everything to me. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and picked up the phone. It was Meng Bin who protected me in the past, and now it is my turn to repay him. This made Meng Bin feel completely at ease, and he looked at Jiang Chen without blinking. He felt that Jiang Chen now seemed completely different from before. Become confident and powerful. But in some places, it's the same as before? Chapter 64 Xiaochen, you have a car too? Jiang Chen picked up his phone and called Tianhai Taijun Luxury Car City. The call is connected. A very sweet female voice came from the other side. Hello, this is Tianhai Taijun Luxury Car City, how can I help you? Jiang Chen said calmly, Oh, I'm Jiang Chen, I want to ask, have my 9 Rolls-Royces arrived? Are you Mr. Jiang? Okay, please wait a moment. There was a hint of surprise in the sweet customer service voice. She put down the phone and immediately shouted to the manager behind her. Manager Qin, Mr. Jiang called. Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang? A beautiful lady wearing a tight skirt uniform, with a curvy figure, sexy and mature, walked towards me with a cool look on her face and her long legs. There are many customers with the surname Jiang, but she doesn't care about every one of them. It's Mr. Jiang who ordered 9 Rolls-Royces. The sweet customer service replied. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? The beautiful manager's eyes lit up and she immediately took it seriously. Give me the phone. She took the phone from the sweet customer service, a smile immediately appeared on her cold face, and she said respectfully. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Rushua, the manager of Tianhai Taijun Luxury Car City. The 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Ghosts you ordered are ready for you. When will you come to pick them up? Or should we deliver them to you? Oh, it's good that the car has arrived. I'll come pick it up myself this afternoon. Okay, you're always welcome. Qin Rushua smiled and waited until Jiang Chen hung up before she dared to put down the phone. Brother Bin, the car issue has been resolved. Wait for Sister Ing and Fatty to come over, and then we'll go pick up the car together. Jiang Chen put away his phone and said to Meng Bin with a faint smile. Meng Bin heard the conversation just now clearly and was a little bit unbelievable. Xiaochen, you ordered 9 Rolls-Royces? 9 consecutive numbers? Although he heard from Jiang Chen that he made some money by starting a business in college. But this is a Rolls-Royce with 9 consecutive numbers. Nearly 100 million worth of stuff. What is the concept? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Yeah, I bought it thinking I might need it in the future, it's not a lot of money. Meng Bin took a breath of cold air. This car worth nearly 100 million yuan is not a lot of money in Jiang Chen's words? So how much money does Jiang Chen earn now? Xiaochen, what exactly are you doing as an entrepreneur? How can you make so much money? Meng Bin asked with great curiosity. Jiang Chen was not panicked at all and said seriously, crypto trading, leverage, and investment are all financial. Although there are risks, the benefits are also huge. Oh my god. You're awesome, Xiaochen. I didn't expect you to have such a good business sense. Meng Bin gave a thumbs up and praised. He believed Jiang Chen's words without a doubt. After all, quite a few people had become rich overnight in the virtual currency sector some time ago. But, Xiaochen, you have to stop while you are ahead, or you will end up losing all your money. Meng Bin thought about it and kindly gave a reminder. Jiang Chen nodded. I understand, Brother Bin, I know what to do. Seeing Jiang Chen doing it so effortlessly, Meng Bin felt relieved. Jiang Chen is rich now, and he is really happy for Jiang Chen. Then the two chatted about their childhood memories, and time passed by little by little. About half an hour later, Lu Ying and Wang Tao also arrived. Two figures appeared at the door. Lu Ying has light orange hair draped over her shoulders with slightly curled ends, a high nose bridge, fiery red lips, and a pair of charming eyes that are just charming. A low-neck shirt on the upper body outlines a deep snow-white cleavage, plus a black casual suit jacket and a pair of beautiful legs in black silk stockings under the hip skirt, hot and charming. She has a hot body, and this kind of clothes looks tight and curvy on her. Mouth-watering. Wang Tao, on the other hand, wore loose clothes that made him look less fat. He had a scorpion tattooed on his arm, which made him look more social. As soon as Lu Ying walked in and saw Jiang Chen, she rushed over without saying anything and hugged Jiang Chen tightly in her arms. Ah! Brother! My dear Xiaochen! Sister missed you so much. Jiang Chen finally pushed her away and said with a bitter smile, Sister Ying, I'm almost suffocated by you. Don't you know how old you are? Lu Ying remained calm and looked at Jiang Chen with charming eyes. Isn't it exciting to see that you have finally grown up, little brother? Seeing this scene, Meng Bin and Wang Tao smiled at each other. Obviously they were accustomed to such situations. Among the four of them, the oldest is Meng Bin, who entered society after graduating from high school and worked hard everywhere. Now he is a supervisor in an electronics factory, and he is doing well. The second is Lu Ying, who is 2 years older than Jiang Chen. Don't be fooled by her appearance, she is a real academic master, graduated from a 985 prestigious university, and has been working for 2 years now. Wang Tao is a few months younger than Jiang Chen. Although he is fat, he has a good talent for singing. He has been called Little Sun Nan since he was a child. Now he is a resident singer in a bar and his income is not low. Maybe because he lives in this environment, he looks like a social person. The four of them had the best relationship in the orphanage, and this time Meng Bin only called them. Meng Bin asked, You guys came back so late, have you had lunch? Lu Ying said, I ate it. But you only informed us when you were getting married. Where were you before that? Although she is 1 year younger than Meng Bin, her aura is stronger than Meng Bin. In addition, girls develop faster, so she is the leader among the four. Meng Bin smiled bitterly and said, Sister Ying, I have no choice. I have been busy these years and only have a little free time this year. So, I thought of you as soon as I got married. Lu Ying waved her hand, Okay, you still have a conscience. Let's go in and see the dean and the others first. The four people walked into the courtyard, and a few of them chatted with the director and the nurses for a while before leaving. Standing at the door, Lu Ying asked, What are the arrangements next? Jiang Chen said, Brother Bin's car for picking up the bride hasn't been arranged yet. We have to pick it up this afternoon and set it up in the evening. We have to pick up the bride early tomorrow morning. Okay, let's go. Let's take the train back together. Give me your ID card and I'll buy you tickets. Lu Ying took out her cell phone and prepared to book a ticket. Meng Bin smiled and said, No need to take the train. Xiaochen and I both have cars. Let's drive back. Lu Ying looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Xiaochen, you have a car too? Chapter 65 What do you want from your sister? Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Meng Bin excitedly said beside him. Sister Ying, if you saw Xiaochen's car, you would definitely be shocked. How about this, you two go together, and Taozi will come with me. As he spoke, Meng Bin took Wang Tao towards the Santana on the side of the road. Lu Ying pinched Jiang Chen's waist and asked, Xiaochen, you haven't answered me yet. You just graduated from college, where did you get the car? Are you being kept by some rich woman? When Lu Ying thought of this, her expression became more serious. Jiang Chen is so handsome. When he was in junior high school, many little girls handed him love letters. Lu Ying was so angry that she tore up more than a dozen of them. Now that he's an adult, Jiang Chen is even more vigorous and handsome. Which rich woman can resist him? Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Sister, what are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? No matter what. I have to wait for Sister Ring to support me. That's not impossible. Lu Ying muttered softly, then blushed and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, saying coquettishly, when did you learn to be so smooth-talking? Tell me, how did you buy the car? I've been working for 2 years and I don't have the money to buy a car. That's a long story. How about we get in the car first and I'll tell you later? Brother Bin and the others are waiting. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Lu Ying nodded, okay, tell me what you have done over the years. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chen chuckled and pulled Lu Ying forward. The parking spaces near the orphanage were full of cars. Lu Ying took a quick look and asked, which car is yours? That one. Jiang Chen raised his hand and pointed. Lu Ying looked at it and couldn't help but praise, Civic? This car is very good looking, it's very suitable for you to drive. Your car is black, when I get promoted, I will buy a red one, how about we match the colors of a couple? Jiang Chen was stunned. Civic? Couple color matching? What does this have to do with anything? Jiang Chen was about to say it was the one next to the Civic, when Lu Ying curiously grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and asked, Xiaochen, look, what's that car next to yours? It's pretty cool. Jiang Chen said calmly, that one, the Pagani Wind God. But this car only looks good, and the driving comfort is average. That's right. Our Civic is still the best. Lu Ying pulled Jiang Chen's arm and nodded in agreement. At this time, a man in a suit passed by and sneered. Ha, young people nowadays say grapes are sour when they can't eat them. There are only 3 Pagani Huayra in the world, and this one is one of them. You say this car is not as good as your Civic? That's ridiculous. The man in the suit knew everything about it. After he finished speaking, he took out his car key and pressed a button. A BMW 6 Series flashed its double lights, as if showing off its power. Jiang Chen sneered, what's the matter? Am I not even qualified to comment on my own car? As he said that, Jiang Chen took out the car key of Pagani Huayra and pressed it. The Pagani Wind God flashes bright lights, as dazzling as a diamond, and its gull wing doors slowly open, revealing its domineering aura. The BMW 6 Series was instantly eclipsed by the glory of Pagani Wind God. BMW 6 Series, oh. Lu Ying. Man in suit. They didn't expect that this car. It turned out to be Jiang Chen's. Sister Ring, get in the car. Oh. Okay. Lu Ying was still in shock and got into the car stiffly. After fastening Lu Ying's seatbelt and closing the passenger door, Jiang Chen came to the driver's seat. Slowly back the car out, turn around, and step on the accelerator. Buzz. Pagani Wind God shot away like a phantom. The BMW owner was petrified on the spot. This is fucking unscientific. On the roadside, in a Santana car. Wang Tao asked curiously, Brother Bin, what car does Brother Chen drive? Meng Bin said mysteriously, you will know later. This really aroused Wang Tao's curiosity. He really wanted to know what kind of car Jiang Chen would drive that could make Meng Bin so mysterious. Buzz. Just as the two were chatting, a low engine sound rang out. Wang Tao was shocked, what the hell? What kind of sports car is this? After a while, a dark blue beast appeared in his sight. What the hell? Is this the Pagani Wind God? But what surprised him even more was yet to come. As they watched the car window slowly lower, they saw a person sitting inside who was very familiar to them. Fuck! Brother Chen! Wang Tao shouted excitedly, his whole body shaking. Meng Bin could feel the shock, which almost broke his car apart, and he quickly shouted, calm down. This car is indeed your brother Chen's car. How is it? Wow! That's awesome. It's a pity I'm too fat to sit on it, otherwise I would like to experience it too. Wang Tao looked at Jiang Chen's Pagani Wind God with his eyes shining, and then he suddenly realized something, what the hell? How come Brother Chen is so rich? Seeing how surprised he was, Meng Bin's mouth corners slightly raised. Yes, your reaction is correct. When I saw you before, you were the same. Okay, I know you're uneducated, so stop it. After hearing what Meng Bin said, Wang Tao, who was about to say fuck, held back his words. Jiang Chen shouted, Brother Bin, follow me. Meng Bin stuck his head out and said, okay. But drive slower, I'm afraid I can't catch up. Jiang Chen smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out. Fuck. You have no moral principles. Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Meng Bin cursed with a smile, then quickly changed gears and chased after him. Of course, Jiang Chen was just joking with his brothers. After driving for a short distance, he slowed down the car. Lu Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finally recovered from her shock. She adjusted the seatbelt that was a little tight around her chest and returned to her usual appearance. She turned her head to look at Jiang Chen and asked with a charming smile, "My dear brother, can you tell me what happened now?" Jiang Chen smiled and repeated the story he had told Meng Bin. "I didn't expect that you, Xiaochen, have such a deep understanding of finance. It seems that your luck has turned and the opportunity has come." Lu Ying nodded and sighed. Jiang Chen joked, "Sister Ying, didn't you just say you wanted to buy a car of the same model as mine, so we can have a couple color scheme?" "Screw you." Lu Ying gently hit Jiang Chen and said angrily, "You just want to embarrass me. Your car is so expensive, why should I buy the same model as you?" "Who said no? Don't you still have me, your brother?" Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Lu Ying became interested. She raised her lips and quietly climbed up Jiang Chen's thighs. "Oh? Then what do you want your sister to do?" Lu Ying teased, her tone full of extreme charm and temptation, a true queen voice. Feeling the double impact of the body and the sound, Jiang Chen was a little overwhelmed and said quickly, "Sister Ying, stop it, I'm just kidding. Take your hand back quickly. If she goes any deeper, it will be terrible." Hearing this, Lu Ying pulled her hand back, covered her mouth and giggled, "Brother is still shy, I don't know how many times my sister has seen him naked, Jiang Chen suddenly felt ashamed. He almost forgot that his sister Ying was a big female hooligan. "Don't do it with other boys, just do it with yourself. When I was a child, I often ran to his bed and touched everything while he was sleeping." She ran in while he was taking a shower, took off his clothes, and just looked at him naked, teasing him. He was so ashamed. Thinking of these unpleasant past events, Jiang Chen suddenly gritted his teeth. "Damn! I must find an opportunity to avenge Sister Ying." Chapter 66. The pattern should be big. Tianhai City, Taijun Luxury Car City. Qin Ruxue and several employees greeted them at the door. At this time, a Pagani wind god came roaring over, and everyone looked surprised. The car door opened and a handsome young man got out of the car. Qin Ruxue was a little stunned. She learned from the information that Jiang Chen was not very old, but she didn't expect that he would be so handsome after seeing him in person. But she quickly came to her senses and immediately went over to greet him. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded, walked to the passenger door, and helped Lu Ying get out of the car in a very gentlemanly manner. When she saw Lu Ying, Qin Rushue's eyes dimmed and she felt a little lost. It's so hard to meet such a handsome and rich man. I didn't expect that this little brother actually has a girlfriend, and her body is so hot. So sad. But she quickly perked up again, thinking to herself, maybe the boy wants to change his taste. How can I give up without trying it? If I could accidentally have sex with that little brother, wouldn't I be successful in getting promoted? Jiang Chen saw that Lu Ying looked a little pale, maybe because he had just sprinted too hard, so he quickly asked, "Sister Ying, are you okay?" Lu Ying shook her head, "It's okay, it's just my first time riding in this kind of car, I feel a little dizzy." Qin Ruxue smiled sweetly when she heard Jiang Chen addressing Lu Ying. "Oh, it turns out to be my sister." Worrying in vain. Soon, Meng Bin and Wang Tao also drove and parked behind Jiang Chen's car. Qin Ruxue said, "Mr. Jiang, you must be tired from the journey, why don't you go in and have a rest first?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly, "Okay." Then, the four of them followed Qin Ruxue and several employees and walked into Taijun Luxury Car City. I have to say, it is worthy of being one of the best luxury car towns in Tianhai, and the decoration inside is full of the luxury of futuristic technology. Every car is brand new and looks stunning. When we arrived at the reception area, the staff served us freshly ground coffee, freshly squeezed juice, etc. This would cost at least a few dozen yuan per cup outside. Here they can drink as much as they want. In addition, there are many snacks, which are also provided free of charge. This made Meng Bin and Wang Tao sigh, maybe this is the treatment of rich people? When Meng Bin went to buy a Santana before, he was only served with a glass of boiled water the whole time. Where could he get these treats? Alas, why is the gap between people so big? Qin Ruxue was entertaining everyone and verified Jiang Chen's identity. After all, these are 9 luxury cars and a business worth nearly 100 million yuan, she can't be careless at all. After verification is completed, Jiang Chen said to Qin Ruxue, "Take us to see the car." Okay, everyone please follow me. Shin Rushua walked in front and led a few people to the garage at the back. There are many cars parked inside, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, etc. Various luxury cars worth over 1 million can be seen everywhere. Among them, there are 9 rows of identical Rolls-Royces, which are very dazzling. Shin Rushua smiled and introduced it to everyone professionally. This is the 21 model new generation Rolls-Royce Ghost ordered by Mr. Jiang. Compared with the previous generation of Ghost, the whole car is more concise and neat. 20 sets of LED light strips are added inside the Parthenon front grille on the front of the car, covered with a special coating to make the light present a soft diffuse reflection effect, which can make the whole front of the car look more luxurious and exquisite at night. The side of the car body. She spoke very seriously and carefully, but Jiang Chen didn't listen carefully. However, Lu Ying and the other 3 listened very seriously, their eyes sparkling. Jiang Chen remembered what Lu Ying had said before, that she couldn't even afford a car for work. Now that he had so many cars, he couldn't drive them himself, so he might as well give one to Lu Ying. Since Lu Ying gave one, Meng Bin naturally had to give one, which was just right as a wedding gift. And Wang Tao. Give one away as well. Jiang Chen is rich now, and these millions are nothing to him. Besides, Meng Bin and his friends are as close as brothers to him, so it would be no problem to give him one as a gift. Now that I have money, I want to have a bigger picture. Taozi, pick a car and try it out. These are SUVs, you should be able to drive them. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Tao was a little at a loss. Brother Chen, what do you mean? Is Brother Chen going to give me a car? Lu Ying pushed Wang Tao and shouted, look at you are such a loser. Xiao Chen is your brother. Just try it if I tell you to. Meng Bin also echoed, Sister Ying is right. Why should we be polite to each other? Let's go and try it. Okay. Wang Tao finally put his mind at ease. He picked a Rolls-Royce and sat in it happily. Although it is an SUV, Rolls-Royce's SUV is still somewhat different. Shin Rushua specially arranged a coach for Wang Tao to guide him. Then Wang Tao went to the test drive site. Jiang Chen smiled and said, it's boring to just watch. Sister Ying, Brother Bin, why don't you drive one and try running around the venue a few times? The 2 of them didn't act pretentiously. They just nodded and started to choose a car. The cars are actually the same, just the number plates are different, it's just a matter of taste. So, after making the selection, everyone started to test drive the car. After all, Meng Bin is an experienced person and got the hang of it quickly. Although Lu Ying had a driver's license, she had never driven this type of car, so Jiang Chen personally guided and taught her. Jiang Chen taught very carefully. Under his patient instruction, Lu Ying had already started to get on the road slowly. After running 1 or 2 laps, she began to speed up. Wow! This car is so comfortable to drive. I don't feel dizzy at all. Lu Ying held the steering wheel with an excited look on her face. Well, Rolls-Royce focuses more on comfort, so it is naturally much more comfortable to drive than a sports car. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Seeing Lu Ying so happy, he was in a good mood too. After running a few laps with Lu Ying, Jiang Chen decided to get out of the car and let her play by herself. Since he had drunk a lot of water, Jiang Chen wanted to go to the bathroom, so he asked Shin Rushua, Manager Qin, where is your bathroom? Shin Rushua's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly said, I'll take Mr. Jiang with me. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it and followed Shin Rushua. Walked for a while. Shin Rushua pointed to the bathroom sign in front of her and said, Mr. Jiang, I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Chen nodded, opened the door and walked into the men's bathroom. After seeing Jiang Chen walk in, Shin Rushua smiled evilly, walked over, put the maintenance sign aside outside the men's restroom, quietly opened the door and walked in. After finishing his work, Jiang Chen's body shook. Just as Jiang Chen was washing his hands, a pair of white and tender arms suddenly embraced him from behind. Chapter 67 How can you get married in the future like this? Just as Jiang Chen was washing his hands, a pair of white and tender arms suddenly embraced him from behind. Jiang Chen grabbed it instinctively, turned sideways, twisted the opponent's arm, and held it tightly. Ah! It hurts. Mr. Jiang, it's me. Shin Rushua felt like her arm was about to break and she screamed out in pain. Jiang Chen saw that it was Shin Rushua, so he slowly let go of her hand and asked in surprise, how did Manager Qin come in? This is the men's bathroom. Shin Rushua rubbed her aching arm, raised a charming smile, unbuttoned her shirt with one hand, and said in a very seductive tone, I know this is a male guard, I came here specifically to see you, Mr. Jiang. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gently slid her nails across Jiang Chen's cheek. Hiss! This damn little goblin really deserves to be punished. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Ruxue. I have to say that Qin Ruxue is still very beautiful. With makeup on, her figure and appearance should be worth 90 points. Aren't you afraid that someone might suddenly come in? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Qin Ruxue smiled slyly like a little fox. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, no one will come. Jiang Chen took Qin Ruxue's hand away and said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm not a casual person. Qin Ruxue smiled and said, I know, but it's not human to be so casual. As she spoke, she started to take action again, very proactively. Jiang Chen warned, don't do this, or don't blame me for being rude. So how do you want to be rude to your sister? Qin Ruxue didn't listen and continued to caress Jiang Chen's face with her delicate hands. Jiang Chen raised his hand, wanting to put Qin Ruxue's hand down. But unexpectedly, Qin Ruxue was prepared and took her hand back. Qin Ruxue snorted coldly and smiled confidently, let me tell you, I have practiced before. I was just careless for a moment and was captured by you. If you dare, have a fight with me. If you lose, let me deal with you. Sure. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took action. Without giving the other party a chance to react, Qin Ruxue was subdued in a second, and the latter screamed. Let me go. Spare me, spare me. I think you really need to be punished. Pa. Jiang Chen wanted to grab her and spank her like a child to punish her. After a while, Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom first and saw a repair sign at the door of the men's bathroom. He couldn't help but find it funny. This Qin Ruxue is such a scheming person. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he left and headed towards the test drive field. Then, Qin Ruxue walked out of the bathroom with messy hair. She covered her buttocks, burning with pain, and groaned angrily with a red face. Humph! This Mr. Jiang is such a bastard. You beat me for so long and so hard that I was horny, and then you just left without doing anything. I'm so mad. Qin Ruxue went crazy for a moment, then tidied herself in front of the mirror before leaving. Those who don't know would think that something happened between her and Jiang Chen, but in fact, Qin Ruxue was just being beaten unilaterally. If someone saw this, she would be so embarrassed. After all, as a car dealership manager, being spanked in the bathroom was such a humiliation. If this got out, it would probably not be good for his reputation, right? Back at the test drive venue, Lu Ying and the other two were still driving the car and having a lot of fun. This is the charm of luxury cars. Suddenly it occurred to me that if I were to use a Rolls-Royce to pick up the bride, I would have to find a few drivers who could drive. At this time, Qin Ruxue came back a few minutes later than him. Jiang Chen walked up to him as if nothing had happened and asked, Manager Qin, do you have any drivers in your car city? Can you rent a few for me? My brother is getting married tomorrow, and I will pay the rent. When Qin Ruxue saw Jiang Chen, she remembered the beating she had just received and her face turned red. From childhood to adulthood, I have never suffered that kind of injustice. Mr. Jiang, as long as you ask, I can satisfy you in any way. This little thing is certainly not a problem. Qin Ruxue smiled slightly. Of course, there was another meaning in her words, which she said specifically for Jiang Chen to hear. Jiang Chen had no interest in her and got straight to business. Okay, then gather the people and have them follow me. Okay. Qin Ruxue nodded and said nothing else. Soon, Lu Ying and the other two had enough fun and stopped the car. Lu Ying got out of the car and ran to Jiang Chen like a little girl, looking excited. Xiao Chen. This car is awesome. I love it. Seeing Lu Ying's little girl-like appearance, Jiang Chen's eyes became gentle, and he subconsciously touched her head and said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. The next moment, Lu Ying suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her aura changed and she instantly regained her royal sister temperament. She hugged Jiang Chen's head to her arms and said domineeringly. Good on you. You dare to touch your sister's head. You are so brave. If you dare to touch me again next time, I will beat you up. Although she said that, Lu Ying's heart was already filled with joy. She felt so happy to be spoiled by Jiang Chen. My little brother has really grown up. Now I know how to love my sister. Qin Ruxue couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw this, but she still tried her best to keep smiling. Is this my biological sister? Why does it feel wrong? She looked down at her own wrinkles, then glanced at Lu Ying. It is indeed bigger than me. Could it be that Mr. Jian likes this type? I know, Sister Ing, please let me go. We are both so grown up, please keep some distance. Jiang Chen finally managed to break free and couldn't help but complain. How are you going to get married in the future if you're like this? TSK, if you can't get married, just marry me. Lu Ying blurted out. Jiang Chen blushed, cleared his throat, turned his head and looked at his watch, and said, I think it's almost time. Let's drive to the flower shop and ask them to decorate it, and then go to Brother Bin's wedding room to take a look. How about that? Okay. I've actually wanted to see how the wedding room is decorated for a long time. Lu Ying nodded in response. Let's go. Xiaochen, how do we drive this car over there? Meng Bin asked, pointing at the Rolls-Royce. Jiang Chen said, I have asked Manager Qin to lend us the store's driver. You lead the way and we will just follow you. Okay. Xiaochen, thank you. Meng Bin had tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen cared so much about his affairs. He couldn't help but feel touched. Jiang Chen punched him in the chest and said with a smile, it's awkward to say thank you between brothers. Let's go. Ha ha. Then I won't be polite. Let's go. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Meng Bin's face was filled with smiles. Jiang Chen was right. No matter how rich Jiang Chen was now, they were still brothers and family, and that would never change. Meng Bin left the gust with nostalgia and got into his Santana again. The moment you sit on it, the feeling is completely different from a Rolls-Royce. There is such a huge difference. Soon, Santana started, Jiang Chen's Pagani Wind God came in second, followed by a row of dark and domineering Rolls-Royces. Full of style. This row of cars appeared on Tian High Street and instantly set the street ablaze. Fuck. This row of Rolls-Royces, what's going on? Isn't it too luxurious? Is this some rich kid getting married? So awesome? Hiss, look, what's that car at the front of this convoy? Fuck. A broken Santana? What the hell is going on? You must have seen it wrong. That Santana must have come in by accident. At this time, Santana turned on the right turn signal and turned right. All the luxury cars following behind turned on their turn signals and followed the Santana. I don't even believe this is a coincidence. This might be the most awesome moment in Santana's life. There's a row of Rolls-Royces in the back. Wait, what's that sports car? It looks like a Pagani Huayra? Am I seeing things? Wow. I've played Need for Speed, and this car is the Pagani Wind God. Damn. I'm jealous. I would be satisfied if I could drive a Rolls-Royce in my lifetime. What the hell? I know the fat guy driving the Rolls-Royce at the end. He's the bar singer's son Nan. Has he changed his career to become a driver now? All the passers-by were confused and talked about it. A Santana worth tens of thousands of yuan led the way, followed by a group of super luxury cars. It turns out that they don't understand the world of rich people. The convoy passed through half of Tianhai City. This inhumane team has become completely famous in Tianhai. Passers-by posted the videos they took on the Kuayin and Kuaihua apps, and they spread across the entire internet in minutes. There is no shortage of supercars in Tianhai City, but it is rare to see so many supercars worth tens of millions appear together. This row of cars is particularly strange. The lead car is actually a Santana. What kind of family is this? Chapter 68. Oh my god. How can you be so handsome? After arranging the wedding car. When everyone arrived at Meng Bin's house, the wedding room had been almost ready. In the evening, everyone played cards together and then went back to rest. The next day, early morning. Meng Bin got up very early because as the groom he had to get up early to put on makeup. He also got up with Jiang Chen, Lu Ying and the others, as well as the groomsmen who were going to go with him to the bride's house to pick her up. These groomsmen were all employees in Meng Bin's factory who had a good relationship with him. I heard that the bridesmaids on the bride's side were all very beautiful, and they all went to the cosmetics store with Meng Bin to put on makeup. Only Jiang Chen remained indifferent. There's nothing I can do, I'm born handsome. Originally, he saw that everyone was putting on makeup, and he felt a little out of place if he didn't go, so he quietly asked Lu Ying if he wanted to put on makeup too. All Lu Ying gave him was a roll of her eyes, which seemed to say, how can others live when you are so handsome and still wear makeup? Jiang Chen understood instantly and gave up the idea of putting on makeup. In order not to waste time, Jiang Chen and Lu Ying took the driver to the flower shop to pick up the car first. After picking up the car, Jiang Chen met up with Meng Bin and the others. Meng Bin drove the float himself and walked in the front, with the others following behind him. Jiang Chen was driving, listening to music, and started today's lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, God-level singing skills. You will have the best singing skills in the world, and you can easily handle any difficult songs. What the hell? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately chose to activate it. The next moment, he clearly felt his throat warm, which might be the effect of his God-level singing skills. He sang a few lines along with the music, and it really sounded very nice. If I were to participate in China's Voice with my level, what would those people have to do? The other side. Meng Bin's girlfriend is Chen Shuman, a native of Tianhai. Her home is located in a remote suburb of Tianhai City, which takes more than an hour to drive there. Although we went there very early, in Tianhai City, some people had already gotten up and gone to work before dawn. Ordinary people who want to survive in this city can only use their hard work to earn the capital for their survival. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road to Chen Shumin's home, and they arrived near the girls' community within the scheduled time. At this moment, the girl's family had already prepared everything and were just waiting for Meng Bin to come and pick up the bride. In the room, the bride Chen Shuman was twisting her fingers, looking a little nervous. Her best friend Meng Na sat down and comforted her. "Shuman, don't be nervous, it's just a marriage." Chen Shuman couldn't help but roll her eyes at Meng Na. "That's easy to say. You only get married once, and it's not you, so of course you're not nervous. You should also find a boyfriend quickly. If you wait a few more years, no one will want you." "TSK," Meng Na said leisurely, "I'm looking for one. Doesn't that mean I don't like him? But I met a tall, rich and handsome guy when I was live streaming outdoors not long ago. He was really handsome, but when I asked for his WeChat, he wouldn't give it to me. I was so pissed." Chen Shuman covered her mouth and smiled. "I didn't expect that you, Nana, would be rejected." "Oh, isn't it?" Meng Na was quite helpless. Crackling. At this moment, firecrackers suddenly rang outside, and the groom's wedding party had arrived. "Here he comes. The man has arrived at the gate of the community. Sisters, get ready." "Hey!" Meng Na quickly locked the door. Chen Shuman was afraid that her group of sisters would make too much noise, so she quickly said, "Don't go too far, just do it enough." A bridesmaid replied, "Don't worry. We are not those people who have no bottom line, we will definitely not make it into a vulgar wedding prank." Chen Shumin's house is not on a high floor, and he can just see the courtyard of the community through the window of his room. After she and a few of her girlfriends prepared everything, they leaned on the window and paid attention to all the movements in the community yard. "Here it comes." Seeing a dark and majestic Rolls-Royce driving into the yard, a bridesmaid suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God! All of them are Rolls-Royces. Shumin, your husband is too rich. I'm afraid it would cost 20,000 or 30,000 to rent one." "Damn, it looks like it has 9 consecutive numbers?" Chen Shuman asked in confusion. "No, Binzi told me that he rented a BMW. Could there be other families in this yard who are also marrying rich people? Even if these cars are rented, they are not affordable for ordinary families." "Impossible? We have been at Shu Min's house preparing for the wedding since yesterday, and we have been running around. If there is a wedding, it must be very lively. Could it be that Meng Bin changed the car temporarily?" While they were wondering, 9 Rolls-Royce wedding cars had already parked downstairs of Chen Shumin's house. At this time, the door of the float opened and Meng Bin walked out of the car. Chen Shumin and the bridesmaids who saw this scene from the window were stunned. "Shumin, Meng Bin really loves you. The BMW is not good looking, so he directly replaced it with a Rolls-Royce. This luxury car will pick you up for your wedding. Wow, you are so glorious. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a boyfriend like this." Chen Shumin was very touched to hear her besties say this, but she was also very worried because she knew Meng Bin didn't have much money. And they rented so many Rolls-Royces, it must have cost more than 100,000 yuan, right? After doing this calculation, she was in a bad mood instantly, complaining in her heart, "This bastard. Wouldn't it be better to spend so much money on the wedding car and decorate the new house? Wow! Look at that best man. Isn't he so handsome? Oh my God." A cry of surprise attracted the attention of all the bridesmaids. When I saw this, the window was instantly covered with saliva. "Love it. It's like a god has come down to earth to save us. Oh my God, is it necessary to be so handsome? Shuman, can you ask your Mengbin to send me the handsome guy's WeChat ID some other day? Originally Shuman and Mengna had no interest, but seeing the others being so obsessed, they took a look out of curiosity. After seeing Jiang Chen, Shen Shuman couldn't help but say, he is indeed very handsome. If he is someone Mengbin knows, I will help you, okay? Ah. Isn't this him? After seeing Jiang Chen clearly, Mengna covered her mouth in surprise, and her eyes lit up instantly. She didn't expect to meet Jiang Chen here by chance. This must be fate destined by God. Seeing Mengna like this, Shen Shuman asked curiously, Nana, you wouldn't fall in love with someone else so quickly, would you? Ha ha ha. It seems our Nana can't even walk when she sees a handsome guy. But this time, the sisters will not let this little brother go easily. Let's compete together. Humph. Just give up, the little brother must be mine. Look at my fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs, how can you compare with me? Bah! You shameless bastard, is yours as big as mine? A bridesmaid puffed out her chest in dissatisfaction. Seeing the quarrels among the sisters around her, Meng Na's eyes became more determined. This time, I must not miss this little brother again. Chapter 69. Someone is stealing the wedding. After making a lot of noise for a while, the bridesmaids finally quieted down. Okay, stop arguing, Meng Bin and the others are coming up, let's go to the door quickly. Seeing that the groom's wedding party had entered the building, the bridesmaids hurried to the entrance to wait. Soon, Jiang Chen and his friends arrived at the gate of Chen Shumin's house. Meng Bin walked up and knocked on the door. Hello, father-in-law and mother-in-law. The son-in-law Meng Bin is here to marry Shu Min. Mother Chen smiled and said, okay. But Shu Min's sisters are blocking the door. If you want to open the door, you have to convince them first. Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Meng Bin couldn't help but smile bitterly, and he just hoped that Chen Shumin and her group of girlfriends would show mercy. Meng Bin said, sisters, please be kind and open the door. As he said that, the best man who was responsible for stuffing the red envelopes hurried forward and stuffed some red envelopes through the crack in the door. But the door inside is not open yet. A bridesmaid said, if you want to open the door, you can't just use the red envelope. Sing a song. It has to be a sweet love song. This stumped Meng Bin and the other groomsmen. They all looked at each other, scratching their heads. How can those who work in factories sing love songs? By the way, where is Taozi? Isn't he the resident singer in the bar? Ask him to come up now. Meng Bin suddenly thought of Wang Tao. Unexpectedly, the bridesmaid inside immediately said, hey. You can't call people now. If you want to sing, sing now. How can you call people suddenly? Oh, what shall I do? Meng Bin was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh, how about letting me do it? Meng Bin's eyes lit up, Xiaochen, you can sing too? Jiang Chen said calmly, a little bit, it should be better than you. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Meng Bin patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said, the following song is dedicated to my future sister-in-law on behalf of my brother Meng Bin. The name of the song is Let's Get Married. The whole place fell silent immediately. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, and a melodious song sounded instantly. White wedding dress, holding flowers, beautiful like a fairy tale. I remember that early summer when I was worried about you and acted silly when we were together. Cupid flew gently under the moonlight, Pandora heard the answer, the church bell, ringing, the password of happiness. Oh my love, let's get married. When the song was finished, everyone in the audience was shocked. There was instant applause. This Jiang Chen is singing a cappella. He can sing so beautifully. The bridesmaids on the opposite side were all mesmerized by the song. If Jiang Chen hadn't sung it a cappella, they would have suspected that it was the original version. This voice is simply the sound of nature. Moreover, the meaning of this song is very good, very warm and cozy. After listening to this, Chen Shuman recalled her love story with Meng Bin until they finally got married, and she couldn't help but well up in tears. Meng Bin gave a thumbs up and praised Jiang Chen crazily. He had also heard Taozi sing, but now he heard Jiang Chen singing, which was even better than Taozi's. Fortunately, Taozi is downstairs now, otherwise his self-esteem would really be hurt. Meng Bin walked over, knocked on the door and said, the song is over, can you open the door for me? A bridesmaid suddenly had an idea and said, there's one more thing. If you just do this, we swear we will never embarrass you again. Meng Bin quickly said, tell me what's going on. We just saw a very handsome guy among the groomsmen. Just give us his contact information and we will open the door. Another girl said, I want a brother who sings well. Hearing this, Meng Bin and the others' attention once again focused on Jiang Chen. This Nima. Aren't you talking about the same person? This Jiang Chen is so popular. Lu Ying was standing behind Jiang Chen, her face darkened, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart, these little sluts. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, this. To be honest, Jiang Chen really doesn't want to sell his body. Click. Just then, the door opened. Seeing this, Meng Bin rushed in immediately, and the other groomsmen also followed suit. The bridesmaids were stunned. He looked at Meng Na with an unhappy face and complained, Nana, why did you open the door? Meng Na said, that's enough. Xu Min is still waiting. After that, Meng Na raised her head and glanced at Jiang Chen, waved her hand, and said, hello. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. I recognized it immediately. Isn't this the car anchor, Meng Na? She is actually Xu Min's best friend? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The two looked at each other, but Lu Ying, who was behind Jiang Chen, saw it. She walked forward, holding Jiang Chen's arm, and asked quietly, do you know the bridesmaid who opened the door? We met once. Jiang Chen said truthfully. Is that really all? Really? Why would I lie to you, sistering? Okay, I'll trust you for now. Let's go. Lu Ying smiled again, feeling sweet in her heart. Then, she deliberately took Jiang Chen's arm and pressed her body tightly against Jiang Chen, as if to declare her sovereignty. Jiang Chen also felt the softness coming from his arm and smiled bitterly in his heart. His sister Ying is good in every way except that she has a strong possessiveness towards him. Well. Meng Bin walked into Chen Shumin's room, and the others began to interrogate him. However, Meng Na's attention was not on this, but she was glancing at Jiang Chen out of the corner of her eye. She remembered that last time Jiang Chen rejected her, there was Xiao Shi beside him, and he said she was too ugly. This time, Jiang Chen had another woman, Lu Ying, who was prettier than her. Is it really that I have no chance? The more Meng Na thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. I'm obviously not bad at all. After paying the betrothal gift and going through all the necessary procedures, Meng Bin finally walked out of the house carrying Chen Shumin on his back. After going downstairs, the bride got into the flower car. Lu Ying was also a driver of the car, so she had to separate from Jiang Chen temporarily. Jiang Chen walked to the car and was about to get in. Hey handsome, can I sit with you? Several bridesmaids ran up to him and asked. Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a headache. Being too handsome can sometimes be a problem. Handsome guy, why can't the car door be opened? Two bridesmaids were standing at the passenger door, trying to open the door and get in the car directly. At this time, Meng Na came over. The other bridesmaids looked at her with hostility. Two of them even blocked the car door. Meng Na sneered, walked up to Jiang Chen, and asked with a smile, how about letting me drive? Okay. Jiang Chen smiled and handed her the car keys. He knew that Meng Na was a car anchor, so a Rolls-Royce SUV like this should be no problem for her. It's not impossible to have someone act as your driver. Jiang Chen walked directly to the co-pilot seat and said with a smile, please make way. Under Jiang Chen's charming smile, the bridesmaids somehow made way. Jiang Chen sat in the passenger seat, and Meng Na got in and started the car. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out with a boom. Only a few bridesmaids were left, disheveled in the wind. Is there such an operation? Meng Na was driving and was in the same car with Jiang Chen, which made her look a little nervous. She blushed and asked, handsome guy, do you still remember me? Remember, you are a car anchor, your name is Meng Na, right? Right. Meng Na became happy, can I ask you a question? Ask. Meng Na hesitated for a moment and asked, that beautiful sister who was holding your arm at Xu Min's house just now, is she your girlfriend? What's wrong? Are you afraid of getting beaten? That's my sister. Your sister, I see, is very close to you. Doesn't that mean I have a chance? No. I told you that you are average looking and I don't like you. Puff. Meng Na felt a prick in her heart and said helplessly, then I can't just be your friend, just an ordinary friend? Ordinary friends are fine. Jiang Chen nodded, I'll give you the WeChat friend location later. You did a good job just now. For someone of Jiang Chen's level, a prestigious friend position is something that is hard to come by. It's already great to be able to add Jiang Chen as WeChat. Okay. Meng Na was instantly happy and asked curiously, "Why didn't you drive your Pagani function here today? That car is very cool. If you get tired of driving, try something else. This Rolls-Royce is pretty good." Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and said calmly. Meng Na was a little surprised. "Oh my god, these Rolls-Royces are not yours, right?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "Whose do you think it belongs to?" "Oh my god. You are so arrogant. 9 Rolls-Royces, why did you buy so many?" Meng Na opened her eyes wide in surprise. Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly and joked, "You know, a handsome guy like me has many lovers out there, so I have to treat them all equally. Buying so many units will make it easier to distribute them." Meng Na believed it and said with envy, "Hiss. It's so happy to be your lover. Can't you really consider me? Drive carefully." Jiang Chen smiled, leaned back in his chair and stopped talking. Meng Na. Alas, it's hard to be a little lover these days. Not long after, the convoy finally arrived at Meng Bin's residential area. But at this moment, the convoy stopped suddenly. What's going on? Is there someone blocking the road ahead? Meng Na was a little confused when she saw that all the cars in front of her had stopped. "Stay in the car, I'll go check it out." Seeing this, Jiang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. They saw 4 BMW cars blocking their convoy completely. A group of people got out of the BMW. These people look like gangsters at first glance, and they come with great momentum. The man walking in front was dressed like a groom, smoking a cigar, looking extremely cool and awesome. It looks like he is here to steal the wedding. Meng Bin got out of the car and yelled at the people who came, "Go Jingliang, what on earth do you want to do?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 70, Rampage. "Go Jingliang, what on earth do you want to do?" Hearing Meng Bin's roar, Go Jingliang sneered. "This road is not yours, why do you care why I stop?" He glanced at the convoy behind him and continued to taunt, "Meng Bin, you are really good. You couldn't rent a BMW, so you rented a Rolls-Royce. But with so many luxury cars, you must have sold everything you had to raise the rent, right? Ha ha ha." This remark caused a burst of laughter from the people around Gu Jingliang. Meng Bin looked at the time and it was almost time for the wedding. He didn't want to get entangled with Gu Jingliang here, so he shouted, "Gu Jingliang, draw a line. You can do whatever you want next time. But today, get your people to get out of the way. Otherwise, I will call the police." Gu Jingliang pointed to a 1-meter wide path left beside his motorcade and said jokingly, "Isn't this a path left for you? You can love her or not, you can call the police if you want, we can just wait and see." After that, he shouted to Qin Shuman who was sitting in the float behind him, "Shuman. This poor bastard is not worthy of you. You can only be happy if you marry me. It's not too late to regret it now." No man can tolerate saying such words to his wife in public on such an occasion. "Fuck you." Meng Bin had a bad temper to begin with, and he was about to rush up and beat him up after he cursed at him. Seeing this, the thugs around Gu Jingliang also stood up. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to hold Meng Bin, winking at him and saying, "Brother Bin, go back to the car and get ready. I'll take care of this." Meng Bin finally endured it and returned to the car. Jiang Chen stared at Gu Jingliang with a pair of cold eyes and said disdainfully, "Gu Jingming is your brother, right? Your brother is not as arrogant as you. You drive a few BMWs and want to steal the bride?" Gu Jingliang was instantly furious, pointing at Jiang Chen and shouting, "Who the hell are you? This is none of your business, get out of here. My brother's business is naturally my business." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned back to the car and said to Meng Na, "Go sit next to me, I'll drive." Meng Na obediently sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Chen waved to the car behind him and shouted, "Follow me." After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. Buzz. The Rolls-Royce let out a low roar, heading straight for Gu Jingliang's BMW convoy. Rush forward. Give in? There is no such word in Jiang Chen's dictionary. Bang. 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 Jiang Chen directly controlled the Rolls-Royce and knocked the BMW that was blocking the road to the side of the road. Make a path out of it. When the people around saw this, they were all shocked. Gu Jingliang didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be so tough. His BMW seemed vulnerable in front of the Rolls-Royce. Meng Bin and others followed Jiang Chen and drove along the road Jiang Chen had opened. Xiao Chun. Meng Bin passed by Jiang Chen and for a moment he found it difficult to express the gratitude in his heart. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "We are brothers, there is no need to say anything more. You should take your sister-in-law to complete the wedding first, and I will take care of this." Meng Bin knew that Jiang Chen was no longer the obedient student who allowed himself to be bullied, so he nodded and said with concern, "Then be careful." Jiang Chen nodded, "Go over there quickly." After Meng Bin and the others left, Jiang Chen turned around and faced Gu Jingliang. Gu Jingliang walked over and sneered, "Boy, you have guts. You've crashed my BMW into this state, you'll have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get off the car." "Hundreds of thousands? I'll compensate you, do you dare to take it?" Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, "I remember that your Wanzi Cosmetics just moved into England building, right? Now that your company is famous, you feel proud of yourself, right? Do you believe that I can kick you out of the building with just one phone call?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Gu Jingliang was stunned for a moment. This young man actually knows so much about his own company, and even knows that his brother is Gu Jingming? Could it be that there really is someone behind him? But thinking of this, he shook his head in self-mockery. Because Qin Shuman was a former employee of Wanzi Cosmetics and Gu Jingming was her biological brother, this was no secret. Besides, Wanzi Cosmetics recently moved into England building, creating quite a buzz. Anyone who knows a little about this industry will know. Therefore, he felt that this information was told to Jiang Chen by Qin Shuman. Even if Jiang Chen really has some power behind him, it cannot pose any threat to him. Then, Gu Jingliang's mouth began to sneer again. "Boy, I have to say, I was almost fooled by you. What you said is no longer a secret in the industry. Did Shuman tell you that? Ha, my brother and the owner of the building even had tea and chatted together. Who the hell are you? Can you drive our company out of England building with just one phone call? Call. If you don't make this call today, I'll fucking kill you." "Okay, then I'll do as you wish." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, took out his cell phone and called Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming is playing golf at this moment, with a very proud look on his face. Recently, Wanzi Cosmetics has become more prestigious because it moved into England building. Their company's shares have risen by 20% in just a few days, and their net worth has skyrocketed. It can be said that Wanzi Cosmetics is now at its peak. At this time, his secretary came over with a mobile phone. "Mr. Gu, it's Mr. Zhang's call." Gu Jingming's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the phone, saying respectfully, "Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Do you want to come over and play a few balls with me?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "Gu Jingming, you really have a good brother." As soon as the words fell, the smile on Gu Jingming's face froze instantly, replaced by cold sweat. "Mr. Jiang, what does this mean?" Jiang Chen slowly and briefly explained what happened and then hung up the phone. Gu Jingming looked pale and slumped in a chair, breathing heavily and trying his best to calm himself down. At this time, Gu Jingliang seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the matter, and continued to shout, "Huh, kid, you are pretending well? Call my brother? I want to see if my brother will help you, or..." Before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. When he picked up the phone, it turned out to be a call from his brother Gu Jingming. Suddenly, he was a little panicked, but still answered the phone with a smile on his face. "Hey, brother, why are you calling me at this time? You beast." Gu Jingming's hysterical roar came from the other side. "Why would you offend Mr. Jiang when you can offend anyone else? Kneel down before Mr. Jiang right now." Gu Jingliang trembled all over, looking at Jiang Chen with lifeless eyes in horror. "You, who are you?" Jiang Chen didn't reply, but turned around and left. Gu Jingming's angry roar continued to be heard from the phone. Plop! Gu Jingliang's eyes widened and he fell to his knees. Then he crawled towards the direction Jiang Chen was walking with a sad face, and hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Jiang! Mr. Jiang! I didn't recognize the great man. Please let my family go, please. It depends on your brother's performance." Through the car window, one could still see a faint smile on Jiang Chen's face. Although this smile seemed peaceful, in Gu Jingliang's eyes, it was extremely cold. Soon, the Rolls-Royce sped away. Gu Jingliang was still kneeling on the ground, not knowing what would face him. The younger brothers who came with him looked at him with pity and then ran away. A moment later, Gu Jingming came with a solid steel pipe. All we know is that Gu Jingliang's legs were broken and he was disabled for life. Chapter 71 Her Feelings. Meng Na, who witnessed what happened just now, stared at Jiang Chen in the car. "My heart is full of curiosity. Who is this man in front of me? Just a phone call could make such an arrogant Gu Jingliang kneel down and admit his mistake? Isn't this so cool? How great it would be if my boyfriend could protect me like this. Thinking of this, Meng Na could only sigh. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen looks down on me, this is a fatal flaw. At the entrance of the community, everyone was standing there looking forward to it. Finally, a Rolls-Royce with a slightly damaged front end appeared in everyone's sight. Jiang Chen and Meng Na got out of the car. When everyone saw Jiang Chen return safely, they felt relieved and smiled. Meng Bin, Wang Tao, and others hurried over to greet them. Lu Ying threw herself directly into Jiang Chen's arms, hugged Jiang Chen's neck, and choked up and said, "Xiao Chen, are you okay? I'm so worried about you." Jiang Chen stroked Lu Ying's hair and comforted her with a smile, "Sister Ying, I'm fine. Let me see." Lu Ying's eyes turned slightly red as she checked Jiang Chen's entire body. Only after she confirmed that there was really nothing wrong did she feel relieved. Then she hugged Jiang Chen tightly, as if she would only feel at ease in Jiang Chen's arms. But she looked really worried. Meng Na felt sour, but had nothing to say. Wang Tao coughed a few times. "Ahem, Sister Ying regretted it so much just now, saying that we shouldn't have left you behind, and even said that she would call the police and go back to look for you." Hearing this, Lu Ying's face flushed instantly, and she immediately got out of Jiang Chen's arms, cursing, "Taozi, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chen is my brother, isn't it my responsibility?" Although she said that, many people present could see it. Her feelings towards Jiang Chen should no longer be just a simple brother-sister relationship. Jiang Chen smiled, okay, it's just a small matter. Brother Bin's lifelong event is more important. Let's go in quickly. At this time, Chen Shuman said sincerely, "Xiao Chen, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for Binzi and I to get married today. No matter what, I must thank you today." As Chen Shuman was about to bow, Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward to support Chen Shuman and said, "Don't do that, sister-in-law. Although Brother Bin and I are not brothers, we are better than brothers. I will try my best to settle these small matters. Don't take it to heart. Today is a happy day, and we should all be happy." Meng Bin gave Jiang Chen a tight hug. "Xiao Chen, thanks to you." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "Oh, it's a small matter. Let's go. Don't stand at the door on such a happy day." Everyone put on their festive smiles again and embraced the newlyweds into the wedding venue. Next, under the auspices of the Master of Ceremonies, the two took their vows and exchanged rings. Everything went smoothly and no one made trouble. The ceremony was over and everyone went to the restaurant. The wedding banquet was booked at a hotel near the community, which was very close. The keys to the Rolls-Royce were also returned to Jiang Chen. He quietly went aside, took out a red envelope, and put one of the Rolls-Royce car keys and a bank card inside. After entering the restaurant, Jiang Chen went to give a gift first. The one who recorded the gift was a receptionist at Meng Bin's factory. Seeing that there was no amount on Jiang Chen's red envelope, she asked, "Hello, what's your name? How much is in this packet? I'll record it." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Jiang Chen, just remember the name." After saying that, Jiang Chen walked into the banquet. Helplessly, the younger sister had to open Jiang Chen's red envelope and take a look. A car key and a bank card were taken out from it. Fuck. A Rolls-Royce car key and a bank card? How much does that cost? The little sister's eyes widened instantly. When Jiang Chen entered the restaurant, he saw Lu Ying, who was sitting not far away, waving at him. He walked over and sat down at Lu Ying's table. But to Jiang Chen's surprise, Meng Na was also there, and was having a very happy conversation with Lu Ying. Could it be that? Just now Meng Na stayed in her car and made Lu Ying jealous. Was it a misunderstanding? Jiang Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said teasingly, "Sister Ying, what's wrong? Are you trying to find out the enemy's situation?" "Screw you." Lu Ying blushed and said confidently, "I just liked Nana, so I just chatted with her for a while." A black line appeared on Meng Na's head, and she was obviously speechless. Lu Ying came to chat with her just now, but she was scared. It was simple, just to force her to tell whether she had any relationship with Jiang Chen. So, she told the truth, she was interested in Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen ignored her. This made Lu Ying dispel her hostility towards Meng Na, so she naturally had a happier chat. Jiang Chen didn't expose her, but just smiled and said, "Oh, what did you talk about?" "Let's talk about you. I think Nana is a nice girl." "Why don't you like her?" Lu Ying asked knowingly. "There's no affinity. Jiang Chen smiled and said casually, if all girls are like you, Sister Ring, how can I not like you? When Lu Ying heard this, she felt sweeter than eating honey. Then he quickly drank a sip of the wine on the table and raised his hand, saying, go away, stop making fun of your sister. Seriously, Xiaochen, what kind of girls do you like? Lu Ying asked again seemingly casually. Jiang Chen glanced at her, counting on his fingers, and said, big breasts, thin waist, and a nice butt. She'll be able to have a baby. He said a lot of things, almost exactly as Lu Ying said. This made Lu Ying feel a little dry in the mouth, her pretty face became redder and redder, and the wine on the table poured one glass after another. Seeing her like this, Jiang Chen smiled with interest, not knowing why. Anyway, it feels good to tease her. Soon, the wedding banquet was halfway through. At this time, Meng Bin and Shen Shuman came over with wine. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and picked up the wine glasses or drinks on the table to congratulate the newlyweds. After drinking a glass with everyone, Meng Bin and Shen Shuman poured another glass of wine and walked to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen was about to stand up when Meng Bin quickly pushed him back and said with a smile, Xiao Chun, I can marry Shuman so gloriously today because of your help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our wedding would have been ruined by good Jingliang. Thank you, brother. Jiang Chen, you crashed the car for us. I really don't know how to thank you. Although I am not a rich person, if you need my help in the future, just tell me. Today, both of us must thank you very much. Chen Shuman also raised his glass. Jiang Chen picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, Brother Bin, sister-in-law, you are being too polite. In the past, when I was bullied, it was you who stood up for me. Now that you are in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch? I won't say more. Come on. Drink it up. Done. The three of them raised their glasses and drank them all. Jiang Chen said, Brother Bin, there are so many guests today, you should go and greet the other guests first, we siblings have plenty of time to get together. Okay, then you guys eat and drink well. Meng Bin nodded and turned to toast other tables. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was already evening. The wedding banquet is almost over. Jiang Chen and others left the restaurant early and decided not to disturb Meng Bin tonight, allowing him to enjoy his wedding night. Jiang Chen, Sister Ring, I have to go out for a live broadcast tomorrow, so I'll go back first. After going out, Meng Na said goodbye to the two of them. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Chen hurriedly shouted, Wait, didn't we agree on something before? Did you forget? Hearing Jiang Chen shout, Meng Na stopped. Yes, I mentioned adding Jiang Chen on WeChat before. How could I forget this important thing? But she didn't expect Jiang Chen still remembered it, which made her very happy. Meng Na smiled sweetly, yes. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten it. Seeing the two people playing charades, Lu Ying bit her lips lightly, feeling indescribable sadness in her heart. Meng Na knew that she liked Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen said that he and Meng Na had no affinity, they had a very pleasant chat tonight. What if we fall in love with each other? This made her feel confused and entangled. Well, you guys chat, I'll be over there for a while. Sister Ring, then you wait here for me, we'll be ready soon. Lu Ying nodded and walked to the side of the road. The evening breeze blew her hair and her eyes were filled with confusion and loss. Jiang Chen and Meng Na walked aside. Come on, I'll add you on WeChat. Jiang Chen took the initiative to pick up his phone and scan the QR code for her. Meng Na picked up her phone and scanned it, then smiled and said, Thank you. If I need help in the future, will you help me? Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Good. Hearing Jiang Chen's promise, Meng Na was satisfied. She glanced at Lu Ying, who was a little lonely not far away, and said, Your sister seems to like you very much. I know. Then you still. Meng Na paused when she reached the tip of her tongue. I know, you deliberately made her jealous, right? No. You are so bad. Go back and comfort her, or she will run away. Meng Na's smile was a little forced. Okay, I got it. Bye. Bye-bye. Meng Na waved her hand, got into her car and left. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ying. At this moment, she was standing alone on the side of the road, blowing in the wind, and her back looked a little lonely. This look made Jiang Chen feel inexplicably distressed. Have I gone a little too far? He immediately ran over, Sister Ring, I'm back. Lu Ying was a little surprised, turned around and smiled, You're back so soon? Didn't anything happen to you? Suddenly, Jiang Chen hugged Lu Ying into his arms, looked at her tenderly, and said with a smile, Sister Ring, are you jealous? The two looked into each other's eyes, barely 10 centimeters apart. Feeling Jiang Chen's masculine aura, the safe hug, and the deep eyes, Lu Ying couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Her pretty face turned red. She turned her head away and said proudly, "I didn't." Jiang Chen let go of her and said with a faint smile, "Okay. We are not going back today anyway, let's find a hotel to stay in first." Lu Ying quickly calmed down her emotions and concealed her panic, but she didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen. "Well, I've been busy all day and I'm sleepy. Remember to order one for Taozi as well." "Okay, let's go." Jiang Chen took the opportunity to hold her hand. "Hello?" Lu Ying suddenly felt a little confused. Chapter 72, Your Words Are Enough. The Peninsula Hotel, front desk. Jiang Chen handed over 2 ID cards and said, "Help me get 2 of your best rooms." "Okay, sir. Our best room is the deluxe view room for $23.88 per night. Is that okay with you?" "Okay, this is it." After checking in, Jiang Chen placed a card at the front desk and instructed, "A fat man will come to get your room card later. His name is Wang Tao." "Well, sir, have a nice evening." Jiang Chen smiled back and took Lu Ying upstairs. Lu Ying was a little confused. "Xiaochen, you left the room card to Taozi, so how do you get to the room?" Jiang Chen said, "Now Taozi hasn't come yet, I'm so bored over there alone. Besides, we haven't seen each other for a long time, I want to talk to you more, in case there is no chance in the future." Jiang Chen pretended to be in pain and stopped walking. "Oh, forget it. I'd better go back and take a shower and go to bed." Lu Ying understood, rolled her eyes cutely, and said coquettishly, "You little bastard, if you want to go to my room, just say so directly, why are you going through so much trouble?" "Oh, you found me. You kid, you're still naughty." Lu Ying cursed with a smile and reached out to pinch Jiang Chen's waist. The two of them played and joked all the way to the luxurious room on the top floor. After all, it is a suite worth more than 2,000 yuan, with a good environment, relatively spacious, a small living room, a large bed, a transparent bathroom, and a bathtub. Of course, you can also watch the view from the window with your girlfriend, which is more exciting. Lu Ying walked into the room and threw herself directly onto the bed, lying there lazily with a comfortable look on her face. "I wasn't that tired to begin with, but the sight of the bed made me feel physically and mentally exhausted." Lu Ying was wearing tight jeans, and when she bent over, her plump buttocks were perfectly shown off, and her long legs were also particularly attractive. Jiang Chen lay down next to Lu Ying. The two of them lay next to each other quietly, and no one spoke for several minutes. Then, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister Ying, do you remember that when I was in junior high school, there was a girl in the class next to me who was chasing me? When you found out, you blocked her in the toilet. She was so scared that she hid from me afterwards. Since then, no girl in our school dared to confess to me face to face." Lu Ying smiled and snorted, "Who told you to be so popular with girls? Besides, you were still young at that time and shouldn't have been in a relationship. It's because I protected you well, otherwise your grades wouldn't be so good." However, Lu Ying sighed helplessly again, "But now you are grown up, I can't control you anymore, you can find anyone to be your girlfriend." Hearing the resentment in Lu Ying's tone, Jiang Chen leaned sideways, supported his head with one hand, reached out with the other hand to gently hold Lu Ying's waist, and pulled her into his arms. "Ah! Xiaochen!" Lu Ying exclaimed. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ying with a sincere look in his eyes. "Then can I ask you to be my girlfriend?" "Actually, Sister Ying, you have always liked me, right?" Lu Ying bit her lip lightly. Xiaochen, are you serious?" "Yeah. I thought I could always treat you as my sister, but I found that I can't do it." Jiang Chen reached out and gently stroked Lu Ying's tender cheek. Everything was reflected in his actions. Lu Ying grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, looked at him lovingly, and asked, "But you are so outstanding now, you will never lack women around you. In the future, how can I rank in your eyes?" Jiang Chen said with a firm look, "Your place in my heart cannot be replaced by anyone. No matter what time, I will never abandon you." "Xiaochen, your words are enough." Lu Ying no longer had any concerns. She turned from passive to active and kissed him. The light and shadow blurred, and the two gradually melted into each other. 2 or 3 hours later, Lu Ying was lying quietly on Jiang Chen's chest, already fast asleep. A piece of blood-stained tissue in the trash can stood out particularly clearly. Just as Jiang Chen imagined, Lu Ying had remained a virgin until now, but she was still taken away by him. Unlike Xiaoxi, the former is gentle and steady, while Lu Ying is passionate and full of wild charm, which makes Jiang Chen very eager to conquer her. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and checked the time. It's already 12:30. Then, as usual, let's start the daily lottery. Ding! Today's lottery draw number is 2. Do you want to draw now? Smoke. Reward: 100% of the shares of Tianhai Olympic Sports Center Management Company, Limited. Ha! Jiang Chen was a little surprised. He knows Tianhai Olympic Sports Center. This is considered a landmark building of Tianhai and also the largest sports center in the entire Tianhai. It was built 7 years ago with an investment of 7 billion and covers an area of 67 hectares. It is a multifunctional ecological Class A sports center integrating sports competition, leisure and fitness, commercial entertainment, and cultural performances. When first and second tier stars come to Tianhai for concerts, this is the first choice. When the venue was first built, it was so popular that even the surrounding housing prices soared. After so many years, the housing prices in this area have become extremely expensive. When talking about stadiums, the first thing that comes to people's mind is the Olympic Sports Center. But, what does this Olympic Sports Management Company mean? Jiang Chen took out his phone and checked. It suddenly became clear. The Olympic Sports Center was built with official investment and the ownership cannot belong to an individual, but the Olympic Sports Center Management Company, Limited is a private enterprise. This company has the rights to manage, operate and plan events at the Olympic Sports Center. In addition to daily operations, the rental of advertising space, equipment rental, and even celebrity concerts must be authorized by the company. Although it is only management and operation, given the scale of the Olympic Sports Center, the profit is also a terrifying figure. Hi! What a good stuff! Jiang Chen was a little excited, so he simply took the remaining chances to draw. Ding! Reward: 2% of Yida Group's shares. Shit? Yida again? With this plus the 56 from last time, does that mean I have mastered 58%? Forget it, never mind, go to sleep. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it and fell asleep with his arms around Luing. The feeling of holding soft jade in my arms is really great. Imperial Capital, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yida Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Wang Jiansen, dressed in formal attire and with a stern expression, sat on a chair, frowning at Lu Siming in front of him. Jiang Chen said personally that he would not participate in the management of the group? He asked in a deep voice. Wang Siming smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, Dad. He told me this himself, and I can tell he's not lying." That's good. Wang Jiansen breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wang Siming is rebellious, he is very capable and reliable, so he is still very relieved. But how could he not have other purposes when he took out so much money at once? Wang Jiansen pondered. Wang Siming smiled and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. After interacting with Jiang Chen, I feel that he is quite sincere and can be treated as a brother." Brother? Wang Jiansen shook his head. My son is still too young. In the business world, feelings and brotherhood are the least reliable. The only thing you can believe in is interests. He was about to speak when the phone on the table rang. Hello? What? Less than 3 seconds after the call was connected, Wang Jiansen suddenly stood up with a livid face. The person on the other end of the phone was still talking, but he dropped his hands and no longer wanted to listen. Wang Siming asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" His father rarely lost his temper like this. Wang Jiansen sighed and sat back in his chair weakly, his voice hoarse. "I just received news that your brother acquired another 2% last night. What on earth is he going to do?" What? This time it was Wang Siming who was shocked. Wang Jiansen rubbed his brows. "We were also negotiating for the 2%, but the other party refused to agree. Unexpectedly, he sold it directly to Jiang Chen. He now owns 58% of the shares. If he continues to acquire them, the consequences will be disastrous. He has to stop. If it does not exceed 66% of absolute control, he is still confident that he can balance the situation a little. But if the other party reaches this number, no matter what he does, it will be useless. Yida Group will completely become the other party's enterprise. Decades of hard work, destroyed in an instant. Even someone as calm as Wang Jiansen is a little panicked now. Wang Siming's throat moved and he took out his cell phone. I'll call him and ask him directly. But Jiang Chen was still sleeping and his phone was on silent, so he couldn't answer the call. No one answered. The huge office fell silent. Who is Jiang Chen? This person seemed to appear out of thin air, and the huge cash flow could not be traced back to its source. That's right. Wang Ximing suddenly remembered something and said, Tang Luowan is his woman. He should have a good relationship with the Tang family. Tang family? Jiaqing Tang family? That's right. Bang! Wang Jiansen slammed the table and said, contact the Tang family immediately. No, I'll go there myself. Chapter 73, Women's train of thought is always so special. Jiang Qin doesn't know yet that Yida Group has been in turmoil because of him. He was drowsy from his sleep and was awakened by the sound of splashing water. He glanced into the bathroom and saw a slim figure inside. It was Lu Ying taking a shower. Jiang Qin smiled, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom and opened the door directly. Ah! Xiaochen, you scared me. What are you doing here? Lu Ying looked at Jiang Chen, her pretty face instantly became hot, and her hands were so flustered that she didn't know where to put them. I'll come in and take a shower with you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and silently closed the bathroom door. A moment later, there was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. An hour later, the two had breakfast together. Jiang Chen asked, Ying, where are you working now and how do you feel? You're too lazy to call me sister now, right? Lu Ying smiled, then sighed and said, not bad, working as a salesperson at Ruijin Securities. Ruijin Securities? That's impressive. Why are you sighing? You do not know. Lu Ying said angrily, I want to be promoted. I have prepared all the materials and all the conditions are met, but our general manager refused to approve my application and even tried to take advantage of me. Jiang Chen's face turned slightly cold, then let's quit. I'll arrange a job for you. I have to quit, but I want to find a job on my own. I can't rely on you for everything, right? Lu Ying has been a strong-willed woman since she was young, and Jiang Chen is well aware of this. Okay, then if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell me. Jiang Chen put his arm around her shoulders, giving her the greatest respect and support. Don't worry. If I don't want to work hard anymore, you have to support me forever. Lu Ying leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder, her face filled with happiness. She was nourished by love and was particularly charming at this moment. You are my woman, of course I will support you for life. Hey, that's more like it. The two of them stayed together for a while, and then said goodbye to Wang Tao and Meng Bin. Lu Ying drove away first in the Rolls-Royce that Jiang Chen gave her. Deal with Meng Bin's matters. Jiang Chen also drove back to Huazhou Junting. As soon as you enter the door, Ning Shernan ran out to greet them excitedly, with light in her eyes. Sir, you're back. Well, did anything happen at home during the days I was away? Oh, right. There's a man named Qian who sent a bunch of stuff over here, saying it's an apology gift to you. Oh? Let me see. Jiang Chen followed Ning Shernan to the living room. There were 5 boxes of different sizes placed here, ranging from tea leaves to jade, from calligraphy and paintings to antiques. A conservative estimate is at least tens of millions. The surname Qian. It should be Qian Tianyi. It seems that the Qian family does have some wealth. Sir, what should we do with these things? Ning Shernan asked. Jiang Chen said casually, take whatever you like, and throw the rest into the storage room. Okay. Ning Shernan nodded and started moving the boxes. As soon as she left, Jiang Chen retrieved the documents of the Olympic Sports Center Management Company. He picked it up and flipped through it, and now this is his wholly owned company. I have nothing to do, why don't you go over and take a look today? Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and called Tang Luowan. Hello. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Beauty, do you want a date? Tang Luowan was wearing a sports miniskirt, revealing her slender legs, and a simple white t-shirt, which perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. The long hair that was originally draped over the shoulders was combed into a ponytail, making her look more youthful and energetic. Looking at Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, Tang Luowan snorted, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Jiang Chen raised her chin with his index finger, Beauty, have we met somewhere before? Tang Luowan's face turned slightly red, and his eyes were full of resentment. Do you usually chat up with others like this? Ahem. Jiang Chen withdrew his hand awkwardly. Tang Luowan smiled secretly and gave him a playful look. Fool. The two drove to Tianhai Olympic Sports Center. When this sports center was planned, it took a mid to high-end approach, and its location is not far from Huazhou Junting. It's about a 20-minute drive away. The dark Cullinan was docked next to the sailboat-like venue. Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan walked through the commercial district and headed into the venue. What sport are you good at? Jiang Chen asked casually. Well. Tang Luowan's face turned slightly red, and he hesitated for a long time but couldn't come up with a name. In the past, she used to run and exercise regularly, but in recent years she has been busy building the company and has very little time to rest. How could she have the time to exercise? Even this set of sportswear was bought by Shen Xiulan immediately after receiving Jiang Chen's call. Jiang Chen patted his forehead. So you're a sports idiot? Tang Luowan is definitely not good at basketball and football, and she probably can't handle tennis either. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, how about we go play badminton? Good. Tang Luowan nodded in agreement. She knows a little bit about this popular sport. The two of them came to the badminton hall. Jiang Chen did not reveal his identity, but paid the money and opened the card normally. This would allow me to secretly inspect the current situation inside the stadium. The price of the ordinary badminton area is 30-60 per hour, while the VIP badminton area is slightly more expensive, 150 per hour, including a shower for 2 people. The price is reasonable. Jiang Chen opened the VIP feather area for an hour and then began his journey of abusing girls. After his physical improvement to a perfect physique, Jiang Chen's crazy charge was simply not something Tang Luowan could resist. Bang! Jiang Chen smashed the badminton and it spun and hit the ground. Tang Luowan waved the racket weakly with despair in his eyes. However, her graceful figure picking up the ball is also a beautiful sight. Afterwards, in order to take care of Tang Luowan's emotions, Jiang Chen tried his best to send the ball to the opponent's racket. For a while, the fight was going on back and forth. Half an hour later, Tang Luowan was exhausted. Rest, take a rest. Her cheeks were flushed and sweat was dripping. If you play badminton seriously, it is very physically demanding. Jiang Chen was surprised that someone like Tang Luowan, who never exercises, could persist for so long. How about my fight? Tang Luowan asked. Her cheeks were rosy and a strand of hair stuck to her face, making her look particularly cute. Jiang Chen took out a tissue to wipe her sweat, and said with a smile, you played well. Tang Luowan smiled brightly, of course, I'm a little sports genius. I told you you're fat, and you're still panting? I'm not fat. Women's brain circuits are always so special. At this moment, there was a noise at the door and a group of people walked in. The one in the middle is a girl with short hair, wearing a mask and sunglasses, which makes her look a little mysterious. Ha! Manager Zhao, why are there still people playing ball here? A middle-aged woman frowned. Manager Zhao was also stunned. It's a weekday in morning, so the VIP area is usually empty. Now, by coincidence, there are 2 of them? Chapter 74 Isn't this an insult? Just when Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan were talking and laughing, there was a noise at the door and a group of people walked in. The most eye-catching is the short-haired girl in the middle, who is wearing a mask and sunglasses, beautiful and mysterious. The middle-aged woman next to her frowned and asked, huh? Manager Zhao, why are there still people playing ball here? Manager Zhao was also stunned for a moment. It's a weekday and it's morning. On weekdays, there is usually no one in the VIP area. There are 2 guests today. Sister Ping, our venue is open after all, and it is normal to have guests. Manager Zhao explained. I don't care whether you are normal or not. Lin Ping snorted disdainfully, I have agreed with your CEO Lu that we will reserve the badminton court for our use today. Then should I call Mr. Lu? Manager Zhao was a little embarrassed. For such a small matter, do you need to ask Mr. Lu for instructions? What do you do for a living? Can you handle it? Lin Ping said in an impatient tone. This. Manager Zhao hesitated. Those who come to play ball are all guests. You can't just kick them out, right? At this time, the short-haired girl persuaded, Sister Ping, why don't we forget it and come back in the afternoon? Now that we are here, why come back in the afternoon? It will waste more time. Lin Ping pouted and said, Shinner, your new movie is about sports, and you have no basic skills. You will be joining the crew soon, so you must hurry up and practice. This time the shoot will be at the Olympic Sports Center, so you can get familiar with the venue. I also asked someone to contact the vice president here and arranged a professional coach for you. How can you just let it go like this? A series of powerful and quick words left the girl named Yao Xian unable to refute. Well, why don't we wait until they finish fighting? Yao Xian said. Need not. Lin Ping turned around and said, Manager Zhao, what are you waiting for? Clear the place. All right. Manager Zhao remembered Mr. Lu's instructions and had no choice but to walk towards Jiang Chun. Sir, madam, I'm sorry to bother you. After Manager Zhao saw Jiang Chen and the other person clearly, he looked a little surprised. What a handsome couple. And that woman looks so familiar. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Manager Zhao apologized, the VIP court here is reserved. Please move to the ordinary area for practice. Private room? Jiang Chen asked curiously, my time is not up yet. Even if he has booked the whole place, he has to wait until I finish, right? Well, normally it is like this, but... But what? Tang Luowan frowned slightly, is this the service attitude of your Olympic Sports Center? They are guests, but we are not? Manager Zhao was in a dilemma. Lin Ping heard it, walked over with a smile and said sarcastically, what's the matter? You still have some time left and you don't want to leave? Okay, I'm not unreasonable. Manager Zhao, how much is it per hour? I can just give him the money. Jiang Chen frowned. Manager Zhao opened the management system and looked at it. He said, it's 1 hour in total. There are 25 minutes left. Only an hour? Lin Ping sneered and pulled out $200 bills from her bag. 150 an hour, I'll give you 200. No need to change. The money was thrown directly at their feet. Tang Luowan's expression suddenly turned cold. You seem to be quite rich? Jiang Chen smiled playfully. Take the money and leave quickly. Don't waste my time. Lin Ping said with a squint. Manager Zhao picked up the money and said with a wry smile, look, sir. Jiang Chen asked, have they paid the money to enter the venue? Manager Zhao shook his head honestly. This is a guest arranged by Mr. Lu, why should he pay? Jiang Chen nodded, and without saying anything, he headed straight out the door. Lin Ping looked at his back and sneered, you were quite tough, weren't you? Why are you leaving? People nowadays are really so ungrateful. Tang Luowan said coldly, I advise you to shut up. You. Lin Ping turned around and met her cold eyes, and suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She snorted and turned her head, come on, Shenner, get ready for training. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen came over again. Why are you back? Bang! Jiang Chen directly threw the membership card in her face. I've got it all here. Get out of here right now. The venue suddenly became quiet. Lin Ping was a little confused. Ever since Yao Xian made her debut and became famous, no one has dared to treat her like this. The entourage nearby also started shouting. What kind of quality do you have? What's so great about being rich? Is this place owned by your family? You can book it if you want? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, sorry, it really is opened by my family. Pretend. Keep pretending. Lin Ping came back to her senses and said sternly, Manager Zhao, you saw it all. What's his attitude? Manager Zhao thought to himself, weren't you the one who showed off to others first? But after all, he was Mr. Lu's guest, so he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He hesitated and said, how about this, I'll take you to the ordinary badminton area outside. No, absolutely not. Lin Ping refused, you know what our Yao Xian's identity is. There are many people outside, and if it causes a bad impact, can you bear the responsibility? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Yao Xian? Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere before? This. Manager Zhao thought about it and came to Jiang Chen. Sir, I'm really sorry. How about I return your money and give you 2 trial cards? Can you come back another day? Tang Luowan raised his eyebrows and was about to get angry when he was stopped by Jiang Chen. He frowned and said in a deep voice, is this how you usually treat your customers? Of course not. Manager Zhao could tell that Jiang Chen was not ordinary, so he kept a polite tone, this is actress Yao Xian, who is very popular now, and was arranged by our vice president. Can you make some concessions? Jiang Chen then remembered. The movie invested by Yida has just been released. Isn't Yao Xian the heroine? A new movie coming up so soon? Lin Ping said arrogantly, did you hear that? Our Yao Xian is a public figure with tens of millions of fans on Weibo. Before a bad influence is caused, I advise you to leave quickly. There is a reason why Lin Ping is so crazy. In China, celebrities have a very high status. Anyone with a little bit of fame must be picked up at the airport wherever they go. It's embarrassing to go out without a dozen assistants. The place would have to be booked out and the aisles would have to be cleared even in a crowded shopping mall. No living person could be within 2 meters. But people just fell for it. Not only did they give way, they also took out their mobile phones to take pictures and post them on their moments, excitedly saying that they had met a celebrity. What's even more terrifying are those brainless fans. Anyone who dares to say a word against their idol will be attacked by everyone and scolded until they can't take care of themselves. Celebrities have almost become synonymous with privilege. And Lin Ping has also become accustomed to enjoying such privileges. Sister Ping, don't say that. Yao Xian frowned. She felt that Lin Ping had gone too far. Jiang Chen sneered, I thought he was some kind of character, but he turned out to be an actor. Who are you trying to scare by making such a big scene? Actor? Yao Xian turned around and said angrily, I'm an actor, not what you call an actor. Please speak with more respect. What are the things you did when you came in here that are worthy of respect? Do you really think that you are a star just because you have a few fans? Actors should just act honestly and not seek any privileges. You really take yourselves too seriously. What a crappy celebrity. Jiang Chen doesn't even tolerate him. You. Yao Xian's chest heaved with anger. She originally thought that Lin Ping's actions were too much and she felt a little apologetic about it. But what this man said was really infuriating. What an actor. Isn't this an insult? Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her. Manager Zhao, this place has been reserved by me, why don't you clear the place quickly? This time, Manager Zhao was completely numb. I thought I could solve the problem through Yao Xian's celebrity status, but I didn't expect the problem to get even bigger. This guy is not a coward at all. Chapter 75, appear in front of me within 5 minutes. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Ping was so angry that she trembled all over and said sternly, Manager Zhao, can't you solve this problem? It seems that I have no choice but to contact Mr. Liu. Manager Zhao was relieved. You should contact Mr. Liu as soon as possible, I can't help you anyway. Lin Ping took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and immediately changed her tone to one of aggrieved. Mr. Liu, I'm Yao Xian's agent, Lin Ping. I'm in your VIP feather hall. The venue is great, but we can't train. Someone shouted that he is the boss here and refused to give up the venue no matter what. They even took action. We were so scared. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Ping hung up the phone and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Didn't you say you were the boss here? The vice president of the Olympic Sports Center will be here soon, let's see what you say. Jiang Chen sat in the chair calmly, it just so happens that I have something to talk to him about. Still being stubborn. Yao Xian tugged at the corner of Lin Ping's clothes and said, forget it, Sister Ping, let's come back tomorrow. No matter what, they were in the wrong in this matter. I can't let it go. Lin Ping got angry. I want to see what he's so crazy about. But Yao Xian hesitated. Xianer, don't worry, I will handle this matter. Lin Ping guaranteed. Yao Xian sighed, then you must be careful about your behavior. Although she is the star, Lin Ping, as her agent, controls all the resources. Without Lin Ping, she would probably have no movies to shoot. So most of the time, Yao Xian had no say. A few minutes later, a man in a suit and tie walked in quickly. Sister Ping, what's going on? Lin Ping walked quickly to the man and said aggrievedly, Boss Liu, you are finally here. If you had come later, we would have been bullied to death. The man called Mr. Liu laughed and said, who is so bold as to bully our big star? While speaking, his eyes were always on Yao Xian. Yao Xian looked disgusted in the mirror and quietly backed away. Where's Xiao Zhao? Come here. Lu Jian looked unhappy and said, didn't I ask you to treat the guests well? Why are you trying to get me a plane? Although the Olympic Sports Center often holds concerts, he is only a junior vice president and does not have many opportunities to interact with celebrities. This time, Yao Xian's agent found him and wanted to take this opportunity to show off. On the one hand, it is to satisfy vanity. More importantly, I want to see if there is a chance to go further. As a rising star, Yao Xian's looks and figure are absolutely amazing. People still have to have some dreams, what if they come true? It's like this. When we came over, the two guests were already here. After negotiation, they refused to give up the venue and directly paid for it, said Manager Zhao. Lu Jian shook his head. You can't even solve this little thing? But those two guests didn't break the rules. Rules? Lu Jian sneered, rules are dead, people are alive. With such a big star here, can't you tell priorities? Manager Zhao lowered his head and said nothing. Useless stuff. Lu Jian glared at him and walked in front of Jiang Chen. Hello, guest. Due to special reasons, the venue is now closed. Please leave. After all, it was a business, so Lu Jian still maintained basic politeness. What's more, he said to close the area instead of clearing it, leaving Jiang Chen no room to get entangled. Close? You want to close the venue just for this actor? You will bear the losses caused to the company? Jiang Chen frowned. Lu Jian also frowned. Why are there so many people involved? He put away his smile and said, you don't need to know this. All the fees will be refunded to you. Please leave immediately. Jiang Chen said calmly, what if I don't leave? Then I can only call security. Lu Jian's voice became several decibels louder. Tang Luohuan beside him chuckled, he's just a wage earner, but he's so arrogant. Worker? Lu Jian looked up with an unhappy face, and after seeing the appearance clearly, he was stunned for a moment. Are you Mr. Tang from the Orange Light Group? Manager Zhao standing by suddenly understood. No wonder he looked familiar, it turned out to be the famous Tang Luohuan. Today I have witnessed the service of the Olympic Sports Center. It turns out this is how you treat your guests. Tang Luohuan said in a cold voice. Lu Jian was a little stunned. How could it be such a coincidence that it was her? In terms of strength and status, he and Tang Luohuan are not on the same level. One is an entrepreneur standing at the top of the world, and the other is a high-level worker. There is no comparison at all. But Yao Xian was watching behind him, and it would be too embarrassing to just give in like that. Our two companies have nothing to do with each other. She can't do anything to trip me up. Even if she complains, I have sufficient reasons. Lu Jian thought to himself. He quickly made up his mind, Boss Tang, the Olympic Sports Center welcomes you anytime. But we have to close the venue now, please understand and cooperate. Interesting, really interesting. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, as if he had just watched a good show, not bad, great coordination. Lin Ping walked over at this time and pointed at him angrily, Boss Lu, he was the one who pretended to be the boss of your Olympic Sports Center and wanted to fight us. Boss? Lu Jian sneered, this is ridiculous. Our Olympic Sports Management Company is a subsidiary of the Galaxy Group. When did you become the boss? Leave now or I'll call the police. Jiang Chen just took over the Olympic Sports Center this morning, and he has not received any news yet. Moreover, Jiang Chen looked so young, so Lu Jian naturally thought that he was bragging. You are the vice president of Olympic Sports Management, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Lu Jian brushed his collar, looking proud. Jiang Chen said calmly, from now on, you are not. What? I said, you are fired. Jiang Chen said word by word. Lu Jian seemed to have heard a huge joke, fire me? Who do you think you are? Ding-a-ling. At this time, Lu Jian's cell phone rang. After seeing the caller, he quickly answered the call. Hello, Mr. Li. I am receiving guests at the badminton hall. What? The company was acquired? Upon hearing the news, Lu Jian couldn't help but exclaim. The complacent Lin Ping was stunned. She glanced at the calm Jiang Chen and had a bad feeling in her heart. It can't be true. Lu Jian sweated profusely, the one who bought our company is... Individual? What's the new boss name? River. Jiang Chen walked over at this time and took the phone. I'm Jiang Chen, VIP Badminton Hall, show up in front of me in 5 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He returned the phone to the sweaty Lu Jian and patted his shoulder with a smile. You'll soon know who I am. Chapter 76, Overthinking. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen sat in the chairboard and yawned. Seeing this scene, Lu Jian couldn't help but become nervous, and the bad premonition grew stronger in his heart. Tang Luohuan sat next to Jiang Chen, poked him quietly with his finger, and whispered, Are you the boss of the Olympic Sports Center? When did it happen? Oh, just this morning. Ha! Tang Luohuan was stunned. What's wrong? Didn't I make an appointment with you to exercise today? I bought an Olympic gym for fun. Jiang Chen waved his hand, looking casual. Cut. I don't believe you, you idiot. Tang Luohuan didn't believe it. In her mind, Jiang Chen always planned before taking action, so he must have bought it in advance. After a while, Jiang Chen glanced at his platinum watch and muttered to himself, 4 minutes have passed and no one has arrived yet. This efficiency is not good. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people walking in quickly. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black suit, his majestic face covered in sweat. This is none other than the general manager of Olympic Sports, Li Chang. Mr. Li, you are here. Lu Jian hurriedly went over to greet him. Li Chang didn't even look at him, and hurriedly trotted to Jiang Chen. Boss. I'm so sorry, I'm late. He bowed deeply, panting. Fuck, how could this happen? Could it be that he is really the boss of the Olympic Sports Center? No way. There were bursts of exclamations from Yao Xian's entourage. They never expected that Jiang Chen was actually the boss of the Olympic Sports Management Center. Lu Jian's whole body trembled instantly, and sweat poured down his back. Oh my god. He is actually the new boss. And he just wanted to kick the new boss out, call the security guard, and even call the police? This is fucking. He wanted so much to slap himself hard in the face. Lin Ping cleared her throat, her eyelids twitched wildly, and she felt uneasy. Jiang Chen patted Li Chang on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, "You can actually recognize me, not bad. I have the honor of seeing your photo. You are even more handsome than in the photo." Li Chang bowed his head and said respectfully, "Boss. I am Li Chang, the general manager of the Olympic Sports Center. These are the business managers of other venues in our center." "Hello, boss." A group of senior executives in suits behind him bowed in unison. Everyone had an expression of respect and nervousness on their face. No one understands the new boss's temper, and just one sentence can decide their fate. Therefore, they dare not slack off in the slightest. Li Chang looked at Jiang Chen silently. He was wearing a simple sports outfit, looking very handsome, and was playing with the slender hands of the beautiful woman next to him. Ha! This woman is actually Tianhai's famous strong woman Tang Luohuan? The new boss has such a close relationship with her? It seems that his family background is quite extraordinary. Li Chang's heart skipped a beat. I felt even more awed in my heart. Boss, what exactly happened just now? Li Chang asked cautiously. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Let Mr. Lu tell you." Mr. Lu? Li Chang turned around and asked sternly, "Lu Jian, what happened just now?" Lu Jian shrank back and looked at Lin Ping. Unexpectedly, Lin Ping looked indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with her. It seems that Mr. Lu doesn't want to say it, so Manager Zhao, you can say it. Jiang Chen said. Manager Zhao nodded and told the story truthfully. The more Li Chang listened, the angrier he became, and in the end he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Wow, you are showing off your power to the boss? Isn't this just seeking death? When Li Chang heard Manager Zhao say that Lu Jian was going to kick the boss out of the venue and threatened to call the police, he couldn't bear it anymore. You fucking bastard. He got furious and was about to kick, but fortunately other executives stopped him. Lu Jian lowered his head and said nothing. Okay. Jiang Chen said, we are a legitimate company, why would we resort to violence? Okay, boss. It was my fault that I was impulsive. Li Chang nodded. Lu Jian was slightly stunned. Why was the boss still speaking for him? Could it be that he has forgiven himself? A glimmer of hope rose in his heart, but it was quickly shattered. Just fire him directly. Boss. Lu Jian panicked. The position of vice president of the Olympic Sports Center is so lucrative that it took him many years to get to this point. I'm not willing to accept this. However, what he said next made him fall into complete despair. Jiang Chen continued, check Lu Jian's finances carefully. Don't miss any clues. At the same time, spread the word. I want to see which gymnasium would dare to hire the person that our Olympic Sports Center doesn't want. Li Chang's heart trembled. So cruel. Okay, boss. I'll take care of it right away and give you a satisfactory answer. You think too much. I'm not talking to you. Ah? What do you mean? Li Chang asked in confusion. If not talking to him, then who should I talk to? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, patted Tang Luohuan's hand, and said, I'll leave this matter to you. You must help me investigate it thoroughly. That's right, he didn't trust Li Chang. Even though this amount of money is not much, just because it's his stuff doesn't mean others can touch it. Okay. Tang Luohuan understood what he meant and looked at Li Chang. I will arrange for the legal, accounting and police personnel to contact you and temporarily take over all the affairs of the Olympic Sports Management Company. I hope you can actively cooperate. Li Chang's throat rolled and his face turned pale. Does he dare not cooperate? He doesn't dare. The executives behind him had different expressions, some were relieved, while others were trembling with fear due to guilt. But they had nothing to say at this time. We can only blame Lu Jian, that big idiot, for making such a big hole. Everyone glared at Lu Jian, only to see him slumped on the ground with a pale face. Like a stray dog, it has completely lost hope of survival. He murmured, "It's over, it's all over." This scene made Lin Ping's scalp tingle. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually possessed such terrifying thundering means. Cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron shocked her even more. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity and leave first. Lin Pingqiang smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you are dealing with the company's internal affairs, so we will take our leave first. As she said this, she called on Yao Xian and the others to leave quickly, as it was not advisable to stay here for long. Hold on. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen stopped her with a smile. Don't leave so quickly, we haven't finished talking about our business yet. Lin Ping turned around and smiled reluctantly. Mr. Jiang, is there anything else? Well, there are some things that need to be confirmed, Mr. Li. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and Li Chang hurried to him. Boss, what can I do for you? It seems we have cooperation with this Miss Yao? Jiang Chen just heard Lin Ping talking about a new movie that would start filming at the Olympic Sports Center. Li Jian said, yes, boss. A new movie invested by Yida Group and directed by Zhang Mao will start shooting soon. Yao Xian is the leading actress, and our Olympic Sports Center is an important filming location. Oh? Is it invested by Yida again? Jiang Chen smiled and asked, how far has the cooperation progressed? The contract has been signed and the deposit has been received. Li Jian replied. Many film shoots use commercial locations without paying, especially for big directors like Zhang Mao. Because this itself is also a form of publicity for the commercial venue. It's a win-win strategy. But the Olympic Sports Center is different. Such a huge landmark building does not need any advertising. Therefore, the fees that should be paid will not be reduced by a single cent. I see. Jiang Chen pondered. There is no need to terminate this cooperation since there is money to be made. However, since it was Yida investment, the money seemed to have been his. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Lin Ping sneered and returned to her old behavior. Boss Jiang, do you want to tear up the contract? To tell you the truth, you are not the only one with large sports centers in the country. If you break the contract, you will have to pay compensation, and you will be the one who suffers the loss. After saying that, she patted Yao Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile. Xianer, let's not practice today. Anyway, the crew will come in and we will have plenty of time to practice. By the way, Mr. Jiang, you're not going to stop the crew from entering the set, are you? Lin Ping smiled with great satisfaction, having finally gotten rid of her anger. In her eyes, no matter how powerful the other party is, he is just the boss of an Olympic sports center. How can he interfere with them? Yao Xian whispered, Sister Ping, stop talking, let's go. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, I won't stop the crew. I won't refuse the money that's delivered to my door. Smart. That's what a smart person does. Lin Ping prepared to leave with a smile. But the crew I'm talking about doesn't include Yao Xian. Jiang Chen's faint voice suddenly sounded, and everyone was stunned. What? Yao Xian suddenly looked up, her face full of disbelief. She's not included in the crew? What's the meaning? Chapter 77 You are the mysterious major shareholder of Yida? The crew does not include Yao Xian? What do you mean? Lin Ping frowned and asked in confusion. Jiang Chen said casually, it's very simple. The heroine of this movie has been changed. Ha ha. Yao Xian is the heroine chosen by the director and investors. How can you just change her? This is a joke. Lin Ping was furious and sneered, do you think you're so great just because you have an Olympic sports center? Who do you think you are? After she said this, the entourage behind her also sneered. It's hilarious. He doesn't think that by using his location, he can interfere with the filming of the movie, right? Still want to change people? You're thinking too much. The heroine chosen by Yida, is he, a gym owner, qualified to change her? I live by the sea, why are you meddling in so many matters? Only Yao Xian frowned slightly. She always felt something was wrong. You will soon find out whether I am qualified or not. Jiang Chen smiled calmly, took off the key ring and threw it to Li Chang, then gave instructions. Go to your locker and get my phone. Okay. Li Chang took it and left quickly. Oh, you still want to make a phone call? Okay, let me see who you are going to contact. Is it Mr. Wang or Director Zhang? Lin Ping hugged her shoulders and smiled playfully. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Lin Ping will not cry until she sees the coffin. Boss, here comes the phone. Soon, Li Chang ran back and handed the phone to Jiang Chen. After unlocking the phone, I saw several missed calls, most of which were from Wang Ximing. Why would he come to me for nothing? Jiang Chen clicked and called back directly. The call was connected in almost a second, and Wang Ximing's voice on the other end was hoarse and urgent. I am Jiang Chen. I'm playing ball and my phone isn't with me. What's wrong? Oh, you mean the 2%? Don't worry, I just bought it for fun. Really? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After explaining for a long time, Wang Ximing's doubts were finally dispelled. Then he started talking about his own affairs. Did the group invest in Zhang Mao's new movie? Who is the heroine? Okay, replace her immediately. It doesn't matter who you replace it with, as long as it's not her. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Lin Ping sneered, oh. You're still pretending. Did you call Mr. Wang or Director Zhang? Do you think that with your status as the boss of the Olympic Sports Center, you can change the leading actress with just one word? You're overthinking. The entourage burst into laughter. Jiang Chen said calmly, I hope you won't beg me later. Please? What a joke. Lin Ping sneered. Even Li Chang and others looked at each other in bewilderment. You have to know that this is the heroine chosen by Yida. The capital injected behind her is so powerful. How can she be changed with just a phone call? The boss is too arrogant. At this moment, Lin Ping's cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar call. She smiled and said, what a coincidence, there really is a call coming in. Okay, I'll let everyone listen carefully. Lin Ping answered the call and pressed the hands-free button directly. Hello. She smiled. An angry roar came from the other end of the phone, fuck you. Lin Ping, you bitch. Who did you offend? The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Lin Ping's smile froze. This voice is so familiar, it's the boss of her agency. She forced a smile and said, boss, what's going on? There was a roar from the other end of the phone. Don't call me boss, you are my boss. Yao Xian's fame just started to rise, and now it's all ruined by you. Lin Ping wondered, the new movie is about to start filming, how could it be messed up? The other end sneered, the film has started shooting, but it has nothing to do with Yao Xian. Just now, Wang Xiao from Yida called in person and asked to replace the leading actress. What? Replace the heroine? Everyone gasped. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen at the same time. As soon as Jiang Chen finished the call, Yao Xian was removed from the team. The reason was self-evident. How much energy does this require? Isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Ping's throat tightened and her heart seemed to stop beating. The voice on the other end of the phone sternly said, you must know how much resources the company has poured into Yao Xian's current success. You have offended the financial sponsor and ruined your future. Can you afford to pay for this loss? Can't afford to pay. I can't even afford the compensation if I sell her. Lin Ping's legs were shaking. She glanced at Jiang Chen quietly and said in a hoarse voice, is there no room for maneuver? The boss had almost let out his anger, and his voice became a little calmer. The incident happened suddenly, and Mr. Wang only notified me verbally, so we haven't had time to terminate the contract yet. I'll give you 2 days. No matter what the reason is, no matter what method you use, you must let Yao Xian rejoin the group. Otherwise, humph. The boss hung up the phone immediately. This is not just a problem of one movie. If Yao Xian offends a big sponsor like Yida, her future will be narrow. It might even ruin your career. If this is true, then all the resources invested before will be wasted. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Ping's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. In order to set up a brokerage company and grow it to a certain scale, one must have the ability to handle both black and white matters. Especially her boss, his methods were so cruel that it was simply terrifying. If this problem can't be solved, she's really finished. No. We can't let Yao Xian be removed. Lin Ping looked at Jiang Chen, this was her only chance. She crawled to her knees in front of Jiang Chen, using her hands and feet, and begged, "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I was rude, please let us go." The entourage lowered their heads, their faces flushed, and there was complete silence. Their pride was completely shattered at this moment. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Let you go? Who has been causing trouble from the beginning to the end?" "It's me." Lin Ping regretted it so much that she was heartbroken. She also didn't expect that just because of such a small thing as practicing badminton, the future of two people would be ruined. "I sincerely apologize to you. I beg for your forgiveness," Lin Ping said with red eyes. She was really scared. Jiang Chen said disdainfully, "Sincerely? No, you are just afraid. To me, it doesn't matter who plays this movie. Since it can be anyone, why does it have to be Yao Xian? Yes, why does it have to be Yao Xian?" Lin Ping was speechless for a moment. At this time, Yao Xian, who had been silent, came over, helped Lin Ping up from the ground, and handed her over to the accompanying staff. She took off her sunglasses, and her bright eyes were somewhat sparkling. "Because I'm Yao Xian. I was selected by director Zhang Mao from many actors. I fit the role in the script the best, and I'm..." "Stop." Jiang Chen interrupted, "What do you mean by this? What does it have to do with me? So what gives you the right to kick me out of the crew?" Yao Xian asked in a crying voice. The reason why she was sad was not because of her so-called star career. Compared to a star, she has always regarded herself as an actor. Working with a great director like Zhang Mao is every actor's lifelong dream. Now this dream has been ruthlessly destroyed. Jiang Chen stood up, his tall shadow looming over her, and he looked at her calmly. What do you want to do?" Yao Xian couldn't help but take a step back, her voice trembling slightly. None of the accompanying personnel, including Lin Ping, stood up, and all chose to protect themselves. This is a realistic society. Jiang Chen reached out and took off her mask, revealing a delicate and fair face. Her eyebrows are as light as spring mountains, and her eyes are as graceful as autumn waves. Her pitiful look at this moment made me feel even more pity for her. She is a real beauty. Jiang Chen pinched her pretty face with his big hands, his eyes seemed to be sizing up the merchandise, and said calmly, "Didn't you ask me why?" "Yes, buy what?" Yao Xian's little mouth was squeezed into a pout, which made her look cute. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, "Just because this movie was made with my money. If you make me unhappy, I will ask you to get out. It's that simple." "You?" Yao Xian was frightened by his eyes and didn't dare to look him in the eye. With her eyes lowered, tears of grievance fell. When Lin Ping heard this, she suddenly thought of something. You are Yida's mysterious major shareholder." "What?" Li Chang and others were all shocked. Jiang Chen is actually the mysterious man who acquired 56% of Yida Group S shares? Who is the real boss of Yida today? OMG. Chapter 78. Oh my goodness, so that's how it is. Everyone in the audience was shocked. A giant like Yida has always been the focus of the world. Major events like equity changes cannot be concealed at all. Just a few days ago, a mysterious man suddenly appeared and swept up 56% of Yida Group S shares, becoming the largest shareholder. Everyone was wondering who was the tycoon with such a huge cash flow and courage to break the Wang family's rule in one fell swoop. All of a sudden, all kinds of speculations surfaced. The most widely accepted statement is that the true identity of this mysterious man is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Yida Group. And this change is just a process for him to step from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. As for the identity of the mysterious man, there are many different opinions. Some say he is a disciple of a hidden family, some say it is an injection of Western capital, and some even say it is a legacy from ancient times. But no matter what, the name Jiang Chen has slowly spread. However, no one knows this person's identity or appearance. But now, this mysterious person was actually standing in front of them? Li Chang's hands and feet were numb, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "Boss, are you really the mysterious rich man who owns 56% of Yida Group's shares?" Mysterious rich man? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This name is quite interesting. He casually said, "But it's not 56 anymore, it's 58. There was a sound of people sucking in cold air, and the air seemed to solidify a little. 58%? That is almost twice as much as Wang Jiansen. If it reaches 66%, it will be absolute control. He can have complete control over Yida Group. What a terrifying concept." At this time, a girl holding a mobile phone exclaimed, "News just came out. The mysterious man made another move and acquired another 2% of Yida's shares, which is one step closer to absolute control. The Wang family is in danger." Damn it! It's actually true. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in amazement. Who are they dealing with? Lin Ping's legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees again. She originally thought that Jiang Chen was a senior executive of Yida, so there was still room for maneuver, but she didn't expect that the other party was actually the big boss. The top management of Yida Group. This was beyond her expectations. It's no use saying anything now. Thinking about what she had done, she wanted to die. Yao Xian closed her eyes in despair. In the face of powerful capital, she seemed so insignificant. Jiang Chen let go of her hand and said to her, "If you still want to continue being an actor, I have a suggestion for you." "What suggestions?" Yao Xian opened her tearful eyes and looked at him. Jiang Chen pointed at Lin Ping and said, "Get away from your stupid agent now, or she will kill you sooner or later." Lin Ping knelt on the ground, her face ashen. After saying that, Jiang Chen pulled Tang Luowan out of the badminton hall. Li Chang and other senior executives reacted quickly and followed behind. Yao Xian turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen's tall back, biting her lip, without saying a word. Li Chang and others escorted Jiang Chen to the car and watched the Rolls-Royce leave. The bright sunshine shone on them, and everything that just happened seemed like a dream. Inside the car, Tang Luowan sat in the passenger seat, tilting his head and looking at Jiang Chen. "What's the matter? Have you never seen a handsome guy?" Jiang Chen teased. Tang Luowan chuckled, "I've never seen a handsome guy as thick-skinned as you. As long as he's handsome." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Looking at Jiang Chen's tough profile, Tang Luowan's eyes were filled with deep obsession. This man is mysterious and powerful, like a dangerous yet charming whirlpool that can easily sweep you in if you're not careful. But Tang Luowan was addicted to it. Even if nothing is left of her body in the end, she is willing. "I have to say, you are really a straight man," Tang Luowan said. "Ah? What do you mean?" Jiang Chen was a little confused. How come he became a straight man? Yao Xian is a popular actress, the dream girl of many men. She is standing in front of you with tears in her eyes, and you treat her like this, without any mercy at all. Tang Luowan shook his head and sighed, as if he felt sorry for Yao Xian. "Yeah, that makes sense." Jiang Chen thought for a moment, "How about I go back and comfort her?" "You dare?" Tang Luowan waved his little fists like a furious little tiger. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "I was just kidding you. To be honest, you really didn't feel any pain at all in that situation just now?" Tang Luowan asked curiously. She didn't mean anything else, she was just curious. It is said that men become bad when they have money, which is not groundless. When a person possesses huge wealth, various endless desires will also grow along with it. With Jiang Chen's identity, it would not be difficult for him to take Yao Xian in by some means as long as he wanted. But he didn't seem to have such an idea. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Actually, I can't stand seeing women cry, especially beautiful women." "Then why are you still?" Tang Luowan was a little confused. "Because I have principles. For me, the enemy relationship always comes before gender and appearance." "What do you mean?" Tang Luowan didn't understand for a moment. Jiang Chen explained, "In the situation just now, in my eyes, Yao Xian was an enemy first, and a woman second. Since she is an enemy, then no matter how beautiful or ugly she is, what does it have to do with me? Even if she cries to death in front of me, I can only call 120 for her, and that would be the most I can do." Tang Luowan was stunned, then laughed so hard that he shook with laughter. This man is really what she likes. "Then what am I in your eyes?" Tang Luowan seemed casual, but she was actually nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. "You." Jiang Chen glanced at her, then pulled over. He leaned over and looked into her dazed eyes gently. "You are my woman." Rogue. Tang Luohuan gave him a coquettish look, her heart beating rapidly. Then, with a red face, she took the initiative to move forward. Imperial Capital, Yida Group Headquarters. Wang Jiansen frowned. Buy it for fun? Did he really say that? Wang Ximing nodded helplessly. He said it himself, he just bought it for fun, and told me not to be nervous. He also lacked confidence in speaking. Those are Yida's shares. The peak market value of all listed companies under Yida reached more than 800 billion yuan. It has declined in recent years due to policy changes, but it is still more than 400 billion yuan. Buy it for fun? Do you think your house is a money printing machine? Wang Jiansen asked. Besides this, did he say anything else? Nothing else. Oh, by the way, he also mentioned a female star. Wang Ximing replied. Female star? Wang Jiansen asked in confusion, what's going on? Wang Ximing repeated the conversation in detail. It's just a change of person, it's nothing. Wang Jiansen pondered, but he said he bought it for fun, but then he interfered with Yida Pictures' decision-making. Is he hinting at something? I'm not sure. Wang Ximing was silent for a moment, then said, Dad, are you still going to meet with the Tang family? About. Wang Jiansen sighed, at this point, we have no way out. I just want to see what Zhang Chen is going to do. Wang Jiansen has been in the business world for so many years, but Wang Ximing has rarely seen him so helpless. He also felt a faint sense of powerlessness in his heart. They have been confused by Zhang Chen's outrageous actions. Wang Ximing walked out of the office, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something. Yes, the real purpose is not to drink. A person of Zhang Chen's level would never speak without a purpose. Every word he says must have a purpose. He said he was just buying whatever he wanted, but he actually interfered with Yida Films' decision-making. Isn't that a contradiction? This is no accident, but a hint to myself. Wang Ximing's eyes gradually lit up. Recalling the conversation with Zhang Chen just now, the other party specifically mentioned Yao Xian and asked to remove her from the new movie. What is the purpose of this? Anyone who has been in the entertainment industry for a while can tell at a glance. This is not a hint, but a blatant statement. Oh my goodness, that's how it is. Wang Ximing raised a smile. Fortunately, I am smart, otherwise ordinary people would not be able to guess Zhang Chen's thoughts. He took out his cell phone and started making a series of arrangements. At this time, Zhang Chen didn't know that his casual words were misunderstood like this. Chapter 79 Zhang Chen is such a bad guy. At this time, in a luxurious hotel suite, Lin Ping received a notice from her superiors, saying that Yao Xian should take the initiative to sacrifice herself to Zhang Chen, so as to recover the loss of the heroine being withdrawn. At this time, she was doing ideological work on Yao Xian. Xianer. I'm telling you. This is your last chance. You've heard about how deep the waters of the entertainment industry are. For the sake of everyone and your own future, what does it matter if you make a little sacrifice? Lin Ping persuaded as if it was a matter of course. Yao Xian's eyes were red. Sister Ping, do you really think this is just a small sacrifice? Lin Ping frowned and said, I know you value your chastity. I have helped you get rid of this kind of thing before, but this time it's really different. This is Yida's big boss, a big money sponsor. If you can get in touch with him, not only this time, but you won't have to worry about resources for the rest of your life. It can be said that you can reach the sky in one step. What's more, he's so handsome. Why are you hesitating? If he didn't look down on me, I would have done it myself. Lin Ping said this shamelessly. Yao Xian wiped her tears. She finally saw Lin Ping's true colors. Why should I be responsible for the trouble you caused? I don't want to. Lin Ping was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, okay, now you're starting to shirk responsibility, right? Don't forget, this is ruining your own future. Yao Xian looked at her coldly and said firmly, I don't need you to worry about my future. I am an actor, not a clown. If I can't make a big production, I will make a low-budget one. If I can't even make a movie, I will act in a play. I have hands and feet, how can I starve to death? Lin Ping's face turned red and she was speechless. After a long while, he said, okay, you are so noble. But don't forget how much the company has invested in you. Do you think the company will let you go like this? Yao Xian sneered and said, I don't know whether he will let me go or not. But I am sure that he will never let you go. You. Lin Ping was so angry that she trembled all over, stood up and slammed the door and left. Yao Xian sat on the bed with her knees hugged, her eyes lost. Lin Ping has been with her since before her debut, so even after she became famous, she still respects her very much. Yao Xian always felt that there was affection between them. But now it seems that I am just a tool in the hands of the other party. It's all just my wishful thinking. At this moment, a face appeared in her mind, with a look of resentment. Jiang Chen. You bastard. I won't let you succeed. But when he thought of the other party's domineering and arrogant methods, and the deep eyes when he looked at him, he felt a little strange in his heart. She was wondering whether this arrangement was made by the higher-ups. Or was it Jiang Chen who requested it personally? If it was Jiang Chen who asked for it, then he is not a good person either. What a bad guy. Thinking of this, she angrily threw a pillow on the bed against the wall to vent her anger. Lin Ping stood in the corridor at the entrance, glanced at the door, and her eyes immediately became cold. Girl, you want to force yourself on me? Do you really think you're a virgin? Ha, then don't blame me for being cruel. She took out her cell phone and dialed her boss number. Hey, boss, Yao Xian agreed. Yes, I agreed to it myself. Okay, I'll arrange everything. After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number with a cold smile on his face. The next day, at the Lakeside Villa, Jiang Chen got up, stretched, washed up, and walked downstairs. Ning Shernan had already prepared breakfast, and it was still steaming hot under the temperature control of the smart dining table. Well, not bad. It seems your cooking skills have improved. Jiang Chen tasted a piece of steak and praised with satisfaction. Hey, of course, I have carefully studied the recipe to ensure balanced nutrition. Ning Shernan sat next to him, looking for praise. Jiang Chen rubbed her head and said, Yes, my little housekeeper, the master has decided to give you a raise. After all, Ning Shernan has not only done an excellent job at home recently, but also done a very good job in external affairs. Moreover, she basically serves me 24 hours a day, so it's nothing wrong to give her a raise. Ning Shernan squinted her eyes like a kitten. I don't want a pay raise. I have too much money to spend now. Ahem. Jiang Chen almost choked on his milk and said disdainfully, It's only a few million a year, can you be more promising? Everyone has their own aspirations. In my opinion, as long as there is enough money, that's enough. Ning Shernan smiled innocently. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Will the money be enough? There is no end to greed and desire. Ning Shernan is really satisfied. I didn't expect you to be so aware. Here, I'll give you an omelette. Jiang Chen picked up a fried egg with a fork and stuffed it into Ning Shernan's mouth. Sir, can I make a small request? Ning Shernan said vaguely. Tell me about it? Accompany me to watch the latest movie today. Ning Shernan said without hesitation. I refuse. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He knew the type of movie Ning Shernan wanted to watch, it must be a youth idol romance movie. Jiang Chen had no interest in this kind of movie. Ning Shernan shook his arm and said coquettishly, Please, go with me, okay? She blinked her big, Caroline eyes while speaking, looking pitiful. Stop. Jiang Chen raised his hands in surrender and said helplessly, Then book the ticket and call me when the time comes. Okay, thank you, sir. Ning Shernan jumped up and down excitedly, making Jiang Chen dizzy. I didn't expect this little girl to have such strong capital. After breakfast, Ning Shernan went back upstairs, saying that she wanted to pick out clothes for the afternoon and book tickets. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and started today's lottery. Today's lottery draw number is 2, do you want to draw now? Jiang Chen directly chose 2 consecutive draws. Reward, Super Tech Electronic Eye. After activation, you can take or record videos of what you see, and control the nanobionic aircraft. Maintenance will be carried out regularly. Reward, Nanobionic Aircraft, can take photos or record videos, the control range radius does not exceed 3 kilometers, the flight speed is 180 meters per second, and can destroy small electrical appliances. Note, this set of products does not need to be charged, please do not use it for illegal purposes. Note 2, if you must use it for illegal purposes, please use it secretly. Skin. So naughty. The first time Jiang Chen saw this thing, he had an obscene thought. Isn't this just stealing, a recording artifact? Within a radius of 3 kilometers, Jiang Chen can see almost everything he wants to see. This thing is so dirty. You have to try it quickly. Jiang Chen directly controlled his thoughts and activated the super tech electronic eye. Various options and functions appear before my eyes. He blinked at the swimming pool, the picture froze for a moment, and a photo was created silently. It can also be switched to video recording mode, with all functions including zoom, focus, depth of field, etc. Photos and videos taken can be retrieved, transferred, or deleted at any time. The most important thing is that it can be linked with aircraft. Jiang Chen's eyes moved, and a flying vehicle as small as an insect took off into the air and circled in the living room. It is silent and looks as inconspicuous as a fly. Through the control of the electronic eye, you can select functions such as positioning, tracking, hovering, patrolling, facial recognition, etc., and the image of the aircraft can be transmitted in real time. Like his other eye. Jiang Chen had a lot of fun playing. By the way, it's a good opportunity to see what Ning Shernan is doing. The small aircraft flew upstairs, searched around but couldn't find her, and finally slipped into her bedroom through the crack in the door. Which one should I wear? Ning Shernan looked at the clothes spread on the bed and hesitated for a moment. Jiang Chen, who was far away in the living room, almost had a nosebleed. This figure. It's so popular. Moreover, it was still white. Chapter 80. Are you already married? Afternoon, Yida Plaza. As one of the largest business districts in Tianhai City, it is extremely bustling at this time. There are many office buildings and shops around it, making it the life center of the city. Jiang Chen and Ning Shernan came all the way to Yida, and the movie was still 1 or 2 hours away from starting. The two of them walked around the mall, stopping here and there and shopping. Ning Shernan is a top-notch shopping addict, and she has unlimited energy when shopping. There's a claw machine over there. I want to grab it. She held the doll in her arms and ran forward excitedly. Jiang Chen looked helpless. How come my housekeeper is the same as my daughter? Sir, hurry up. Ning Shernan jumped towards him and waved. Here I come. Jiang Chen had just walked up to her when a female voice suddenly rang out, Shernan? The two looked back and saw 3 girls walking towards them. The girl walking in front waved her hand, Shernan, it's really you. Lan Lan. What a coincidence. Ning Shernan went over to him and they hugged each other. Lulan glanced at Jiang Chen, then said to Ning Shernan with a smile, I've been saying I'm busy when I asked you out lately, but you've been secretly dating a handsome guy. You value women over friendship. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Shernan blushed a little. Nonsense? You're still trying to deny it after seeing it with your own eyes? Tell me, when did you get a boyfriend? Tell the truth. The 3 women hugged their shoulders and spoke in an interrogative tone. Ning Shernan glanced at Jiang Chen secretly and said with a red face, You misunderstood, he is my husband, not my boyfriend. The air suddenly became quiet. The 3 women looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Lu Lan hesitated and asked, Are you already married? Ah. Ning Shernan was confused. Then he realized what was happening, blushed, and frantically explained for a long time. Lu Lan understood and said, In other words, you are really the housekeeper now? And that Mr. Jiang is him? Ning Shernan nodded and said, Yes, it was you who submitted my resume for me. She was actually quite grateful to Lu Lan. If it weren't for the other party's outrageous actions, she wouldn't have met Jiang Chen, and the story that follows wouldn't have happened. Lu Lan sighed, I thought Mr. Jiang was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. The other 2 girls looked at Jiang Chen quietly. He was dressed in black casual clothes, with a tall and strong figure, an exceptionally handsome face, and mysterious and deep eyes. It's like it came out of a comic book. Are there really such handsome guys in real life? He also drives luxury cars and has villas. He is tall, rich, and handsome. They couldn't help swallowing. Ning Shernan saw this and felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She interrupted and asked, Are you guys coming to Yida to shop? Of course. Lulan said, I finally got a vacation, so I went out to go shopping and watch a movie. We are here to watch a movie too. What time is your show? Ning Shernan asked. It will start in a moment. As she spoke, Lulan reached out to take out her cell phone, but she let out a light and started searching around. What's wrong? Asked the companion. Lulan asked in confusion, I remember putting my phone in my bag, how come I can't find it? Just make a phone call. The 2 girls who were traveling with me also tried to get their phones, but came up empty-handed. My phone is missing too? Mine too, my wallet is gone too. Several people looked at each other, with a bad feeling in their hearts. Encountered a thief. What to do? One of the girls' eyes immediately turned red. Ning Shernan comforted them, check carefully to see what's missing. I'll go call the mall security. The three of them looked carefully and found that there was a cut under their bags. It's really a thief. Lulan lost a mobile phone, and the remaining two people's mobile phones and wallets were all lost. At this time, Ning Shernan ran over quickly with the mall security. Ma'am, don't worry, I've already called the police for you, said the security guard. Jiang Chen then said, take us to the monitoring room first. The thief may not have left yet. The security guard hesitated and said, okay, but you can't take pictures. No problem. Several people followed him to the monitoring room, filled out the registration form and retrieved the surveillance footage. Following the route provided by Lulan and others, checking it bit by bit. Hey, wait! It's them! Lulan shouted. I saw two men following them stealthily in a clothing store. With a razor blade in his hand, he quietly cut open their bags. Because it was the weekend, the store was crowded with people and no one noticed this scene. But after the two thieves succeeded, the security guard continued to check the surveillance but couldn't find them. This must be a veteran. He is very familiar with the location of the surveillance cameras. It seems we can only wait for the police to arrive, said the security guard. Lulan and others lowered their heads and sighed. They knew that if they didn't catch the thief in the mall, their hope would be slim once they got out. It seems I can only consider myself unlucky, Lulan said in a low voice. Another girl cried and said, but my ID and information are all in there. Ning Shernan didn't know what to do except comforting them. Jiang Chen then said to the security guard, please focus on the thief's face for me. Okay. The security guard cooperated and operated it. Ning Shernan's eyes lit up. Sir, do you have a solution? For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Jiang Chen. In Ning Shernan's impression, Jiang Chen is almost omnipotent. So far, no problem seems to be able to stump him. If he says he can find the thief, then he can. Lulan shook her head and said, there are so many people in this mall, it's hard to find someone. And after so long, they may have left, so it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well. The other two girls sighed deeply and lowered their heads, seemingly having given up any hope. Gentlemen. Ning Shernan looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed her head, I'll try my best, but I may not be able to find it. If the thieves didn't leave the mall, he was confident he could catch them. But if you have already left, then there is indeed little hope. Jiang Chen didn't want to say too much. At this time, the security guard had magnified the thief's face. Although it was a little blurry, it was still recognizable. Luckily they weren't wearing masks. Jiang Chen blinked slightly, and the appearance of the two people was transmitted to the bionic aircraft through the super-technological electronic eye. A series of prompts appeared in my eyes. The portrait matching function has been turned on. Chapter 81 Jiang Chen's move is so amazing. A high-tech information bar appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Facial feature recognition in progress. Identification completed. Portrait matching function is turned on. Search mode has been activated, range set, Yida Plaza. A flying device so small that no one would notice it flew silently out of Jiang Chen's pocket. He circled around the security room and then went out through the crack in the door. The drone flies over the crowd, automatically identifying each person's facial features and matching them with the thief. It adopts a carpet-style search method that goes against the flow of people, allowing it to maintain high efficiency while not missing any area. Forget it, let's go back, Lulan said in a low voice. Their things were stolen and they were not in the mood to watch a movie. Ning Shernan advised, wait a little longer, the police will be here soon, let's see if they can do anything. All right. About 5 minutes later, the security guard came in with the police. The police officer carefully watched the surveillance video and nodded, these two people seem to be habitual offenders. They are very sophisticated and cunning. Will that catch them? Lulan and others ignited a glimmer of hope. The two police officers looked at each other and said, we will definitely try our best to catch them. If we catch them, we will inform you as soon as possible. But there are so many people coming and going now, it is very difficult to catch them, and they may have already left the mall. The words are very clear. There's little hope of catching him, so just consider yourself unlucky. This type of habitual thief is very experienced and always chooses crowded locations to make it easier for him to hide and escape. Secondly, the amount of money stolen is not that large, and it is very likely that the theft will be carried out in another place without attracting attention. In this case, if the person is not caught on the spot, the hope of catching him again is very slim. Although Lu Lan and others were mentally prepared, they were still very disappointed when they heard this answer. What bad luck! The police officer said, "What financial assets did you lose? Please register. If I have any information, I will notify you immediately." At this moment, a hint appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Facial match 100%, target found. He smiled and found you. The two thieves haven't left the mall yet. Jiang Chen did not say anything, but quietly turned on the positioning and tracking mode, with the nano aircraft hanging far behind the two of them. He didn't want to reveal too much in front of the police. Jiang Chen patted the security guard on the shoulder only after the police finished taking the statement and left. Please call up the real-time surveillance in front of the bathroom door on the west side of the 3rd floor. Although the security guard didn't understand, he still did as he was told because Jiang Chen's temperament and dress were not like those of ordinary people. When the surveillance footage came out, the security guard exclaimed, "It's them. We found them." Everyone rushed over and exclaimed in surprise after seeing it clearly. It's really these two thieves. Instead of leaving, they chose to continue committing crimes. The security guard was shocked and asked Jiang Chen, "How do you know their location?" Ning Shernan and others were also full of curiosity. Jiang Chen did not give a direct answer, but immediately urged, "Is this the time to talk about this? If we don't catch him, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack when we get out. Walk." Several security guards reacted and rushed out with batons in hand. The two thieves were still wandering around the 3rd floor at this time. "Brother, it's almost time, let's go," said one of them. "Don't worry, we've changed our clothes, there's no way we'll be recognized. Get more stuff before you go." "Okay." Before he finished speaking, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard. Before the two could react, they were pounced upon by the security guard who rushed over, and the mobile phones and wallets in their backpacks were scattered all over the floor. There were bursts of screams all around. The thief was pinned to the ground, looking confused. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. How did she get exposed when she had clearly changed her clothes and there were so many people around? Lu Lan and others who followed closely also successfully got their belongings back. Lu Lan looked at Jiang Chen, grateful and shocked at the same time. "Mr. Jiang, how did you know the location of the thief?" Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously, "This is a secret." After hearing what Jiang Chen said, the girls became even more curious. Secret? How exactly is this done? Could it be that he just saw the whereabouts of the suspicious person in the surveillance video when the police arrived, and then made his guess? This operation is really amazing. At this time, a girl came over and said shyly, "Can I add you on WeChat? When you are free, I would like to treat you to a meal and thank you." The girl is quite cute, about 80 points. At this moment, her little face was slightly red, and her eyes were full of little stars as she looked at Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Ning Shernan stood in front of her and spoke righteously. "My husband doesn't add strangers on WeChat. If you want to treat me to a meal, please make an appointment directly with this housekeeper." Girl. Aren't you, the housekeeper, too lax in your management? It can be seen that Jiang Chen was smiling, so it was difficult to say anything more. "Okay, our movie is about to start, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, Ning Shernan pulled Jiang Chen and quickly fled the scene. "You little slut, are you still thinking about hitting on my husband? Don't even think about it. It's me, sir. Whether it's mine or not, it's not yours anyway." When the two came out of the movie, it was already evening, and the setting sun turned the sky red. This movie surprised Jiang Chen a little. It's actually starring Yao Xian, and the quality is pretty good. Among them, Yao Xian's acting skills are also remarkable. At least it can be seen that she is very dedicated. At that time she said she was not an actor but an actress. It seems that she might be telling the truth. Jiang Chen was thinking this when suddenly his phone rang. It's Wang Siming calling. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen." "What? A gift?" After a long time, Jiang Chen hung up the phone with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Wang Siming said he prepared a surprise for me at the hotel? What surprise requires going to the hotel?" I asked him but he refused to tell me. His tone seemed a little strange. Ning Shernan looked up and asked, "Sir, are we going home now?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "You drive back first. I have something else to do." His intuition told him that it would be best not to bring Ning Shernan. Okay. Ning Shernan didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Chen stopped a car. No matter what the surprise was, he would know when he went to take a look. Wang Siming, you can't hurt yourself, right? It's okay to be surprised, but it's okay as long as it's not a shock. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the hotel Wang Siming was talking about was Tianhai's 5-star hotel, Purple Mountain Hotel. When Jiang Chen arrived at the hotel, it was already dark. As soon as he walked into the main entrance of the hotel, the lobby manager noticed him. Oh my god, isn't this the boss? Another surprise attack? She straightened her clothes, walked quickly to Jiang Chen, bowed and said, "Boss, you are here." Jiang Chen nodded. "Where's Zhang Jialiang?" "Mr. Zhang is in the restaurant with a client." "Should I ask him to come down now?" asked the lobby manager. Purple Mountain Hotel cooperates with many companies, and socializing is the norm. "No need, I don't have anything important to do, you can go and do your work," Jiang Chen said. "Okay." The lobby manager stepped back in response. But she did not go far away, but stood aside and was on standby at any time. Jiang Chen came to the front desk. All the front desk staff stood up and said, "Hello, boss." Zhang Jialiang had specifically instructed that all hotel employees must know Jiang Chen and no mistakes could be made. When the guests around heard this, they all looked at him curiously. "Is this the owner of Purple Mountain Hotel? So young. Someone left a door card here and said it was for me?" Jiang Chen said. The girl at the front desk looked through it and nodded, "Yes, it's the presidential suite on the top floor." Then he took out the room card and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen played with the room card and walked towards the elevator, and he had almost figured it out. What else could be the surprise that must be placed in the hotel? Women. And the woman Wang Siming is targeting must not be an ordinary woman. But Jiang Chen was not excited at all, instead he frowned slightly. Although the two of them called each other brothers, he was not stupid enough to really treat the other as a brother. Wang Siming must have his own purpose for doing this. Is it just a simple gesture of goodwill, or does he want to take this opportunity to find something to hold against him? Chapter 82, Someone Wants to Eat Jiang Chen? On the way. Jiang Chen kept thinking in his mind. Until the elevator stopped at the top floor. Jiang Chen walked to the door of the presidential suite and knocked, but no one answered. Just swiped the room card to enter. I walked through the luxuriously decorated entrance hall and living room, but didn't see anyone. When he came to the master bedroom, he found the door was ajar and the floor was covered with flower petals. It's quite romantic. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, then opened the door and walked in. Walking along the path paved with roses, we arrived in front of the luxuriously shaped big bed. He guessed correctly, it was indeed a woman. A woman was lying on the bed, wearing white silk pajamas, with a slim and graceful figure. After Jiang Chen came in, she didn't move, as if she had fallen asleep. "Hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore." Jiang Chen stood at the end of the bed and pushed her twice. But the other party didn't react at all. If it weren't for her even and slow breathing, Jiang Chen would have thought it was a corpse. "Big sister, you are really brave. How can you sleep in this situation?" Jiang Chen walked to the head of the bed helplessly, parted her hair, and saw the woman's appearance clearly. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning. What the hell? It turned out to be Yao Xian. Looking at that pretty fair face with a blush on it, Jiang Chen was a little dazed. He had imagined that the woman was a star, but he didn't expect it to be Yao Xian. Is it because I took away her heroine role that she took the initiative to throw herself into my arms? Jiang Chen pondered silently. Not really. Based on her first impression of Yao Xian, she didn't seem like someone who would sell her body. And if she was planning to betray herself, why would she be sleeping so soundly now? Even if he was in deep sleep, he would have woken up with such a loud noise. Could it be? A hint of anger flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. What exactly does Wang Siming want to do? Want to harm yourself? He blinked his eyes, and the bionic nano aircraft took off into the air. The signal collection function has been activated. Search mode has started, scope set, presidential suite of Purple Mountain Hotel. Dotted lines appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. They were the signals in the room, connecting all the electrical appliances that could be connected to the internet. TV, computer, mobile phone, call button. At this time, a red dot directly opposite the big bed attracted Jiang Chen's attention. The technology I also sent a prompt. Discover electrical appliances, micro pinhole cameras. Really? Jiang Chen raised his lips. Interesting. Do you want to watch the live broadcast? Micro pinhole camera analysis in progress. Analysis completed. All other dotted lines in the site disappeared, only the pinhole camera was connected to a signal, and the other end was the next room. The other party is right under our noses. Very good, you dare to touch the Tai Sui's head. Jiang Chen synchronized the aircraft's perspective, controlled it to fly out of the suite, and slipped into the next room through the crack in the door. Sure enough, I found a man and a woman in the living room. They were sitting in front of the computer watching something. And on the screen, it was Jiang Chen himself. They are monitoring this room. The nano aircraft flew in front of the two people, and Jiang Chen finally saw their appearance clearly. The man had a wolf head tattooed on his shoulder, and he looked ferocious. And that woman was Lin Ping. Jiang Chen's eyes were stern and he turned on the recording mode. Xiao Lang, why hasn't he started doing anything yet? Has he discovered the camera? Lin Ping asked nervously. No. Xiao Lang shook his head and said, this camera is very secretive. It can't be detected without professional equipment. Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't get caught. He's the big boss of Yida Group. If he really wants to retaliate against us, we won't be able to escape. Xiao Lang smiled and said, why, are you scared now? I think you are really cruel. You brought Yao Xian up, and you just watched her get abused? Lin Ping sneered, I'm cruel? She's the one who doesn't know how to appreciate it. Wang Ximing personally called my boss and asked Yao Xian to spend a night with Jiang Chen, but she refused to do so. Yao can't solve Jiang Chen's problem, and the boss won't let us go. Then I'll be finished. There is no other way, we can only resort to this last resort. By the way, does your medicine work? Jiang Chen frowned as he listened. It really is medicine. The conversation in the room continued. Don't worry, the medicine will be fine. Xiao Lang said, but aren't you afraid that Yao Xian will fight you to death when she wakes up? I've already told the boss that Yao Xian is doing this completely voluntarily. When the time comes and the matter is done, what can she do? Lin Ping said proudly. Good plan. Xiao Lang gave a thumbs up. Besides, don't I have a video? This is a good thing. It can not only restrain Jiang Chen, but also threaten Yao Xian. Won't she have to listen to me when the time comes? If I have nowhere else to turn, I can use this video to extort money from Jiang Chen. He's not short of money anyway. Lin Ping became more and more excited as she spoke, and felt like a genius. Xiao Lang looked at Yao Xian on the surveillance screen and licked his lips. After Jiang Chen is done, let me have a taste of it too, can you? I've never touched such a popular actress before. You wish. Lin Ping said righteously, she is my good sister, we are as close as brothers. She must be paid. You fucking. Jiang Chen couldn't listen to the rest of the words anymore. He controlled the aircraft to fly back to the room and directly released electric current to destroy the camera. He took out his cell phone and called Zhang Jialiang. Come to the top floor presidential suite right now, and bring 2 bodyguards from Golden Shield Security. Jiang Chen's voice was filled with murderous intent, like a freezing cold wind. Someone is going to die. Chapter 83, go ahead, you 1T stop until I tell you to. Purple Mountain Hotel, top floor. In the presidential suite. Seeing the black screen in front of her, Lin Ping was a little confused. Why is the picture on Jiang Chen's side black? Is your camera working? She pointed at the screen and said puzzledly. Xiao Lang was also puzzled, and fiddled with it randomly. Impossible, I spent a lot of money to buy this. Lin Ping said anxiously, you have to get it done quickly, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted if you can't record it. I'm working on it, don't rush me. If you don't do it right, you won't get a penny. Oh shit. Xiao Lang gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds were heard, accompanied by the sound of the door unlocking. Someone is using the room card to open the door. The 2 men stood up suddenly and looked towards the door in disbelief. I saw 2 burly men in suits walking over and standing at the door, one on the left and one on the right, like iron towers. Xiao Lang had a bad feeling and reached out to turn off the computer. Who let you in? This is the room I booked, get out right now or I'll complain to you. Lin Ping was furious. The security guards looked straight ahead and no one paid any attention to her. At this time, Zhang Jialiang appeared at the door. Lin Ping was stunned for a moment and snorted coldly, I was wondering how the hotel dared to open my room without permission. It turned out to be Mr. Zhang. Yao Xian is still resting, you barge in like this, be careful or I will expose your hotel. As a celebrity agent, Lin Ping often goes in and out of 5-star hotels, so of course she knows Zhang Jialiang. She didn't believe that a hotel general manager would dare to offend a popular actress with millions of fans. But Zhang Jialiang turned a deaf ear to it, as if he couldn't hear it. Zhang Jialiang. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Ping said sternly. At this time, Zhang Jialiang bent down and bowed, Boss, please. Boss? Lin Ping looked behind him in confusion. A tall and straight figure walked in with a cruel smile on his face. What a coincidence, we meet again. Lin Ping's pupils contracted, her mouth opened wide, and her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. Jiang Chen? Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Jiang Chen wasn't busy next door, so why was he here? Has it been exposed? Lin Ping forced a smile and said, Boss Jiang, don't you have something important to do? How do you still have time to come here? Jiang Chen threw the pinhole camera in front of them and said with a smile, I think this camera is broken. Bring it here and replace it with a new one. Don't let it affect your watching the show. Lin Ping felt a chill down her spine. It's over. Discovered. She trembled all over and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Jiang, I don't quite understand what you are saying. You can't admit it, if you admit it you'll be dead. Not understand? Jiang Chen walked up to her, took out his phone to play the video, and the conversation between Lin Ping and Xiao Lang came. Clamp Jiang Chen, threaten Yao Xian. The sound and picture are clear, as if they are right in front of you. They looked at each other, with despair in their eyes. They thought they were secretly taking photos of Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly it was Jiang Chen who was spying on them. This man is so scary. If this video gets out, they're both doomed. Do you understand now? Jiang Chen said calmly. Xiao Lang lowered his eyes with a cold look. No matter what, you have to find a way to leave first. He moved quietly and then rushed to the door. Bang! The strong security guard hit him on the back with a baton and knocked him to the ground. Then press on him and clamp him tightly. At the same time, he covered Xiao Lang's mouth to prevent him from making any sound. Lin Ping looked at this scene, horrified, and fell to her knees. I was so wrong. Mr. Jiang, please forgive me this time. And I didn't take any pictures. Lin Ping begged. Jiang Chen glanced at her calmly. She had said the same thing in the gym. But he still doesn't repent. People like Lin Ping are typical villains. Selfish and unscrupulous. If you don't crush her to death completely, you can't guarantee that she will bite you one day. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I have already given you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. The next time I see you, it might be in the hospital. His cold gaze swept across the two Golden Shield security guards, making people tremble with fear. The two Golden Shield security members nodded in understanding. The meaning of Jiang Chen's gaze couldn't be more obvious. We are going to beat Lin Ping and the others until they are hospitalized. Lin Ping was so scared that her whole body was trembling and tears were streaming down her face. Mr. Jiang, no. Please. Her legs and feet felt weak and her crotch was wet. Jiang Chen waved his hand, sat on the sofa, and said calmly, Go ahead, wait until I say stop, then you can stop. Zhang Jialiang closed the door silently. The two security guards pulled out their batons and beat Xiao Lang and Lin Ping fiercely. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out in the room. The sound was so sharp that it made people's scalps numb. At the same time, there was a bang-bang sound, which was the sound of bones being broken. Seeing the scene, Zhang Jialiang looked at Jiang Chen in fear. But Jiang Chen's face remained calm, neither happy nor angry, and no emotion could be seen at all. It's so horrible. It took a full 10 minutes for the screams to gradually weaken and turn into painful wails. Another 2 minutes passed before the sound completely subsided. The two security guards were breathing heavily, their batons were covered in sticky bright red. The two people on the ground were already dying. Jiang Chen then raised his hand, clicked his tongue, and frowned, saying, Why are you so harsh? Stop, send him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Everyone was shocked. Why was the attack so harsh? Isn't this what you ordered? How can we dare to stop without you saying stop? Looking at Jiang Chen again, there was a hint of teasing on his face, but his eyes were cold and calm. It's really terrifying and sends chills down your spine. Zhang Jiaoliang's eyes were filled with fear, and he almost didn't dare to look him in the eye. He lowered his head and replied, yes. Then he looked at the two people lying on the ground in a bloody mess. My hair stood on end instantly. Too cruel. This young man who was able to plan and strategize before taking action is really ruthless. No wonder he has such powerful assets. This kind of ruthlessness is not something that ordinary people can possess. Zhang Jiaoliang turned around and looked at Jiang Chen's departing back, his eyes full of fear. He knew that if anyone offended his boss, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 84. I said this was a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Returning to the presidential suite, Jiang Chen sat calmly on the sofa. The anger in my heart also dissipated a lot. There is actually no need for him to take action now. It is entirely possible to make it so that Lin Ping and Xiao Lang will never be able to turn over a new leaf. But Jiang Chen didn't want to do that. Using force to suppress others is certainly efficient, but Jiang Chen prefers simple and crude methods. Jiang Chen would be upset if he didn't let them experience the pain firsthand. What Lin Ping did had already touched his bottom line, not to mention that the other party had even plotted against him. If I hadn't taken precautions in advance, I would have easily fallen into their trap. Of course, Jiang Chen was not acting on impulse. The recorded video in his hand would cause an uproar if released. Both the Wang family and Lin Ping as so-called boss will actively resolve this matter. It has absolutely nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and called Wang Ximing. The call was quickly connected, and an enthusiastic voice came from the other end. Brother Chen, how is it? Are you satisfied with my gift? Satisfied, very satisfied. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As long as you're satisfied. Ha ha ha. Wang Ximing breathed a sigh of relief. In return, I'll give you a gift too. Please take a look at your phone. Brother Chen, you are so polite. Let me take a look. After a moment, the sound of a video playing rang out. The other end of the phone gradually fell silent. Jiang Chen sneered, Wang Ximing, plotting against me? How do you want to die? Wang Ximing's heartbeat suddenly slowed down. If someone else said this, Wang Ximing would just find it ridiculous. He is the Prince of Yida, and he is at the top in terms of wealth and status. Who dares to threaten him? But now that these words came from Jiang Chen's mouth, Wang Ximing really felt that he was doomed. Especially after watching the video, cold sweat instantly soaked my clothes. How did things turn out like this? Didn't Ti Yaoxian volunteer? How could he be knocked unconscious? What on earth was going on? Wang Ximing realized that if this video got out, he would be implicated. Yao Xian has tens of millions of fans, plus the power behind Jiang Chen is surging. If this fishing reel gets out of control, it may reach a point where it cannot be resolved. By then, they're Wang family. Brother Chen, please listen to my explanation. Wang Ximing said anxiously. You explain, I'm listening. Jiang Chen said calmly. Wang Ximing organized his words and began to speak from beginning to end. The more Jiang Chen listened, the deeper his frown deepened, and he almost vomited blood. Who told you that I removed Zhao Xian from the female lead role because I fell in love with her? That's it, Brother Chen. Wang Ximing said weakly, you said you could buy our group's shares at will and not interfere with the group's decision-making, but you removed Zhao Xian's heroine. I thought you were hinting. What kind of hint is that? I was just mad at her agent. What are you guessing about? Jiang Chen scolded angrily. So the cause of all this was Wang Ximing's attempt to please himself? And the misunderstanding caused? Wang Ximing regretted it so much that he said embarrassedly, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The main thing is that Lin Ping said that Yao Xian volunteered. I really didn't expect that she would force Yao Xian. Jiang Chen rubbed his brows, not knowing what to say. Brother Chen, calm down. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Where is Lin Ping now? I'm going to kill her. Wang Ximing said viciously. Lin Ping's secret filming implicated him as well. Jiang Chen said casually, Lin Ping? She should be in the hospital now. Rescue? Wang Ximing's throat felt a little dry. He had a hunch that if this matter was not handled properly, he would have to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. He hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, leave this matter to me, I will definitely solve it satisfactorily." "Don't tell my father." "Okay, I'll give you a chance." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Wang Ximing fell silent. He took out a cigarette and lit it, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to improve his relationship with Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly, it almost led to disaster. Recalling Jiang Chen's sinister tone, Wang Ximing couldn't help but shudder. At the same time, I felt a nameless anger rising in my heart. Is this how these idiots do things? He took out his cell phone, called Lin Ping's boss, and started scolding him. He cursed for a full 5 minutes before stopping, panting heavily. "I'll solve Lin Ping's problem right away. If Mr. Jiang still doesn't calm down, you'll be doomed." After I hung up the phone, I finally felt a little better. Jiang Chen also found it funny. Unexpectedly, the cause of this incident was that Wang Ximing misunderstood what he meant. "So I am the mastermind behind this?" Jiang Chen shook his head and laughed, then walked into the bedroom. Looking at Yao Xian, who was still sleeping, he fell into deep thought for a moment. What to do with this chick? Looking at the dark night outside the window, Jiang Chen sighed and sat at the head of the bed. Let's wait until she wakes up before leaving. The unexpected disaster that Yao Xian suffered was more or less related to himself. It's really hard to just leave like that. But having said that, this chick has a pretty good figure. The early morning sunlight poured into the room and opened Jiang Chen's eyelids. He woke up in a daze, felt the soft breath beside him, and changed his posture comfortably. Wait a minute. What is this soft thing in my hand? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The girl in his arms turned around, and he saw her fair and delicate face rubbing against his arm. In my other hand, I held a ball of soft elasticity. Jiang Chen was shocked. Damn, how did I fall asleep? I won't be able to explain myself when I wake up. He quietly tried to pull his arm back. At this time, the girl frowned and slowly opened her eyes. The two stared at each other for a second, her eyes went from confusion to horror, and she opened her mouth to scream. Jiang Chen was quick to cover her mouth. Do you believe me if I tell you this is a misunderstanding? Yao Xin didn't say anything, but stared at him hatefully, as if he wanted to bite him. Jiang Chen said helplessly, I can explain, but you must stay calm. Yao Xian's eyes were as sharp as knives, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Let me go, she said with difficulty in her nasal voice. If you don't scream, I'll let you go. Just blink your eyes if you agree. Jiang Chen said. Yao Xian opened his eyes wide and stared at him without blinking. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, just stared at her silently. Finally, after a minute, Yao Xian couldn't bear the soreness in his eyes and blinked. That's fine as long as you agree. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and let go. Yao Xian took a breath and said angrily, Jiang Chen, you bastard. Just as Jiang Chen was about to finish speaking, Yao Xian's nose felt sore and tears instantly filled her eyes. No. Don't cry so quickly. Wow. After his persuasion, Yao Xian cried even harder. You son of a bitch. Sadder. You bastard. I'm going to sue you. Chapter 85 Big Loss. 5 minutes later. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa speechlessly, while Yao Xian wore pajamas and wrapped himself tightly in a quilt. So, nothing happened to us? Yao Xian said in a hoarse voice. Whether it happened or not, don't you feel it? Jiang Chen said unhappily, you slept like a pig last night. I waited for several hours but you didn't wake up. I just fell asleep accidentally. Yao Xian blushed slightly, you are the pig. After calming down, Yao Xian crawled into bed, used the flashlight on his mobile phone to check, and found that it was indeed intact, so he felt relieved. You took my kindness for granted. Jiang Chen glared at her. Kindness? It's because you want to vet me. Yao Xian looked at him with contempt. Jiang Chen sneered, what the hell? If I really wanted to abuse you, would I wait for you to wake up? Yao Xian also reacted now. Yes. If he really had feelings for me, why didn't he do anything last night? But didn't Lin Ping say, what is going on? She asked puzzledly. Jiang Chen clicked on the video and threw the phone to her. See for yourself. After watching the video, Yao Xian was so angry that his chest heaved and his whole body trembled. Lin Ping. I didn't expect the other party to be so unscrupulous. Not only does he want to use her to solve his troubles, he also wants to control her through video. She shuddered at the thought. Yao Xian looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. If it weren't for him, the consequences would be disastrous. Yao Xian's mind was in a mess. The man who I originally thought was a gangster and a pervert turned out to be an open-minded gentleman. However, the agent whom he had always trusted the most betrayed him in a despicable way. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red and tears began to brew again. Okay, stop crying. You didn't lose anything, and Lin Ping was punished. You should be happy. Jiang Chen said. Yao Xian was stunned. It seems to make sense. Although I feel very sad when I am betrayed by someone I trust, I feel more grateful for surviving the disaster. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, I would have been forced into a desperate situation. So, Jiang Chen is still his benefactor? But he withdrew his new play, which made him one step further away from his dream. Yao Xian felt mixed emotions. After a long while, she asked, "What about Lin Ping now?" "He was beaten and hospitalized," Jiang Chen said casually. Yao Xian was silent for a moment. "Thank you." "No need, just don't hate me," Jiang Chen said lightly. Yao Xian smiled and shook her head, her face a little pale. What happened in the past 2 days had almost drained all her strength. But it also made her let go of a lot. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first," Yao Xian murmured. Jiang Chen looked at her depressed and lost expression, pursed his lips without saying anything, turned around, pushed the door and left. The room fell silent. Yao Xian sat on the bed with his head down, like a weak and powerless little flower. A faint feeling of loneliness and powerlessness permeated the room. Suddenly, footsteps were heard again. Yao Xian raised his head in confusion. Jiang Chen came back with the clothes she had placed on the sofa in his hand. He threw his clothes on the bed and said calmly, "Get up and eat together." Yao Xian was stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. "Don't you hate me?" Jiang Chen looked at her and said, "At least I slept with you for one night, so I'll treat you to breakfast, and we're even now." "Sleep with your sister." Yao Xian was furious and grabbed his clothes and threw them at him. Jiang Chen dodged to the side, picked up the white wrapper on the ground, and smacked his lips and said, "Actually, you are quite capable. Think about it this way, I didn't do anything last night and it was a big loss." He looked as if he was deeply regretful while speaking. "Give it back to me, you bastard." Yao Xian's pretty face turned red, and she stood up and wanted to pounce on him. As a result, the silk pajama straps accidentally slipped off. Both of them were petrified at the same time. Jiang Chen's throat moved and his eyes were dull. "Wow. Don't look." Yao Xian lifted the shoulder straps and wrapped himself in the quilt again. "I didn't look." His eyes widened. In fact, when he woke up in the morning, he not only looked, but also touched it. "You." Yao Xian was almost crying with anger. As a virgin girl, she had never even filmed a kissing scene, but was repeatedly. "I am the one who suffered the biggest loss. I'll wait for you outside." Jiang Chen's face turned red and he quickly left the room. Yao Xian sat on the bed with his knees hugged, even his snow-white neck was stained red, and his pearly teeth gently bit his lips. Although I was very shy, the depression in my heart had dissipated a lot. She washed and dressed, then walked out of the room, only to find that Jiang Chen was not in the corridor. I knew this guy was a bad guy. A big liar. Yao Xian said angrily with a lost look in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Jialiang walked over quickly. "Good morning, Miss Yao." "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Yao Xian nodded in greeting. She had come to Tianhai more than once or twice, and she stayed at the Purple Mountain Hotel almost every time, so she was quite familiar with Zhang Jialiang. Zhang Jialiang smiled and said, "The boss is waiting for you in the restaurant. I'll take you there." "The owner of your hotel? Do I know him?" Yao Xian was a little confused. "Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. He asked me to come and pick you up," Zhang Jialiang explained. "Jiang Chen?" Yao Xian covered his mouth in surprise. She had stayed here so many times, but she didn't know that this hotel belonged to Jiang Chen. This is one of the best 5-star hotels in Tianhai. The best location, the best decoration, the highest level. How much is this worth? Isn't this guy too rich? However, when I think about the fact that the other party is the big boss of Yida and can decide the life and death of celebrities with just one sentence, all this is not so difficult to accept. Damn capitalists. Yao Xian frowned. She followed Zhang Jialian all the way to the restaurant. There was no one there, and it seemed like it was not open to the public. It was obviously Jiang Chen's arrangement. Originally, Yao Xian was worried that he would be recognized by fans because of his poor condition, but now he is relieved. She came and sat down opposite Jiang Chen, glaring at him angrily. "Why are you looking at me? You don't want me to be responsible for you?" Jiang Chen teased while eating fried meat. "Humph, wishful thinking." Yao Xian turned his head away and didn't look at him. Thinking of the scenes in the room, she poked Baozi angrily, wishing she could cut him into pieces. Jiang Chen was eating breakfast while preparing to start today's lottery. Today's lottery draw number is? Chapter 86, Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Today's lottery draw number is 1, do you want to draw immediately? Smoke. Jiang Chen muttered to himself and directly chose to draw the lottery. Reward, complete loyalty contract X2. Details, after signing this contract, the signatory's loyalty to the host will be increased to 100. The signatory will unconditionally obey any orders of the host, and the duration will be permanent, until the host unilaterally cancels it, or the signatory dies. What the hell? Jiang Chen almost spit out the milk. Isn't this too exaggerated? Unconditionally obey any order? The content covered is too broad and the meaning behind it is too terrifying. If this is handled properly, Jiang Chen can definitely become the richest man in the world, or even stand at the pinnacle of power? At this moment, he noticed the small print behind the details. Warm reminder, the host is Jiang Chen, the value and power of the signatory cannot exceed that of the host, otherwise the contract will be invalid. Simply put, the signatory cannot be richer than you or have a better background than you. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw these two restrictions. This is more reasonable, otherwise it would be too scary. Unlimited power often devours the user himself. But even so, the power of this contract is exaggerated. The most difficult and most fickle thing in this world is the human heart, and it solves this problem perfectly. Then the question is, who should we sign? Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Yao Xian. She was busy fighting over breakfast. She had short hair that reached her ears, a cool temperament, and pretty eyes and eyebrows. There must be a reason why she has become a popular actress with millions of fans. Yao Xian's facial features were the most delicate Jiang Chen had ever seen. To be honest, many men would probably want to sign an agreement with her and have her obey their orders. But what Jiang Chen has the most around him is beautiful women. Tang Luowan, Su Jingyi, Ning Shernan, which one of them is not a top beauty picked from thousands? Yao Xian's appearance didn't have much appeal to him. Besides, when it comes to relationships, it's pointless to force them. Moreover, this is a complete loyalty contract, as Jiang Chen understands it. Obviously, the system asked him to find a capable and useful person. Wouldn't it be nice to find a powerful younger brother to work for him in the future? At this time, Yao Xian's cell phone rang. She looked at the incoming call and frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. "Hello. I'm at the Purple Mountain Hotel." "What? You're almost there?" Yao Xian was a little surprised. Why did he come to Tianhai in person? After hanging up the phone, she didn't speak for a long time. Jiang Chen looked at her thoughtful expression and asked curiously, "Who is it?" Yao Xian said, "The boss of my agency, Luo Chang." Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. Yao Xian's boss is naturally Lin Ping's boss. Coming to Tianhai at this time, he naturally had something in mind. "Just come, why do you look so sad? Are you worried that he will deduct your salary?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yao Xian shook her head and said, "I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about you." After he finished speaking, he realized that there was something ambiguous. His cheeks flushed immediately and he stammered, "Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant." Jiang Chen said nothing and looked at her with a smile. Yao Xian calmed down and said, "The company has invested a lot of resources in me. We finally got the opportunity to work with Director Zhang, but you withdrew it, which seriously damaged the interests of the company. Then you took Lin Ping, including that video, which posed a great threat to him, so I am worried." "That's it?" Jiang Chen sneered and said, "It's just a small agency, nothing to be afraid of. He is the major shareholder of Yida, while the other party is just the boss of a brokerage company. No matter how awesome he is, the two of them are simply not in the same league. There is no way to compare with Jiang Chen." Yao Xian sighed and said, "I know that you are far superior to Luo Chang in terms of financial resources and status, but he is not that simple either. I am afraid that he will do something bad to you. From her narration, Jiang Chen had a general understanding of Luo Chang. His methods can be summed up in 2 words. Cruel. Luo Chang founded Tiancheng Culture Media, which has 4 first-line artists and more than a dozen second-line artists. As a rising star, he is able to snatch me from the mouths of those big crocodiles, so he must have his own ways. Jiangnan Jiaqing is a smiling tiger who eats people without leaving any bones. Maybe Tiancheng Culture's resources are not as strong as other companies, but the artists promoted by Luo Chang are rarely poached by other companies. The reason is very simple. Dare not. There once was a popular young actor who was very popular and almost a top-tier star. After being praised by Luo Chang, he became arrogant. Not only did they threaten to terminate the contract, they also colluded with other companies to smear Tiancheng. It caused a huge uproar at the time. Tiancheng was facing huge pressure from fishing boats, and the company's employees were in a panic and in danger. 2 months later, the storm subsided, and the top actor disappeared and has not appeared in the public eye since. Only some people in the company knew that he was taken to Taigua for a sex change operation. I am still earning money for the company to repay the penalty. You'll never be able to turn over in your life. Of course, you can't keep people just by being ruthless. Luo Chang is also extremely protective of his artists. In other words, as long as you don't betray the interests of the company will not let you suffer any loss. This is also the reason why he can do it. The reason why Luo Chang is so respectful to Wang Ximing is, on the one hand, because of Yida's strength, but mainly because of the Wang family behind it. He was giving face to the Wang family, not Wang Ximing. So although Jiang Chen is rich, his background is unclear. Yao Xian has no idea what measures Luo Chang will take. After Jiang Chen heard this, his heart moved slightly. Both black and white? Interesting. An idea popped into his mind. How about you step aside for a while, and I'll feel out his attitude first, and then make plans? Yao Xian suggested. Jiang Chen looked at her strangely. Are you concerned about me? I withdrew her from the heroine role. Shouldn't this chick hate me? Yao Xian was stunned for a moment, then snorted, You think too much. I'm a generous person and I won't argue with you. Just be content. In fact, she was just being stubborn, and she was mostly grateful to Jiang Chen in her heart. After all, chastity is far more important to her than life. Okay. Jiang Chen shrugged. At this time, Yao Xian's cell phone rang again. She took a look and became a little nervous. Luo Chang is already here, what should I do? Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and said, Just let him come over. Seeing that he didn't care, Yao Xian had no choice but to send the exact location to Luo Chang, and at the same time moved closer to Jiang Chen. Obviously he was somewhat in awe of Luo Chang. A few minutes later, there was a commotion at the restaurant entrance, and then Zhang Jialian walked in quickly. Sir, there is someone outside looking for Miss Yao, and he is not friendly. Let them in. Yes. Then, Luo Chang walked in with 3 men. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, probably in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-ironed suit. He is the boss of Tiancheng Media, Luo Chang. 2 strong men followed Luo Chang, cursing at him. How dare you stop us? Don't you know how many eyes the Horse King has? Zhang Jialiang had a blank expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard it. Luo Chang came and sat down next to Yao Xian, took out a handkerchief and wiped his glasses. 2 strong men stood behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Mr. Luo, why did you come here in person? Yao Xian said. Luo Chang put on his glasses and smiled gently. Since the incident is so serious, I must come and take a look. Not only did Yao Xian not relax, she became even more nervous. Those who know him know that his smile is as gentle as his attacks are vicious. At this time, Luo Chang noticed Jiang Chen, raised his chin and asked, Your friend? Jiang Chen ate his breakfast slowly without saying a word. He is. Before Yao Xian could say anything, the burly man behind Luo Chang shouted, Kid, move aside. Can't you see we are discussing business here? Jiang Chen glanced at him and asked, Why don't you go talk over there? The sturdy man was stunned for a moment, then laughed sinisterly, You are so crazy. Are you tired of living? Do you believe me? I will throw you down? Jiang Chen looked too young, and the sturdy man didn't take him seriously at all. Luo Chang continued to smile and did not stop. Jiang Chen put down his fork, picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth calmly, then said calmly, I hate people with foul mouths. Help him wash it well. Yes, boss. Two security guards rushed over and pinned the burly man down on the dining table. These two are elite members of Golden Shield Security. They cooperated with Jiang Qin yesterday and understood his intentions. What do you want to do? Ugh. The security guard picked up the kettle on the table and poured water into his mouth. Soon after drinking a pot of water, the strong man vomited violently, his face turned blue and purple, and he almost suffocated. Luo Chang's smile froze on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Are you the owner of this hotel? What do you think? Jiang Chen looked at him calmly. He is. Yao Xian was about to speak when Luo Chang interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Although it was my people who spoke rudely, your actions were too much, weren't they? So what? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Luo Chang didn't say anything, but his eyes became increasingly cold. Aren't you just the owner of a shabby hotel? Believe it or not, we will kill you. Another strong man behind him pointed at Jiang Chen, and his roar echoed in the restaurant. The security guard silently drew out his baton and looked at them vigilantly. The smell of gunpowder filled the air and the atmosphere was very tense. At this time, Yao Xian's helpless voice sounded, "Boss, he is Jiang Chen." What? Luo Chang's pupils contracted and he stood up in surprise. What the hell, why didn't you say it earlier? Chapter 87 This world is crazy. At this time, the sturdy man was still shouting at Jiang Chen, looking like he was going to kill him. Do you know who our boss is? How dare you talk to him like that? Bang! Luo Chang slapped the sturdy man in the face and sent him flying. Blood flowed from the corner of the sturdy man's mouth, and 5 fingerprints quickly appeared on his face. His head was dizzy and he couldn't recover for a long time. Boss, did you hit the wrong person? He said aggrievedly, covering his face. I'm going to hit you. Luo Chang took off his glasses and rushed forward like an angry lion, smashing him on the head with his fists and feet. The sturdy man was beaten with bruises all over his face, but he dared not make a sound. After fighting for 5 minutes, Luo Chengkai stopped, panting heavily. The strong man was already dying, lying on the ground unconscious. Luo Chang returned to the dining table, wiped his hands with the tablecloth, put his glasses back on, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. It was as if he instantly transformed from a thug in a suit into a businessman. Jiang Chen smiled slowly. Quite interesting. After listening to Yao Xian's narration, he began to consider whether to sign Luo Chang. In this way, he can borrow the power of the other party, and also have someone to help him do many things that are not suitable for him to do. So Jiang Chen has been observing Luo Chang. When he first saw the rampant behavior of Luo Chang and others, he was very disappointed. What he wants is a helper, not a thug. People who have no cunning at all and only know how to pretend everywhere will not live long. But now it seems that Luo Chang is cruel enough. A qualified toolman. Luo Chang smiled and stretched out his hand. I am Luo Chang. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was negligent in disciplining my subordinates and offended you just now. Jiang Chen shook it casually. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party was indeed not angry, Luo Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I have 2 purposes for coming to Tianhai this time. The first thing is to resolve Lin Ping's issue and minimize the impact. The second is to come and see Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has the video recording of the conversation between Lin Ping and Xiu Lang. He was afraid that the other party was angry and would release the video directly. That would have a huge impact on the company's voice. In comparison, Yao Xian's removal was nothing but a small matter. I've heard that Mr. Jiang is young and promising, but I didn't expect he is so handsome. Luo Chang greeted. He was telling the truth. Mr. Jiang's appearance and figure are more perfect than the company's top young stars. Jiang Chen smiled but said nothing. Luo Chang saw that he was in no mood to chat, so he got straight to the point and said, I'm very sorry about Lin Ping's matter. I didn't expect her to be so bold as to use such a despicable method to plot against you. So I came here this time just to solve this matter perfectly and give you an explanation. Jiang Chen said, Lin Ping has received the punishment she deserves, so this matter is over. Luo Chang was stunned, and then he was delighted. So easy to talk to? Does that mean there's a chance to get the video back? Luo Chang's mind raced, and he said, Mr. Jiang is really magnanimous. Luo Chang admires him. Jiang Chen raised his hand to interrupt. I don't like beating around the bush, I just say what I want to say. Happy. Luo Chang smiled and said, then I'll just say it straight. Don't you have the video of Lin Ping and Xiu Lang in your hand? This video has a great impact on the reputation of our company, including Yao Xian's reputation, so you want the video back? Jiang Chen said for him. Mr. Jiang is right. Since you said that this matter is over, I think there is no point in you keeping this video. Luo Cheng carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression as he spoke. He was very good at reading people's expressions. Jiang Chen said, but aren't you afraid that what I give you is just a backup? Of course Luo Cheng was afraid. But he was also prepared for the other party to keep a backup. Because what he wanted most was not the video, but Jiang Chen's attitude. As long as the situation can be stabilized now and he is given enough time to prepare, he will be able to make amends even if the video is exposed later. But not now. Luo Cheng smiled broadly. Mr. Jiang is such a big shot, he can drown me with just a spit. Of course I believe you. Jiang Chen joked, I don't even believe in myself, and you actually believe in me? Luo Cheng's eyes changed, and he said in a deep voice, so what you mean is? Jiang Chen stopped talking and sat calmly in the chair. He was trying to wear out Luo Cheng's patience. Luo Cheng couldn't figure out what he was thinking and didn't know what to say for a moment, and the air just became quiet. As time passed, Luo Cheng finally lost his patience and his eyes gradually became cold. Mr. Jiang, you can ask for anything you want. I'm a good person in other aspects, but my patience may be average. Just give me a definite answer if it's okay or not. The tone of the conversation became more tense. Although Jiang Chen is rich, even a clayman will have some temper. Luo Cheng will not let himself be bullied. At most, he will fight to the death. Yao Xian knew Luo Cheng's character, and her eyes were anxious. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, took out a contract from somewhere, and handed it to Luo Cheng. Sign it, you can take the video, and I promise there will be no backup. Contract? Luo Cheng took it, opened it, and looked at it carefully, and couldn't help laughing. The name of the contract is Complete Loyalty Agreement. The content is very simple, which is that the signatory party B needs to unconditionally obey the orders of party A Jiang Chen, and the validity period is lifelong. There is neither notarization nor contract number, it is a completely 3-no contract. Moreover, a contract with this kind of content has no legal support and will not have any legal effect if signed. There was a hint of teasing in Luo Cheng's eyes. This kind of playing house thing is trying to restrict me? Is Mr. Jiang mentally okay? Okay, I'll sign. I hope Mr. Jiang won't regret it. Jiang Chen smiled even more. Very good, you are such a smart man. Luo Cheng happily took out a gold pen and quickly signed his name on it. In order to guard against Jiang Chen, he deliberately signed with his left hand. The contract has been signed. Luo Cheng closed the pen cap and smiled. Mr. Jiang, can I have the video? However, at this moment, a blue light suddenly emerged from the contract on the table and merged into the bodies of the two people. A frame instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Contractor, Luo Cheng. Age, 34. Force value, 112. Ordinary people have 60. Loyalty, 100. Full, permanent period. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's mouth corners raised slightly. Haha, what is a smiling tiger? You are just a tool in my hands. Of course, these things are completely invisible to outsiders. Luo Cheng's expression changed instantly, and his body shook as if he had been cast a spell. The mocking smile on his face instantly turned into respect and awe. He stood up and immediately bowed to Jiang Chen, whispering, Meet the master. Puff. Yao Xian spat out a mouthful of tea and her eyes widened. See the master? WTF? What is going on? Luo Cheng was so tense just now, how come he suddenly became so humble and obedient as to act like a servant? Is this world too crazy? Or am I not keeping up with the times? Chapter 88 Destiny is just a matter of thought. Seeing this scene, Yao Xian was stunned. Jiang Chen also got goosebumps. Just call me Mr. Jiang. You can call me boss, but forget about master. It would be fine if a soft girl like Yao Xian called him master, but Jiang Chen simply couldn't stand it when a rough man like Luo Cheng called him that. Okay, boss. Luo Cheng nodded. What happened next shocked Yao Xian even more. Luo Cheng answered all of Jiang Chen's questions, even if they involved privacy and interests. Yao Xian has been in contact with Luo Cheng for such a long time and knows how cruel and ruthless this man is. But at this moment he was as obedient as a dog. What on earth happened? Is the loyalty agreement really that powerful? Zhang Jialiang standing by was also shocked. What on earth is the boss doing? Jiang Chen had just checked and found that there were no recording or video equipment in the restaurant, so there was no need to be shy about anything. After a brief exchange, he had a full understanding of Luo Chang. Why Luo Chang can do both good and bad things. Because his grandfather started his business in the coal business in Jiacheng, his family was very wealthy. By the time of his father's generation, due to restrictions on resource mining, they began to transform into real estate. Relying on his wealthy family background, he invested in a large number of KTVs, bars, and nightclubs, almost monopolizing the entertainment industry in Jiacheng and its surrounding areas. However, these industries inevitably involve contact with all kinds of people, and his father did not want to be controlled by others, so he simply organized his own brothers. In the end, he really made it big. However, what is even more exaggerated is that Luo Chang's mother is the deputy chief of Jiacheng Police Station. The power of her mother's family is even more terrifying. Black and white are both good. So the Luo family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan Jiacheng. Although the Luo family is not as well known as the Tang family and the Qian family in other places when it comes to industrial issues, no one dares to challenge the Luo family in Jiacheng. Luo Chang's purpose in establishing an agency company is very simple. Get some capital, move into the upper class, and completely whitewash the Luo family. Capital? Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. As the largest shareholder of Yida, he is worth hundreds of billions. He is the capital. Jiang Chen is not short of money now, and the agreement also has restrictions, so a shady character like Luo Chang is the best choice. Okay, go and solve Lin Ping's problem first. Jiang Chen ordered. Okay, boss. Luo Chang nodded in response, then left the restaurant. Yao Xian looked confused. You and Luo Chang knew each other before? Just met. Then why does he obey you? Yao Xian was full of questions and blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Jiang Chen shrugged. Maybe this is the charm of personality. Fuck your geoduck. Yao Xian didn't believe his nonsense. Jiang Chen looked at her and suddenly thought of a question. Now that Luo Chang has been subdued, doesn't that mean Yao Xian will be his employee? Come here and massage the boss legs. Jiang Chen said bossily. You wish. Yao Xian rolled her eyes at him playfully. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I wanted to restore your heroin role. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Xian quickly rushed to his side and knocked on his leg with her fist. Boss, is this strength appropriate? She said in a naive voice. Is there such a lack of bottom line? Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and called Wang Ximing. To put it simply, let Yao Xian return to Zhang Mao's crew and play the leading female role. Although Wang Ximing looked confused, he quickly agreed without any doubt. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen saw Yao Xian staring at him blankly, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. You were acupunctured? Yao Xian came back to her senses and confirmed, Are you really going to let me go back to play the female lead? Jiang Chen, what a fuss, is this true? Yao Xian did not cheer, but asked, Why? Jiang Chen said casually, Didn't you help me massage my legs? This is a reward for you. Yao Xian was stunned. Because of a badminton court, she lost an important role and almost ruined her future. Now, because I helped him massage his legs, everything came back to me? At this moment, Yao Xian sincerely realized how powerful Jiang Chen was and how insignificant she was herself. Her life depends on the other person's thoughts. Thank you. Yao Xian said seriously. In any case, she was sincerely grateful to Jiang Chen. At the same time, my feelings towards him became more and more complicated. I don't hate it, but I can't say I like it either. It's more like gratitude mixed with a hint of admiration and the joy of regaining what I had lost. Jiang Chen raised his legs and placed them directly on her legs. Continue. Okay. Yao Xian raised her slender hands and gently massaged him, but her cheeks were inexplicably red. Zhang Jialian left the restaurant sensibly. If other people saw this scene, they would probably go crazy. Yao Xian, a popular actress with millions of fans, was massaging a young man's legs in a hotel? The title alone is enough to drive fans crazy. Jiang Chen collapsed comfortably in the chair, enjoying the service of the big star. The so-called leg pinching was just something he said casually. Letting Yao Xian return to the role of the heroine was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the result of careful consideration. If it weren't for Yao Xian, Jiang Chen wouldn't have known Luo Chang's capabilities, and naturally wouldn't have been able to recruit such a capable general. She was doing herself a favor. Secondly, he had seen Yao Xian's movies, and he knew that her acting was indeed good, and she had a certain box office appeal. If Yao Xian could star in this movie invested by Yida, it would be quite profitable. It is reasonable to return the heroine to her, no problem. Jiang Chen looked at Yao Xian's energetic appearance and thought that she could keep doing it until dark. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Ning Shernan. When the call was connected, the soft voice of the girl came from the other end. She was a little worried after he didn't come home all night. "I'll be back soon." Jiang Chen glanced at Yao Xian. He remembered that Ning Shernan was Yao Xian's little fan. He smiled slightly and said to Ning Shernan, "I'll give you a surprise then." "Don't ask, you'll know in a moment." Taking back the phone, Jiang Chen said to Yao Xian, "Stop pinching, let's go." "Where are you going?" Yao Xian asked. "My home." "Ah?" Yao Xian's face turned red, and she stammered, your family? What do you want to do?" Don't think that you can do anything to me just because I play the leading role. I'm not that kind of person." Jiang Chen was angry and amused. "This hotel is mine. If I want to do anything, do I need to go home?" Yao Xian thought about it and said, "That's right. My housekeeper is a die-hard fan of yours. I'll take you back to give her a surprise." Jiang Chen explained. "Oh." Yao Xian looked at him with suspicion. "Are you sure she's a housekeeper and not a lover? Who would care so much about the housekeeper?" Chapter 89. You tell me, this is the butler? As soon as Jiang Chen's car arrived at the villa area, he saw Ning Shernan standing in front of the gate, looking around. Obviously, he heard me say that I would be back soon, so he came to the door to wait for me. This little girl. Jiang Chen smiled. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Ning Shernan's eyes lit up when she saw him. "Gentleman." She walked over quickly and sniffed him like a puppy. "It smells like perfume, sir. What were you doing last night?" He blinked his eyes with an aggrieved look, making Jiang Chen feel like he was a heartless man who abandoned his wife and children. "I slept with your idol last night." "My idol?" Ning Shernan tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about Yao Xian?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded as a matter of course. Ning Shernan was stunned, then burst out laughing. Patting his shoulder, he said in a mature manner, "It's good for young people to have dreams, but it's broad daylight, let's not daydream, okay?" "Sir, do you think I will believe what you said?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Why don't you believe it?" "Sir, that's Yao Xian. She has never had a single scandal since her debut. She has come this far entirely through her own efforts. She even rarely participates in variety shows. Her acting skills are the best among the 4 young actresses." Ning Shernan spoke righteously, feeling that her idol had been blasphemed. Jiang Chen turned around and said, "See? I said she is your crazy fan." "Who are you talking to, sir?" Ning Shernan looked behind him curiously, and froze instantly. "I saw a young woman getting out of the car. She had slender legs and a proud figure. Even the sunglasses could not hide her delicate facial features. She walked to Jiang Chen, took off her sunglasses and glared at him, her face slightly red. "Rogue, who did that with you?" Yao Xian could hear the conversation between the two clearly in the car. "Jiang Chen, this bad guy. She even said that she slept with him." "You are Yao Xian." Ning Shernan pointed at her, her voice trembling. Yao Xian smiled, stretched out her slender hand and said, "Hello, I'm actress Yao Xian." Ning Shernan rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Am I dreaming?" Bang! Jiang Chen gave her a slap on the head. "Ouch!" Ning Shernan covered her forehead with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Jiang Chen retracted his finger. "Does it hurt?" "Pain." "Then it's not a dream," Jiang Chen concluded. Ning Shernan came back to her senses and carefully squeezed Yao Xian's hand. "Soft. Hot. It's really Yao Xian herself." Her eyes turned red instantly, her mouth pursed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Chen said helplessly, "Why are you crying?" Ning Shernan wiped her tears and sobbed quietly without saying anything. Yao Xian couldn't help laughing. "What a lovely girl." She turned her head and said boastfully, "What's wrong with crying? Isn't it okay for me to be excited when I see my idol? Finally, there is something that can beat Jiang Chen. Sister, I have a lot of fans." She was just about to comfort her little fan when she suddenly heard Ning Shernan's choking voice. "So, sir, you really slept with her last night?" Yao Xian was petrified on the spot. "So this is why you're crying?" Didn't you cry tears of joy after seeing your idol? What's going on with you? It's like this. Yao Xian spent a long time explaining. I slept, but not completely. There is also a difference between sleeping, and they cannot be confused. This barely dispelled Ning Shernan's doubts. Ning Shernan held Jiang Chen's arm and looked at her warily. Idols are idols. But you can't set your sights on me, sir. Yao Xian's eyes turned and she took the initiative to say, how about I sign an autograph for you? I didn't bring a pen. Shall we take a photo together? My camera is broken. Jiang Chen looked at Yao Xian, who had a frustrated look on her face, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who is a fan of whom between these two? Yao Xian rolled her eyes at him in frustration. You told me this is the butler? You're kidding. That stern and stubborn look on her face clearly shows that she is the boss lady, okay? Everyone returned to the villa in the middle of the lake. Although Yao Xian is very famous now, she never performs for money or participates in variety shows. With just the pay from a few movies, there is still some distance between me and such a billion-dollar mansion. Sitting on the soft sofa and looking at the lake view outside the window, Yao Xian couldn't help but sigh. Oh, how inhumane. How many years of hard work do I have to do to be able to afford a villa like this? Ning Shernan followed Jiang Chen like a tail and asked curiously, Sir, what is your relationship with Yao Xian? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, I am considered her boss. Luo Chang is Jiang Chen's subordinate, so his power, connections and resources naturally belong to Jiang Chen as well. Of course, Jiang Chen would not affect his life. My loyalty to Jiang Chen is 100%, and only to Jiang Chen. Apart from facing Jiang Chen, it will not have any impact on the contractor's mind. Luo Chang is still the same Luo Chang. It's just that there is one more Jiang Chen who needs his loyalty. Boss? Ning Shernan was a little surprised. Sir, you are actually the boss of the superstar Yao Xian? No wonder he was able to bring her home. The woman's intuition told her that the relationship between the two was not that simple. Ning Shernan was silent for a moment, and then whispered, Sir, I don't have any ideals or ambitions. I just want to be by your side forever, and I'll be content with being a housekeeper. So, no matter who the mistress is in the future, please don't chase me away, okay? If it was Tang Luowan and Su Jingyi, it just made Ning Shernan a little jealous. But the appearance of Yao Xian really made her worried. A big star of this level is just my husband's employee. Compared to him, what am I? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the cute Ning Shernan would have such delicate emotions. Jiang Chen ruffled her hair and asked, What are you thinking about? I know you like Yao Xian, so I brought her back to give you a surprise. If you don't like her, I'll let her leave. He and Yao Xian had just met, and Ning Shernan had been following him. Sensible, obedient, measured, capable. In his heart, the status of the butler is much higher than that of this big star. Jiang Chen pinched her little face and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. You will always be my housekeeper. You can't run away even if you want to. Ning Shernan's pretty face flushed and her eyes were shining. I didn't expect that this scene was so important to my husband. At this moment, all her worries disappeared and only joy remained in her heart. She mustered up her courage and said, Sir, I like. Boss, where is the bathroom in your house? Yao Xian's voice suddenly rang out. She just walked over, saw the two people being intimate, and quickly turned and left. Excuse me. And he said he was a butler. You've already got him in your arms, and you still tell me he's your housekeeper? Hump Jiang Chen is such a scumbag. Chapter 90 Why is she here? The next day. After Jiang Chen finished his breakfast, he started today's lottery. Ding! Today's lottery draw number is 1, do you want to draw now? Oh my god! Only one chance to win the lottery for 2 consecutive days? System, are you still capable of this? Thinking this in his mind, Jiang Chen directly chose to draw the lottery. Ding! Reward, 100% ownership of Tianhai International Financial Center. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly. IFC Center. This is Tianhai, the most luxurious place, located in the financial core area of Tianhai Pudong Lujiazui. It consists of 4 parts, including super 5-level office buildings, hotels, apartments and shopping malls, each of which has reached the world's top standards. Many powerful companies have settled in the 2 twin tower 5-level office buildings. The IFC shopping mall is home to a variety of high-end international brands, making it a world-class landmark in the Tianhai commercial area. The total development area of IFC has reached 400,000 square meters. The rent is also the highest in Tianhai. The price per square meter per day is as high as 70-80 yuan. Let us put it this way, just by collecting rent, we can earn more than 4 billion every year. This is simply explosive. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect the prizes for this lucky draw to be so huge. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. A very respectful voice came from the other side. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang Chen Jiang? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Huang Yan, the general manager of Guojin Commercial Management Company. Due to the change of ownership, you need to sign for this quarter's rent in person. In addition, I would like to have a talk with you about the renewal of the IFC business management business. Do you think it is convenient for you now? I can come to see you. The other party's tone should be as humble as possible, and as cautious as possible. After all, a behemoth like the IFC is managed by a business management company. For example, rent collection, investment promotion, property management and other businesses are all the responsibility of the business management company. It can be said that the IFC is the source of more than 90% of the business management company's income. Jiang Chen only needs to connect with the Guojin Commercial Management Company. How about this, I'll come over when I'm free and call you when I get there. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. The other side. Guojin Commercial Management Company, Limited, in the chairman's office. The atmosphere is exceptionally quiet. Chairman Hong Changrun asked solemnly, Huang Yan, how is it going? What does the new boss say? The new boss said he would come over when he has time. Huang Yan said. Hong Changrun nodded and said seriously, this matter must be done. The IFC is the lifeblood of our company. If we cannot renew the contract successfully, we will all have to leave. The other board members in the office were silent, with serious expressions. Huang Yan nodded, okay, Mr. Hong, I will do my best. Having said that, he still felt uneasy in his heart. Looking at the information, this new boss is just a college graduate, yet he was able to buy this IFC center. What kind of family is this? Huang Yan prayed in his heart. I just hope that the new boss has a better temper and isn't a difficult person to serve. Time flies and it's afternoon. Jiang Chen arrived at the IFC and parked the car. From a distance, Jiang Chen saw the majestic and magnificent IFC standing there. In addition to the 3 buildings, there is also a core shopping mall building, which is connected to the shorter 100-meter-high buildings. The entire exterior wall of the building is covered with silver gray glass curtains, and the main colors are white and silver gray to create a modern and elegant atmosphere. Under the sunlight, it shines like a diamond. Jiang Chen was just about to step in. Suddenly, a familiar pretty figure appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Sister Ing? Why is she here? After Jiang Chen confirmed it, he was about to wave and say hello. However, a man in a well-dressed suit stopped Lu Ying. He was holding a big rose and looked very affectionate. The man presented the flowers and said affectionately, Ying, I really like you, just agree to be my girlfriend. I will definitely treat you well. Lu Ying's face was full of obvious impatience. She said, Gao Xiang. I've already told you that we are not suitable for each other. Why are you still pestering me? Gao Xiang didn't care and continued to say affectionately, it's okay, I don't care. I believe my sincerity will be able to move you one day. Lu Ying rolled her eyes, looking speechless. She chose to ignore the idiot and prepared to leave. She resigned from her previous company yesterday and came to the IFC for an interview today. But she didn't expect that Gao Xiang, who had been pursuing her, had his company in the IFC building. If she knew Gao Xiang was here, she would never come. Seeing Lu Ying was about to leave, Gao Xiang hurriedly chased after her and continued speaking. Ying, are you here to look for a job today? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will immediately arrange a position for you as the Deputy Director of Finance in our company. Would you consider it? Lu Ying refused directly, no need. I won't agree to it, just give up. For a moment, the onlookers looked at this scene with mocking expressions on their faces. This guy is dressed like a decent person, but it's a pity that girls still don't like him. That's right, you're such an old lickspittle. In the end, there is nothing left. Do you really think you're great just because you have a little money? Gao Xiang was angered by the words around him and became a little frustrated for a moment. Fuck. You stinky bitch, you have no shame. Cursing, Gao Xiang raised his hand and slapped Lu Ying in the face. No one expected that he would suddenly attack. No one, including Lu Ying, had time to dodge. But what puzzled her was that she didn't feel any pain on her face. She then opened her eyes and saw Jiang Chen standing in front of her, grabbing Gao Xiang's wrist with one hand. Lu Ying's heart instantly warmed up. It was Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen looked at Gao Xiang with a cold gaze and sneered, "You hit someone just because they rejected you? Are you still a man?" He just watched from the side for a while, and then he couldn't help it. After hearing this, Gao Xiang's mentality exploded, and he quickly pulled his hand back and said angrily, "Boy! You are looking for death. What does it have to do with you if I beat someone up?" He thought Jiang Chen was just a brave passerby. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen directly hugged Lu Ying's waist and said jokingly, "You want to beat my girlfriend, do you think it has anything to do with me?" Gao Xiang was even more furious now. "Fuck it. I told you so. No wonder you didn't agree to me. So you like pretty boys." As he said that, he threw the flowers in his hand to the ground and stomped on them a few times. Then he looked at Lu Ying and said sarcastically, "How was it? Did you feel comfortable with the pretty boy's service? You bitch, I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you are a shameless woman. What's so good about him? Is he as rich as me? Boy, open your dog eyes and take a look. What is this?" He waved the Vacheron Constantine in his hand towards Jiang Chen. The onlookers were shocked and started talking about it. Vacheron Constantine Overseas Series. My god, this guy is really a rich man. The public price of this thing is more than 2 million. More than 2 million for a watch, you must be really rich. TSK, is this the same old story of love meeting money? It looks like this girl needs to make a new choice. Chapter 91. I've taken action, what do you want? Although Jiang Chen is wearing high-end clothing today, most people really don't know its exact value. Therefore, people naturally could not compare him with Cao Pang, who wore a Vacheron Constantine worth more than 2 million. If it were me, I would choose money. I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Ha ha. You can spend more than 2 million yuan on a watch. You should be living a life of luxury with this handsome guy. Why should you suffer with this poor boy? Shouldn't women treat themselves better? As soon as the famous watches came out, many gold diggers started to act sarcastic and promote their own values. Did you hear that? Gao Xiang smiled smugly, "You are not qualified to show off to me." Oh? Your eyes are getting fierce, huh? You want to fight? Let me tell you, my second uncle is the chairman of Chonglai. He is worth tens of billions. If you dare to attack me, I will make you. Before he finished speaking, a crisp voice rang out. Bang! Jiang Chen raised his hand and slapped him without mercy. I'm doing it, what do you want? You! Gao Xiang was dazed after being slapped. He covered his burning face and stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, angrily saying, "Boy! How dare you hit me? Just wait for me." After saying that, Gao Xiang took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Yong, I'm the vice president of Chonglai, Gao Xiang. Yes, I'm at the entrance of the IFC now. Hurry up and bring your brothers over. I've been beaten. I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Hang up the phone. Gao Xiang sneered and said to Jiang Chen in a haughty manner, "Boy! I'm going to make this clear today. My family is a big company in the IFC. The security department is full of my buddies. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me later, I will not let you leave the IFC today." Hearing this, the onlookers gasped and were worried for Jiang Chen. I guess this young man is finished now. After all, you can't beat the strong with the strong. Although you are right, the other party is the vice president of a billion-dollar group. Gao Xiang, don't go too far. This has nothing to do with Xiaochen. If you have any problem, come to me. Lu Ying stepped forward and protected Jiang Chen behind her. Hearing this, Gao Xiang showed a greedy smile on his face. Okay, if you accompany me for one night today, I will forgive you. Otherwise, your boyfriend will be in trouble. You! Lu Ying was so angry that she was shaking all over. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and pulled Lu Ying back. Ying, don't worry, I will take care of this matter, just stay here obediently. But... Lu Ying wanted to say something, but when she saw Jiang Chen's determined eyes, there was a hint of domineering aura. She understood instantly and started laughing. Yes. Jiang Chen is no longer the boy who needs her protection. On the contrary, now she, the elder sister, needs Jiang Chen's protection. Somehow, Lu Ying felt that she was always full of security when she was with Jiang Chen. At this moment, she has completely believed in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, looked at Gao Xiang and said, Gao Xiang? Chonghan Company, right? You have no chance. At this time, Gao Xiang had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and a sneer was still on his face. No chance? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Chen picked up the phone and dialed Huang Yan's number. Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you? As soon as the call was connected, Huang Yan's voice rang out. Yeah, I'm here. There's just someone at the door who wants to call security to beat me up. Jiang Chen said calmly. As these words came out, the hairs on Huang Yan's back stood up. The whole person took a breath of cold air. He couldn't figure out who was so bold. How dare you ask the security of IFC to beat up the boss of IFC? What kind of mysterious operation is this? Moreover, the news of the change of new boss has not been officially notified yet. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Huang Yan's forehead. He quickly shouted, Mr. Jiang, give me 2 minutes, no, 1 minute. I'll come down to pick you up right away. Okay, I won't wait any longer. After hanging up the phone, Gao Xiang sneered disdainfully. Oh, who are you calling? It's too late to wait? The way you talk, do you think you are the boss of some company? When my people arrive, I will beat you to a pulp. Jiang Chen smiled but said nothing. Facing the idiot, he didn't want to say any more nonsense. The other side. Huang Yan ran outside in a hurry. As soon as he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked towards him. Seeing Huang Yan so panicked, the middle-aged man was also stunned. Mr. Huang, I was just about to look for you. Why are you so anxious now? Oh, Mr. Gao. This middle-aged man is none other than Gao Mingyuan, the chairman of Chonlai Company. What do you want from me? Huang Yan said perfunctorily as he walked quickly. Gao Mingyuan smiled and said, It's like this, Mr. Huang, regarding my rent for this quarter, can you please delay it a little bit? Huang Yan frowned and said quickly. Let's talk about it later. I have to go see my boss now. I'll talk to you later. Then I'll go too. Gao Mingyuan was startled and hurried to catch up. The owner of this IFC has changed? This is a very important thing for all tenants. After all, if the boss changes, it means that the rent for these people will inevitably be adjusted. If the price is raised, it means the cost will be higher. And if his heavy hunting company can take this opportunity to make friends with the new boss, then the rental problem will naturally be solved. Because of this, Gao Mingyuan also became nervous. The two of them ran outside in a hurry. Gao Xiang was outside, with 7 or 8 security guards standing beside him, looking very aggressive. As he looked at this scene, he suddenly felt happy in his heart. God help me. He looked at Jiang Chen and said immediately. Ha ha. If I were you, I would kowtow and admit my mistake right now. The general manager of the business management company is here now. If he sees you, a brat who disturbs the order and beats people up, you will probably be sent directly to the police station. Everyone around was watching this scene with great interest. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, still looked calm and composed. Seeing this scene, Gao Ming suddenly became angry. How can he remain calm in the face of adversity? If Huang Yan hadn't come, he would have asked the security guards he called to take action. Does he think he can beat 7 or 8 security guards? At this time, Huang Yan rushed over. Gao Ming said loudly, Boss Huang, this guy disrupted the order of the mall and even hit me. I just called security to get him out. Moment. Huang Yan's face turned gloomy. Just now, he had recognized Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looks younger than his profile suggests. And the person Jiang Chen was talking about on the phone, could it be Gao Peng? Huang Yan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Gao Mingyuan. You still don't care about your nephew. The next moment, Huang Yan hurriedly bowed to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, I'm late. Boom. Following Huang Yan's action, the whole audience exploded instantly. This young man was actually addressed as Mr. Jiang by the general manager of IFC. Who is he? Everyone opened their mouths wide in shock. Chapter 92. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so cunning. Following Huang Yan's action, the whole audience fell silent. Gao Peng was completely confused. At this moment, Gao Mingyuan rushed out angrily. Bang! Immediately, a slap hit Gao Peng hard in the face. You bastard! Gao Mingyuan was really angry, his eyes were wide open. Second uncle. Gao Peng was stunned, his eyes filled with tears. Uncle, you hit me? You've loved me the most since I was a child and never hit me. How dare you hit me now? I'm going to hit you. Who the hell made you offend Mr. Jiang? Gao Mingyuan was really mad. When he saw Gao Peng, he understood everything. My nephew must have offended the new boss. Listening to Gao Mingyuan's words, Gao Peng became more and more unconvinced. Even if I offended him, so what? Could his status be higher than our heavy hunting company? Gao Peng, you're such a jerk. Gao Mingyuan was so angry that he shouted angrily. Mr. Jiang is the boss of IFC. Do you know how much the rent of IFC is in a year? 4 billion. Our re-hunting company is nothing in front of them. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. The boss of IFC. Annual rental income, 4 billion. These two sentences directly changed the way everyone present looked at Zhang Chen. Shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lu Ying's boyfriend be the owner of the IFC? Gao Peng shouted loudly, his words were unbelievable. If Lu Ying's boyfriend is the boss of IFC, how do you explain why Lu Ying came here to apply for a job today? This was very difficult for him to understand. Hearing this, Huang Yan sneered. Mr. Jiang is indeed the boss of our IFC. All property rights of IFC belong to Mr. Jiang. As Huang Yan finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. The owner of IFC is actually a young man. Who exactly is he? Gao Peng was petrified instantly. It's actually true? If Zhang Chen is really the boss of IFC, then their Zhanlia company is a tenant of IFC, which means they are doomed. Regret. Endless regret swept over Gao Peng's body at this moment. With a plop, Gao Peng knelt down. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong before. I kneel down in front of you, please let us go. He had a sad face, hugged Zhang Chen's thigh, and begged for Zhang Chen's forgiveness. Zhang Chen pushed him away and said coldly, I've already told you that you have no chance. After saying that, Zhang Chen took Lu Ying's hand and walked into the IFC. Mr. Jiang, this way please. Huang Yan led the way with a respectful smile on his face. At this time, Lu Ying was already shocked. She found that she understood Zhang Chen less and less. How much money does Zhang Chen have? Everyone walked into the lobby of the IFC building. Gao Mingyuan quickly caught up, came in front of Zhang Chen, and said with a shy smile. Mr. Jiang, I hope you can be magnanimous and just let Gao Peng go. I will bring him to apologize someday, I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Chen glanced at Gao Mingyuan and said lightly. Before you say this, you can ask your nephew what he has done. As Gao Mingyuan heard this, his face was filled with embarrassment. Huang Yan, what is the current situation of the rent of this Chonglai company? Zhang Chen looked at Huang Yan and asked. Huang Yan answered truthfully, Zhonglia Company has always fulfilled its contracts on time in the past 2 years. The rent for this quarter has not been paid yet. And there are still 2 days until the rent payment deadline. Zhang Chen nodded and smiled. Just in the next 2 days, I don't want to see this company in the IFC again. Huang Yan was slightly stunned, okay. After saying that, the elevator door slowly opened. Zhang Chen and others got on the elevator. At this moment, Gao Mingyuan collapsed outside the elevator, his eyes full of despair. Finished. His company is currently experiencing financial difficulties. The original intention was to delay the rent payment and then take the opportunity to recover the capital chain. But now, not only has he failed to delay the event, he is also being kicked out of the IFC. This is simply adding insult to injury. This was also the last straw that broke the camel's back. Asshole. This bastard is a loser who is always causing trouble and can't do anything for him. How could I have such a nephew? At this moment, Gao Mingyuan became angrier and quickly ran out. Arrived at the entrance of IFC. Gao Peng was still kneeling there, looking at Gao Mingyuan walking towards him aggressively, and suddenly he felt panicked. Uncle, what are you doing? What am I going to do? I'm going to beat you to death. Gao Mingyuan took off his belt and started whipping the panicked Gao Peng. Ah! The next moment, screams like ghosts and wolves howling rang out. The top floor of IFC Tower soars into the clouds. The building is equipped with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing you to take in half of the sky and sea. Every decoration exudes high-end luxury. Jiang Chen followed Huang Yan to the general manager's office. Lu Ying was waiting in the reception room. Jiang Chen sat in the office chair and glanced at the surrounding environment with an indifferent expression. Huang Yan personally made a pot of top-quality black tea for Jiang Chen, then took out the documents and spoke in a somewhat reserved manner. Mr. Jiang, this is all the financial information for this year. Please take a look. Jiang Chen flipped through it casually and nodded. Yeah, okay, it's pretty good. After closing the document, Huang Yan continued. It's like this, Mr. Jiang, this is your first time visiting our IFC Center today, so I'll give you a brief introduction to the IFC Center. IFC is a complex consisting of Grade A office buildings, hotels, apartments, and shopping malls. Huang Yan talked about every detail, making every detail very clear. Finally, the rent and property management fees for the previous quarter, totaling 1.48 billion, were transferred to Jiang Chen's bank card. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. Your bank card with the last number 8566 has received a transfer from the IFC company account. Your current balance is 8,398,200,543.36 yuan. A total of more than 8 billion renminbi. Even Jiang Chen, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. This was the first time he had seen so much cash. However, Jiang Chen's face remained calm and he spoke calmly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Also, please don't make a big fuss about my taking office. Yes. Huang Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, regarding the renewal contract between our business management company and you. Oh, about this? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I remember the contract expires in 1 month, right? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Well, don't worry about it. Jiang Chen changed the subject and asked, does your company have any vacant positions now? Ah. A vacant position? Huang Yan was stunned. Mr. Jiang, what do you want? My girlfriend is looking for a job. If you have any vacancies, please arrange one for her. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, Huang Yan seemed to understand. This means we need to arrange our own people to come in and conduct a survey and investigation first. Then decide whether to renew the contract. He looked at Jiang Chen, who had a calm expression in front of him, and felt that Jiang Chen was more mysterious. Huang Yan frowned and muttered in his heart. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so cunning. Chapter 93 This is Life. Of course, Jiang Chen knew nothing about Huang Yan's thoughts. He really didn't think much about it, he just simply wanted to help Lu Ying find a job temporarily. Huang Yan smiled and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Jiang, our marketing department is in need of a supervisor. If Mrs. Jiang doesn't mind, you can take up the position immediately. Okay. This is it. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and then went to the reception room. Seeing Jiang Chen coming in, Lu Ying immediately stood up and walked over. Jiang Chen took her hand and said, Ying, you will work in this company from now on, as the marketing director, is that okay? Lu Ying was stunned for a moment. If it were before, she would definitely refuse, but today she found that it was really nice to have someone to rely on. Perhaps, a woman should find a man worthy of her dependence. Although I suddenly became a marketing director, it is inevitable that people will gossip about me. But so what? Jiang Chen, the boss of IFC, is her man, so let others envy her. Afterwards, Lu Ying completed the entry procedures at Guojin Commercial Management Company, Ltd. After finishing their work, Jiang Chen and Lu Ying said hello to Huang Yan and left the IFC building. Huang Yan sat on the sofa, looked at the ceiling and sighed deeply. The cooperation contract between their business management center and Jiang Chen will expire in 1 month. During this period, the boss's woman was brought in. If any problems are found here, can the contract be renewed successfully? Thinking of this, Huang Yan felt the pressure gradually increasing. It's so hard for me. Outside IFC. Xiaochun, thank you. I didn't expect that I still need your help. Lu Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. What's the big deal? You're my woman, after all. Jiang Chen put his arm around Lu Ying's waist and grabbed her elastic waist with his hand. On the street, yuck. Lu Ying hit Jiang Chen in a reproachful manner, looking very charming. The two of them joked around for a while, and Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Now that the work problem has been solved, where do you live now?" "The lease on my current rental house will expire in 7 or 8 days, so I'll live there for now," said Lu Ying. Jiang Chen said casually, "How about this, I'll get you an apartment in Jinqiu Huacheng, which is very close to here and convenient for you to go to work. When the time comes, whichever apartment you like, we can move in directly." Lu Ying was a little worried and shook her head, saying, "No need. It's very troublesome to rent a new house, and the rent in Jinqiu Flower City is very expensive. Although the environment where I live now is a bit worse, it's actually pretty good." Hearing her words, Jiang Chen looked strange. "Rent a house? Why would I want to rent a house? I have 300 properties in Jinqiu Huacheng, can't I just give you one?" "Is that true? 300 sets?" Lu Ying's eyes widened with disbelief. She was shocked by Jiang Chen's arrogance. Splendid Flower City, 300 properties? What is the concept? How come Jiang Chen said it like he was selling cabbage in the vegetable market? "Of course it's true. Now I'll take you over to pick a house." Since Lu Ying has already accepted his work arrangement, he might as well arrange her house as well. Jiang Chen has never been stingy when it comes to treating his women. "Okay. I'll do as you say." Lu Ying stopped being pretentious and her face was filled with happiness. In the afternoon, Lu Ying moved into Jinqiu Flower City. Jiang Chen naturally stayed overnight in her new home. The next day, morning. Jiang Chen woke up first. Lu Ying was lying in his arms, sleeping soundly like a kitten. Jiang Chen started today's lottery. Ding! Today's lottery draw number is 1, do you want to draw now? Smoke. Ding! Reward, a Bombardier Global 800 private jet. Oh my god! Private jet. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen knew about this plane. It was manufactured by Bombardier Aerospace and was one of the most luxurious private jets in the world. It has the world's most spacious business jet cabin, with clear divisions between the cabin, office area, entertainment area, lounge and luggage compartment. Very suitable for private business use. As a large intercontinental business jet, it flies farther than any commercial jet. And the cabin comfort of the Bombardier Global 800 is unparalleled. The spacious and luxurious cabin is perfectly combined with powerful range capabilities, and the maximum flight speed is close to Mach 1. The reason why Jiang Chen was paying attention to this plane was very simple. Appearance. The fuselage is tough and dashing, with a white base and gold embellishments, and its appearance crushes commercial aircraft of the same level. Wait a minute? Where should I park this plane? Jiang Chen suddenly realized an important issue. Then I looked at the detailed description of the item and breathed a sigh of relief. Your private jet will be registered by default under the name of Tianhai Olympic Sports Management Company, Limited and parked at Tianhai Airport. You will be given Airport Diamond VIP and 5-year hosting service of Tianhai Airport including hangar, equipment and crew, etc. You can buy a private jet if you have money, but you can't just fly it casually. First of all, the aircraft must be registered under the name of a legal company to be eligible for the divine route, otherwise it cannot take off. Jiang Chen is the legal representative of Olympic Sports Management, so it is most appropriate to register the company under this name. Next is the hangar and crew. Airworthiness certificate, radio license, pilot license, etc., none of them can be missing. However, the system has taken care of all these things for him. And the most important thing is, free Airport Diamond VIP. Diamond VIP is different from ordinary VIP membership, and very few people in China have it. He can enjoy special channels, special customer service, and his plane can land at any airport in the world. After all, I won a plane this time, and also completed all the tedious procedures that followed. At this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to give a thumbs up and say, "The system is awesome." Just when Jiang Chen was feeling happy, Lu Ying, who was sleeping soundly beside him, suddenly woke up. She picked up her phone and looked at it, her face full of panic. "It's over. I have to go to work today and I'm going to be late." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "What's wrong? You're working in your own company, why are you in such a hurry?" "It's because you arranged for me to go to work that I have to take it seriously." Lu Ying quickly got up and put on her clothes, complaining, "It's all your fault. You kept me up until 3 o'clock last night." Jiang Chen admired her figure carefully and teased with a wicked smile, "Oh, I clearly remember that someone also enjoyed it last night?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Ying recalled the loving scene between them last night. Her pretty face immediately turned red and she whispered, "I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm going to go wash up first." Jiang Chen smiled triumphantly, picked up his phone, took a look, and said to Lu Ying in the bathroom, "You all go to work at 8 o'clock. There's still an hour left. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll take you there later." "Yeah," Lu Ying replied while brushing her teeth in the bathroom. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The life of the super rich is so simple and unpretentious. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen sent Lu Ying to work at the Guojin Business Management Center and was not late. On the way home, Jiang Chen drove a Rolls-Royce on the streets of Tianhai. When he opened his phone, he found many missed calls from Ning Shernan and quite a few unread messages. He was at Lu Ying's house last night, but he turned off his cell phone. Jiang Chen opened WeChat and took a look. "Ning Shernan, sir, where are you? Miss Tang is waiting for you at home." Jiang Chen was a little curious. "Luo Huan, does she have something important to talk to me about?" Chapter 94. It's time to meet the parents. On the way, Jiang Chen quickly changed his clothes. In order to avoid being smelled, the other party would say, "You smell like her perfume. Return home." Jiang Chen then saw the noble and dignified Tang Luohuan sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Jiang Chen, you're back." Tang Luohuan immediately stood up and said. Jiang Chen took Tang Luohuan by the hand and sat down, smiling faintly. "Well, I had something important to deal with last night, and when Nisher Nan said you were looking for me today, I immediately rushed back. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about?" The two of them were spending time together, and Tang Luohuan also told him her story. "Does that mean you're going back to Jiaqing this afternoon?" Jiang Chen asked. Tang Luohuan nodded, "Yes. I haven't been home for 3 years because I was fighting against my family. Now that the Qian family's problems have been solved, and Grandpa's birthday is coming soon, I have to go back and visit him." "That makes sense," Jiang Chen said. "After all, he is your grandfather, you should go back and see him." Tang Luohuan hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Jiang Chen saw it and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Tang Luohuan said a little embarrassedly. "After Qian Tianyi went back, the news that I had a boyfriend spread, and it also reached Grandpa's ears. So?" Tang Luohuan said cautiously, "My grandfather wants to see you, so he wants you to go back with me this time." After saying that, she lowered her head, feeling a little nervous and a little expectant. Although the two have a close relationship, meeting the parents is a very troublesome thing, especially for a big family like the Tang family. She was worried that Jiang Chen would have resistance. The living room fell silent, and no one spoke for a long time. Tang Luohuan's heart sank little by little. Jiang Chen then stood up and left without saying a word. She seemed to have been drained of all her strength and leaned weakly on the sofa. His eyes were lost and his nose was sour. Obviously, Jiang Chen didn't want to see his family. She thought he would resist, but she didn't expect him to be so decisive. Am I really important in his eyes? Does he really like himself? All of a sudden, all kinds of thoughts were mixed up in his mind, and Tang Luo was in a state of confusion. At this time, footsteps were heard. It was Jiang Chen coming back. She wiped her eyes hastily and forced a smile, saying, "Actually, Grandpa just said it casually. It doesn't matter if you don't go. You must not feel burdened." In fact, it was not just a casual remark. She was given a death mission, and she must bring Jiang Chen back. But Tang Luohuan didn't want to embarrass Jiang Chen. "What are you talking about?" "Of course I'm going." "Ah?" Tang Luohuan raised his head in confusion, only to see Jiang Chen holding a bottle of Lai Mao in one hand and a jade Buddha in the other. He frowned, looking confused. "But what gift should I give? How about this Lai Mao wine? But it's only over 2 million, isn't it too cheap? Does your family have any religious beliefs? How about giving me a jade Buddha? How about I think about it on the way? It's our first meeting, so the gift can't be too light." Tang Luohuan looked at Jiang Chen, who was muttering to himself. The haze in his eyes dissipated, and his smile gradually became brighter. She was not seeing things. This man is serious about her. Jiang Chen stopped talking and looked at her strangely. "Why are you grinning like an idiot?" Tang Luohuan threw herself into his arms like a young swallow, buried her head in his chest, and rubbed against him like a kitten. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen threw the expensive jade Buddha aside and stroked her hair. Tang Luohuan raised his head, his eyes full of smiles. "Don't think so much, your presence is the best gift." "Hey! Why is your mouth so sweet today?" Jiang Chen held her and sat on the sofa. Tang Luowan listened to his strong heartbeat and said, "It's settled then. I'll book the ticket now." "No, there's no need to book a flight." "No need?" Tang Luowan asked doubtfully, "Do you mean drive back?" "But wouldn't that be too tiring? It is over 1,000 kilometers from Jiaqing to Tianhai, and it takes about 10 hours to drive. Airplane is the best choice." Jiang Chen smiled, took a stack of documents from the coffee table and handed them to her. Tang Luowan opened it curiously, and after taking a look, her little mouth couldn't close. Bombardier Aerospace, private jet purchase agreement? Tianhai Airport private jet hosting agreement? She looked at him in surprise. "You have a private jet?" Jiang Chen shrugged and asked, "Is it strange?" Tang Luowan was speechless for a while. Bombardier Global 800 is an intercontinental business jet, not a small plane worth tens of millions. The price of one aircraft is at least 400 million. How come it feels like a bicycle in your mouth? However, having gotten used to the shocks brought by Jiang Chen, her immunity has been greatly enhanced. Jiang Chen found the phone number on the contract and called the exclusive customer service directly. "I want to book the 4 p.m. flight from Tianhai to Jiaqing." Tang Luowan rested his chin on his hand and looked at him with a dazed look. Who doesn't want their significant other to be a hero? The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon. Su Jingyi, wearing hot pants and a t-shirt, came to Jiang Chen's door. "This bad guy didn't even take the initiative to find me, and I had to go find him in person." A trace of resentment appeared on her cold face. "Forget it. Since I am generous, I will forgive you this time." She reached out and rang the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened. "Butler Jiang." "Ning?" Ning Shernan smiled and said, "Miss Su, the gentleman has something to do and has already gone out." "Okay, do you know where he went?" Su Jingyi asked. "I heard him say he was going to Jiaqing." "He went out of town." "Damn it. He went on a trip without taking me with him." "Wait a minute." Su Jingyi suddenly remembered something. "Isn't Tang Luowan from Jiaqing? Could it be?" She asked, "Did Jiang Chen go there alone?" Ning Shernan shook her head. "No, I left with Miss Tang." "It's you, Tang Luowan." Su Jingyi frowned slightly. "Why did Jiang Chen go to Jiaqing? Have the two of them progressed to the point of meeting their parents?" "No, we can't just sit there and wait for death." "Miss Su, please come in and sit down." Ning Shernan invited. "No, I have something else to do. Let's talk another day." After saying this, he quickly left under Ning Shernan's puzzled gaze. Su Jingyi walked out of the villa area while calling Jiang Chen. "Sorry, the user you dialed is currently unavailable. It seems to be on the plane." Su Jingyi's eyes flickered, as if she had made some decision. 10,000 meters high. The tough fuselage of Global 800 cuts through the sky and passes over the clouds. Chapter 95 Competition. 10,000 meters high, the Blue Route. A sturdy bombardier plane cut through the sky and passed through the clouds. The stability of this aircraft is so strong that it can fly at such a high altitude, and it is as stable as if it were driving on flat ground. The interior decoration of the plane is also quite luxurious. It is more like a star-rated hotel in the sky than a private plane. Jiang Chen, Tang Luowan, and Xin Xiulan were on this plane. Xin Xiulan was shocked as soon as she got on the plane. She had sat in first class countless times, but this was her first time to enjoy such a luxurious private jet. Jiang Chen is so capable. She silently gave a thumbs up in her heart, and her praise was beyond words. In fact, the cost of private jets is very high, and the selling price is only one aspect. Take Jiang Chen's Bombardier Global for example. The cost of fuel and maintenance alone costs 2.5 W per hour. This does not include hosting fees, crew salaries, and insurance premiums. Normally, if you fly 400 hours a year, the total cost will be as high as more than 20 million. Of course, there are private jets with lower prices, but there are still only a handful of people who can afford them. One is that the procedures are complicated and it is impossible to get on the road. Second, I can't afford it. But Jiang Chen doesn't need to care about these. Money means nothing to him, and the system has already taken care of it for him. He doesn't have to pay anything except gas and parking fees. There is also an exquisite and luxurious bar in the middle of the plane, equipped with a professional bartender. I'm helping them mix drinks at this moment. Jiang Chen picked up a glass of ice wine, clinked glasses with Tang Luowan, and drank it all in one gulp. This ice wine has a very refreshing taste. When Tang Luowan drank, his snow-white neck was exposed with beautiful lines. Jiang Chen admired it silently, his eyes amazed. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked, looking slightly tipsy. "Because you are beautiful." Jiang Chen slowly moved closer and Tang Luowan closed his eyes. "That?" Xin Shoulan's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the rhythm of the two people. "Sorry, I didn't see anything. I just came here to get a glass of water." Tang Luowan and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled at the same time. At this time, a group of well-dressed men gathered at the exit of Jiaqing Airport. "Hey, Master Zhang is here too? Isn't this young Master Wei? Why are you here? We all know what's going on, so let's stop talking nonsense here. We're all here to pick you up at the airport." "Exactly. Master Wei is really quick-witted." The group of men exchanged pleasantries and started chatting. Zhang Geng, who was called Master Zhang, said, "Chen Tianyi has directly announced that he has given up this time. Which of us has a better chance?" Wei Hangu shook his head and said, "In my opinion, no one has a chance." "Haven't you heard that Tang Luowan already has a boyfriend?" "Yeah, with Chen Tianyi's personality, how could he give up so quickly? It seems that this boyfriend's strength should not be underestimated." Everyone echoed. Zhang Geng smiled and said, "You never know. Chen Tianyi gave up because he knew he would lose the 5-year agreement, so he just wanted to save his life in advance." "According to what you said, Tang Luowan's boyfriend." Wei Hanwu hesitated. Zhang Geng said, "Don't you think about it? In a place like Tianhai, the competition is so fierce. It's not easy to get ahead. Besides, Chen Tianyi has been back for so long. Have you heard him mention Tang Luowan's boyfriend? Indeed, in a big city like Tianhai, countless young people drown every year. It is almost impossible to start a business. Unless your family is a rich second generation, you don't need to struggle. But if he really is the second generation of a wealthy family, the other part.If information would have spread long ago." Everyone frowned when they heard this. "It seems to make sense." "That's right." Zhang Geng smiled. "Not only Chen Tianyi, but the Tang family also didn't mention it. The reason is very simple, it's not worth mentioning." Wei Hangu said thoughtfully, "Tang Luowan went to Tianhai for 3 whole years, and there was no movement at all, but this time when Chen Tianyi went there, a boyfriend immediately appeared." Zhang Geng concluded, "So, whether this boyfriend exists or not is still unknown." Everyone thought it made sense and immediately became lively. "So, we still have a chance?" "In my opinion, there is a great chance." Zhang Geng clapped his hands. "Everyone listen to me, we all rely on our own abilities, but we should keep the wealth within the family. If Tang Luowan really has a partner, you all know what to do. Don't worry, young Master Zhang, it will definitely be a united front. Let's join forces. Even if he is a dragon, he has to lie down for us. Yes, even if you really have a boyfriend, make him a fake one." Listening to everyone's words, Zhang Geng and Wei Hangu smiled at each other. In their eyes, Chen Tianyi is the biggest competitor. Without him, everyone else is not worth mentioning. "Which flight did Tang Luowan take?" "I don't know about that. I just heard that she came back today. It must be here soon. Didn't you see that the Tang family's butler is here?" At this time, someone pointed to a place not far away and shouted, "Hey! Is that it?" Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a beautiful woman with a slim figure walking towards the exit. "It's Tang Luowan." A handsome man was walking beside her. Zhang Geng and Wei Hangu were stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Wow, he really came." Looking at the dense crowd at the airport entrance, Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Is there any celebrity coming to Jiaqing today? Why are there so many people picking them up at the airport?" As soon as the words fell, a group of men in suits and leather shoes walked towards them, and the one in front waved and said, "Luo Huan." Jiang Chen smiled knowingly and turned to look at Tang Luowan. "So you are the big star." Tang Luowan shrugged, looking helpless. Everyone came to them quickly. Zhang Geng handed them a bunch of champagne black roses and said politely, "Long time no see. Welcome home." "Thanks." Tang Luowan's voice was cold, and he had no intention of accepting the flowers. Xin Xiulan stepped forward at the right time, took the rose, smiled, nodded, and then stepped back. Zhang Geng was not annoyed at all. Not only him, everyone was used to Tang Luohuan's aloof temperament. This is what makes it more attractive to them. Luohuan, you have to stay for a while this time. We haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, said the strong Wei Hanwu with a smile. Before Tang Luohuan could say anything, Zhang Geng took over and said, in my opinion, don't go back to Tianhai. The competition there is fierce and it's not easy to get ahead. I just happened to negotiate a channel in the United States recently, and it's a good match for you. Let's sit down and have a good chat then. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Here we go. Someone who followed Zhang Geng chimed in, young Master Zhang, I heard that you personally negotiated a multi-million-dollar order last week. Is that true? Zhang Geng said modestly, oh. It's just rumors from my friends. It's just a small order of 10 million. 10 million is considered a small order? You are worthy of being Master Zhang. We are so ashamed. The people who joined in the conversation were suddenly amazed. Zhang Geng looked very happy and proud. 10 million is not a lot, but the key point is to talk in person. He is only in his 20s, and the fact that he can negotiate such a cooperation shows that he has some skills. Of course, whether this is true or not, I don't know. Wei Hongwu was unwilling to be left behind and smiled and said, Luo Huan, I have recently invested in more than a dozen shops and plan to build a small living center. Are you interested in working with us? The crowd exclaimed again. Wow! More than a dozen shops, Master Wei is really generous. I know about this. These are downtown areas with a lot of traffic. The investment must be hundreds of millions, right? Wei Hongwu waved his hands, no way. You can't eat a big fat man in one bite, just invest tens of millions for fun. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Geng and sparks flew. The others did not interrupt. Although they also admired Tang Luohuan, their level was slightly lower than these two. It would be unwise to jump out now. However, everyone tacitly chose to ignore Jiang Chen. Yes, no one looked at him. Stepping on someone directly is a very low-level behavior and may cause Tang Luohuan's dissatisfaction. So what they do is to show their strength and make the other party give up. At this time, Zhang Geng seemed to have just noticed Jiang Chen and asked casually. This brother is... Chapter 96 Ha, 10 million is nothing? Zhang Geng seemed to have just noticed Jiang Chen at this moment, and asked casually. This brother is... Jiang Chen. Oh, it's brother Jiang. Zhang Geng extended his hand cordially, you are also Luo Huan's friend, right? Welcome to Jiacheng. Thanks. Jiang Chen squeezed it gently. Don't hit a smiling person. Although he knew the intention of these people, he at least had to consider Tang Luohuan's face. I wonder how successful you are in Tianhai? Zhang Geng asked. Jiang Chen said casually, I opened a hotel and made some investments casually. This is indeed the case. It's just that the hotel is a 5-star hotel and the investment is made by Yida shares. Oh. Zhang Geng stretched out the tone, and the smile in his eyes became more intense. It turns out he is just a small businessman who runs a hotel. How much background can that have? It seems that Tang Luohuan just found it randomly. Everyone also laughed quietly, their eyes revealing disdain. Wei Hongwu said in a rough voice, how much money can you make by opening a hotel? If you ask me, brother, you might as well come to Jiacheng to help me. Apart from anything else, in 3 years, I guarantee that you will make tens of millions a year. Earning tens of millions a year? Jiang Chen frowned, are you kidding me? Everyone's sarcasm became even stronger when they heard this. Are you shocked by this? He is indeed a small businessman. Tens of millions a year is probably a fantasy for him. Wei Hongwu looked at me with contempt, patting his chest and saying, what, brother, you don't believe me? My Wei family still has this strength. If not, you can work with me for a few years, and I'll give you a hotel, so what? Master Wei is so generous. Mr. Wei, how about I do it with you? Just give me 5 million, haha. Zhang Geng saw this and smiled even more. I didn't expect that the person Tang Luohuan found was so incompetent, and his true colors were exposed after just a few words. Just as he was about to strike again, a fat man in a suit and tie walked over quickly. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen nodded and said, it's me, who are you? The fat man wiped the sweat off his face and said with a friendly smile, hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the director of the business department of Jiacheng Airport. You can just call me Xiao Wang. He smiled and said, your private plane is already parked in the hangar, and the crew has been arranged. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Wang." Private jet? Jiang Chen's? Everyone was stunned and couldn't recover for a while. Zhang Gong and Wei Hongwu looked puzzled. Isn't he a businessman who runs a hotel? How can he afford a private jet? Is it a small one? Manager Wang said, "You're welcome. This is what we should do. Because your aircraft is a large intercontinental aircraft, the parking fee is relatively high. It will cost 10,000 yuan for 24 hours. Since you are an Airport Diamond VIP, we will give you a 30% discount on the parking fee, which is the highest discount. How long do you think you will need to park?" Instantly, there was a sound of people gasping for air from the crowd. A large intercontinental aircraft. Airport Diamond VIP. Among these so-called young masters, there is not even a single Diamond VIP. Zhang Gong and Wei Hongwu swallowed, their throats felt a little dry. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Let's stop for 3 days first, it may be postponed or advanced." "Okay, we have registered you here. Welcome to Jiacheng. I wish you a happy mood." Manager Wang took note of it and then bowed 90 degrees. In fact, Diamond VIPs are not like this. But if you add in a Bombardier private jet worth hundreds of millions, then that is absolutely it. This is absolutely a wealthy man. Jiang Chen thanked them with a smile and walked towards the exit with Tang Luowan and others. Before leaving, he patted Wei Hongwu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, I only make 10 million a year. I can't even afford a plane. Why don't you come to Tianhai and hang out with me? You won't be so miserable, right?" After saying that, he shook his head and left with a sigh. It seems that Wei Hongwu really feels sorry for him. Wei Hongwu's face turned blue and white, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Zhang Gong also lowered his head, his face flushed. They wanted to show their strength, but it turned out that they were just a joke in the eyes of the other party. 10 million orders? Tens of millions of shops? This is bullshit. They have an intercontinental plane. The crowd fell silent. Everyone's face no longer had the confidence they had at the beginning, as if 2 words were written on them. Poor bastard. At this time, someone walked over, took the receipt from Manager Wang, and after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help but exclaimed. His plane is a Bombardier Global 800. What the hell? Cold sweat oozed from Zhang Gong's forehead. Who are they showing off their wealth to? This is a private jet worth hundreds of millions. The other side. Jiang Chen and his friends arrived at the airport gate, and were greeted by an energetic white-haired old man. "Welcome back, miss." Tang Luowan nodded. "Uncle Lin, long time no see." Uncle Lin looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Jiang, right? He is indeed a handsome man." "Hello." Jiang Chen shook hands with him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside. Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan sat in the back seat, Butler Lin Bo sat in the passenger seat, and Xin Xiulan rode in another car. The vehicle drove steadily towards the Tang family. In the car, Tang Luowan asked, "Lin Bo, how is Grandpa's health recently?" Lin Bo sighed, "You know the old man's health is getting worse day by day, and he needs regular conditioning, but he is still in good spirits." In Jiacheng, Lao Te is a respectful title for respected elders. When Tang Luowan heard this, he looked a little guilty. Old Master Tang has always been very good to her, and he loves her the most among all the children in the Tang family. When the Qian family proposed the marriage, Old Master Tang was actually unwilling in his heart, but since it involved the family's reputation, he had no choice. And proposing this 5-year agreement is actually a compliment to him. Tang Luohuan knew all of this. But she was afraid that her heart would soften after seeing the old man, so she held on for 3 years and did not go home. It is impossible to say that I don't miss home and feel tormented inside. Jiang Chen saw her emotions and silently held her hand. Feeling the warmth coming from his palms, Tang Luowan smiled and felt warm in his heart. With this man around, she has nothing to fear. Lin Bo saw it through the rearview mirror and smiled without saying anything. It was the first time he saw the lady like this. Well, pretty good. After passing a winding mountain road, the Phantom slowly stopped in front of a mountain villa. This is already at the Tang family. Chapter 97. Did you get the wrong script? The Phantom slowly stopped in front of a villa. This is the Tang family. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and got out of the car, looking towards the villa in front of him. The house has flying eaves and pointed corners, antique style, small bridges and flowing water, and is full of Chinese charm. It does have the flavor of a centuries-old heritage. The grand door slowly opened, and the servants in uniform stood in 2 rows, bowed and said in unison, "Welcome home, young lady." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Wow, quite impressive. Tang Luowan looked indifferent. Obviously he was accustomed to this scene. At this time, 3 young people walked over quickly, 2 men and 1 woman. "Sister, you're back." "Big sister, long time no see." 2 handsome young men greeted each other with smiles. The girl threw herself into Tang Luowan's arms and cried, "Sister, it's been 3 years, 3 whole years. I miss you so much." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, as if he was really about to cry. Bang! Tang Luohuan patted her forehead. "Stop pretending. Didn't you come to Tianhai last month? You even took away a set of cosmetics worth over 200,000 yuan from me." "Hey, I'm just joking with you." The girl rubbed her forehead and acted coquettishly. Tang Luowan rubbed her head lovingly and said to Jiang Chen, "Let me introduce you, this is my sister, Tang Yuan. Those 2 are my 3rd and 4th brothers, Tang Feng and Tang Yun." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at them. "I have to say that the Tang family's genes are still great. These 4 people, the men are handsome, the women are beautiful, and their looks are 1 in a million. Especially Tang Luohuan's sister Tang Yuan. She has a sweet and lovely appearance, and is no less beautiful than her sister, and even better in some aspects. What a great ambition." Tang Luohuan continued, "He is Jiang Chen." Before he finished speaking, 2 young men rushed over and held Jiang Chen's hands, one on the left and one on the right. "This is my brother-in-law, right? He's so handsome. Brother-in-law, you have such a great body. How did you train? Why don't you take me with you? Go to the side. My brother-in-law is exhausted from the journey. What he needs now is a rest. Brother-in-law, have you eaten?" Jiang Chen looked at the 2 enthusiastic people and felt a little dazed for a moment. Did I get the wrong script? Aren't big families like the Tang family always difficult to deal with? It shouldn't be that the Tang family looked down on him and subjected him to a series of ridicules and attacks. Then Jiang Chen showed his strength and slapped him in the face? He was mentally prepared. What was the situation now? Tang Luowan rubbed his brows and said helplessly, "They have been like this since they were young, please don't mind it." "It's pretty good, but how should I put it, it's a bit sudden." Jiang Chen scratched his head. He was really surprised when he was called brother-in-law right away. Tang Yuan lay in her sister's arms, looking at Jiang Chen with curiosity. He met her eyes, blushed, and turned away, seeming scared. Jiang Chen smiled silently. The young people of the Tang family are really interesting. I just don't know what the elders are like. At this time, a middle-aged man and woman walked over. The man was dignified and the woman was graceful. "Dad, Mom." Tang Luohuan nodded. "I'm back." Mother Tang stroked her hair with a gentle smile. Although they were happy, they were not so excited that they cried. Although Tang Luohuan had not been home for 3 years, the 2 of them actually went to Tianhai to visit Tang Luohuan often. There's nothing we can do about it, since she's the only precious daughter in their family. Tang's father came to Jiang Chen, looked him over carefully, and a smile appeared on his dignified face. "Yes, he is a handsome man. My daughter has good taste." Tang's mother beside her also showed a satisfied smile. "This guy is really handsome." Tang's father took the initiative to extend his hand. "Hello, welcome to the Tang family." Jiang Chen held his hand firmly and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Hello, uncle, it's our first time meeting." Father Tang said, "I know Luo Huan's personality. In one word, stubborn. Has he caused you a lot of trouble in Tianhai?" "Dad." Tang Luo Huan said angrily. Jiang Chen said seriously, "Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call her firm. If she hadn't had such firm willpower, I wouldn't be standing here now." "Yes. You are right. Be firm." "Ha ha." Tang's father patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Tang Luohuan secretly hooked his finger with a bright smile in her eyes. Jiang Chen's favorability towards the Tang family increased dramatically. There was no embarrassment, nor any contempt. Both the tone and attitude are very comfortable and natural. This is the quality a family should have. Whether it is Wang Ximing, Tang Luohuan, or these Tang family members. Not only do they not have the domineering and arrogant attitude of the rich, but they attach more importance to etiquette than ordinary people. However, what Jiang Chen didn't know was that although the Tang family attached great importance to etiquette, Tang's father and mother would not go to the front door to greet him. In fact, they had heard a little about Jiang Chen's identity. Only with equal status can we gain true respect. Are you tired from the journey? Come in first, we have plenty of time to chat slowly. Tang's mother said with a smile. Yes, look at my brain. Let's go. Tang's father waved his hand. Several people walked into the house. Tang Feng and Tang Yan walked on Jiang Chen's left and right, asking him about his fitness tips. Seeing Jiang Chen being entangled, Tang Yuan came over and drove them away. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. No wonder such a family could produce a Tang Luo one. Jiang Chen followed everyone into the Tang family. The exterior of the villa is antique with pavilions and attics, but the interior is full of luxurious technology. Innovation and conservatism are combined here. All the servants and security guards along the way greeted him respectfully and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Among the young men of Jiaqing's families, no one does not admire Tang Luohuan. But more than 20 years have passed and she has never liked anyone, let alone brought anyone home. Jiang Chen was the first one. Naturally, these people tacitly regarded him as the future son-in-law of the Tang family. If they knew that these two had only known each other for less than a month, they would probably be shocked. The future son-in-law is so handsome. Standing together with my lady, they are a perfect match. A match made in heaven. Not only is he handsome, but I heard he has a prominent background as well. Who is he from? Is he a rich kid from Tianhai? I'm not sure, but even the old man has to take my identity seriously. Hey, this time those young talents in Jiaqing are probably going to explode again. In my opinion, the son-in-law and the young lady are a better match. At least they look pleasing to the eye. The appearance of our Tang family should be very high. Old Master Tang has 3 sons. The eldest son, Tang Yangfu, is the current head of the Tang family. There is only one daughter, Tang Luohuan. The same goes for the second son, Tang Yanglu, who only has one daughter, Tang Yuan. The most successful one was the third son, Tang Yangshou, who had 2 sons, Tang Feng and Tang Yun. But everyone knows that what old Master Tang loves most are not his 2 little grandsons, but its granddaughter Tang Luohuan. It almost came to the point of being biased, but no one expressed dissatisfaction. Because Tang Luohuan is so outstanding. He is so outstanding that people can't even think of being jealous. Tang Luohuan is such an outstanding girl, and now she has found a boyfriend. Who wouldn't he be curious? After passing through the entrance hall, everyone came to the magnificently decorated living room. An old man with white hair and beard was sitting on an agarwood chair, holding a teacup. This person is Old Master Tang from the Tang family. Chapter 98 Old Master Tang's Concerns. After passing through the entrance hall, everyone came to the magnificently decorated living room. An old man with white hair and beard was sitting on an agarwood chair, holding a teacup. Dad, Luo Huan is back. Tang Yangfu said with a smile. Old Master Tang's hands shook and the tea almost spilled out. He stood up tremblingly and said with a smile, My dear granddaughter, come here and let Grandpa see you. Tang Luohuan's eyes were red. He walked up to the old man, hugged him gently, and said in a trembling voice, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Old Master Tang stroked her hair with his withered hands, and said with tears in his tiger eyes, It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The Tang family members around were also feeling unhappy, and Tang Yuan was even quietly wiping away tears. A few minutes later, Old Master Tang patted her on the back. Stop crying, you're making fun of yourself. Tang Luohuan rubbed his eyes and stood up straight. Old Master Tang pulled her to Jiang Chen and asked, Is this your boyfriend? Jiang Chen greeted with a smile, Old Master Tang. Old Master Tang looked him over and said directly without any greetings, Come to the study with me first, and we'll talk. Grandfather. Tang Luohuan was a little worried. Jiang Chen rubbed her hair, It's okay. Old Master Tang saw this, his eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled and said, Don't worry, can I still eat him? Seeing this, Tang Luohuan didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen followed Old Master Tang all the way to the study. Please take a seat, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? This title made Jiang Chen raise his eyebrows. He didn't say anything and sat down opposite the old man. Old Master Tang was making tea, and the study gradually became quiet. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry either. He just watched him make tea in silence. After a long while, Old Master Tang said, Mr. Jiang, I know who you are. Oh? Jiang Chen looked calm. Then tell me, old man, who am I? Old Master Tang looked at him steadily, and the lingering aroma of tea spread between the two of them. The Wang family in the imperial capital called me, said the old man. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then responded immediately. I see. No wonder the old man is so anxious to see me. Old Master Tang nodded. Originally the Wang family didn't want you to know now, but I think we shouldn't hide it from you, because you are not only a shareholder of Yida, but also Luo Huan's boyfriend. So I want to know your attitude towards the Wang family. I don't want Luo Huan to be involved in anything too complicated. Old Master Tang looked at him with burning eyes. Jiang Chen understood. It turns out that Old Master Tang was worried about this. Are the Tang family and the Wang family familiar with each other? Jiang Chen asked. For some business dealings, even if you can't say you're too familiar with each other, you still have to give due face, the old man explained. The Tang family of Jiaqing originally started out in the coal business, but they transformed earlier than the Luo family. Since the generation of Grandpa Tang, the family has already transformed into the manufacturing industry and is a thorough business family. It is also because of this that they have the rationality and emotional intelligence of businessmen in their bones. It is better to make good connections than to sow bad consequences. Even though Jiang Chen was a penniless pauper, as long as he came to the Tang family, he would be a guest and the Tang family would treat him with courtesy and not embarrass him. But wanting to be with Tang Luohuan is not very realistic. And with Jiang Chen's current status and position, he is more than qualified to be a match for the Tang family. A few days ago, Wang Jiansen, chairman of Yida Group, personally called Tang Yangfu, the head of the Tang family. Explains Jiang Chen's identity. I hope the Tang family can use Tang Luohuan's relationship to invite Jiang Chen to Jiaqing so that the three parties can sit together and talk. In fact, the protagonists are the Wang family and Jiang Chen, and the Tang family is just a mediator. Wang Jiansen asked for it personally, and the Tang family had no choice but to help. But Old Master Tang was worried that if the talks between Jiang Chen and the Tang family broke down, Tang Luohuan and even the entire Tang family might be involved. Jiang Chen smiled after listening to it. What are you laughing at, Mr. Jiang? Asked the old man. Jiang Chen shook his head. I laugh at the old man for worrying too much. Yida is nothing to me. I don't care. Old Master Tang frowned. Nothing? Isn't this too much? Yida is a giant in the real estate industry. Even a powerful family like the Wang family attaches so much importance to it. How could he say it is nothing? Since you don't care, then why did you buy so many shares? Old Master Tang couldn't help but ask. You think I want to? I won it in a lottery. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Wang Siming has asked me this question more than once. I really just bought it for fun. I didn't expect the Wang family to be so nervous. Ahem. Old Master Tang choked on his tea. 58% of Yida's shares, you said you bought it just for fun? Are young people so good at having fun nowadays? So don't worry, old man. I don't have the heart to get involved in Yida's affairs. I'd rather spend more time with Luo Huan if I have that time. Jiang Chen said with a casual smile. He really won't get involved in Yida's affairs. That's because he already had other ideas. Seeing that his expression did not seem fake, Old Master Tang slowly leaned back in his chair, his head still a little dazed. He imagined many answers, but he never expected it to be buy it for fun. I have lived for most of my life and have always been considered a wealthy man in the eyes of ordinary people, but today I have really broadened my horizons. What does it mean to be rich and willful? Hundreds of billions of shares, just buying for fun? This Jiang Chen's background must be terrifyingly powerful. At this time, there was a burst of noise outside the study, and it seemed that a man was shouting loudly. The voice sounded strange. Old Master Tang frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Who dares to cause trouble in the Tang family? Chapter 99 Apologize to Mr. Jiang. Tang family mansion, in the living room. Two men sat on the sofa with their legs spread out, and a group of bodyguards in black stood behind them. It seems that he is here to call for punishment. Everyone in the Tang family looked at them, their expressions filled with anger and fear. Luo Chang, why did you bring so many people to our Tang family? Tang Yangfu, the current head of the Tang family, asked in a deep voice. Luo Chang didn't say anything. He took out a cigar, lit it, and looked at the Tang family members indifferently. Luo Tao, who had tattoos on his side and looked fierce, snorted coldly, then you have to ask your brother? My brother? Tang Yongfu frowned and looked at his second brother Tang Yunlu. What does he mean by that? Tang Yunlu hesitated for a moment and whispered, actually, it was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Luo Tao looked at him coldly. My brother-in-law is still lying in the hospital. You're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Tang Yongfu frowned even more tightly. Tell me. What's going on? His voice became a little stern. Tang Yunlu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, I went to the bar with my friends last night and someone came to pick a fight with me. I got drunk and lost control. But I didn't know that was his brother-in-law. Luo Tao smiled grimly. You beat my brother-in-law in my territory. Tang Yunlu, are you crazy? The Tang family felt extremely upset when they heard him swearing, but they couldn't say anything. Tang Yongfu sighed slightly, knowing that this matter would not be resolved peacefully. The Tang family is different from the Luo family. The Tang family is just a business family, although they have more assets than the Luo family. But when it comes to means, 3 Tang families are no match for 1 Luo family. He is the local tyrant of Jiaqing who controls both the black and white. Otherwise, how dare Luo Chang and others be so arrogant in the Tang family? Tang Yongfu said, just tell me, how do you want to solve it? Happy. Luo Tao smiled and said, then I'll be frank. I heard that your Tang family recently acquired a piece of land. Our Luo family is also very interested in it. Why don't we do it together and make money together? Impossible. Tang Yongfu flatly refused. This is obviously a conspiracy of the Luo family. This piece of land is very important to the Tang family's future plans, and the Luo family clearly has ulterior motives. If we let them in, they will soon kick the Tang family out. Luo Tao shrugged, no, then forget it. But you also know that the Luo family has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. He walked over and patted Tang Yonglu's face, saying in a sinister voice, we are not done with this. Tang Yonglu's face turned red and he clenched his fists tightly. After all, he is already in his 40s, but he was humiliated by this kid Luo Tao. Tang Yongfu looked at Luo Chang, who had been silent, and said in a deep voice, Luo Chang, is this what you meant? Luo Chang crossed his legs, exhaled a faint eye circle, and sneered under his gold-rimmed glasses, people always have to pay the price for their mistakes, don't they? But don't you think the price is too high? Tang Yongfu looked at them coldly. It's okay, you can take your time to think about it. Luo Tao smiled and said, tomorrow is old Master Tang's birthday. Let's come over to celebrate tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to talk about this matter in front of the entire Jiaqing family. Threaten. A blatant threat. If they really ruin the birthday party tomorrow, the Tang family will be in big trouble. The Tang family was filled with resentment, but had no place to vent. There is no way. The Luo family is one of the 4 major families in Jiaqing, so he has the capital to be arrogant. Luo Tao, are you threatening my Tang family? An old and majestic voice sounded, and old Master Tang came out leaning on a cane. Old Master. The Tang family members made way. Tang Yongfu came over in a hurry and said, Dad, let me handle this matter. Don't get angry. Luo Tao said nonchalantly, Grandpa Tang, I think you should take it easy. After all, you are getting old, and birthdays are something you won't have sooner or later. As soon as these words were spoken, the Tang family was in an uproar. What did you say? You fucking fart. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. The Tang family was furious. This was simply an insult to them. The thugs standing behind the Luo brothers took a step forward and looked at the Tang family members vigilantly. Luo Tao was not afraid at all, and shouted, anyway, I've said this. If you don't give me an answer tonight, you will bear the consequences yourself. Old Master Tang said in a deep voice, not tonight, I will give you an answer now. Go back to where you came from. Luo Tao's eyebrows jumped, and he smiled wantonly, I call you old master, do you really think you are my master? If you push my Luo family into a corner, you'll lose your dignity in your later years. You. Ahem. The old man's face turned red with anger and he started coughing violently. Tang Luowan quickly supported the old man, patted him on the back gently, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Luo Tao was about to speak triumphantly when a cold voice rang out. What a great show! Luo Chang, so this is how you do things? Everyone turned around and saw Jiang Chen's cold eyes. Xiao Jiang, don't get involved in this matter. The Luo family is not easy to mess with. Tang Yongfu hurriedly stopped him. Although Jiang Chen is rich and has an extraordinary status in Jiacheng, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The Luo family is the sky. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would get into trouble. Luo Tao glanced at Jiang Chen and said disdainfully, "Where did you come from? Do you think you can call my brother's name? Tell my brother quickly." Bang! Before he finished speaking, crisp applause broke out. Luo Tao was slapped away and his head hit the corner of the table hard, with blood flowing out. Everyone was stunned. Because the person who did it was actually Luo Chang. "Brother, why did you hit me?" It took Luo Tao a long time to come back to his senses. He covered his head with his hands, his face full of grievance. "I'm going to hit you." Luo Chang rushed forward and kicked Luo Tao hard with his pointed leather shoes. The banging sounds made everyone shudder. Too cruel. The Luo family's thugs didn't know what to do. They didn't dare to stop them and could only stand there helplessly. After a while, Luo Chengkai stopped, breathing heavily. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dragged the dying Luo Tao to Jiang Chen and said sternly, "Apologize to Mr. Jiang." What? The Tang family was in an uproar. The look he gave Jiang Chen was full of shock. Luo Tao was stunned by the beating and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry." Luo Chang let him go, lowered his head and stood in front of Jiang Chen. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I didn't know you in the Tang family. It's my mistake." His demeanor is as respectful as a servant. There were bursts of inhaling sounds all around. Is this still the smiling tiger who eats people without leaving any bones, Luo Chang? Jiang Chen said calmly, "You have to be tactful when doing things, and I have a close relationship with the Tang family. No matter what conflicts you had before, let's put an end to it now." The tone was as if he was instructing his subordinates. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Luo Chang nodded in agreement, without any displeasure. "As for your brother," Luo Chang said quickly, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I will discipline him strictly when I get back and make sure he won't cause trouble again." "Okay, then you go." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Luo Chang felt as if he had been pardoned. He helped the half-conscious Luo Tao up and walked quickly towards the door. Before leaving, he said to the thugs, "You guys, clean up this place before you leave." The ground was a mess, with a lot of Luo Tao's blood. "Yes." Several thugs took off their suits and knelt on the ground to wipe and clean. Everyone watching this scene felt as if their throats were being strangled and they couldn't breathe. This is so. Why does it feel like a dream? Is this still the high and mighty Luo family? Chapter 100. This feeling doesn't seem right. After cleaning up the living room, the Luo family did not dare to stay for a moment and left in a hurry. The living room was silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in amazement. Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Why are you all looking at me?" Tang Yangfu came back to his senses and asked in a hoarse voice, "Xiao Jiang, are you familiar with the Luo family?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "Not familiar with him, I just met Luo Chang once before." That's the truth. Apart from Luo Chang, he didn't know any other members of the Luo family. Just met once? Can this make Luo Chang, a ruthless eater, take such a low profile? The Tang family knew very well how powerful the Luo family was. Luo Chang and Luo Tao dared to act so arrogantly in Tang Jiashan, not even giving face to old Master Tang. This shows how tyrannical and overbearing they are. However, as soon as Jiang Chen appeared and said just one sentence, Luo Chang beat his brother like that. And it seems that he is very grateful to Jiang Chen. This is simply beyond everyone's imagination. They knew that Jiang Chen's identity was not ordinary, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Tang Yanglu murmured in a low voice, "Luo Huan has found a real dragon." Everyone was shocked. Especially old Master Tang, he finally understood what Jiang Chen meant by "don't care about Yida." Even the Wang family from the imperial capital had to give face to the Luo family when they arrived in Jiacheng. But Jiang Chen. Tang Yanglu walked up to Jiang Chen and said seriously, "Jiang Chen, thank you. If he hadn't been here today, this matter would never have ended well. The entire Tang family will pay the price for their momentary impulse." "Thank you, uncle. These are just small matters," Jiang Chen said. "These are Tang Luowan's family members, he can't just sit there and watch." Besides, he had a good impression of the Tang family. Tang Luowan held Jiang Chen's arm, her pretty face full of pride. "This is my man." Tang Yuan also looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes full of gratitude. When her father was bullied by the Luo family just now, she was very nervous. Fortunately, my brother-in-law is here. The girl thought to herself. Old Master Tang was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "Tell the kitchen to arrange a dinner. Jiang Chen, have a few drinks with me later." "Grandpa, you can't drink," Tang Luohuan said angrily. "My dear granddaughter, I'm happy today, so just drink a little," Old Master Tang pleaded. "Okay then, just a little bit." "Hey, hey." The faces of the other members of the Tang family were also filled with smiles, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The dinner lasted for a long time, and by the time it was over, it was already very late. Under the repeated bombardment of the Tang brothers, Jiang Chen finally drank too much. "Even though I have a perfect physique, I can't handle drinking too much." Of course, the Tang family did not urge anyone to drink. "But if your future father-in-law and uncles toast you, will you drink it? They say it's casual, but are they really casual? Isn't this bad? So, no matter whether it is white or red, just do it." Halfway through the drinking process, Tang Yangfu crawled under the table, and not long after, Tang Yanglu also wasn't feeling well. Only the third brother, Tang Yangshou, was still holding on, but he had already started singing while holding a wine bottle. Old Master Tang also wanted to show off his skills, but he was sent off with a red card by Tang Luohuan before he had drunk much. Jiang Chen overthrew the entire Tang family by himself. His own face was flushed and his eyes were unfocused. In the end, Tang Luohuan got angry and the dinner came to an end. She first helped Jiang Chen to the guest room upstairs. "Why did you drink so much?" Tang Luohuan said resentfully. "It's okay, I can still drink." Jiang Chen was a little incoherent. "He is really drunk." Tang Luohuan looked at his rosy face and couldn't help but smile. "Don't mention it, this guy is quite cute when he's drunk." She found a new set of pajamas and wanted to help Jiang Chen change into them. She hesitated for a long time with a red face before reaching out to unbutton his clothes. Looking at Jiang Chen's strong and muscular body, Tang Luohuan's heart started beating like a deer. What a great figure! She suppressed her shyness and helped him change into pajamas, then hurried out of the room, fearing that she wouldn't be able to get out if she stayed any longer. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Jiang Chen was awakened from his deep sleep by the urge to urinate. He sat up in a daze and walked out of the room in the dark. He was completely unfamiliar with the layout of the Tang family's house and it took him a long time to find the bathroom. After releasing himself, he found that he couldn't go back. "Where is my room?" Jiang Chen felt dizzy and was still a little drunk. He walked in the corridor and groped for a long time before finally finding his room. He opened the door and walked in. Lying on the soft and fragrant big bed, I fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen slept very comfortably that night. He dreamed that he was holding Tang Luohuan in his arms, and his nose was filled with rich fragrance. Wait a minute. Why does it feel wrong? Jiang Chen woke up instantly, opened his eyes, and saw that there was really a girl lying in his arms. But it wasn't Tang Luohuan. It's Tang Yuan. Why am I here? Jiang Chen swore to heaven that he really couldn't remember it. Why does the scene seem familiar? What a sin! Jiang Chen sighed silently toward the sky. Then he looked down at Tang Yuan. I saw her resting her head on her arms, curled up like a kitten. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were closed, her fair cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was slightly rapid. Obviously pretending to sleep. Maybe I don't know how to face Jiang Chen. So what do we do now? Jiang Chen quickly started thinking. It was already daybreak and the sound of servants cleaning could be heard faintly in the corridor. There is a high probability that you will be discovered if you go out. If the Tang family found out that I slept with Tang Yuan last night, they would definitely fight me to the death. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yuan couldn't pretend anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "Brother-in-law, what should I do?" After she finished speaking, her face turned red. Why does it feel like stealing? Jiang Chen also panicked. Did you lock your room? Tang Yuan rolled his eyes at him in reproach. How did you get in if it was locked? That's right. At this time, Tang Luohuan's voice sounded outside the door. Little lazy pig, haven't you gotten up yet? Then I'm coming in. Wait. Sister, I haven't put on my clothes yet. Tang Yuan shouted hurriedly. Tang Luohuan didn't think much about it. Okay, pack up and come down to have breakfast. After saying this, the footsteps gradually faded away. They both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Jiang Chen wanted to go over and lock the door, but he found that Tang Yuan was still lying in his arms, and his hand was still in her collar. Ah! Tang Yuan quickly hid aside, hugging the quilt with a red face. Jiang Chen's face also turned red. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry, I drank too much last night, and went to the wrong room when I went to the bathroom." "Brother-in-law, I believe you." Tang Yuan was extremely shy, but still raised her head and spoke. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Wasn't this girl too easy to talk to? Why do you believe me? He couldn't help asking. Tang Yuan covered her hot cheeks, "Because when you hugged me, you kept calling my sister's name." Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little proud when he heard this. "I am indeed a loyal and good man." "But, brother-in-law." Tang Yuan looked at him suspiciously. "Xiaoxi, Shernan and Ing, who are they?" "Jiang Chen." "Can I not answer this question?" Chapter 101 The birthday banquet is about to begin. Facing Tang Yuan's pure eyes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel ashamed. Okay. I'm a scumbag, okay? But is this the priority now? You should leave this room first. Jiang Chen glanced around, and after seeing the half-open window, he already had a plan in mind. "Yuan, let me emphasize to you again, I didn't mean it." Tang Yuan nodded. "I know." Jiang Chen said with relief, "Okay, then I'll leave first." "Ah? How did you leave?" Jiang Chen came to the window, looked down, turned around and waved to Tang Yuan. Then he turned over and jumped out in her shocked gaze. "Brother-in-law, don't!" She screamed, stood up and staggered to the window. "This is the third floor. It's nearly 10 meters high. Is my brother-in-law trying to save himself?" But when she looked downstairs, the tragic scene she had imagined did not appear. There was not a drop of blood on the ground, and Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Tang Yuan didn't have time to think and rushed out of the room in his pajamas. She ran to the restaurant downstairs panting, only to see that everyone from the Tang family was already sitting there, and Jiang Chen was sitting next to Tang Luowan, quietly winking at her. Tang Yuan's face flushed, and her heart finally settled down. Tang Luowan looked at her strangely and asked, "Yuan, why did you come downstairs in your pajamas?" "Hee, I was confused because of my sleep," Tang Yuan said in a cute and naive way. Tang Luowan said with a smile, "Look at your silly look, hurry up and wash up and eat, Grandpa's birthday banquet will start at noon." "Oh." She turned around and skipped upstairs. Jiang Chen asked Tang Luowan curiously, "How old is Yuan this year?" Tang Luowan said, "I am 19 years old this year and a sophomore at the Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts." 19? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Apart from being a little ahead of his time in development, Tang Yuan's personality seems to be that of a child. Tang Luowan shook his head and sighed, "My sister has some social problems with men. She hardly talks to strange men except those from our Tang family." He glanced at Jiang Chen and said, "But his attitude towards you seems a little special." "Really? I didn't notice." Jiang Chen scratched his head guiltily. Tang family residence. The servants cleaned the courtyard, brought out the tables, chairs, and benches, and began to set up the venue. The birthday banquet was held at the Tang family. It was a family banquet of the highest standards, and all the prominent families in Jiaqing would come to celebrate the birthday. At this time, guests had arrived one after another, and luxury cars were parked outside the villa. The courtyard was bustling with people, everyone with a genuine or fake smile. All the major families in Jiaqing came to celebrate the birthday, and their attitudes were very enthusiastic and respectful. "I wish the old man a long life and a bright future. I wish Grandpa Tang good fortune and a happy family. Uncle Tang is still so energetic. I feel ashamed of myself." Old Master Tang responded to everyone's blessings with a smile. The extremely valuable birthday gifts were taken by the butler and piled up into a small mountain. In Jiaqing, the Tang family may not be the strongest, but they definitely have the best popularity. Especially Old Master Tang, he is highly respected and everyone has to give him some face. At this time, Tang Yangfu and his brothers were entertaining guests, and even Tang Luowan was chatting with some female friends. Jiang Chen had nothing to do and was taking Tang Yuan for a stroll. He finally realized that Tang Yuan was indeed a bit socially phobic. As long as a man came towards her, she would immediately hide behind Jiang Chen like a little rabbit. She was afraid that the other person would come over and talk to her. "That's not right, then why isn't she afraid of me?" After much thought, Jiang Chen came to a conclusion. "It is very likely that she considers me a member of the Tang family. After all, I am her brother-in-law. The banquet had not officially started yet, and the table was filled with drinks and desserts. Jiang Chen didn't eat much himself, and basically stuffed it all to Tang Yuan, feeding her until her cheeks were as round as a hamster's. This also allowed him to experience the joy of feeding pets. At this time, a young man in a blue suit came over and said with a gentle smile, "Yuan, long time no see." His eyes were shining with admiration, without any concealment. Jiang Chen shook his head with amusement. The Tang sisters are really popular. But it is also true that both of them are the best in terms of family background and appearance. It's normal to have someone chasing you. Tang Yuan didn't seem to be interested in talking to him and was chewing his food seriously. The young man glanced at Jiang Chen and asked, "Who is this?" Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and picked up a piece of dessert and stuffed it into his mouth. The young man saw that he was being ignored, and his eyes flashed with anger. "Please change your seat. I have something to discuss with Miss Tang Yuan." He had never seen Jiang Chen before. He thought he should be a member of a side branch of some family. His reckless eating habits made him feel even more contemptuous of him. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Yuan, who was holding onto his shirt, and said with his hands spread out, "It looks like she doesn't want to talk to you. Your opinion does not represent Miss Tang's." The young man sneered. "He's right, I really don't want to." Tang Yuan raised his head and said. The young man was stunned and said awkwardly, "Yuan, I'm Chen Yang, I also go to college in Hangzhou." Tang Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, "Chen Yang? Ha! You remembered it?" Chen Yang looked surprised. "First, I'm not familiar with you, so I hope you can call me by my full name. Second, you make me very uncomfortable, so please stay away from me." "Well, the farther the better," Tang Yuan said calmly. Chen Yang raised his head in astonishment, only to see that her eyes were as cold as eternal ice. He felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but take a step back. This was the first time Tang Yuan had spoken so much to him, but the content was just this. The moment she turned her head, the ice and snow melted, and she said to Jiang Chen in a naive tone, "I still want to eat that." "Still eating? Aren't you afraid of eating to death?" Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at her. Tang Yuan shook his arm, blinking his jewel-like eyes. Jiang Chen stood up helplessly, took the dessert and stuffed it into her mouth. Chen Yang was trembling all over, his nails digging deep into his flesh, and jealousy was burning fiercely. "Why haven't you left yet?" Jiang Chen frowned and looked at him. "You didn't understand what I just said, right? Then I'll translate it for you. Roll." Hearing this, Chen Yang's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. "Okay, very good. This is how your Tang family entertains guests. I will convey this to my father truthfully." After saying that, he turned around and left angrily. Neither of them even looked at him. Tang Yuan rubbed his flat belly and said, "I'm a little full." Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Then don't eat. There will be a fierce battle when the meal starts." "Yeah." She nodded with a smile. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at old Master Tang, who was the center of attention. "Let's go deliver the birthday gift." Jiang Chen jumped out of the window this morning, and he took the opportunity to draw a lottery on his way back. "I didn't expect that what I won would be very suitable as a birthday gift." As he spoke, Jiang Chen stood up, touched his arms, and walked towards the crowd. Tang Yuan followed behind happily. Chapter 102, How Should I Accept Your Gift? The birthday celebration scene in the Tang family's living room was very lively. The young men from aristocratic families gathered around old Master Tang, vying with each other to show off themselves. In a big family like this, there are etiquettes for giving and receiving gifts. If the gift is not worth much, the person giving the gift will usually say a birthday greeting to the old man and then hand the gift directly to the housekeeper. The old man would never open this kind of gift in front of someone. They both saved face. But if you are holding a gift and chatting with the old man, you can even directly tell him what you are giving. This kind of gift must be opened on the spot. This is to give the other person face and make him feel that the gift is worth it. Old Master Tang has been in business for decades and is well versed in the ways of dealing with people, making everyone feel at ease. Wei Hangu said, "Old Master, this is an item I specially got from the Imperial Capital Auction House. I wish you good fortune and a long life." As he spoke, two people brought over a large gift box and placed it on the ground. Butler Lin Bo walked up and opened the box, revealing a dark blue two-ear bottle. The old man exclaimed, "Wow, if I am not mistaken, this is a blue glazed two-eared vase with chrysanthemum petal pattern made in the Yongjing period?" Wei Hangu nodded, "Old Master, you have a good eye. It is the Yongjing period. That's $1 million, right? Not only that, young Master Wei said that this was bought at an auction, so the price has to be increased by 20%. Master Wei is very generous. There was a burst of flattery all around. Wei Hanwu also looked proud. Old Master Tang smiled and said, "This gift is too valuable." Wei Hanwu waved his hand and said, "As long as the old man likes it." "Okay, I understand what's going on. My dear grandson is thoughtful," said the old man. Lin Bo asked someone to carry the vase down carefully. At this time, Zhang Geng couldn't wait to stand up and said, "Grandpa, you will definitely like the gift I prepared for you." As he spoke, he had someone hand over a box of calligraphy and paintings. The old man took it, opened it himself, and took out an ancient scroll. He opened it and looked at it carefully, then put the scroll back and handed it directly to Zhang Geng. "I can't accept this gift." Everyone was stunned. Why was this happening? Zhang Geng knew what was going on and said with a smile, "Why, doesn't the old man like it?" Old Master Tang shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's too expensive." He reopened the scroll, presented it to everyone, and introduced it. "This is a painting from the Northern Song dynasty, called Pasturing in Mountains and Rivers. It is also very well preserved. From my humble opinion, it must be worth at least 20 million. 20 million? I'll go. It's fine if young Master Zhang doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's amazing." This time it wasn't about praising him, everyone was just genuinely surprised. 20 million is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small amount. Although most of the people present could afford it, using a gift worth 20 million as a birthday gift was a bit beyond imagination. Zhang Geng is spending a lot of money this time. Wei Hongwu's eyebrows were also twitching. "I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel. Now I am outdone." Zhang Geng smiled and said, "Grandpa, this is a natural treasure, and it belongs to the virtuous. And this is also a gift from the younger generation, so please don't refuse it." The people around also tried to persuade them. The old man hesitated for a long time before putting the painting away. "My dear grandson, you are so thoughtful. That's it. I will keep the painting for you for now. You can come and get it any time." The old man is joking. Zhang Geng's face was full of pride. He has already figured it out. The probability of directly pursuing a person like Tang Luohuan is very low. It would be better to start with old Master Tang. As long as he had a mass base in the Tang family, the success rate of catching up with Tang Luohuan would definitely increase significantly. At least I have an advantage over others. The old man first refused to accept it, then presented it to everyone, and then took the initiative to tell them its value. It also gave Zhang Geng enough face. This gift is worth it. At this moment, he has become the focus of everyone. At this time, Jiang Chen just walked over. When Zhang Geng saw him, his smile changed slightly. The scenes that happened at the airport suddenly appeared before his eyes again. The experience of trying to show off but getting fucked instead has become a shadow in his and Wei Hongwu's hearts. Everyone saw him at this time and started talking about it. "Isn't this the rich guy who owns a bombardier plane?" "Yes, what birthday gift do you think he will give?" "I don't know. It shouldn't be cheap, right? They don't lack money. It's definitely impossible to surpass young Master Zhang. That's the Jiangshan grazing map. And you see, he seems to be here empty-handed." Zhang Geng also calmed down at this time. "Don't panic, he's a rich man. Even if the gift he gave is more expensive than mine, it's definitely not as precious as mine. He is very confident in his plan to rule the country. It combines ornamental value, collection value, and preciousness, no one can surpass it." Wei Hanwu sneered at this time, "Isn't this young Master Jiang? Why did you come here empty-handed?" At the airport, Jiang Chen made him lose face, and he has been holding a grudge against him ever since. Zhang Geng smiled and said, "Don't say that. He is a wealthy man and has plenty of money." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "I wonder what gift Brother Jiang has prepared for the old man?" Wei Hanwu replied sarcastically, "I have prepared sincere blessings." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Jiang Chen frowned. Are these people sick? He didn't bother to pay attention to them, walked up to the old man and said, "Happy birthday, old man." After saying that, he took out a large bowl with a white background and blue flowers from his arms and handed it to the old man. "I was in a hurry and couldn't prepare well. Please don't despise me, old master." Wei Hongwu joked, "You are too hasty, you don't even have a package? Send a bowl? My goodness, isn't this too shabby? You have the money to buy a private jet, but you only give me a bowl? How stingy. Where do you think the money for the plane came from? We must be frugal." Ha, that's right. Everyone was competing with each other and making sarcastic remarks. No matter how rich Jiang Chen is, the principle of unity against external enemies cannot be broken. Zhang Geng tried hard to suppress his laughter. "Brother Jiang, what does this bowl mean? Can you tell me about it?" Jiang Chen shrugged, "It's just a bowl, it doesn't have any meaning." There was a sudden booing from the crowd. The old man took it with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, thank you. In fact, your coming here is the best gift, In front of outsiders, he still called Jiang Chen Xiao Jiang. After all, Jiang Chen was also his grandson-in-law. But he stopped talking halfway. He frowned and looked at the green bowl in his hand seriously. "This is?" Old Master Tang seemed a little uncertain and showed it to Lin Bo. After Lin Bo looked at it carefully, his pupils shrank and he nodded, "That's exactly it." Old Master Tang sighed and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. "Xiao Jiang, this gift, how do you want me to accept it?" Everyone was a little surprised. Zhang Geng couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, why can't you collect it? Is there something wrong with the item?" The old man shook his head and said, "Old Lin, you should speak for yourself." Lin Bo solemnly held up the blue bowl and said, "This bowl is a Ming Chenghua blue and white ochre pattern palace bowl. It was sold at the Imperial Capital Auction House the day before yesterday. The price was 120 million. What? What the hell?" The crowd was silent for a moment, and then exploded. Zhang Geng and Wei Hongwu's eyes widened. This ordinary bowl costs 120 million? What is going on? Chapter 103. This is just like a joke. I heard Lin Bo say that this bowl is worth 120 million. The whole place was silent. Wei Hongwu was silent for a while, then he cleared his throat and said, "Lin Bo, did you see it wrong? Look carefully, this bowl looks just like an ordinary porcelain bowl. How could it be worth 100 million? Yeah, it looks very ordinary." Zhang Geng also looked skeptical. It would have been fine if Wei Hongwu's two-eared vase was outdone. After all, it was just an item worth just over $1 million. But I spent a lot of money and thought on my own painting of Jiangshan pasture. A full 20 million. I just want to be the first at this birthday banquet and show off in front of old Master Tang. But its value is less than 1/5 of Jiang Chen's? Of course he was not convinced. Who would give a gift worth 100 million? Even if you are rich, you can't spend it like this, right? Seeing this, others also echoed and questioned the authenticity of the bowl. This. Lin Bo looked at the old man and smiled helplessly. The old man looked displeased and snorted, "You actually said this bowl is ordinary? In the eyes of those who know the business, this is a symbol of nobility and luxury. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, I'm afraid the bowl can only be used for eating." He saw that these people were rejecting Jiang Chen, and he felt extremely unhappy. This is my good grandson-in-law and the good son-in-law of the Tang family. Is it your turn to point fingers? Even though the old man was very cunning, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. If it wasn't a matter of Tang family's reputation, he would have wanted to return the gift and kick the person out. Zhang Geng and the others certainly heard the old man's sarcasm and were embarrassed, but they still said, "We are indeed ignorant. Please give us some advice, old man." "Whatever." Old Master Tang took the porcelain bowl and treated it with great care, as if it were a rare treasure. He turned the bowl over and saw 6 words written on the bottom of the bowl. The font was slightly dim. Made during the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. The old man said, "This bowl is a porcelain from the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. There is a saying in the antique world, look at the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty, and look at the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. The exquisite craftsmanship of Chenghua porcelain is the best in the entire Ming dynasty, and it is also the most valuable. And this blue and white palace bowl with ochre pattern is the rarest Ming dynasty porcelain to be handed down from generation to generation. It is the finest porcelain." Old Master Tang was a little excited when he talked about this. Treasures like this can't be seen casually. He took a breath and continued, "There are only 13 palace bowls with ochre patterns left in the world. What's more, this is an even more precious blue and white flower pattern. This bowl was made by Emperor Chenghua for his favorite concubine, Wan Zhen'er, to symbolize good luck. You actually said this bowl is ordinary? Really? Old Master Tang didn't say anything else. He just shook his head and sighed. Everything was said without words. The whole place was silent, and everyone's faces turned pale. Especially Zhang Gang and Wei Hangu, their faces turned red. The more proud I was just now, the more embarrassed I am now. If there was a crack in the ground, they would both like to crawl into it. At this time, Lin Bo said, "This bowl was sold at the Imperial Capital Auction House the day before yesterday. It was bought by a mysterious person for 120 million. It seems to be Mr. Zhang's work." Everyone turned to look at Jiang Chen, only to see him smile faintly, obviously agreeing. He actually won this bowl by chance when he jumped out of the window on his way back home in the morning. I didn't expect that I would get this thing right away. He originally planned to give the old man wine and a jade Buddha, but when he saw that the bowl was more valuable and the old man couldn't drink alcohol, he changed his mind temporarily. So I didn't even have time to package it. Seeing Jiang Chen's casual expression, the crowd burst into exclamations. It was taken in the imperial capital the day before yesterday. It seems that they had prepared for it long ago. So thoughtful. 120 million, my God. And did you notice that he took this bowl out from his arms? So casual? Such a treasure, others would want to display it, but he doesn't even deserve a box. It's true that the rich are so inhumane. Maybe 100 million is nothing to him? This is a true god, determined and complete. People's tone has changed a bit. There is no way, Jiang Chen's move was just too shocking. Tang Yuan, who was standing by, also covered his mouth in surprise. My brother-in-law is so rich. That's right. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something, took out a few crumpled papers from his pocket and handed them to Lin Bo. This is? Lin Bo opened it and saw, Ancient Ceramic Identification Certificate, identified by the Zheng Shangxing Ancient Pottery Salon. The crowd was completely silent. Zheng Shangxing is the general agent in China of Oxford Appraisal Company of Eagle Country, one of the most authoritative appraisal institutions in the world. The fact that a drama certificate can be issued means that it has passed thermoluminescence testing. If anyone still doubted that the old man was blind just now they are convinced. This bowl is definitely the real deal. There is no suspense at all. What made everyone speechless was that Jiang Chen took out this appraisal report from his pocket. Wrinkled like toilet paper. Don't you care so much? Zhang Gang and Wei Hangu also shut up completely. They knew that it was useless to say anything more. This is how inhumane the rich are. In comparison, Wei Hangu felt more comfortable. After all, he only spent about 1 million yuan, which was completely acceptable. The one who suffered the most was Zhang Gang. A gift worth 20 million was given out, but before it could enjoy its glory for a few minutes, it was trampled under someone's feet. What happened at today's birthday party will definitely spread throughout Jiaqing, but people will only know that Jiang Chen gave a gift of 120 million. No one will remember him, Zhang Gang. Moreover, his words just now were a bit blunt, which made old Master Tang unhappy, and he didn't even achieve his goal of pleasing him. 20 million can be said to be wasted. Zhang Gang's eyelids twitched and he was a little overwhelmed. It hurts. Old Master Tang said seriously, Xiao Jiang, I can't accept this gift, it's too expensive. Old man, this bowl is really nothing, just a token of my appreciation. Besides, since this is our first meeting, I think it's a little too thin. Jiang Chen said with a smile. After all, he came to meet his parents this time, so he should bring some gifts for his elders. This made the old man very satisfied. He smiled from ear to ear, but he was still a little hesitant. But, this is worth 100 million after all. Hearing this, Jiang Chen pretended to think and said, it seems that the old man really doesn't like it. I heard that there is a Ming Chenghua porcelain and a Dotsai chicken cup, how about I get that for you? Don't. You're so thoughtful. I really like this bowl, please don't bother with it anymore, my heart can't take it. The old man flatly refused and quickly asked Lin Bo to put the bowl away. Dotsai chicken cup, that is the imperial wine cup of Emperor Chenghua. It was sold at a sky-high price of nearly 300 million 6 years ago. The value is immeasurable now. If Jiang Chen really sent it to him, he didn't know if his little heart could hold on. Jiang Chen smiled silently. In fact, he just said it casually and he really didn't know where to get the chicken glazed cup. Unless there is another one drawn in the lottery. But the onlookers didn't think so. After seeing the preciousness of this bowl and Jiang Chen's attitude, everyone had no doubt about his financial resources. Now when I hear this, I get goosebumps all over my body. A Dotsai chicken pattern cup worth 300 million yuan, can it be remodeled just like that? It's just like a joke. What kind of family is this? Zhang Geng and Wei Hangu have completely shut themselves off at this moment. Chapter 104 Jiang Chen is a nouveau riche? Then the banquet continued. After giving their gifts, people left quickly. Those who had prepared expensive gifts were too embarrassed to ask the old man to open them, so they handed them directly to Lin Bo and read them out casually. With Jiang Chen's 120 million in front, who would dare to show off tens of millions? Isn't that a slap in your own face? For a moment, the old man's surroundings became quiet. Jiang Chen continued to wander around with Tang Yuan. Brother-in-law, what do you do? You seem so rich. She asked curiously. Jiang Chen said casually, I specialize in selling girls like you to the mountains and ravines to be someone's wife. You can make a lot of money in one go. Ah. Tang Yuan covered his collar and said pitifully, don't sell me, please. Then get away from me right now. If you keep pestering me, I will sell you out. Jiang Chen said viciously. Tang Yuan bit his finger, thought for a moment and said, how about I help you sell Tang Feng and Tang Yun? They can wear women's clothing, and we can split the money we earn in half. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Jiang Chen pinched her little face and said, you are the smartest. Tang Yuan's face flushed. Thinking of what happened this morning, she whispered, my brother-in-law is the worst. The children of noble families who were gathered nearby were very surprised to see this scene. Isn't Tang Yuan afraid of men? Why is she so close to Jiang Chen? Yeah, she never talks to men. Look, she's even pinching her face. I just heard her call Jiang Chen brother-in-law. I heard it, too. No way, Tang Luohuan was taken down already? My youth is over. You want to give a birthday gift of 120 million, I think you have a chance. Forget it, we can't compare with the super rich. There was some sighing and frustration in everyone's tone, but not much sadness. Because they already knew that they were most likely not destined to be with a gifted girl like Tang Luohuan. It's just that I'm somewhat envious. But Zhang Geng and Wei Hangu are different. They really spent money and put a lot of thought into it. And after Qian Tianyi withdrew, they both thought they had the greatest hope, and Tang Luohuan's man must be one of them. But now Chang Yaojin appears out of nowhere. The axe he was swinging was the golden axe. Not reconciled. Wei Hangu sighed and said, it seems that all the preparations I made before were in vain. There is no destiny, and it is useless to force it. He has already begun to think about quitting. There is no way, Jiang Chen is too rich. It's really hard to resist. Zhang Geng was silent for a while, then said, I don't think so. There is still a chance. Brother Zhang, why don't you give up? Wei Hangu asked doubtfully. The best option at this time should be to stop loss in time, right? Give up? Why should I give up? Just having money can make you catch up with Tang Luohuan? Do you think she is such a superficial person? Zhang Geng asked back. Brother Zhang means. We are definitely not as rich as him, so we should avoid competing with him in terms of financial strength. Use our strengths to attack his weaknesses. So what do you think are Jiang Chen's weaknesses? The foundation of family background. Zhang Geng's eyes are confident. Wei Hangu hesitated and said, but Jiang Chen is so rich, his family background must be good, right? It is unrealistic for Jiang Chen to make so much money from scratch at his age. He must be a member of some famous and prestigious family. Zhang Geng smiled and said, no. In my opinion, he is just a local tycoon, a nouveau riche. Oh? What do you mean? Master Zhang, please tell me in detail. Everyone became interested now. After all, Jiang Chen was the only one who got the limelight, and they felt a little unhappy. Zhang Geng sneered and said, yesterday I used my connections to investigate Jiang Chen. He is not from Tianhai at all, let alone a famous family. He doesn't even have a family, he's an orphan. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. Wei Hangu frowned and said, that's impossible. How can an orphan have 400 or 500 million to buy a plane? How can he give a gift worth more than 100 million? Is there something wrong with your investigation results? Zhang Geng affirmed, I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problem. although some of his things are now classified as confidential and cannot be investigated. But what is certain is that he is an orphan. And he is attending an ordinary first-class university in Tianhai. Just like this, an ordinary college student suddenly became a rich man after graduation. If he is not a nouveau riche, what is he? Wei Hanguo asked in confusion, where did he get the money? Zhang Geng smiled and said, the virtual currency incident a while ago caused a stir around the world, and many people became rich overnight. I guess he is one of the lucky ones. But this also proves that he has no family background. So, how can he be worthy of the Tang family, which has a prominent family background? Everyone nodded and looked at Zhang Chen with strange eyes. I saw him taking Tang Yuan for a stroll, and no one greeted him, as if no one knew him. It seems that it is really the case. At this time, the courtyard was roughly divided into 3 circles. One is the uncle circle composed of Tang Yongfu and others, among whom are the fathers of Zhang Geng, Wei Hanguo and others. There is also a group of girls led by Tang Luowan. Then there is the younger generation of Jiacheng, where Zhang Geng and Wei Hanguo are. Zhang Chen was like an outsider, outside of all circles. He is not familiar with anyone and no one knows him. Everyone looked at each other. What Zhang Geng said seems to make sense. See? I told you, he is just a nouveau riche and he has no connections or background at all. Zhang Geng was a little proud. The more he spoke, the more he felt that his analysis made a lot of sense. Hey, Xiao Qian is here. Someone suddenly said. Everyone looked over and saw Qian Tianyi slowly walking into the manor. The Qian family and the Tang family are old friends. Even if Qian Tianyi and Tang Luowan cannot be together, the friendship between the two families will not be broken. There are many interests involved here. It's old Master Tang's birthday, so someone from the Qian family will definitely come. Zhang Geng waved and said, Mr. Qian, this way. Qian Tianyi saw them and walked over with a smile. Mr. Qian is a busy man. You're a little late today. Zhang Geng greeted. Qian Tianyi said helplessly, there are too many things in the company, and it was delayed all of a sudden. Mr. Qian is busy with many things every day, unlike us who just muddle through life. Young Master Zhang is joking. The Qian family and the Tang family are almost equally powerful, and are both one of the 4 major families in Jiacheng. In comparison, the Zhang family is a little worse. Wei Hanguo then asked, Mr. Qian, logically you and Tang Luowan have the best chance, why did you suddenly give up? Everyone looked at Qian Tianyi and was also curious about this question. Qian Tianyi seemed to remember something, and said with a pale face and a forced smile, a forced melon is not sweet, and Tang Luowan also has a boyfriend. Zhang Geng pointed at Zhang Chen with disdain and said, are you talking about that upstart? Upstart? Qian Tianyi looked at it in confusion, and when he saw the figure, his body trembled and cold sweat broke out. He is here too? What's wrong? There's not enough money? Then, amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Qian Tianyi quickly ran to Zhang Chen, nodded and bowed. Mr. Jiang, you are coming to Jiacheng too. Why didn't you let me know in advance? I can show my hospitality. In an instant, everyone was petrified. What? Zhang Geng was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 105 Visits from Major Forces. Oh, you're here too? Zhang Chen looked at Qian Tianyi, who was in a state of fear and trepidation, and smiled faintly. Qian Tianyi shuddered and hurriedly explained, I am only here with my father to celebrate old Master Tang's birthday. I have absolutely no other intentions. He was very afraid that Zhang Chen would misunderstand. The beating he got last time in Tianhai left him with an indelible trauma, and now all 4 of his front teeth are replaced. His teeth ached whenever he saw Zhang Chen. Moreover, even Wang Ximing has to curry favor with Zhang Chen because of his status, so what do I think of myself as? Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else. I can understand that you are wishing the old man a happy birthday. Zhang Chen patted his shoulder. Qian Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Mr. Jiang is really a man of great righteousness. Zhang Chen looked helpless. Wow, you've come up with something so righteous and clear-minded? It seems that this child was really frightened and suffered psychological trauma. I wonder how long Mr. Jiang plans to stay in Jiacheng. Give me a chance and let me do my best to be a good host? Qian Tianyi said cautiously. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure how long I'll stay. I'll talk about it later when there's a chance. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Qian Tianyi is already so humble, there is no need for him to show off. Tiantiani nodded in surprise. Okay. Everything will be done according to your schedule, Mr. Jiang. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Okay, you can always call me if you need anything. Tiantiani smiled with excitement. Watched Jiang Chen leave. After Tiantiani came back from Tianhai, he has been worried. Although he has always been trained by the Qian family as a successor, he is not the only male in the Qian family. If the matter of offending Yida were to be exposed, Tiantiani's status in the Qian family would certainly take a sharp turn for the worse. The resources that can be allocated will also be greatly reduced. So he was very anxious. Now it seemed that Jiang Chen had no intention of targeting him at all, which actually made him feel a little grateful, similar to the favor of not killing him. Zhang Geng was discussing this. What's going on with Tiantiani? Why is he so respectful to Jiang Chen? Zhang Geng frowned. Wei Hangu also felt something was wrong. I don't know, could it be that the two of them have any relationship? At this time, bursts of low cries were heard. The Luo family is here. The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone looked towards the main entrance of the villa and saw Luo Chang, dressed in a formal suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walking into the lobby. So imposing. As soon as he arrived, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Jiaqing, Luo family. The representative of means and power. Jiaqing is a local emperor who can be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand. As long as the Luo family is willing, they can make it difficult for more than 80% of the families to move forward. And Luo Chang is the next generation helmsman. Zhang Geng sighed. Old Master Tang is so generous that even Luo Chengdu came here in person. Wei Hanwu nodded and said, yes, the Qian family celebrated their birthday last month, but the Luo family didn't make any movement at all. However, they were just discussing it and no one would take the initiative to invite Luo Chang over. We are not on the same level, there is no need to make yourself uncomfortable. Luo Cheng first went to give the old man a birthday gift, and then stood in the courtyard looking around. After looking in the direction of Zhang Geng and others, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Here it comes. Zhang Geng, Wei Hanwu, and others were somewhat surprised. They quickly straightened their clothes and stood up straight. Although no one knew why Luo Chang came running towards them. But if I can establish a relationship with the Luo family, I can walk around Jiaqing with my head held high. Seeing Luo Chang getting closer, Zhang Geng smiled and stretched out his hand. Mr. Luo. But who would have thought that Luo Chang didn't even look at him and just walked straight past him? His smile froze on his face and he looked back in confusion. Luo Chang quickly walked up to Jiang Chen, bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Jiang. What? Everyone rubbed their eyes and stared at the scene in amazement. The local emperor of Jiaqing actually bowed to Jiang Chen? And you still call the other person Mr. Jiang? Humble. Wei Hongwu's throat felt dry. He turned around and said in a hoarse voice, Zhang Geng, is this the upstart you mentioned? How can an orphan with no family background make Luo Chang bow 90 degrees? Do you think that's possible? Is his background also confidential? You haven't investigated it clearly? Master Wei, your so-called investigation, could it be that you searched on the internet? It's so unreliable. If Jiang Chen is a local tycoon, we would be beggars. Faced with everyone's doubts, Zhang Geng's face turned red and he couldn't say a word. What the hell? The information clearly shows that Jiang Chen is an orphan, and there is evidence to prove it. But this scene before my eyes is actually happening. Who exactly is this Jiang Chen? At this moment, their little alliance has collapsed. Everyone rationally distanced themselves from Zhang Geng. Who dares to compete with a man like Jiang Chen for a woman? Isn't this seeking death? Zhang Geng felt bitter in his heart, as if he had eaten Coptus chinensis. Xian Tianyi saw this scene from afar and felt shocked but also somewhat relieved. I didn't expect that even Luo Chengdu had to be respectful to Jiang Chen. Fortunately, I was smart and admitted my mistake in time. Otherwise, it would only take a few minutes for the other party to crush me to death. Jiang Chen said calmly, have you finished investigating the matter I asked you to investigate? Luo Chang nodded, find out some information. It's not just Wang Ximing who came to Jiaqing this time. Wang Jiansen also came in person. What else? The purpose of the Wang family's visit is simple. They want to buy back 10% of your shares, so that your shares are less than 51%. This way, the Wang family won't be so passive. Jiang Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Luo Chang continued, according to reliable sources, they can accept a premium of about 20%, 30%. 30%. Considering the assets of Yida Group, this number is already exaggerated. Wang Jiansen has invested a lot of money this time. Jiang Chen shrugged, but I'm not interested in money. Luo Chang's mouth twitched after hearing this. You are not interested in money because you don't like money at all. Okay, go ahead. You can join us for the talk later. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes. Luo Chang responded and stepped aside to wait. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. The Wang family thought that finding the Tang family as a middleman would help with the negotiations, but they didn't expect that old Master Tang loved his granddaughter so much and stood on Jiang Chen's side completely. Plus the Luo family of Jiacheng. I'm afraid the Wang family will have to think carefully about this. Moreover, Jiang Chen has already made up his mind on how to resolve this matter. At this time, there was a commotion outside the villa, followed by screams one after another. The Wang family from the imperial capital is here. Wang family? Could it be the Wang family of Yida Group? They are far away in the imperial capital, why would they come to Jiacheng? Has the Tang family's reputation become so great? The crowd was noisy and stretched their necks to look towards the gate. The main gate of the villa was wide open, and 2 rows of bodyguards in suits and sunglasses rushed in and stood in 2 rows at the door. Then, a young man with a somewhat cynical look walked in. He is Wang Ximing, the future successor of the Wang family. No one present didn't know him. After Wang Ximing came in, he did not immediately go to wish the old man a happy birthday, but stood at the door waiting. A moment later, a tall, dignified middle-aged man walked in slowly. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the courtyard. Wang Jiansen. He actually came in person. Everyone thought that the Wang family in the imperial capital had sent someone to celebrate the birthday, but when they saw that it was Wang Ximing who came, they were very surprised. I didn't expect that the head of the Wang family, Wang Jiansen, chairman of Yida Group, would come in person. The imperial capital is a super first-tier city, and the Wang family and Jiacheng's family are completely different concepts. How much face does old Master Tang have to be able to let Wang Jiansen wish him a happy birthday? Could it be that the Tang family is about to rise? Some people turned their attention to Luo Chang. If the Tang family gained power, the first threat would be the interests of the Luo family. But Luo Chang had a blank expression on his face, as if he had been mentally prepared. At this time, Tang Yangfu and other direct descendants of the Tang family hurried over to meet them. Mr. Wang, your visit really brings honor to my humble home. Tang Yangfu shook Wang Jiansen's hand and greeted him warmly. Although we know the purpose of the Wang family's trip, we still have to do what we need to do. Wang Jiansen smiled and said, Mr. Tang, you are too polite. The Wang and Tang families are close friends. How can I not come to celebrate the old man's birthday? Tang Yangfu snorted in his heart. A close friend? If it weren't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid the 2 of them would never have met in this life. Are you talking to me about Mo and I? Moreover, the Yida issue has not yet been settled, and it is hard to say what the relationship between the 2 companies will be like in the future. In any case, the Tang family is firmly on Tang Luowan's side. But of course he would not show this, and he held out his hand and said, Mr. Wang, you really took the trouble. Come in, please. Please. They walked into the manor to celebrate the old man's birthday. People were secretly thinking in their hearts that they would have to re-examine the Tang family in the future. Suddenly, the birthday party became lively again. Chapter 106 Purpose. The time has reached 12 noon. All the guests have arrived, the birthday speeches and gifts have been given, and everyone's eyes are focused on today's protagonist. Old Master Tang smiled warmly and waved his hand. The butler Lin Bo behind him shouted at the right time, let's start the banquet. The desserts were taken away, and the servants brought the exquisite and luxurious Chinese food in an orderly manner. The guests also began to take their seats. Jiang Chen stood in the corner chatting with Tang Yuan and had no intention of taking a seat for the time being. These 2 guys just ate a lot and now have no appetite at all. Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister know each other? Tang Yuan asked curiously. Jiang Chen said, your sister and I are neighbors. The one who was close to the water gets the moon first, don't you understand? Neighbor? The little girl suddenly perked up. You also live in Huazhou Junting? Then can I come to your house to play next time? Seeing her expectant eyes, Jiang Chen smiled and said, of course, I will show you my cooking skills and I guarantee you will be reluctant to leave. Wow! Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. You can even cook. Tang Yuan said excitedly. Jiang Chen was speechless. Even after giving her a gift worth 100 million yuan, I didn't see her so excited. I become more excited when I hear about cooking. He is indeed a pure-blooded foodie. At this time, Wang Ximing strode over and shouted with a smile on his face, "Brother Chen, long time no see." Then she gave him a big hug. Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't refuse. He patted him on the back and joked, "It's been a while since we last met, just a few days. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years." Wang Ximing felt more at ease when he saw that he was not angry about Lin Ping's matter. The other guests looked at this with different expressions. Zhang Geng and Wei Hangu looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Brother Chen? Wang Ximing actually called him Brother Chen? What a concept! What is the identity of this Jiang Chen? The bad feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger, as if I have offended some powerful person. Wang Ximing enthusiastically pulled Jiang Chen to his side. "Brother Chen, come and take your seat. No one will eat unless you come." "What you're saying is that I'm not the protagonist today," Jiang Chen said helplessly. But he still followed Wang Ximing to the chief position. There were only a few people sitting at the chief seats, namely Old Master Tang, the 3 Tang brothers, Wang Ximing, Wang Jiansen, and Luo Chang. Even Tang Luowan is not qualified to sit at this table. In full view of everyone, Wang Ximing pulled Jiang Chen to the only empty seat. This seat is prepared for him. Right between the old man and Wang Jiansen. The best among the chiefs. Wang Jiansen saw him coming and stood up to greet him. "I knew Mr. Jiang was a young talent. I'm lucky enough to meet him today. It's true that heroes emerge young." Jiang Chen held his hand and said, "Thank you for your praise. Mr. Wang is a true hero." The two exchanged some pleasantries and then sat down. Their expressions were very natural, as if they were just peers. Wei Hangu, who was far away, watched the scene and felt his scalp tingling. He patted Zhang Geng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you told me this is called a local tycoon?" Zhang Geng's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. He had been competing with Jiang Chen, only to find out that just one of the other party's leg hairs could crush him to death. It's not even on the same level. No, it should be said that they are not in the same dimension. Chen Tianyi, who was sitting at the same table, felt as if he had heard a huge joke. Nomad Tycoon? Are you guys crazy? He is Jiang Chen. Don't think that today is old Master Tang's birthday party. I tell you, he is the real protagonist. Everyone's head was buzzing and they couldn't recover for a long time. Someone asked, "Mr. Qian, who is this Jiang Chen?" Qian Tianyi sneered, "Guess for yourself. But I advise you, if anyone offends him, it's best to apologize immediately, otherwise, hee. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Zhang Geng was trembling all over, and his back felt cold. Although this is a birthday party, it is also the largest business gathering in Jiacheng. Of course, no one will sit still. Many people are holding wine glasses and toasting everywhere. Zhang Geng's father happened to pass by the table, and Zhang Geng hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Dad, do you know Jiang Chen, the chief, and what is his identity? Are you curious about this too?" Father Zhang said mysteriously, "I just found out about this too. He is the mysterious major shareholder of Yida Group. He holds 58% of the shares, almost twice as much as Wang Jiansen. And this is just one of his identities. You must build a good relationship with him." Zhang Geng could no longer hear what his father was saying, he just felt his head buzzing. His face turned pale and he fell weakly into the chair. This Jiang Chen's identity. It's really scary. Enter Chief. Everyone was toasting each other and chatting happily. At the right time, Wang Jiansen looked at his watch and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Jiang, it seems that we have almost finished eating. Why don't we go to another place to chat?" "Okay, I'll follow Director Wan's arrangements." Jiang Chen knew why Wang Jiansen came this time, and he wanted to get straight to the point. Old Master Tang stood up and said, "Everyone, follow me and have some tea in the study." "Ah, good, the old man's collection must be extraordinary." Wang Jiansen smiled. At this time Luo Chang also stood up. Seeing this, Wang Ximing said, "Let's talk to Brother Chen about something, you don't have to come with us." Luo Chang glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Wang Ximing frowned and was about to speak when Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Luo Chang, come along too. We are all friends." Luo Chang nodded, "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Wang Ximing and Wang Jiansen looked at each other and felt something was wrong. How could Luo Chang listen to him? But Jiang Chen had already spoken, so they didn't know what to say, and the five of them started walking towards the house. The guests were somewhat curious when they saw the scene. Tang Yongfu stood up and said, "My father is old and in poor health. I hope you will be more considerate." "I understand. It's my duty. I wish the old man good health." When everyone saw Wang Jia and Jiang Chen go in together, they knew what was going on, but they had to make sure they didn't neglect the surface work. Tang Yongfu smiled and raised his glass. "Come on, dear guests, let's drink until we are drunk." Chapter 107. Why are you here? Tang family, in the study. The aroma of tea wafts in the air and the air is quiet. The old man brewed tea slowly. He covered the purple clay teapot, poured boiling water over the pot, and then poured the tea in the pot into the fairness cup, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Several people sat upright and sipped their drink slowly. Bai Haoyin Zhen has a fresh and refreshing taste. "It's good tea, good tea," Wang Jiansen exclaimed after taking a sip. "Mr. Wang really understands tea," said the old man. Jiang Chen said with a smile, "The great cause of the millennium is a pot of tea. As the boss of Yida, how can Mr. Wang not drink tea?" He cleverly mentioned the word Yida and directly brought the topic to the point. Wang Jiansen's eyes flickered and he smiled. The negotiations lasted more than an hour. Although it was called a negotiation, Jiang Chen actually gave them no room for negotiation. The current situation is simple. The Wang family was worried that Yida would be constrained by Jiang Chen, so they asked to buy back 10% of the shares, and the premium was an exaggerated 30% just as Luo Cheng's intelligence said. But Jiang Chen had only one answer. Impossible. First of all, he is not short of money, and with the existence of the system, his wealth will only increase. He really doesn't care about the money from selling shares. Secondly, the reason why the Wang family is so humble is because this 58% stake has put too much pressure on them. Jiang Chen can use these shares to create greater value, there is no need to exhaust all the resources. By the end of the conversation, Wang Jiansen could no longer hold back. Old Master Tang didn't even have the intention to join in the discussion. He just drank his tea slowly and pretended to have Alzheimer's disease. Luo Cheng completely stood on Jiang Chen's side. The situation is too passive. "So, Mr. Jiang, what you mean is that there is no room for negotiation?" Wang Jiansen asked expressionlessly. Jiang Chen smiled, knowing that the time was almost right. "It's impossible to buy back shares. Although I don't care, what's mine is mine," Jiang Chen said decisively. Wang Jiansen frowned. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "But I have a better plan. I wonder if Mr. Wang would like to hear it," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I'd like to hear the details." Wang Jiansen smiled immediately, feeling that things were taking a turn for the better. Jiang Chen said calmly, "To put it bluntly, you want to buy my shares because you are worried that I will participate in Yida's decision-making or even take over Yida." Wang Jiansen nodded slightly and no longer concealed it. Jiang Chen continued, "I can sign an agreement with you. Starting from today, within 3 years, I will only have the shareholders' self-benefit rights, but not the common benefit rights. What do you think, Mr. Wang?" "What?" Wang Jiansen and Wang Ximing were both shocked and almost stood up and slammed the table. "Are you serious?" Wang Jiansen asked in disbelief. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, "Of course it's true, do you think I'm joking?" Wang Jiansen and his son looked at each other, their eyes full of ecstasy. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to make this choice. The so-called self-benefit right is the right of shareholders to enjoy benefits based on their own investment. For example, dividends, distribution of property when the company is dissolved, the right of first refusal of shares, etc. It is the exercise of power for one's own benefit. But the public welfare right is different. It means that shareholders can participate in the management and operation of the company, have voting rights, supervisory rights, and even be able to review accounting books. Jiang Chen's words can be simply translated as, "Within 3 years, we will only share the money and not take care of the affairs. Any decision of the company has nothing to do with him." This is great news for the Wang family. 3 full years is enough time to do a lot of things. Who knows what will happen in 3 years? Then let's sign the agreement quickly, Wang Jiansen said urgently. His mood was like a roller coaster, and he didn't want to waste even a minute. "Okay, but I have a request," Jiang Chen said. Mr. Jiang, please just open your mouth. I will do my best to satisfy you. Wang Jiansen vowed. Okay. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and gestured to Luo Chang, who pushed a contract in front of Wang Jiansen. If you sign this agreement, I will sign an agreement with you. Wang Jiansen picked up the contract and saw that it said, Complete Loyalty Contract. It is also very simple to open the content, just obey all the arrangements of Jiang Chen. Apart from that, there is not even an official seal. Wang Jiansen frowned and said bluntly, Mr. Jiang, do you know that this agreement has no legal effect? Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile, I know, but a promise is worth 1,000 gold. I believe in you, Mr. Wang. Okay, I'll sign. Wang Jiansen didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, but this deal was a good deal no matter how he looked at it. Jiang Chen was all smiles. Very good, what a smart man. When I first drew the loyalty contract, there were 2 copies. One copy was signed by Luo Chang, and the other one has never been used. Jiang Chen thought about it carefully and decided that Wang Jiansen was the most suitable candidate. He owns 58% of the shares, which has deeply affected the interests of the Wang family. They will definitely not give up. Jiang Chen had neither the time nor the energy to deal with them. Even though the Wang family is currently using conventional means, if it really reaches a certain point, Jiang Chen is not sure what the other party can do. Capital is crazy and ruthless. Jiang Chen is not worried about himself, but he still has people around him. These risks must be taken into consideration. But it is impossible to ask Jiang Chen to give up his shares. What belongs to him will always be his. He can keep it for himself, but others can't snatch it away from him. So the best way is to make Wang Jiansen completely loyal to himself. In this way, even if he gave up the common benefit rights, Yida Group was actually still in his hands. Although the conservative approach is actually to sign Wang Siming. But after some thought, Jiang Chen decided to take a gamble and sign Wang Jiansen. Although the contract has limitations, if the signatory's assets exceed Jiang Chen's, the contract will be deemed a failure. But the financial resources and background that Jiang Chen now possesses are no longer comparable to Wang Jiansen. Wang Jiansen was afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his word, so he took the pen and quickly signed his name. At the moment the signature was completed, a blue light flashed from the agreement and floated into the bodies of the 2 people. Of course, no one else can see this scene. Wang Jiansen instantly became awed and quickly stood up and said, Mr. Jiang, that agreement. His attitude towards Jiang Chen has changed now, and the agreement Jiang Chen mentioned to give up the public welfare rights has actually become irrelevant. But he still wanted to seek Jiang Chen's opinion. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, in order to reassure you, let's sign it. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Wang Jiansen sat down obediently. In the eyes of everyone, Wang Jiansen's actions could only be seen as excitement, and no one thought about it in other ways. Wang Siming's face showed joy. Even he couldn't see that his father's attitude had changed. Because the complete loyalty contract will only make the other party loyal to Jiang Chen, but will not affect the other party's personality, temper, and feelings. So Jiang Chen had no psychological burden at all. Half an hour later. Old Master Tang escorted a few people out. By then, most of the people in the courtyard had left, and the rest were mostly talking about business. Wang Jiansen smiled and said, Please stay, Mr. Tang. We have something else to do at the group, so we'll take our leave first. Then he looked at Jiang Chen again, stretched out his hand and said, Mr. Jiang, if you have anything to ask in the future, just tell me. Jiang Chen held his hand and said, Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Jiansen nodded, then turned and left with Wang Siming. Seeing the 2 people walking away, Old Master Tang asked, Xiao Jiang, isn't it too disadvantageous to sign this agreement? During the negotiations, he kept hinting to Jiang Chen not to sign the agreement. Even if you sign it, you have to get the greatest benefit. But Jiang Chen had made up his mind, and there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen smiled meaningfully, Old Master, everyone has a different perspective and naturally looks at things differently. You see, the Wang family may have made a profit, but in fact, they paid far more than you imagined. Old Master Tang seemed to understand, but not quite. He was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this young man. Jiang Chen walked down the courtyard, and Tang Luowan and Tang Yuan quickly surrounded him. How was the negotiation with the Wang family? Are they here to buy your shares? Tang Luowan asked. Tang Yuan tilted his head and said, Brother-in-law, there was a delicious barbecue just now. It's a pity that you didn't have it. Jiang Chen. Aren't your focuses too different? At this time a voice sounded. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked up and saw two young men standing in front of him, looking somewhat at a loss. You are. These two people looked familiar, but Jiang Chen couldn't remember their names. Zhang Geng and Wei Hongwu's faces turned red and they looked frustrated. It's a pity that they have always treated Jiang Chen as an imaginary enemy and tried their best to compete with him. It turns out that the other person doesn't remember me at all. Wei Hongwu whispered, I am Wei Hongwu. I was offended by what I said before. I hope Mr. Jiang will not blame me. Jiang Chen said with an O and suddenly said, I remember now. Are you the guy who asked me to hang out with you and gave me 10 million a year? Wei Hongwu was so anxious that he wanted to slap himself. Let Yida's boss follow you? He felt like an idiot. It's all a joke, Mr. Jiang, please don't take it seriously. I apologize to you here. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Zhang Geng also bowed and said, Me too, I spoke without thinking, please forgive me. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and the atmosphere became quiet. The two of them didn't dare to stand up, their bodies were trembling slightly, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. After a few minutes, Jiang Chen finally said, Okay. The two of them then stood up and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Jiang Chen said calmly, I don't care about what you said. But there is one thing I hope you remember. He hugged Tang Luowan's waist and said in a cold voice, Whoever is thinking about my woman will die miserably. I don't dare. The two men trembled all over and waved their hands hurriedly. You must be kidding. If they keep planning on targeting Tang Luowan, they would be huge fools. Who is Jiang Chen? Wang Jiansen is the one who wants to curry favor with me, but in his eyes, I am as small as an ant. The other party can pinch me to death with just one finger. Very good, go away. Jiang Chen was tall, and Tang Luowan leaned in his arms, her face slightly flushed, charming and beautiful. It's really enviable. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Geng and Wei Hongwu felt as if they had been pardoned. They bowed again, turned around and left quickly. Tang Luowan hugged Jiang Chen's waist and looked at him infatuatedly. Honey, you looked so handsome just now. Jiang Chen smiled evilly and said, Just now he was handsome? No, he's always handsome. Tang Yuan next to him pouted and stuffed the cold dog food into his mouth. Not far away, Chen Yang hesitated. After knowing Jiang Chen's identity, he also wanted to come over and apologize. But Tang Yuan was right next to him, and he felt a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked over shyly. Compared with the future, face is obviously not that important. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Chen Yang walked over and bowed. Jiang Chen was really stunned this time. Who the hell is this? What did you do wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Chen Yang's face flushed. Before the banquet started, I was inappropriate in my words to you and Miss Tang Yuan. I hope Mr. Jiang will forgive me. But I really like Tang Yuan. He was just risking his life. If he didn't say it directly, he would never have another chance in the future. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He is the pursuer of Tang Yuan. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He looked at Tang Yuan and let her make her own decision. Tang Yuan held Jiang Chen's arm without even looking at him. Don't bother me anymore, or I'll let my brother-in-law beat you up. My brother-in-law is a kung fu master. Chen Yang's body trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. No, I dare not, goodbye. After saying that, he ran away immediately. The last bit of thought also disappeared. Jiang Chen glared at her helplessly, You make me look like a bully. We. Tang Yuan smiled foolishly and hugged his arms tightly. At this time, a cold and pleasant female voice sounded again. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. It's never ending, right? This time it's a woman. Who the hell is it? Jiang Chen raised his head with an impatient look, and when he saw that pretty face, he was instantly petrified. You, why are you here? Chapter 108 Su Jingyi's Demonstration. When Jiang Chen saw the person coming, he was petrified. The girl in front of him had an exquisite face and a sense of otherworldliness, as if she kept people at a distance. But his eyes were full of resentment, which made people feel pity. Jingyi? Why did you come to Jiacheng? Jiang Chen asked curiously. He never expected to see her in Jiacheng. Su Jingyi said calmly, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Her tone was calm, but Jiang Chen felt uneasy for no reason. Looking at the beauties of different sizes standing on his left and right. Why do I feel like I've been caught? No, I'm just curious. Aren't you from Hangzhou? How come you have any connection with the Tang family? Jiang Chen asked. Su Jingyi rolled her black and white eyes at him. She has nothing to do with the Tang family. It's all for you. Big Pig's hoof. After she knew that Jiang Chen and Tang Luowan came to Jiaqing, she asked someone to investigate. Only then did I realize that it was the old man's birthday of the Tang family. I suddenly lost my composure. Now that we have brought this home to celebrate the old man's birthday, isn't the next step to talk about marriage? Su Jingyi immediately bought the nearest plane ticket and rushed to Jiaqing without stopping. She is naturally cold-hearted, and words like anxious, urgent, and flustered have never been associated with her. But the moment she heard the news, she panicked. When he was in high school, he missed Jiang Chen because of the appearance of Su Shan. What's more, Tang Luowan is now 100 times more outstanding. Su Jingyi was afraid of losing him forever. Tang Luowan was also a woman, so she knew what was going on. She said calmly, Miss Su, I am so sorry for not welcoming you. Su Jingyi glanced at her, didn't say anything, turned and walked towards the old man. The Su family of Hangzhou City wishes the old man a happy birthday. Old Master Tang was stunned. The Su family in Hangzhou? The Su family that does business? The two of them had no connection at all, so why would they come all the way to wish me a happy birthday? But everyone who comes is a guest, so the old man greeted her with a smile. Tang Luowan watched this scene, and quietly pinched the soft flesh on Jiang Chen's waist with his slender hands, and whispered, Young Master Jiang, how many romantic debts do you have? Although Jiang Chen didn't feel any pain, he still grimaced. Damn it! I didn't do anything, why do I feel so guilty? Tang Yuan at the side suddenly realized, brother-in-law, so she is the Jingyi you mentioned last night. Jiang Chen covered her mouth with his hand. If you dare to say that again, I will really sell you out. Tang Yuan glared at him angrily. My brother-in-law is really a bad guy. He mentioned several girls' names last night. The Tang family's birthday banquet has come to an end and the guests have left one after another. After Jiang Chen's identity was exposed, many people wanted to come and make friends with him. But firstly, the Tang sisters were always around him, and secondly, no one could figure out his temper. So Jiang Chen was left alone. In the end, only Su Jingyi was left. Grandpa Tang, this is a gift I picked especially for you. It is an old collection, an ancient jade noblewoman, which symbolizes the prosperity and wealth of the Tang family for generations. Su Jingyi said. Ancient jade? Old Master Tang was startled and waved his hands hastily, saying, This is too expensive. Miss Su, I can't accept it. Ancient jade is the jade used by ancient royal aristocrats and its value is inestimable. Any pendant costs hundreds or even tens of millions. What's more, it is a good thing like you Gueran that has a meaningful meaning? Jade noble lady, meet a noble lady. The value is immeasurable. Besides, since the Su family rashly gave such an expensive gift, the old man would inevitably be a little suspicious. Su Jingyi smiled calmly, Grandpa, Jiang Chen and I are good friends. This is just a small token of my appreciation, it's nothing. The old man raised his eyebrows. So he is Jiang Chen's friend? In the end, he couldn't refuse any more and had to accept it reluctantly. In fact, the gift Su Jingyi gave was indeed a bit big. But she didn't care. It was because she didn't fight for him that Jiang Chen was snatched away by Su Shan. She will never give up this time. Tang Yongfu smiled and said, Thank you for taking the trouble, Miss Su. You have come all the way here this time. You must stay in Jiaqing for a few days and let our Tang family show our hospitality. This is the eldest daughter of the Su family. As the largest trading giant in Jiangnan, being able to cooperate with them will be of great benefit to the development of the Tang family. Su Jingyi did not refuse, Sorry to bother you then. What are you talking about? I won't disturb you, not at all. Tang Yongfu smiled. Su Jingyi put her hands behind her back, turned to look at Tang Luowan, and blinked quietly. Demonstration. A naked demonstration. Tang Luowan had a blank expression on his face, but he twisted his hands several times. Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. How come I'm the one who gets hurt in the fight between you two women? The Tang family's birthday party started in the morning, but ended near the evening. The Tang family hosted a separate banquet for Su Jingyi. Hangzhou and Jiaqing are similar, both are developing very well. The Su family's status in Hangzhou and its influence in Jiangnan are even stronger than those of the Tang family. This time Su Jingyi came in person to present the gift, and the Tang family was somewhat flattered. She talked and laughed throughout the meal, without showing any dissatisfaction or hostility. But when he heard Tang Yuan calling him brother-in-law, his expression changed and he looked at Jiang Chen with resentment. Finally, Tang Yangfu invited her to stay at Tang's house, and she did not refuse and agreed directly. Chapter 109. It's so hard for me. Night falls and the moon rises above the horizon. After a busy day, the Tang mansion finally had some peace and quiet. Jiang Chen was lying on the bed, playing with his phone and watching videos. At 12 o'clock, Jiang Chen started the new day's lottery. Today's lottery draw number is 1. Do you want to draw immediately? Smoke. Ding. Reward, 100% equity of Yalong Restaurant. Ilong Pavilion? Jiang Chen was just about to pick up his phone to search the internet. Finally, there was a slight knock from the door. Under the moonlight, a slender figure tiptoed in. I heard a slight movement. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, put away his phone and remained alert. In the hazy night, by the moonlight, Su Jingyi tiptoed to the bedside and looked at Jiang Chen's figure on the bed with a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. It's the middle of the night, are you sleepwalking? After seeing who was coming, Jiang Chen said unhappily. When he heard someone coming, he thought it was a thief and was frightened. Ah! Su Jingyi thought he was asleep, but she was startled, slipped, and fell backwards. Jiang Chen grabbed her wrist in time and pulled her back. After a dizzy spell, she fell into Jiang Chen's arms. The embrace felt warm and reassuring, and the scent was unexpectedly pleasant. Su Jingyi's heart began to beat rapidly. So you're not sleepwalking, you're trying to take advantage of me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Su Jingyi's cold face flushed slightly, but she did not choose to retreat. She held Jiang Chen in a hug despite her shyness, raised her head and asked, You don't like it? Her eyes were sparkling in the moonlight, as if rippling with light. Actually, you don't have to do this. Jiang Chen restrained his smile and said seriously. Su Jingyi is very beautiful, but he is not Lu Xiaohui who can remain calm even if a beautiful woman sits on his lap. To be honest, Jiang Chen had a very good impression of her and liked her personality very much. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Chen should respect her even more. Su Jingyi bit her lip, her nose slightly sour, and her voice was a little tearful. Jiang Chen, did I miss you again? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Su Jingyi leaned lightly on his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. You? Do you know how I've been living these years? She said quietly, I don't dare to look for you, but I can't help asking about you. I don't dare to meet my old classmates because I'm afraid of thinking of you. When I learned that you and Sushan broke up, to be honest, I was very happy. I can finally see you openly. I thought I really had a chance to be with you. But the separation of the two places in the university made me accept the fact again. I know this is not the right time, I need to wait. During my senior year, I came to Tianhai alone, and I knew you were in this city. My family urged me to go back to Hangzhou countless times, but I refused. Because I'm waiting for an opportunity to see you. Jiang Chen's heart slowly clenched. I am so important in her heart. We have never been together for a moment, but I feel like I have lost you thousands of times. Su Jingyi raised her head, her eyes were crystal clear, and a tear slid down the corner of her eye. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but it was stuck in his throat. In the end, he sighed and hugged her tightly. Let him be a scumbag. He can't care about that anymore. You don't have to feel burdened. I know you and Tang Luo won, but there are some things I must say. Su Jingyi buried her head in his chest and said in a muffled voice. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just held her quietly. Su Jingyi whispered, Do you really not like me at all? Her heart was in suspense and she felt a little nervous. What if the other party rejects you? Is it that I don't even have any friends anymore? Like. Su Jingyi was a little slow to react. Jiang Chen said seriously, No one would dislike a girl like you, right? He really couldn't deceive himself, his heart had already been melted by this girl. Su Jingyi burst into laughter, as stunning as a short-lived flower. But, just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, a green jade finger blocked his lips. No buts, this is enough. Su Jingyi's heart was cleared, and she was full of courage again. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Chen on the lips. Jiang Chen felt the softness on his lips, and his body was burning with heat. He hugged the other's waist. Sudden squeak. There was a slight sound from the door, and the two people on the bed stopped moving instantly. Someone else came in. Jiang Chen, are you asleep? A crisp voice whispered. It's Tang Luohuan. Both of them almost stopped breathing. Seeing that no one answered, Tang Luohuan thought Jiang Chen was asleep, so he walked towards the bed in the dark. Just as she touched the bed, the door opened again. Jiang Chen wailed silently in his heart. This is fucking scary. Tang Luohuan suddenly looked back, and in the dim light of the corridor, he saw Tang Yuan standing at the door. Yuan? Why are you coming to Jiang Chen's room? Tang Luohuan asked in a low voice in surprise. Tang Yuan blushed slightly. I need help from my brother-in-law. She came here to ask about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Su Jingyi. Even though she had no experience in this area, she could tell that something was not right between the two of them. But this kind of thing cannot be done in front of my family, so I sneak over here at night. Let's talk about it tomorrow. What time is it now? Tang Luohuan frowned. Oh. Tang Yuan just turned around to leave when she suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion, Sister, why are you in my brother-in-law's room? Ahem. Under the disguise of the night, Tang Luohuan's pretty face flushed. Can't I come over to see if he has covered himself with the quilt? Sister, it's summer now. Tang Luohuan pushed Tang Yuan out of the room and closed the door at the same time. You are the only one who talks too much, go to bed quickly. After saying that, he quickly ran back to the room, his steps a little flustered. Tang Yuan poked his chin, his eyes thoughtful. In the room, Jiang Chen and Su Jingyi collapsed on the bed, breaking out in cold sweats. If we get caught, we're doomed. Fortunately, I'm lucky. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jingyi curled her hair with her fingers and said shyly, then I can still. No, it's too dangerous. Jiang Chen refused directly and said, I'll go see if she's gone. You should go back to sleep. Afterwards, Jiang Chen went out for an inspection and took Su Jingyi out of the room. At the end of the corridor, Su Jingyi waved her fists. Next time, I must come openly. Then with a confident smile on his face, he went back to his room and went to sleep. In the shadow at the corner of the corridor, Tang Yuan pouted angrily. My brother-in-law is such a bad guy. Chapter 110 Return to Tianhai. The next day, the return flight took off. 10,000 meters high. Jiang Chen lay on the soft airplane seat, drowsy. He ignored the Tang family's sincere attempts to keep him and resolutely decided to return to Tianhai. Are you kidding? If you stay one more day, you will definitely fail. But Tang Yuan was a little strange. She looked reluctant but didn't come over to say goodbye to him. Her cheeks were puffed up as she stared at him like a puffer fish. Did I offend her in some way? But Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it. The most important thing for him now was to catch up on sleep. Last night was a bit of a sleepless night. Jiang Chen was troubled by how to deal with the relationship between the two women. Really? On a seat not far away, Tang Luohuan and Su Jingyi were fighting with their eyes. The murderous intent was revealed and sparks flew. The two of them glanced at Jiang Chen inadvertently, and found that the other party was also looking at Jiang Chen, so they quickly looked away. Neither of them was willing to be outdone. Their faces all turned red at the same time. Jiang Chen, who was sandwiched between two women, said it's so hard for me. Noon. Huazhou Junting Lakeside Villa. In the kitchen, Jiang Chen was processing fish while Ning Shernan was watching carefully. After cleaning the mandarin fish, cut off the head, then cut it horizontally along the fish bones into 3 pieces, but do not cut off the tail. After removing the bones, cut the fish into diamond patterns, but do not cut through the skin. Jiang Chen danced with the kitchen knife in his hand as if it were his arm. The cuts left lines on the tender fish meat, but the fish skin remained intact. Simply marinate the cut fish, coat it with cornstarch, fry it in a pan until it's golden brown, and then remove it. And then there rests the stir-fry sauce. With the blessing of God-level cooking skills, Jiang Chen is the top chef. He has every recipe in his mind, so he knows exactly the proportions of the ingredients. Ning Shernan was trying to learn how to cook seriously at first, but she soon lost her focus and stared at Jiang Chen with an infatuated look. Jiang Chen is extremely handsome, and his skillful and relaxed look at this moment makes him even more handsome. Men who can cook are really charming. Jiang Chen noticed this scene, handed the spatula to her, and said unhappily, "You come." Oh. Ning Shernan obediently took the spatula and started to stir the sauce. Jiang Chen stood by with his arms crossed as a supervisor. He was also free, so he taught Ning Shernan how to make squirrel fish, which could be considered as improving his quality of life. At this moment, the cell phone in my pocket rang. When I took it out, it was Tang Luowan. Jiang Chen walked out of the kitchen and answered the phone. Hello. Tang Luowan's coquettish voice sounded, we've been apart for so long, have you missed me? Jiang Chen glanced at his watch and smiled, it's been a long time, 2 full hours. TSK, no mood. Jiang Chen smiled silently. He could imagine Tang Luowan pouting. By the way, I have something serious to discuss with you. Tang Luowan said, didn't you ask me to investigate the Olympic Sports Management Company before? The results are out, and there are indeed some problems. Oh? How do you mean? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Luowan said, Vice President Liu Jian is suspected of embezzling public funds, about 2 to 3 million. I have someone to control him. 2 or 3 million? This boy is quite brave. Jiang Chen remained calm. Anything else? There were several venue managers and advertising department executives who were found to have committed dereliction of duty and taken kickbacks, but the amounts were relatively small, Tang Luowan continued. Is there something wrong with Li Chang? The general manager, Li Chang, has arranged for many of his family members to work in the company. Apart from that, it's pretty clean. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, such a small Olympic body, but it's really a mixed bag. He hadn't taken the Olympic Sports Center seriously, but now it seems he has to clean it up. Tang Luowan asked, how do you think this problem can be solved? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said succinctly, sue Liu Jian and go through the legal process. For other senior executives who have committed dereliction of duty, they will only receive the most basic salary for 3 months, and all their year-end bonuses will be deducted. Okay, what about Li Chang? He doesn't need to be dealt with. I'll handle it myself. Then the two of them stayed together for a while before hanging up the phone. It is unrealistic to fire everyone, and killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the hard truth. Although Li Chang has some minor flaws, it's not a big problem. At least he doesn't embezzle. Just for this reason, Jiang Chen will continue to use him. Forget it, just go there directly. Tianhai, Olympic Sports Center. At this time, the badminton venue was basically closed, and many fans holding banners and lightboards were looking around outside. Inside the venue, extras dressed up as students and stood in designated positions. Lights ready. Camera ready. 1 scene, 1 take, 4 times, action. As soon as the board was struck, people started moving. All of a sudden the rackets were swinging and the shuttlecock was flying. Director Zhang Mao sat in front of the monitor and watched everyone's performance carefully. This is a youth sports-themed movie that tells the story of 2 young people pursuing their dreams, and even invites the national badminton team to make a guest appearance. The heroine is Yao Xian, and the hero is a popular young actor, Xiao Hang. This drama has attracted a lot of attention even before it started filming. Zhang Mao himself is full of confidence in this movie. Even though it lacks some depth, it will definitely be a hit given the cast and subject matter. But now that I have just turned on the machine, I have encountered a problem. The first shot was NG 3 times. On the monitor, Xiao Hang and Yao Xian were practicing against each other, with the badminton going back and forth between them. Yao Xian has a good sense of the camera, with flying skirt, determined eyes, and glistening sweat. Perfectly portrays an image of someone working hard. But Xiao Hang is much worse. His movements were soft and powerless, and his expression was relaxed, as if he was just here to play. It can also be seen that he was not prepared at all and was very unfamiliar with badminton. This shot only required 6 or 7 rounds, but it was NG 3 times. Bang! The badminton fell to the ground, only about 1 meter away from Xiao Hang. Stop! Zhang Mao frowned and shouted into the intercom, what's going on? You can't even finish the game after 6 or 7 rounds? You can't even catch the ball? Don't blame him for getting angry. This is just the simplest shot. What about the more difficult moves later? All substitutes? So what do I want you to do? It was quiet now and everyone looked towards them. Xiao Hang yelled with an unhappy look on his face, Yao Xian, this is a filming, what is needed is cooperation. Do you think I am playing a game with you? Why are you playing so hard? Yao Xian felt very aggrieved. I was obviously playing normally, and you couldn't catch the ball, so you blame me? But she didn't want to waste everyone's time, so she turned around and said, let's do it again, director. Zhang Mao said, focus. Do it again. Lights ready. Camera ready. Action. The scene started moving again. Yao Xin tried her best to control the strength and hit the ball within easy reach for the opponent, the kind that he could almost catch with just a stretch of his hand. The two fought smoothly for 6 rounds. Just when it was almost over, Xiaohang struck a pose that he thought looked handsome and hit the ball back. As a result, he accidentally sprained his ankle and fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! He held his ankle, sat on the ground and wailed miserably. All of the people who were accompanying him immediately rushed over, shouting, "How is it? Are you hurt anywhere? Stretcher, bring the stretcher. Where's the doctor? Can't you see that someone is injured here?" Zhang Mao covered his face. What the hell? If this guy wasn't sent by the investor, I really want him to get out. The crew's medical staff arrived and confirmed that it was just a normal contusion and that he would be fine after a short rest. Xiaohang was helped up by everyone and skipped towards the rest area. When he passed by Yao Xian, he stopped and said sternly, "Do you know how to act? Are you teasing me on purpose? You knew it was difficult for me to receive the shot from that angle, but you still went for it. You're lucky this time, it's just a minor injury. If something really went wrong, you'd be doomed." Xiaohang's entourage also stared at her eagerly. Yao Xian clenched her fists, feeling extremely unhappy. Minor injury? If the doctor had come a little later, you would have been cured. You play badminton like a sissy, you can't even catch the ball when it's sent to your racket. I really want to slap you to death. The above are all Yao Xian's psychological activities. In order for the scene to go on smoothly, she chose to endure it. And from an actor's perspective, she hopes to have the opportunity to work with Zhang Mao again in the future, so the impression left is very important. But in Xiaohang's opinion, Yao Xian was just a coward. After all, they are of different status. Although Yao Xian is also very popular, her fan base is definitely not as large as that of young idols like Xiaohang. He snorted, feeling very proud. Everyone helped him to Director Zhang. Zhang Mao raised his head and said, "Are you okay?" Xiaohang looked painful. "Director, I sprained my ankle, and now I dare not touch the ground." "Go over there and rest, we'll continue in half an hour," Zhang Mao said. "Half an hour?" Xiaohang shook his head and said, "Half an hour is definitely not enough. You need to apply ice to reduce the swelling first, and then go for massage. If there is inflammation, you may have to go to the hospital." "Hospital? It's just a bump, are you made of paper?" Zhang Mao's face turned pale. "How long will it take you?" Xiaohang thought for a moment and said, "We probably won't be able to shoot today. Why don't we shoot Yao Xian's scenes first and make up for this first scene later?" "Do you mean to let the entire crew wait for you here?" Zhang Mao slammed the table and glared at him angrily. "The costumes, props, and extras are all arranged, so you just say you don't want to shoot?" Xiaohang was not afraid at all, and said casually, "Why don't we all take a rest today? Anyway, I'm injured and can't shoot." Zhang Mao finally understood. "You are really acting like a big shot. What if I start working rashly and develop a chronic disease? I can't sacrifice my acting career for a play." Xiaohang spoke confidently, as if it was a matter of course. Zhang Mao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He has directed so many films and he has never even looked at an actor's face. And at this moment, a faint voice sounded. "Acting career? Your acting career is over." Chapter 112. Things got out of hand. "Acting career? Your acting career is over." A faint voice sounded. Xiaohang was stunned for a moment, then turned back angrily. Who was talking nonsense here? He saw a tall and straight man looking at him coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. And Li Chang, the person in charge of the Olympic Sports Center, was standing behind him. "Mr. Li, is this the quality of your Olympic Sports Center employees? This is a filming site, not everyone can come in," Xiaohang said dissatisfiedly. Li Chang corrected him, "Mr. Jiang is not an employee, he is the boss of our Olympic Sports Center." "Boss?" Xiaohang looked at him in confusion. "So young?" The man was Zhang Chen. He had just finished dealing with company affairs in the office upstairs. Li Chang mentioned that the filming had already started, so he came over to take a look. After all, he paid for the filming of this movie, and the box office is also linked to his own interests. As a result, he saw everything that happened just now. So what even if you're the boss of the Olympic Sports Center? The crew is paid to use your venue. Is it your place to interfere in the filming? The assistant next to him said sarcastically. Xiao Hang also had a look of disdain on his face. Zhang Mao heard this and his heart was slightly moved. The boss of the Olympic Sports Center? He seemed to have thought of something, and a sneer slowly emerged on his face. Xiao Hang is in trouble. Jiang Chen shook his head inside. Birds of a feather flock together. Sissies are surrounded by sissies. Xiao Hang's face changed. Who are you calling a sissy? Believe it or not, I will sue your crappy company until it goes bankrupt. This word is what he hates the most. He has never suffered such injustice since he came back from studying in South Korea. I'm warning you, be careful with your words. You're opening a crappy gym, and you really think you're a piece of cake? Do you know how many fans our brother Hang has? One spit from each of them will drown you. The assistants around him also shouted and looked indignant. Jiang Chen looked at them, his eyes becoming colder. Xiao Hang shouted loudly, "Where's the security guard? Get him out of here." At this time, a man wearing a black round hat came over. Looking at the tense atmosphere, he wondered, what's going on? Xiao Hang said, "Producer Sun. They trespassed on the set and were rude. I'm asking the security guards to chase them away." The visitor was the producer of this film. He is the head of the entire crew. Boss Li, what happened? Producer Sun knew Li Chang, and it was he who negotiated for this venue in the first place. Li Chang shook his head and stood silently behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked down at him. Are you the producer? Looking at the tall man in front of him, Producer Sun felt a little nervous for some reason. I am. This man's aura was so strong that he felt he couldn't resist. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Very good. You're spending my money to find me such a rubbish actor? Spend your money. Producer Sun's brows twitched, as if he had thought of something. Xiao Hang hugged his shoulders and said jokingly, "Brother, are you still asleep? Do you think you are the investor?" The noisy scene here attracted Yao Xian's attention. She walked over curiously, her eyes lighting up. "Jiang Chen, you're here." She smiled and said, "Are you here to visit my class?" "Jiang Chen?" Producer Sun was stunned and said in disbelief, "You are the Mr. Jiang?" Xiao Hang asked doubtfully, "Producer Sun, do you know him?" "No. How dare I not know him? This guy is the financial sponsor, the father." Producer Sun has never met Jiang Chen, but he knows that the owner of Olympic Sports Center and the shareholder of Yida are the same person. His name is Jiang Chen. Thinking about what the other party said and looking at Li Chang's attitude, his identity is self-evident. "Mr. Jiang, why did you come here in person? If you have anything to say, just give me a heads up." Producer Sun said, rubbing his hands. Jiang Chen sneered, "If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known that the male protagonist was such a waste." Producer Sun was startled and didn't dare to say anything. As a producer, we select scripts, decide on directors and actors, and control filming costs. It can be said to be the center of the crew. But the identity of the investor is even more transcendent. That's the real upstream. One is for throwing money, the other is for spending money. Jiang Chen only needs to say one word, and the crew's budget will be cut. If he withdraws his investment temporarily, the producers and channels that had been negotiated with him before will all come to cause trouble for him. At this time, Xiao Hang said angrily, "Who are you calling a waste?" "You." "Shut up." Producer Sun roared, shocking everyone. He walked quickly to Jiang Chen, bowed deeply, and broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Jiang, this is a misunderstanding." Seeing Producer Sun's fearful look, Xiao Hang finally felt something was wrong. Producer Sun, who exactly is this person? Producer Sun glanced at him and said, "This is our investor, Mr. Jiang from Yida Group." "What?" Xiao Hang was dumbfounded at that time. The assistants who were accompanying him all gasped, looking as if they had seen a ghost. "Is this the financial sponsor of the investment? So young?" Xiao Hang suddenly remembered something and said in disbelief, "Are you saying that he is the mysterious major shareholder of Yida?" The news that Yida was acquired by someone with a 58% stake and the largest shareholder suddenly appeared has spread. But in order to maintain stability, the Wang family has been trying to block the news. Most people don't know Jiang Chen's information. Even producer Sun and Jiang Mao only knew Jiang Chen's name, and that he was also the owner of Tianhai Olympic Sports Center. Jiang Mao was the first to recognize it. Xiao Hang was acting like a big shot with him just now, so he deliberately didn't say it, wanting to make the other party suffer. The meeting was almost ready, so he came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you, welcome to direct us." "Hello, Director Jiang." Jiang Chen knew what was going on, so he shook hands with him and said nothing more. When Xiao Hang saw the scene, how could he not understand? Apart from the financial sponsor, who else could make Zhang Mao have this attitude? Xiao Hang broke out in a cold sweat and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Jiang, I was blind to the truth. What I just said was nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Although he is arrogant, he is not mentally retarded. In the eyes of ordinary people, artists may be glamorous and superior. But in front of capital, it's nothing." "Nonsense?" Jiang Chen ignored him and said calmly, "Producer Sun, was it your decision to let this guy play the leading role?" Producer Sun shook his head and whispered, "He is Wang Yuan's artist, and the role was decided by the investors." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Wang Yuan Culture Media is a film and television agency. It was established not long ago, but it has a strong background and has developed very rapidly. At present, it is not much different from Luo Chang's media company. The reason why Wang Yuan has developed rapidly is that it has another identity. A wholly owned subsidiary of Yida Group. To put it simply, Xiao Hang was arranged by the investors to gild his reputation. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen smiled. Seeing this, Xiao Hang felt relieved. It looks like everything should be fine. The traffic you have is a money-making tool and a guarantee of box office success. Even if you are a major shareholder of Yida, you can't go against money, right? He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. It's really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope you can forgive me, huh?" Jiang Chen glanced at him and smiled coldly. "That's great, I can even save the penalty." Liquidated damages? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only producer Sun responded, "You mean? I don't want to see him in this movie." Jiang Chen said lightly. "The meaning is very simple. Terminate the contract and get out." Xiao Hangxiang said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, please stop joking. The film has already started shooting. Do you want to temporarily change the male lead? Just because of such a small matter, you want to remove yourself?" Jiang Chen looked at him calmly. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiao Hang felt a chill on his back. Something seems to be wrong, things have gotten out of hand. Zhang Mao was also confused. He originally just wanted to give Xiao Hang a beating, but he didn't expect that he would be beaten to death by Jiang Chen. Then how can this movie be made? But no one at the scene dared to persuade Jiang Chen because they were not familiar with each other and had different identities. It's no use trying to persuade her. Xiao Hang's hands and feet were shaking. He took out his cell phone with trembling hands and dialed his agent's number. Things have gone beyond his ability. The bad premonition in my heart is getting stronger. Jiang Chen did not stop him and leaned back in the chair with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 112 Hidden in the Snow. 10 minutes later, a group of people ran into the venue panting. "Mr. Jiang, where is Mr. Jiang?" A middle-aged man with a sweaty face shouted. Xiao Hang was stunned. "Boss Qin, why did you come here in person?" Qin Chengping didn't have time to deal with him and asked anxiously, "Where is Mr. Jiang? Has he left?" "No, it's over there." When Qin Chengping saw the only young man sitting there, his heart trembled and he hurried over. "Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. I'm Qin Chengping. You can just call me Xiao Qin." As he said this, he handed over the business card with both hands. Jiang Chen took it and looked at it. "General Manager of Wang Yuan, isn't the company in the imperial capital? Why are you here?" Qin Chengping wiped the sweat off his face and said truthfully, "Today is Director Zhang's first day of filming. We have a good personal relationship, so I came here specially. Maintaining relationships in channels is part of the job and there is nothing to avoid." Fortunately, he was in Tianhai, otherwise things would have been very bad. Qin Chengping knows the power and skills of Mr. Jiang. "Is there any problem with replacing Xiao Hang?" Jiang Chen said concisely. "No problem." Qin Chengping said without hesitation, "No problem at all, I will remove him immediately." He didn't dare to ask questions. Jiang Chen could even replace him, let alone a small actor? Everyone was shocked. The male lead was replaced with just one sentence? Xiao Hang was dumbfounded and said anxiously, "Boss Qin." "Shut up. The agent pulled him hard and said, "You are in big trouble now. Don't drag Boss Chin into this." Xiao Hang's hands and feet were cold, he was really panicked this time. This is his first film after returning to China, and he is working with a great director like Zhang Mao. The starting point is quite high. It's all over now. Xiao Hang was unwilling to give up, so he broke free from his agent and ran to Jiang Chen, begging, "Mr. Jiang, please give me another chance. I really know I was wrong." Jiang Chen looked at him with a smile. "You hurt your foot, don't you need to rest?" "Don't worry, I'll let you rest enough this time." No need to rest, I'm fine now. Nothing's wrong." Xiao Hang was jumping on the spot, almost doing a somersault. The surroundings fell silent, and everyone looked at him strangely, as if he were a clown. The accompanying assistants all lowered their heads, their faces flushed. How fucking embarrassing. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seems that the big star Xiao was seriously injured and his mind is a little unclear. Xin Shangping, for the sake of his acting career, make sure he has a good rest. Have a good rest. These words were spoken with great emphasis. Clear. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, "Take him away quickly." In addition, all of Xiao Hang's event announcements for this year are cancelled, and Weibo, Shein and other public accounts are suspended. Okay. The agent responded. The words came like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Hang's legs and feet became weak and his mind went blank. I will be hidden by the company for a year. He is a traffic star, he becomes popular quickly but fades away even faster. 1 year is enough time for fans to forget him and enough time for him to lose everything. At this moment, Xiao Hang's heart was filled with regret. He wanted to struggle, but his agent's words completely broke him down. Don't forget, you have a 5-year contract with the company. If you don't want to be put on ice for 5 years, shut up. The agent was also very angry. A good hand of cards played badly. This useless guy who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good. Xiao Hang was carried out by the security guards like a walking corpse. When the fans outside saw him come out, they burst into screams. But Xiao Hang didn't even have the energy to say hello. But the excited fans didn't know that. This is their idol's last appearance for the next 3 years. That is right, he was not just hidden for a year, but for 3 whole years. Inside the venue, everyone was still in shock. The top young actor, the male lead of the movie, was withdrawn on the first day of filming? That is too exaggerated. Is this the power of capital? All eyes were focused on the indifferent young man. It is hard to imagine how much energy he possesses. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Mao and said with a smile, "I think that using such unprofessional actors will definitely not achieve the effect that director Zhang Mao wants. What do you think, Director Zhang?" Zhang Mao nodded and said, "I agree." In fact, Jiang Chen said this to save his face. After Xiao Hang appeared on the screen just now, Zhang Mao had a strong premonition that this movie would most likely become a bad movie. The acting is really bad. If he is obedient and willing to work hard, Zhang Mao is willing to help him hone his acting skills bit by bit. But Xiao Hang's attitude was too arrogant. He acted like a big shot on the first day. If this continued, the result would definitely be unsatisfactory. A great director like Zhang Mao is very careful about his reputation. He doesn't want to leave a failure in his career, even though he has made quite a few bad films. But in a sense, Zhang Mao was quite grateful to Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen was so courageous at such a young age. But the filming has already started, and the male lead has not been found yet. Producer Sun was a little anxious. The male lead of the movie needs to be reselected. I will provide a group of actors for director Zhang to screen personally. There is no need to consider traffic and popularity. Director Zhang only needs to choose the one he is satisfied with. Jiang Chen said. No need to consider traffic? This. Producer Sun said in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Mao said gratefully. The other party is handing over power to me. It is both trust and respect. Director Zhang, you're too polite. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As for the actors, they will definitely be selected from Luo Cheng's company. Because Luo Cheng's media company is managed very strictly and his actors are trained to be very dedicated, a situation like today would never happen. This will also make the filming of the movie go more smoothly. Moreover, Luo Cheng is also his subordinate. Anyway, the good things don't flow into the fields of outsiders. After all, you are the one who makes money. After all, the venue is his own, and the male and female leads are his people. Am I really a business genius? Jiang Chen thought about it, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Mao looked at him carefully and said, "Excuse me, you are quite suitable to play the male lead." Ah? Jiang Chen was stunned, thinking he had heard wrongly. Zhang Mao said seriously, "Our protagonist is a sports guy, and you are highly suitable in both appearance and figure. Seriously, are you interested in giving it a try?" Jiang Chen smiled immediately. If I were to shoot this movie myself, I could also act opposite Yao Xian. But that would also increase my exposure. If the film becomes popular, wouldn't everyone know me? That won't work. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and politely refused, "Forget it, I'm not studying acting." Zhang Mao still advised, "Acting is something that requires study and practice, but our subject matter itself does not have much depth, so a little practice will be enough." He really wanted Jiang Chen to try it. After all, apart from Jiang Chen's identity, Jiang Chen is so handsome. Kill all the young handsome guys on the market today in seconds. If Jiang Chen stars in this film, maybe it will really become a hit. Okay, Director Zhang, there are plenty of professional actors out there, so stop worrying about me. Jiang Chen didn't have that idea. I'm not short of money now, why should I become an actor? I'm keeping a low profile now, but if I develop in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for me to make a movie for fun. Just like Ali Mama's Ma Yun, isn't it just a martial arts film? All right. Zhang Mao was a little disappointed. He also understood that for a person like Jiang Chen, celebrities were just toys, and being famous was probably not what he pursued. I gradually gave up this idea. Jiang Chen said, "Okay, we can't shoot today, so let's stop here for now. All extras will be paid as usual, and Director Zhang and Producer Sun will go to cast tomorrow." Okay. Producer Sun responded and went over to make arrangements. People kept leaving the venue and it gradually became quiet. Yao Xian sat next to Jiang Chen and looked at his profile. "What's wrong? Do you think I look particularly handsome today?" Jiang Chen teased with a smile. Yao Xian nodded and said, "You seem to be more handsome now. Did you have plastic surgery?" "Fuck your sister." Jiang Chen glared at her. Yao Xian stuck out her tongue mischievously. "But, isn't your decision today too impulsive?" Her eyebrows were slightly frowned and she looked serious. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Jiang Chen glanced at her and became curious. Chapter 113 Jiang Chen, Yanji is right. I heard Yao Xian say that her decision today was too impulsive. Jiang Chen suddenly became curious. Xiao Hang is a top star after all. Although his acting skills are a bit worse, at least the box office is guaranteed. If we remove him rashly now and haven't found a new actor yet, every day of delay is a loss, so. Yao Xian frowned. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "First of all, you overestimate the so-called traffic stars. Can the box office be guaranteed with this kind of young and handsome guy? At least he has a lot of fans." Yao Xian said. Xiao Hang has more than 20 million fans on Weibo, making him a well-deserved traffic star. So what if they have a lot of fans? Aren't there many cases where movies shot by these popular stars end up being bad movies? What really affects the box office is quality. If the first wave of audience response is too bad, resulting in low ratings, then the audience who are waiting will not pay for it again. Then in order to protect their profits, the cinema will reduce the screening rate, and finally fall into a vicious cycle. Now, I'm going to spend all of Xiao Hang's high salary of tens of millions on publicity and promotion to build momentum for the movie. At the same time, I'm going to invite actors who really have potential and are dedicated to making movies to ensure the quality of the movie. Maybe I can even create a new money-making star. There are many actors who became famous with just one movie, so the upper limit is higher in comparison. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he looked at her and asked, "Which one do you think is better?" Yao Xian swallowed. In her opinion, the more famous the actor is, the more guaranteed the box office will be, so why would she think so much? "Are these what you were thinking about just now?" Yao Xian said in surprise. It turns out that removing Xiao Hang was the result of Jiang Chen's careful consideration? In just a few minutes, he was able to think so carefully. Is this man a devil? That's not the case. I just simply don't like him. Jiang Chen said casually. Yao Xian almost vomited blood. I believed you. But this is indeed the truth. Yao Xian nodded, thoughtfully. Didn't he that sci-fi movie, Fortress of Demon City, also invite top young actors? And it was a very popular popcorn theme, but it flopped completely. If this inspirational sports film continues to use this kind of popular star, it will most likely repeat the same mistakes. Jiang Chen certainly wanted to vent his anger, but it was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment act. People like this usually consider several steps ahead when doing things. To put it simply, compared with Jiang Chen, he was only at the first level, while Jiang Chen was already at the fifth level. Today's so-called celebrities take themselves too seriously, but they overlook one important thing. If we can destroy one Xiaohang, we can naturally create a second and a third. It is the capital that made him successful. If he makes me unhappy, I will ask him to get out. It is very reasonable. Jiang Chen's voice was low, but it contained an irrefutable sense of oppression. Yao Xian looked at him quietly, her eyes evasive and her cheeks slightly red. Jiang Chen, Yanji is right. Phew, that makes sense. But she also forgot one thing, she was also taken down by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at her, and Yao Xian looked away in panic. I've finished talking about mine, what about you? Me? Yao Xian asked puzzledly, what's wrong with me? When you were filming with Xiaohang just now, the mistake was clearly not yours, why didn't you fight back? Jiang Chen looked at her strangely, when did you become so gentle? Yao Xian snorted coldly, I've always been gentle, okay? Under Jiang Chen's suspicious gaze, she finally lowered her head. He sighed and said calmly, I just don't think it's necessary. Why? Yao Xian leaned back in her chair, her eyes a little tired. I have come to this point today, it can be said that I am walking on thin ice. Although the name of the entertainment industry sounds entertaining, the rules are cruel and you can lose everything if you are not careful. Just because of a badminton court, I almost missed out on this drama. My future is uncertain. Hearing this, Jiang Chen. That incident really had nothing to do with Yao Xian. I was just taking my anger out on her. So I cherish every opportunity to film, because each one may be the last one in my life, so I have to treat it with my utmost sincerity. Compared to that, what does it mean to hold back from talking back? Yao Xian's tone was calm, but it contained very complicated emotions. It makes people sigh inwardly. Bang! Ouch! Yao Xian covered her forehead and said angrily, Jiang Chen, why did you hit me? I just want to see what's in your head. Jiang Chen said with a dark face. What's wrong? What did I say wrong? Yao Xian said unconvinced. Jiang Chen pinched her little face and said unhappily, walking on thin ice was only in the past. No one dares to mess with you now. Why? Because you are mine. Ah. Looking at Jiang Chen's deep eyes, Yao Xian's pretty face instantly turned red, and she stammered, Who is yours? You are talking nonsense again. She turned her head away, her heart beating rapidly. But for some reason, an intense joy filled my chest. Jiang Chen said as a matter of course, you signed with Luo Cheng's company, and Luo Cheng is my subordinate, so you should be mine. Oh. Yao Xian glanced at him disappointedly, so this is what you meant. What else? What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen looked strange. I didn't think about anything. Yao Xian denied it flatly. In short, you have a backer now, so could you please be a little more arrogant? It doesn't matter if you are bullied, but it's my face that is lost. Jiang Chen glared at her. All right. Yao Xian nodded ignorantly. She still didn't know what arrogance was. Does it count if I eat 10 popsicles in one bite? Jiang Chen shrugged, from now on, if anyone dares to act like Xiaohang and show off to you, just slap him in the face. Anyway, I'll clean up your mess. Who asked you to wipe it? Yao Xian turned her head away shyly. Jiang Chen. Did I say something wrong again? Jiang Chen scratched his head, a little confused, and suddenly noticed a problem. By the way, why don't you even have an assistant? Xiaohang was surrounded by people just now, but there was no one around Yao Xian. Yao Xian said helplessly, after the last incident, Lin Ping and other assistants were all fired by Mr. Luo, and the company hasn't sent anyone over yet. During this period, she handled everything by herself. Even coming to the set was by taxi. I see. Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something. With Luo Cheng's character, it is impossible for him to make such a mistake. Most likely, he didn't know that he and Yao Xian had reconciled, and he was trying to warn her. Luo Cheng will be sending actors over tomorrow. I'll ask him to arrange a few more assistants for you, preferably those who are good at arguing. Jiang Chen said, pinching his chin. Don't want. Yao Xian rolled her eyes at him playfully, but she felt happy in her heart. He still cares about himself. At this time, producer Sun Yi came over and said, Mr. Jiang, everything has been arranged here. Do you have any other instructions? It's nothing, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen nodded. This is what I should do. Sun Yi smiled. Zhang Mao also came over at this time. Mr. Jiang, it's getting late, can we have a quick meal together if you have time? Jiang Chen smiled and said, that's fine. Since you two are new to Tianhai, I should be the host. Mr. Jiang is so polite. Yes, I offended Mr. Jiang today, so I should be the one to apologize. Okay, both of you. Jiang Chen said with a smile, we are all friends, so there is no point in saying these things. Ha, yes, it's our honor to be friends with Mr. Jiang. Zhang Mao and Sun Yi were both smiling. If I could become friends with Jiang Chen, it would mean I would have a huge new network of contacts. Yao Shan looked at the two people who usually had aloof status and had a flattering smile in front of Jiang Chen. I have a deep understanding of his power. No matter how powerful he is still a bad guy. Yao Xian muttered softly. And you? Jiang Chen looked at her and said, come and have dinner with us. Oh well. Yao Xian agreed obediently. At this time, she noticed the strange looks of Zhang Mao and Sun Yi, and her little face blushed and she lowered her head. Inside the Cowler's Cullinan. Zhang Mao looked at the luxurious interior and exclaimed, this car is really good. It must have cost tens of millions to be sold in China, right? Not bad. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhang Mao thought so too. 10 million is not too much for him, let alone Jiang Chen? Let's have Chinese food, it's more enjoyable. Jiang Chen said. Good. Okay, I'm fine with that. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone navigation. I remembered a restaurant I signed in for last night. What's the name? Ilong Pavilion. Jiang Chen searched it. Ilong Pavilion has a great location and is somewhat famous in Tianhai, but Jiang Chen has never been there. I take this opportunity to go over and take a look. We drove all the way to the bustling commercial district. Yalong is a very distinctive Chinese restaurant in Tianhai, specializing in local cuisine. It occupies a total of 3 floors, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. The exterior has carved beams and painted buildings, and is antique in style, giving it the feeling of a wealthy mansion in Tianhai in the 1920s. Jiang Chen led the 3 of them into the restaurant. But I found that there was no one at the door, not even a greeter. It was dinner time, but the lobby was empty with no guests. The 4 of them stood there for a while, but no one came to greet them. What's going on in this restaurant? Mr. Jiang, why don't we go to another one? Sun Yi frowned. Zhang Mao didn't say anything, obviously shocked by this weird service. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and he felt something was wrong. He said, no, let's eat at this restaurant. Director Zhang, please find a place to sit down first. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. A few people had no objection and sat in the corner of the lobby. Chapter 114 Deliberately Looking for Trouble? Seeing that the restaurant looked a bit strange, Jiang Chen walked to the front desk and saw a girl in casual clothes concentrating on painting her nails. I didn't notice anyone coming. Knock knock. Jiang Chen knocked on the counter. Busy? The girl said without even looking up, yeah, I'm busy. Can you please take our order first? Wait a moment, can't you see I'm busy? Find a place to sit first? The girl said with an impatient tone. Jiang Chen frowned and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, I have a temper. Jiang Chen grabbed her collar and lifted her out from the counter. Let me go, what do you want to do? The girl screamed in panic, threatening to make her way to the other side. Jiang Chen threw her to the ground, took the menu from the table, and slapped her in the arms. He said calmly, order, now. The girl saw his cold eyes and felt a chill on her back. She said in a trembling voice, order it now. He opened the menu and asked, what would you like to eat? Jiang Chen didn't even look at it, one book. What? The girl didn't react. Jiang Chen said calmly, I said I have checked all the books in this one, is there any problem? No, no problem. I'll arrange for the kitchen to do it right away. The girl didn't dare to say another word, turned around and ran away quickly. After a while, a burly chef came out angrily holding a kitchen knife. The girl stood timidly behind him, pointing at Jiang Chen and said, brother, it's him. Pang Dahai, who was wearing a white chef's uniform, picked up a kitchen knife and said fiercely, "Are you the only one causing trouble here? I'm a guest here to eat, why am I causing trouble?" Jiang Chen said in a calm voice. "A customer? A customer comes up and orders a book? Are you making fun of me?" Pang Dahai's eyes widened and the kitchen knife in his finger flashed with a cold light. "Get out of here now while I'm still talkative. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my kitchen knife." "Oh? Really?" Jiang Chen stretched out two fingers and gently pinched the blade of the kitchen knife. Pang Dahai tried hard to pull back the kitchen knife, but he couldn't. Even if he used all his strength, it was as still as a rock. "Get out of my way." "Good." Jiang Chen moved his two fingers and the stainless steel blade shattered. Pang Dahai was pulled backwards and lost his balance, falling to the ground with his butt. "You fucking horse." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen picked up a piece of debris and threw it away. With a duong sound, the nail penetrated into the tile floor, only a few centimeters away from his vital points. The tall and burly Pang Dahai was so scared that he trembled and almost wet his pants. "That's stainless steel. What kind of monster is this guy?" The girl next to her also covered her mouth and dared not say a word. Jiang Chen walked over to Pang Dahai and asked, "Can we cook now?" "Yes, I can do it." "What do you want to eat?" Pang Dahai's voice trembled. Jiang Chen took the menu and slapped him in the face. "I told you, I want the whole thing. If you let me say it again, it won't be a kitchen knife that breaks." Pang Dahai's face flushed, he lowered his head and said, "Okay." Jiang Chen stood up, walked back to the dining table and sat down. Zhang Mao and others were sitting a little far from the front desk and did not see what happened just now. "The dishes have been ordered. I wonder if they suit your taste," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I'm not picky about food, I don't mind eating raw or cold food. I've wanted to try Tianhai's local cuisine for a long time. This time I'm standing up for Mr. Jiang, ha." Jiang Chen chatted with them with a smile, and there was no sign of anything unusual. "But I was thinking secretly in my heart. No wonder there was no customer in the restaurant even though it was dinner time. The front desk is indifferent, the chef threatens the guests with a kitchen knife, it's strange that anyone comes to eat here. If the store is bullying customers, there wouldn't be any cooks like this, right?" There was neither the store manager nor other waiters to be seen. It's as if it were free range. Jiang Chen came to the restaurant through a lottery last night, and he had no idea what was going on. After chatting for a while, the dishes began to be served one after another. The waitress who came up was the girl at the front desk. When she saw Jiang Chen, her eyes dodged and she was obviously very scared. Jiang Chen remained calm. "Come on. Director Zhang, producer Sun, let her serve the dishes slowly, let's eat." "Okay. Then I won't be polite. I'm really hungry." For dishes had already been served, and several people started picking up the food with their chopsticks. Zhang Mao and Sun Yi took a bite and their faces changed to an indescribably ugly state. Jiang Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" Zhang Mao smiled but said nothing. Sun Yi forced a smile and said, "Yes, it suits my taste. It's delicious." Yao Xian also took a bite and spit it into the trash can with a bitter face. "This is too salty. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a plate of fried salt." Jiang Chen took a bite to taste. His brows suddenly frowned. "It's not just salty. It's so salty that it tastes bitter. I tried other dishes and they all tasted the same. This is not a mistake, it is definitely intentional." Jiang Chen stood up expressionlessly. "Please take a seat first, I'll go over and take a look." "Forget it, Mr. Jiang. Let's just go to another restaurant. There's no need to spoil our fun," Sun Yi advised. "It's okay, you guys take a seat first." Jiang Chen felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately he didn't say it was his own restaurant, otherwise this guy would be in big trouble. When he walked out, he happened to meet the girl who was serving the food. Jiang Chen threw the dishes aside and said, "Where is the kitchen? Take me there." Okay. The girl didn't dare to resist and took him all the way to the kitchen. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived at the door, he heard bursts of shouting coming from inside. When I pushed the door open and walked in, I saw the kitchen filled with smoke. A group of men in chef uniforms were playing cards inside, each with a cigarette in their mouths. Pang Dahai was the only one cooking there. "Shunzi! Pang Dahai, why are you still cooking? Didn't you say you wouldn't light the stove and wouldn't receive customers? A man with a mustache sitting on the chopping board said while playing cards. Don't mention it, that guy is a bit weird. He broke 2 fingers of my stainless steel kitchen knife, said Pang Dahai. 4 aces. The man with the mustache threw out 4 cards and said disdainfully, stop talking nonsense. You are just trying to find an interface for yourself. Why don't I believe that someone can break stainless steel? Pang Dahai said, it's true. Why would I lie to you? My sister saw it with her own eyes. And that person came up and ordered everything on the menu. Ah? A whole book? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Don't panic, after we finish playing cards, let's go and see who is so bold. Several people were shouting while playing cards. It's me. A calm voice sounded. The kitchen was quiet for a moment, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Jiang Chen was seen standing at the door, playing with a fruit knife in his hand with a faint smile on his face. The blade danced at his fingertips, reflecting the cold light. When everyone saw the scene, they were shocked. Chapter 115. There is something fishy. Who are you? Who asked you to come to the kitchen? The man with a mustache frowned. Jiang Chen did not answer his question, but asked, who made the dish just now? The chefs present looked at each other and no one said anything. Jiang Chen walked to the stove and saw Pang Dahai holding a spatula with a panicked look in his eyes. So it was you who did it. There was a dish of food next to the stove, but it had not yet been served on the table. Not only does it look terrible, it also looks like the ingredients are not fresh. If you eat it, you will not only get food poisoning, but you will also probably get diarrhea. Jiang Chen patted Pang Dahai's shoulder and said, eat this dish. What did you say? Pang Dahai said in disbelief. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, I said, eat up this dish you made yourself, don't leave a single bite. What if I don't eat it? Pang Dahai also got angry. Don't want to eat? It's okay, I'll feed you. Jiang Chen put his hand on the back of his head. What do you want to do? Bang! Jiang Chen directly pressed Pang Dahai's face into the dish and rubbed it hard. No matter how he struggled, he didn't move at all. The guy with the mustache threw away the playing cards and shouted angrily, you're giving me a hand. Just as he was about to rush over, he heard a whoosh sound, and the fruit knife in Jiang Chen's hand passed by his ear. Bang! The fruit knife stabbed into the frying pan hanging behind him. He poked the bottom of the pot right through. I'm not good at it, so I threw it a little crooked. Jiang Chen said with a look of regret. The man with a mustache felt weak in the legs and feet and almost fell to the ground. A little crooked? If you don't bend, I'll be dead. Is this guy crazy? You, who are you? What do you want to do? The man with a mustache said with a trembling voice. The others were also very nervous, as if facing a great enemy. Jiang Chen ignored him and grabbed Pang Dahai's head, his face covered with vegetables and oil. Is it tasty? Pang Dahai shook his head in fear and said incoherently, no, it's not delicious. You still know it's not tasty? I was wondering why this restaurant is so deserted, so this is how you cook. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Pang Dahai said aggrievely, I admit that my cooking is not delicious, but that's because I'm not a chef at all. Kindness? Jiang Chen frowned, what do you mean? Wearing chef's uniform in the kitchen, you say he is not a chef? Pang Dahai took the towel, wiped his face, and began to explain the situation. They are not chefs. But it's for debt collection. The previous owner of Elong Pavilion was addicted to gambling, and his wife and children left him, and his family property was emptied. Being forced into a desperate situation, they had no choice but to borrow money at high interest rates. Later, the previous boss couldn't pay the money back, so he secretly sold the restaurant and fled abroad. And Jiang Chen also took over this restaurant because of the lottery. No wonder there is no waiter in this restaurant, it turns out they all ran away. So you're just going to put on the chef's clothes and wait here for him to come back? Jiang Chen asked. Pang Dahai shook his head and said, the restaurant has been sold. As long as he is sane, he will never come back. We are waiting for a new boss. New boss? But the new boss doesn't owe you money? Jiang Chen frowned. Pang Dahai smiled and said, you don't understand. The previous boss had already mortgaged the restaurant to the company in order to borrow money. Although the new boss paid to sell it, our company also has a share in this restaurant. He wants to take over? Humph, that depends on whether we agree or not. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen had an idea in his mind. All in all, these lenders are just unwilling to give up and want to continue making money here. If you don't pay, I will ruin the restaurant. Moreover, they were all wearing chef's clothes, and the previous boss could not be contacted, so it was useless even if Jiang Chen held them tightly. It's not even considered as provoking trouble. Pang Dehai said helplessly, so I said you came at a bad time, you should go somewhere else. Jiang Chen shook his head, pointed at the plate of leftovers and said, go on, eat it all. Ah. Pang Dehai was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Chen's cold eyes, I felt a chill on my back. This guy is very powerful in fighting and has an unpredictable temper. Pang Dehai really doesn't dare to provoke him. I could only pick up the plate with a feeling of grievance and start eating. What is this? Damn, it's so salty. Jiang Chen's mind moved. The problem must be solved, but not now. Zhang Mao and others are still waiting outside. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and called Zhang Jialiang, bring the best local cuisine chef and ingredients, and get to Yilong Pavilion on Haiban Road in 10 minutes. He hung up the phone and looked at the others in the kitchen, hand over your phones. Several people looked at each other and did nothing. Bang! With a loud bang, a fist mark was directly smashed onto the high-hardness stainless steel stove. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, everyone, hand over your phone and squat in the corner. Don't make me say it for the third time. Several people looked at his deep fist marks and their throats felt dry. Pang Dehai was right, this guy is really a monster. It was still the man with a mustache who took the lead. He shivered and handed over his phone, then walked to the corner and squatted down obediently with his head in his hands. The others followed suit and squatted beside him. For people in their line of work, fighting ability is not the most important thing, eyesight is the most important thing. You must know who you can offend and who you cannot offend. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. And the man in front of me is the kind that I absolutely cannot mess with. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Jialiang arrived at the restaurant with a group of real chefs. Jiang Chen ordered, use the best ingredients and serve the meal as quickly as possible. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, boss. The chefs responded in unison. Then he took out the ingredients and kitchen utensils and started working quickly. The fake chefs in the corner were dumbfounded. So many people were transferred here within 10 minutes. What is his identity? Jiang Chen returned to the hall and said with a smile, sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Don't worry, I will let you taste the authentic local cuisine today. Ha, good. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Zhang Mao and others were also very considerate and did not show any impatience. Jiang Chen looked normal, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Jialiang was very thoughtful. This time he not only brought ingredients and a chef, but also 2 waiters and several bottles of good wine. After they chatted for a while, the kitchen started serving dishes one after another. Crab roe tofu, braised pork with bean curd sheets, ginkgo choy sum. Every dish is delicious. At the same time, bottles of fine red wine were brought up. The sweet-looking waiter poured wine for everyone with a smile and provided considerate service. Jiang Chen picked up his glass and said, welcome to Tianhai, both of you. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you Mr. Jiang for your hospitality. For a while, the atmosphere was very lively. After all, Purple Mountain Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and the chefs brought by Zhang Jialiang are very skilled. At this time, Zhang Jialiang was standing far away, waiting for instructions at any time. Seeing Jiang Chen's calm expression, his heart trembled slightly. Who would have thought that there was a group of fake chefs locked up in the kitchen at this moment? And this meal was actually prepared by someone temporarily transferred here? Zhang Jialiang had seen Jiang Chen's strengths, and now he saw his sophistication beyond his age. Plus mysterious and terrifying assets and energy. This made Zhang Jialiang loyal to Jiang Chen. He was very determined in his heart that as long as he followed Mr. Jiang, his future would be limitless. Chapter 116 Don't Talk Nonsense. At the wine table, several people were toasting each other. Sunny blushed slightly, raised his glass and said to Yao Xian, come on, big star, we haven't had a drink together yet, I'll toast you a glass. Yao Xian was a little hesitant. She said before she came to the table that she was a little allergic to alcohol. But he still picked up the glass and said, okay. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Chen pressed down his wine glass. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Yao Xian doesn't drink. Come, let's drink ours. Yao Xian's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Sun Yi shook his head and said, "Hey, that's not right. Who doesn't know how to drink nowadays? Besides, it's okay to drink a little. It all depends on whether the big star gives you face." After saying this, there was silence at the dinner table for a moment. Yao Xian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, of course I should." Jiang Chen pressed her glass again, his smile faded, and he said calmly, "Producer Sun, you've had too much to drink." Sun Yi shook his head and said, "Who drank too much? I didn't." Ahem. Zhang Mao coughed and kicked him hard under the table. Sun Yi shuddered, his mind came to its senses, and cold sweat broke out instantly. "Damn, I'm drunk. I unknowingly brought up the bad habits that occurred at the drinking table before. Jiang Chen's status is not comparable to those previous drinking buddies. And Yao Xian obviously has a special relationship with him. I actually urged my sponsoress woman to drink? This is simply too much to live with." Sun Yi knew that he had violated a taboo, so he apologized with a smile. "This wine is really strong, I am a little drunk. I will punish myself with 3 cups, 3 cups. After saying that, he looked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked sullen and said nothing. Sun Yi swallowed and quickly filled the red wine glass. These 3 cups are almost a bottle. He does have this amount, but if he drinks continuously, everyone will be confused. But he didn't dare not drink, so he picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. After putting down the wine glass, his expression became sour and his face turned redder. He picked up the red wine, poured another full glass, and drank it all in one gulp. This time his eyes were a little glazed and his body was shaking slightly. Drinking too much. Just as he was about to pour the 3rd cup, Jiang Chen finally said, "Okay, Mr. Sun, why are you drinking so much? Eat more food." Sun Yi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly, "Eat food, eat food." They chatted for a while before finishing the meal. Sun Yi was now drunk and staggering around in a daze, as if he was really drunk. Jiang Chen saw it and smiled silently. "Director Zhang, which hotel are you staying in?" Zhang Mao said, "It's on Century Avenue. It seems to be called Purple Mountain Hotel." Jiang Chen and Zhang Jialian looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence. "Old Zhang, send Director Zhang and Mr. Sun back. Be careful on the road," Jiang Chen ordered. Zhang Jialian nodded, "Okay, boss." "Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hospitality. If you have the chance to come to Hangzhou, please give me a chance," Zhang Mao said. Jiang Chen held his hand and said, "You're welcome. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." "That's right." Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something. "Director Zhang, are you from Hangzhou?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, "It's just that I have a friend who is also from Hangzhou." "That's great, come over next time and we'll get together," Zhang Mao said with a smile. "No problem." It was already dark when I came out. After helping Sun Yi into the car, Zhang Jialiang drove the Guster to the hotel himself. Along the way, Sun Yi leaned against the window, drunk and unconscious. The car quickly stopped in front of the hotel, and the security guard came forward to help Sun Yi get out of the car. Zhang Mao turned around and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. We are already at the hotel. Please remember to thank Mr. Jiang and me again." After saying that, he helped Sun Yi into the hotel. As soon as he walked into the hall, Sun Yi instantly woke up, his dizziness was no longer there, and his legs and feet became nimble again. Zhang Mao was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Good fellow, are you pretending to be drunk?" Sun Yi shook his head and said proudly, "How can I not use some self-torture tactics? Otherwise, I'm afraid Mr. Jiang will not calm down." Zhang Mao said helplessly, Your mouth is faster than your brain." "I regretted it the minute I said it. Yao Xian was obviously Mr. Zhang's woman, but I actually went up to her and persuaded her to drink." "What a sin," Sun Yi said regretfully. "Hey, don't say that. If Mr. Jiang hears it, you'll be in real trouble," Zhang Mao advised. Sun Yi waved his hands, "Impossible, can they install a bug on me?" "You two stay." A familiar voice sounded behind me. The 2 men's bodies stiffened instantly and they slowly turned their heads. Zhang Jialiang was seen standing behind the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Sun Yi's throat was dry, and he said hoarsely, Mr. Zhang? Why haven't you left yet?" "Because I have to go back to the hotel too," Zhang Jialiang said as a matter of course. "You live here too? Which room?" You misunderstood. I am the general manager of Purple Mountain Hotel and I usually live here. What? The two were dumbfounded. Sun Yi thought of something at this time and said in disbelief, You call Mr. Jiang the boss, could it be that he is? Mr. Jiang is my boss, and this hotel belongs to him. Zhang Jialiang still smiled. Zhang Jialiang continued, Mr. Jiang asked me to upgrade your executive suite to a presidential suite, completely free of charge during the filming in Tianhai. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and the beautiful lady in Cheongsam brought 2 room cards. Zhang Jialiang handed the room card to the two of them. This is the new room card. There is a direct elevator on the right-hand side, and a special butler will be there to receive you. I wish you a good dream. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture. Zhang Mao and Sun Yi walked towards the elevator stiffly, as if they were sleepwalking. The play was invested by Mr. Jiang, the venue also belongs to Mr. Jiang. How come even this hotel belongs to Mr. Jiang? Is there anything in Tianhai that doesn't belong to him? Sun Yi looked as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Mao said, Except for the town hall building, I am not sure about the others. Sun Yi was silent for a moment and then asked with difficulty, Did Zhang Jialiang hear what I just said? Zhang Mao shrugged, Who knows? Sun Yi was dejected, as if he had lost his parents. Looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 117 He is the boss of Yilong Pavilion. Yilong Pavilion, entrance. Zhang Chen watched Zhang Jialiang drive away in a Rolls-Royce carrying Zhang Mao and others. He turned around and saw Yao Xian standing behind him. He suddenly remembered. I almost forgot. You're also staying at the Purple Mountain Hotel, right? I should have let you go back with them. Hearing this, Yao Xian smiled and said, It's okay. I can take a taxi back later. Forget it, come with me later. It's not safe for you to be alone at night. Zhang Chen said calmly and walked into the restaurant. Yao Xian walked beside him, looking at Zhang Chen with a silly smile. Why are you smiling so stupidly? Zhang Chen asked. Who is stupid? Yao Xian pouted, but she still couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She paused for a moment and asked shyly. Producer Sun toasted me just now, why did you block it for me? Zhang Chen suddenly realized and said calmly, Oh, about this. You don't drink, and the red wine is so expensive, wouldn't it be a waste if I gave it to you? You. Yao Xian was furious and wanted to punch Zhang Chen. I was just kidding. Zhang Chen smiled and said, You are allergic to alcohol, so if you can't drink, then don't drink. What if something happens after drinking? Yao Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her eyes were full of joy. Humph, you still don't admit that you care about me. You forced Sun Yi to drink 2 cups as a punishment tonight and made him so drunk. Will there be any bad consequences? Yao Xian asked worriedly. After all, Sun Yi is also a big producer with strong connections. If Sun Yi and Zhang Chen become enemies because of this, it will never be a good thing. After all, everyone in the business world knows that more friends are always better than more enemies. Hearing this, Zhang Chen sneered. Do you really think he's drunk? He's just pretending. I see through it but won't tell you. I just want to teach him a lesson. How dare he use those bad habits at the drinking table on my people? Humph, I'm afraid he has never been beaten by society. Yao Xian blushed and lowered her head, her mind full of the words my person. I feel so sweet in my heart. I'm just giving him a reminder so that the crew members can be more sensible. Zhang Chen said calmly. He specially brought Yao Xian to have dinner with him for this purpose. Starting tomorrow, everyone in the crew will have to treat her like an aunt. As for Sun Yi. I guess he won't be able to sleep well tonight. Afterwards, Zhang Chen asked Yao Xian to find a secluded seat in the restaurant. I went to the kitchen. At this time, the chefs of Zijin Mountain were holding kitchen knives and surrounding the debt collectors aggressively. Xiao Huzi, Pang Dahai and others squatted on the ground and shivered. Seeing Zhang Chen coming in, the chefs immediately said, Boss, they tried to run away just now, but we stopped them. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded, Thank you for your hard work. This month everyone's bonus will be increased by 20,000 yuan, I will let Zhang Jialiang arrange it. 20,000? Everyone looked at each other and was very excited. This is roughly what they earn in a month, which is equivalent to doubling it. Thank you, boss. The chef said sincerely. So generous. If there is such a good thing in the future, you must rush to get it. Okay, you guys go back. Zhang Chen said. The chefs hesitated for a moment, and someone said, "Boss, how about we stay here and guard? I'm afraid these guys won't behave themselves." The others nodded as well. Now in their hearts, Jiang Chen's image has become taller. "It's okay, don't worry, just go your way," Jiang Chen said casually. Seeing this, the chefs had no choice but to leave. Although there are people here who can help to boost the momentum. However, the lending industry, especially the gray industry of compounding interest, is full of mixed fish and fowl. Jiang Chen himself is not afraid, but these chefs are just ordinary people, and it will be troublesome if they are targeted. He picked up the box containing the mobile phone on the table and threw it in front of Pang Dehai and others. "Call your boss." Everyone was stunned, and Pang Dehai asked in confusion, "Call? What did you say?" Jiang Chen pulled a chair over and sat down, saying calmly, "Just say that the new boss of Elong Pavilion has arrived, wait for him here." "Oh shit. So you are the new boss?" Pang Dehai and Xiao Huzi looked at each other and suddenly understood. No wonder this guy got so angry. However, they still didn't understand why Jiang Chen asked them to take the initiative to find their boss. No matter how good you are at fighting, do you think you can beat 10 or 20 people? You are looking for death yourself, so you can't blame us. Pang Dehai thought in his heart, with a sneer on his lips. Half an hour later. The door of the kitchen was pushed open with a bang, and more than a dozen burly men with tattoos and black suits squeezed in. He looked at Jiang Chen eagerly. They made way for a bald man with a gold chain to enter. "Brother Xin," the strong men said in unison. "It looks very imposing." Pang Dehai and the others stood up and came to the bald man. "Brother Xin is him. He is the new boss of Elong Pavilion." The bald man took off his sunglasses and looked at Jiang Chen, who was calm and composed, with his brows slightly furrowed. "So young? Rich second generation?" He smiled and extended his hand. "My name is Chao Xin. Nice to meet you." Jiang Chen glanced at him and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to explain everything clearly." Chao Xian's eyes turned cold. What a big tone. He didn't say anything, but the strong men behind him couldn't hold back any longer and started shouting. "Kid, if you want to show off, you should know who you are targeting. It seems that you have never experienced the beatings of society. Boss, don't waste time on him, just give him a beating and he'll behave himself." For a while, the kitchen was filled with noise, and coupled with the ferocious looks of these people, the noise was very scary. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Chao Xian said, "Nonsense. We are all civilized people, stop fighting and killing each other. Besides, they didn't say they wouldn't cooperate, right? First they use a beating to intimidate, then they use both soft and hard threats. This is their usual tactic. Most people would be scared by now." Jiang Chen looked at his watch and said calmly, "You have 2 minutes." Chao Xian was stunned for a moment, then a sneer appeared on his face. "I didn't expect he was still such a tough guy." Chao Xian cleared his throat and said, "It's like this. The owner of Elong Pavilion borrowed money from us before, and now he has sold the restaurant and run away. You think it's impossible for the company to bear this loss?" Jiang Chen said, "So what does this have to do with me?" "It does matter, of course it does matter." Chao Xian took out a copy of the contract from his pocket and said, "This is the contract that the previous boss signed with us. At that time, he mortgaged Elong Pavilion to us. In theory, this restaurant is actually our company's." Jiang Chen took the contract and looked at it. Party A is Qianlai Financial Company. The content was indeed a loan mortgage contract, and it also had the signature of the previous boss. Although I don't know whether it is true or not. "So, what do you want to do?" Jiang Chen was a little curious. Chao Xian's eyes lit up. "Generally speaking, saying this kind of thing means you've given in. It's very simple. Either you pay back the remaining 20 million for him. Otherwise, you can use this restaurant as collateral and we will take half." Chao Xian said confidently. Jiang Chen smiled very happily when he heard that. "What are you laughing at?" Chao Xian asked puzzledly. "Are you scared?" Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "I laugh at your small physique, but your appetite is huge." Chapter 118. Are you okay with your brain? Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Chao Xian's expression changed instantly. His eyes turned sinister. He is indeed not tall, and what he hates most is others making fun of his stature. Here is the contract written in black and white. Do you still want to deny it? Chao Xian said angrily. Contract? Jiang Chen sneered, "You are a usurer, and you actually negotiate a contract with me? Are you sane? You." Chao Xian was choked. There is nothing wrong with what Jiang Chen said. What he did was illegal in the first place, so isn't it ridiculous to discuss a contract here now? Jiang Chen sighed and said, "Okay, since you mentioned the contract, I'll give you some legal advice for free. First of all, Elong Pavilion is not a rented house. I am the owner of these 3 floors now. Since the former owner was able to successfully transfer the restaurant to me, it means there is no mortgage or loan situation. Although your contract says it's a mortgage, it has no legal effect if it's not notarized by the real estate bureau. In other words, this so-called contract is just a piece of waste paper." Jiang Chen stood up, inserted the contract into Chao Xian's collar, and patted his face. "Bald, read more books and newspapers if you have nothing to do. How dare you start a company without any education?" Chao Xian's face turned red. He pulled out the contract and threw it on the ground, saying sternly, "Boy, are you too crazy?" "It's not me who's crazy." Jiang Chen looked at him with disdain. "You think too highly of yourself." "What did you say?" Chao Xian couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Chen looked down at him and said word by word, "I say, isn't it better to just be a good for nothing? Why do you have to come out and show off?" "Good, very good." Chao Xian was so angry that he laughed. "Get him. As long as he's not dead, I'll take responsibility if he's injured or disabled." The sturdy man behind him couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward shouting. "Wait," Jiang Chen said. Chao Xian smiled grimly. "Are you scared now?" "It's too late." "Afraid?" Jiang Chen slowly took off his suit, took off his watch, and rolled up his shirt cuffs. "I just hate it when people get my clothes dirty." "Okay, come on." Jiang Chen waved his hand. Everyone looked at each other, completely confused. "Isn't this too calm?" Jiang Chen urged. "What are you standing there for? Come on." Chao Xian's chest was heaving with anger. "Everyone, come on. Come on. Get him." The strong men swung their fists and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Chao Xian took a stool and sat down, breathing heavily, obviously very angry. "Fuck you, you're pretending to be nice to me? I'll see how you'll beg for mercy later." He had already imagined Jiang Chen being beaten to a bloody pulp, kneeling on the ground crying and begging for mercy. Immediately afterwards, the sound of punches hitting flesh was heard. Chao Xian looked up with a smile, and was stunned. "Ah!" The burly thugs were as vulnerable as children in front of Jiang Chen. He punched forward, and the 200-pound strong man was knocked back 5 or 6 meters. Then he stepped on a person's thigh bone and broke it with a snap. Jiang Chen grabbed the mustache guy's head with his big hand and slammed it hard on the stainless steel table, knocking him out instantly. In just a few minutes, nearly 20 strong men rolled on the ground and wailed. It was like hell on earth. Pang Dahai collapsed on the ground, feeling the urge to urinate. "This guy is simply a devil. Brother, I was wrong." Bang. Jiang Chen kicked him in the face, and he flew backwards, stopping only after hitting the wall. He lay on the ground motionless, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. It's quite comfortable to move around occasionally. He turned his head and saw Chao Xian with a look of horror on his face, and walked over with a smile. "You, don't come over here." Chao Xian was so excited that he fell off the stool. He staggered to his feet, pulled out a dagger from his arms, and waved it wildly. "Stay away from me, or I'll call the police." There is none of the arrogance and conceit that he had at the beginning. "I actually thought of using legal weapons to protect myself." When Jiang Chen saw the dagger in his hand, his smile became even brighter. "Do you know what your behavior means now?" Chao Xian was stunned. "What does it mean?" Jiang Chen sneered. "The moment you took out the knife, the nature of this matter has changed from fighting to intentional homicide. Since you have endangered my life, I can exercise my unlimited right of self-defense." Jiang Chen walked up to him and said in a sinister voice, "This means that even if I kill you now, it can be considered as self-defense." Bang! The dagger fell weakly to the ground, and Chao Xian looked at him with horror. "I feel a chill in my back. I'm not afraid of my enemy knowing martial arts. I'm afraid of my enemy knowing martial arts and also understanding the law. I can't beat him." Jiang Chen picked up a towel and spread it on his hands, then picked up the dagger and handed it to Chao Xian. "Didn't you say you wanted to mess with me? Come on, I'll give you the chance." Chow Xin was trembling all over and didn't dare to take the dagger at all. Squeak! Jiang Chen directly nailed the dagger between his legs, sinking it deeply into the floor tile, leaving only the handle outside. Chow Xin trembled and almost peed. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Jiang Chen patted his face. Chow Xin lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. This guy is a devil. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that the problem had been solved. She reached out and pulled out a business card from his pocket and said calmly, "Tell your lackeys to stay away from this restaurant. Don't let me come to you. Got it?" "No." Chow Xin whispered. "Louder." "No." Chow Xin felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. He was really scared. The more arrogant you were before, the more scared you are now. Jiang Chen glanced at him disdainfully, put on his watch and suit. "Clean this up before you go." After saying this, he left the kitchen leisurely. There was not a speck of dust on his body, not even a wrinkle on his clothes, as if nothing had happened. Chow Xin collapsed to the ground powerlessly. There was not much hatred in his heart, but more of gratitude for surviving the disaster. Looking at the thugs groaning on the ground, my scalp still feels tingling. Stay away from him, definitely stay away from him. Chow Xin took out his phone with trembling hands and asked someone to come and deal with the mess. As for calling the police, he didn't have that idea at all. Chow Xin knew what he had done. Compared with Jiang Chen, he could not withstand investigation. He is bound to suffer this loss in silence. After leaving the kitchen, Jiang Chen called Yao Xian and walked out of the restaurant. The soundproofing in the kitchen was relatively good, and the place where Yao Xian had just sat was quite remote, so she had no idea what had happened in the kitchen, and the group of people didn't see her either. "I just saw a group of people entering the kitchen. Did something happen?" Yao Xian asked. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, just swatting a few flies." "Oh." Yao Xian nodded, not quite understanding. "But today's local cuisine is delicious, and tastes a bit like the one at Purple Mountain Hotel," she said with a smile. Jiang Chen was stunned. "Don't mention it. You have a pretty good tongue." "Ah? What do you mean?" Yao Xian asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. "This is the dish made by the hotel chef. I transferred it here temporarily, otherwise I would have lost face today." Yao Xian took a long time to digest it before she finally understood. "Could it be that this restaurant is also yours?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Yeah, but it was my first time here too, and I almost flipped over." Yao Xian was stunned. "You bought such a big restaurant, don't you even want to take a look at it? It's so inhumane." Yao Xian suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion, "That's not right. The location here is so good and the restaurant is so unique, how could the business be so bad?" Jiang Chen certainly couldn't tell her the real reason, so he just said, "My reputation has been ruined before, and I haven't had time to fix it yet." "So that's how it is." Yao Xian nodded in understanding. After thinking for a moment, she took out her cell phone from her bag and took a selfie facing the restaurant sign. Then he lowered his head and fiddled with it for a long time. Jiang Chen thought she was just a conceited little girl and didn't say anything. "Shall I ask Zhang Jialian to pick you up?" Jiang Chen asked. Yao Xian shook her head and said, "It's so late, don't bother Mr. Zhang. By the way, you've been drinking, how are you going to drive back?" Jiang Chen shrugged, "Call a designated driver." Yao Xian rolled her eyes and said, "How about this, I'll be your driver and take you back." "You're sending me?" Jiang Chen looked at her, "So kind? Is there some conspiracy?" Yao Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Just think of it as a thank you for treating me to dinner, Boss Jiang, okay?" After saying that, she took the car keys from him. "Get in the car." Jiang Chen smiled, opened the passenger door and got in. Chapter 119 Reward, Super Law Firm. Along the way, Jiang Chen's mind was in turmoil. There are actually many ways to deal with Chow Xian's situation, and you don't necessarily have to do it yourself. But it is definitely the most efficient. For people like Chow Xian, it is useless to reason with him, talk about the law, compromise, or give in. He is like a mosquito, not very powerful, but will annoy you. He must be frightened. There are many ways to scare Chow Xian, and violence is the simplest and most brutal one. But it's also the coolest. When Jiang Chen found out that debt collection had ruined the restaurant's business and almost embarrassed him, he felt furious. He doesn't care about this restaurant. But he will never tolerate others coveting his things. As for the consequences, Jiang Chen considered them very clearly. He recorded part of the footage with a flying vehicle, constantly provoking Chao Xian's men to take action, creating a situation of self-defense. Although he beat those people badly, he was actually very restrained. Even if Chao Xian is desperate and wants to use legal weapons, Jiang Chen is not afraid at all. As for the restaurant, it still needs to be rectified. After all, it is not a small industry. Let's leave this matter to Zhang Jialiang. Here we are. Yao Xian's voice rang out. Jiang Chen looked carefully and found that the villa was right in front of him. Then how are you going to get back? Jiang Chen asked. Yao Xian looked at the wild scenery outside the window and said tremblingly, I'll take a taxi, I'm just a little scared. It's okay, you drive my car and drive it back to me when you are free. Jiang Chen said casually. Yao Xian pouted. Humph, you big pig. Don't you understand what I mean? Before she could say anything, Jiang Chen opened the passenger door and got out of the car. Yao Xian lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers angrily. Boom boom. There was a knock on the car window. Yao Xian looked up and saw that it was Jiang Chen. What's the matter? She asked, rolling down the window. Jiang Chen said helplessly, What are you still dawdling about? Come down quickly. Ah. Yao Xian was stunned for a moment. Jiang Chen warned, I'll just let you stay for one night, so stay in a hotel tomorrow. Yao Xian reacted and smiled like a flower. Yes, sir. She saluted in a very unstandard way, then pushed open the car door and skipped towards the villa. After ringing the doorbell, Ning Shinan opened the door with a smile. Sir, you, Yao Xian? Long time no see, Butler Ning. Yao Xian said with a smile. Why are you here so late? Ning Shinan looked alert. Jiang Chen appeared behind her and said, Arrange a room for her. She will sleep here temporarily today. Okay. Although Ning Shinan was unhappy, she still nodded in agreement. It's late at night. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen lay comfortably on the bed. Just after 12 o'clock, Jiang Chen started the lottery. Ding! Today's lottery draw number is 1, do you want to draw now? Go ahead. There has only been one lottery draw recently, and he has become accustomed to it. Ding! Reward, 56% equity of Quanjing Law Firm. Quanjing Law Firm? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and his mind started to move. His assets are now increasing, and similar legal problems will arise one after another. Having a law firm can save him a lot of trouble. He had also heard of Quanjing Law Firm. It is well known throughout China and is firmly established as the #1 law firm in Tianhai. No one can shake it. Whether it is domestic or international disputes, we have never lost. Known as Tianhai Pizza Hut. The firm's network of relationships extends to all levels of society. No matter what the lawsuit or dispute is, it can be easily settled as long as the power of relationships is used. In this kind of firm, shares can no longer be easily purchased with money. After all, this kind of lawyer team that dares to call itself Pizza Hut can even make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars by representing cases involving large amounts of money. It can be said to be quite lucrative. There is no need to sell shares for safety. Therefore, the value of this kind of firm can no longer be measured by money. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart trembled slightly. The system is really awesome. The next day, morning. Tianhai City, in the office building of Quanjing Law Firm. Fomin looked at the secretary in shock. Are you sure? The other partners have all transferred their shares to this Mr. Jiang? Right. The secretary smiled bitterly and said, according to the acquisition information, Mr. Jiang already holds 56% of the shares of our law firm. This. The seal also felt incredible. Quanjing Law Firm can be said to be a treasure trove that allows those partners to sell their shares. I am afraid that Mr. Jiang has an energy background that they cannot resist. Or spent a huge amount of money. Only then was he able to acquire Quanjing Law Firm overnight. Can you find his information? Fonin calmed down for a long time before reacting and asked. The information we can find is extremely limited. We can only find that the other party is the owner of Tianhai Englan Building and recently acquired the Guijin Center in Financial Street. It is also the largest shareholder of Yida Group. We can only find so much at the moment. The secretary smiled bitterly. She knew too well how powerful the network of relationships at Quanjing Law Firm was. But the personal information of Mr. Jiang could not be found no matter what. But these alone are enough to shock people. Gurgle. Phonin frowned. It seems that Mr. Jiang's background is absolutely unfathomable. He was the one who founded Quanjing Law Firm, and today the other party was able to change the owner of this Chinese super law firm. The original owner himself was completely unaware of it. This is truly horrifying. Phonin knocked on the table. Go and call Robin over. I want to discuss with him and find a time to visit Mr. Jiang. Okay. The secretary also knew that this matter was of great importance and quickly left the office. Chapter 120 Advertising Effect. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Chen and the other two had breakfast in the restaurant. Yao Xian and Ning Shernan glared at each other while biting their buns, and the air was filled with tension. Yao Xian, it's almost 9 o'clock. Shouldn't you go to film? Ning Shernan asked. Yao Xian smiled and said, Director Zhang has chosen the male lead today, so we can't start filming. I'm sorry to disappoint Butler Ning. Oh. Ning Shernan lowered her head and poked the bun. By the way, Director Zhang is casting. Zhang Chen, do you want to go over and help out? Yao Xian asked. Checking? Ning Shernan was stunned for a moment. What does your filming have to do with your husband? Yao Xian looked at her strangely. You don't know? Know what? Ning Shernan was even more confused. Yao Xian was secretly delighted. He didn't even know Jiang Chen's true identity. It seemed that the status of the butler was not as high as he imagined. Yao Xian cleared her throat and said, Jiang Chen is the major shareholder of Yida Group. Our play was invested by him. What? Ning Shernan was dumbfounded. She was a business elite before, so she naturally knew what Yida Group was. In comparison, Tianhai S. Zhao Group is just a younger brother. And Mr. is actually a major shareholder of Yida. She doesn't know if she's safe. Yao Xian counted on her fingers and listed them one by one. The Olympic Sports Center where we filmed belongs to Jiang Chen, the 5-star hotel we stayed in belongs to Jiang Chen, and even I belong to Jiang Chen. Puff. Jiang Chen directly sprayed out the milk. Ning Shernan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. What did you say? Employees. Yao Xian added slowly. Jiang Chen took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth, and said helplessly, Can you finish your words at once? Ning Shernan blinked her eyes and pouted, Sir, how come I don't know anything? She did feel a little sad. She had spent the longest time with Jiang Chen, but apart from knowing that he was rich, powerful, and had an island community, that was all she knew. I don't know anything else. Even Yao Xian knew about this, but Jiang Chen never mentioned it to her. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the little housekeeper, Jiang Chen smiled and rubbed her head. This isn't something to brag about, I can't keep talking about it, right? Jiang Chen indeed rarely reveals his identity on his own initiative. Because there is no need. Ning Shernan felt much more balanced when she heard this. But I was also silently complaining in my heart. Even Yida and Olympic Sports Center are not worth showing off, so what is worth it in his eyes? Sir, are you really Yao Xian's boss? Ning Shernan asked curiously. Jiang Chen thought about it. You can't say that. Oh. I'm her boss's boss. Yao Xian said at this time, Boss, I have a small request, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. I don't want to stay in a hotel anymore. Can I stay here temporarily during the filming? Yao Xian said cautiously. No. Jiang Chen flatly refused. He finally figured it out. The relationship between Yao Xian and Ning Shernan is just like that between Su Jingyi and Tang Luowan, they are simply incompatible. If they were to live with each other day and night, his peaceful life would probably be over. For the prosperity and stability of the family. Jiang Chen rejected her without hesitation. All right. This time it was Yao Xian who felt lost. Ning Shernan glanced at her proudly, and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth like a little fox. At this time, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. It's Zhang Jialiang. Hey, how's the reorganization of Yilong Pavilion going? Jiang Chen asked. He instructed Zhang Jialiang last night to tidy up Yilong Pavilion. It's all his property now, and he doesn't want to leave a bad reputation. There was a commotion on the other end of the phone, and Zhang Jialiang's excited voice came. Boss, the orders are overwhelming. What the hell? Jiang Chen was stunned. It's booming. The restaurant is packed with customers. I wasn't planning on opening today, but the customers refused to leave, so I had to transfer all the chefs from the hotel over here. The kitchen is crazy busy right now. Jean Jalian's voice was trembling, and he was obviously in a daze. Business was extremely bad the day before tomorrow, but it suddenly became booming today. Could it be that the boss took action? Jiang Chen was even more confused than him. Why are there so many guests? Did you ask where they came from? Zhang Jialiang thought for a moment and said, I didn't ask that. But they all kept talking about wanting to meet their idol Yao Xian or something like that. Yao Xian? Jiang Chen glanced at Yao Xian, who was concentrating on eating, and suddenly understood. He smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhang. I'll give you 5 points of profit from this store. This is not Zhang Jialiang's job. Jiang Chen should express his opinion. Only by combining kindness and severity can we retain talents. Boss, this is what I should do. Zhang Jialiang evaded the question. But the sound can't hide the joy. At this rate, 5 points would be a lot. Just listen to me, it's settled. Jiang Chen said, the chefs should also receive bonuses, it's up to you to decide. The customer flow has increased, and the most important thing now is to build a good reputation, so as to make up for the losses. So even if we are busy, we must ensure quality and service. Also, today is the first day of opening, and there is a 20% discount on all items, which will last for 3 days. Take a photo and post it on Weibo or Moments to enjoy discounts. Since it has come to this, let us just make a bigger splash. Zhang Jialiang responded, Okay, boss, I understand. He felt full of energy. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at Yao Xian curiously. You advertised for Elong Pavilion? Hey. Yao Xian said with some pride, Are there any customers? Actually, it's not really an advertisement, I just posted a Weibo. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and opened Yao Xian's Weibo homepage. The first pinned post is a selfie taken last night. Yao Xian smiled brightly at the camera, with the Elong Pavilion signboard as the background. It also has the text. Thank you for the hospitality, boss. It's my first time eating local cuisine at Tianhai. Both the environment and the taste are first class. Thumbs up. There is also a map location of Elong Pavilion above. Although the words Yilan Pavilion were not mentioned, the effect was even more amazing than advertising. However, from last night to now, the number of likes has exceeded 3 million, and there are more than 800,000 comments. Jiang Chen clicked on it and saw that netizens were responding enthusiastically. Yao Xian is beautiful. On this day, Yao Xian finally remembered her Weibo password. Yao Xian is in Tianhai? Looking for a chance encounter. Elong Pavilion. I've been there a long time ago, and the food is really good. Card in, clock in. I'm going to clock in tomorrow morning. Sisters of Tianhai, organize yourself and charge tomorrow. Of course, there are some negative comments too. For example, advertising, Yilan Pavilion has poor service and so on. But they were all drowned out by Yao Xian's fanatical fans. Chapter 121 Humble Xiao Luo. So, am I an advertising genius? Yao Xian looked very proud. This idea came to her mind last night after she found out that Elong Pavilion was Jiang Chen's property. I didn't think too much about it at the time and just posted a selfie to try it out. As a result, my phone almost exploded that night. In the past, her social media accounts were all operated by Lin Ping, and all the posts were about advertising collaborations or interactions with other celebrities. This is the first daily microblog. Of course, the fans went crazy. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, yes, this advertisement is indeed quite good. Soft advertising that leaves no trace can actually have a better effect. What was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation was that Yao Xian's popularity was so high. Is there any reward? Yao Xian looked expectant. What reward do you want? Jiang Chen asked back. Yao Xian did not hesitate, take me in for a few days, just a few days. She looked so pitiful that people who didn't know her would think she was homeless. Jiang Chen looked at her with amusement, go pick a room for yourself. If you are not afraid of scandals, you can stay here. That's great, yeah. Yao Xian jumped up excitedly. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Yao Xian really helped him this time. Anyway, there are many rooms at home, so we can accommodate 10 or 8 more people. As for the relationship between her and Ning Shernan, at worst, I can just go hide at Tang Luohuan's house. At this moment, Yao Xian's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller is Luo Chang. Zhang Chen didn't think much about it and answered the phone. There was a roar from the other end. Yao Xian, are you crazy? Who told you to advertise randomly? You are wasting your fans. Do we have any cooperation with Elong Pavilion? Did he give us money? This is Weibo, with tens of millions of fans following it. Do you fucking think it's a circle of friends? Besides, do you know this restaurant well? If someone gets food poisoning after eating it, will you be held responsible? Delete Weibo immediately. Forget it, just hand over your social media accounts to the company and don't touch them anymore. Did you hear what I said? Hearing Luo Chang's words, Zhang Chen had no expression on his face and said calmly, I heard it. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Luo Chang was not sure. Boss? Isn't this Yao Xian's phone? Zhang Chen said calmly, the restaurant you said caused food poisoning was opened by me. After a long time, Luo Chang's intervening voice sounded, I'm sorry, sir, I was wrong. I really didn't know. So you know now? New. Be more polite to the company's artists in the future, especially the girls. How can you yell and scream? Zhang Chen frowned and scolded. Luo Chang responded repeatedly, yes, I will pay attention. At this moment, he thought of something and said, Boss, should we ask all the artists in the company to repost that Weibo? No. After saying that, Zhang Chen hung up the phone. In the office, Luo Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slumped in his chair. He actually called himself lousy to Zhang Chen? It makes me shudder just thinking about it. But why was it Zhang Chen who answered Yao Xian's call? Considering the Weibo post last night, the two were together again early in the morning. Could it be that? Luo Chang took a breath of cold air. Holy crap! He quickly picked up his phone and made a call. Tell the artists and assistants going to Tianhai to be polite to Yao Xian. From now on, her words are the imperial decree. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chang still felt a little uneasy. I just scolded Mr. Jiang. No, I have to go there myself. Jin Mao Tower. 28th floor, Zhenlai Financial Company. Chao Ding frowned and looked at his younger brother Chao Xian. Didn't those dozen brothers go out with you yesterday? How did they get beaten like that? Nearly 20 people were sent to the hospital last night. When asked, they refused to say anything, but their eyes looked very terrified. Chao Xian sat on the sofa, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes, and he pretended to be casual and said, it was just a small conflict with others. Are you sure it's a minor conflict? Of course, the problem has been solved. Chao Ding looked at Chao Xian's embarrassed expression and said thoughtfully, Pang Dehai was also beaten. I remember he was squatting in Elong Pavilion, right? Chao Xian's expression changed, and he said hurriedly, this matter has nothing to do with Elong Pavilion. Given Chao Ding's personality, if he knew about this, it would really be a big deal. Chao Xian is really afraid of Zhang Chen. He didn't want to have anything to do with this scary man anymore. It's okay? Do you take me for a fool? Chao Ding said sternly, tell me. Is there something wrong at Elong Pavilion? Chao Xian knew that he couldn't hide it, so he said helplessly, brother, let's not get a lot of money from brother Elong. You listen to me once, and let's stop here. This new boss is no ordinary person, he's quite weird. Seeing his brother shrinking back, Chao Ding couldn't help but sneer. It seems like you're really scared. Then I really need to take a closer look to see what kind of ruthless character he is. Chao Xian looked at his vicious eyes and knew that it was useless to say anything. He sighed and lowered his head helplessly. I hope so. The other side. Zhang Chen was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. Yao Xian was curled up beside him like a kitten, and was now asleep. Gentlemen. Ning Shernan's voice sounded, Mr. Luo is here. Zhang Chen turned around and saw Luo Chang, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind him. Why are you here? Hearing this, Luo Chang smiled awkwardly, I haven't listened to your teachings for a long time, and I feel that my ideological awareness has not kept up. This time I came here specially just to listen to your teachings in person. Zhang Chen had a strange expression on his face. You are really good at flattering me. I never realized you had this talent before. Luo Chang touched his head and said, it's all the truth. Okay, sit anywhere. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Luo Chang sat opposite Zhang Chen somewhat stiffly. Shernan, make a cup of tea. Yes, sir. Ning Shinan went to make tea obediently. At this moment, Luo Chang saw Yao Xian sleeping soundly beside Jiang Chen, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his body. I actually guessed it right. Yao Xian is really the boss's woman. Doesn't that mean I've jumped from being his employee to being his boss's wife? Thinking of his previous attitude towards her, Luo Chang felt miserable. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said with difficulty, Mr. Jiang, I want to admit my mistake to you. Ah? Jiang Chen was stunned and said with a smile, if you have something to say, can you please say it nicely? Don't be so mysterious. At this time, Ning Shinan brought the tea and placed it in front of the two of them. Jiang Chen picked it up and took a sip. Tell me, what mistake did you make? Luo Changcheng sat upright and said in a heavy voice, I was inappropriate in my attitude towards my sister-in-law before. I solemnly apologize to you and my sister-in-law, and I promise that I will never do it again. Ahem. Jiang Chen pounded his chest and nearly choked on his tea. Luo Chang hurriedly took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to him. Jiang Chen was speechless. What sister-in-law are you talking about? Who is your sister-in-law? Luo Chang didn't say anything, but glanced at Yao Xian who was sleeping soundly. Jiang Chen looked helpless. You think too much, we are not that kind of relationship. Oh. Luo Chang nodded and said nothing. Overthinking? I just didn't think enough, so I only discovered your relationship now. Fortunately, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, otherwise. Luo Chang shuddered. Yao Xian woke up slowly at this moment, sat up in a daze, and rubbed her eyes. When she saw Jiang Chen, she smiled brightly, leaned her head gently on his shoulder, and said lazily and coquettishly, Is the movie over? Hate it, why didn't you call me? Luo Chang. Jiang Chen. Looking at Luo Chang's I understand expression, Jiang Chen knew that this matter could not be explained clearly. Boss? When did you come? Yao Xian was a little surprised when she saw Luo Chang. Luo Chang's face was full of smiles. You are too polite. Just call me Xiao Luo from now on. Xiao Luo? Yao Xian blinked, suspecting that she was hallucinating. Yes. Luo Chang responded happily, Xiao Luo is a good name, very intimate. Stop. That's it. Jiang Chen forced himself to suppress the urge to kick him out. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Zhang Jialiang calling. Jiang Chen picked up the phone and listened to the content on the phone, his face gradually becoming gloomy. I'll be there now. After saying that, he hung up the phone, stood up and said, Luo Chang, come with me. Yes, boss. Luo Chang stood up without saying a word. Chapter 122 Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Ilong Pavilion. Cullinan stopped in front of the door. Jiang Chen and Luo Chang pushed the door and got out. Zhang Jialiang, who had been waiting at the door, walked over quickly. Is everyone inside? Jiang Chen asked. They're all inside, they've been sitting here for the whole afternoon. Zhang Jialiang responded. Jiang Chen walked into the lobby. There were only 1 or 2 men sitting at each table, but there was almost no food on the table. Look at them, they are all wearing black clothes, with yellow and green dyed hair, and tattoos on their arms. Obviously he has bad intentions. Zhang Jialiang whispered, they came at noon and just sat there. They didn't make trouble or curse, but they didn't order any food either. As each table of guests leaves, they take a seat. Now the first and second floors are almost full. There was no customer in the store, and new customers who came in were chased away by them. And they even threatened to come and eat every day until we close. This is clearly targeting the restaurant. Zhang Jialiang looked extremely indignant when he spoke. This is too much. And the method is too disgusting. Jiang Chen knew what was going on. The only one who has the motivation and can use such means is Qianlai Finance. Have you called the police? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Jialiang nodded. We called the police. When the police came, they said they were here to eat. They ordered some peanuts, smashed cucumbers, etc. Not bad, you have some skills. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Interesting, you want to compete with me in cruelty? His mind was racing, and he whispered a few words into Luo Chang's ear. Luo Chang nodded, turned, and left. Then he said to Zhang Jialiang, take the chefs, waiters, and all our people away and leave here first. Okay. Zhang Jialiang didn't know what his plans were, but he didn't ask and just left quickly. Jiang Chen looked at the man in black sitting in the lobby with cold eyes. He walked to the center and shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave in 5 minutes and nothing will happen." As soon as he finished speaking, the people in black burst into laughter. "Give us a chance? Now we are not giving you a chance. What the hell do you do? Come here, the master wants to order food." Hearing these words, Jiang Chen was not angry, but looked at his watch silently. "Okay. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Good luck to you all." He then controlled the bionic aircraft and destroyed the surveillance cameras in the store and nearby blocks. Then he turned around and left the restaurant. It was quiet for a moment. The men in black were whispering. "I heard that the owner of this restaurant is really good at fighting. He beat up 20 of our brothers. What's the point of fighting? Don't you see how many people we have? Besides, we haven't done anything illegal. Are we not allowed to eat?" "Yes. Boss, this move is really cruel. Hey, have you noticed that there seems to be no one else in this restaurant?" "Yes, waiter, the cash register at the front desk has been removed. Why do I feel like something is not right?" Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open and a group of strong men wearing masks rushed in quickly. There are nearly 50 people. They all had red ribbons tied around their arms, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was solemn and murderous. One of them walked to the gate and pulled the rolling door down with a bang. The restaurant suddenly became a little dark. The people in black looked at each other and felt something was wrong. You are. Swish, swish, swish. The strong men took out their batons and swung them away, the alloy sticks reflecting cold light. The leader whispered, "Fight." The strong men rushed up like tigers among a flock of sheep. Suddenly, there were wailing sounds in the restaurant. Jiang Chen stood outside the restaurant with his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. Luo Chang stood silently behind him. Zhang Jialian listened to the faint wailing and beating sounds from inside, and looked at the two calm and composed people, and felt a chill on his back. I couldn't help but mourn for those who had offended Jiang Chen. With the boss's personality, this matter will never end. After 20 minutes, Jiang Chen finally said, "It's okay." Luo Chang took out his cell phone and dialed a number, but hung up before the call was connected. The beating in the restaurant soon stopped. Bang! A moment later, the rolling door opened. The sturdy men filed out of the restaurant, lowering their heads without even looking at them, as if they didn't know them. They tore off their red ribbons and joined the crowd. "Call the police," Jiang Chen said calmly. Zhang Jialian took out his cell phone and called the police station. In just 5 minutes, sirens sounded and several police cars stopped in front of the restaurant. Several police officers came over, led by a female officer with a ponytail. He has delicate features and a heroic appearance. Especially the pair of beautiful long legs, which is very eye-catching. "It was you who called the police? What happened?" asked the female police officer. The voice is as clear as an oriole singing out of a valley. Jiang Chen said calmly, "I am the owner of Yilong Pavilion. Today a group of people came into my store and took up seats without ordering any food. We have already called the police about this matter." The female officer nodded and said she could check the records. But the difference is that the previous ones were police officers, while they are criminal police. Then what? The police said it was not an illegal act and left. Not long after they left, they started fighting. Jiang Chen said. "Fighting? Why?" The female police officer frowned. Jiang Chen shrugged, "I don't know either." "Okay, then did you see clearly which direction the person ran? Who said they ran away?" "Ah." The female police officer was stunned. "You mean?" Jiang Chen pointed at the restaurant, "People are still inside." The female police officer came to her senses and looked at him helplessly. How can this person be so calm? It feels a bit abnormal. "Everyone, please follow me in." The female police officer drew her baton and rushed in first. I was stunned when I walked into the restaurant. All the tables and chairs in the restaurant were overturned, and the place was in a mess, as if a storm had passed through. A group of men in black clothes were lying on the ground, wailing and screaming in pain. They all had broken bones and were covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. The blood flowed on the ground like a small river. The detectives looked at this hellish scene on earth and their faces suddenly became serious. I thought it was just an ordinary fight, but I didn't expect it to be such a big case. At least 70 or 80 people have fallen here, and their injuries are serious. This is already a criminal case. The female police officer was the first to respond. She shouted, "Call an ambulance immediately. Everyone, check the injuries first to see if they need emergency treatment." Yes. The detectives dispersed immediately. The female police officer looked at Jiang Chen seriously. "What's your name?" "Jiang Chen." "Mr. Jiang, do you know the origins of this group of people?" "Have no idea." "Have you offended anyone recently?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "A few days ago, a loan company came to me and asked me for money, saying that if I didn't pay them, they would shut down my shop." The female police officer's eyes lit up and she asked urgently, "Do you remember the name of the other company?" Jiang Chen frowned and thought for a long time. "It seems to be called Qianlai Financial Company?" "Qianlai?" The female police officer pondered. At this time, a criminal police officer ran over and said, "Captain Gu, I found this." He handed over a blood-stained business card. When the female police officer took it and looked at it, her eyes instantly became solemn. The business card clearly reads, "Qianlai Financial Technology Company, Limited. General Manager, Chao Xin." A silent smile flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. "Mr. Jiang, do you know this Chao Xin?" she asked. Jiang Chen said uncertainly, "I don't know either, but the person who asked me for money was indeed called Brother Xin." Then he added, "But I'm not sure if it's the same person." "Why do they ask you for money?" the female police officer asked. Jiang Chen directly took out the recorder and played a recording. In the recording, Pang Dehai described in great detail how he compounded interest, cheated his former boss, and ruined the restaurant's business. This was said by their company's employees themselves. Jiang Chen said this was originally a backup plan he had kept. If Chao Xin had just given up, he would not have made the matter public. Always leave some room for others so that you can meet again in the future. But now, Jiang Chen wants to crush him to death completely. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The female police officer's chest heaved with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't expect there would be such an arrogant person. Paying high interest on someone's behalf is an illegal act in itself, and the other party not only did that, but also gathered a crowd to fight and committed intentional injury. They simply disregard the criminal law." However, she couldn't say much before the matter was concluded. "We need to keep this recorder, as it may be used as evidence," said the female police officer. "No problem." Jiang Chen directly handed the recorder to her. At this time, a criminal police officer came over and whispered, "The surveillance camera in the store is broken, and the cause of the damage is unknown." "Oh?" The female police officer looked up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had a blank expression on his face, without a single trace of emotion to be found. At this time, the ambulance arrived, and the criminal police and medical staff carried the injured away one after another. "But there are too many injured." Nearly 10 ambulances were dispatched at the same time, plus a police car, and it took several trips back and forth to complete the transportation. In front of the restaurant's main entrance, the female police officer said, "Mr. Jiang, please calculate the losses in a restaurant. I will also conduct an investigation as soon as possible. If necessary, I hope you can actively cooperate." "Can." The female police officer nodded and turned to leave, but Jiang Chen stopped her. "Please leave me your phone number. I can notify you as soon as I have any news," Jiang Chen said as he handed her his phone. The female police officer thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she entered her number and name. Jiang Chen looked at the contact on the screen. "Gu Mang? Not a bad name. Thank you." Gu Mang looked indifferent. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. "Then I'll have to trouble Officer Gu." Gu Mang hesitated for a moment, but still held his big hand. "It should be done." She didn't know why, but she always felt that the man in front of her was extraordinary. This matter is not as simple as it seems. The detectives next to the police car opened their mouths wide, staring at the scene in amazement. They totally misunderstood. Captain Gu actually gave the other party his personal contact information? And an intimate handshake? Is this still the Gu Mang who was known as the Jade-Faced Rakshasa and was forbidden to allow strangers to enter? The police officers looked at each other, somewhat doubting their lives. After all, this scene is truly rare. Chapter 123 Investigation. Jiang Chen and the other two watched the police car leave. Zhang Jialiang hesitated for a moment. "Boss, isn't this a bit? Do you think it's too much?" Jiang Chen said for him. Zhang Jialiang nodded. After all, he thinks like a businessman, and he believes in making money through harmony. This kind of life and death, no way out approach is a bit too cruel for him. But Zhang Jialiang also has his advantages, and this kind of person is needed openly. A ruthless character like Luo Chang is more suitable to act in the dark. Jiang Chen said calmly, "This is just the beginning, the real fun has not yet begun. Since you have decided to take action, you must crush him completely and not give him any chance to stand up. It is not Jiang Chen's character to leave trouble for the future." Zhang Jialiang couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. Luo Chang whispered at this time, "Boss, do you want me to come?" As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. The Luo family has influence throughout Jiangnan, so of course they have their ways in a place like Tianhai. This is also the reason why he was able to mobilize dozens of thugs so quickly. Killing a few people is not difficult for him. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "Not for now. I don't want to dirty my hands." He patted Luo Chang on the shoulder and said, "Remember, we are porcelain, don't go head to head with earthenware jars. You are my subordinate, and your behavior is my behavior. Keep your hands and feet clean, and don't let others easily hold you accountable." In stark contrast to Zhang Jialiang, Luosha's methods are too sinister and cruel. The two of them are like one in white and one in black. Many times, the black ones are efficient, but if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. What Jiang Chen needs to do is to punish and restrain him. Luo Chang nodded, "I understand, boss, what should we do now?" Jiang Chen thought about it and said, "This doesn't seem like something Chao Xian did. Go investigate Qianlai Finance. I think there is someone behind him." "Okay." Luo Chang nodded and stepped back. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky. The reason why he chose such a tough measure was because the matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. Jiang Chen hates the feeling of being targeted, so he wants to kill Qianlai at lightning speed. He took out his cell phone and called Quanjing Law Firm. The call was quickly connected, and the surprised voice of the law firm's head, Fomin, was heard on the other end. "Mr. Jiang. I didn't expect you to call me in person. I wanted to visit you in the next few days." "There's no need to visit. I have something to arrange for you to do." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please tell me. I will do my best." Jiang Chen assigned the matter to Quanjing Law Firm, and then called Golden Shield Security, Tang Luowan, and Zhao Minghong. Several major forces mobilized at this moment. There is only one requirement. Investigate Qianlai Finance and dig up all its affairs. Jinmao Tower, 28th floor. What did you say? All the people sent to Yilong Pavilion were sent to the hospital? Waste, a bunch of waste. Xiao Ding hung up the phone with a gloomy face and kicked the coffee table over. Obviously extremely angry. He thought his method was foolproof, but he didn't expect the other party to not even bother with him. Take action now. All the people Xiao Ding sent to Yilong Pavilion were slightly injured, and the emergency room of Tianhai First Affiliated Hospital was overwhelmed. That's the vast majority of the company's employees. No one is spared. Moreover, he was being investigated by the police for gang fighting and provoking trouble. And what about the other party? Surprisingly, only a few people were slightly injured, and they all ran away, without anyone being caught. Damn it! You actually tried to use force against me. Xiao Ding was extremely angry. This time we have run into a serious problem. Chao Xian's face turned pale. What he was worried about finally happened. Brother, this guy is really not simple, let's stop. Otherwise, I'm afraid something serious will happen. Chao Ding looked at him coldly, stop? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. You are too naive. It's come to this point, there's no way to stop. Even if I let him go now, do you think he will let us go? He has a clear mind. Since the other party has adopted this method, it means that they have no intention of negotiating at all. Maybe he has already started to deal with me. Brother, what do you think we should do? Chao Xian was completely at a loss. Xiao Ding's eyes were sinister, let's see what he does next. If that doesn't work, then just... Chao Xian was startled, no way. Brother! Are you going to kill someone? It's nothing serious if it's just extorting some money, but the other party is at a disadvantage after being tricked. Just because of this little thing, you want to silence me? Keep your voice down. Xiao Ding frowned and said, I mean when there is really no other way. Besides, what are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't killed people before. As long as we do it covertly enough, the police won't be able to find out. The most important thing now is to see the opponent's next move. Chow Xin slumped down on the bed and nodded weakly. The two of them didn't notice that in the corner of the office, a small insect-like flying vehicle was hovering silently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and the secretary pushed it open. "Get out! Who the hell let you in?" Chow Ding cursed unhappily. A heroic female police officer walked in with several criminal police officers. "Gu Mang from the Tianhai City Criminal Police Brigade. You are the brothers Chow Xin and Chow Ding, right?" Her voice was crisp and sharp. "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" Chow Ding asked. Gu Mang said, "You two are suspected of organizing a large-scale gang fight. Come back to the police station with me for investigation." "Gathering a crowd to fight? I don't understand what you are talking about." "Even if you are a policeman, you have to provide evidence when speaking." Chow Ding refused to give in. "Evidence? You'll find it when you get to the police station." "Then do you want a subpoena? I am an honest entrepreneur. Have you considered the impact of your brazen entry on my company?" Chow Ding looked very confident. Gu Mang's eyes were cold, and he was obviously a little angry. She didn't waste any more words and said sternly, "You are a major suspect in this case. You are now forcibly summoned. Bring someone with you." The police behind them rushed up, held Chow Ding and Chow Xin down, and forcibly took them out. "You are enforcing the law with violence. Just wait, I will definitely sue you." Chow Ding's face turned red and his neck became thick. In all these years, he had never suffered such an injustice. Gu Mang looked calm. "The entire law enforcement process is recorded on video. I'm waiting for you to sue me." Different from Jiang Chen's comfortable aura, these Chow brothers made her feel indescribable disgust. Naturally, there was no courtesy to them. Chapter 124. Did he give in? In a cafe downstairs of Jin Mao Tower, Jiang Chen wore sunglasses and drank coffee slowly. The nanobionic aircraft flew silently back into his pocket. "So Chow Xin has an older brother named Chow Ding? It seems that I have recorded something interesting." He knew that if the police took the Chow brothers away this time, nothing would happen and they would be released soon. Because there is insufficient evidence. All the surveillance was destroyed by Jiang Chen. The reason why he did this was, on the one hand, to clear himself, but more importantly, he would not let the Chow brothers off so easily. Even if convicted, gang fighting is too light a sentence. At this moment, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was a letter sent by Quanjing Law Firm, containing information about Chen Life Finance and the Chow brothers. Soon after, Golden Shield Security also sent a document, saying that their super hacker had hacked into the other party's private computer and obtained a lot of key information and data. Later, Tang Luowan, Zhao Minghong, Chen Wu and others also sent documents. Looking at the phone, there is densely packed data and information about the Chow brothers, both black and white. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "This time, you are dead. What a damn bad luck." Chow Ding walked out of the police station, cursing. They were released in just 2 or 3 hours. Although they are highly suspicious, a business card alone cannot prove anything. The people involved in the fight were unwilling to testify against the two of them, insisting that it was a personal act. As for the matter of Chen Life Finance lending at high interest rates, it is still in the investigation and evidence collection stage due to insufficient evidence. Although Gu Mang was very unwilling, he had no choice but to release the two. Chow Xin, who was following behind him, asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Chow Ding's face was gloomy. "I didn't expect this kid to be so resourceful. He didn't reveal any clues at all. It was clearly his people who were beaten, but the beaters became the victims and he was called into the police station. It's so fucking frustrating." Chow Ding thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the hospital first. The brothers have to go visit him and ask if he has found anything." "Okay." The two took a taxi to the hospital. As soon as I walked into the emergency center, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. All I saw were beds and chairs in the corridor, with injured people wrapped in bandages everywhere, looking extremely miserable. Chow Ding knew all these people, they were all employees of the company. At this time, they also saw Chow Ding and the other man, and hurriedly staggered to their feet and surrounded them. "Boss." They were leaning on crutches and wearing neck braces, and they looked trembling as if they had just come off the battlefield. Chao Ding and Chao Xian looked at each other and their throats felt a little dry. Why don't you stay in the ward? Don't worry, the medical expenses this time will be fully borne by the company. Boss, the ward is already full of our people. Chao Ding rubbed his brows. Didn't I tell you to stop making trouble and just sit quietly? Why did it turn out like this? The employees also looked aggrieved and started talking at once. Boss, we didn't do anything. I even ordered a plate of peanuts, but the police couldn't do anything to us. Later, a man told us to get out in 5 minutes. We ignored him, and then a group of strong men came and beat us up like this. They are also full of regret. I should have listened to that guy earlier. Who would have thought he would be serious? There wasn't even an argument, but they just started fighting? So domineering? Chao Ding frowned even more tightly. Did you see the appearance of the attacker? They looked at each other and shook their heads, saying, they all wore masks and held batons without saying a word. They just came up and beat us, and then left. We didn't even know who they were. Chao Ding felt even more depressed. Ordinary thugs are not so well trained. His intuition told him that the person he offended was not an ordinary person. A trace of uneasiness arose in my heart. At this time, the phone rang. Chao Ding took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Is this Boss Chao Ding? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Chao Ding, who are you? I'm the boss of Elong Pavilion. Chao Ding's heart skipped a beat, and he walked to a secluded corner and whispered, What do you want? The person on the other end of the phone chuckled, What do I want? Wasn't it you, Mr. Chao, who started this? Chao Ding said sternly, But now my people are in the hospital. You are going too far. You finally admit that those are your people? The man's voice teased. You. Chao Ding realized that he had made a mistake and simply shut up and stopped talking. The person on the other end of the phone continued, Actually, there is no irreconcilable conflict between us. I just want to do business honestly. We are all here to make money. There is no need to make things so awkward. What do you think? Chao Ding's eyes flickered. Does this mean you've given in? You've injured so many of my brothers, and you just want to let it go? How can I, Chao Ding, put my face aside? Chao Ding said tentatively. The man was silent for a moment, then said, My people were indeed reckless in this matter. Perhaps we can meet and talk. Meet and chat? Chao Ding thought for a moment, We can meet, but I have to decide the time and place. Sure, no problem. The other end agreed without hesitation. There was a glimmer of joy in Chao Ding's eyes. It seems that he has really given in. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 28th floor of Jin Mao Tower. After saying that, Chao Ding hung up the phone. Since the other party took the initiative to ask for a meeting and it was in his company, he immediately felt confident. If the other party wanted to trick him, it would be impossible for him to choose the time and place. After Chao Xian found out, he felt a little strange. Brother, I always feel like something is wrong. The boss of Elong Pavilion doesn't seem like someone who would give in. Chao Ding disagreed. No matter what, he is also a businessman who opened a business. How can this restaurant continue to operate if he offends us? As long as he realizes this, it is normal for him to give in. After all, he spent a lot of money to buy Elong Pavilion, and now he must be thinking about making a profit as soon as possible. All right. Chao Xian still felt something was wrong. But the person in charge of Qian Lai's company is his powerful brother Chao Ding, and he has almost no say. Even if he told him, his brother might not listen. I hope this will go smoothly. Chao Xian took a deep breath. Chapter 125 Jiang Chen shouted for help. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. General Manager S office, 28th floor, Jin Mao Tower. A beautiful secretary with a nice figure knocked on the door and said, Boss, the guests are here. 2 tall men walked in. It was Jiang Chen and Luo Chang. When he saw Jiang Chen again, Chao Xian's eyes were a little evasive and he turned his head away, not daring to look at him. Chao Ding waved his hand, Okay, you can go out now. The female secretary nodded and left. Before leaving, she threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling. It's rare to see such a handsome man. The office door closed. Chao Ding stood up and greeted him hypocritically. This must be Boss Jiang, right? I didn't expect him to be so young. It's true that the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. Jiang Chen glanced at him calmly, walked past him and sat on the sofa. He didn't even have the interest to say hello. Luo Chang followed behind Jiang Chen and bumped into Chao Ding intentionally or unintentionally. Chao Ding felt something sinking in his coat pocket and was about to reach out to touch it, but his attention was drawn to Jiang Chen. He was seen strutting with his legs crossed and patting the back of Chao Xian's neck. Chao Xian, right? Do you remember what I said to you? What did you say? Chao Xian's voice trembled a little. Jiang Chen pinched his neck and said in a sinister voice, I told you, don't let me come to you. Chao Xian's heart sank, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Chao Ding clenched his fists and his face was gloomy. The other party's disregard made him extremely unhappy. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Mr. Jiang, isn't that a bit too much? He said in a sinister voice. Jiang Chen looked at him with cold eyes. Too much? Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Mr. Chao didn't even let me do business, and you still say I'm going too far? Chao Ding said coldly, but the situation now is that you beat all my brothers into the hospital. They went to Boss Zhang's store to show their support. How could they do that? Support? Jiang Chen laughed mockingly, you know the answer yourself. If you don't even believe it yourself, it's just laughable when you say it. You. Chao Ding gnashed his teeth and said, so what you mean is that nearly 100 of my brothers were injured in vain? Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa and said casually, I came here today to resolve this matter once and for all. Let me hear what Boss Chao thinks. Chao Ding panted and sat back on the sofa. He couldn't let Jiang Chen lead him by the nose any longer. He calmed down and said calmly. The restaurant has previous poor business was indeed related to us, but that was before you took over. Since you took over this restaurant, it is a matter between you and the previous owner and has nothing to do with us. Our company actually has no substantial impact on you. It was you who injured most of my employees. I know you understand the law, and I want to talk to you about mortgage loans. But you will definitely compensate the employees for their medical expenses and the losses caused to the company, right? Chao Ding spoke a lot in rapid succession, and his mouth became dry. He picked up the tea and took a sip. Bang bang bang. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and praised, you are very eloquent, Boss Chao. Then tell me, how do you compensate? 50 million. Chao Ding put down his teacup and said bluntly, you injured nearly 100 of my employees, so I will count it as 80 people. 500,000 per person plus mental damages, that's not too high, right? Not that high. Jiang Chen shook his head. Chao Ding smiled even more and continued, before the employees were discharged from the hospital, my company was almost closed. 10 million in compensation for losses and lost wages, that's reasonable, right? It's reasonable. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing how cooperative he was, Chao Ding was all smiles. So 50 million, not a cent more, not a cent less. Once you pay this money, we'll be even. In fact, those people who said they were his employees were just working for him to make a living, and they didn't even sign a labor contract. When the time comes, just give each person tens of thousands of yuan, just as a token of your appreciation. The rest was earned by Chao Ding. Jiang Chen looked at him strangely, you calculated it so clearly, it seems that Mr. Chao has been prepared for it. Chao Ding sneered and waved his hands, you don't have to do those nonsense. You know what I do. If things really get serious, do you think your restaurant can continue to operate? The meaning of this statement is very clear. I'm threatening you. People like Chao Ding are really difficult to deal with if they really want to target someone. Especially since Jiang Chen opened a restaurant. What matters most is customer flow and word of mouth. It is easy to ruin the business with just a little bit of obstacles. This is where his confidence comes from. Chao Ding had a smug look in his eyes. As long as Jiang Chen didn't want to destroy Yilong Pavilion, he would have no choice but to compromise. Little did they know that Yilong Pavilion was just a drop in the ocean of a trillion-dollar industry for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm and said calmly, in that case, I will also let Mr. Chao see what I have prepared. What? Are you bringing money with you? Chao Ding mocked. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, and Luo Chang took out a few documents and placed them on the table. Please take a good look at this, Mr. Chao. I put a lot of thought into getting these things. What the hell is this? Chao Ding frowned, took the document, opened it and read the contents, his expression instantly became solemn. I read it carefully, and the more I read, the more my scalp became numb, and cold sweat streamed down my face. Chao Xian moved closer curiously, but his body suddenly froze. Jiang Chen looked at them with a sneer in his eyes. He quietly took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Tianhai City, Criminal Police Brigade. In the captain's office, there was a loud slamming of the table and bursts of angry roars. The detective outside was trembling with fear and didn't even dare to knock on the door and ask. There is a saying circulating in the bureau. There are two most dangerous things in the world, desperate suspects and Gu Mang when he is angry. Don't be fooled by her name and looks. She might knock your head off at any time. Too much, too much. Gu Mang looked at the materials on the table, her face flushed. Not shy, but angry. This afternoon, the police station received a package with Officer Gu Mang written on it. She didn't take it seriously and just took it back. When I opened it, I found evidence of my crimes. This time, gang fighting, intentional injury, illegal financing, high-interest transfer. There are even various heinous crimes such as insulting and kidnapping young girls. And all these evidences point to the Chao Ding brothers. In one of the videos, Chao Ding even said in person that he had killed someone. And one of the girls who was assaulted in the file matches the identity of a missing girl a few months ago. This is already irrefutable evidence. The impact of this case alone is already very bad. They can open a case now, investigate, and bring prosecution. The thought of such a villain being released right under my nose this morning was heartbreaking. Gu Mang was extremely unhappy and clenched his fists even tighter. We must immediately launch an investigation and detain the Chao brothers first. Thinking of this, she picked up the documents and prepared to apply for an arrest warrant from the director. This process might take some time, so she was a little anxious. The Chao brothers may run away at any time. Just then, her phone rang with a notification tone. Gu Mang took it out and saw that it was a text message, which read, Officer Gu, help me. I am Jiang Chen, please come to the 28th floor of Jin Mao Tower. Chao Ding wants to kill me. She squeezed the phone so hard that her fingers turned white. Chao Ding. Bang. The office door was kicked open and Gu Mang walked out aggressively. Everyone in Group 1, bring your equipment and follow me. Everyone was stunned, and someone asked, Boss, what happened? Do you want to report it to the director? Unnecessary. She shouted, I've received a report asking for help. A murder may happen at any time in Jin Mao Tower. Everyone in Team 1, bring your weapons and leave within 3 minutes. After saying this, he walked out decisively. Yes. The police officers did not question, quickly packed up their equipment, and filed out from the front. A number of police cars turned on their flashing lights and rushed towards the Jin Mao Tower. Chapter 126 Calculation. The atmosphere in the office is tense. Why are you investigating me? Where did you get these things? Chao Ding roared while panting. Jiang Chen looked at him with disdain, you are too dishonest. Nowadays, even if you are a bad guy, you need to have some brains. If bad guys are divided into levels, Chao Ding is definitely the worst one. You don't know until you investigate. After Jiang Chen's investigation, he found that the bad things he had done were really shocking. Compared with other evil deeds, lending is not worth mentioning at all. However, Chao Ding's follow-up work was mediocre, leaving many tails and loopholes, which allowed him to find so much content in a short time. Of course, all of this is also inseparable from Jiang Chen's powerful energy. Chao Ding had completely collapsed on the ground, his face was pale and he looked completely hopeless. Just tell me how much money you want. Chao Ding said in a low voice. How much money did he ask me for just now? Jiang Chen asked Luo Chang behind him. Luo Chang said, Mr. Jiang, he wants 50 million. Jiang Chen nodded, well, this number is not bad. You want 50 million, right? Chao Ding breathed a sigh of relief. Although the money was not small, he could still afford it. He was very happy to spend 50 million to settle the matter. It's just that there are a few zeros, let's add one more. Jiang Chen said slowly. 500 million? Chao Ding stood up suddenly, are you kidding me? Jiang Chen looked at him with a faint smile, 500 million is not enough? Then add another zero. Chao Ding gnashed his teeth, what on earth do you want? What on earth do you need to let me go? He also realized that Jiang Chen didn't want the money at all. But since the other party did not call the police directly but chose to come and see him, it means that there is still room for redemption. Chao Xian came back to his senses at this time, staggered to Jiang Chen, and knelt down with a thud. Mr. Jiang, Boss Jiang. Please let me go. I will give you whatever you want, please let me go. His voice was miserable and he was hoarse. He knows the crime he committed. If it really gets exposed, it won't be as simple as just going to jail for a few years. It can be fatal. Chao Xian was already overwhelmed by extreme fear and knelt at Jiang Chen's feet begging. Jiang Chen said nothing, looking at Chao Ding calmly. Chao Ding clenched his fists tightly and his whole body was trembling, but he finally knelt down slowly. "Mr. Jiang, I lost. Please let me go." His face flushed and veins popped up in his neck. Fear, humiliation, regret and remorse continued to swirl and intertwine in his heart. The cause of all this is greed. Chao Ding thought that Jiang Chen would be just like his previous boss and would allow him to manipulate him at will, and Elone Pavilion would become his treasury. But I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so cruel. He attacked directly and didn't leave him any way out. The two of them were crawling on the ground, trembling, completely different from their previous arrogant appearance. At this time, Luo Chang looked at his phone, lowered his head and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, "It's already here, 5 minutes." Jiang Chen nodded. He pinched Chao Ding's chin, slapped his face hard with his hand, and sneered. "You know what I want? Money? I have plenty of money. I just don't like you, and I want you to die." Chao Ding's face turned red from being slapped, but he endured the humiliation. "You are going too far." Chao Ding's eyes were about to burst, and he finally exploded. He broke free from Jiang Chen's hand, stood up, and punched him hard. Jiang Chen dodged the punch casually. He grabbed his head and pushed him onto the sofa. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, there is a gift I prepared for you in your pocket. Do you want to take it out and have a look?" Chao Ding reached into his pocket and found a hard object inside. He took it out and it turned out to be a small dagger. Jiang Chen also let go of his hand at this time. With his blood boiling, Chao Ding didn't have time to think too much and directly swung the dagger at Jiang Chen. He knows too much, he must be dealt with. At this moment, the door was kicked open with a bang and the police's roar rang out. "Stop! Put down your weapon!" Looking at the large number of police officers at the door, Chao Ding was completely confused. What was going on? And his movements still maintained the stabbing posture. "No, it's not what you think, this is." Chao Ding was in a panic and wanted to drop the knife, but suddenly he heard a gust of wind in his ears. I saw a nimble figure rushing over like lightning, and the baton in his hand hit him with a whistling sound. Bang! Click! Ah! Chao Ding's arms hung down weakly and he let out miserable howls. But Gu Mang did not stop, stepped on his leg, made him kneel on one leg, turned around and pinned him to the ground. At the same time, the handcuffs were fastened tightly with a snap sound. The movements are clean and neat, without any delay. Chao Ding and Chao Xian, you are suspected of intentional homicide and you are now under forcible arrest. Gu Mang's voice was icy cold. Other policemen also rushed in and pressed the dazed Chao Xian to the ground. Gu Mang stood up and said, "Take them both away first." Yes. The police escorted them both out the door. Chao Ding had completely understood by now, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Jiang, you have king plotted against me. I didn't kill anyone, he was the one who plotted against me. That knife is not mine." Bang! The detective hit him on the back with a stick, causing him to stagger. "Whether it's yours or not, the lab will give you the answer. Shut up and walk." Chapter 127 Rescue. "Sorry Mr. Jiang, we are late." "Are you not hurt?" Gu Mang walked up to Jiang Chen and asked with concern. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking frightened. "Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise something might have really happened." Gu Mang nodded, and suddenly asked in confusion, "Mr. Jiang, you know that Chao Ding is not simple, why do you still come to see him? Watch his expression carefully while he speaks." Jiang Chen sighed and smiled bitterly, "I can't help it, who made me a businessman? This morning, I learned that Chao Ding and the other two were released by you. I thought that since the law cannot punish them, I can only spend money to avoid disaster. After all, I run a restaurant and I really can't stand the hassle. So I took the initiative to make an appointment with Chao Ding, hoping to resolve the matter face to face. Who knew he would ask for such a huge amount of 50 million? After I refused, he threatened me with a knife. I felt something was wrong, so I sent you a message, and you know what happened next." Seeing Jiang Chen's helpless look, Gu Mang's pretty face flushed red. "My heart is full of shame and guilt. Unexpectedly, letting the Chao brothers go almost led to a murder. If Jiang Chen had been less vigilant, if she had seen the text message later, I'm afraid. This is her dereliction of duty. Gu Mang said in a low but firm voice, "Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely give you justice. As for the Chow brothers, they will definitely pay the price." Jiang Chen smiled and stretched out his hand. "Officer Gu, I believe you." Looking into his dark and deep eyes, Gu Mang's face turned red for no reason. But she still stretched out her slender hand and held his hand. "Thank you for your trust." The warmth from her palm made her feel a little strange. The two got into the police car and prepared to go back to the police station to make a statement. Jiang Chen sat in Gu Mang's passenger seat, saying nothing along the way, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. In fact, his thoughts were jumping around in his head, wondering if there were any loopholes. Brother Chao Ding is dead. Jiang Chen made this decision when he found out that someone had taken over the restaurant's seats. It was not because the other party affected his business, but because through this incident, he saw the other party's character. Greedy, insidious, and unscrupulous. This kind of person must not be kept, otherwise he will become a disaster. So from that moment on, the ending was decided. Jiang Chen first asked Luo Cheng to call people to beat up everyone in the restaurant, partly to provoke Chao Ding. More importantly, it attracted the attention of the police. He deliberately left Chao Xian's business card in the restaurant and mentioned Xinlai Finance in front of Gu Mang. This made this righteous female police officer set her sights on Chao Ding. At the same time, Jiang Chen began to collect evidence of the Chow brothers' crimes. Logically speaking, these evidences are enough to make the two of them pay the price. But Jiang Chen still felt that this was not enough. The police must see Chao Ding's crime scene with their own eyes. So, Jiang Chen took the initiative to meet Chao Ding and sent a text message to Gu Mang at the right time. He had people arranged at the entrance of the police station and downstairs of the Jinmao Tower to report the police's movements at any time. When Jiang Chen learned that the police had arrived, he began to provoke Chao Ding. Unexpectedly, this guy was so angry that he stabbed Jiang Chen with a knife, and was caught by the police who broke in. Now the charge of attempted murder is completely confirmed. This plan was not perfect, so Jiang Chen also prepared Plan B and Plan C. Plan B is, if Chao Ding escapes sanctions, Luo Chang will directly deal with them in secret. As for Plan C, if they are not sentenced to death, someone will kill them in prison and there will be no future troubles. In short, there is absolutely no way for these two people to survive. Of course, the latter two are the worst options. Those who break the rules will inevitably leave traces. Only taking advantage of the rules is the best way. Try not to use a knife to solve problems that can be solved with your brain. But now it seems that the Chow brothers have absolutely no chance. He will be punished for multiple crimes and will definitely be put to death. Gu Mang, who hates evil, is a key part of this plan. If any other police officer came, Jiang Chen's plan would still succeed. But the effect is definitely not that good. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at Gu Mang, who was driving seriously in his uniform. The fair profile, straight nose, bright eyes, the perfect blend of elegance and boldness, exudes charming charm. Gu Mang felt his gaze and his face felt slightly hot. Why is this person staring at it? Under normal circumstances, she would have lost her temper a long time ago, but in front of Jiang Chen, it was difficult for her to get angry. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked. Jiang Chen said seriously, "Officer Gu, thank you." Gu Mang smiled gently, "No, this is what I should do. And if I hadn't let the Chow brothers go, you wouldn't be in danger. I want to say sorry for this." Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped talking. This girl doesn't know that what they said is totally different. The vehicle stopped in front of the police station. Chao Ding and Chao Xian had been brought back early and were now being interrogated in the interrogation room. Jiang Chen pushed the door and got out of the car, then walked in side by side with Gu Mang. As soon as the two walked into the police station, they attracted the attention of all the police officers. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is heroic and brave, as if they were made for each other. What a perfect match! The female police officer covered her chest with her hands, looking like a nymphomaniac. The natural bonus of favorability made them look at Jiang Chen very favorably. Gu Mang noticed the gazes of his colleagues and for the first time ever, he was a little shy. He frowned and scolded, "What are you looking at? Are you free and have nothing to do? Do you want me to find something for you to do?" Everyone immediately scattered and fled, and became busy. "Good man, it would be fine if you didn't say anything, but as soon as you started talking your dream was shattered. It's indeed the jade-faced Rakshasa. Officer Gu. You're taking people on a private mission again? You've even arrested someone and brought him back, right?" A plump man walked over quickly. The surrounding policemen immediately covered their faces. Gu Mang's nemesis is here. Thank you, Director. Gu Mang nodded. Don't call me Chief. I think you are the Chief. Director Xia put his hands on his waist and spoke eloquently. I've told you so much. You should report before going out, especially when you bring people or weapons. Why don't you listen? Who will take the responsibility if something goes wrong? I'll take care of it. Gu Mang said indifferently. Apparently he had no intention of even explaining it. You. Director Xia's chest heaved with anger. Hello, are you Director Xia? Jiang Chen said. Director Xia then noticed the man next to her and asked in confusion, who are you? Jiang Chen smiled and said, you really can't blame Officer Gu this time. The incident happened suddenly and my life was threatened. It was she who showed up in time and subdued the murderer. If she had come a little later, maybe just the time to write a report, I might have already. He was helping Gu Mang out. Director Xia nodded, so that's how it is. I haven't asked you yet, what's your name? Your surname is Jiang. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. We will definitely solve this case satisfactorily, and the murderer will definitely be severely punished. Director Xia said righteously. Jiang Chen smiled and said, thank you, Director Xia. Director Xia stood straight and said with a smile, serve the people. Then he nodded to Gu Mang, well done, you deserve praise. After saying that, he turned and left. The police around were all stunned. In less than a minute, it went from being a private action to being worthy of praise? Isn't this reversal too fast? Gu Mang looked at Jiang Chen, thank you. Serve the people. Jiang Chen blinked and said with a smile. Gu Mang was stunned for a moment, then smiled with a red face. The beauty of the blooming night blooming serious made him a little dazed. Chapter 128. Why didn't you say so earlier? When Jiang Chen came out of the police station, it was already getting dark. Gu Mang personally escorted them to the gate. Thank you for your cooperation and sorry for taking up your time, Mr. Jiang, she said with a smile. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, it's my duty, and this matter is related to me. Gu Mang took the initiative to extend his hand this time, goodbye. Jiang Chen held her slender hand and said, goodbye, but I hope it's not at the police station. Gu Mang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. She was not a person who liked to laugh, but she could hardly hold back in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at her with admiration in his eyes. Gu Mang felt a little flustered for no reason and wanted to pull his hand back, but Jiang Chen held it very tightly and he couldn't pull it back all of a sudden. Mr. Jiang, you. Her face turned slightly red, this is the police station. Jiang Chen admired, you look very pretty when you smile. You should smile more often. Gu Mang's face turned even redder when he heard this. Jiang Chen let go of his hand and waved, goodbye, Officer Gu. Then he turned around and left gracefully. Gu Mang looked at his tall and straight back, his eyes rarely showing a trace of confusion. There seemed to be some heat left in her hand, constantly stimulating her heart. This feeling is very strange. It seems that something has been planted in my heart, and it will blossom and bear fruit one day in the future. The police officers around were completely petrified. There was actually a man who shook hands with her, and for so long? Not only was she not angry, she even looked shy and timid. Is this Gu Mang, known as the jade-faced Rakshasa? What is wrong with this world? A police officer came over, cleared his throat, and said, Boss, the person has gone far away. Ah? Gu Mang turned around, her eyes misty, her pretty face rosy and white, as delicate as a daffodil. The police officer's heart was pounding. It was a fact known to everyone that the boss was good-looking, but this was the first time he realized that he was so good-looking. The strong contrast made him stunned for a moment. Look at your sister. Gu Mang slapped him on the head, causing him to stagger. The police officer covered his head and looked at her with grievance, only to see that her eyes were sharp and the weak look was gone, and her whole body was sharp. Divide into groups and those who don't have any cases on hand should go collect evidence of the Chow brothers' crimes. You three, get ready. We're going to conduct a high-intensity interrogation right away. Come on, everyone. Stop dragging your feet. Her voice is clear and her actions are decisive. The police officers thought to themselves, who is the one who was not alert enough? But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is the temperament that Gu Mang should have. That soft girl just now must have been an illusion. Well, it must be an illusion. Jiang Chen walked on the street with his hands in his trouser pockets, and Luo Chang followed him silently. Pay close attention to the movements of Chao Ding and the other person, and continue to collect relevant evidence. I hope these two people will never appear again. Jiang Chen said lightly. Okay, boss. Luo Chang nodded in agreement. Investigate their social relationships, including their families. As for the hospitalized employees, assign someone to keep an eye on them and report any movement at any time. Okay. Luo Chang looked at Jiang Chen's back, his eyes full of admiration. This man's plan was linked together, as if he had thought of the ending from the first step. He made Chao Ding and Chao Xian feel extremely happy, but he stayed out of it and even became a victim. The boss is worthy of being the boss. At this time, the two passed by a restaurant. Jiang Chen looked up casually, but was stunned. I saw a man and a woman sitting facing each other in front of the French window on the third floor. The girl had a cool look and clear eyes and brows. Jiang Chen was very familiar with her. It's Su Jingyi. The boy opposite was about the same age as her and was also very handsome, but Jiang Chen didn't know him. They were eating and talking at the same time. Although I couldn't hear any sound, I could tell that the atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. Looking at Su Jingyi's bright smile, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. What's wrong, boss? Luo Chang asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's okay, go and get busy. Okay. Luo Chang didn't say anything and just turned around and left. Jiang Chen stretched his shoulders and walked into the restaurant. Fasiman Restaurant. Su Jingyi smiled and said, So you came here secretly this time? Of course. The man said confidently, How else can they let me out? I don't care, I have come to you anyway, you have to take me in whether you want to or not. Su Jingyi glared at him helplessly, Do I have any other choice? Have. A man's voice sounded. She looked up and was stunned for a moment. Jiang Chen? Why are you here? Su Jingyi asked in surprise. Jiang Chen said calmly, I was just passing by, and I happened to see you guys outside, so I came up to say hello. What a coincidence. Have you eaten? Let's order some more. Su Jingyi said with a smile. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and looked at the boy opposite him. The boy was also looking at him. Su Jingyi hurriedly said, Let me introduce him to you. He is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and looked at him solemnly. The boy smiled and held his hand. Hello, my name is Yu Hao. The two shook hands and then separated. Su Jingyi looked at Yu Hao with some depression. Why do you? Ahem. Yu Hao coughed and interrupted her question. Jiang Chen said, I'm sorry, I just happened to overhear you two chatting. Mister, you just came to Tianhai, right? Just arrived today. Yu Hao nodded. You haven't had time to arrange a place to rest yet, right? Jiang Chen said it very bluntly. I don't have that. Just right. Jiang Chen took out a business card and pushed it in front of Yu Hao. Mr. Yu, you can stay at this hotel. The lake view is nice, and you can experience the scenery of Tianhai. Yu Hao took the business card and looked at it. Purple Mountain Hotel, General Manager Zhang Jialiang? This hotel is a 5-star hotel, right? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Take this business card and mention my name. It doesn't cost anything. So amazing? Yu Hao tilted his head. You didn't open this hotel, did you? Jiang Chen said, It doesn't matter whether it is or not, as long as it can solve your problem. I feel so embarrassed to give you such a big gift on our first meeting. Yu Hao said with a smile. Jiang Chen said calmly, Jingyi's friends are my friends, you don't have to be polite. Su Jingyi covered her mouth and laughed secretly, her eyes full of joy. Yu Hao pinched his chin and looked at the man in front of him. He has a handsome appearance, eyes like stars, and exudes a strong charm. The key is that calm and composed temperament that is not in line with her age. It also gives people an indescribable sense of oppression. Yu Hao thought for a moment and returned the business card. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jiang, but I don't need the hotel. I have my own place to stay. Jiang Chen's face turned colder. Excuse me, where do you live? Yu Hao raised his chin, pointed at Su Jingyi, and said as a matter of course, her home. The air fell into silence. Jiang Chen looked at him calmly, but deep in his eyes there were surging waves of terror. Su Jingyi shuddered. Jiang Chen, listen to me, he is actually. I'll give you two choices. Jiang Chen's eyes were icy cold, hotel, or hospital. He no longer had the patience to play along and would not even maintain superficial politeness. Yu Hao looked at him and his throat felt a little dry. I don't know why, but I felt like I was being stared at by a wild beast, and the background felt chilly. Yu Hao swallowed. Actually, Mr. Jiang. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over quickly and greeted with a smile. Boss Zhao? Long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up and shook hands with him. Zhao Minghong smiled widely. I didn't expect to see you here, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the woman beside him. He is tall, half a head taller than Zhao Minghong, dressed luxuriously, and has a graceful temperament. It is obvious that he has an extraordinary background. This is my wife, Xiying. Zhao Minghong introduced. This is Mr. Jiang from Yida Group, whom I often mention to you. Xiying smiled and stretched out her hand. I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Zhao. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and touched it, and it separated. Xiying narrowed her eyes and said, I've always heard that the mysterious Mr. Jiang has amazing means and great momentum. He took 58% of Yida's shares and became the largest shareholder. I didn't expect he is so young. Zhao Minghong echoed, this is a real young talent. I am ashamed of myself. In fact, he was nervous. The first time we met was also in this restaurant, and Tang Lu was standing next to me at that time. If Jiang Chen said something intentionally or unintentionally, he would be finished. But I can't not come over to say hello. Jiang Chen smiled and said, you two are too kind. Mr. Zhao is a real entrepreneur. I am just playing around. Mr. Jiang is good in everything except being too modest. Zhao Minghong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Chen still gave him face. After a few more pleasantries, Zhao Minghong took Qiying to have dinner. Jiang Chen sat back in his chair, his smile gradually fading. But Yu Hao looked at him in disbelief. You are the major shareholder of Yida? The mysterious Mr. Jiang? You can say that if you want. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yu Hao was completely stunned. Jiang Chen is actually the major shareholder of Yida. Oh my god. The mysterious chaebol that has caused turmoil in half of the business community and kept the Wang family awake at night has attracted everyone's attention. He's actually sitting right in front of me? Still so young? Sister, didn't you just say that Jiang Chen was your college classmate? How did he become a capitalist? Yu Hao said in disbelief. Su Jingyi was surprised and asked, my college classmate can't be the boss of Yida? There's no conflict, right? That's Yida. Why do these two people seem to be playing with each other in their mouths? Jiang Chen suddenly realized something and looked at Yu Hao. What did you call her just now? Sister, what's wrong? You. Jiang Chen glanced at the two people's faces and found that there was indeed some similarity between their eyebrows and eyes. Su Jingyi chuckled and said, he is my younger brother Su Yuhao. This time he came to Tianhai to play with me. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? When I thought about how I had just threatened her brother, I felt a little embarrassed. Su Jingyi said aggrievedly, you two didn't even give me a chance to speak. Besides, Yu Hao did it on purpose. If you say you are Su Yuhao, can Jiang Chen still not figure it out? Su Yuhao touched his head and smiled. I don't want to help you check. He doesn't hide anything when he speaks. Go play somewhere else. Do I need you to help me keep an eye on things? Su Jingyi's pretty face turned slightly red. I have to say, Brother John's aura is too strong. I was so scared just now that I almost revealed my identity. Su Yuhao said, patting his chest. This is not a lie. He had never felt that kind of oppressive feeling even from his father. I'm sorry, I was reckless just now. Jiang Chen smiled frankly. Su Yuhao nodded secretly upon hearing this, and felt even more favorable towards him. It is indeed rare to have a high status without being attached to one's identity. He smiled and said, no, just don't blame me for deliberately concealing my identity. Jiang Chen smiled but said nothing. Su Jingyi leaned close to his ear and asked, tell me the truth, were you jealous just now? Jiang Chen glanced at her and said, no. You're still saying no, but you're such a jealous person. She muttered softly. There was a smile on his face. Jiang Chen's reaction made her feel sweet. Being jealous means you care about me. Chapter 129. Is there really such a perfect person in the world? After Jiang Chen and his companions had eaten and drunk their fill, they called the waiter to pay the bill. "Hello, the total consumption is 25,800 yuan. May I ask whether it is cash or card?" In fact, the food cost less than 5,000 yuan, but they opened a bottle of red wine that cost more than 20,000 yuan. Swipe the card. Su Jingyi reached for her bag. "Need not." Jiang Chen took out a black card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. The waiter's expression changed after he looked at it carefully. He bowed and handed the card back with both hands. "It turns out to be Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry to have neglected you. The supreme black card of Fei Unman Restaurant. Enjoy the highest level of service." Tianhai only issued 5 cards, each with a unique number, corresponding to real big shots. The first requirement for a restaurant waiter is to be familiar with these numbers and the people they correspond to. Finally, the restaurant manager personally escorted them out. Looking at that respectful and flattering look, Su Yuhao was secretly amazed. When he heard his sister talking about Jiang Chen, he thought they were just college classmates and was still worried whether his parents would agree. "Now it seems that my family is a bit too high." When Jiang Chen got home, it was already completely dark. Su Yuhao finally went to the hotel. It was he who asked to go and see the river view of Tianhai. Jiang Chen also invited them to his house for dinner tomorrow. After all, he is Su Jingyi's younger brother, so he still has to play the role of host. "We have to entertain them anyway." Walking into the living room, Ning Shinan was sitting obediently on the sofa. When she saw him come back, she walked over. "Sir, you are back." Ning Shinan considerately helped him take the clothes. "Where's Yao Xian?" "She has night scenes these days and is on the set most of the time." Ning Shinan replied. The male lead has now been decided. He is a potential male artist from Luo Cheng's company. The crew has now entered a state of working overtime. Jiang Chen nodded. "There will be guests coming to our house tomorrow, so you should get ready then." "Okay." Ning Shinan responded. Jiang Chen stretched his muscles and went upstairs to take a bath. Lying in the bathtub of moderate temperature, he sighed comfortably. "Sure enough, the salted fish life is more suitable for me. I have been busy dealing with the affairs of the Chow brothers these days. Although it is not too stressful, I feel a little tired." However, Jiang Chen thought it was necessary. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit, let alone a villain with no bottom line like Chao Ding. Now there are more and more people around him who are worthy of his care, and he doesn't want to leave any risks or troubles. After running for an hour or so, Jiang Chen finally got up and left the bathtub. "I turned on the projector, lay on the bed, and watched the movie comfortably." 12 o'clock at night. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was time for the daily lottery again. Today's lottery draw number is 1. Do you want to draw immediately? Smoke. Reward: 1 building in Building 6 of Ruofuayuan Community. Real estate again? Jiang Chen felt like he could open an agency specializing in renting houses. Extract. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Bang! A cardboard box fell to the ground, but compared to the box in Jinqiu Huacheng, this one was much smaller. Different from the mid-range Jinqiu Huacheng, Ruofuayuan is Tianhai's top high-end residential complex. Mainly high-rise and multi-story buildings, the housing price is about 80,000 to 90,000 yuan per square meter. Only building number 6 is different. It is a Western-style house. There are 7 floors in total, with each elevator accommodating 2 households. Both the location and layout are the best in the community. Of course, the housing prices are also much higher, having already exceeded the 100,000 mark. The appreciation potential of this villa is much higher than that of Jinqiu Huacheng. After experiencing the visual shock of 300 property certificates, Jiang Chen has basically become immune to the scene. Just kick the box aside. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next morning, the doorbell rang and Ning Shinan went over to open the door. Su Jingyi and Su Yuhao stood at the door. Hello, Shinan, long time no see. Su Jingyi greeted with a smile. Jingyi, you're here, come in quickly. Ning Shinan was also very happy to see her. Unlike Tang Luowan, she has a good relationship with Su Jingyi, probably because they have the same enemy. This is my younger brother Su Yuhao. He just came to Tianhai yesterday. Su Jingyi introduced. Hello, sister. Su Yuhao looked well behaved. Hello, don't just stand there, come in. Ning Shinan greeted. The three of them walked through the entrance hall and into the living room. Jiang Chen was swimming in the swimming pool at the moment. Ning Shernan opened the glass door and said, "Sir, Jingyi and the others are here." "Here I come." Jiang Chen held onto the edge of the pool and jumped out with a splash. There were still water droplets on his muscles, sparkling in the sunlight, and his strong body had smooth lines, as perfect as a sculpture. Even Su Yuhao's eyes widened. Young and rich, with a perfect figure and looks. Are there really such perfect people in the world? No wonder it has haunted my sister for 6 years. He patted Su Jingyi's shoulder and whispered, "Sister, your saliva is flowing out." "Ah." Su Jingyi wiped the corner of her mouth reflexively. "Where is that?" Seeing Su Yuhao's snickering expression, he finally reacted and grabbed his ear. "Okay, you dare to make fun of me. I think you are tired of living." "Sister, I was wrong. It hurts, it hurts." Chapter 130. Yao Xian is back. The two sat on the sofa, and Su Yuhao looked around the villa curiously. This house is really nice, with a magnificent lake view outside and luxurious and tasteful decoration. However, he was the son of a wealthy family and was well informed, so his reaction was not too exaggerated. Jiang Chen changed his clothes, walked downstairs, and sat opposite the two of them. "Brother Chen, your villa is in such a great location. It must have cost you a lot of money, right?" Su Yuhao asked curiously. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't know the details." He really didn't know how much the villa was worth now. "When I first won it, I said it was $1 billion mansion. It did not say how much money exactly." Su Yuhao was completely stunned. "Can't remember? It's worth at least hundreds of millions, you don't take it seriously enough." Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, Su Yuhao was a little confused. "Is this the super rich man? Brother Chen, besides Yida, do you have any other businesses?" Su Yuhao asked. Su Jingyi frowned and asked, "Why do you have so many questions? This kid has never been so curious before. Why is he like checking the household registration today?" Su Yuhao looked aggrieved. "Is it not okay to be curious?" "It doesn't matter." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Hotels, restaurants, business management, real estate investment, a little bit of everything." Su Yuhao nodded secretly. He was labeled as career-oriented. In fact, this time, he did not sneak out of home, but came with a mission. Because of Jiang Chen, Su Jingyi has been unwilling to return to Hangzhou to develop, so her parents sent a little spy named Su Yuhao. I want to see who Jiang Chen is. If she wasn't a good person, her parents would have to take Su Jingyi back even if they had to kidnap her. However, after the contact, Su Yuhao had only one thought in his mind. Satisfy. Whether it's financial resources, appearance or personality, they are all the best of the best. In other words, it is more than enough for their Su family. But now, Su Yuhao is a little worried. Jiang Chen is rich and charming, and there must be countless admirers around him. Is he a playboy? I'm back. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a delicate and beautiful girl walked into the living room. The three of them looked up and Su Yuhao was stunned. He knew the woman in front of him. This face was too familiar. Often seen on screen. He also follows her Weibo and is her die-hard fan. Yao Xian? Su Yuhao was stunned. He never thought that he would meet his idol here. This is amazing. After seeing them, Yao Xian was also stunned for a moment. Guests are coming. Su Jingyi's eyes paused. Guest? Judging from the tone, it sounds like the hostess of this house? She had never seen Yao Xian, and as she had never been a fan of any celebrity, she didn't know who Yao Xian was. Yao Xian walked over and sat down next to Changshi, moving her shoulders and neck, looking exhausted. Have you finished filming? Why are you back in broad daylight? Jiang Chen asked. Yao Xian yawned, don't mention it. I was filming a night scene all night last night, and it was an outdoor scene. I almost didn't sleep all night. I was so sleepy. As she spoke, she was about to lean on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Yao Xian. Oh my god. It's really you. Su Yuhao came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim, his expression unable to conceal his enthusiasm. Ah. When she heard someone calling her name, Yao Xian sat up straight and dignified as if by reflex. Who are you? My name is Su Yuhao. You don't know me, but I'm your biggest fan. He quickly walked up to Yao Xian and took out his cell phone. Look, I only follow 2 people on Weibo, one is you, and the other is my mom. I like and comment on every Weibo post you make. Look at this photo, it's the premiere of your last movie, I spent a lot of effort to get the tickets. Besides, Su Yuhao kept talking about his star-chasing experience. Yao Xian maintained a proper smile throughout the whole process and nodded in agreement from time to time. Whenever she is in front of fans or the camera, her professional habits come out. Idol, can I take a photo with you? Su Yuhao asked expectantly. Yao Xian nodded, of course. Yeah. Su Yuhao handed the phone to Su Jingyi. Sister, take a picture for us. Su Jingyi glared at him and picked up her phone to take pictures. Who are you in league with, kid? I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Su Yuhao was admiring the photos contentedly, when he suddenly realized something and asked in confusion, Idol, why are you here at Brother Chen's house? I was so excited just now that I didn't think about this problem. Yao Xian is a star with millions of fans. How could she suddenly appear in Jiang Chen's house? Isn't that too weird? And from the tone of their conversation, it was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. It's definitely not the first time I've come here. Yao Xian said as a matter of course, because I live here. Ah? What? Su Jingyi and her brother exclaimed at the same time. Live here? Su Yuhao remembered a detail at this time. Yao Xian didn't ring the doorbell when she came in. Ning Shernan was still cooking in the kitchen at that time, which means she had the key. He looked at the two of them in disbelief, and said incoherently, Could it be that you two have already lived together? The voice is sad, with a feeling of idle disillusionment. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Chen angrily. He is already a big star, and he still wants to flirt with my sister. Just as I expected, the handsome and rich guy must be a scumbag. Yao Xian blushed and argued, What do you mean by living together? What nonsense! Jiang Chen is just taking me in temporarily for a while, we each live in our own rooms. Anyway, it still needs to be explained. Take him in? Su Yuhao pinched his chin and looked at the two of them. Excuse me, what is your relationship? Yao Xian spread her hands. He is my boss. Boss? Su Yuhao asked in confusion. Idol, aren't you from Tiancheng Media? I remember your boss name is Luo Chang, right? That's right, but Jiang Chen is Luo Chang's boss. Su Yuhao was really shocked this time. He is actually Luo Chang's boss? Behind Luo Chang is the Jiaqing Luo family. It is also quite famous throughout the Jiangnan region. How powerful is this man? But even if you are the boss, you still. That's enough. Su Jingyi frowned slightly and interrupted, You talk too much. If you keep talking, get out. Su Yuhao suddenly fell silent, not daring to ask any more questions, feeling very aggrieved. I'm not doing this for you. Su Jingyi knew the answer without him asking. She was very familiar with Yao Xian's eyes, they were exactly the same as Tang Luowan, Ning Shernan, and even herself. No matter what Jiang Chen thinks, Yao Xian is definitely interested in him. We haven't dealt with Tang Luowan yet, and now there's Yao Xian, who's a big star. Jiang Chen, you big pig's hoof, why are you so popular? Su Jingyi glanced at Jiang Chen dimly and thought so in her heart. Su Yuhao was young at heart and soon forgot his own camp. He looked at Yao Xian with admiration and asked some stupid questions from time to time. Yao Xian answered without getting tired of it. It was not until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the two came out of the lakeside villa. Su Yuhao still had a crazy look on his face at this time. I didn't expect to see my idol again this time, and at such a close distance. This trip to Tianhai is worth it, it's worth it. Bang! Ouch! He covered the back of his head and cried out in pain, Sister, why did you hit me? Su Jingyi glared at him and said, Tell me. Did your parents send you here? Su Yuhao's eyes flickered, and he said stubbornly, Of course not, I sneaked out. He. Su Jingyi certainly didn't believe his lies and sneered, Then please sneak back again. After saying that, he drove away, leaving Su Yuhao there. It's over. It looks like he's really angry this time. He scratched his head, took out his cell phone and made a call. Mom, mission accomplished. I saw it. Handsome. Extremely handsome. He should be a good person. I see he cares a lot about my sister. That's not the point. Mom, do you know who he is? He is the major shareholder of Yida. He holds 58% of the shares, the mysterious Mr. Jiang. He is also the boss of Jiaqing Luocheng, Hello? Hello, are you talking to me, Mom? Hello?